My wife came to my door with her lover to demand a divorce, not only forcing me to leave with nothing but also demanding I give up custody of our daughter. I immediately stripped the male homewrecker naked, then turned my wife's clothes into disarray, and finally took a photo of them together. Now, the situation is this: I've caught you two red-handed. Honey, you wouldn't want your affair to be exposed, would you? The thing is, I'm a transmigrator. I initially planned to follow the original host's spineless personality and just sign the divorce papers, leaving this pair behind to start a new life. Unexpectedly, the original host's daughter looked at me pitifully and asked, "Daddy, can I go with you?" Her adorable expression made me hesitate instantly. At that moment, the original host's wife, Ruan Xin Yao, shook me angrily and said, "Are you sober yet? We've made things clear. Are you going to sign the divorce papers or not?" I shook my head in dissatisfaction, thinking, what kind of mess is this? But I had to admit, the original host's wife was quite beautiful, her skin so fair it seemed translucent, and her figure flawless, truly captivating. Seeing that I didn't respond, the man beside her sneered disdainfully, "Cut the crap. Ruan has suffered enough with you these past 5 years. She doesn't even want this dump of a house. Let's part ways amicably." I steadied myself first, trying to make sense of the situation. Ruan Xin Yao impatiently said in a low voice, "Xiao Yuan will stay with me. It won't stop you from moving on, and given your circumstances, you can't provide her with a better life anyway." I glanced at the little girl beside me in confusion and was utterly shocked, wondering what kind of divine genes could produce such an adorable daughter. If she were my daughter, I'd be willing to spend at least 500 million to make that wish come true. The man sneered, "Is this really necessary? It's just a divorce. Look at you pretending to be crazy. If I hadn't gone abroad back then, could Ruan have ended up with you?" Hearing this, Ruan Xinyao glared at him angrily and said, "I have nothing to do with you. Stop spouting nonsense in front of my daughter." I stared wide-eyed at the two of them, fragments of memories flashing through my mind, and finally realized that Ruan Xinyao was my wife, Song Xiaoyuan was my daughter, and this man, Xin Shou, was my classmate, a shameless jerk. "I'll sign the divorce papers." I quickly signed my name on the divorce agreement in front of me, then pushed the paper forward and said, "2 copies, Miss Ruan, you can sign your name now." Ruan Xinyao and Xin Shou exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand why my attitude had changed so drastically. Just a couple of days ago, I had been stubbornly refusing to divorce, yet now I was so compliant, and the formal address of Miss Ruan was also strange. I continued, "Miss Ruan, we've only signed the agreement for now. Are you available tomorrow at 9 a.m.? We can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to officially register the divorce. After all, there's a 1-month cooling-off period for divorces, but since we already have the agreement, you can go ahead and do whatever you want. It won't affect anything." Hearing this, Ruan Xinyao instinctively reached out to touch my forehead, but I dodged her. I said, "Ms. Ruan, please behave yourself. We have already signed the divorce agreement, so theoretically, we are no longer husband and wife. Let's avoid such impolite behavior." Xin Shou sneered, "Song Qian, stop putting on airs. Ruan will live a better life without you." I nodded with a smile and said, "I completely agree with you, so let's sign the agreement quickly." Ruan Xinyao looked at my smile and seemed somewhat reluctant. She said, "If you don't want to sign, I can give you time. I know this is hard for you to accept." I chuckled lightly and replied, "Ms. Ruan, this is actually very easy to accept. As the ancients said, it's better to forget each other in the vast world than to cling together in hardship. These past few years with you have been very pleasant, and I'm grateful for everything you've done for this family." As I spoke, I instinctively extended a hand for a handshake. Seeing the shocked expressions on Ruan Xinyao, Xin Shou, and the little girl, I awkwardly lowered my hand, silently cursing my damn professional habit. Ruan Xinyao looked at me, gritted her teeth, and signed her name. I clapped my hands and said sincerely, "My place is a bit messy, so I won't keep the 3 of you for dinner. Ms. Ruan, you should have my number, right? Tomorrow, when we go to register the divorce, please be punctual. Don't forget to bring your ID card, household register, and marriage certificate, otherwise, the queue will be a hassle." Ruan Xinyao glared at me and said through clenched teeth, "Are you really that eager to divorce me?" Her words left both Xin Shou and me silent. Xin Shou quickly interjected, Ruan, didn't you always want to divorce him? Now is not the time to be soft-hearted." I also chimed in, "Absolutely, Ms. Ruan, divorce requires resolute courage, and I believe this is the result of your careful consideration. You're a respectable person, dragging this out would only make things ugly." Ruan Xinyao took a deep breath and said, "Fine, I'll meet you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 9. With that, she picked up her luggage, took the little girl by the hand, and prepared to leave. However, the little girl suddenly rushed over and threw her arms around my neck, asking, "Daddy, can I stay with you?" Having weathered life storms for 30 years, I thought I'd seen it all, but this was a first for me. I froze for a solid 3 seconds before gently peeling her hands off my neck. Silently, I marveled at how beautiful this child was, then smiled at Song Xiaoyuan and said, Xiaoyuan, you'll have a better life with your mom. Tearfully, she insisted, no, I want to stay with daddy. Tears streamed down her fair little face as she tried to hug me again, but I quickly leaned back, leaving her arms empty. Ruan Xinyo said gravely, Mommy has already found us a new place. Once we're settled, I'll enroll you in a new kindergarten, and we can start fresh. Xin Shou hurriedly added, don't worry, Xiaoyuan, I'll get you into the best kindergarten and arrange for someone to pick you up every day. But Song Xiaoyuan turned a deaf ear to their words, looked at me and asked, Daddy, you don't want me anymore, right? My lips twitched, the repeated cries of daddy were truly unbearable. She asked again, and I remained silent. This little girl was indeed heartbreaking, but after all, I wasn't close to her. Song Xiaoyuan wiped the corners of her eyes, opened her arms to hug me, and said, Daddy, when I'm not with you, you must eat well, drink less alcohol, and don't just focus on work every day. If you miss me, come see me. I'll save all my pocket money to buy you new clothes, and I'll also visit Grandpa and Grandma. As she spoke, she cried, and finally kissed my cheek before turning around, dragging her little suitcase toward the door. Just as she was about to reach the door, I shouted, wait! All three turned back, looking at me in confusion. I pointed at the bedroom door and said to Song Xiaoyuan, Xiaoyuan, go back to your room first. I need to talk to your mom about something. Song Xiaoyuan happily agreed and trotted back inside on her short legs. Xin Shou glared at me impatiently and asked, Song Qian, what are you up to now? I replied, what else can I do? I stood up, invited them to sit on the sofa, poured 2 cups of hot tea, and placed them in front of them. Then, I bowed slightly and said, sorry. Ruan Xinyao frowned and asked, what do you mean? I said, just sorry. With a slight sigh, I punched Xin Shou. Xin Shou yelled, Song Qian, have you lost your mind? Why are you stripping me? Amid his shouts, I tore off all his clothes. His face twisted in pain, and he was so ashamed in just his underwear that he didn't know where to cover himself. I glanced at the bewildered Ruan Xinyao, reached out to rip her clothes and tousle her hair. Though I didn't expose anything inappropriate, she looked utterly disheveled. When Ruan Xinyao snapped out of it and was about to scold me, she saw me pull out my phone and start snapping pictures of them, saying, yes, look a little more panicked. Ah, that's right, Miss Ruan, get a little angrier. Though it's quite embarrassing, could you two hug each other? My tone was polite, but Xin Shou and Ruan Xinyao's anger had already reached its peak. Xin Shou cursed and lunged at me, but I knocked him to the ground with a chair, saying, Mr. Qin, could you make your expression a bit more ferocious? That's the right vibe. Would you mind waiting a moment? Let me grab a knife to place beside you, and we'll take another photo. Half an hour later, the room was in complete disarray. I have to admit, Xin Shou was quite resilient. It took 3 broken chairs before he finally calmed down. Ruan Xinyao stared at me in shock the entire time. I said, now we're good, then gave a slight bow to both of them before tossing a set of clothes from the wardrobe to Xin Shou. Ruan Xinyao yelled angrily, what the hell are you trying to do? I said, Miss Ruan, Mr. Qin, both of you are respectable figures. I presume you wouldn't want to see these photos circulating online or presented in court. Song Huching pulled over a stool and sat across from the two with his legs crossed. So, let's re-sign an agreement. I want custody of Song Xiaoyuan. You're ing nuts, aren't you? Xin Shu burst into anger. You want that drag bottle to say directly, you are guilty of making such a big, ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, he received another stool. Mr. Qin, please watch your language. Song Huching loosened the cufflinks of his shirt and politely said, if you keep mouthing off like that, next time I'll just hit you over the head with an ashtray. By the way, Ruan Xingyao and I haven't officially divorced yet. This behavior of yours is considered adultery. In other words, you're an adulterer. I'm afraid I don't have much mental burden even if I break one of your hands. You, Xin Chu was stunned. He and Song Huching are college classmates, and the two of them have known each other for almost 10 years, and he realized that he is not understanding this at all. Mr. and Miss, like a human being, moves to literally beat him like a dog. Song Huching, are you crazy? Ruan Xingyao laughed bitterly. If you doubt it, we can get a psychiatric evaluation. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders with a bemused expression. That's not what I'm talking about. Ruan Xingyao shook her head with a bitter smile. Just can you shoulder the responsibility of being a father? I want to try, Song Huching said with a straight face. But, Miss Ruan, compared to this Mr. Qin, I at least wouldn't call Song Xiaoyuan a procrastinator. Chapter 3, what does it mean to be in the immortal class? Me and Qin Chu. That's your business, MS. Gwyn. Song Huching waved his hand and interrupted Ruan Xingyao's words. I don't want to know what kind of relationship is with this Mr. Chin of yours, and even if there is a relationship, unless you and I fight for custody, I won't take this to sue you. Ruan Xingyao stared at him in a daze for a long time before shaking her head. Song Huching, you've changed in a way I don't recognize. Ms. Nguyen, people grow. Song Huching extended his hand and shook hers. I'm sorry to see our marriage come to an end, but I wish you the best of luck in meeting a good man. You, Ruan Xingyao's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything. I'll see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Song Huching laughed lightly. That agreement is still valid, but only if you don't fight me for custody. Fine, but I have to see Xiao Yuan every weekend. Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. It's the right thing to do. You're her mother. Song Huching made a pleased gesture to the two men. Softy, I'll send you back. Qin Shu showed his teeth and grinned. No, Subaru came over to pick me up. Ruan Xingyao shook her head before looking at Song Huching again, before carrying her own small bag and walking away. Softy, wait for me. After Qin Shu glared at the grinning Song Huching, he also sprinted after him. When the two left, Song Huching looked at the mess all over the place and eventually sighed. Song Huching, you're really crazy. He sat quietly in the living room and smoked a cigarette before he knocked on Song Xiaoyuan's room door. Zira. The door to the room opened. Daddy. Song Xiaoyuan jumped into his arms. Hungry? Do you want me to take you out for something to eat? Song Huching rubbed her head. Mommy said that you're not allowed to eat after 8 o'clock at night. Song Xiaoyuan rubbed her small stomach and said, your mom's right, but her word doesn't count right now. Song Huching picked her up and set her on his shoulders before heading toward the door. Song Xiaoyuan, as if for the first time horseback riding, vigorously embraced his head and laughed nonstop. The two of them got off the elevator and went out the door, only to see Qin Shu and Ruan Xingyao still standing downstairs, and on their side, there was a girl who was even more gorgeous than Ruan Xingyao. If Ruan Xingyao was the kind of small family girl, this girl was the kind of beauty that wreaked havoc on the country. Nothing derogatory. She's really pretty, taller than Ruan Xingyao, wearing a black half-sleeve, wearing a black skirt with backless high heels, even if it is summer. Her body reveals a stranger do not approach momentum. Where to at this hour? Ruan Xingyao walked over. Casual stroll. Why haven't you left yet? Song Huching laughed. Song Huching, what's wrong with you? That beautiful woman walked over. Her voice was clear and cold. You and Soft together for so many years. When you encounter a problem, solve the problem. Must go to this step of divorce? What can be solved is called a problem. But there is a problem that cannot be solved. Then solve the person who raises the problem, is not it? Song Huching laughed lightly. You, that beauty choked. Su Qing, you cut the crap with him. I think he's crazy. Qin Shu said angrily. Song Huching, I'll slowly settle this account with you. You wait for me. Well, you have a few individual pictures that I'll post on the door of your company. Song Huching joked. You, Qin Shu's face changed drastically. Song Huching, don't mess around. Qin Shu is the president of the company. How can he still go to work if you make a mess like this? Ruan Xingyao said with a stern face. Softly. Subaru frowned and pulled her. Ms. Nguyen, say the words 3 times light as water. Goodbye. After Song Huching nodded politely at her, he led Song Xiaoyuan towards the outside of the neighborhood. Bye. Mom. Song Xiaoyuan turned around and shouted before hugging Song Huching's head again. Hey. Su Qing sighed. Soft, first come to my place to live for a period of time. This matter has to be thought about slowly. Don't be in a hurry. No. Su Qing, which end are you from? Qin Shu said angrily. How much does he Song Huching earn a month? 6,000. This house is still alone. You see how long has Soft not bought new clothes? I don't want to talk to you. Shut up. Su Cheng glared at him before looking at Ruan Xingyao. He asked me to go to the civil office at 9 o'clock tomorrow to register for divorce. Ruan Xingyao tilted her head to the side. He initiated the date? Subaru's eyes widened. Yeah, he initiated the date. Ruan Xingyao sighed. Su, you also know that he doesn't have much motivation. When he comes home, in addition to washing clothes and cooking, he is watching TV. A man like that, I really don't see a future with him. I'm tired of my job. I don't want to be so tired. And I don't want to spend my life with a fag. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Su Qing was silent. Song Huching, that character. Indeed, there is not much motivation. Come and stay at my place for a while. I'm close to your company. Su, thank you. Ruan Xingyao reached out and wrapped her arms around Su Qing. Qin Shu, who was on the side, however, gritted his teeth in hatred, but everything was still too late. Song Huching originally thought that Song Xiaoyuan was very difficult to handle, but unexpectedly, this girl, not to mention only 4 years old, can be very self-reliant. The two of them went to the noodle shop at the entrance and ate 2 bowls of ravioli afterward. Song Xiaoyuan let Song Huching put water on her, and after brushing her teeth and taking a bath herself, She climbed into bed to read a picture book, and fell asleep in no time. Song Haching looked at the broken bench crumbs in the living room and couldn't help but sigh. It is better to find a cleaning to clean up tomorrow. He was thinking that when suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Repayment reminders. Mortgage, $2,600 a month. Dated the day after tomorrow. Mortgage? Song Haching was dumbfounded. Buzz. Suddenly the head felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. The host does not belong to this era. Activate the auxiliary draw system. Note, the auxiliary system is better for the purpose of integrating the host into this world. Points are awarded for completing tasks, and points can be raffled off. Occupation, deliveryman. Mission, 5,000 orders. Remarks, the unit price is doubled tenfold, and the reward is provided by the system. What the hell? Song Haching was stunned. He's a Golden Tripod Award winner and he's asked to run a takeaway? Who is this looking down on? With that time, why not look into financial modeling? Buzz. The brain vibrated again. Newbie bonus, 3 free draws. As Song Haching froze, an electronic screen appeared in his mind. There are a wide variety of rewards. Growing taller, increasing charisma, and 10 million. In cash. He had originally disdained it, but when he saw that ultimate prize, his whole body was dumbfounded. Ranked among the immortals. Just these 4 words made Song Haching freeze in place. You don't think so? Become immortal? Really? Chapter 4, Are You Her Mom or Mine? Ranked among the immortals. Just 4 words, glowing orange. There were no odds on it, but Song Haching knew that the probability of winning this thing was nothing less than winning all 6 red balls and 1 blue ball. And the order couldn't be wrong. But who can resist the temptation? Song Haching hesitated for a long time and finally clicked on the lottery. First draw. Get the height-enhancing pills. Obscure. Song Haching cursed with a gloomy face. What the hell is a height-increasing pill? It's just a way to grow any height up to 15 centimeters taller. He's about 6'3" now, and he's grown 15 centimeters to 6'8". But what's the point? Can it compare to someone who's 6'6" driving a Ferrari with one hand? Second draw. Get the glamour Dan. Dog. I'm going to curse. Song Haching gritted his teeth and cursed. Third draw. Acquisition of a Apulia RS660, fully documented and licensed. Well, Song Haching froze. Apulia RS600 he recognized. Although he was not a motorcycle enthusiast, he knew that this thing was over $100,000 a piece. Hey, Song Haching sighed, and after sneaking a glance at Song Xiaoyuan, who was already asleep, he took the elevator to the underground parking lot. His family is carless. After all, it's hard enough to keep a house in this condition, let alone a car. It was only on the negative floor that a motorcycle as black as ink with orange wheels was parked at the moment, and as much as it pained me to admit it, it was indeed a handsome bike. He got on it and tried it out, and to be honest, it was a little high, and he had to stand on his tiptoes to hit the ground. After riding around the parking lot, he once again parked in his space. This parking space was the one that Wan Xingyao wanted to buy back then. It has been many years, but there has never been a car parked. Occasionally a temporary car would park, but also Wan Xingyao would drive it away and then throw a tantrum at home. Back at the house, Song Haching looked at the 2 porcelain bottles in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally took a mouthful. It's not that I want to be taller and more handsome, it's just that I can't even ride a motorcycle for delivery, so it's not appropriate, is it? Just as soon as the pill hit his stomach, he felt his stomach begin to roll. Asterisk. He cursed and then rushed to the toilet. 5 in the morning. Song Haching was paralyzed next to the toilet. He had already pooped 29 times and taken 8 showers, but the black substance still kept coming out of his body. 2 hours later, the state stabilized and he grew a little bit in height, about 3 centimeters, but he knew that it wasn't the limit. He had received a reminder when he swallowed the height-increasing pills. His final height should be 6'8", spread over 3 months to grow taller. After all, stretching the bones at once would be too much for a person to handle. Song Haching stood in front of the mirror, looked at himself, and couldn't help but skim his lips. Originally, the predecessor belonged to the kind of looking past, and now after taking the glamour pills for micropigmentation, it is really a little bit good looking. But good looks don't make a meal, do they? Daddy! There was a knock at the door. Song Haching opened the door and saw Song Xiaoyuan standing in the doorway. Yeah, Daddy! Why did you shave your beard? With a beard, people would think I'm your grandfather. Song Haching laughed and scolded. Not at all. It looks good with a beard. Song Xiaoyuan hugged his thigh. Hurry up and wash up. I'll take you to kindergarten. Song Haching rubbed her head. Hey. After Song Xiaoyuan answered obediently, she carried a small stool and stood in front of the sink, only looking at Song Haching from time to time, as if she wanted to see him clearly. Song Haching stroked his long hair and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This divorce lawsuit has been tormenting him for more than half a year, not to mention the loss of his job, and his hair has grown long. He smoothly wrapped up his long hair and tied it in a ponytail before giving Song Xiaoyuan a pill head. Yeah, Daddy, how come you still comb your hair? Song Huching was momentarily speechless. You can't say practice makes perfect to your own daughter, can you? It's so pretty, much better than the way mom combs her hair. Song Xiaoyuan stunk at the mirror. Why do you want to follow me? Song Huching said softly. Because. Song Xiaoyuan tilted her head and looked at him. Because I like Daddy. Mommy often loses her temper and I'm scared. I like to stay with Daddy. Aha. After Song Huching pinched her face, he turned around and went out. Song Xiaoyuan tilted her head and looked at his back, and also went back to her room to change her clothes. Not for a moment. Both were out the door at the same time. Yeah, Daddy, you're dressed so handsome today. Song Xiaoyuan instantly transformed into a little fangirl. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Pretty normal wear. Less ass kissing. The front is average, but Nguyen Sin Yao's clothes are good. So the clothes that were bought for him were not bad at all. He wore a pair of bright yellow pants today with a white shirt on top and a pair of boots on his feet. It's not that I didn't look good in this outfit before, but I didn't have the body I have now, did I? 6'5", with a waist and arms, and 8-pack abs. Who can handle that? Song Huching carried her small school bag on his back, then smoothly set her on his shoulders and walked towards the stairs. The two are eating noodles at a noodle shop outside their neighborhood. Suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Subaru? Song Huching was slightly stunned and picked up the phone. Where are you? Well, where are you now? The other person repeated it again. Little noodle house at the front of the neighborhood. Toodaloo. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Song Huching couldn't help but skim his lips. This woman is so rude. Daddy, is it Auntie Susu? Song Xiaoyuan said curiously. Aha. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Ow. Song Xiaoyuan glanced at him and continued to lower her head to eat the noodles again. What a divine daughter this is. Song Huching sighed inwardly. Not only is it pleasing to the eye, but you don't have to worry about a thing. If anyone had told him he could have a daughter like that, he would have gotten married a long time ago. He sighed and wiped his mouth before lighting a cigarette. But before he could take 2 puffs, the cigarette was snatched away and thrown on the floor. Why are you smoking in front of Kun? Well, Song Huching tilted his head to look, and was met with a pair of sulking eyes. And, why don't you cook at home? Su Qing wrapped her arms around her chest and attracted the gazes of all the men in the noodle shop. May I ask, if you are her mom or my mom? Song Huching said helplessly. Pounce. The whole noodle shop erupted in laughter. Daddy, don't be ridiculous. If Auntie Susu is your mom, isn't that my grandmother? Song Xiaoyuan said in dissatisfaction. Well, you have a point. Song Huching sighed. Ha ha ha. The crowd couldn't strain themselves and burst out laughing. You. Su Qing was so angry that her face turned red and she glared fiercely at Song Huching. Why didn't I realize before that this guy was so oily? But, this cleanup seems to look a lot better. Chapter 5, Su Qing, why don't you take an oath first? Have you eaten yet? Want a bowl? Song Huching lit one again and laughed softly. This noodle shop stuff is still okay. No food. I'm full of gas. Su Chung huffed and sat on Song Xiaoyuan's side. Don't be mad at me then. Song Huching let out a laugh and beckoned. Boss, another bowl of noodles. Okay. The owner answered and started to get busy. Do you really plan to divorce Softy? Su Qing frowned. It's not something to joke about. Song Huching shook his head and said, Miss Su, although they all say to persuade and not persuade to leave, but at this point, there is no point in saying this. Hey, Subaru sighed. Song Huching didn't speak again either, just quietly watching Song Xiaoyuan eat her noodles. Not for a moment. Su Qing's noodles were also served, and she ruffled her long hair with one hand as she ate with the other. Seeing this, Song Huching pulled out a leather band from Song Xiaoyuan's small school bag and smoothly pulled up her long hair to tie a pill head as well. What are you doing? Su Qing looked at him rather alarmed. Nothing. See you inconvenient. I had to do a favor just. No thanks. Song Huching's face was breezy, but he kept beating his hand under the table. What a ing handful. I can't control myself when I see a beautiful woman. You. Su Qing flushed, especially after seeing the derisive eyes of the other people in the noodle shop. She immediately lowered her head. Song Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, looked at her and reached out to poke Song Huching. Daddy, do you want Aunt Susie to be my new mommy? Screw you. She's thinking about it. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Song Huching. Subaru raised her head and glared at him. No, I said I think beautifully. I think beautifully. Song Huching smiled sardonically. Puffing. The crowd in the noodle shop laughed again. Laughing my ass off. Don't even have to go to work, what? Song Huching laughed aloud. Boss, hurry up and kick them out. This is still occupying a seat to watch the theater after eating. Ha ha ha. Now even the noodle shop owner was shaking with laughter. Seeing this, Su Qing's face turned even redder and she accelerated the speed of eating the noodles. 10 minutes later, Song Huching got up and settled the bill. holding Song Xiaoyuan in one arm and ready to leave with his school bag in the other. But before I could take 2 steps, I heard a dripping sound. Well, he looked sideways as a small white Mercedes-Benz sedan pulled up. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. Subaru rolled down the window. No need, it's just a few steps. Song Huching shook his head. Get in the car, Su Qing said in a deep voice. Gotta. Song Huching had no choice but to throw Song Xiaoyuan into the backseat and get into the passenger side himself. Poof. Su Qing's face slowed down a little. At least the guy didn't really think of her as a driver. Song Huching, however, looked out the window, unimpressed. His neighborhood wasn't exactly luxurious, but there was still a kindergarten, and it was at most a 15-minute walk from his house, so there was no need to drive all the way. None of the 3 spoke. When they reached the entrance to the Fairview kindergarten, Song Huching reached out and carried Song Xiaoyuan down, leading him to the door. At that moment, a pretty little girl greeted him. Daddy Xiaoyuan, why are you the one who brought her to school today? What are you shouting at me for? Song Huching laughed. Little garden daddy? The little girl hesitated. Since I'm her father, is it unusual for me to send her to school? Song Huching laughed lightly. Puffing, the little girl burst out laughing. Drip! A car horn sounded. Got it. What's the rush? After Song Huching turned back and shouted, he reached out to the little girl and said, Little Qin teacher, Xiaoyuan will trouble you. My part. The little girl reached out and shook his hand, took the book bag, and held Song Xiaoyuan's hand again. Let's go. I'll pick you up tonight. Song Huching rubbed the little girl's head before turning to leave. Mr. Xiao Qin looked at the Mercedes and was quite surprised. Garden. Your dad bought a car? No. Song Xiaoyuan said bitterly. He went to divorce with my mom today. Divorce from Mr. Xiao Qin's eyes widened at once. Mercedes on. You and Softy. Is it really impossible? Su Qing broke the silence. I'm more likely with you than with her. Song Huching bristled. No offense, but this fact. Actually, there's nothing between her and Qin Shu. Su Qing said seriously. So? Song Huching laughed softly. He can bring a man home and trample on his husband's pride with impunity. Do you think that this is the meaning of the existence of marriage? Su Qing opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Song Huching didn't speak again either and looked out the window. Half an hour later, the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Shu and Wan Xingya were already waiting there. Good morning to you both. After Song Huching smiled at them and greeted them, he looked at Wan Xingya. Did you bring all your documents? Bring it all, Wan Xingya said in a muffled voice. Well, let's go inside then. Song Huching smiled at Su Qing and Qin Shu before heading inside. Wan Xingya lowered her head and followed him in silence. Luckily, there weren't a lot of people filing for divorce today, and it was only a 2-hour line before it was their turn. After refusing mediation, the two registered for divorce with a 1-month reflection period. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Song Huching looked at his cell phone. There's no need for you to remind me. In a month's time, I'll be waiting for you here, Wan Xingyo said in a deep voice. That's better. After Song Huching nodded with a smile, he greeted Su Chang and Qin Shu again and turned to leave. Poof! Wan Xingyo huffed and got into Qin Shu's car, while Su Qing hesitated and followed Song Huching. What are you following me for? Where are you going now? Your idol? Song Huching was surprised. Look at your situation. Should be very busy, right? After all, who wouldn't go out in a professional outfit for nothing, right? My family's company. It doesn't matter if I go or not. Su Qing downplayed. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. That's fine. Go to the Judicial Paternity Center. As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he received a big mouthful. You suspect that Kun is not yours? Su Qing was shaking with anger. Who are you insulting? Softy or Little Garden? Hey! Song Huching rubbed his face. A big man to go to the Judicial Paternity Center to do identification is not the biggest insult to himself? Su Qing was immediately choked. That, it seems, makes a lot of sense. Bye. Song Huching shook his head and was about to leave when he was stopped by Su Qing. I know people at forensics. I'll take you to, acquaintance? Song Huching was a little hesitant. Su Qing, why don't you take an oath first? You will never collude with Wan Xingyao to hoodwink me. Brush. Su Qing raised her hand and slapped again. But this time, Song Huching has long since learned to be smart, and directly stepped back to avoid it. Song Huching, you are really not a thing. Su Qing gritted her teeth and said, you really know me. Song Huching looked at her playfully. Hey, Subaru let out a long sigh. How did this guy turn out? Chapter 6, The Black Knight. An hour or so later, Su Cheng and Song Huching walked out from the forensic laboratory. Only her eyes were rather complicated. After all, it had gotten to the point where she was going to have to take a paternity test, so there was no point in her saying anything else. Why don't I buy you lunch? No need. Su Qing sighed. You don't have a job now, and you still have a mortgage to pay. back it's best to save your money. Well, yeah, thanks then. After reaching out to shake her hand, Song Huching then reached out to call a cab. Su Ching looked at him, wanting to say something, but finally could only wave goodbye. Where to, brother? The cab driver asked. Go to the Judicial Identification Center. Another. Song Huching laughed. Well, the driver couldn't help but look back at him. Dude, was that your daughter-in-law just now? That's true, Song Huching said with a bitter face. You said such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Now you want to divorce me. That's got to be appraised. The driver sighed and couldn't resist handing him a cigarette. Condolences, bro. Hey. Song Huching also let out a long sigh and did not speak again. Only when he came out of the other forensic laboratory, he saw a very familiar white small Mercedes-Benz being parked there. Song Huching, you're such an asshole. Su Ching was so angry that her face turned blue. Hey, what's an asshole or not? It's a lifetime thing. Song Huching shrugged. He didn't even trust the people on his pillow. How could he trust Su Ching, a stranger? And the other party's attitude is so attentive. It's either rape or theft. Here, count this as a loan from me. Subaru handed over a card. No, what do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. Sister, if I remember correctly, you and Ruan Xingyao are bosom friends, right? And as far as I remember, I've only known you for a few years? He wouldn't be so narcissistic as to see a beautiful woman and think that the other party liked him. It was just that this Su Ching's attitude was a bit too strange. Do you believe me when I say that I just don't want to see Xiao Yuan suffer? Su Ching said seriously. I'm sure, but I really don't need it. Song Huching set the card on the center console. I think I can still do it to feed a little girl. If it can really be done, then why does Softy still want to divorce you? Su Ching didn't have the good sense to say. That's her problem, not mine. Song Huching frowned. She likes a better life. She should not have married an ordinary man in the first place. Of course, I am also responsible for this matter. I am such an ordinary man. I should not be dead shameless to pursue the woman who should not belong to me. An ordinary boy who can't be any more ordinary. If by some fluke he gets a goddess in college, must first break up after college graduation. After all, if you don't mention it, it could be as long as a year or as short as 6 months before she sweeps you off your feet. Of course, it could be more extreme. Get married right after graduation so you can still delay the separation for a few years. Su Ching stared at him in a daze, as if she wanted to reacquaint herself with him. You gave so much for softness back then, and now if you divorce. She didn't keep her words to herself, but he was sure Song Huching could understand. It comes down to a question of sunk costs and timely stop losses. Song Huching rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. Although my sunk costs are a bit large, I can't possibly go on indefinitely internally with Ruan Xingyao like this, and I have to start my new life. Instead of making it so ugly, it would be better if we all got together and parted ways, wouldn't it? Su Ching looked at him and eventually fell into silence. An hour or so later, Song Huching rode his Apulia to a specialty store for electric cars, but the people in the store looked at him and were slow to come over. Come one that breathes. He couldn't help but shout. Sir, my name is Chen. I'm the store manager here. What can I get you? A man in a shirt came over and said apologetically. Sorry, we thought you were here to find someone. After all, your car is too racy. A friend. After Song Huching babbled, he pointed to a row of electric cars and said, introduce me to a car with a long range and more horsepower. Sir, at the risk of sounding presumptuous, what are you buying the car for? Shopkeeper Chen was curious. Running takeout. Song Huching took out a cigarette and handed one to him. Brother, you have to give me a serious introduction, or the car has a problem. I can come to your store to find you. Big brother, don't kid yourself. You run a takeaway? Store manager Chen said with a bitter face. This kid looks non-rich. That car at the door is over $100,000. Not to mention whether it's his or not. Even if it's borrowed from a friend, that's not something an ordinary person can borrow, is it? I'm not kidding, I really do run takeout. Song Huching skimmed his mouth and said, hurry up and introduce me to A. I am still waiting to start work here. Okay. Chen shopkeeper hesitated, and finally introduced him to a black electric car. Theoretically the range is 200 kilometers, but generally able to run to 156. Wider, the back is good to put the box, and by the way, if you really go to run a takeaway, now we can recommend. We'll send you a box from our store when the time comes. Vest. Song Huching listened to him ramble on, probably understanding the mainstream 3 takeout groups in this world. Donut takeout in yellow vest, and takeout in blue vest, and black knight in black vest. To be honest, in his world it was 2 families against each other, and it was already almost like he didn't beat the dog's brains out, and this world was still a 3-part world, so he didn't know what was going on yet. Brother, if you really intend to rely on this to support your family, I recommend you to go to Tuanzi, Chen shopkeeper whispered. After all, Tuanzi is famous for having a large number of orders, and there are also a lot of beautiful women who like to use Tuanzi to order. Why is that? Song Huching was curious. Because there are a lot of handsome men in the group, Chen shopkeeper rather obscene said. Delivery of takeout well, in case, you know, that is not a step to heaven? Asterisk makes sense. Song Huching was greatly surprised, then laughed. Then give me a set of Black Knight's vest. Black Knight? Shopkeeper Chen froze. Brother, you have to think backwards. The group everyone knows that there are more handsome men. That means that there are fewer handsome men in the Black Knight, is not it? If you choose the Black Knight, you will first lower the other party's psychological expectations. Song Huching leisurely said. At that time, let's go in front of the other side. Won't it make people's eyes light up? And the competition is also small, isn't it? Damn, that's right. Shopkeeper Chen was instantly amazed at his theory. Song Huching, however, inwardly despised. These people really that what to see too much. The takeaway staff Wind and Sun do not know how hard many people to the summer are to cover themselves tightly. Who knows what you look like? It's enough to think that you're going to get ahead in one step. The two talked to each other. Finally, after paying 3,908, Song Huching let him go for the license plate formalities, while he himself went to the hospital. After all, takeout workers need health certificates too, don't they? Wait until 3:30 p.m. Song Huching came to the kindergarten entrance to pick up the people. Did not expect to bump right into Ruan Xingyao, just less Qin Shu by his side. Chapter 7. Our family doesn't play with uneducated kids. MS. Ruan, what do you mean by that? Song Huching was surprised. It doesn't mean anything. Tomorrow weekend, I want to take Xiao Yuan over to live. This is also part of the agreement, right? Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. Tomorrow weekend? Song Huching glanced at the cell phone, then laughed. The spirit of the contract still needs to be there. By the way, taking the liberty of asking, is Xiao Yuan going over to live with you? Or is she living with someone else? I don't mean anything else. It's just that I can actually take care of her if it's not very convenient. After all, it's not like it's going to be a problem for anyone else, is it? My house will take a few more days for others to vacate. I'll be staying at Su Qing's house for now, Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. If you don't feel at ease, you can follow. No, I still have more trust in you. Song Huching laughed, then said excuse me, went to the side to make a phone call, and only after getting Su Qing's affirmative reply did he let out a sigh of relief. Only when he walked back, he saw Ruan Xingyao glaring at him angrily. Song Huching, is this your trust in me? Ruan Xingyao opened the flying message and laid it out in front of him. Softy, Song Huching called just now. Is something wrong again? Su Qing, hey, you can't be too careful. Song Huching looked at her without blushing. You, Ruan Xingyao was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only glare at him fiercely. At this point, Song Xiaoyuan was let out by teacher Xiaoqin's hand. Only she kept her head down the entire time, her mood not too high. What did you encounter? Song Huching frowned. It's just that some of the students made fun of Xiao Yuan's name earthy, and our teacher has already tried her best to be persuasive. I'm really sorry. Little Qin teacher smiled bitterly. Many of the parents who were picking up their children also showed their contemptuous glances. What era is it now? Still called Xiao Yuan? Why don't they call it Xiaofang? Name Earth? Song Huching, when I first. Shut up. After Song Huching frowned and glared at Ruan Xingyao, he looked at teacher Xiaoqin with a smile. Actually, if we didn't have to do it for the convenience of going to work, we really don't want to put Xiao Yuan in your place. After all, the parents here, or the students, are really generally educated. Mr. Song, this, Mr. Xiaoqin looked at the indignant parents around him and didn't know what to say for a while. The name of the small garden comes from the poem Little Plum in the Mountain Garden. The original poem reads the fragrance of all shakes down and is only pleasant to the eye, occupying all the flavors to the small garden. Song Huching said aloud, the so-called great vulgarity is great elegance, no culture. Naturally feel that these two words are plain and strange, but where if you read more, then you can't say such words. Of course, if the quality is higher, you won't make fun of other people's names. Xiao Yuan, and Mr. Xiaoqin goodbye. Goodbye teacher. After Song Xiaoyuan, whose eyes were glowing, bowed deeply to teacher Xiaoqin, she then took Song Huching's hand. By the way, Xiaoqin teacher, if anyone makes fun of Xiao Yuan's name again, please let his parents come on Monday with their academic certificates. Our family does not play with uneducated children. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching set Song Xiaoyuan on his neck and walked towards his house. Ruan Xingyao froze for a moment before she sprinted to follow. Mr. Qin, who is this man? And what class is what little garden in? Is that her dad or her brother with a flyer? Push me. Many young mothers surrounded teacher Xiaoqin, while teacher Xiaoqin looked at Song Huching's back, slightly lost in thought. Shoreline. When Song Huching returned home, The house had already been cleaned by the hired cleaning, only that the smashed stool was also taken away. There was only one stool left on the dining room table, and it was sitting there all alone. Garden. Mommy is taking you for the weekend, so pack your things. Song Huching rubbed Song Xiaoyuan's head. Okay. Even though Song Xiaoyuan was a bit reluctant, she knew that she couldn't resist anything. Ruan Xingyao looked at the spotless living room, hesitated, but sat on the other end of the sofa. That poem you were talking about earlier. Oh, I made that up. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Only the old man's name is not good. What era is it? Still called Little Garden. You made it up now? Ruan Xingyao exclaimed. Where else do you think it came from? Song Huching spread his hands, helpless. It wasn't that he was helpless towards Ruan Xingyao. It was just that the poem was written by a poet from his world. This world didn't have this person at all. In case Ruan Xingyao was a deadbeat and really went to examine it, then it wouldn't be a break? I said how come I've never heard of it? Ruan Xingyao snapped. Then you still make people bring their academic certificates too. Is there something wrong with you? That was a scene. Song Huching sighed. Why do people bully Xiaoyuan? Isn't it because her parents are so easy to bully? But where we act a little stronger. Isn't this solving the problem for her? Ruan Xingyao was instantly choked, and didn't speak again, just glaring at him fiercely. In the past, this guy wouldn't have talked to her like that. Song Huching, however, didn't think so much about it and just leaned back on the sofa to figure out how to get some money. After all, money is a man's guts, isn't it? If you meet a girl you like, you can't go out and ask her to spend money, can you? How inappropriate. The two were just silent for a long time. Only then did Song Xiaoyuan drag a small suitcase out. Here. Song Huching opened his wallet and threw $1,000 to her. What do you want to eat to buy yourself? Not enough money to come back and say to me. Song Huching, she's still so young. What do you mean by giving her so much money? Ruan Xingyao chided. Ms. Ruan, I hope you won't use this tone to talk to me. Again I let you come to see Xiaoyuan because you are her mother. And how to educate Xiaoyuan, that's my business. After Song Huching finished frowning, he squatted down and rubbed Song Xiaoyuan's head. Remember my phone number? Remember. Song Xiaoyuan nodded. If you suffer any grievances there, don't hold back. Call me, no matter what time it is, I will definitely come to pick you up. Song Huching said seriously. I know, Daddy. Song Xiaoyuan reached out and hugged him. Okay, I'll walk you down. Song Huching held her with one hand and picked up the suitcase with the other. Ruan Xingyao silently followed him, waiting until she entered the elevator before she ventured out. Song Huching, why do I feel like you've grown taller? That's because I used to be too short for you. Song Huching joked. Ruan Xingyao was suddenly silent again. Downstairs, Su Chang's little Mercedes was parked quietly. After Song Huching greeted her, he put Song Xiaoyuan's suitcase in the tailgate and instructed her a few more times before turning around and going upstairs. Chapter 8. Do you believe I'll go over there and greet his ancestors now? It's night. Song Huching looked at the empty house and was satisfied. After all, home was the most private place in his mind, and he never brought chicks home. After ordering a takeout and settling for food and drink, he began to wonder how to get money, but after half a day's thought, he finally sighed. If he gets into a big company, with his second degree, I'm afraid it's a bit up in the air, and it's even harder to get ahead when you start at the grassroots level. Song Huching is an optimistic but realistic person. He has always known that his parents give him a lot of help, but now it seems that he is still too underestimating the ability of his parents. He got up and tried to find a computer and make a financial model, but after seeing the computer that was estimated to be older than Song Xiaoyuan, he finally gave up. This thing is used for modeling. Don't burn him then. The next day, early morning, Song Huching registered as a Black Knight's deliveryman, put on a black vest, mounted an electric bike and set off on his journey. He'd never delivered a takeout before and didn't know exactly how long it would take to run 5,000 orders. Ding dong. New orders have arrived. Please check. Well, here it comes. Song Huching, who was at the end of the street, put his helmet down and followed the navigation towards the store in a frenzy. Only when he arrived, there was a crowd standing outside the door. All three colors of delivery men. Damn. Try to cheat. Song Huching cursed. The donut takeaways are almost all middle-aged men in their 40s, while the Black Knights, by contrast, are almost all young men in their early 20s. He should have thought. Black Knight, what a handsome name. The hell with the donut takeout. The milk tea store is busy at the moment. While the knights were all chatting outside, Song Huching dug in and carefully watched the shopkeeper operate. 10 minutes later, his order arrived. He put down his helmet and sped off. The destination was a large office building. The security guard at the door reached out and stopped him, then tapped the sign in front of himself. No takeaways allowed. Gotta. After Song Huching parked his car, he took off his vest and strutted in under the surprised gaze of the security guard. It was only when he got to the elevator that he was stumped again. the elevators here are card-based and you can't get on without a card. He glanced down at the order and couldn't help but be deep in thought. 19 floors. I'm afraid this is going to kill people. While he was in a dilemma, a fragrant breeze brushed by his side. Song Huching looked sideways, only to see a beautiful woman was looking at the elevator entrance without slanting her eyes. Her height was only 1.7 meters, but her aura was afraid to be 2.8 meters. The woman seemed to notice that someone was looking at him and couldn't help but look over sideways, only to meet Song Huching's eyes right in front of her. Song Huching didn't move his gaze away, just looked at her and smiled. Instead, the woman frowned and averted her gaze. Sume? Song Huching glanced at the work tag on her chest and withdrew his gaze as well. That's when the elevator came. Both got into the elevator at the same time. Sume swiped her elevator card. Nice. Song Huching was greatly blessed. As the elevator started, Sume couldn't help but look sideways. Who are you looking for? Well, is there only one company on the 19th floor? Song Huching was surprised. Yeah, there's only one company. Sume said seriously. Who are you here to see? You can tell me, or I'll call security. Is it against the rules for your company to order takeout? Song Huching asked without a clue. It's not against the rules to order takeout, but our company generally doesn't receive outsiders other than customers, Sume said in a deep voice. Okay then. Song Huching shook the takeout in his hand. I am here to deliver takeout. Your company ordering takeout is not against the rules, but it is not illegal for me to deliver takeout, right? Well, Sume looked at him quietly, then turned her head away. The two just went up the stairs in silence. Song Huching followed her into the office, and when he saw the decorative style of that office, he couldn't help but be happy. Chino, with the two large characters of dragons and phoenixes, coupled with the strong smell of perfume, he could tell at a glance that this company was either in the cosmetics or clothing business. Sure enough, after walking in, he saw a pamphlet describing the company. This company does more than just perfume. It also represents many big foreign brands. Song Huching put the milk tea on the front desk and was about to make a call to the customer after explaining the situation to the receptionist. I didn't expect a man to run out in a huff. He had a high nose, deep eye sockets, and was rampant, like a wild boar, and he wasn't even of the local breed. Mr. Gamal, please wait a little. Sume led the men to sprint after them. The man jabbered on for several sentences, but Sume and her men were still confused and their faces were a bit ugly. The man saw this and became even angrier. What he means is that you are so insincere that you didn't even arrange for an interpreter. Song Huching couldn't help but speak up, and he also said that the $50 million order was just a preliminary test of the waters. But if your perfume wants to be sold in their cart, you'd better show some sincerity. You understand? Sume was shocked. Arabic. What's there to understand? After skimming his lips, Song Huching turned his head sideways and gibbered to Gamal. Gamalton's face softened a little then, and he spoke to him again. I asked him why he didn't bring his own interpreter, and he said that his interpreter had been hospitalized yesterday because he had eaten too much seafood, but he was going to be rushing back to the cartel in the afternoon, so he's giving you guys 20 minutes to find an interpreter to come over. Song Huching was ready to retreat when he finished speaking, but was stopped by Sume. Sir, I would like to ask you to act as our interpreter well. Is it okay to pay at an hourly rate of 5,000 an hour? No, I have things to do. Song Huching blankly glanced at her and was about to retreat, but was stopped by Sume again. 10,000 an hour. No way. 20,000 an hour. Get out of the way. I gave you a bad review. Asterisk. Song Huching stopped in his tracks and looked at her in surprise. Damn, you ordered the milk tea? Right. Sume said with a red face. I will give you a salary of 20,000 an hour, and you act as an interpreter, or I will immediately complain about you. Song Huching looked at her as she raised her cell phone, rather helpless. 50,000 an hour, or I won't translate for you even if you give me a bad review. 30,000 at the most, or else we'll all die of fish, Sume said in a deep voice. Deal. Song Huching smiled and nodded. Just now 10,000 an hour almost stopped without a fight. Sume looked at him and couldn't help but bite her teeth. I'll give you 5,000 an hour and you'll do it, right? You can try. Song Huching bristled and said, do you believe me or not? I will now go over to greet his ancestors, and then say to him that you got a meal of roasted suckling pig to treat him. Sume instantly glared in exasperation. If this business deal gets messed up by this guy, she's going to bite him. Chapter 9, please follow the customs. Xiao Zhang, get a suit for this man. Halfway through her sentence, Sume looked sideways at Song Huching. What's your name? Qin Chu, Song Huching said in a serious manner. Good. After Sume gave him a look, she ordered her men to do something. After Song Huching went into the locker room to change his clothes, Xiao Zhang immediately came up and took a picture of him with a camera, then printed out the photo and put it in the work card. Qin Chu, Position, translator. I say, are you guys that sketchy? Come on, Gamal is a big client of ours. We can't afford to be unofficial. After Xiao Zhang let out a laugh, he looked at Song Huching and said, this dress kind of fits. Your boyfriend's? Song Huching snickered. Screw you, our Mr. Su. Xiao Zhang bristled. That's her boyfriend's. Song Huching laughed. She's always been alone. Where did she get a boyfriend? Xiao Zhan laughed and scolded. And whose clothes are those? It's not like she's into cosplaying men, is it? As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he felt a cold chill on his back. He glanced sideways and was met with a small, thinly veiled face. I'm going to go do something first, Xiao Zhang said with a lowered head and then slipped away quickly. Follow me. Sume glared at Song Huching before walking towards the conference room. Gamal was sitting there by now. Hello Mr. Muhammad, I am Song. I am acting as the interpreter for your business this time. After shaking his hand, Song Huching smiled bitterly. I'm very sorry for our presumption, but our interpreter also ate seafood yesterday. Perhaps the same one your interpreter went to. Ha ha ha. Gamaltan laughed out loud at that. Song, you're a very interesting man. I hope we can reach a cooperation. Song Huching laughed. I wish. Gamal smiled before looking over to Sume, who was standing on the stage, signaling that she could begin. Sume started to talk about the background of Chino and the current main models very professionally. Song Huching also dutifully began to translate, but after 20 minutes, he and Gamal yawned at the same time. Song, this is boring. I think so. Song Huching sighed. This old boss of ours, she understands perfume, but she does not understand women, even less understand men. Oh, what does that say? Gamal wondered. What is perfume? It's not a fragrance at all, it's really the seasoning of time, so that memories can carry a bit of excitement. Song Huching pointed to the perfume and said, flavor is used to stimulate the sensory nerves, especially perfume. It will make it easier for men and women to indulge in it, isn't it? Fair enough. Gamal gave a thumbs up. Perfume is just the seasoning of time, so that the memories can take on a little excitement. That's a great line. Can I use it as a tagline? Of course, if the contract is signed. It counts as a gift from us to you. Of course, if you don't sign the contract, then you're ready to receive a lawyer's letter. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders. Ha ha ha. Gamaltan burst out laughing. Muhammad, you've actually been thinking about this for a long time, haven't you? Song Huching laughed softly. For people in your country, as long as it carries the word huaxia, that's enough. As for who to choose as a partner, as long as it's not too unpleasant to smell, basically you're okay with it, right? Right. Gamal joked. Now our country is obsessed with the Chinese culture, especially the classical incense you introduced in the beginning. I think that if that thing appears in our country, it will definitely trigger a frenzy. That doesn't make it so. Song Huching pointed to his nose and said, you shouldn't look at the PPT to buy perfume, but you should trust your nose. But your plane ticket should be tomorrow, right? How do you know? Gamal was surprised, because if you don't connect or charter a plane, the only flight to Cardi is one tomorrow in Shanghai, and we don't have one at all in Linshur. Song Huching shrugged. Since you've already thought about it, why don't I take you out for a walk? It's no fun to listen to this here. Song, this is business after all. Before Gamal could finish his sentence, he saw Song Huching pull Sume to his side and sit down, then took out his cell phone and clicked several pictures. These pictures are enough for you to get back to dealing with. How about I take you somewhere where there are lots of beautiful women and you can make small talk? Well, Gamal was rather a bit embarrassed. Song, you know our teachings. Don't allow us to do those out of the ordinary things. Mr. Gamal, this is business. Although you are party A, you cannot be so unselfish and brush off our good intentions. No? So please also follow the customs. Song Huching's face was full of seriousness, which startled Sume and the others. Song, you're right. Gamal also said seriously, I think I should follow the customs. After all, I am a businessman. Let's go then. Song Huching got up. Good. Gamal stood up as well. Give me a card. Then give me the car keys and license plate, and I'll bring the contract back to you before work. Song Huching said to Sume with a sideways glance. You. Sume gritted her teeth and said, I'll agree to all your demands, but I have to follow you. It's also possible. Song Huching shrugged indifferently. Half an hour later, Footbath City. The three of them changed clothes and then lay down for a massage. Compared to the mortified Sume, Song Huching and Gamal were both calm. The two even order a bottle of brandy and chat over drinks. When half the bottle of wine had gone down, Song Huching clapped his hands. Two hairy girls immediately came in from outside and looked at Gamal with smiles on their faces. Muhammad, is your English okay? Do you want me to be your translator? Song Huching joked. No need. I think body language better expresses what I'm feeling right now. Gamal took a deep breath. Be my guest. Song Huching smiled and waved his hand. Gamal immediately walked out in a serious manner. Song Huching, on the other hand, glanced at his massage little sister. Count your full bells and go rest. Ha, I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Yes. Massage little sister glanced at him and then at Sume, turned around and walked out. Who the hell are you? Sume gritted her teeth. The delivery man. Song Huching lifted his hand and glanced at the actual. That guy needs at least one more hour. Together to count you 100. 000 well, more than an hour. How do you know? Sume froze. Because. Song Huching dropped a pill box on the table. Viagra works for about that long, though I only used half a pill. You. Sume's pupils contracted violently. This guy is crazy, right? Chapter 10, Mr. Shao Qin. At this point, buzz off. Sume's phone rang. Hey, Mr. Su, the interpreter we hired has arrived and is now coming in your direction. An assistant's voice came over the phone. Good. After Sume hung up the phone, she looked sideways, but saw that Song Huching had already changed into his own clothes, and his suit was hung up on a hanger. Maki, 100, 000. Add a flyer and I'll transfer it to you. Okay. Song Huching opened his cell phone and let her scan it. After the two of them added friends, Sume transferred 100, 000 over. Thanks a lot. Song Huching smiled at her and prepared to retreat. Chin Chu. Sume couldn't help but shout. Mr. Su has something else? Song Huching was curious. Do you want to join my company? I will give you 15,000 monthly salary. Sume lightly bit her thin lips and said, the position is assistant to the president, and there will be a year-end bonus at the end of the year. Better not. I don't like soft food. After waving his hand, Song Huching walked towards the door. Asshole, what's with the soft eating? Sume angrily rebuked and was about to send a message to scold him twice, but a big red exclamation point made her giggle. He actually deleted himself? Asterisk. One run a day. That's 5,000 runs for 10 years. After Song Huching cursed, he took a taxi to the office building and tried to ride his electric bike back, but as soon as he arrived at the downstairs of the building, he was dumbfounded. Where is his big electric car? Looking for a car? The guard smirked. Yeah, where's my car? Song Huching handed over a cigarette. Here. The guard nudged to the side. Song Huching looked sideways and instantly blackened his face. At this time a group of people were moving parked vehicles to their cars, and the arrests were for motorized vehicles. He went over to negotiate, and after enduring the pain of paying a $500 fine, that's when he pushed the car off. Under the gloating eyes of the security guard, he helplessly straddled the car and began taking orders on the spot. From 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., Song Huching ran a total of 5 orders, and one was complained about because of a delay, which docked him $5. 10 points. He dragged his tired body back home after eating a bowl of noodles at the noodle shop downstairs, took a shower, pressed on with no other thoughts, and fell back to sleep. The next day, early morning, Song Huching got up early in the morning and ran out on his electric bike again. He really didn't believe it. He could even do complex financial modeling and still be stopped by a takeout? But the reality is very cruel. Near noon, he only ran 4 orders, total income of $16.99. Hey, Song Huching found a roadside stall and sat down. And after ordering a bowl of wontons, there was suddenly a ringing in his head. Achieve 10 single achievements and get 3 draws. Well, is there such a thing as a good thing? He was overjoyed and then started the raffle while eating the ravioli. First draw. Receive a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Well, Song Huching was dumbfounded. He doesn't need this now, does he? Second draw. Get $100,000 in cash. Cut. Song Huching rolled his eyes. Third draw. Gain the path of the underworld, body scent. All you. Song Huching immediately spat out fragrance. Another $100. 000 in cash would be nice. He's a big man. What does he want with body odor? After half an hour of cursing, he eventually stopped. After all, pissing off at the cold raffle machine isn't much of a bird's eye view. Smoking a cigarette, he set off on his journey once more. I don't know if it's the cause of the light. He was in afternoon, actually ran 8 single, but did not wait for him to be happy for a long time. Suddenly a pot of cold water poured down. Another order of milk tea, but the place to deliver it is by the river in Lincoln. By the time he got to the place, the EdUp client wasn't actually answering his phone. Damn. After Song Huching cursed, he gritted his teeth and pressed the confirm delivery button, and then began to look for it. Lincoln River in the evening is almost all people, and still a bunch of situations. He kept calling, but the other party just does not answer. Still true to his professionalism, he hit it over and over again. When he was almost at the end of his walk, a sudden ringing of the phone caught his attention. A woman was sitting in front of a recliner at the moment, with a nice figure, only her hair was covered, and a compact cell phone was ringing nonstop on her side. and it was very cool with flashing special effects. Song Huching hung up the phone, and then stood still and typed once more. The other man's cell phone rang again at once, and he couldn't help but take a long breath and take 2 steps forward. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming. He couldn't help but frown, reaching out and pulling on the other man's. "Hey sis, wake up." Well, the other woman was still alert, and with just such a slight movement, she snapped out of it. The hair slipped down, causing Song Huching to be startled. Little Mr. Sheen. He couldn't really tell that the teacher was wearing school clothes, which were sweet and unusual, but now she was wearing a halter top with jean shorts and strappy heels underneath. Scary body, not to mention those long legs were longer than the life of that security guard at the entrance of Chino. "Are you, little garden dad?" Mr. Xiao Qin also stared at him in a daze. "Aha." Song Huching looked at him and smiled bitterly. "Sisters, what have you encountered? Not to drink so much?" Mr. Xiao Qin looked at him and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. "This is my own private matter." "Okay then." Song Huching sighed and set the milk tea in front of her. "This is your milk tea. Then I will leave first." After he finished speaking, he was ready to retreat, but was shouted at by the other party. "Daddy Kun, can you stay with me for a while? I can pay you for it. I'm almost ready to leave work, so I don't need to pay." Song Huching sighed and sat down on her side. "Walk one?" Mr. Xiao Qin handed over the wine. "Stop it. I'm riding my bike." Song Huching laughed and scolded. "Isn't this the end of the day?" Teacher Xiao Qin laughed. "Well, also." Song Huching glanced at the electric car not far away and hesitated. "Why don't we drink somewhere else? My car was just towed yesterday and I was fined 500. Puffing. Mr. Xiao Qin couldn't help but laugh. With this smile, she revealed 2 shallow pear swirls, causing Song Huching to be slightly stunned. "Good man. It's a good thing he's a good man. If he were a bad man, how could he hold it? Then find a place and count me in." "Okay." After Song Huching gathered up the bottles on the floor and threw them into the trash can, he led her towards his electric car. Many people on the road stopped in their tracks as they looked at the black knight's vest on him, and then at teacher Xiao Qin who was following him. "This chick isn't his, is she? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn. If this pretty girl gets on an electric car with him, I'll jump in the river on the spot." Many of the men were whispering, especially a few college students who were betting on it. Chapter 11, 20 years less traveling. Sis. Song Huching ignored the whispers and simply walked over to his little electric motor and straddled it. Teacher Xiao Qin didn't mind and sat directly in his back seat, just very measuredly not to embrace him. But Song Huching pinched the gas pedal and then slammed on the brakes. With that, Ms. Xiao Qin slammed into his back, and her arms unconsciously wrapped around him. Just before she could open her mouth, Song Huching made a beautiful U-turn and backed the car up, stopping in front of the college students who had just spoken. "Buddy," said jumping river can must jump ah, so many people watching. "You." A few college students were suddenly blushing with shame. Ms. Xiao Qin, however, laughed out loud. This person was much more interesting than she thought. Cut. Song Huching blankly glanced at the few college students and sped off with a turn of the gas. After he rode his electric bike to the charging post underneath the shore Zitingland to charge it, he took Mr. Xiao Qin to the night snack stand in front of the district and waved for some kebabs and beer. Mr. Xiao Qin didn't say anything, just propped up his chin and looked at him. Song Huching didn't say anything either and just looked at her quietly. Late night snack stall is not noisy. The main do is also the business of the neighborhood. We look up and see. No longer have the quality, cannot do anything out of the ordinary. There was just a young singer in his 30s who was sitting in front of the booth with a guitar playing some unknown song. Your string. The owner of the night stall is a middle-aged man in his 50s, running the business with his mother-in-law, but he doesn't seem to have bought a house in the neighborhood, but lives in the attic of the facade. Thanks. After Song Huching said thanks, he pointed to the singer and laughed. Business is good but also invited a singer in residence. What singer residency? That I am son. The owner of the late night snack stand said bitterly, almost 30 years old, and there is no proper behavior. Every day dreaming of being a star. It's good to have a dream after all, isn't it? Song Huching handed a cigarette over. But singing at a night stall is very difficult to get ahead. How about finding a large bar or something to bump into? Went, but people returned him. The owner of the night stall skimmed his lips, saying that the singing is not distinctive, and the guests invited him to drink and did not drink. Fake innocence. Ha! Song Huching was instantly happy and took out a red ticket and handed it to the boss. Let him sing one of his best songs, counting on my point. Ooh. The owner of the night stall looked at him incredulously. Xiao Song, this can't be allowed $100 a song. Where is such a good thing? Well, you know me? Song Huching was slightly stunned. I've lived here for almost 7 years. The residents of this neighborhood don't dare to say that they all know it. At least 9 out of 10 I am familiar with my face. The owner of the late-night snack stand laughed. Your mother-in-law's surname is Ruan. She's very pretty. And she's a celebrity in our neighborhood. Hey, so I'm still in her good graces. Ha! Song Huching feigned a sigh. Ha! The owner of the night snack stall burst out laughing, and then made a self-introduction. My surname is Xie. I bought a house in this neighborhood and live in the building next to you. Only that house I gave my son to live. I and my mother-in-law live in the store. So it is. Song Huching drifted off, and then the two of them chatted a bit more. Seeing that he insisted on asking his son to sing, Lao Xia had no choice but to walk over with the money. When Xia received the money, he was first stunned, and then with a face full of joy, he sat forward and began to show his singing voice. Does he think of me as a mistress? Teacher Xiaoqin laughed. That's hard to say. Song Huching joked. It's so late. A pretty girl and a middle-aged man drinking at a night snack stand. It's not father and daughter. It's father and daughter. Puffing. Mr. Xiaoqin couldn't help but laugh, then raised his beer and said, Go one. Walk one. Song Huching lifted his beer and clinked it lightly with hers, taking a drink. With that, he began to listen to the song while jerking off. After 3 bottles of beer, Ms. Xiaoqin's pretty face was slightly red. My name is Qin Zimo. Well, Song Huching was first stunned, then nodded with a smile. My name is Song Huching. Song Huching, very nice name. Qin Zimo said softly. Don, you want to ask me why I drink? Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. At your age, you're either in love or in money. I can't help you with either. So what's the point of me asking you? Ha ha ha. Qin Zimo laughed out loud. You're right. So tell me if I'm trapped by love or money? For love. Song Huching pointed to the bracelet on her wrist and said, This chain on your hand. The price is around 30,000. Fake. Qin Zimo snickered. Really? Then the Guerlain perfume you're wearing is also fake? Song Huching teased. Well, you know Guerlain? Qin Zimo was greatly surprised. Is this rare? Song Huching bristled. This Guerlain of yours is still a classic. Winged be scented by a 5th-generation perfumer. Hiss. Qin Zimo sucked in a breath of cool air. Who the hell are you? Even know about this? Base. Song Huching let out a light laugh and raised his beer glass to clink with her. Damn. Fortunately, in Chino's idle boredom to look at a few eyes and smell a little. Otherwise it really cannot bluff this little girl. TSK, the average guy, knowing a Chanel and being able to smell it is amazing. Qin Zimo shook his head. You can actually know Guerlain. Is rare. That's because you've met so few men. Song Huching joked. When you reach my age, you can know everything. Puffing, Qin Zimo immediately laughed again, and after laughing for a while, he was quite lost. I broke up with my boyfriend today. It's normal. He doesn't deserve you. Well, what does that say? Because he doesn't even know what perfume you use. Then naturally he doesn't know your worth. He thinks you are just an ordinary kindergarten teacher. Such a man doesn't even try to make money. There's nothing upwardly mobile. Song Huching said carelessly. Ha ha ha. Qin Zimo laughed forward and backward. Being said by you. It seems like he has little motivation. That's not? Song Huching skimmed his mouth. And look at your dress. Walking a very usual small fresh route. That means your boyfriend is an ordinary white collar. And, Qin Zimo was curious. He thinks he works hard, but in reality he is a stupid egg. Instead of trying so hard to please his boss, he should try to please you. Song Huching shrugged and said, 20 years less of a detour. Sister. That's not true. I'm the only daughter in the family. Qin Zimo also joked. If he marries me, my family has 3 buildings for rent in Yangcheng. Ooh, 3 buildings? Self-built buildings? Song Huching was surprised. No, the office building. Qin Zimo slightly raised his eyebrows. How? About wanting to take 20 years less of a detour? Chapter 12 Song Huching, Sao Yuan Mom. How can I divorce you? Want how? To give me a chance? Song Huching said in a serious manner. But you have to think clearly. I am a second marriage with children. If it's someone else I would have to think about it, but I like Sao Yuan. A lot. It's not something that's hard to accept. Qin Zimo laughed lightly. It's just that. You said my boyfriend doesn't deserve me. So do you deserve me? Hey, empty-headed. Drink. Song Huching bitterly raised his glass. Oops, giving up so soon? Not more contact? Qin Zimo laughed. What's it going to take to make contact? Let's find a place to lie down and talk about life after drinking at night? Song Huching raised an eyebrow. Okay. Qin Zimo agreed in one gulp and confirmed. You're divorced, aren't you? Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Sis, stop it. If you're really such a casual person, your boyfriend would be willing to break up with you? He just broke up with mine because I was too conservative. Qin Zimo laughed bitterly. So I am also reflecting on whether I did not do it right. Well, at the risk of asking, how far have you gotten? Song Huching was curious. Which step? What do you mean? Chin Zimo was surprised. Holding hands, hugging, kissing, and then a home run. Song Huching spread his hands and said, falling in love is roughly divided into this 4-step process, so it depends on which step you've gotten to. Well, Chin Zimo immediately reddened and whispered, the first step, holding hands? Song Huching said with a stunned face, how many years have you been together? 6 years, been together since freshman year. Chin Zimo said with a wink, then it's only right that he breaks up with you. Song Huching sighed, if I'm not wrong, you guys should be living in a 2 or 3 room house, and then you have 1 room each, and you don't even share the bathroom, right? Yeah, how did you know? Chin Zimo was surprised, with you which is in love this is invited a female bodhisattva Song Huching laughed bitterly, you have neither the intention to get married nor hang on to someone else so much, it is not very appropriate Nonsense, I have plans to get married. Chin Zimo's almond eyes rounded, my intention is to get married after our jobs have stabilized. Stable job? The corner of Song Huching's mouth twitched. Sister, how much do you get paid a month? Can you and your boyfriend's combined salary outrun the house price? Why run up house prices? My family. You didn't tell him about your family either, did you? Song Huching raised his wine glass and interrupted her words. You will make him very desperate. Spiritually or physically, almost no solace. Then what does he figure with you? Well, Chin Zimo cocked his head and looked at him. Silent. Have a couple more drinks and I'll take you home. Song Huching got up and opened 2 bottles of beer. It's a bit of a shame that a man who can put up with you for 6 years. Chin Zimo didn't say anything. He just picked up the wine and drank it. At this point, Xiao Xia ran over holding the guitar, and said with a face full of expectation, Brother Song, what else do you want to hear? I will sing it to you, without money. Well, Song Huching tilted her head to look at him and stretched out her hand and smiled. Why don't I sing you a song? You? Shay's eyes widened. Hey, who wasn't a literary youth when they were young? Song Huching joked. Well, Shay hesitated, but eventually handed him his precious guitar. Chin Zimo, on the other hand, blinked her wide eyes and propped her chin up to look at him, holding his guitar. Song Huching crossed his legs and started tuning it. Instead, Shay moved his own upright microphone and set it in front of him. Oi 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 oi. Song Huching smiled into the microphone. A very old song for everyone. I hope you will like it. Well, the people who were having a snack couldn't help but stop talking and all looked over sideways. Song Huching's slender fingers plucked at the chords and his mouth hummed softly. No matter how offended you say I'm a liability, staying with me is tantamount to dying uninterested. Was or is who I am. His voice is clear and very recognizable. Xiao Xie and Chin Zimo widened their eyes at the same time, especially Chin Zimo, who sat forward and looked at Song Huching seriously. After all, she was a native of Yangchang, and there was a natural affinity for listening to people sing Cantonese songs. At this point, the chorus kicks in. Is love 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 dead to love? Greedy glad for a good-natured perfunctory but realistic kiss. This is a terrible ending for us. A love-hate that can't be distinguished from truth. Song Huching doesn't sing too seriously, but it exacerbates the sense of hopelessness about love in this song. Cool love. Everyone watched him in silence, and when the last note fell, the room erupted in applause. Good to hear, dude. One more song. Out of Pocket 2. Encore encore. Dedication. After Song Huching got up and bowed slightly to everyone, he looked sideways at Xiao Xie, who was holding up his cell phone, and smiled. Go back and compose the song yourself. This song I authorize to give you. You to take it to the competition or not? How can I do it? I don't charge you money. Really? Really? Shay said in surprise. If you disappear now, what I said is true. Song Huching laughed softly. I'll disappear immediately. Holding his guitar in one hand and a microphone in the other, Shay flew towards his store. Song Huching, how could Xia Yu and Mom divorce you? Chin Zimo sent out a sole inquiry. Because I am not stable. A delivery man which is worthy of the phoenix? Song Huching joked. Nasty. Chin Zimo immediately reddened. Ha! After Song Huching pointed at her, he said aloud. Old Xie, settle the bill. Don't bother, Brother Song, this meal is on me. Xiao Xie shouted. Cut the crap. One size fits all. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and walked to the store to scan the code. Lao Xie pushed back twice, couldn't push back, and could only quote an extremely low price. Song Huching didn't treat him politely this time and swept the code away. Curbside. Chin Zimo walked to his side and tilted his head. Song Huching, do you really want to send me back? Well, what's the problem? Song Huching was surprised. You have to think clearly. My family can have 3 office buildings. Chin Zimo said in a serious manner. That's too bad. Song Huching sighed. If I'm not married, not to mention 3 buildings, your home has a building. I'm dying to pursue you not? I don't believe you when you don't have a word of truth. Chin Zimo smiled and rolled his eyes. That youthfulness made Song Huching look a little lost in thought. Chapter 13, Song Huching, you liar. After the two of them got into the cab, Song Huching sat in the passenger side. 20 minutes later, inside a still relatively upscale neighborhood, Song Huching and Shin Zimo stood in front of a house. It was only the gasps and women's screams coming from inside that made Song Huching a bit dazed. Still want to go in? Shin Zimo laughed. Am I getting a little old to read you guys? Song Huching lit a cigarette. I'm not sure if I want to marry him, so I can't give myself to him, but he's a mature man. He also has his own needs. What's wrong with him addressing his own needs? Shin Zimo spread his hands and said, suppose I make an analogy. Song Huching helplessly said, if he and unclean women that what? And then contracted a disease, and then married you at that time, do you think this is good for you? Ha! Shin Zimo took a step back in shock and covered his mouth. Song Huching was about to say something when the door to the room opened. A rather handsome young man was stark naked, frowning at the two. What are you even doing back here? And who is this guy? Hello sir, I'm the Black Knight's delivery man, and this MS. Shin hired me to come over to carry her luggage, Song Huching said in a serious manner. It's just a few pieces of rags, why do you need to move them? The young man sneered. Wait here, I'll go in and get them for you. He didn't close the door when he said that and turned straight inside to start packing. I don't want those clothes anymore, Shin Zimo said bitterly. Then you can't stay here either, can you? Song Huching bristled. What if those practitioners he shouted at wore your clothes? Stop it, I want to throw up. Shin Zimo covered his chest and braced himself against the wall with one hand. Less than 3 minutes. A large box was then thrown out, and with it the door was locked. Song Huching couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the mess all over the place. You think you seem to be doing a generous job, but in reality, you are still a child's heart, pretending to be mature. With that, he began stuffing clothes into the suitcase. Shin Zimo, on the other hand, was pale and did not speak. Song Huching didn't bother to say much about her, carrying the box and leading her downstairs. Let's find a hotel for the night and make do, then find a house tomorrow. Can I go to your place to stay for a night? Shin Zimo blushed a little and said, don't worry, it's fine for me to sleep with Xiao Yuan. No, Song Huching blankly glanced at her. I'm still in a cooling off period with my ex-wife. In case I'm seen or photographed bringing a woman home, this will affect my fight for Xiao Yuan's custody. Find your own hotel. You. Shin Zimo was instantly furious. Then I'll find a hotel next to your house. Is that okay? Whatever. Song Huching skimmed his lips before leading her to the cab. Just dropped her off downstairs at the hotel and let the driver drive without even going upstairs. Song Huching, you coward. Shin Zimo was so angry that he stomped his feet. Instead, the cab didn't even stop for a second, but instead sped up and disappeared before her eyes. She looked up at the hotel in front of her and was dumbfounded. This hotel is at least half an hour away from Shore Zeitingland, probably more. After Song Huching went home and took a shower, he quickly fell asleep. After all, even an Iron Man can't handle being tired from morning to night, can he? Just the next day, he slept until 10 o'clock, as was his habit. That means even if you are busy, you must take one day off a week. After all, the day off was the only thing that would make him feel like a person and not a machine. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Song Huching went to the charging pile and ripped off his electric car, then parked it at the motorcycle parking place before humming a little tune and walking towards the parking lot. At this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz Big G was quietly parked there. After he got in the car, he double-checked the paperwork to make sure it was all in order, and then he started the vehicle. Shoreline is not a particularly wealthy neighborhood. Mercedes-Benz Big G is still rare. Out of the parking lot attracted a lot of people's attention. Song Huching parked his car on the side of the road and then walked into the breakfast place in front of the neighborhood. Boss, a bowl of noodles. Okay, the breakfast store owner responded before snickering. Yo, why didn't you bring your girl's new mom over today? Puffing. Many people in the store laughed. After all, we are all working people, and it is a normal operation to sleep in until after 10 o'clock on Sundays to come for breakfast. You cannot bowl asterisk 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 asterisk, but also the new mom. I cannot even keep her old mom. Song Huching laughed and cursed. Don't make this joke. I don't want to be ashamed, but other girls still want to be ashamed. Hey, the owner laughed softly and didn't continue the conversation. Song Huching was about to find a seat when he realized that a familiar figure was looking at him with a puff of anger. Song Huching, you liar. Well, everyone looked sideways. No, sis, you don't talk nonsense. What did I lie to you? Song Huching hurried forward and sat across from Shin Zimo. Dude, bull. A male comrade at the next table gave a thumbs up. No, this is a friend of mine. Song Huching hurriedly waved his hand. Old Wang, next time you have to ask his girl if this is a new mom. Someone said aloud. Puffing, the whole breakfast place was laughing. Stop it, stop it. Song Huching hurriedly arched his hand to the surrounding area, then looked at Shin Zimo with a bitter smile on his face and said, if you don't go to find a house, why did you come here to eat breakfast? My house was found in the morning. In this neighborhood. Shin Zimo's face slowed down a little. I squatted you for a morning. You liar, yesterday also said to send me to this neighborhood. Hey, I'm not also do not recognize the road of Lin Chang. Son Huching face not red heart not jump said. Sisters, eat no. I invite you to eat breakfast as an apology how? I ate earlier. Shin Zimo wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at him with a puff of air. Come on, forget it then. Son Huching smiled sarcastically and took the noodles handed over by the boss, stirring them before eating them slowly and methodically. Well, why are you dressed like that today? Not planning to run a bill? Shin Zimo curiously said. I'm a human being, and if I'm a human being, I have to rest, don't I? Song Huching joked. There are still times when cows and horses don't work. Then where are you planning to go later? Shin Zimo asked again. Go to the mall to shop, buy a few clothes for my daughter. What's the matter? You have no place to go? Song Huching laughed. Not at all. I have many friends. Shin Zimo said slightly vainly. Then you can go play with your friends later. After skimming his lips, Son Huching lowered his head and continued to eat his noodles. You! Shin Zimo blared at him fiercely, itching to lift the table. Chapter 14 Hammer Scissors. 10 minutes later, Son Huching contentedly drew paper to wipe his mouth and walked to the front of the store. Boss, what did that girl eat? I'll check it out together. Her bill paid itself. The old king cheerfully said, but she was in my store more than 8 o'clock and named her name to wait for you. Well, Son Huching glanced at the puffing Shin Zimo and helplessly swept the code to pay the bill before saying aloud, Sister, I'll leave first, you take your time. Poof. Shin Zimo snorted coldly and also followed out with his bag. A group of guys who were watching the fun also walked up to the door, only to see the black Big Ben. They were all dumbfounded. No, isn't this guy in the middle of a divorce? Yeah, well, it's all over the homeowners group. He's so rich. Is his mother-in-law crazy? The old king is also a bit froze. This guy cannot be. Is trying to get rid of his mother-in-law? In the past, they all took the bus to and from work, and now they are divorced and driving on the Big Ben. Song Huching, however, didn't know what they were thinking and was about to get into the car when he was tugged by Shin Zimo. This car is yours? I'm no more shameless than to move someone else's car, right? Song Huching spread his hands and said, Not. How come I've never seen you drive Xiaoyuan to school? Shin Zimo said in surprise. My family is the richest man in China. Do I have to tell you too? Song Huching rolled his eyes. Stop it. I still have things to do. You find your friends to fool around with. No, you lied to me. You have to make it up to me. After dropping a sentence, Shin Zimo pulled open the passenger door and got into the car. Compensation? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched, and he got into the main driver rather helplessly. Shin Zimo looked at the purchase procedures in the car and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You bought this car yesterday? Teacher Xiao Qin, this has nothing to do with you, right? Song Huching frowned. Just because I have a drink with you doesn't mean that we are friends. You are too borderless. You. When Shin Zimo heard this, he was furious and his face turned red. Why are you like this? How come the two of us aren't considered friends? And you have this formalities right here in the car. How come I can't look at it? What friends? Don't bull ****** me. Song Huching lit a cigarette. Is a friend such a cheap thing? You are at most my daughter's kindergarten teacher. You're such an asshole. Shin Zimo huffed and pulled open the car door. Phew. Song Huching was about to take a long breath, but the other party sat back down. Song Huching, you're purposely making me angry to get rid of me? The door is not even there. Shin Zimo laughed coldly. Anyway, I'm relying on you today. What's up? Come on, count me out then. Song Huching laughed. It just so happens that I have to buy clothes for my daughter. Test your business ability. My business skills. What do you mean? Shin Zimo was surprised. It's your knowledge of your students. What clothes Xiao Yuan wears, what colors she likes. You won't be unaware of, right? Song Huching joked. If you refer to clothes she doesn't like, then I can doubt if yours is a good teacher. Can I still not know what she likes? Shin Zimo was quite disdainful. Drive to Linchang Plaza. Success. I'll navigate a voyage first. No, you really don't know Lincoln well, do you? Or do you think? After Song Huching rolled his eyes, he turned on the navigation and then sped off. Linchang is actually considered a new first-tier city, and there are quite a lot of large and small plazas. And because it's the capital city, there are a lot of universities here. There are more places in the university where people are more or less out of sorts. After all, the brain circuits of college students are not something that can be guessed by ordinary people. Linchang Plaza is considered a landmark building in Linchang, and Linha is just across the road. And Linha River is the dating mecca for college students, many people riding bicycles there to enjoy their youth. Song Huching, however, did not have this leisure and elegance. Straight after parking the car into the parking lot, he took Chin Zimo into the elevator and started to wander around. Aren't you shopping for clothes? The clothing section is on the 3rd floor. Sisters, when clothes cannot buy this came not to take a good stroll? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Steal half a day of leisure. You're the only one who can talk. Chin Zimo gave him a blank look, but followed him. Want some milk tea? Song Huching suddenly said. You invited me? Chin Zimo laughed playfully. Please you how meaningless let's hammer scissors. The loser to buy into it? Song Huching laughed. Sure, come on. Chin Zimo put his hand to his back. Hammer scissors. Cloth. Little garden. The moment the two reached out at the same time, Chin Zimo subconsciously looked sideways, and Song Huching also immediately changed his hand gesture. Where is little garden? Oh, wrong look. Song Huching said lightly. You are cloth. I am scissors. Line up to go. What you drink I drink. Less sugar. Well, Chin Zimo's eyebrows knit tightly, and he was about to say something when he saw the two figures suddenly emerge on the large screen next to him, as well as the entire process of Song Huching's cheating. Hey, buddy, you shoot as you shoot. Why are you so unethical? And put it on the big screen. Song Huching laughed sideways at the shooting team in the distant mall. Ha ha ha. The cameraman was also a wonderful man, only to see him say in a loud voice. You're a big man. How can you bully your girlfriend? I'd love to. Shoot someone else. After Song Huching shouted, he reached out and put his hand on Chin Zimo's shoulder and said in a serious manner. Little mister. Chin, you're a teacher. It's only right that you're willing to gamble and accept defeat, right? You. Chin Zimo punched him fiercely, then huffed and puffed towards the milk tea store. Song Huching, on the other hand, found a stool around and sat down, crossing his legs and looking at the surrounding crowd. He was too busy in his previous life. Even on Sundays, there were countless people looking for him, and even if his cell phone was turned off, there was always someone who knew where he was, talking about coincidental encounters, but actually talking about business. Such a tranquil life was one he could rarely enjoy. A stage was set up not far away, and a number of people gradually gathered around it. Song Huching glanced at it and lost interest. Lin Chang Plaza Amateur Singing Contest, an event organized by the shopping mall, but the prizes were not bad. A Hello Kitty cat that was bigger than others, and cash $5,000. It wasn't that he thought the prizes were that rich, it was just that the thing was voted on live, and as long as there were live audience chants that met the requirements, they would get the prizes. Since it's publicity, we should get a live broadcast and then build up momentum at each university in advance. Well, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh dumbly when he was halfway through talking to himself. Occupational hazard strikes again. Chapter 15, You're too much of a show. Here, your milk tea. Chin Zimo handed over a cup of milk tea. Thanks. After Song Huching took a sip, he appreciated. It tastes good. You have good taste. Sure. Chin Zimo immediately cheered up. I often come to this milk tea store, although it is not as good as the one on the 2nd floor, and this is the only flavor that can be drunk. Nice. Song Huching nodded with a smile, then joked. There is an event there. Do you want to go sing a song? Don't you like Hello Kitty? Who told you that I like Hello Kitty? Chin Zimo was surprised. I accidentally saw it yesterday when your boyfriend threw out your clothes. Song Huching laughed. You. Chin Zimo immediately made a big red face. Hello Kitty's clothes? That's all flattering. Why is this guy so bad? Didn't you say that we are both friends? What is this? Song Huching joked. So big a Hello Kitty, afraid it can also be worth a lot of money. To try it, anyway, do not enrollment fee. What do you think I wouldn't dare? I'm a teacher. Chin Zimo slightly raised his eyebrows and said. I didn't say you didn't dare. Since you're out, let's go have some fun. Song Huching held the cup of milk tea in one hand and pulled her hand with the other, burrowing toward the crowd. Chin Zimo's body suddenly went rigid, and his mind even went blank for a few seconds. The way this guy was pulling his own hand, it was almost too skillful. Sign up, Chin Zimo. Song Huching smiled at the wilting cameraman from earlier. Ooh, it's you? The cameraman laughed and scolded. What's the matter? You don't go on your own and you're signing up for your girlfriend? If you replace this thing with a battle Tyrannosaurus Rex, I can't guarantee I'll be on it. Song Huching pointed at Hello Kitty. Ha ha ha. Everyone around them laughed out loud. Chin Zimo, however, blushed a little. How old is this person? He still likes fighting Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts. What song is your girlfriend singing, and do you need accompaniment? The cameraman asked. I'll sing Zhao Xinyan's Heart Rain. Chin Zimo whispered. Okay, I'll have someone tune the accompaniment for you. After the cameraman snapped his fingers, he turned his head sideways and spoke to a young man before the other party immediately led Chin Zimo towards the stage. Dude, want it? Song Huching took out 2 cigarettes after placing 2 cups of milk tea on the table next to him. Thanks. The cameraman reached out and took it, and was about to clip it to his ear when he saw that Song Huching had already handed over the lighter, so he had no choice but to light it on fire. Song Huching, however, looked left and right. No, what are you looking at? The cameraman couldn't help but ask. I will see if anyone comes to arrest you. After all, what if this mall is anti-smoking? Song Huching honestly said. Cough cough cough. The cameraman coughed and cursed with a laugh. Good boy, you've got me as an ing bright light, don't you? Hey, you can't say that. You're still a staff member after all, right? At most they'll tell you not to smoke. They won't fine you or kick you out, no? Song Huching laughed. So true. The cameraman skimmed his mouth and said, smoking is not banned. In the Pro City Plaza, don't worry about smoking. Success. Song Huching nodded with a smile and looked at the stage with a cigarette in his mouth. Chin Zimo wore a black dress today, with a colorful hair band on her head, and her feet stepped on small leather shoes and small white socks. The whole person was both retro and youthful looking. You're all college students, right? The cameraman said without words. Ooh, where did you see that? Song Huching was surprised, and pretending. The cameraman skimmed his mouth. This little girlfriend of yours, at first glance, is the school flower. As for you, like an old man, it looks like there are a lot of chicks. Hey, why are you smearing people's innocence out of thin air? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. Can't I be a ing schoolmaster? Ha! The cameraman couldn't help but laugh. I didn't say that you looked bad. I just said that you are an old oil. Man, what happened? Been hit by me? Go go go. Cut the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching cursed with a laugh and turned his head to look at the stage. Shin Zimo's voice condition is good. Singing is not bad. Only the shouts from the stage are not very high. Not that people don't like it. Just that a lot of boys look at her motionlessly, as if they want to eat her. This aroused the discontent of the majority of female compatriots. So they shouted, as if they had been strangled, and could not make a sound. Gotta lay off. The cameraman gloated. This kind of stage, girls are at a great disadvantage, especially the particularly beautiful ones. Just for fun. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders, quite indifferent. That's true. After the cameraman saw Chin Zimo bow and walk down, his eyes turned. Beauty, your boyfriend compelled you to go up and sing. You don't let him go up and sing a song? In case you get the doll? Chin Zimo, who was a little lost, suddenly brightened up, grabbed Song Huching's arm and said, yeah, you go up and sing a song, to help me win Hello Kitty. Stop it. I can't sing worth a damn. Song Huching hurriedly waved his hand. Song Huching. Chin Zimo huffed and puffed. What's wrong? You write songs for people because you see them as pitiful. Why is me asking you to sing me a song like it's killing you? Didn't you say we are friends? Pals. Friends? The corner of the cameraman's mouth twitched a little. The kid was playing with more flowers than he thought he was. Not friends now. Song Huching made a gesture to leave. Suddenly felt a fragrant wind brush past. His back slightly sunk, and his neck was embraced by someone. Song Huching, you can either go up and give a song or you can go shopping behind my back. Chin Zimo chirped. Asterisk 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 sisters. Don't thrive on that. Song Huching hurriedly said. What does it look like in public? Hurry down. Say it ain't coming down. Chin Zimo wrapped his arms around his neck and said. Come on, go up and sing me a song. Just sing the one from yesterday would be fine. Stop it. Song Huching reached out to grab her, not expecting to touch a soft mass. Hiss. The cameraman had a bit of a toothache. Yikes. Chin Zimo also covered his chest with both hands as if he was electrocuted, and his ears turned red. No, man, smoking is allowed here, but hooliganism isn't, the cameraman reminded. Stop it, Song Huching said helplessly. I don't have eyes behind my ing back, how do I know? Song Huching, you get up there and sing. Chin Zimo also went out on a limb and reached out to put his arm around him. Damn, you guys are so showy. The cameraman couldn't help but sputter and tilt his head to the side. Sing, 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 let go of me first, will you? After Song Huching said rather helplessly, he looked at the cameraman. Is there a guitar? Lend a guitar. Chapter 16. You can't be like this. Your family has 3 office buildings waiting for you to inherit them. Forget the guitar. I'll turn out the piano and drums for you. The cameraman let out a laugh before waving his hand at a short distance away. The youngster immediately ran over with a guitar and handed it to Song Huching. No, how did he know we wanted guitars? Well, Song Huching was only halfway through his sentence when he realized that the stage was empty, and the audience underneath the stage, as well as the big screen, were facing him and Chin Zimo. Isn't this better than the TV show? The cameraman grinned. Ha ha ha. The onlookers burst out laughing. And who doesn't like to look at handsome men and women? Come on, count on you. After patting Chin Zimo's face, Song Huching took over the guitar and tuned it, then walked towards the stage. Snap. The stage erupted in applause. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Yong. Song Huching had just finished introducing himself. Chin Zimo then bent over in laughter. while the cameraman blacked out and flipped the work badge around his neck. This guy is a real dog. I'm going to bring you a song called Garden Party. I hope you all have a good day today. Song Hutching began to pluck the strings of his zither after giving a laugh into the microphone. Yeah, nice intro. He has a nice voice too. Handsome guy too, I guess. I wonder what school he went to. As he listened to the whispers of the crowd, Shin Zimo couldn't help but puff out his chest and move forward. And in the process, he also gripped the 2 cups of milk tea that were placed on the registration table in his hands. The cameraman also had the good sense to point the camera at her. Shin Zimo's figure immediately appeared on the large screen behind Song Hutching. The two were framed together, but it was a sigh of relief for many men to say yes. Amber dusk like sugar in a very beautiful distance. Your face has no makeup and I'm madly in love. Thoughts are stretched with the shadows in the evening. Ah! Screams resounded throughout the square. No! He's coming for real? The cameraman looked at Shin Zimo. Which university are you from? He wrote this song himself, right? I'm not telling you. Shin Zimo's eyebrows were slightly raised as he looked at the stage with a soft gaze. I'm up against the sun. Just want to hold the umbrella for you. You lean on my shoulder. When Song Hutching played the chorus, the mall lobby was already filled with people inside and outside. Screams rose and fell, while the big screen behind him was always aimed at Shin Zimo. By the time the last note dropped, the youngster was waiting off stage holding an overwhelming doll and $5,000 in cash. Thank you all. My name is Lu Yong. After bowing deeply to the stage, Song Hutching carried his guitar towards the stage. Not waiting for the crowd to shout one more song, he quickly took the milk tea in Shin Zimo's hand, and then stuffed the doll into her after pulling her hand and dashed away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The cameraman snarled. Damn. I was just focused on filming this kid's girl. Underground parking lot. After Song Hutching stuffed the doll into the back seat of the car, he complained quite a bit. This thing is also too big. What is the name of the song you just sang? Shin Zimo said with a red face. What? Song Hutching didn't react for a moment. It's called the Garden Party, isn't it? Shin Zimo whispered. Well, after Song Hutching set both cups of milk tea in the car, his hands grabbed Shin Zimo's arm. Sister, you wake up. Buddy is a divorced old man with a baby. You cannot be like this. Your family has 3 office buildings waiting for you to inherit it. Song Hutching, why are you so annoying? Shin Zimo's petulant rebuke resounded throughout the underground parking lot. Promenade Mall. Song Hutching walked in front of him, and Shin Zimo huffed and puffed as she followed him. But after walking for a while, Song Hutching suddenly felt his arm being tugged, and when he looked sideways, he saw Shin Zimo wrapping his arm around him. What are you looking at? No, I thought you said you had a conservative personality. Song Hutching said helplessly. What's going on with us? How long have we only known each other? You're just starting to snuggle. This isn't appropriate, is it? Asterisk 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 you. Shin Zimo's almond eyes rounded. I'm single. You're also single. I'm now officially dating you. Can't I? No, you're not. Besides, don't I realize the problem you're talking about? If I keep this up, no boy can stand me, right? Shin Zimo beamed. I mean, it's fine with me if you have any problems, but I don't want to go out with you. Song Hutching said seriously. I just jumped out of my cage and you want to pull me back in? You're thinking beautifully. You. Shin Zimo was so angry that he was trembling. Then he opened his arms and wrapped them around his neck and buried his head. Asterisk 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 why are you still biting? Song Hutching cried out in pain, then took 2 steps back and covered his neck. Next time you dare to talk nonsense, I'm not biting you here. Shin Zimo said with a stern face. Well, Song Hutching unconsciously lowered his head and covered his little old man. Song Hutching, you're going to die. Shin Zimo screamed and lunged. Song Hutching scattered his legs and ran away, and she chased after him with her skirt in hand. After running for a while, both of them sat down on chairs in the mall. Out of breath, Shin Zimo hesitated and leaned against him. Go on. What's wrong with you for not having any bones? Song Hutching shook his shoulders. Song Hutching, don't force me. Shin Zimo gritted his teeth. If you push me again, I'll fight you. With that she was ready to lift her own skirt and straddle him. Come on. I'm sorry. Song Hutching hurriedly pressed her hand. Sweat seen on his forehead. Poof. Shin Zimo's face slowed down a little and she snuggled into his side. Instead, his eyes looked at the surrounding stores, and when he saw the name of one, he couldn't help but light up, reaching out and pulling him along. No, where is this going? Song Hutching was surprised. Shut up, you're coming with me. Shin Zimo turned around and chided him just a bit before he let him inside. No, it's a couple's outfit for sale, and a ING student's outfit. You don't bull asterisk 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 me. How old am I? Song Hutching looked at the store's furnishings and couldn't help but look bitter. Even though he was only 28, he was a little embarrassed to be asked to wear this. If you don't say it, how will others know? Shin Zimo rolled a playful white eyes. Just now that cameraman also thought that we two are college students. Hurry, clothes do not want you to pay money. I buy to give you. Don't be into it? Song Huching laughed bitterly. No, do you believe me or not? I'll drag you along to the fitting room. Now, Chin Zimo said with wide eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you're not possessed by a ghost, are you? Song Huching reached out and stroked her forehead. Spitting, you and your boyfriend only held hands for 6 years before. You shouted at me to go to the fitting room? Chapter 17. Where is your family's ancestral grave? Can you show me? Song Huching was worn out by Chin Zimo and had no choice but to take the clothes and go into the fitting room, but only when he took the top off. The door was pushed open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He immediately tried to put his body against the door, but the other party moved faster and drilled right in. That's a nice body you've got there. Chin Zimo was quite surprised. Song Huching naked upper body, gossip abs neatly, not to mention that biceps is also very powerful. Let her quite a bit, cannot move her eyes. No, sis, that's not right. How am I wrong? Chin Zimo bristled. I changed my clothes and came in to see if you changed. What? Is this also against the law? No, I really can't see where you are conservative. Song Huching laughed bitterly. If you want to behave so well in front of your boyfriend, he shall not be mesmerized by you? Maybe. I don't like him. Chin Zimo sighed. When I was in college, he was very good to me, and it's not too much to say that nothing is too much. So I got together with him in a haphazard way, but after being together for so many years, I still feel that I can't accept him. You don't like him, you just enjoy the feeling of being pampered. Song Huching sighed slightly. If you really liked someone, you would hate sleeping with them every day. Well, you're right, Chin Zimo said with a red face. Maybe I really didn't like him. Then get the hell out of here, slag girl. Song Huching reached out and grabbed her head, then pushed her out, then locked the door to the fitting room. Yikes, Song Huching, you asshole. Chin Zimo fiercely kicked the door of the fitting room, attracting many sideways glances. 5 minutes later, the door to the fitting room opened. A campus-style Song Huching walked out, causing the originally exasperated Chin Zimo to instantly light up. The small blue suit with the small vest and small shirt, coupled with that upright figure, even the ready-made clothes were worn with a tailor-made feeling. Well, Song Huching laughed. Not bad, sloppy. Chin Zimo boarded his little face. Here, this is the leather shoes I chose for you. You wear them together and try. With that, he bent down to change his shoes. Sisters, this cannot be allowed. Song Huching hastily shrunk and sat on a stool to change his shoes. You're more conservative than I am. Chin Zimo snorted and sat down on his side, propping up his chin to look at him. It's summer. It'll be hot with your hair so long. Do you want to get a haircut? Sure. Song Huching bristled. This long hair is hard to wash and hard to take care of. Just what? It's just that, in this heat, are you sure we want to go out in this? Song Huching pointed to the clothes he was wearing. It's not like I bought it to wear now. Chin Zimo's pretty face reddened, and then she picked out another thin shirt and tie to signal him to change into, but she herself walked away. Hey, Song Huching sighed and walked towards the fitting room again. 5 minutes later, he changed his clothes and walked out, only to see Chin Zimo already carrying 2 or 3 bags. I'll settle the bill. Come on, I'll take you for a haircut. No, my clothes. Oh, right. Chin Zimo immediately took his clothes, and after folding them in 3 or 2 times, she put them in the bag, and then she took his hand and walked outside. Sister, you have 3 buildings to collect rent. Money cannot be spent like this, is not it? Song Huching helplessly said. This trip at least consumed more than 7,000. Top your 2 months of wages. I'd love to, wouldn't I? Chin Zimo blankly glanced at him. Besides, if I'm hiding, like before, what if I get a boyfriend again and he runs away? But, we are just friends, right? Song Huching said timidly. Can't I use you as a test subject? Why are you so nagging? Go. Chin Zimo pinched him impatiently, then led him straight up to the 6th floor. Song Huching looked at the barber store in front of him. No, this should be called a barber studio, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This thing is open in a mall and it's by appointment only, so I don't think the spending will be low. As rich as he was in his previous life, he stayed away from places like this. After all, being rich and being stupid are 2 different things. But Chin Zimo had already gone up and communicated with the store manager, and before Song Huching could react, he was pressed against the stool. Click. The rather feminine but bearded barber cut his long hair right off with a pair of scissors. Keep it brief over here. Yes, less. It's going to be a little bit of bangs. It could be a little bit shorter. The color. Pick a linen. Slightly brown. Chin Zimo didn't move away. He stood right beside the barber and kept directing the barber to cut his hair. I say, sis, if you don't know how, don't command blindly, okay? Song Huching said with trepidation. Who said I wouldn't? My dad raised me from a young age by cutting hair. Qin Zimo rationalized, if I don't get into college, I'll inherit the family business. Well, Song Huching widened his eyes. Your father bought 3 office buildings by cutting hair? Are you sure it's a haircut, not karma waste? Puffing, the barber couldn't help but laugh as well. Asterisk 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 Q. Qin Zimo saw Song Huching did not believe, directly pushed away the barber. His own personal hands. My family's office building is because they expropriated my family's land. My father was not very short of money, simply into the partnership, which is not more and more big, and finally up 3 office buildings. Song Huching was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth. Where is your family's ancestral grave? Can you take me to see it? Ha ha ha. Half the barbershop laughed. Song Huching, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll shave your yin-yang head, do you believe me? Qin Zimo said angrily. Shin, don't you dare mess around. Song Huching immediately closed his mouth. After all, whoever saw the scissors gesticulating in front of his eyes, are a little afraid of not. 2 hours later, Qin Zimo sized up Song Huching and was satisfied. If it weren't for the fact that you're taking little garden, it would be even more handsome to get you a granny gray. Want another tattoo? Song Huching did not have a good mood. If that is the case, I still open a fart of labor. Also, Qin Zimo shrugged before pulling out his cell phone and scanning the code to pay. Song Huching couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as he listened to the voice broadcast in his ears. He now believed that this girl's family really had 3 office buildings for rent. Otherwise, which ingrate would spend more than $2,000 for a haircut? Or do it himself? Come on, put your stuff away and eat. Qin Zimo very naturally took his hand. Song Huching drew a little but didn't draw it off, so he could only let her go. Chapter 18, Dead Licking Dog. What are you talking about? Qin Zimo was in high spirits today and made sure to drag Song Huching to Thai food. Song Huching protested a bit, saying that Thai food was bad, but Qin Zimo simply ignored him, and went straight to the restaurant with him directly on his arm, and also wanted him to order food. He had to go to the restroom first. Song Huching had no choice but to go into the dining room and sit down first. But I didn't expect a tiny person to walk up beside me before my butt was even warmed up. Daddy! Well, Song Huching looked down and was dumbfounded. How come this girl looks so much like the one at his house? Why are you here? An exclamation of surprise sounded immediately afterward, causing him to glance sideways. Well, that's quite a coincidence. Song Huching looked rather helplessly at Su Ching and Ruan Xingyao, as well as Ruan Xingyao's little licking dog. A follower is a follower. What's coincidental about it? Qin Chu bristled. Mr. Qin, are you trying to become a celebrity? Song Huching smirked. Qin Chu immediately changed his face. Song Huching, what are you doing here? Ruan Xingyao frowned. I've come to watch you eat. What else could I do? Song Huching hugged Song Xiaoyuan and sat her down on her side. Watch me eat? Ruan Xingyao's pretty face blushed and whispered. This is a public place, not a place to talk about those things. No, are you out of your mind? Song Huching helplessly said. You don't think I really can't afford to divorce you, so I followed you here, right, sister? Seriously, I now can't wait to divorce you right away. Everyone is better off. Song Huching, why are you talking like this? Su Qing frowned. Although you and Soft divorced, but in the end you have a small garden, not to make such a mess, right? So what do you want me to say? Song Huching helplessly said. I came to eat. You guys said that I came with me to sit in the restaurant. You guys asked me what I came to do. In the end, is it me who has a problem, or you guys who have a problem? Su Qing was instantly speechless. Song Huching, what are you doing? Suddenly a soft bellowing voice came. I go to the restroom and you start hitting on little girls, don't you? Well, everyone was dumbfounded. Ruan Xingyao looked at the youthful and lively Qin Zimo and couldn't help but clench her fists. What you're holding here is, well, little garden. When Qin Zimo saw Song Xiaoyuan, he immediately changed his smiling face, his tone sweet and greasy. Xiaoyuan, why are you here? Who did you come with? With my mom. Song Xiaoyuan pointed at Ruan Xingyao. Mom? Qin Zimo glanced sideways and was meeting Ruan Xingyao's eyes. Are you, Mr. Xiao Qin? Ruan Xingyao said with some uncertainty. Hello little garden mom, my name is Qin Zimo. Qin Zimo nodded to her graciously, and then called out to the waiter and asked for a children's chair to be placed on his side. You are with Mr. Xiao Qin? Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. Not for a while. Qin Zimo lightly laughed. Song Huching is a responsible father. He wants me to get in touch with Xiaoyuan for a bit more before deciding. After all, I am Xiaoyuan's teacher, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the child to accept it at once. I thought you were more infatuated, Qin Chu said in a conspiratorial manner. This is only a few days. There is a new person around. Me ba, dead licking dog. What are you talking about? Qin Zimo said with a sideways glance. Don't think that I don't know you. I've seen you drive a mess. Run over to pick up Xiao Yuan from school when Song Huching wasn't divorced yet. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. The phrase dead lickers is a bit of a stretch. Do you believe that I will go to complain about you? Qin Shu said angrily. Complain all you want. Big deal. I quit. What's the matter? I'm not afraid of you? Qin Zimo sneered. Oilhead and powder face. Like a pussy. Still complain about me? Hurry up and go. Dead puffer. Ha ha ha. Song Huching burst out laughing. Su Qing also couldn't help but lower her head and pinch her thighs violently. Mr. Xiao Qin, please speak with respect. Ruan Xingyao squarely said. Qin Shu and I aren't together, and he's only taking me to pick up and drop off the kids on the way. So I didn't count as wrong when I called him a dead-licking dog, did I? Qin Zimo laughed lightly. Since we can't talk, then just don't talk. Thanks, handsome. Song Huching gave a thumbs up. A little something. After Qin Zimo slightly raised his eyebrows, he then looked at Song Xiao Yuan again with that sweet and greasy voice and said, Xiao Yuan, do you want to eat shrimp? The lemon shrimp here is delicious. But I'm here to sit and eat with Mom. Song Xiao Yuan hesitated. It's okay, it's the same as eating with your dad and teacher. Qin Zimo rubbed her head and said, Teacher Xiao Qin will order you a piece of cupcake and then peel lemon shrimp for you to eat, okay? Song Xiao Yuan glanced at Ruan Xingyao before looking at Song Huching. It's almost time. You still have to go to school tomorrow. Go back with me later. Song Huching laughed. But my clothes are still at Mom's. Song Xiao Yuan whispered. It doesn't matter. Later for dinner. Your father and I will take you to buy new clothes. Qin Zimo pinched her cheeks and said, Originally, we came to the mall to buy clothes for you today as well. It just so happened that we met you, and you can still go and try them on. Really? Song Xiao Yuan tilted her head and said, Really? Song Huching nodded with a smile and said sideways, Ms. Ruan, I'll pick up Xiao Yuan later. As for the clothes she stored at your place, put them at your place for now. You can still pick her up if you miss her over the weekend. The weekend isn't over yet, and I came to buy clothes for her too. Ruan Xingyao frowned. Then let's each buy our own. It doesn't matter. Qin Zimo laughed. Poof. Ruan Xingyao hummed lightly and didn't say anything. Qin Shu didn't dare to speak either. This little was too tough. The phrase dead-licking dog almost broke his heart. After Qin Zimo ordered a table full of dishes, he didn't eat a bit himself, but instead served Song Xiao Yuan first. I was busy peeling shrimp, wiping my mouth, feeding the cake, and wiping my mouth again. I'd say, you're almost done. Song Huching couldn't help but knock on the table. Stop acting. Hurry up and eat. Acting what? That's how I fed her in kindergarten too, alright. Qin Zimo bristled. Well, Song Huching looked towards Song Xiao Yuan. Yes, that's how teacher Xiao Qin fed me in kindergarten too. Song Xiao Yuan proved. You're 4 years old. You're not a child anymore. You need to eat on your own. Song Huching said helplessly. I know. Song Xiao Yuan hurriedly took the cutlery herself and ate by herself. She is only 4 years old. Do you think it is 14 years old? Qin Zimo dissatisfied. You let her peel the shrimp by herself. In case she sticks her hand, what to do? Xiao Yuan, don't listen to your father. The teacher will peel the shrimp for you, she said, getting back to work. Ruan Xingyao looked at the harmonious family of three. Really no appetite. Chapter 19, This little mouth is like poison. Qin Zimo was really patient. She fed Song Xiao Yuan before she started eating herself. It was during the meal that he kept talking to Song Xiao Yuan for fear of leaving her out in the cold. Song Huching, did you find a job? Su Qing suddenly said. Found it. After Song Huching returned the favor, he continued to eat slowly and methodically. What's the job? Ruan Xingyao asked with a frown. Run the takeout. Black Knight. Song Huching laughed. Takeout? Qin Chu immediately sneered. You used to earn 6,000 a month even if, now you still go to run outside. Can earn 6,000 a month? Dead-licking dog. What's it to you? Qin Zimo disdain. See, you wearing a body or not more than 5,000 yuan is not as expensive as a piece of jewelry of my mother. You show what superiority? Lousy wasn't talking to you. Qin Shu said angrily. Song Huching isn't talking to you either, so you better keep your mouth shut or I'll stick a fork in you. Qin Zimo raised the fork in his hand and raised it. You. Qin Shu was half choked, but he didn't dare to provoke this crazy woman. Can you feed Xiao Yuan by delivering takeout? Ruan Xingyao sighed. Why not? Qin Zimo lightly laughed. Ms. Ruan, actually you're overthinking. Song Huching to run a takeaway, it's just his hobby. Ms. Qin, you've only known him for a few days? And how well do you know him? Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. At least, should know a little more than you do. Qin Zimo winked and said, have you ever thought that he might be 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than this dead-licking dog beside you? No matter in which aspect. Song Huching, in the end we are husband and wife. You must not go and do something stupid. Ruan Xingyao laughed bitterly. Borrowing online loans and stuff is to be paid back. Are you clear about that? Net. Net lending? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. Qin Zimo's eyes also widened. She finally somewhat understood why Song Huching had divorced Ruan Xingyao. This woman, after all, looked down on Song Huching from the bottom of her bones. Teacher Qin, you're still young. You'd better look around more. Ruan Xingyao sighed. After all, Song Huching, he's already struggling enough to raise a child. Of course, if you don't mind Xiao Yuan can live with me. No need. Qin Zimo frowned. Ms. Ruan, I can't talk to you. If I'm with Song Huching after we get together, I'll take on the obligation to support Xiao Yuan. He doesn't have any money. I do. Yoo-hoo, that's pretty big. Qin Shu sneered. Teacher Qin, how much money do you have? Let us open our eyes as well. At least smashing your broken Porsche isn't a bit of a problem. Qin Zimo said in disgust, driving a 6-year-old used Porsche and waving it around. Do you think that women nowadays are all cuties? No? Well, how did you know that car was secondhand? Song Huching wondered. Thought he had a provisional license plate when he first drove it here, but a 6-year-old model. Qin Zimo bristled. Qin Shu felt like he was going to explode with anger. If he wasn't in a public place, he really wanted to fight this. That little mouth is like it's coated in poison. You are sharp-eyed. Song Huching complimented. Otherwise you think kindergarten teachers are so good? Qin Zimo laughed and scolded. Not only do I have to deal with the children, but I also have to deal with the children's dads. I don't know how many people send me strange messages. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. No wonder people say it's hard to be a kindergarten teacher. It's really quite difficult. Okay, have you eaten yet? Eat well and go shopping. Qin Zimo laughed. Success. Song Huching stood up and was about to hug Song Xiaoyuan, but I didn't expect Qin Zimo to pick Song Xiaoyuan up, put her on the ground and stand, and after retying her shoelaces for her, he recombed her hair. Kun, I'll see you tonight. Goodbye teacher. Song Xiaoyuan placed her hands in front of her body and bowed slightly to Qin Zimo. So good. Qin Zimo hugged and kissed her before going to the front desk to pay the bill. Ms. Ruan, will I pick up Xiao Yuan at night, or will you send her back? Song Huching laughed. I'll send it back. Ruan Xingyao shook her head and said, Song Huching, if you really are in a relationship with teacher Qin, then talk to her about the situation at home. I will. Enjoy yourselves, all three of you. After Song Huching hugged Song Xiaoyuan, he waved at them and then walked towards the door. He changed. I don't even recognize him. Ruan Xingyao said with complicated eyes. Maybe that's really him. Su Qing spread his hands and said, I have been thinking for the past 2 days. Is he changed? Or is this the real him? What do you mean? Qin Shu frowned. Back then, he gave up a major university for you and went to the same school as you. Then you realized that he gradually became mediocre. Su Qing sighed. I'm not an education-only theorist, but I think that someone who can go to the capital university, how can he be mediocre? Ruan Xingyao's pupils contracted violently. You mean, I made him mediocre? That's not true. Su Qing laughed bitterly. I think he just wants to see if you really love him or not. What do you mean? This guy spent 6 years trying out Softy? Qin Shu was surprised. He can be much smarter than you think. Su Qing said without a clue. It took 6 years to test Soft. I think it is a normal thing. Perhaps, he is not as mediocre as you think? No way. He's always been like that. Ruan Xingyao gritted his teeth and said, since college, he has been playing games or going out with his friends in addition to playing games. And he has never thought about earning money, or even graduating, and he has not much of an upward mobility. And this is something that you know all about. Maybe. Su Qing is too lazy to argue with her. Just pointing to the smiling Qin Zimo said, that skirt on her, Chanel, more than 40,000 yuan. Bracelet on her hand is almost more than 20,000 yuan. And the perfume she sprayed is Guerlain, a bottle of more than 600,000. Now what do you think? Is she smart, or are you? Ruan Xingyao fell into silence. Qin Shu was also taken aback. He was rich, but not that rich. Over $600,000. How many chicks can he play with? Alright, since the divorce is over, let's start a new life. Su Qing shook her head and said, I feel that Song Huching is also living a good life. Now at least, he is more thoughtful than you. Yeah, he thinks better than I do. Ruan Xingyao let out a long sigh, then looked at Song Xiaoyuan who was staring with wide eyes. Song Huching had never looked at him squarely from the moment he entered. The attention was on Subaru, all more than on her. The two had been together for so many years. She could feel it. Chapter 20, I've done this before. It doesn't quite work. Your ex-wife doesn't have a good eye. Qin Zimo bristled. Hey! Song Huching shouted out in displeasure. What's the matter? Am I wrong? Qin Zimo coldly grunted. She put you don't want. Actually go to want that dead licking dog. You look at that licking dog's appearance. Outside strong and dry. Look as if it is very rich. In fact, it is just average. Don't judge other people's business out of hand. Song Huching helplessly said, if she is a stranger, it doesn't matter if we judge her, but she is Xiao Yuan's mother. If we are so mouthy, it's not good for Xiao Yuan. Well, Qin Zimo froze and looked at him. You are doing it for Xiao Yuan? That's why you don't like me talking about Ruan Xingyao? What else do you think I do it for? For love? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, arguing with you here for someone I don't love. Do you think I have nothing to do when I'm full? Hey, too. Qin Zimo was happy again for some reason and reached for his arm to enter a branded children's clothing store. This time Song Huching didn't say anything else, but just followed behind her and picked out her clothes. That's a nice dress. Hey, this little set of straps is nice too. Hairpin. Waiter, get me that crystal hairpin. Qin Zimo didn't know whether it was because she was inspired by motherhood or the clothes here didn't cost any money. She frantically picked out the clothes, surrounded by 3 attendants to help her with the payment. Seeing this, Song Huching didn't bother to follow her, instead sitting on the sofa and flipping through a magazine. That's quite a coincidence, meeting twice in one day. A fragrant breeze brushed past, and Su Qing sat across from him. Well, Song Huching looked sideways, only to see that Song Xiaoyuan had just wanted to run over, but was halfway pulled away by Qin Zimo. Seeing this, Ruan Xingyao also helplessly walked over and sat on Su Qing's side. What about Mr. Qin? Song Huching was curious. His company has something temporary. He went back first. Ruan Xingyao sighed. Song Huching, what exactly is the relationship between you and Mr. Qin? I don't think there's any need to explain this to you, right? Song Huching closed the magazine. Just like the matter between you and Mr. Qin, I never ask about it. It's basic courtesy, isn't it? Qin Chu and I have nothing. I want to spend a few years to adjust myself, Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. Ms. Nguyen, I'm going to repeat myself to you. Song Huching laughed bitterly. I respect you, because you are Xiao Yuan's mother, but it doesn't mean that I want to hear about who you are happy to be with and what you are happy to do. I can accept it, but be a man and have some sense of boundaries, and please don't ask questions about my business. What I'm doing, what I'm with, that's my business. You, Ruan Xingyao frowned and was about to say something, but was stopped by Su Qing. Song Huching, Softy is also just concerned about Xiao Yuan's life, nothing else. You all don't have to worry about Song Xiaoyuan's life. I can support her, and if you think I'm treating her poorly or that she's not having a good time, you can take custody back. Song Huching lit a cigarette and said softly, of course, this one, we can add to the divorce agreement. Ruan Xingyao fell silent. By the way, how's the takeout market now? Is it good to run? Su Qing was curious. Not bad. Song Huching laughed. Running a takeaway is actually a very interesting thing. You get to meet a lot of different people and a lot of very interesting things. Like what? Subaru teased. This is not good to talk to you, because it involves other people's privacy. Song Huching smiled and said, on the contrary, what is the situation of wearing professional clothes every day and hanging around like a street skater? Asterisk 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 you. You're the street skank. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. My company doesn't have a lot of things. It's all my sister who is dealing with. Her that person's strong character. I can't get along with her, but she refuses to let me not go to work. So it's just like this Mino. Oh, where did this kind of fairy sister come from? Introduce me to her. I also want to not work, but someone is supporting me. Song Huching joked. No, isn't Ms. Qin rich? Can't you not work if you're with her? Su Qing lightly laughed. This is not good. Song Huching shook his head. After all, I am married with a baby. People are still union unmarried little girl. I am with her. She still has to go and break up with her family. It is not good to harm people. You're not with her and she's still so defensive of you? Su Qing narrowed a pair of peach blossom eyes and said, friends. Song Huching bristled. She treats me as a friend. I treat her as a friend. Friend is bullied. Not to say two ribs. Righteousness is still doable, right? She doesn't treat you like a friend. Ruan Xingyao said coldly. That's because she's young now. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders and said, she actually doesn't know what it means to like it yet. She just thinks it's kind of fun to play with me. So that's why. That's actually kind of nice. Su Qing laughed. While people are young and don't know any better, get married first. I've done this before, and it doesn't quite work. Song Huching sighed. Ha ha ha. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ruan Xingyao, on the other hand, glared at him with a red face. How did this guy become so foul-mouthed? 20 minutes later, Qin Zimo sat down on Song Huching's side with great interest, pointing at Song Xiaoyuan and saying, do you see how the clothes I chose for her look? At this moment, Song Xiaoyuan was dressed in an aqua blue Princess Elsa dress. Her hair was recombed and pinned with a crystal hairpin, while her feet were wearing a pair of small white socks and small leather shoes. The whole person looked both delicate and cute. Good eye. Song Huching first gave a thumbs up. then curiously said, "But, sis, this is a spring and fall outfit. The sun is shining outside. Wearing this thing will be hot." "Oops, I'm not wearing it to show you." Shin Zimo laughed and scolded. "I bought her a lot of summer clothes, and this is the only set of spring and fall clothes I bought. Then I can trust your vision." Song Huching got up and walked towards the counter. Seeing this, Shin Zimo just wanted to follow him, but after seeing Ruan Xingyao and Su Cheng, he sat back down. "What? Worried that he doesn't have the money to settle the bill?" Su Cheng laughed lightly. "That's not true." Shin Zimo snickered. "I'm just worried that Miss Ruan will regret it when the time comes." "I regret it?" Ruan Xingyao was laughed out of raw anger. "Mr. Shin, you may not know what kind of person he is, but I've lived with him for 6 years, and I know very well. You're being too absolute." Shin Zimo shook his head. "After living together for 6 years, you don't necessarily know what kind of person he is, as long as he doesn't want you to know." "What does mean?" Ruan Xingyao froze. Sweep successful. FMS arrived in the amount of $74,800. Chapter 21, Has he been lying to me? Over 70,000? Not only Ruan Xingyao, even Su Ching was taken aback. "No, sis, what did you buy? Why is it so expensive?" Song Huching walked over. "That crystal hair card is the real thing. More than $30,000 ah." Shin Zimo laughed. "The real thing?" Song Huching came to Song Xiaoyuan and looked carefully for a long time. "Not. What brand is this thing? A little bit of broken diamonds sold so expensive?" "Hermes." Shin Zimo pointed to the store's logo and said, "Didn't you look when you came in? Hermes children's clothing collection." "Okay," Song Huching helplessly said, "but this thing to bring out is not too flashy. In case in the school was broken. This is not harming people? Asterisk 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 you. How can this thing be brought to school?" Shin Zimo laughed and scolded. "Usually put it at home, when we take Xiao Yuan out to play on vacation. Then put this hair card on." "All right." After Song Huching gave a laugh, he turned his head sideways and said to the clerk, "My car is full of things. These things are afraid that they can't be put down. Later you send me over according to the address." "Okay, Mr. Song." The waiter hastily nodded his head in agreement. "Are you guys still going to hang out here, or are you planning on going back?" Song Huching looked at Su Cheng and Ruan Xingyao again. "You bought her so many clothes, it seems like there's no need to buy them for a while." Ruan Xingyao shook her head. "We're also ready to go back. After dinner, I'll send Xiao Yuan over to you." "Okay." Song Huching patted Song Xiaoyuan's head and let Shin Zimo take her to change into a set of summer clothes before he set her on his neck and walked towards the elevator. Ruan Xingyao was about to say something, but she was pulled back by Su Cheng. She hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. "By the way, what floor is your car parked on?" Shin Zimo asked. 3 floors, what are yours?" Su Cheng laughed. "I think it's 3 layers. 2. Shin Zimo looked towards Song Huching. "Yeah, 3 levels." After Song Huching answered, the elevator doors opened. The group headed toward the underground parking. "Your car or Song Huching's car?" Su Ching suddenly asked. "Of course it's his. I didn't buy a car in Linchang." Shin Zimo joked. "And it's not necessary for me to buy a car when I live close to work." "Buy a car?" Ruan Xingyao immediately frowned and said, "Song Huching, the mortgage is not yet paid off. Why do you want to buy a car?" "Well," Song Huching stopped and looked at her rather helplessly. "Soft." Su Cheng pulled her back and said rather unpleasantly, "You are now divorced from him. Whatever he wants to do, don't mind your own business. He is Xiao Yuan's father. He took out a loan to buy a car. In case there are problems with his credit in the future, it will affect Xiao Yuan." Ruan Xingyao said seriously. "Ms. Nguyen, you're so full of yourself." Shin Zimo sighed. "Do you really think that Song Huching doesn't deserve you?" "You." Ruan Xingyao opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't have the heart to say anything unpleasant. "Ruan Xingyao, I think, if it's not necessary, we should not meet in the future." Song Huching laughed bitterly. "Seriously, you can't hold anything at all except for being a bit better looking." "What did you say?" Ruan Xingyao angrily rebuked. "Facts." Song Huching sighed. "Being with you will really be very suffocating. Every word you say will make people feel uncomfortable, and even make people feel like they are failing." After he finished speaking, he put Song Xiaoyuan down and pinched her face. "Daddy, don't argue." Song Xiaoyuan hugged his thigh and said, "No fight, just a few words." Song Huching laughed softly. "After dinner, if no one sends you, I will come to pick you up. Tomorrow you still have to go to school. Don't be too late." "Okay." Song Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement. Song Huching smiled at Su Cheng before walking towards his car. Shin Zimo also followed behind him at the same pace. Ruan Xingyao wanted to say something else, but she saw the headlights of a Mercedes-Benz Big G not far away flash, and then her eyes widened. This car is more than $2 million. Even if it is a loan, you have to pay several $100,000 up front. Su Qing shook her head and laughed bitterly. Soft, maybe Qin Zimo is right. You are really very unaware of Song Huching. Impossible. He obviously doesn't go out every day when he goes home, and his performance in the company is average. How can he afford to buy this kind of car? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Some people earn their money by working, some don't. Su Qing sighed. Song Huching is actually a very smart person. When you wanted a divorce, I thought he was unable to give up you. In fact, he was convincing himself to give up you. Look at the way he dresses now, and look at the way he talks. With humor and generosity and confidence. He's just hiding in front of you. He's been lying to me? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Does he know how much I've given for this family? How much did it pay? Su Qing said helplessly. It seems like the earning money to support the family has always been in his hands, right? When you guys didn't have enough to live on, it was also his parents who were supporting, right? You. Ruan Xingyao was instantly furious. Drip. The big Mercedes-Benz G blasted its horn twice before speeding off. Ruan Xingyao suddenly felt a heavenly spin and her entire body fell to the ground. Shoreline. After Song Huching parked the car in the parking lot, he walked out of the car with the doll in his arms. Carry this thing home yourself. What's the point of giving it to me to carry? Asterisk 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 Q. Qin Zimo glared. We're on our way. What's wrong with you helping me carry it? By the way, Song Huching was surprised. You live in the same neighborhood as me? It's not just one neighborhood. I also live upstairs and downstairs with you. Qin Zimo laughed lightly. No, isn't there a young couple in the house above me? How did they rent the house to you? Song Huching was curious. Not rent, buy. Qin Zimo squinted. I added 100,000. Even the renovation fee to them. They will pack up today, and move in a week at the latest. Having 3 office buildings is pretty ho-hum. After Song Huching sighed in admiration, he was wary again. No, they won't move for a week. Where are you following me here? Follow you home. Qin Zimo rationalized. Aren't you going to run a takeaway? In the morning I take Xiao Yuan to school for you, and in the evening I take her home with me when I get off work. You take advantage of a great bargain. Okay, well, Song Huching was slightly stunned. Free babysitting? That doesn't seem to be out of the question. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Qin Zimo pushed him. Gotta. Song Huching walked helplessly towards the elevator, inwardly wondering what to eat for dinner. Chapter 22, Qin Zimo. Do you believe me when I say I can fly? Shoreline, 19th floor. Qin Zimo looked at the spotless house and couldn't help but be shocked. Are you so clean? No, it's the cleaning lady who loves to clean. Song Huching bristled. It's not like I love cleaning up the house. With that he opened the fridge and pulled out 2 halls of beer, tossing one to her. Well, I should have thought of that. Qin Zimo helplessly pulled open the pull ring of the beer can and filled himself with a mouthful. What do you want to eat tonight? Song Huching asked, leaning against the sofa. You're cooking for me? Qin Zimo exulted. No, it does it for you. Song Huching shook his phone. How to say that we are also peers. Not working on the weekend. Take care of the business of peers. Nuts. Serious people who eat takeout. Qin Zimo gave him a blank look and said, what's in the fridge? I'll do it. She didn't wait for Song Huching to answer and pulled open the refrigerator straight away. Well, what's there? Song Huching wondered. There you go. Qin Zimo did not have a good mood. You have nothing but beer in the refrigerator. Not even a Hall Coke. What's the matter? Let's drink beer dry at night? Look at what you're saying. Can't we order takeout? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. Asterisk 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 you. Go with me to the grocery store. Qin Zimo reached out and pulled him up. No, it's okay for us to eat takeout. Have a big hotel dinner. Your money fell from the sky. Ha, hurry up and go. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Zimo pushed him out without a second thought. It was also fortunate that it was a combination lock, or he wouldn't even have had time to bring the key. An hour or so later, the 2 men sat on the ground and set up a small wooden table. The table was at this point having a steaming hot pot with various side dishes being sold around it. Sisters, with all this tossing and turning, it's better to eat takeout. Song Huching said helplessly. What do you know? That's life alright. Qin Zimo placed a piece of fatty beef in his bowl after it was scalded. You used to live like this with your boyfriend? Song Huching wondered. Asterisk 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 you. How is that possible? Qin Zimo bristled. I get off work at 4 o'clock, and he doesn't arrive home until more than 7 o'clock. I'm waiting for him to eat not to starve to death. So you do you alone? Song Huching asked again. Nuts. I eat takeout. Qin Zimo rationalized. Order a takeout, even do not need to wash the bowl. Convenient and fast. Well, Song Huching didn't speak again. Qin Zimo looked at his odd eyes and couldn't help but burst into a rage. You're a little cutie. I don't like him. Why would I cook for him? Scum girl. Song Huching despised. Yo, how good do you think you are? Qin Zimo sneered. You're obviously so rich. But you lied to Ruan Xingyao that you don't have any money. What's wrong? You're not a scum? Song Huching was speechless. It doesn't seem like a good idea to explain this in any way. Let's big brother not say two brothers. Go A. Qin Zimo raised his beer and said, damn, it suddenly feels like complicity. Song Huching bitterly touched her. Maybe we all just think we like other people? Qin Zimo sighed. Well, it's the first time I've heard someone talk about slag in such a refreshingly uncluttered way. Song Huching sked. You roll. Qin Zimo couldn't help but laugh. Halfway through the fondue, the doorbell rang. Qin Zimo immediately went barefoot and ran to open the door. Little garden. Well, why are you here too? Ruan Xingyao's eyes widened. Oh, MS. Nguyen. Qin Zimo's enthusiasm subsided by a few points. Anyway, there's nothing to do on the weekend. Let's have hot pot with friends. Fondue? Su Qing glanced inside and couldn't help but laugh after seeing the two just sitting on the floor. You guys are really romantic. There are a few stools missing at home. I don't know where they went, so I had to sit on the floor to eat. Qin Zimo shrugged. Do you guys want to come in? This doesn't bother you guys, right? Su Qing hesitated. Hey, what's the interruption? After Qin Zimo let out a laugh, he took 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe rack and gave them to them before pulling Song Xiaoyuan over and putting on her shoes for her. I feel like you are more like her mom, Ruan Xingyao said with complicated eyes. Right? Qin Zimo covered his mouth and laughed. I like children, especially well-behaved children, or else I wouldn't have enrolled in the kindergarten teacher major. No? Then why don't you have one yourself? Subaru teased. It's not like I haven't met the right person yet, Qin Zimo said rather confidently. When you meet the right person, not to mention giving birth to one, give birth to 10 or 8 can be. Ha ha ha. Su Qing was instantly amused by her. Ruan Xingyao, however, couldn't laugh and led Xiao Yuan into the living room. Daddy. Song Xiaoyuan jumped into Song Huching's arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. Have you eaten yet? Didn't eat a little more? Song Huching laughed. Eaten. Ruan Xingyao laughed. It feels like you're more comfortable after you got divorced. See what you mean by that? Song Huching was amused. Who doesn't feel comfortable being divorced? Aren't you doing quite well now? Also, Ruan Xingyao sat down on the sofa and looked at him curiously. When did you buy that car? How come I didn't hear you mention it? Oh, my parents paid for it. Song Huching face not red heart not jump said. They are not aware that I am divorced, well, afraid that I am sad, so just out of money to give me a down payment for the car. Not a word of truth comes out of your mouth. Ruan Xingyao glared. I just videoed Xiao Yuan her grandparents in the afternoon. None of them know about us yet. Oh yeah? Song Huching spread his hands and said, that is the money I borrowed to buy. Here, see that little rich woman. Her family has several office buildings. Puffing, Qin Zimo couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching, don't you have a word of truth for me? Ruan Xingyao laughed bitterly. It's not like I'm trying to share your property. You do not share my property. You care where I come from. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, you every day and interrogate the prisoner like, you're not annoyed? Ah, where do I come from and what do you have to do with it? You. Ruan Xingyao immediately reddened her eyes. Song Huching, don't be angry. Softy, she is also just concerned about Xiao Yuan's future life. Su Qing hurriedly rounded off the conversation. The problem is that she doesn't believe every word I say, but then she likes to ask, what's wrong? What do I owe her? Song Huching said helplessly. Ask anyone else. Who believes what you say? Ruan Xingyao angrily rebuked. Qin Zimo, do you believe me when I say I can fly? Song Huching said with a sideways glance. I believe. Qin Zimo nodded fiercely. Ruan Xingyao was first stunned. Then she was speechless. This little girl. In the end, by the Song Huching in the end filled what soul soup. Chapter 23. There has to be someone to control me, right? Otherwise I'll be too lawless. You guys are getting along. Su Qing joked. If they don't get along, then why be friends? Song Huching shook the beer in his hand and laughed lightly. You drove a car, right? There's Coke in the fridge. Get it yourself. Success. With her long legs, Su Chang went to the refrigerator and took 2 hauls of Coke as well as a bottle of orange juice before sitting back on the sofa. After Song Huching sidled up and spoke to Song Xiaoyuan, he saw Song Xiaoyuan nod and then went to the kitchen to get a set of dishes and set them in front of her. Xiao Yuan, didn't you say you were full just now? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Can't you eat more when you're full? Song Huching said helplessly. MS. Ruan, I don't know if it's because of the marriage that caused you to become this, but this look of yours is really annoying. I'm offensive? Ruan Xingyao was angry and laughed. I have to transport Xiaoyuan to and from school every day, and I also have to go to work, and come back from work and still have to serve you guys. Do you know how suffocating this life is? Then why did you get married? Song Huching sighed. If you feel that marriage is a cage, then you should have divorced me a long time ago, and even, you shouldn't have married me. You. Ruan Xingyao was immediately choked. Song Huching, weren't you the one who proposed to Softy back then? Su Qing said quietly. I proposed. That's because I don't feel that marriage is a burden, and she feels that life is suffocating. Isn't her own choice wrong? Song Huching said slowly. Marriage and a person are not the same in the first place, not even the same as falling in love. This should have been mentally prepared. Then let's get married? Su Qing said coldly. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Ruan Xingya was also in disbelief that this would actually come out of her best friend's mouth, and that too when she was in her cool-down period. Song Huching, don't you want a smooth life? We can get married. I don't hate dealing with firewood, rice, oil and salt, and I will learn how to be a good mother. Su Qing forced herself to calm down and said, Brush. Ruan Xingyao, Qin Zimo, and Song Xiaoyuan, who was biting into a piece of meat, all looked at Song Huching. Miss Su, I fell for it once. It's hard not to fall for it a second time? Song Huching bristled. Besides, you and I have no emotional foundation at all. With your conditions, the men in Linchang are at your disposal. That's not the kind of thing you'd come up with to help a friend out, is it? Puffing, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. I see you say so grandiose, as if you are the victim of marriage as. Now it seems that you also feel bad about this marriage. Well, I just slapped a mess. Ruan's left face, and this slap of yours went on her right face. In the end, you're still bosom friends, ha. Song Huching smiled and said, You. Su Qing was instantly infuriated and hurriedly explained. What I mean is that marriage is not a problem for one person. You and Softy both have big problems. Well, what's his problem? Qin Zimo said curiously. He obviously doesn't have to worry about money, so why is he putting so much financial pressure on Softy? Su Qing sighed. Look at what you say. Is he less MS, Ruan to eat, or less MS, Ruan to wear? Qin Zimo did not think. We are all ordinary people words, then live an ordinary life. You like to live a human life? Why not go to find a small open? Over $30,000 for a hairpin. Is this the life of an ordinary person? Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. That's what I bought for Xiaoyuan. I didn't intend to let Song Huching pay for it in the first place. Qin Zimo rolled his eyes and said, I spent my own money. Is that a problem? You. Ruan Xingyao was so angry that her face turned red. She picked up her own small bag and stormed out. Soft. Su Qing immediately chased after Qin Zimo after making an apologetic gesture to him. Awesome. Song Huching said as he raised his beer can. It's only 30% played and she can't take it anymore. Cut. Qin Zimo touched him rather proudly. At this point, a small bottle of orange juice came along and touched the two whole beers. Well, Song Huching and Qin Zimo glanced sideways and both laughed out loud after seeing Song Xiaoyuan's delicate little face. Cheers. It's night. After Song Huching took a shower, Qin Zimo had already cleaned up the house. Xiaoyuan is asleep, so don't bother disturbing her. Got it. After Song Huching answered, he pushed open the door of the room while Qin Zimo went to take a shower. Song Xiaoyuan was quietly lying on the bed at this moment, her eyes tightly closed. Don't pretend. How can you sleep at this hour? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Hey. Song Xiaoyuan opened her eyes and opened her hand. Song Huching took her in his arms and walked to the living room, then turned on the TV and put on Cat and Mouse. Daddy, are you going to be with Mr. Qin? Song Xiaoyuan whispered. That's hard to say. Song Huching spread his hands and said, What's wrong? Don't like Mr. Qin? No, I just think that Auntie Susu meant it when she said she wanted to marry you earlier. After Song Xiaoyuan whispered, she ran back into the room and then lifted out her small suitcase. What is it? Song Huching probed and his eyes widened, only to see that underneath the clothes in the small box, there were 10 bundles of brand new red tickets being neatly stacked. This is Aunt Susu put in my box. She said to count it as her loan to you. And also I don't want to talk to Mom. Song Xiaoyuan whispered. Hey, you said, what the hell is her relationship with me? Song Huching curiously said. How come I don't seem to have much of an impression of her? You're asking me? Song Xiaoyuan pointed at herself and said. I'm a 4-year-old child. How would I know about you adults? Well, you're right. Song Huching touched his chin and said. How do I feel? I've only met her a few times. By the way, she and your mom are high school classmates, right? Yeah, they seem to be high school classmates. Song Xiaoyuan did give a positive answer this time. And Aunt Susu said that when she was in college, she also went to find you guys to play. Yes? Song Huching cocked his head and thought for a moment, not understanding. Daddy, what about the money? Song Xiaoyuan glanced at the bathroom, quite a bit nervous. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh, reached out and knocked her head. People are small and big. You want Aunt Susu's money again, and you want Teacher Qin again, right? Can I have them all? Song Xiaoyuan hugged his neck and said, Teacher Qin can play with me, and Auntie Susu will take me out to buy delicious food. What about your mom? Song Huching joked. Someone has to keep me in check, right? Otherwise I'm too lawless. Song Xiaoyuan sighed. Ha ha ha. Song Huching burst out laughing. This girl can be so much fun. Chapter 24, Song Huching, do you believe in love at first sight? When Qin Zimo came out, he saw that Song Huching was holding Song Xiaoyuan and watching TV, and he couldn't help but smile. Good for you, Kun. Pretending to be asleep just now. Ha, no, I fell asleep just now, but my father came over and woke me up again. Song Xiaoyuan shrugged it off. Hey, what's wrong with you? The child is asleep. Why are you waking her up to watch TV? Qin Zimo glared. It's not playing with her. Song Huching bristled. She is eating and sleeping all day long, and I am not pro. I have to work during the day, which is not only this time to play with her. Poof. Qin Zimo grunted lightly and turned around to go into the bathroom to blow dry his hair. Hey! Song Xiaoyuan poked her tongue out at Song Huching, only to have his face pinched and rubbed several times. Only when Qin Zimo blew his hair dry and came out, he realized that Song Huching was the only one left in the living room. Well, where's Kun? Here. Song Huching pointed to the clock on the wall. She goes to bed at 9 o'clock sharp? Qin Zimo was surprised. Right. Song Huching said rather smugly. This girl in my house can be very self-conscious and doesn't need me to worry about her life at all. Cut. Qin Zimo blankly glanced at him before sitting on the sofa as well. This sofa is a bit small. Do you want a bigger one? What else is this for? Song Huching said lightly. Tomorrow go to buy a few stools to make up for it. Forget it. Wait for some days. I will earn some money and buy a big house. Ooh, no more pretending. Ha! Qin Zimo laughed and scolded. You are also really pretending what poor? Now it's good. The wife ran away, right? You don't understand. Song Huching shook his head and said, the fundamental reason for my problem with Wan Xingyou is not out here, but in her group of little sisters. Little sister, you say bosom friend ah? Qin Zimo was surprised. I see that Su Qing is also quite good. She won't urge you to divorce, right? So Haru and we don't even go to the same school. Song Huching bristled. This time it was Ruan Xingyou's group of little sisters who traveled in a group. That's why they didn't come to get involved. They're bunch of fake celebrities. I don't even care to talk about them. He also now has the reasons for their divorce sorted out. The two actually had problems, but the days actually went by. Don't look at his salary is only 6,000, but the year-end bonus is still 2 to 3,000, and it's almost more than 100,000 at the end of the year. And Ruan Xingyou's salary is a little higher, almost 7 to 8,000 in hand. The two of them together amounted to more than $200,000 a year, which was actually quite good in the new first-tier city of Lincheng. And more importantly, both of their jobs were stable. That was the main factor in the two men's decision to get married. And, of course, it could have been a major factor in the divorce between the two. After all, anyone who has lived for a long time will also be annoyed, right? If you don't pretend, Ruan Xingyou would be a real celebrity. Qin Zimo laughed lightly. I'm actually not as rich as you think I am. Song Huching sighed. At least there is not much money now. I'll be damned if I believe you. After Qin Zimo laughed and cursed, he suddenly said seriously, my parents are now also urging me to get married. Originally, I planned to take my boyfriend to meet my parents at the end of the year. So, Song Huching was surprised. So what? So you go back with me in the new year? Qin Zimo glared. As for Xiao Yuan's matter, you don't have to worry about it after we get the license. I will take care of it myself. This is only half a year away from the new year. Is it so hasty? Song Huching was surprised. I think the longer two people are together, the less they will get married. Qin Zimo seriously said. Instead of this, it would be better to get married first, and then grind it out. We've only known each other for 2 days, right? Song Huching carefully said. Isn't it a little too early to talk about this? I know you don't want to get married for the time being, so I've thought about it. Qin Zimo laughed softly. When the time comes we'll just say that we've got a license, and then we'll look for 2 marriage licenses to take a picture of it, and just deal with my parents. And anyway, I don't intend to go to Yangcheng to live. Just in Lincheng is quite good. Aren't you being a little too coarse? Song Huching laughed bitterly. You are an only daughter and have a family business to inherit. How could your parents let you settle outside? It's something I can handle. Qin Zimo said seriously. Song Huching, do you believe in love at first sight? Feel free to throw up. Anyway, a cleaning will come over to clean it on January 3rd and 5th. Song Huching shrugged. Nasty. After reaching out and patting him, Qin Zimo glanced at Song Xiaoyuan's room before reaching out and wrapping his arms around his neck. I'm serious. Do you believe in love at first sight? I don't believe it. Song Huching skimmed. The son of the barbecue stall owner downstairs, Xiao Xia. He is not married either. Would you fall in love with him at first sight? Puffing, Qin Zimo couldn't help but laugh. Asterisk 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 you. He is almost 30 years old, but still have a star dream every day. This is even if, hair cape, not male and female. I look at him to be annoyed. Che, I'm almost 30 years old, and I still want to go to the delivery. What's the point? Song Huching was unimpressed. There's no such thing as love at first sight. It's just love at first sight. Ha! Qin Zimo laughed out loud. Yes, I just see the color. I like you this one, so I want to be with you. Can I? Could be. Song Huching also laughed, but you have to think clearly. This one of mine is not a good thing. Scum 3 No's, have you heard of it? Which 3 No's? Qin Zimo curiously said. No seduction, no rejection, no responsibility. Song Huching reached out and climbed onto her white thighs, smirking. Don't come crying when something happens. It's no fun. Didn't you say I was a scum girl? A scummy man with a scummy woman. Wouldn't they be a natural pair? Qin Zimo said with a slightly trembling tone. No regrets? Song Huching said seriously. Regret is for later. Qin Zimo tightened his arms around his neck after dropping a sentence. Strawberry. A thought flashed within Song Huching. The next day, when Song Huching opened his eyes, a splash of fish belly white had already turned up outside the window. He felt someone staring at him and glanced sideways to meet a pair of somewhat glowing eyes. Well, good morning. Good morning. Qin Zimo pulled the covers rather shyly. Yo, you're in 2 states here with the lights off and without? Song Huching joked. Nasty. Qin Zimo let out a pout, then reached out and wrapped her arms around him. What's the matter? You still want to do a little morning exercise in the morning? Song Huching joked. What morning practice? Oops. Song Huching, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Qin Zimo lowered his voice as if he was afraid that Song Xiaoyuan next door would hear him. Chapter 25. No. Am I reading this right? Is this guy a delivery boy? I don't know how much time has passed. After Qin Zimo blankly glanced at Song Huching, he put on one of his shirts and walked out, only to sneak a few glances towards the door before going out. Seeing this, Song Huching couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Why are you acting like a thief? Last week's reward settlement. The host earns $142 and is rewarded with $1,420. Well, Song Huching couldn't help but be dismayed as he listened to the settlement information in his mind. He originally thought that the 10 times the unit price reward was a bluff, but he didn't realize that it was settled on a weekly basis. It's not a lot of money at over $1,000, but it's actually not that little if he can run a couple hundred a month. It's just that, 5,000 orders, he has not even accomplished a fraction of it, and he does not know when it is ahead. Knock knock. Daddy! Song Xiaoyuan called out from outside the door. Well, Song Huching looked at the splash of red on the bedsheet and hurriedly covered it with the quilt before shouting, Come in, Zira. The door to the room was pushed open. Song Xiaoyuan glanced at the door and whispered, Daddy, why did teacher Qin sleep on the sofa yesterday? No, where is she going to sleep if not on the couch? Is it hard to sleep with me? Song Huching laughed and scolded. She can sleep with me. Song Xiaoyuan rightfully said, My bed is so big, it can sleep 2 people. Your teacher Qin is a very borderline person. How could she sleep with you without your consent? Song Huching said in a serious manner. But you can invite her to sleep with you today. Okay. Song Xiaoyuan shouted before wrinkling her little nose. Gotta get up or I'll be late for school. Got it. I'll be up. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he waited for her to go out before heading towards the master bedroom's bathroom. Half an hour later, he washed up and walked to the living room, but saw 3 steaming bowls of noodles on the table and couldn't help but look at Qin Zimo in surprise. You did? I can't be the one to do it, can I? Song Xiaoyuan blanked him. Ha! Qin Zimo couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyuan is so good. Eat a loose egg. Thank you, Mr. Qin. After Song Xiaoyuan said politely, she lowered her head and ate. Nice touch. Song Huching looked at the layered ham and greens on the noodles, plus that loose egg sprinkled with a bit of onion seasoning. It was indeed appetizing. That's for sure. I'm pretty good with my hands. Qin Zimo was complimented by him to be happy in his heart. Hurry up and eat. I'll send you guys to school afterward. Song Huching laughed lightly. Xiaoyuan and I can just walk there. It's not that far anyway. Qin Zimo hurriedly said. You're still delaying your work by sending us. How about, you drive my car? Song Huching laughed. I drive your car? Qin Zimo was first shocked, then grinned. This is not good. I am afraid. I drive your car to wave through the city, wait for others to gossip how to do. Also, forget it then. Song Huching shook his head. You. Qin Zimo was instantly furious and glared at him fiercely. Why doesn't this guy follow the rules? After Song Xiaoyuan glanced at her and then at Song Huching, she wisely chose to lower her head and eat her noodles. After Qin Zimo gritted his teeth and finished the noodles, he reached out and wiped Song Xiaoyuan's mouth for her, and was about to leave when he saw a handful of car keys dropped on the table. Keep this key. I have a spare. Song Huching said gently. Poof. Qin Zimo arrogantly tilted his head and didn't bother with him. Don't, then. Before Song Huching could finish her sentence, Qin Zimo quickly grabbed the key, then ran out the door with Song Xiaoyuan in his arms. I'll take Xiaoyuan to buy car interior decorations after I get off work later. You'll come straight back after work. Got it. After Song Huching answered, the corridor went silent. He finished his breakfast slowly and methodically before wandering off towards the electric car parking shed. Only he had just rolled out his electric car when he saw many people looking over with odd eyes. What's the matter? What happened? No, bro, where's your Big Ben? A middle-aged man in his 40s came over. That was borrowed. Where did I get the Big Ben? Song Huching laughed. Don't bull ***** me? It's all over the homeowners group. Another little flathead skimmed. Your girlfriend just went to the property to register your car info. Well, did you guys spread the news so quickly? Song Huching was surprised. You're not in the owners group? Pinky was surprised. Not in, this is not. Well, maybe my ex-wife is in. Song Huching snapped. Come on, man, add a flyer. I'll pull you. The little flathead did pull out his cell phone enthusiastically. Song Huching is also not good to brush off the face of the other party. Sweeping the other party the dream of 900 million girls. Brothers, your name is wild enough. Xiao Pingtu exclaimed. Puffing, everyone in the parking shed laughed. Seeing and laughing, Song Huching arched his hand and said, my side is still waiting to start. Going, have time to drink a drink together. After he finished speaking, he pulled out the black knight's vest and put it on. Then with a twist of the throttle, the electric car sped off. No, am I reading this right? This dude is a delivery runner? The little flathead wiped his eyes. Asterisk. You believe him. The middle-aged man skimmed his mouth and said, these days the rich people are not all like this. Running takeout, running drops, anyway, idle is also idle, is not it? Well, that makes sense. The crowd thought deeply, but sighed secretly. These rich maniacs. After Song Huching rode to the city center, he suddenly saw peers gathered around the entrance of almost all milk tea stores, and couldn't help but get over and hand a cigarette to the middle-aged uncle. Brother, what's going on? They're checking the milk tea store up there? Well, after giving him a sideways glance, the middle-aged uncle bristled. Newcomer? Yes. Your eyesight is so good that you saw it with a single glance, Song Huching said with a smile on his face. Then it's no wonder you don't know. Uncle skimmed. From the day before yesterday, the State Trade Center and crazy like 5,000 milk tea orders every day. Everyone is waiting to take the job. 5,000 orders? Song Huching was surprised. Did they order 5,000 cups of milk tea? Why don't they just send them all together? That's the weird part. Uncle spread his hands and said, 5,000 cups together. That's a bit of bull *****. But the State Trade Center doesn't know what's going on. It's just a single order. Damn. A day of just drinking milk tea is tens of thousands of dollars. What a bunch of crazies. After Song Huching cursed, he immediately opened his cell phone and started taking orders. Drip. You have new orders. Yo, so soon? The uncle rather egg-pain said. But I squatted for a while. No, breakfast. Song Huching said helplessly. It's a bit far apart. I'll go fetch the meal first. See you later. Don't bother. I'll pull you into our FMS group. The older man reached out and pulled him back. Success. After Song Huching scanned the code and added him, he sped off. After all, time is money, isn't it? Chapter 26. It's not easy to be a stepmother, is it? There were almost all takeout workers outside the milk tea stores in the whole Linchang. After all, who wouldn't like an order with a clear destination and money when you take it? But Song Huching simply do not go there. He specifically caught the surrounding breakfast store hanging around. A morning down, but let him pick up 7 or 8 orders. When it was near noon, he was trying to find a place to squat and eat. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Buddy, the South County Hotel. The note reads Senior Brother. Song Huching looked at the positioning sent by the other party, and then realized, isn't this the uncle we met this morning? But what the hell is the South County Hotel? 10 minutes later, Song Huching to a piece of electric car sea of flowers, a large square in front of the door. Almost all of them are all kinds of electric cars. There are also tart, riding a motorcycle, 50, 000, 60, 000, 70, 000, 80, 000 can even be seen. Buddy, here. Suddenly a man stood up. Well, Song Huching looked sideways. It was the same uncle from the morning. After he sprinted past, a table of several people looked over. This is the new entry of the young old brother. Looking young, we can all be black knights. Everyone see help hand. After the uncle said, he introduced, I am called Old Joe. Old brother, you also introduce yourself. Everyone just call me Song. Song Huching hurriedly said, hello seniors, I just joined the industry. I don't know anything, please take care of me. Well. Several people laughed. What to eat? Just order. This meal on me. Old Joe was very righteous. Don't bother. This meal is on me. Song Huching hurriedly said, you, don't grab it from us. A black-faced man joked. How many orders do you run a day now? More than 10 single top day, right? You are still in the learning stage. Money can be saved. This is old 5. After the old weak laughed. He is right. You are only now in the line. Slowly, to sink your heart, you look at the list of how many orders others run a day, and there's a list? Song Huching was surprised. Sure. Old 5 pulled out a cell phone with a broken screen and tapped it a few times before pushing it in front of him. Black Knights. Weekly list. First place, Zheng Yuan, 41 singles. Second place, Ah Chung, 41 singles. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching's eyes widened. It's only been one morning. Running over 40 orders? Are you kidding? What? Think people swipe? Ha? Old 5 snickered. It's a bit fake. Song Huching said frankly. People are 5-star Black Knights. The old weak laughed and scolded. There are single are sent first. Plus people ground familiar. You a trip to run a single. He a trip to run 5 or 6 single. You naturally than others. TCH, spaced out. Song Huching sked. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. You, take your time to learn. Old 5 shook his head and said, when you run ripe, get a 5-star Black Knight, with extra subsidies every month. Then I'll have to ask all the seniors to teach me more. Song Huching laughed. Stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Hurry up and order. Order and get to work. Old Joe pointed at the menu on the wall and scolded. Well, Song Huching looked over and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The so-called South County Hotel is actually a small restaurant in the middle of nowhere. And the only reason why it has become a gathering place for takeout workers is because there is a deserted driving school where they can park and charge. But the owner of this restaurant is also very conscientious and the meals are very cheap. Not more than $12 a meal. Watch it yet? Old 5 prodded. Have a bowl of noodles. Song Huching laughed. Boy, teach you a lesson. Lao Zhou laughed softly. Our business can also be physical work. Noon must eat, and the evening dinner time is also our busiest time. That point cannot be wasted. Makes sense. Song Huching readily accepted good advice and switched to a chili pepper stir fry. With that, he pretended to go to the bathroom and went to get a bunch of drinks over. You boy. Old Joe and Old 5 as well as a few old-timers at the same table all laughed. This kid is very good at what he does. The food was served quickly. In fact, it was just a big pot of rice and then just covered with vegetables. Song Huching was not polite and wolfed it down. After all, when it came time for the real meal, they could and had to work. 10 minutes later, drip, the first outfitter set off. And when the others saw this, there was an immediate sense of urgency, and they then straddled their seats to follow. Song Huching rinsed his mouth and wiped it clean before following the army of electric cars. Whoever's on the south side has a list. Just now I'm out of the way. Old 5. I'm up north, and there's a lot of singles here, too. Old weak. Come to Hushy at the speed of no single. Old Sheen. Song Huching ran and read the messages from the group, and suddenly had the feeling of finding an organization. He also kind of understood why Old Joe and the others were pulling him in. A delivery person may seem to be working alone, but in reality it's still up to everyone to share where there are more or fewer orders. I do not know whether he belongs to the lucky, or belongs to the kind of talent. An afternoon actually broke the record of 16 single. Let him all feel while some incredible evening. 8 o'clock. After parking his electric car in the parking shed, Song Huching went upstairs and returned home. Gee, so busy today? Chin Zimo immediately greeted him, took the vest in his hand, and threw it into the dirty clothes basket. I met a group of peers today, and with them leading the way, it went much smoother. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he glanced at the bathroom with the lights on. Xiao Yuan is taking a bath? Yeah, Chin Zimo laughed. After she and I ate dinner, we went downstairs to take a walk for a while, and then came back to watch TV, before she went in to take a bath. TSK, it's not a good job to be a stepmother, is it? Song Huching snickered. What stepmom? It's hard to hear. Chin Zimo snapped. She has her own mother. I am her aunt. She called me teacher is also okay. Anyway, left and right is not a title. Hard work, Song Huching said seriously. What's hard about it? Chin Zimo said with a red face. Anyway, I am also alone after work. Now I have Xiao Yuan to play with me. I don't know how happy I am. Song Huching didn't say anything, only reaching out to put his arm around her. When the weekend comes, I'll take you guys to the zoo to see the tigers. Asterisk 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 Q. Chin Zimo laughed and scolded. On the weekend Xiao Yuan's mom is going to come over to pick her up and take her over to wait for the summer vacation before we go. She won't be able to pick it up more than a couple times. Song Huching shook his head. When time passes, she will get tired of having a new life of her own after all. No, maybe. Chin Zimo was non-committal and gestured for him to go wash his hands for dinner. Chapter 27, You've mistaken me for someone else. It's night. After Song Huching came out of the shower, there was no one in the living room. He originally wanted to go check on Xiao Yuan, but after seeing the clock on the wall, he eventually gave up. After all, it was already 10 o'clock. Only when he went back inside and turned on the light, he found Shin Zimo lying on his bed reading a book. Well, what are you doing here? Where am I going if I'm not here? Shin Zimo blankly glanced at him and said, Xiao Yuan went to bed very early. I am used to sleeping late and she cannot sleep well if I sleep with her. Still a teacher after all. That's a good excuse. Song Huching laughed. Asterisk 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 you. I'm telling the truth. After Shin Zimo glared at him with a red face, she then continued reading. Song Huching lay on the bed, wanting to speak. What are you trying to say? Shin Zimo looked over sideways. She was in her pajamas, but she was cool. Just a glimpse of the chest. You've got the book backwards. Song Huching sighed. He was so ashamed that he punched him hard before reaching out and pulling down the table lamp. But before she could lose her temper, she was embraced by Song Huching. Mr. Shin, why don't you teach me to read? Nasty. Shin Zimo's body went a little soft when he heard this address. The next day, the three had breakfast. Song Huching had just left the house when his cell phone began to vibrate. Little Song, China World Trade Center. Go. Lao Wu, coming. Old 6. After Song Huching returned the sentence, he flew on the electric bike and sped away. The group of commuters in the neighborhood looked dumbfounded. Is this ING takeout run an addiction or what? ITC. Song Huching just arrived, pulled out his cell phone and got to work, but to his dismay, it was almost exclusively the list in the ITC. Brothers, this won't work. There's no elevator in the ITC building. People will die. Old 6. Stupid. The elevators open at the ITC. Get to ING work. Old Shin. Damn. Why didn't you say so? Old 6. After Song Huching sent a red envelope of $8 and $8 to the group, he immediately began to take orders. Asterisk 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 $8 and 8/8 and 20 bonus points. Old weak. Ha. After Song Huching couldn't help but let out a laugh, he took 4 orders in one breath, 3 of which were from Qianhua. A cup of milk tea, 3 donuts and soy milk with buns. Donuts and soybean milk were something good to deal with. Get there and take it away. Milk tea is not. There is still a long line outside. A few clerks' hands are almost make a stump. Come on, it's going to be time out. There was a big brother of the group who shouted, shout a ball. You do it right. The store manager roared, causing all the takeout workers to shrink. Why don't? I'll do my own list. Song Huching took a step forward. Everyone looked at him. I've worked in other milk tea stores before. I can. Song Huching hurriedly said. Fine. Then do your own and hurry up. The store manager gritted his teeth and led him into the operating room. Song Huching glanced at the list to confirm it and began to operate. It's not that he's a bully. It's just that with this pearl milk tea thing, don't you have hands? If it had been a different, more complicated one, he would have been afraid of getting a bad rap. After getting the pearl milk tea done in 3 tries, he found his own on a long list of orders, pasted it on and dashed off. This guy can really do it. Ha! The store manager muttered as he watched his back. ITC. After Song Huching was sent from the 15th floor to the 18th floor, he didn't bother to wait for the elevator and rushed up the stairs directly, but he didn't expect to knock one person over on the ground. Gone you mother, you don't have eyes, do you? The man fell to the ground rather angrily, on all fours, like a king. Right no. Well, Song Huching just wanted to apologize, and when he saw the man's face clearly, he immediately said, damn, bumping into you is bumping into you. What's wrong with it? He even kicked the other party when he finished. Then after putting the milk tea on the front desk, he ran down the stairs quickly. Then after taking off his vest on the 17th floor, he smoked a cigarette, which made him enter the elevator with a big strut. Downstairs in the lobby, Mr. Shin, recently there are too many takeout workers coming to our Guamao. This person is really hard to find. The security guard laughed bitterly. Just now we also checked the surveillance. The stairwell is the dead center of the surveillance, and we didn't capture that person. Are you ING dead? Shin Shu was furious. The Black Knight side asked me to submit monitoring evidence. What to hand over to them without monitoring here? Why don't you ask Chino for surveillance? The security guard said helplessly. They should have it at the front desk. They go in there a couple hundred takeaways a day. What's the point of having surveillance? Shin Shu gritted his teeth in hatred, and there was a large footprint on his shirt right now. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but let out a laugh, then walked towards the door. But just before taking 2 steps, I heard someone shout Shin Shu. He thought at first that it was an acquaintance of Shin Shu's and didn't care, just walking towards his electric car. But then, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, his arm was pulled. What are you running for? Well, Song Huching looked sideways and was met with a pair of thin angry eyes. Miss, which one of you? Well, the other man also visibly froze for a moment, then sized him up carefully. I'm sorry, I have to work. What can I do for you? Song Huching looked at Su Mei without blushing. Today Su Mei was wearing a snow-white shirt on top but a long red skirt underneath, which made her look a lot more lively. You're not Qin Chu? Su Mei frowned. I'm not. You're recognizing the wrong person. Song Huching laughed. Mistaken identity? Su Mei let go, a little uncertain. After all, that guy had long hair, while the guy in front of him had short hair and the wrong hair color. There's nothing to do, so I'll get to work. After Song Huching smiled, he turned around and straddled the electric car and sped away. Su Mei stood still, looked at his back for a moment, and turned to enter the hall. Mr. Su, this is the Qin Chu you are looking for. Xiao Zhang immediately greeted him and whispered. He is currently serving as the deputy general manager of Lin Cheng Supermarket, which belongs to their family's family business. Well, Su Mei looked sideways, just glanced at Qin Chu and lost interest, but after looking at the huge footprints on his body, she couldn't help but ask one more question. What happened to his clothes? He just went to the stairwell to smoke, while waiting for you on the 19th floor, then was knocked over by a black knight, and the other party kicked him. Xiao Zhang laughed bitterly. Black knight. Su Mei was violently shocked, then angrily said, that guy actually lied to me again? Ha! Chang was taken aback. Qin Chu, however, revealed a smile after straightening his clothes. Mr. Su, you go back to, well, Su Mei was halfway through her sentence, and then a smile appeared as well. Have you offended any of the outfitters lately? Especially the Black Knights. Chapter 28. Woe is not as bad as a wife and child. What does it have to do with Song Xiaoyuan? Noon. South County Hotel. Asterisk 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 can be. Old 5 exclaimed. Almost 20 orders run in one morning? Key do not 6. The noon drinks are on me. Song Huching waved his hand. Go to your, say you fat also really asthma on. Old Joe laughed and scolded. But you are really talented. This is only the first few days. A morning can run 20 single, into the hands of quite fast. It's better for you seniors to point it out. Song Huching arched his hand and said, if it wasn't for you guys reporting places, I'd still be wandering around like a headless fly. Ha! All of them laughed and were quite pleased. After all, who doesn't like people who know what they're doing? Business had been good for the past 2 days, so they didn't spend much time chatting, and after a hurried meal, the group set off on their journey once again. Evening. Song Huching parked his car in the carport, but he heard a vibration in his head. 100 single rewards have been delivered, giving 3 chances to draw. Ooh, 100 singles too? Song Huching was quite surprised. If this counts up, wouldn't it be up to 1,000 orders? 5,000 orders are sent to the lottery? Perhaps. It is really not difficult to draw to rank in the immortal class. Of course, provided that this lottery system is a person not a dog. First draw. Gain proficiency in milk tea making. Well, it's kind of atonement for blowing awesome. Song Huching shook his head and chose to draw again. Second draw. Gained culinary arts, beginner, give or take. What the hell is a junior? After Song Huching spat out a sentence, he closed his eyes and felt it. The so-called culinary proficiency, that is, egg fried rice, egg fried noodles and a series of other things in the snack bar or food stalls. The big dishes are basically nothing. The only difference is that the dishes he makes may taste a little bit better. At least that's what he thought. Third draw. Electric vehicle driving skills. Song Huching was quite pleased. At least he had drawn a more useful item. He opened the door to his home with satisfaction, only to see Xiao Yuan and Qin Zimo fiddling with a few stools. Daddy! Song Xiaoyuan jumped into his arms, and after being scooped up by his smooth hands, she hugged and kissed his head. What are you guys doing? Went to a yard sale and pulled out some stools. Qin Zimo lightly laughed. We can't keep sitting on the floor to eat, can we? It doesn't matter to the two of us, but Xiao Yuan is growing her body. She needs to have the correct sitting posture. You know how to live your life. You actually know how to go to a yard sale? Song Huching laughed. Or do you think I'd spend it? Qin Zimo wrinkled her agaric nose, and was quite joyful inside. The guy actually complimented her. Hey! After Song Huching rubbed her hair, he turned around and went into the bathroom. I'll go do the laundry. Xiao Yuan, you watch some TV first. Qin Zimo laughed. Good. Song Xiaoyuan climbed onto the sofa obediently, then watched the TV. After observing her for a while, Qin Zimo unscrewed the door to the bathroom. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you a hooligan? Song Huching immediately covered the important parts. Asterisk 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 Q. After Qin Zimo spat at him, he whispered, I took the clothes and washed them together, or else I'd still have to wash them separately for you. She looked at Song Huching twice more after she finished speaking, before she took the clothes he had changed out of. Just after the bathroom door closed, she immediately stomped her foot with a red face. How could she have done such a thing? However, she looked at the clothes Song Huching had changed out of and rubbed them before subconsciously sniffing them. Ha! What's that smell? Qin Zimo was slightly stunned. the clothes don't smell like sweat at all, but instead have a light fragrance. What perfume? So long-lasting? She was just thinking about it when suddenly the bathroom door was pulled open. Sister, it's not really out. You actually have this kind of fetish. Song Huching sighed. You. Chin Zimo was instantly humiliated, and after ruthlessly throwing the clothes in his face, she wanted to run to the room, but she didn't take 2 steps before she stopped, because at this moment Song Xiaoyuan was looking at her in surprise. If she rushed to the master bedroom, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? At this point, Song Huching walked over and joked, "It's okay, I won't laugh at you." And you say. Chin Zimo felt his image crumble. After all, that action just now was odd when she thought about it herself. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. After Chin Zimo stepped on him, he ran to the sofa to watch TV with Song Xiaoyuan. Song Huching, on the other hand, sat alone at the dining table, looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup inside. There still needs to be a woman in this family. Chin Zimo sniffed, her pretty face filled with color. This guy knows his stuff despite his nasty personality. 9:30. Song Huching was sitting at his desk, writing and drawing with a pencil in his hand. At that moment, a pair of catkins wrapped around his neck. What's doing? Studying the map of prosperity. Ha! Song Huching laughed softly. Our line of work will be at a disadvantage if we are not familiar with the route. Well, you have to study maps to deliver a takeaway? Chin Zimo was surprised. How refreshing. Song Huching laughed and scolded. If you don't eat the map thoroughly, this business can't be done at all. Of course, you can also familiarize yourself with it while running, but that would be too much of a delay. Why do you want to go to delivery? Chin Zimo couldn't help but ask. Looking down on the takeout guy, Song Huching played with the flavor. No. Chin Zimo hurriedly shook his head. I just think, you should do whatever you do well, and delivery is not bad, but it is too delayed. You leave the house at 8 in the morning and don't get back until 8 at night, and we don't even get to spend time together. Song Huching fell into silence. A good half hour. He lit a cigarette and squared his shoulders. Actually, I don't think my job is a good match for yours, and we spend very little time together. You should go find one with a more decent job. Snap. Chin Zimo backhanded him and gave him a big mouthful. The cigarette immediately flew out and fell to the ground. Asterisk. Song Huching just shouted out. Instead, Chin Zimo darted over, picked up the cigarette and stuffed it back into his mouth. No, sis, we don't have to save to this extent. I will relight one. Song Huching said with a bitter face. I just mopped the floor at night. Very clean, okay. Chin Zimo gave him a blank look. Just mopped it to make it dirtier. Song Huching said helplessly. That mop has been sitting in the toilet for who knows how long. Well, after thinking for a moment, Chin Zimo reached out and took the cigarette off his mouth, wiping it with a wet wipe before stuffing it back into his mouth. Asterisk. Song Huching couldn't help himself and snuffed out his cigarette in the ashtray. It was dirty a while ago, at least it was still smoking, but now it doesn't even smoke. Song Huching, if you dare to say break up with me again, I will send Xiao Yuan to her mom. Chin Zimo glared. No, what does it have to do with her if the trouble is not as bad as her wife and children? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. Because I'm going to die with you. Chin Zimo showed his teeth. Song Huching was instantly silenced by the dry. He had a feeling this chick wasn't kidding. Chapter 29, Boys Out of Doors to Protect Themselves. I didn't mean to look down on the takeaway man. Chin Zimo softly said. It's just that you also know that in the eyes of the elders, delivery is ultimately not a long-term solution. I am afraid that you will be disliked when you meet your parents. Well, it's something I'll think about. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Seriously, I think our progress is too fast. How long has it been before we are already talking about meeting our parents? Deep down, he's still resistant to getting married. After all, while he wasn't particularly capable, he still didn't have much of a problem supporting himself, and marriage was just a little too far away for him. I know, but isn't this coping with my parents? Chin Zimo bristled. I'm not getting any younger, and it's not a problem for them to keep pushing, is it? Did they find a good match for you? Song Huching said carefully. There have been a few times that I've talked about it, but I don't like it. Chin Zimo shook his head. If even the marriage is arranged by the family, then what am I still alive for? It's actually important that the door is right. Song Shilian sighed. I'm not against pursuing love, but if it's not door to door, you'll encounter a lot of problems in the future, at least more than you're experiencing now. Chin Zimo furrowed his eyebrows. She didn't expect Song Huching to be able to say something like that. Okay, go to bed. I'll think about this. Song Huching reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Anyway, if you don't want me, I'll fight you. Chin Zimo bit lightly on his neck, but sighed inwardly. The next day, noon, South County Hotel. Song Hutching was having lunch with Lao Zhou and the others when suddenly a black Mercedes-Benz business slowly drove over, attracting everyone's attention. This car must be over $1 million at least, right? Old Zhou swallowed hard and said, Turtle, at least 2 million. Old Qin disdainfully said, 2 million? The crowd looked sideways at the car in surprise. After all, $2 million is almost always astronomical for them. Song Hutching, however, lowered his head and continued to dry rice, inwardly wondering where to go to run a few more orders in the afternoon. Xiao Song, look, there's a girl, Lao Wu suddenly shouted. Sister? Song Hutching glanced sideways and immediately put his head down. What's this woman doing here? Song, she's coming over. She's coming over. Old Zhou was so excited that he pinched Song Hutching's thigh, and it hurt him so much that he grimaced. Stop yelling. It's embarrassing at your age. No, she's really here. Lao Wu looked agitated as well. Don't look at her. You'll be arrested as a molester later. Song Hutching was close to burying his face in the bowl after he whispered, but at that moment, an ethereal fragrance suddenly emerged from his side. Brush. The entire South County Hotel went quiet. Song Hutching, you liar. Ooh. Hundreds of outfitters leaned back tactically when they heard this. The younger generation, even more so, was green in the face. What has this done to the human girl? Mr. Su, long time no see. Song Hutching raised his head and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Poof. Sume coldly grunted and glanced at Lao Wu. Lao Wu immediately understood, and after drawing a clean stool, he moved himself to the side. Thanks. After Sume said her thanks, she sat down on Song Hutching's side and glared at him fiercely. Stop it. What do you want to eat? My treat. Song Hutching said helplessly. Well, Old Zhou and the others were all wooden. He came in a Mercedes and you're treating him to this? After Sume glanced at the menu on the wall, she said softly, give me the next bowl of noodles. Hey. After Song Hutching answered, he said aloud, Old son, another bowl of noodles, with lean meat. Good. The boss responded and immediately started to get it up, but his eyes couldn't stop glancing towards Song Hutching. Why did you lie to me? Sume said in a deep voice. No, what did I lie to you about? Song Hutching was surprised. You deleted my FMS. That's even if you even told me the name is fake. Sume huffed. Sisters, this out of the house. How important the name are. Song Hutching said in a serious manner. My mom has educated me since I was a child that boys should protect themselves when they go out. Pust. Old Zhou and the others who were tactically drinking water spurted. Goddamn boys should protect themselves out of doors. You. Sume's pretty face was reddened by what he said, but she didn't know how to refute him, so she could only wrap her hands around her chest and glare at him fiercely. At this point, Old Son walked over with the noodles and tremblingly placed them in front of Sume. Enjoy. Thanks. After Sume politely thanked him, she glanced at Song Hutching. Old Zhou immediately picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks from the table and handed them to him. The others were making furious glances. This kid usually looks smart. How come he's like an elm brain at this time? Not open-minded? Hey. Song Hutching sighed, unwrapped the plastic covers of the chopsticks, and handed them to Sume. Poof. After Sume hummed lightly, she smoothly tied up her long hair, then lowered her head and started eating the noodles. Everyone looked at her and then at Song Hutching, not knowing what they were thinking. 3 minutes later, Song Hutching got up and went to settle the bill, then walked over to Sume. I have to start work this afternoon, so take your time eating. Well, Old Zhou and the others looked at him incredulously. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? You're not allowed to leave. I still have something to say to you, Sume said with a straight face. Stop it. Song Hutching said helplessly. I really have something. It's almost mealtime. How many people are waiting for me? Cough cough cough. The entire square was filled with coughing. I'll pay you by the hour, Sume said in a deep voice. No, it's not about the money. After Song Hutching sighed, he frowned and shouted. I said that you guys are still watching the show. Wait for the entire Lin Cheng takeout system to be paralyzed. Asterisk 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 it's almost 12. I don't know who shouted, and the entire square was suddenly in chaos. Countless people reluctantly straddled their seats and sped towards the city, while others secretly instructed Old Son to keep a good eye on them, so that when they came to dinner in the afternoon, they would be aware of the follow-up. Although Old Zhou and Old Wu and the others wanted to watch the play, earning money was still more important in the end. Just before they left, they gave Song Hutching an encouraging look. If Song Hutching really got together with Sume, then he would be a legend in the Lin Cheng takeout world. Sister, $20,000 an hour. You sit. It's not about the money. $50,000 an hour. And if you still want to leave, then I'll run you over with my car later. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Hutching eventually wimped out and sat rather aggressively on Sume's side. And is eavesdropping on the Old Son people numb? It is difficult to. Delivery is easy to be a rich woman to see. This is true. Chapter 30, let Shin Zimo come up and talk to me personally. After Sume slowly and methodically finished her noodles, she took out water from her bag and rinsed her mouth before looking at Song Huching. How much do you make a month delivering? Less than 100,000. Song Huching sighed. Less than 100,000? Sume looked at him with a stunned expression. She hasn't really understood the takeout market. It's hard to believe that delivering takeout is really so promising. Sister, ask him exactly how much. Old Sun joked. Well, Sume froze slightly. How much exactly? More than 4,000. Song Huching said rather shyly. Sume was hanging on for dear life. 4,000 a month. And you can say less than 100,000 inch? Hey. Song Huching gave a dry laugh and didn't say anything else. You follow me. I employ you as my assistant. Hanging the title of vice president is also possible. Sume squarely said. A base salary of 30,000 a month, with dividends at the end of the year. Hiss. Old Sun immediately felt some toothache. If you can make 30,000 a month, why bother delivering? Mr. Su, good intentions are appreciated. I'm a person who is used to being free and lazy, and I don't like sitting in an office. Song Huching sighed. It's not that he doesn't want to settle down, but if he didn't have this assistive system, he wouldn't have agreed to it. But now he could try to rank in the immortal class. Even if the chance is small, he still wants to try, right? I know you're more devastated by your ex-wife right now. No, wait a minute. Song Huching's eyes widened. What does this have to do with my ex-wife? I just don't want to go to work. Also, who told you about this? Sume pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She couldn't say she'd sent someone to investigate him specifically. Could she? Forget it. Song Huching shook his head and said, Mr. Su, is there anything else? If not, I'll go to work. If you are really afraid of people gossiping, why don't I hire you as an interpreter? Sume said seriously, I'll call you if there's a job, and I'll pay you by the hour. Do you think that's okay? Mr. Su has spoken to this point. If I still don't agree, it would be too ungrateful. Song Huching stretched out his hand and laughed. Thank you for Mr. Su's lifting up. You're welcome. Sume reached out and shook his hand. We have an event next month. The specific time flow I will notify you at that time. This time, you are not allowed to delete my Feishuan again. You're my gold master. How can I delete my gold master's flying messages? After Song Huching gave a sarcastic laugh, he pulled out his cell phone and added her back. Poof. After Sume gave him a blank look, she got up and walked towards her seat. But when she walked to the car, she still couldn't help but look back at Song Huching, only to see that the other party had already straddled her little electric car and ran quickly towards the city. This guy. She sighed helplessly, not really understanding what was so great about delivery. Asterisk. Xiao Song, you don't want $30,000 a month to sit in the office? Lao Zhou. I go. Is this old Sun's mouth so lax? Old 6. Asterisk. The whole Lin Cheng takeout group is spreading the word. You've become famous. Lao Wu. Don't around. And when people ask, just say you don't know me. Old 6. Evening. Song Huching returned to Jiji Tinglan, and after parking his electric car, he was just about to walk towards his home when he saw a black Rolls-Royce parked quietly underneath his house. If it was just an ordinary big labor, he estimated that he would just look at it more and forget about it. But this car actually hung a 3-land license plate, and it looked like it was coming from a good place. He watched quietly for a moment before turning and going up the stairs, but just as he pushed open the door, he realized that on the sofa in his home, there was actually a middle-aged couple sitting on the sofa, while at the dining table there was also a handsome-looking young man. You are Song Huching? The middle-aged man frowned and looked him up and down. I'm Song Huching, may I ask if you're? Song Huching looked at him in surprise. My name is Qin Chen. I am Qin Zimo's father. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Qin Zimo is downstairs in the car, and she doesn't want to meet with you again, so I'll be the one to relay it. Wait a minute, where's my daughter? Song Huching frowned. Zira. The door to Song Xiaoyuan's room opened, and when she saw Song Huching, she flew over and jumped into his arms. Father, they took Mr. Xiao Qin away and scolded me. Song Huching's complexion condensed and he said with a straight face, who scolded you? He. Song Xiaoyuan pointed to the young man. I didn't let them take away Mr. Little Kiss, and he pushed me. Okay, I get it. Go to your room. Song Huching placed her on the ground and gently patted her head. Song Xiaoyuan glared fiercely at the young man before darting into the room. Song Huching, this is Qin Zimo's fiancé and... Before Qin Chen could finish his sentence, he saw Song Huching take an arrow step forward, grabbing the young man's head and slamming it hard on the dining table. The young man was just about to scream when a ball of rag was shoved in his mouth. Song Huching then grabbed him by the collar and raised his hand and two mouths to dumbfound everyone. Do you know who he is? Qin Chen said angrily. I know. 80% is a heir of some group. Song Huching gave the young man another slap before letting go. I hit him, not because he is Chin Zimo's some fiancé, but because he bullied my daughter. You may have power and influence in Yangchang, but this is Lincheng. Do none of you want to go back? It doesn't matter to me. I have a rotten life. If I die, my daughter still has her mom to take care of her, but you guys are different. If you die here, then all your glory and wealth will be gone. A trace of scorn flashed in Qin Shen's eyes, and that young man was even more frightened and a bit weak in the legs. This guy is crazy, right? Have Qin Zimo come up and speak to me personally, Song Huching said lightly. Otherwise, you can't get out of Lin City. Oh, you scare me? Qin Shen sneered. You a takeout. Well, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Song Huching take a kitchen knife from the kitchen and shove it into the young man's hand, then asked him to hold his neck and took a picture with his cell phone. Although it's not so much as to cause any substantial impact on you, this photo will be posted on the internet. Song Huching threw the chopper on the table. By the way, what group's heir are you coming from? You. The young man was dumbfounded. Where had he seen such an asshole? He was worse than a punk. Mr. Qin, you don't have much time. Song Huching shook his cell phone. Within 3 minutes, if Qin Zimo doesn't come up, then you rearranged a fiancé for her. Rearranging fiancés? Qin Shen was stunned. Don't you want to be with Qin Zimo? I want to, but it depends on her attitude. Song Huching shrugged and said, if she can't carry your pressure, then she will have a hard time in the future. Instead of that, it's better for everyone to get together. Qin Shen and Mrs. Qin glanced at each other, both raising their eyebrows slightly. This guy doesn't look like a simple delivery man. Chapter 31, No Marriage. No. Qin Shen ultimately didn't dare to play hardball with Song Huching and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Less than 3 minutes. Qin Zimo then pushed the door and walked in. Only she was haggard at this time. Her eyes were slightly red. It looked like she had just cried. If there's anything you want to say, you can say it now, Mrs. Qin walked over and reached out to take her hand. Song Huching then quietly looked at Qin Zimo for a long time before waving his hand and saying, there's nothing more. You guys go. Well, Qin Shen and the others were all looking at him with incredulous faces. What do you mean? Mrs. Qin frowned. It doesn't mean anything. Song Huching shook his head and said, I am just confirming your identities, since you are her parents. If she herself is willing to go with you, then I have nothing to say. Song Huching. Qin Zimo's tears suddenly slid down his cheeks. If you have any requests, you can mention them, Qin Shen said with a straight face, but I don't want you to pester my daughter. You also know that you are people from two worlds, and you won't have a good result together. Your house looks like it has more than 3 office buildings. Song Huching looked at Qin Zimo and joked. Qin Zimo pursed his lips and looked at his parents. Why don't you guys wait for me downstairs in the car? I'll be down later. Good. After Qin Shen glanced at Song Huching, he gave another wink to the young man, and the group of 3 walked towards the door. Qin Zimo, on the other hand, walked to the door and confirmed that they had gotten off the elevator before he turned back and returned to the house. Song Huching, something has happened to my family. I need to go back and deal with it. Aha. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Is it that your family's business has encountered problems and your family needs you to step in to maneuver around? How do you know? Qin Zimo was surprised. Guess. Song Huching stepped forward to dry the teardrops in the corner of her eyes. Let's go. Don't keep them waiting. Do you not want me? Qin Zimo reached out and wrapped his arms around him, bawling, how could I? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Isn't this waiting for you to finish your family business? You trust me. At most half a year. When I'm done with it, I'll be back. Qin Zimo said in an urgent voice. Well, I believe you. Song Huching reached out and hugged her. 10 minutes later, downstairs, Song Huching set Song Xiaoyuan up and watched the black Rolls Royce go away. Daddy, will Mr. Little Qin come back? Do you want her back? I hope so. Mr. Little Qin is so nice to me. Song Xiaoyuan hugged his head and said, and teacher Xiao Qin even pulled the hook with me and said that she will come back when the new year is over. Yes? Song Huching let out a light laugh. Then you wait for her to come back. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious. I ate. Song Xiaoyuan whispered. Father, will you be sad? No. Song Huching joked. No one in this world, except you will make me sad. I definitely won't make you sad. Song Xiaoyuan earnestly stretched out her small hand. Pull the hook. Pull the hook. Song Huching reached out and hooked his hand with hers, then walked towards the elevator. An hour or so later, Song Xiaoyuan was already asleep, and Song Huching was sitting alone in the living room. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. He got up and went to open the door, but was dismayed. What brings you here? Didn't we hear that Qin Zimo was gone? Su Qing frowned. What is this encounter? Why did she suddenly leave all of a sudden? Song Huching was just about to speak when the elevator doors opened again. Sir, you're the delivery man exclaimed, catching both men's attention. Old Wood? Song Huching was also stunned. Why did you run here? You. After Old Wu glanced at Su Chang, he hurriedly said, you take your takeout away first, there's something we'll talk about later. After he finished speaking, he handed the takeout to Song Huching, turned around and entered the elevator. Song Huching looked at the closed elevator door and glanced at his phone again, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Now that's something that can't really be explained. Inside the living room, Su Ching looked at the table full of kebabs and grilled fish and couldn't help but frown. What the hell is going on? What else could be going on? After Song Huching opened a haul of beer, he glanced at her, and when he saw her nod, he opened a can for her as well, before he slowly said, the story of a rich girl and a commoner getting together, and the rich girl's parents beating them with sticks. Rich girl? How rich? Su Ching sneered. Visual estimate of her family's assets should be in the hundreds of millions. Specifically how many hundreds of millions cannot guess. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders, but her parents' car is a Rolls-Royce of the 3 landmarks. It is estimated that the Xiangjiang side of the business is more. Why do I feel as if you aren't sad? Su Ching was surprised. Sad? Why not? Song Huching helplessly said, seriously, if she can handle her parents, I really want to marry her. After all, she is wholeheartedly devoted to Xiao Yuan. I can see it. Just for Kun? Subaru picked up her beer and took a sip. Sisters, I am a second marriage with a baby, not a high-flying handsome. Song Huching shook his head too. Before doing something, surely I have to consider for Xiao Yuan first not. However, this matter of her has also given me a reminder. What reminder? Subaru wondered. Not thinking about getting married. Song Huching did not have a good mood. She and her boyfriend talked about 6 years. Her parents did not come to find. This and I together only a few days. Parents are looking for the door. Speaking of which, I also feel strange. How come you guys have been together for only a few days? Before her parents came to take her away. Su Ching was surprised, because she really wants to marry me. Song Huching sighed. Otherwise, her parents would not be so anxious to run from the field to. After all, her kind of family, love to play can be. Move the real thing is not. Su Ching looked at him and was silent for a long time. It was a long time before she sighed. Why didn't you stop her if you knew everything? Are you out of your mind? Song Huching laughed and scolded. A woman said to you that she wants to marry you, unless you don't want to be with her. Otherwise you don't agree. Not waiting for her parents. She will get you killed first. Asterisk 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 Q. Su Ching instantly blanked him. By the way, was it Xiao Yuan who called you? Song Huching was curious. Aha. Su Ching nodded. She said that teacher Qin is gone, and you are very sad. But I really still can't see how sad you are. Nerve. I'm not a child. It's hard not to write my sadness on my face. Song Huching slowly ate the barbecue. But, I still feel sorry. Perhaps because of Song Xiao Yuan, he really wanted to marry Qin Zimo for the rest of his life. But there are some things that always go against his wishes. Chapter 32. Don't listen to your father. He's heartless. You're actually quite good. Don't get down on yourself. Su Ching softly consoled. There are still many women in this world who don't look at their family background. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. I'm really not as fragile as you think. I can even give up Ruan Xingyao. What else can I give up? It almost slipped out. He'd even accepted that he'd come to this hellhole. And really, anything else was nothing to him. That's good. Su Ching took a long breath. Seriously, why do you care about me so much? Song Huching raised his beer and said, as far as I remember, we don't seem to have any special interactions, do we? I care about you? Su Ching's eyes widened, and then she said with a red face, don't you put gold on your face. I just like Xiao Yuan. I don't want her to be hurt because of you and soft. That's good. Song Huching nodded with a smile. What do you mean? Su Ching's eyebrows knitted. What do you mean by that's fine? I'm afraid that you have something against me, so it's hard to make friends with you, isn't it? Song Huching snickered. Since you don't have any thoughts about me, then we can be friends. You. Su Ching was instantly furious and glared fiercely at him. Sisters, take a walk. Song Huching raised his beer and clinked it with her. You're my first friend in this world. Come on. Don't you still have a bunch of deadbeats in Linchang? Su Ching gave him an angry look, but still touched him. You said you were a deadbeat. That doesn't count as a friend. Song Huching laughed out loud and then began to jerk the skewer. Su Ching, on the other hand, looked at him with complicated eyes and did not speak. The two sat like that for a little over half an hour. Song Huching took out his cell phone and deleted Qin Zimo's flying message, then snapped off his calling card and threw it in the trash. What are you doing? Su Ching was surprised. She has her way to go. I have my way to go. It's hard to believe that you really think that I'm a child and will believe her words? Song Huching laughed and scolded. You. Su Ching looked at him and sighed. Song Huching, which one is really you? Well, what does it mean? Song Huching was surprised. In the past, you were indecisive. Even if Soft scolded you, you wouldn't talk back. You would only sit on the sidelines in aggravation. Su Qing smiled bitterly, but now you, very decisive, is completely different from before. People always grow up, don't they? Song Huching pointed to the wedding photo on the wall and said, marriage will make a man grow fast, and the effect of an unfortunate marriage should be multiplied by 2. Ha ha ha. Su Qing burst out laughing. Where did you learn the crooked reasoning? That's the truth, alright. Song Huching laughed. Still drinking? If you don't drink, I'll find you a chauffeur to send you back. What's the matter? Just now you said you were friends. Now you want to kick me out? Su Qing laughed and scolded. Softy went on a business trip. I'll sleep here with Xiao Yuan today. You brought clothes? Song Huching was surprised. I have it in my car. Su Qing lightly laughed. You are not out of love. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I will take care of Xiao Yuan for you for a period of time, so that you don't have to go to work and worry about her. Let's just forget about it. Song Huching shook his head and said, I always have to learn to take care of her. Money by myself, this thing can't be earned. You go and busy yourself. This matter of Qin Zimo had taught him a lesson that being a shirker was not an option, and that no matter who it was, they could not replace him in taking care of Song Xiaoyuan. Not knowing what's good for you, Su Qing gave him a blank look, but didn't force it. The next day, early morning, when Song Huching woke up, Su Qing had already made breakfast. Song Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, sat quietly at the dining table, propping her chin up and wondering what she was thinking. What's wrong? Missing Mr. Qin? Song Huching teased. Yeah, don't you want to? Song Xiaoyuan said with a wink. Think so. It wasn't a long time together, but she's not a wrong person, is she? Song Huching rubbed her head. But people always have to look ahead, don't they? You'll meet countless people just like Mr. Qin in the future, and if every one of them can't let go, then you'll be very sad. Scum! Su Qing cursed coldly. Cut! Song Huching rolled his eyes and headed toward the bathroom. Xiao Yuan, don't listen to your father. He's a heartless person. Su Qing whispered. He has a conscience. What can he do? Song Xiaoyuan sighed. Teacher Qin was taken away by her father. She can't make her father angry for me and my father, right? Well, Su Qing looked at her in surprise, and for a moment she actually didn't know what to say. The three of them went downstairs after breakfast. Song Huching walked to the electric carport when a small white Mercedes drove by and honked at him. After he waved his hand, the Mercedes then sped off. Not, dude, you changed chicks again? Little Flathead said in surprise. It's not just the chicks that have changed, the cars have changed too, alright. Someone sighed. I said, you guys are so gossipy? Song Huching said helplessly. I said I'm just a friend. Why do you guys keep thinking in that direction? Shoo! Little Flathead and the others were all looking at him with squinted eyes, the contempt in their eyes almost overflowing. Come on, you won't believe me if I tell you. You'll know later. After shrugging his shoulders, Song Huching straddled the electric car and then sped off. Damn, what's so great about being handsome? The little Flathead reached out and made an extremely indecent gesture at his back, and the others silently raised their middle fingers at the sight. Song Huching hadn't ridden out far when suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Drip! Your new order has been delivered. Please check back soon. Asterisk 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 Lincoln Normal? Song Huching looked at the address on the order and couldn't help but curse. It's a small half-hour run from here. Still, this was the first order after all, and after gritting his teeth and taking it, he sped off towards the store. Speaking of which, Lincheng Normal was still his and Ruan Xingyao's and Qin Shu's alma mater. Half an hour later, Song Huching rode his bike to the basketball court, and before he could pull out his phone, a pretty little girl walked over. My takeaway. Yours? Song Huching looked at her sideways and politely said, report your cell phone tail number. The girl didn't nag and just gave her cell phone's tail number. Enjoy. After Song Huching handed her the takeout, he was about to leave when he was pulled back by the little girl. Delivery man, don't go yet. Well, Song Huching looked back at her. Is there something wrong with the food? No, my boyfriend is going to have breakfast, but their team is missing one person. You go ahead and top it off. I will give you $100. The little girl pointed to the basketball court and said. Song Huching looked at the basketball court and suddenly his eyes became complicated. He just wanted to deliver a takeaway. Why is it such a big deal? Chapter 33, it's only exciting when there's a goalie to score. Hurry up, it's almost time for center field. The little girl urged. Not. I don't know this stuff either. Song Huching said bitterly. It's not like you're going to. Just go up there and get a head count. The little girl opened her own small carry bag and pulled out 2 tickets. I will give you 200. Just top 20 minutes. Are all college students so posh these days? Song Huching couldn't help but freeze. Phew. The whistle blows. Halftime. A rather handsome boy ran over, and after reaching out to take the breakfast in the little girl's hand, he complained, damn, the teammates are too good. That's true, they don't know how to play ball. After the little girl echoed, she smiled brightly and said, I'll find you a replacement, so you can finish your breakfast before you go abuse them. Good. The boy glanced at Song Hutching, and then under the envious gazes of all the boys, he sat down on a stool to the side and slowly began to eat his breakfast. Hurry up and get ready, it's your turn later. After the little girl shoved the money into Song Hutching's hand, she ran over to the boy and shushed him. Song Hutching silently put the money away and then walked over to a few boys. No, guys, it's not appropriate to have me a delivery substitute, is it? It's not the first time anyway, so feel free to play along. A burly man bristled. Damn, he's the one who has a lot of things to do every time he eats breakfast at this hour. Well, every time? Song Hutching was quite surprised. Not every time. Another tall thin man also disdainfully said, this guy is deliberately showing off, as if who doesn't he know that Ningya Ting is his girlfriend. I poo. Brothers, you all hate him so much, why do you still want to be teammates with him? Song Hutching said helplessly, how do you think we want to be? Randomly assigned. The skinny tall man skimmed his mouth. We don't want to play with him, but people can bring a group of sisters to watch the ball. Not to play with him also have no way. Well. Song Hutching looked sideways and was seeing the girl called Ningya Ting sitting with a group of girls. I have to say, Ningya Ting looks beautiful, and her group of friends is really not bad. Of course, what it looks like with makeup removed, then only God knows. Dude, don't worry about it, look at your size. Play point guard, just pass the ball and leave the rest of it alone. The lanky boy patted Song Hutching on the shoulder. With so many people watching the game, why don't you get a classmate to fill in for you? Song Hutching pulled out a cigarette and dispersed it. Ooh, China. Ha! After the tall and thin man gave him a surprised look, he shook his head and said, this is Zhang Shuai's own request. However, we feel that if a more powerful one comes later and we still win the fight, where will he put his face? Zhang Shuai? That's an arrogant enough name. Song Hutching smacked his lips. This is a nickname. People are called Zhang Yang. People are handsome, so girls call him Zhang Shuai. The burly boy gritted his teeth. This face-watching world. Puffing. Song Hutching couldn't help but laugh. Bro. Handsome doesn't have to be about the face. It can be stated in many ways, doesn't it? Oh, what does that say? The crowd gathered around. The face is important, but it's not decisive. Song Hutching lit a cigarette and pointed at Zhang Shuai. Look at him. In fact, if you want to say how handsome he is, I think it's still good. But if he is standing next to Ningya Ting, this effect is different, isn't it? Even if you have no feelings for him, you will take a closer look at him for a few moments to see what he is capable of, and actually be able to pick up such a good-looking girl. This person in fact, and your family's dog is the same reason to look at it for a long time. It seems that it is not particularly difficult to look at it. Asterisk makes sense. The tall, skinny guy slapped his thighs. That's not? Song Hutching laughed softly. So you guys step up your efforts, and when the time comes, you will also get a beautiful girl. What Zhang Shuai? They count as a bird. No, this Ningya Ting has been talking to Zhang Shuai for more than a year. Not quite a chance, right? The lanky boy hesitated. What the hell? I let you pick up a girl, and you're thinking about prying her out? Song Hutching twitched the corner of his mouth and reached out to pat his shoulder. Brothers, have goalkeepers scoring goals to be called wonderful? Asterisk. Everyone stood in awe, their eyes filled with admiration. Brother, it looks like you have a story. The tall, thin man said with a straight face. Brothers, do you believe me when I say that back then I chased the prettiest girl in the whole school at the stadium? Song Hutching laughed lightly. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. I thought it was just an ordinary delivery boy, but I didn't realize that it was actually a deep hide. Phew. At the sound of a whistle, the match was officially started. Song Hutching took off his helmet and shook out his hair before taking off his black knight's vest again and standing to the left of the lanky boy. Asterisk, brother. I somewhat believe your words now. The tall and thin man laughed bitterly. You have this long face. Ningya Ting can't escape you, right? Shallow, isn't it? Song Hutching joked. You guys are young and like young girls, and my tastes at this age have changed early. Puffing, the boys around them laughed. Phew, another whistle. The referee throws the basketball toward the sky. The lanky boy in the opposite center jumped at the same time, but then a white light flashed. Wow! A gasp came from the entire edge of the stadium. The lanky boy hurriedly looked sideways, only to see Song Hutching speeding towards the opponent's basket. The opponent rushed back on defense, but Song Hutching stopped sharply at the three-point line and jumped up to shoot. Brush! The basketball should go into the net. Phew! The referee blew a whistle. 3 points are valid. Asterisk. Bull. The tall skinny guy and the rest of his teammates all came up to high-five Song Hutching. Base do not 6. Song Hutching laughed lightly and then returned to defense. Ning Yating and Zhang Shuai on the side looked dumbfounded. Where did this person come from? In the second round, the opponent serves. The point guard received the ball and Song Huching immediately met him. The opponent had a rather disdainful look in his eyes, and was about to make a nice turn to avoid him when he realized that the ball was gone from his hand. He immediately greeted his 3 remaining teammates back on defense to block. Song Huching dribbled with one hand, sidestepped his man and then jumped up. Horseback riding and archery. Brush. Another 3 points arrived. Asterisk 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 brother. I'll kowtow to you. The lanky boy screamed and was ready to pounce, but Song Huching dodged him. Looking is okay, hugging is not. Ha ha ha. The entire basketball court laughed. Zhang Shuai was somewhat unable to sit still and accelerated his eating speed. After all, the eyes of Ning Yating on her side were almost falling on that delivery man. How could it go on like this? Round 3. Zhang swallowed the last bite of his fries over the water and raised his hand to signal a change. Song Huching also noticed his movements, so after receiving the ball from the tall, thin man, he flew towards the opponents under the basket. The other party had prepared for this, and immediately the 3 of them surrounded him, preparing to pin him down. But Song Huching pointed to the basket with one finger and jumped in full view of the crowd. Boo! A foul shot that made everyone look silly. This kid is just over 5 feet 8 inches tall and he can actually dunk like that? If I had this kind of physical quality in my previous life, I would have gone to play in the NBA, and ate up my finance. Song Huching sighed inwardly. Chapter 34. It's better for us ordinary people to recognize reality. Snap. There was a round of applause from off the field. Song Huching held his hands flat, and after bowing slightly to them, he high-fived the tall, thin man and the others who rushed over. Big brother, you're too good. A little something. Song Huching reached out and patted their shoulders. Still waiting to work. We'll play together next time. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Ning Yating and straddled his little electric donkey and sped off. Hey! Ning Yating shouted, but Song Huching not only didn't stop, but instead sped up and disappeared in front of the crowd. You're just going to run away after you've played your ass, aren't you? Zhang Shuai hated and gnashed his teeth, and later on, he must complain about that. Near noon, Song Huching came to the South County Hotel as usual. Brush. Everyone looked sideways with rather complicated eyes. Well, what are they doing? Song Huching walked over to old Joe and sat down. Little Song, you're a rich second generation here to experience life, aren't you? Lao Wu laughed bitterly. Richie rich? Song Huching pointed at himself and said, Big brother, have you ever seen such a frustrated rich second generation? Don't pretend. Everyone knows. Old Chin sighed. People invite you for 30,000 a month, you don't go. Instead you are willing to run a takeaway. What is this not experiencing life? Oh old brother, this is where I have to say a few words about you. Song Huching said helplessly. $30,000 a month is indeed tempting, but this money has to have a life to get it, doesn't it? Well, what do you mean? It wasn't just old Chow. Quite a few people had gathered around. Let me ask you, according to the market in Lin Chang, what person can't be hired for $30,000 a month? She had to come here to find me. Why do you think that is? Song Huching leisurely said. Does she want to bag you? Someone sneered. Hey man, point taken. Song Huching hypocritically said. Doing our business, are capable of hard work. Seriously, if she wants to package me, I say I am not willing. That is coaxing the ghost, but this thing cannot be done. What do you mean? Old Chin was surprised. If she's happy, is it hard to believe that her husband is also happy? Song Huching laughed bitterly. Ooh, the entire square was in an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is something that can't be done. Lao Wu hurriedly said. If this is caught in bed, people have power and influence. Get us killed like playing. You must not be confused. Who says otherwise? Song Huching laughed bitterly. So it's not that I don't know how to appreciate, but really that's a fire pit. If this is to jump in case you can't turn over, what can we do? Song Huching. A sudden roar startled everyone. Song Huching's body stiffened, and looking sideways, he couldn't help but reveal a smile that was worse than crying. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Brush. Old Joe and others were very unrighteous to change the table, and Song Huching couldn't even pull it. If I didn't come, I wouldn't have known I was a rich woman. Su Mei sneered. Hey, that's right on point. Mr. Su, Song Huching hurriedly said. Look at you. Natural beauty. Even if it is draped in a sack on the body, it is non-rich or expensive. Who dares to say you are not a rich woman? Asterisk 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 you. You're the one draped in a sack. Su Mei glared at him angrily. I have a dealer coming. In the afternoon you accompany me, I will pay you by the day. There's a dinner party? Song Huching was surprised. There is, after all, before Su Mei could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Song Huching waving his hand. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I have a child at home and I have to pick her up from school this afternoon. Well, Old Wood and the others who were eavesdropping were filled with shock. Song Hutching looked can be very young. They really did not expect this guy children have. I know you have children. Sume pursed her lips and said, I can go with you to pick her up at that time when we finish eating. I will send you back. Or not. Song Hutching shook his head and said, Mr. Su, I am really sorry that my daughter has been stimulated recently and can't see strangers. You. Sume instantly wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at him in exasperation. I swear, this is not a lie. Song Hutching hurriedly said. Poof. Sume snorted coldly and got up to walk towards her seat. It was then that Lao Wu and the others came together. No, Xiao Song, cannot be delayed to earn money. This woman looks a little bit of meaning to you. You do not really. Hanging her. Asterisk. You can say such words? Song Hutching was surprised. Look at all the fuss you're making. Old Sun walked over with a cigarette in his mouth and scolded with a smile. If you don't feel at ease with your daughter, when her kindergarten is out of school, you will bring her to me. By the time your sister-in-law watches her. Well, there's still this kind of service here? Song Hutching was surprised. Do you think you are the only one with a child here? Old Joe laughed bitterly. Doing our line of work, there are many single fathers. Everyone is picking up the child after school, and then put it here, to run a single themselves. Wait until you get off work at 7 or 8 o'clock and then come back here to pick up the kids. Son is a good man. Song Hutching sighed. What good guy or bad guy? I'm earning money alright. Old Sun laughed and scolded. The hosting fee is 100 a month, including one dinner. I say Old Sun. Almost done. Lao Wu mysteriously said. People Xiao Song has a girlfriend. I also saw it yesterday like a heavenly fairy. Ooh, really? Quite a few people gathered around. Really? Tall and good looking. No worse than this female boss. Lao Wu swore. No, really? The crowd was a bit disbelieving. Song Hutching did not mention his wife. Then everyone defaulted to the fact that he was divorced. This kind of thing is simply not too common in the industry of takeout workers. After all, delivery men and sports cars are one and the same. And they work longer hours than sports cars, which gives a lot of women something to work with. You take him at his word. Song Hutching did not have a good mood. That is my friend. Accurately said that my ex-wife's friend. My ex-wife is not a business trip. She sent something to my daughter. I'd say you boys are really unenlightened. Lao Wu painfully said. People want to have a figure. Want to have a look. You kid do not know to seize the opportunity? Oh old brother. Why do you all think it's me who can't look at each other, and not them who can't look at me? Song Hutching said quietly. I'm not self-depreciating but beautiful girls have to spend money to raise not people casually as skincare products. We have to twist the throttle out of the sparks, do you believe it? Well, everyone gave him a surprised look, then fell silent. Song is right. Old Joe lit a cigarette. We ordinary people, it is better to recognize reality. Hey, the crowd dispersed with some interest. Only Lao Sun looked at Song Hutching with complicated eyes. He always felt that this kid did not tell the truth. Chapter 35, Su Ching, do you like me? Afternoon. Song Hutching ran until 3:30 and hurried toward the kindergarten. I didn't expect to find Su Ching already waiting there when I waited there. Well, what brings you here? It's not because I'm afraid you're too busy. I don't have much to do anyway. Su Ching laughed. Nothing to go find a boyfriend to talk about a relationship is not? Song Hutching laughed and scolded. What's the point of following my girl around every day? And in love. Su Ching laughed and scolded. You and soft from the university talk. Graduated and married. Now is not a divorce end? After she finished, she handed over a file. Well, Song Hutching took a look and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. I've already read the paternity report. Another appraisal center has already sent him the electronic file of the appraisal report. Song Xiaoyuan is indeed his biological. You really suspect Softy and Qin Chu? Su Ching frowned. No, I've never suspected Qin Chu. Song Hutching spread his hands and said. Well, why? Subaru wondered. Do you remember what Qin Zimo called Qin Chu last time? Song Hutching laughed. Dead liquors? Su Qing's pretty face was slightly red when she uttered those three words. That's right, dead liquors. Song Hutching disdainfully said. That kid thinks he has a few money, chasing Ruan Xingyo every day without letting go. But in reality, his money is nothing but a mirror. His old man is happy to give him a few subs, not happy to stop his card. He has no place to cry. He might really like Ruan Xingyo, but if he's with Ruan Xingyo it won't end well. I don't think his family will accept a divorced woman. That's a bit of an absolute statement on his part, but it's generally true. Of course, if Ruan Xingyo was worth a lot of money and had the ability, maybe the result would be different. But Ruan Xingyo had almost no advantage other than being pretty. Hey, Su Ching sighed. You do see clearly, but this kind of thing is only afraid of what might happen. In case? What if what? Song Hutching was surprised. taking a step back. In case Ruan Xingyao and Qin Shu get together, that's their business. What does it have to do with me? Well, Su Qing looked at him in a daze, then smiled bitterly. Song Huqing, do you not have any feelings for Softy at all? If you fall in love, 80% of you are also dead-licking dogs. Song Huqing sighed. You're the dead-licking dog. You. Su Qing was instantly furious and was about to scold him, but Song Xiaoyuan trotted over, and she immediately shut her mouth, only but reached out and pinched Song Huqing. This guy talks so angry. Daddy, Auntie Susie, hey. Song Huqing reached out to pick her up and laughed softly. Were you a good girl at school today? Did you make the teacher angry? No, I was good and got a big red flower. Song Xiaoyuan pointed rather proudly at the large red flower on her chest. Awesome. Your old man didn't even get this. Song Huqing laughed. Hey. Song Xiaoyuan let out a laugh, then took off his own big red flower and pinned it to Song Huqing's chest. Now daddy also has a big red flower. Ha! Song Huqing burst out laughing and set her on her neck. When Su Qing saw this, a hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Although this guy's personality had become nasty, he was treating Kun better than before. Shoreline, downstairs. Su Qing, if there's nothing else, you can go first, Song Huqing said with a straight face. I'm not that busy at work. I have no problem bringing Little Garden. Who said it was for you? Su Qing gave him a blank stare and said, Can I play with Little Garden if I want to? Come on, then we're going to play in the park now. Are you going? Song Huqing laughed. Go on. Why go? I'll drive. Su Qing was about to leave, but he stopped him. Better take my car, Song Huqing said rather awkwardly. Now our homeowners group has begun to suspect that I am doing shady business. Puffing, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't force it anymore. The three of them then went to the parking lot. Only Song Huqing couldn't help but freeze for a moment as soon as he pulled open the car door. Yo, your interior decoration of this car is pretty good, Su Qing complimented. The all-black style is pretty cool. Inside the sofa leather cover, including the steering wheel, are all replaced with black leather cover, while the feet step on the foot cushion is replaced with red. The two colors collide. The style immediately up. I didn't change this thing. Qin Zimo did. Song Huqing laughed bitterly. Oh yeah? Su Qing slightly raised her eyebrows and said, It seems that you really intend to marry her, even letting her toss her own car. Hey. Song Huqing sighed and got into the cab. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed Xiao Yuan to the back seat. Linchang Park is not too far away from Xidinglan. The drive is only about 15 minutes. This park was built especially for the nearby neighborhood, with a huge man-made lake dug in it and a lot of koi carp raised. It is because of the rise of this park. Many vendors also saw the business opportunity, set up stalls here, selling snacks, or playing balloons, archery and whatnot. Anyway, to earn a little bit of money for children. Daddy, I want to go to Naughty Castle. Song Xiaoyuan pouted. Success, but yes, be careful and protect yourself. Song Huqing pinched her little nose. As you wish. Song Xiaoyuan immediately happily wrapped her arms around his neck and fiercely kissed him on the cheek. The so-called Naughty Castle is a large inflatable air mattress with slides and stuff, and there are a lot of little kids running around like crazy in it, while the parents are sitting outside playing on their cell phones. After Song Huqing paid the money, he took off Song Xiaoyuan's shoes and threw them on, while he himself took the shoes and found a lounge chair to sit on. Su Qing, on the other hand, sat on his side, staring blankly at Song Xiaoyuan. Subaru, do you like me? What? Su Qing snapped her head back and was met with a pair of sparkling eyes. I'm not narcissistic, but I feel as if you do treat me differently. Song Huqing directly said. You said that you like Xiaoyuan, but I have some disbelief. We are all adults. Some things are better to say clearly. You, don't be narcissistic. How could I like you? Su Qing scolded with a red face. Be honest, will you? Song Huqing lit a cigarette. It's not like I'm a little cutie. You let Xiaoyuan bring me so much money. Whether you care about Xiaoyuan's life or my life, I can still tell the difference. He is not a little cute. You can't take 100,000 or $100,000 from a good friend, can you? Of course, he was a little curious himself. After all, in his mind, the two really had nothing special to do with each other, and not he looked down on the predecessor. But if Qin Shu is a dog licker, then his predecessor is a dog licker pro, commonly known as a professional dog licker. Chapter 36, Is it possible that I have special skills? You. Su Qing instantly looked at Song Huqing in some panic. It seems that this blunt talk is really scaring her. That's okay, Song Huqing said softly. With your condition, any man can be found. If you really like Xiao Yuan, you can give birth to one yourself. No? Su Qing didn't say anything, just glanced at him and then lowered her head. You really don't remember anything? Well, Song Huqing frowned slightly. Did something really happen to us? In sophomore year, Softy wanted to break up with you, and then you called me, and asked me to ask Softy out for you, and she wouldn't come out, and then we found a place to drink. Su Qing's voice was like a mosquito, but she said, we were both drunk and then you mistook me for her. Is so dog-eared? Song Huqing was shocked, although he was not good at imagining. The direction of this story was indeed a bit out of his expectation. I didn't know what to do at that time, so I left first. Su Qing lowered her head and said, no, once isn't so fetishized, is it? It's hard not to believe that I have a special skill. Ouch. Before Song Huqing could finish his sentence, he ate a big mouth. Song Huqing, if you keep talking nonsense, you'll see if I don't beat you to death. Su Qing glared at him fiercely. It's not a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Song Huqing covered his face and snapped, just because of that one time so you didn't look for another boyfriend? Then you teach me. What should I say to my boyfriend? Su Qing reddened her eyes and said, don't think I don't know that you men. Don't say it on your mouth, but you must mind it in your heart. That's not necessarily true. Song Huqing sighed, who has not been young. Big brother does not laugh, second brother is not. I don't believe you. Su Qing wiped the corners of her eyes and laughed coldly. If Qin Zimo was that kind of woman, would you be so obsessed with her? Where can you tell that I'm obsessed with her? Song Huqing was surprised. You can fool others. You still want to fool me not? Su Qing rolled her eyes and said, you look like you don't care about anything, but in fact, you are the most emotionally heavy. The reason why you deleted Qin Zimo is that you don't want to let yourself cause trouble for her. Well, Song Huqing's eyes instantly became complicated. You said that you want to marry her. That means that you think highly of her. Otherwise you just got divorced. How could you have such thoughts? Su Qing said in a hateful voice. Can't it be that I'm heartless? Song Huqing laughed bitterly. Heartless? Su Qing squinted. Soft hurt you like this. If you don't really like, you will still get married. There is a ghost. You now have money, have time, outside do not know how many little girls waiting for you. There was one thing she hadn't said, and that was that Song Huqing seemed to have grown a lot more handsome since the divorce. In the past, he could only be considered somewhat handsome, but now if he walked out, anyone would have to look at him a few times. Fair skin, B waist and ape arms. I don't know if it is an illusion. She even feels that Song Huqing has grown much taller. In the past, the height difference between the two of them was not much, but now he was a head taller than even herself, and for the sake of this, she even looked at Song Huqing's shoes, thinking that he had folded height-enhancing insoles. Hey, Song Huqing sighed, you should have told me earlier. What? Su Qing was surprised. If you told me earlier, I would have been with you at that time. Song Huqing shrugged his shoulders and said, getting married after we got married. The days are not bad. Come on, you can't even keep Qin Zimo. It's hard not to be able to pass my sister's hurdle. Su Qing laughed and scolded. She is very picky. The boyfriends my parents introduced to me, she can't see a single one. Well, is she sick? Song Huqing was surprised. What does your blind date have to do with her? She got married and had a child on her own, and let you stay single? Screw you. She's not married, boyfriends either. Su Qing helplessly said. Sisters, what's her age? Song Huqing said in horror. Asterisk off. Su Qing couldn't help but scold. My sister is prettier than me, and she also has the ability to chase her. People can be lined up from Linchang to Shanghai. Well, is it possible that she likes women? Song Huqing whispered. Song Huqing, Su Qing delicately reprimanded. If you talk nonsense again, I really want to beat you. Come on, I'm just kidding. Song Huqing laughed softly, then sighed. But it's not a thing for you to be so single, is it? Let's too. Seriously, I don't know what kind of family you are, but listening to you say so, I can't get past your family. You just don't want to get over it. Otherwise why can't you get over it? Su Qing skimmed her mouth. Soft and I talked about what happened when you divorced. Qin Chu's family is not particularly rich, but it's not bad. The fact that you didn't put someone like him in your eyes at all shows that you can actually handle it, but you'd rather let Qin Zimo go. I'm a bit puzzled. She herself is not happy to be with me. Song Huqing leaned back in his chair and smiled bitterly. As soon as I went back, she was downstairs in the car. That means she has made up her mind to go. Well, she didn't even say it to you personally? Su Qing was surprised. That's the problem. Song Huqing exhaled a mouthful of smoke. But where she personally spoke to me about the predicament she is now experiencing, then I would fight for my life to keep her. But she did not. Maybe it's because she doesn't dare to face you? Su Qing comforted. Sisters, marriage is a lifetime event. Song Huqing reached out and patted her shoulder. If even this matter, the two are not afraid to face together. After the marriage, there are many big storms and waves. By the time she is also so gone, it would be better not to get married. Su Qing stared at him in a daze. It was a long time before she pursed her lips and said, if she confessed all this to you and said she wanted you to get on, would you change for her? Song Huqing couldn't help but stare at his words. He glanced sideways at Song Xiaoyuan, who was running wildly in the naughty castle, then shook his head and said, "Let her family have 1,000,000,000 and 100,000,000,000 things. She made a bad decision." Su Qing sighed, both regretful and somewhat grateful. "Maybe." Song Huqing sighed softly and didn't speak again. Su Qing also fell silent. Only after a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "Song Huqing, if I am with you, but we don't get married, are you willing? What's up? You want to bag me?" Ouch. As soon as Song Huqing's words left his mouth, he ate another big mouthful. "You say again." Su Qing glared at him fiercely, her ears reddening. Chapter 37 Parents. "Just kidding you." Song Huqing laughed softly. "Qin Zimo I cannot keep. If replaced with you, I cannot keep even more. I am such an ordinary person. I should find an ordinary person to get married, and should not have any non-thinking." "You're a regular?" Su Qing pointed to the big Jeep parked on the side of the road and said, "Is this something that ordinary people can afford? A car that doesn't mean anything at all." Song Huqing shook his head and was about to say something when suddenly the phone rang. However, he just looked away and lapsed into silence. Su Qing also glanced at his cell phone and smiled bitterly. "I wonder how to explain this to your parents. That's more than true. I just didn't think of how to face them." Song Huqing gave an ambiguous laugh before picking up the phone. "Brat, been calling you for 3 days now. Why don't you answer?" A growl came from the other end of the line, startling everyone in the neighborhood. "Mom, is not picking up. This is not busy at work?" Song Huqing laughed bitterly. "Busy at work? I called Xingyao and she said she was out on a business trip. Both of you are busy. What about Xiao Yuan?" Mother Song angrily scolded. "It won't starve her to death. Don't worry." Song Huqing laughed. "I don't care. This weekend you bring Xiao Yuan back for dinner, or I can't spare you." Mother Song sneered. "Weekend." Song Huqing just wanted to say something, but Su Qing tugged on his sleeve, then pointed to her cell phone. "What's the matter? Had to make me and your old man come to see you, didn't you?" "No, isn't the weekend tomorrow?" Song Huqing helplessly said. "Then if you want to say so, I don't simply come straight back today." "Hey, that's what you said." The phone changed to a male voice. "Song Huqing, all men, a mouthful of spit and a mouthful of nails. Hurry to book a ticket. I and your mom wait for you to eat a snack." "Well," Song Huqing pondered for a moment before smiling. "Success. Then I'll come back now." "Hey, that's right." Song Mother snatched back the phone and smiled broadly. "Hurry to book a ticket. Your father and I will wait for you at home." "Got it." After Song Huqing hung up the phone, he looked at Su Chung. "What are you doing looking at me?" Su Chung moved her gaze away, a little embarrassed. "Why don't you come back with me?" Song Huqing's words made her stand up violently. "What do you mean? I'm going back with you?" Su Qing's face was filled with incredulity. What the hell is going on in this guy's head? Although he is now divorced, but in the end has not yet received a license as not it, he followed him back. "This is like words? What's in it?" Song Huqing smiled and said, "You don't have anything to do anyway, so follow me and have some fun." "What the hell do you want?" Su Qing lightly bit her thin lips. "Hey, you don't know. My old man and my mom don't have a good temper. They were against me marrying Ruan Xingyao in the beginning, but I myself insisted on marrying her. Now that it has become such a mess, they will beat me to death." Song Huqing said bitterly. "If you follow along with the words, you can also help me explain a couple of sentences not." "Well," Su Qing looked at him with an odd expression. "If you go along on your own, you should get beaten up even more, right?" Linchang is the capital city of Jiangzhou province, but Jiangzhou province belongs to the inland, not a very developed province, while Song Huqing's hometown is in a small county, about 4 hours drive from Linchang. After the three of them casually found a small store to deal with a bite, they hurriedly ran home to organize Song Xiaoyuan's clothes. By the time he arrived at Jiang County, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Although Song's father and mother were not in particularly good condition, they both had units belonging to the workers of the shipping agency, and both were in their 50s and had not yet retired. However, the unit welfare benefits are good. Earlier years when the distribution of housing let them catch up, so now live is also the unit's family building. Song Huqing stopped the car and lit a cigarette. "Song Huqing, Xiao Yuan is asleep." Su Qing whispered. "Let her sleep." Song Huqing sighed. "After I finish this cigarette, we will go up." "You're afraid?" Su Qing laughed. "Kind of." Song Huqing glanced upstairs and smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't know how to explain my divorce to my parents. I just don't know how to face them. If you're really scared, just say I seduced you." Su Qing's words scared his cigarette away. "No, say that again. That is. Anyway, they won't beat me. At most scold me a few times." Su Qing said with a red face. "What do you think this place is?" Song Huqing helplessly said. "Do you believe that as long as you dare to say this, they can hang me on the signboard at the entrance of the district and beat me?" "Well, you've been beaten?" Su Ching said in horror. That's not true, but I have seen other people being beaten by their parents like this. Song Huching arched his hand and said, Auntie, don't add to the chaos. Here are all their neighbors for more than 20 years, they won't care about my face. Then, I'll just keep quiet then. Su Ching pursed her lips and put her head down. Alright, get up there. Song Huching pulled open the car door and reached out to pick up Song Xiaoyuan before heading upstairs. Su Ching, on the other hand, followed him with her suitcase. The old house didn't have an elevator, but it was nice that the stairs weren't too high. Song Huching stopped at the door of the third floor and knocked on the door of the room. Here it comes. Footsteps sounded after the house answered. Oops, garden's asleep. Ha! A woman in her early 50s reached out and took Song Xiaoyuan. She had fair skin and a gentle look, especially when she smiled. It made people feel like spring breeze. This is Song Huching predecessor's mother Wen-yun. Just her temperament and looks name are inversely proportional. That is notoriously fiery. Young, the house quota was robbed by improper means. She held 2 kitchen knives and went directly to the director's office, and then became famous. Unit leaders have changed I don't know how many, but who are all polite to her. Mom! Song Huching had just shouted out when a man came over behind Wen-yun. Perhaps it was the long years of laboring at the docks that made him a bit out of his old age, but he had a sturdy body and decent looks, so he could tell that he was a handsome man in his youth. Boy, why are you still standing around out there and not coming in? After Song Shan laughed and cursed, he then snapped his eyes wide open. Auntie and uncle, how are you? I'm Su Ching. Su Ching, who was standing behind Song Huching, bowed slightly with a red face. The atmosphere went cold for a moment. 3 minutes later, parlor. Song Huching and Song Shan sat side by side, while Su Ching sat slightly restrained at the other end of the sofa. None of the three spoke until they had settled Song Xiaoyuan down when Yun walked out. Chapter 38, You're in good health. I'll sleep on the bed. You sleep on the floor. Song Huching, what do you mean? Subaru and I are just friends. Song Huching looked at Wen Yun and smiled bitterly. But my marriage with Ruan Xingyao did have some problems. Wen Yun stepped forward and raised his hand, but Song Shan stopped him. Cough cough cough. He coughed twice and glanced at Subaru. The meaning is obvious. There are outsiders present. Save face for the child. She mentioned it or you did. Wen Yun pressed his fire. This doesn't matter. Song Huching exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, Anyway, it's all like this. There's no point in dwelling on this. Snap. Wen Yun slapped him on the head. You speak properly to my mother. Well, Song Huching rubbed his head and smiled bitterly. Isn't this just talking properly? Who does the child belong to? Song Shan said sharply. Me. Song Huching pointed at himself and said, The child and the house all belong to me. Ruan Xingyao is considered to be at a disadvantage. How did it come to this? Wen Yun frowned. You're asking me? Song Huching pointed at himself and said, I don't even know how I came to this point. Anyway, she felt that it was not easy to have a good time with me. And of course, I felt the same way. Since both of them feel bad about their lives, wouldn't it be a little better to separate? When Yun fire came up again, grabbed him and whacked twice. Brat, you don't think I don't know you that bit of flowery intestines. You come back to this also with a small Su. Auntie, Song Huching and I are really just friends. Su Ching hurriedly explained. And Soft and I are also high school classmates. We've known each other for many years. Well, when Yun and Song Shan glanced at each other, their eyes both a bit gloomy. I said, you can't talk, just say less into it? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, if you say that, later on they'll think we've already hooked up. In an instant, Su Ching turned red from her face to her neck. Hey, when Yun sighed, no wonder when I called Softy recently, she was a little embarrassed. It seems that you guys are really not destined for each other. Maybe. Song Huching shrugged, but I am now living a good life, and I have a new job, and time to take care of Xiao Yuan. Changed units? Song Shan frowned. Didn't you do a good job there? Why did you change units? It's hard to make money. It's hard to change units for fun, right? Song Huching blankly glanced at him. I can't rely on those few $1,000s for the rest of my life, right? Isn't it good to have more paths while I'm still young? Song Shan was about to start cursing, but he was held down again by Wen Yun. It's too late today, so you guys go get some rest, and we'll talk about this when you get up tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she pulled Song Shan away. Well, Song Huching had a mouthful of foggy water. What kind of routine is this? No scolding, no beating, just let it go? Song Huching, where do I sleep at night? Su Ching whispered. We have a guest room in our house. Song Huching got up and led her towards the guest room, only to open the door and the entire group was dumbfounded. The guest room was piled with clutter at the moment, and it looked like the house was getting ready for a big cleanup. Su Ching also instantly understood when she saw the scene. Song's father and mother were 80% on purpose, knowing that there was only one room left in the house, so they ran ahead, Come on, I'll take you out to a hotel. Song Hutching was about to retreat when the door to the master bedroom opened. Wen Yin took a chicken feather duster and patted the wall at this time, sneering, Song Hutching, you know the rules of the house, don't you? No going out after 10? Song Hutching immediately had a face of egg pain. Mom, I'm not 18, we're alone in a room with a man and a woman. It's not appropriate, is it? Why is it inappropriate? Xiao Su sleeps on the bed, you sleep on the floor. Wen Yun bristled, I've laid foam boards on the floor, and there's bedding too. It won't freeze you. She really isn't. Song Hutching said bitterly. No, isn't that better? You're all friends. What's wrong with friends sharing a room? Song Shan also walked to the door of the room. Aren't you a bully? As soon as Song Hutching's words left his mouth, Wen Yun walked over with a chicken feather duster raised, scaring him so much that he immediately pulled Su Qing to hide in the room. Brat, take one step slower and I'll break your legs. After Wen Yun outside the door cursed, there was then the sound of a door closing. How about I just go out and stay in a hotel? Su Qing whispered. Fine. You roll over the window and jump down. Song Hutching smiled and said, what do you mean? Su Qing was surprised. The rule of our family is that after 10 o'clock, the door is unlocked. I don't have a key and can't open it. Song Hutching shrugged his shoulders. Nonsense. How can you not have a key? Su Qing bristled. Well, I have. But it's better not to challenge their bottom line. Song Hutching said helplessly. Once you leave, they still don't know how to toss me around. But Su Qing looked at the furnishings inside the house and put her head down. This house is a second bedroom, but the environment is good. There is probably a more than 20 square feet, with a small balcony not to mention. There is also its own independent bathroom. You're fit. I'll take the bed. You sleep on the floor. With that, Song Hutching opened the cabinet and took a bedding and threw it on the floor. What do you mean? You sleep in the bed? Su Qing said with a face full of shock. Or what? This bed is mine. Song Hutching straightened up and said, I'm going to take a shower first, so lay it down yourself. After he finished, he grabbed his clothes and dug into the bathroom. Subaru kicked the covers hard. This guy is such a gentleman. When Song Hutching finished his bath and came out, he found that the bed on the floor had already been made, while Su Qing was sitting on the bed, blaring fiercely at him. I say sis, aren't you tired? Song Hutching yawned and said, don't make a fuss. Something tomorrow. No, I want to sleep on the bed. You sleep on the floor. Su Qing delicately said. Okay then. Song Hutching agreed in one bite, and after smoothly turning on the air conditioner, he laid down on the floor. Well, this was a good way to get Su Qing to not be able to do it. She sat on the edge of the bed and thought for a long time before she said in a hateful voice, Song Hutching, did you trick me into making your bed? Puffing, Song Hutching couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing? Su Qing immediately jumped down from the bed, but she didn't know what she stepped on. Her legs were crooked, and she actually lunged straight towards him. Stop it. Song Hutching hurriedly reached out to block it, but touched a soft mass. Well, Su Qing looked at him, then at his hand, and for a moment she actually didn't know what to do. Song Hutching propped her up with both hands, also a little disoriented, and his hands even subconsciously squeezed a little. Yeah, Song Hutching, you're going to die. Su Qing was instantly disgraced and hurriedly climbed up, taking several steps back and glaring at him. Chapter 39, Song Hutching, you coward. Accident. Song Hutching gave a sarcastic laugh and was also a little embarrassed. This girl's body is absolutely amazing. How does her waist hold up when she carries two guys this big out every day? Poof. After Su Qing gave him a blank look, she got up and walked towards the bathroom. Song Hutching was breathing a sigh of relief when suddenly a foot stepped directly on his chest. Humph. Let you bully me. After Su Qing gave a smug laugh, she flew into the bathroom. Well, Song Hutching looked at the closed bathroom door and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. First time I saw this girl, she was like an iceberg, but I didn't expect to realize that this little girl is quite playful after getting acquainted. Su Qing's heart was also in turmoil at this time. She didn't even know what she was thinking. She actually went and stepped on that guy's foot, and I wonder if he'll get mad. She took a shower as she thought about what was on her mind. By the time I got out again, it was half an hour later. Su Qing carefully glanced towards the ground, and immediately puffed up her cheeks in anger. How can this guy fall asleep so quickly in this situation? She stood there for half a day looking at it carefully, but eventually got a little discouraged. Song Hutching wasn't pretending, he was really asleep. There's a little light snoring if you listen carefully. Su Qing was a bit angry, and when she passed by Song Hutching's side, she stretched out her foot and kicked him. Song Hutching jolted awake and immediately looked left and right. This look made Su Qing laugh. It's not even 12 o'clock and you're going to bed? Or what? Song Hutching didn't have the heart to say, if I don't get up in the morning, Xiao Yuan has to get up too, right? That's true. Su Qing sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and looked at the guitar hanging on the wall and said, You still know how to play an instrument? That's not mine, it's my father's. Song Huqing yawned and said, Song Huqing, you really think I'm a cutie, can't you? Su Qing pointed at the guitar and stared. 16th birthday gift. Has words written on it. Yeah, I hadn't noticed this. Song Huqing snorted. Humph, you don't have a word of truth. Su Qing gave him a blank look. What the hell do you want to do this late at night when you're not sleeping? Song Huqing sat up. It's nothing. I don't sleep too well in a strange place. After Su Qing carelessly said a sentence, she whispered, What exactly do you mean by aunts and uncles? It's obvious. Song Huqing skimmed his mouth. Sensei, whether you are my friend or not, they created the opportunity first before saying, if you are really my friend, we happen something, I do not suffer, no? Can't you say that politely? Su Qing was so ashamed that she picked up a pillow and smashed him. You are not stupid. You have guessed it. But also what to do in a circle? Song Huqing shrugged. They saw that I was divorced and had a child with me. Also worried that I couldn't find it. You don't know how many girls around you, and you still can't find them. Su Qing sneered. You and Soft are only separated for a few days. Qin Zimo was already living in your home. I said, who are you fighting for? Song Huqing laughed and scolded. Ruan Xingyao didn't even say anything. But you're angry. What's wrong? Jealous? Eat your ass off. Su Qing instantly blushed. Who do you love to be with? Who you love to be with? And what does it have to do with me? That's true. After Song Huqing moved his neck, he said with a smile on his face, how about we discuss something? What is it? Subaru said warily. Why Don? You sleep in a little bit, and the two of us make do? Song Huqing said with a bitter face. Sleeping on this floor. I'm really not used to it. No. Su Qing refused in one bite. It's outrageous for us to sleep in a room, but we also have to sleep in a bed. Oops, why did you come up? She looked at Song Huqing already lying on the bed and couldn't help but reach out and push him. Stop it, I'm going to sleep. Song Huqing yawned and said, if you really cannot, you will be on the ground for a night. You cannot sleep anyway, lying on the ground to play the phone is the same. Asterisk 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 you. I'm not sleeping on the floor. Su Qing wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at him with a puff of air. Song Huqing rolled right over and closed his eyes. He was physically fit, but he wasn't made of iron. Was he? Su Qing waited for half a day and didn't wait for him to reply. So she couldn't help but reach out to kick him again. But before she could retract her foot, it was grabbed. With a slight tug, Song Huqing took her in his arms. Good girl. Stop it and go to sleep. You. Su Qing was so embraced by him that she was instantly disoriented and whispered. Song Huqing, what are we doing here? Friend. Song Huqing laughed softly. No. Would you sleep with your friend in your arms? Su Qing said obstinately. Then what do you think counts? Song Huqing said helplessly. Can't be considered a friend anyway. Subaru whispered. Subaru. Song Huqing moved back and looked her in the eyes and said, I don't want to get married again. One time is enough for something like Qin Zimo. I didn't say I was going to marry you. Su Qing did not have a good temper and patted him. Then his voice was like a mosquito but said, Anyway, I cannot be considered a friend with you. As for what kind of relationship we have, you take your own time to think about it, and tell me when you think clearly. Okay, I'll take my time thinking about it. Song Huqing nodded with a smile and was about to sidle over to sleep when he was tugged. You're hugging me, think, whispered Subaru. Hugs are fine, but no messing around. Song Huqing was wary. I'm not a random person. Song Huqing, I'm going to bite you to death. Su Qing was instantly disgraced and directly pounced on him and bit him. Song Huqing couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at her coquettish appearance. When did you say we were last here? Well, Su Qing immediately felt her body a little soft and pouted. Song Huqing, you are not allowed to bully me. Better go to bed. Song Huqing gritted his teeth and got up to the floor. To his not he have a can endure. But Su Qing this matter in the end is still confused. The other party so many years are not married. It is obvious that cannot pass that hurdle. That means this girl is the kind that recognizes death. If this moves her, I'm afraid it's really not going to end well. He was thinking about these things when suddenly a small white hand reached out behind him, along with murmurs in his ear. Song Huqing, you coward. Ha, I chickened out? Song Huqing disdainfully said, that bed is older than Xiao Yuan's age. I am afraid that it will fall apart. Song Huqing, let's start as friends. Su Qing reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Exhaling, let's both not put so much pressure on each other. Well, Song Huqing looked at her mesmerized eyes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 40. If it's not a mistake of principle, there's nothing that can't be overcome. Don't move. Sleep well. After rubbing her head, Song Huqing took her in his arms. It wasn't that he had the stamina of Lu Xiaohui and could sit back and relax. It was just that he truly considered Su Qing as a friend. After all, he had been in this world for almost a month now, and Su Qing was the only one who was really nice to him, and the kind that didn't ask for anything in return. Song Huching, did Softy divorce you because you have problems in that area? Su Qing said quietly. Don't come with that. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Let's wait until I think this through. Poof. Subaru twisted her body and turned her back to him. Song Huching was about to say something when suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room. Brush. Su Qing immediately rolled over and climbed onto the bed, still covering herself with the air-conditioned quilt. What again? Song Huching got up and opened the door, rather helplessly. Just now I was confused by your anger. Didn't I cook a snack for you to eat? Wen Yun glanced sideways at Su Qing and whispered through clenched teeth. You really sleep on the floor. Ha! Stop it. After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he shouted sideways. Su Qing, don't pretend to get up for a snack. When Su Qing heard his words, she sat up a little embarrassed. Table. A small charcoal stove was being set up at the moment, with some skewered small barbecues and a case of ice-cold beer next to it, which caused Su Qing to be quite dismayed. They think outside barbecues are unclean and expensive, so usually we jerk off at home. After Song Huching explained, he greeted her and sat down. Su, make yourself at home, eat what you want, drink what you want. After Song Shan greeted him, he started grilling skewers. Hey, thanks uncle. Su Chung hurriedly answered and looked sideways at Song Huching. Kid, is it that Softy thinks you earn too little? Wen Yun said in a deep voice. There are reasons for this, but I don't think it's a decisive factor. After Song Huching handed a cigarette to Song Shan, he also lit one himself. This person is going to change. She can't be 18 forever. Her eyes are slowly broadening, and it's normal for two people to get tired of each other. Well, Wen Yun was silent for a moment before he spoke. I and your old man have saved some money over the years. You first take it and spend it. Every month after that, your old man and I will save a little more and give you 8,000 a month. No need for. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Song Shan. Kid, don't have too much pride. Back then, we did oppose you and Softy being together. But since we're married, they're two people. And if it's not a mistake of principle, there's nothing we can't get past. Your father is right. Back then I was not too poor for your father. Wen Yun sighed. Now the times are different. Women spend a lot of money. We don't have any big expenses. You and Softy make up the days and forget about it. Su Qing was slightly lost in thought as she listened to the words of the two. Song Huching's parents, they're really good to Softy. Hey, young people's business. You won't understand even if you talk about it. Song Huching shook his head. I said that money is not the main factor. And a stiff upper lip. Well, halfway through his sentence, Song Shan saw a car key dropped on the table and couldn't help but cautiously say, lighter? Asterisk 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 you. Real car. Song Huching laughed and scolded. All these years, I have not honored you with anything. This car is sent to you. This. Song Shan put the kebabs on the plate and looked at them carefully for a long time, still a little unsure. Is this Mercedes? Mercedes-Benz Big G, landing at almost $3 million. Su Qing whispered. Where did you get that? Wen Yun glared. Earned. Can't it be stolen and robbed? After Song Huching rolled his eyes, he pulled out his cell phone and placed it in front of them. Some years ago, he made a little bit of stock, and then he partnered with someone to do business and also made some. This is the bank's record of the payment. Fortunately, that system is still reliable. There is a complete record of the purchase of accounts. Otherwise in this financial control society is quite strict. Not to mention the $3,100,000 are checking you a bottom of the sky. Good boy. There's something to be said for that. Song Shan rejoiced. Ah Yun, I told you. That Taoist priest used to tell my son's fortune and said that he had a good destiny. Now do you think it's true? Asterisk 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 you. When Yun scolded, that blind man also said that you can drive a luxury car in the future. Well, in the middle of her sentence, she suddenly looked at the keys on the table. Can't it be that the blind man's math is so accurate? No, you're really giving it to me? Song Shan rubbed his hands and said, you yourself are now doing business. You also need to have a car to support the facade is not. What if you go out to be despised? If you want it, take it. If not, forget it. Song Huching blankly glanced at him and said, I'm such a big man, don't I have some sense of propriety in what I do? Hey, that's. Song Shan suddenly old face red. You are better than me and your mom. Not, you are better off than me. I have not even mixed a car in my life. The unit didn't give you a car? What's wrong with keeping a car for no money? When Yun rolled his eyes, that 12 hands of the van, mother. That thing is not even a few years younger than Song Huching. Song Shan said with a bitter face. I dare not step on the gasoline door hard. I am afraid that it will die in my hands. Puffing, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll cover the gas, insurance, and maintenance. For you, okay? Song Huching laughed and cursed, pulling out his cell phone and transferring $50,000 over. Then not so much, Song Shan said with a red old face. Okay, here you go, you take it. After Wen Yun cursed without a good breath, he looked sideways at Song Huching and said, you did it on purpose, didn't you? What willfully? Song Huching was surprised. Your kid all these years can never reveal with us that you have money. We also give you a home loan every month. Wen Yun said in a deep voice, in that case, that soft should also not know. Kid, how can you still have second thoughts? Song Shan also said seriously, come on, then give me back the car and the money. Song Huching bristled. No, this code to a code. Send out things. How still Xing want to go back to the car book in the car, right? Tomorrow weekend. The DMV does not seem to work. Ouch. Before Song Shan could finish his sentence, he received a blow to the head. Go open your beer. What's with all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? After Wen Yun glared at him, he looked at Song Huching with complex eyes and said, you have had your own opinions since you were a child, and you don't have to ask what to worry about. Since you do it, it must have the reason to do it. But things can't be done this way. What do you mean? Song Huching frowned. You pay off the mortgage and give the house to Softy. Wen Yun's sentence caused Song Huching to instantly go numb. Let's get you ing loaded. It's a good thing the house is on the line. Chapter 41, Bastard. Shut the ing door. Hey, that's a good offer. Song Shan also squarely said, soft in the end or with you for so many years. She did not mix anything. It is not appropriate. If you do not have the ability, this matter is not to say, you now have money, that the house to her. It is not in vain that she gave you a child. No, you guys wait. Song Huching pointed at himself and said, I'm your own son. That's right, isn't it? Screw you. Softy is our own daughter-in-law too. Wen Yun slapped on his head. That house is only how much money? Full reckoning now still have to pay back a 400,000 or so. You do not pay back. Then your father and I pay back the mortgage, counting us as a gift to her. Su Qing looked at the two with a stunned expression. It was a decision that did take her somewhat by surprise. We'll talk about this later. Song Huching didn't want to bring it up again. Not so much the house. It's just that he doesn't have so much money in his hand right now. Otherwise it would be fine to give it to Ruan Xingyao. Just know it in your heart. Song Shan sighed softly. Kid, or that. If Soft didn't do anything wrong to you, then if you are like this, it is really a bit of a loss for people. If you don't have money, so be it. Now that you have money, it's got to be a good thing, doesn't it? Okay, I get it. After Song Huching shook his head, he raised his glass and said, come on, take a walk. Song Shan and Wen Yun also raised their glasses and laughed softly. Xiao Su, don't freeze. As if we are friends, have a drink together. Hey. Su Qing immediately clinked her wine glass with them. The midnight snack lasted over an hour. Song Huching was yawning and preparing to go to sleep when he was stopped by Song Shan. Don't go. Let's go down and take a look. Or what if I drive the wrong way tomorrow? That's right. I haven't even ridden in such an expensive car yet. Let me see it too. Wen Yun also laughed. Puffing. Su Qing couldn't help but be happy. This family is a lot of fun. Come on, let's go. Song Huching helplessly headed downstairs, and Wen Yun also took Su Qing's hand, signaling her to go down and have some fun together. Downstairs. TSK, 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 this is still $1 million luxury car after all. It's different. Song Shan sat on the driver's side and sked the steering wheel. Why don't you take it out for a spin? Song Huching egged on. Snap. Song Shan gave him a direct blow to the head. Do you really think I'm drunk? If this is out of the door, in case you get caught, hello to drive the car back again, right? Ha ha ha. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. He can't drive it back, but my old lady has a driver's license too. Wen Yun sneered. So he's simply trying to watch me go in, is he? Song Shan raised his hand and gave Song Huching another blow. I'll be damned. What's wrong with being addicted to fighting? Song Huching opened the front cabinet of the car and pulled out the car book and driving license as well as the spare key. Here, everything is here. You yourself have time to take it to the transfer. Song Shan flipped through it and couldn't help but be surprised. Ooh, you've only bought this car for a month, not even isn't it still new? Can I fool you with a used car? Song Huching rolled his eyes before turning to get out of the car and flinging the door shut. I'll go. Rabbit cub, close the car door gently. Song Shan couldn't help but complain. That's right, if it's not your car, it doesn't hurt, right? Wen Yun also chimed in. Come on, you guys cuddle up in the car and go to sleep. I'm going back. Song Huching yawned before heading upstairs. Su Qing hesitated and whispered, Auntie and Uncle, then I'm going to rest as well. Come along. Wen Yun laughed. I can't see clearly in this darkness, so I'll see tomorrow. Hey. Song Shan sniffed and got out of the car as well. Inside the bedroom. Are you afraid to drive this car? Just think of Qin Zimo. so that's why you gave the car to uncle? Su Ching pursed her lips. That's not so bad. Song Huching hands pillowed his head said. Just I do not use the car now, so simply send my old man forget it. Now think about it, before they are still unintelligent, my parents in this life, and did not enjoy any blessings. Liar. Su Ching wrinkled her agaric nose and said, the interior decoration of this car is all made by Chin Zimo. You obviously don't want to look at this car. Well, it's true that I don't want to, Song Huching said helplessly. Poof. After Su Ching hummed lightly, she whispered, if you are having financial difficulties now, then I will lend you money first. Didn't auntie and uncle say they want to give the house to Soft? I'm pissed off just talking about it. Song Huching said rather grudgingly, what do you think they were thinking? I sent them a car. They gave the house to Ruan Xingyao. I'm also really convinced. Your parents are nice. Su Ching hesitated for a moment, lying on his side and said, in fact, Soft really did not do anything wrong to you. Just Chin Chu wishful thinking. Speaking of which, aren't you apologizing to your good girlfriend for lying with me like this? Song Huching squinted. Asterisk 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 Q. Su Ching instantly blushed, and after pushing him, she rolled over to face him with her back, just waited for a long time, but did not see the other side of the movement, cannot help but secretly turned his head to see. At this time, Song Huching had already closed his eyes and was sleeping very sweetly. This guy, Su Ching couldn't help but mutter, but she still leaned down at his side and gently wrapped her arms around him. The next day, when Song Huching woke up, it was already 3 rods of sunrise, and Su Ching, who was on his side, didn't know where she had run off to. He opened his cell phone and looked at it, realizing that it was being blasted with messages. I said Song, why don't you come to work today? Lao Zhou, you boys aren't running off with a rich woman, are you? Old wood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Reply to the message will not be out of the way, right? Lao Zhou. After the crowd shouted at the group and saw no response, they sent him another private message. Called home by my mother and father today and will be back on Monday. Old 6. I'll go. You kids swindled? Old Sheen. Damn. It's a good thing you wrote back or we'd all be up at your house looking for you. Lao Wu. Good boy. Missing a day of work. Old Chow. Song Huching looked at the messages sent by the crowd and couldn't help but laugh. He's been in the workplace for so many years, he doesn't have many friends. I didn't expect to make a lot of friends here. Knock knock. Who? Song Huching shouted. Zira. The door to the room was opened. You shut up? Su Ching did not have a good temper and said, auntie and uncle have made a good meal. Hurry out to eat. Why are you so angry? Who bullied you? Song Huching was curious. You're still good for it. Su Ching snapped. You abducted me to your home, but you yourself are sleeping at home. What do you take me for? Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Come on, count me out. I'll take you out for a stroll later. That's more like it. Su Ching sniffed and immediately returned to her anger. Chapter 42, Grandma, I'm not a dog. When Song Huching took a shower and went to the living room, when Yun was feeding Song Xiaoyuan. No, Mom, she's 4 and can eat on her own. What do you care? Old Mom fed you until you were 7 years old. When Yun gave him a blank look, puffing, Su Ching couldn't help but laugh. Come on, count me as redundant. After Song Huching shrugged his shoulders, he looked at Song Xiaoyuan. Where do you want to go to play later? I'll take you there. Grandpa said he'd take me fishing this afternoon. Song Xiaoyuan said in a milky voice. Daddy, are you going? Fishing? You took her to the river? Song Huching looked sideways at Song Shan. That's not safe. Why don't you play somewhere else? Hey, why are you kids so nosy? Song Shan couldn't help but spit out. Your mom went along too. What's the matter? She still can't look after a child? Then your little electric motor. Well, Song Huching instantly reacted. Ooh, so it's a new car to show off to your friends, right? I said why are you guys dressed up today? Do you kid owe a beating? When Yun glared. Dead child, why are you so annoyed? In the end eat or not? Not eat I take it to feed the dog, she said, and gave Song Xiaoyuan a spoonful in her mouth. Grandma, I'm not a dog, Song Xiaoyuan protested. Ha ha ha. Song Huching burst out laughing. Grandma didn't say you. I said your dad. When Yun hurriedly said, you're much better behaved than your father. I'm annoyed just looking at him. Right. Speaking of which, Xiao Yuan will soon be on summer vacation, right? Song Shan squarely said. Anyway, your mom and I unit is not much to do. You send Xiao Yuan back to us to bring it. You also go to busy your career. Forget it, she'll just follow me. Song Huching shook his head and said, she is used to staying in Linchang, and she is afraid that she is not used to returning to Jiang County. Yo, old Song, this is different with a few dollars. When Yun said in a conspiratorial manner, who hasn't grown up drinking river water? That's not true. Song Shan also sneered. This went out for a few years. To come back are not used to stay. If I had known this, I should not have let him go out in the first place. This forgetful thing. Hey, just talk. Don't personally attack Song Huching laughed and scolded. Besides, people Xiao Yuan is not necessarily happy to stay with you guys. No? I'd love to. Song Xiao Yuan hurriedly said. Grandparents said that when I'm on vacation, they'll take me to the countryside to catch loaches and to take pictures of toads. Are you crazy? This big sun. You'll be dried up in the sun later. Do you believe it? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. Damn, old Song, brought my chicken duster. When Yun said angrily, what is it? You were not in the countryside so much when you were a child as how? I talk to you. How do I say more and more angry? I'll get the knife. Song Shan stood up and was ready to head towards the kitchen. Come on. I'm wrong, aren't I? Song Huching glanced helplessly at Song Xiaoyuan and said, you really want to be here? Aha. Song Xiaoyuan nodded her head vigorously. I want to go to the countryside to play. Success. Song Huching sighed. I hope I still recognize you when you start school. Song Huching, do you really want to get your ass kicked? Wen Yun slammed his chopsticks down so hard that Song Shan shuddered in fear. Okay, don't tell me. I won't tell you, okay? Song Huching helplessly said. This is no more than 2 days away from the vacation. Simply she stayed with you, and I was too lazy to take her back. Hey, that's right. Wen Yun immediately smiled. I will make a phone call to her homeroom teacher, and she asked for 2 days off. Now the end of June. It is not bad to go to these 2 days. Hey. Song Huching gave Song Xiaoyuan a disinterested look, then lowered his head to eat. Little Sue, later on, your aunt and I will take Xiao Yuan out to play. You let Song Huching take you out for a spin. Wen Yun joked. Although our Jiang County is not as prosperous as Linchang, the border town has its own flavor. Hey, thanks auntie, Su Qing hurriedly answered. It's not right, Song Shan suddenly exclaimed. Kid, aren't you and Softy also high school classmates? Then how come you don't know Su Qing? Isn't Ruan Xingyao a transfer student? Where would I recognize it? Song Huching gave him a blank look. Uncle, in fact, Soft and I have known each other since we were young. We were classmates from elementary school to our first year of high school, and then she transferred to Jiang County, and I still studied in Linchang. Su Qing explained. So it is. Song Shan came to a realization. Okay, have you eaten well? Eat well and hurry to go. When Yun greeted. Success. Song Shan also followed and stood up, looked at Su Qing and said, Little Sue, later you guys eat and go play to go. Table or something. Your mom and I. No, your aunt and I will come back to clean up. Hey, Su Qing answered with a red face. With those words from Song Shan just now, he was subconsciously thinking of him as Ruan Xingyao, right? After Wen Yun put a small hat on Song Xiaoyuan, he gave to put a sunscreen jacket on her, and only then hurriedly went downstairs. Auntie and uncle are so nice. Su Qing sighed. Not. Why do you call your aunts and uncles? Can't uncles and aunts? Song Huching curiously said. Well, yeah, why should I call my aunts and uncles? Subaru also cocked her head in thought. Cut. Song Huching blankly glanced at her and continued to lower his head to eat. Only when he finished eating and was ready to go out, he was shouted at by Su Qing. I'll clean up the dishes first, didn't they say? Are you crazy? Really waiting for them to come back to clean up? After Su Qing glared at Song Huching, she took the dishes and went to the kitchen. I say, there's really no need for that. Song Huching leaned against the kitchen doorway and helplessly said, you also see what my parents are. They have always been the ones who have something to say, are not very likely to talk to you about these false ones. What do you know? Su Qing gave him a playful blank stare and said, why is Auntie Count so good to Soft, but not soft and diligent? At least, when she is in your house, she will be very diligent, right? Well, Song Huching immediately looked at her with complicated eyes. You still really want to be my parents' daughter-in-law? Poof. Su Qing coldly laughed. Song Huching, I know that you can make money. Even if you can't make money, you still have a way to solve my family. You don't touch me even if you don't touch me. If you touch me, you have to marry me. Damn, I'm glad I didn't do it yesterday. Song Huching palpitated and patted his chest. Yeah, I'll fight you. With a chirpy rebuke, Su Qing pounced on him, reaching around his neck to bite. Zira. The gate was opened. Well, Song Huching and Su Qing looked sideways at the same time, only to see Song Shan standing dumbfounded at the door. I am sorry, I forgot to bring my plunge net. After Song Shan said somewhat incoherently, he hurriedly ran to the balcony to get the coping net, and cast an apologetic look at the two before leaving. You guys continue. I didn't see anything. After saying that, he darted down the stairs. It's over. There's no ing way to explain this. Song Huching muttered. Su Qing, on the other hand, covered her face and her ears were red. Chapter 43, this chick doesn't really want to pry Ruan Xingyao's corner, right? Now. What now? Su Qing whispered. What to do? Cool it. After Song Huching gave her a blank look, he lifted her suitcase out. Well, what does this mean? Su Ching was surprised. Come on, sis, Song Huching helplessly said. If we don't go now, do you believe that they will have to be tried in 3 chambers this evening, and then we will admit or not admit? Acknowledge. What? Su Ching played dumb. Stop it, Song Huching sighed. Your best friend and I haven't gotten a divorce certificate yet, and the others are even if. In case you and I are known by Ruan Xingyao, what can we do if there's a change of heart? This. Su Ching instantly became entangled as well. She did want to be with Song Huching, but she didn't want Ruan Xingyao to be upset. Okay, go back to thinking and withdraw. With a big wave of his hand, Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and started buying tickets. Don't look at Jiangxian is a border town, but still through the high-speed rail, from here to Lincheng, then, full of almost an hour's drive. It was only when he was at the high-speed train station that Song Huching called Wen Yun and was sprayed by the other party for a whole half hour. If it wasn't for the lack of cell phone reception through the tunnel, the other party would have continued to curse. Shoreline. No. What are you doing following me back here? You're not going home? Song Huching was curious. Softy is still on a business trip and hasn't returned, and I don't have anywhere to go, so I might as well follow you and play. Su Ching rationalized. Ooh, what do I owe you? Song Huching blanked her and said, things can be said clearly, this lonely man and woman. In case something happens, you cannot blame me. Coward. I'm not afraid of you if you can't touch me when you're cuddling and sleeping together. Su Ching wrinkled her nose. Hey, didn't I say that in case something happens, you shouldn't blame me? Song Huching winked. Blame it on you. Su Ching took the pillow and smashed him, and said with a red face, anyway, if I don't marry you anyway, then I won't get married in my life. Your family isn't in a hurry? Song Huching was surprised. Anxious. But I do not have a sister. Su Ching bristled. She is not as good as me. If my parents dare to force her, she dares to not go home for the rest of her life. Awesome. Song Huching gave a thumbs up. Poof. Su Ching gave him a blank look and turned around to go out. Song Huching didn't bother to ask her where she was going, and just laid down on the sofa to rest. I don't know if it's an addiction to running takeout, or if it's just not his day off, but he actually kind of misses riding his little motorcycle. He lay down for a while, a little sleepless around, and sent a message to the group. Guys, I'm back. Where are the singles more? Report the location as fast as you can. Old 6. Asterisk. It's $8 and 820 red packets again. How many people are in our group? Hurry up and die and come to Hushi. There's a lot of singles here. Lao Zhou. To hell with Hesher. Lincoln Normal. Hurry up. Lao Wu. Guamao. Go. Old Sheen. After glancing at the time, Song Huching donned the black knight's vest and surged into the takeout army. 7 o'clock in the evening. After he finished delivering the last order, he was about to take the order, but suddenly remembered that Su Ching might still be at his house, so he twisted the gas and rushed towards the shoreline. Just as soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw Su Ching was looking at him with her arms around her chest, puffing up. Yo, who offended our second Miss Su? You. Su Ching apricot eyes round open said. I went to buy a food effort. You people ran away. Today is not said to accompany me shopping? Well, Song Huching was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. If it is Jiang County, I can still accompany you to stroll. But where is this? This is Lin Chang'a. You grew up here. Not more familiar than me? You. Su Ching was about to say something when the phone on the table rang. She patted over to the phone and couldn't help but frown as she picked up the call. Where are you? A slightly condensed voice came from across the room. I'm at home. What's wrong? Su Ching said with a red face. I'm at your house now. The other party sneered. I give you 20 minutes. You better hurry back, or I will come over to arrest you. You. Su Ching was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'm playing outside with my friends. You have something to say directly. No, I have to meet and talk to you. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone straight away. Your mom? Song Huching said carefully. You. My sister. Su Ching said with a hateful voice. She has always been so domineering and accustomed to it. With that, he dove into the kitchen and started cooking. Well, Song Huching stroked his chin and looked at her back thoughtfully. The voice on the other end of the line was a little distorted, but he always thought he'd heard it somewhere before. 5 minutes later, the meal was warmed up, but Su Ching lifted her bag. Not having some together? Song Huching was surprised. No. Su Ching sighed. My sister. Seldom go to my place. This time 80% is encountering something wanna find me to talk about. I have to go to watch her. Do not go out of the way at that time. Sisterly love can be sung. Song Huching applauded. Bummer. Take your time eating. I'll come clean up tomorrow when you're done. After Su Ching gave him a playful blank stare, she turned around and headed out. No. What do you mean come tomorrow to clean up? Song Huching shouted, but the only thing that responded to him was the sound of the door closing. This chick, she doesn't really want to pry Ruan Xingyao's corner, does she? After muttering inwardly, he looked down and began to eat, but the meal was only half eaten when suddenly the cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a friend request from Qin Zimo. Well, Song Huching was momentarily dazed. He only deleted Qin Zimo at that time, but did not pull black. The other party can continue to add him. So he immediately clicked on blackout and went back to eating with his head down again, sighing slightly. After all, they were from two worlds, and it was not good for anyone to get entangled. It's night. Song Huching lay on the sofa, idly watching the soap operas of this world. Seriously, the dramas in this world were not even as good as those in his world, and he even wondered if the writers were still living in the 90s. He fell asleep looking at it, and when he woke up again, it was dawn. 500 single rewards have been delivered, giving 5 entries into the lottery. Well, Song Huching shook his head, his eyes full of incredulity. 3 free drawings for 100 orders, 5 for 500 orders? Is that 5,000 orders 50 times? If you do the math like that, feathered ascension really doesn't seem to be that difficult. With a thought, the large transparent screen appeared in his mind. First draw. The screen flickered and countless prizes began to surface. Golden Legend. Golden Legend. Song Huching clenched his fists and shouted through the house. Chapter 44 The Golden Legend. Obtained the Sumeru ring. Please check. Asterisk 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 what a golden legend. Ha! Song Huching looked at the orange ring with a stunned face. Said ring was actually a small ancient copper-colored circle, not very big, but looked very delicate. He thought about it for a moment, but put it on his left ring finger. Sumeru ring, 30 cubic meters of built-in space. No access to living things. Well, Song Huching felt the breath of the heartland and his entire body went wooden. Is this thing the legendary storage ring? The couch was gone when he thought about it, and then he thought about it again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching covered his foot and yelled, it's a ing, couch crashing foot. After he had played for half a day, he suddenly tilted his head and thought, can it be that there are really immortals in this world? After thinking for half a day and not coming up with a clue, he simply gave up. Second draw. Get the Porsche 918. Obscure. Song Huching cursed before choosing to continue the lottery. Gained $50 million in cash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't want money. Give me the artifacts. Third draw. Acquire Taijiquan. Grandmaster level. Yo ho. Purple? Song Huching raised his sword brows slightly. He used to practice sparring for a while. Unusual 1 or 2 people he can still, but more than 2, he can only hold his head on the ground. It's not bad to get a kung fu defense now. And it's purple. Fourth draw. Receive a set of homes in the Proctor's mansion. Song Huching chose the lottery with an expressionless face. Fifth draw. Get the song Red High Heels. Proficient. I'm red your ass. Song Huching couldn't help but burst out. It wasn't that the song wasn't good. It was mainly that it was a song he would have been able to sing alright, even though it was only at the level of a McMansion. But what did he need it for? Never mind. It's better than thanks for the patronage. He sighed and got up, heading for the bathroom. It was only when he finished his shower and just came out that he saw Su Qing sitting at the dining table, where sandwiches and milk were being placed on the table. Well, what brings you here? There's not much going on anyway, so I came to see you. Su Qing bristled. What's the matter? I'm not welcome? That's not true. Song Huching laughed. This is not afraid that you have something to do? Yesterday you left in such a hurry. Hey, stop it. Su Qing said bitterly, my sister wants me to go to work, as a vice president in a subsidiary of our company. Your honorable second Miss Su, letting you go to a subsidiary? Song Huching was surprised. That's rather what I asked for. After all, I don't want to work with her either. Subaru sighed. Out of town or Lin Chang? Song Huching laughed. Pro City, of course. Su Qing gave him a blank look. It is because of Lin Chang that I don't have the heart to refuse. If it is out of town, I don't go. What's the matter? Lin Chang girls don't marry out? Song Huching joked. Not at all. Just don't want to go out of town. It's quite good in Lin Chang. Su Qing looked at him, and suddenly her eyes rolled. Why don't you follow me to work at the company as well? I'll get you a vice president as well. Stop it. Song Huching cried and laughed. If we both find a company to mix, okay. This is your own industry. You still take care of it as well. Oof. Su Qing wrinkled her nose and whispered. You don't have to go to work today, do you? Not today. I'm off on Sunday. Song Huching shook his head. That's great. So what are your plans for today? Su Qing said with interest. Arrangements? Song Huching looked at her, rather hesitantly. Although he didn't care about that Lin Chang Fu, but he still wanted to go to see it. When Yin had said that he would leave this house to Ruan Xingyao, there was no point in him relying on it. As for whether he should let it go to Ruan Xingyao or not, it was not within his consideration. After all, In his mind, he was just an outsider, not qualified to handle his property for his predecessor. What's the matter? Did you hook up with a little girl and it's not suitable to take me? Su Qing huffed. That's not true. Song Huqing sighed. It's not that my mom said she wanted to leave this house to Ruan Xingyao, so I plan to go and pay off the bank loan, and move to a new place. Well, did you find an apartment? Su Qing said with a stunned face. Wasn't this only said the day before yesterday? How long has it been? If you're happy with that, you can go buy a house now too. Song Huqing bristled. Humph, being rich is terrific? After Su Qing cursed with a smile, her eyes gleamed as she said, I don't have much to do anyway. I'll accompany you to see the house. That's inconvenient, isn't it? Before Song Huqing could finish his sentence, he saw the other party lift up his clothes. He hurried forward and pressed her hand, smiling bitterly. Sister, what are you doing? Bastard. You hugged and hugged me yesterday. Today you treat me as an outsider, right? Su Qing delicately rebuked. Song Huqing, let me tell you, me Su Qing is not the kind of watery person. I identified you, then I must follow you. You're not. I am. Song Huqing said bitterly. Well, what do you mean? Subaru froze. I said I'm the kind of watery person. Song Huqing sincerely said. You follow me. That winter don't even need to buy a hat. Green hats by the dozen. Yikes. Song Huqing, go to hell. Su Qing grabbed him and wrapped her arms around him, biting him hard on the neck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huqing hurriedly reached out to tickle her, something he was experienced in. The more you push her, the tighter she bites. Yikes. Su Qing covered her chest and stared at her big eyes with a grudge. Do you have to take advantage with this kind of tactic every time? Can't you be a little more honorable? You don't listen to what you're saying? After Song Huqing cursed inwardly, he snapped, don't make a scene, in case it really rubs off on you. It's not good for you or me. Humph, just you wait. Su Qing pursed her lips and snorted coldly. Waiting for what? Song Huqing was surprised. Not telling you. After Su Qing gave him a blank look, she got up and started to clean up her plate. Song Huqing looked at her back, despondent. What to do? This girl looked like she was really relying on him, but he really didn't have the slightest intention of getting married now, or perhaps he didn't want to get married at all. At that time, he wanted to marry Qin Zimo. It was because he had just come to this world, and he was still quite fragile, and now he slowed down to get married, and he married a fart. Su Qing was very handy, and when she finished washing the dishes, she beamed. Go, I'll accompany you to look at the house. Can we not go? Song Huqing said bitterly. Song Huqing, you really think I don't dare to do anything to you, don't you? Su Qing let out an angry cry and directly pounced on him on the sofa. The two men looked at each other, their breath audible. For a moment, the air seemed to be still. Chapter 45, how about I trade this car for your Mercedes? Song Huqing looked at her inside. Su Qing, I'm really not worth it. Whether it is worth it or not is only clear to me. Su Qing's long eyelashes trembled for a moment, exhaled like orchids and said, I know that you can't let go of the softness. If you remarry her, then you'll keep me outside. That's outrageous. How could Ruan Xingyao and I remarry? Are you crazy? Song Huqing laughed and scolded. Do you know why she traveled? Subaru said quietly. Well, Song Huqing sniffed. His face changed greatly. What do you mean? She doesn't want to leave, right? Asshole, a little bit of contract spirit or not. After the expiration of the 30-day cooling-off period for divorce, if the divorce is not finalized within 30 days, it is considered to be automatically withdrawn. Out of professional sensitivity, he remembers these terms well. I don't know, but I think she's deliberately dragging it out. Su Qing laughed bitterly. Song Huqing immediately pulled out his phone and called. What he never expected was that the other party actually turned off his phone. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and sent a text over. Have a meeting. Come back and do the paperwork. Ruan Xingyao. The response from the other side was also succinct. Phew. Song Huqing took a long breath and looked at Su Qing. She still wants a divorce. Yes? Su Qing did not deny it and looked at his eyes and said, whether she wants to divorce or not, but I don't want to accommodate her anymore. What? You don't mess around. Before Song Huqing finished speaking, Su Qing had already lifted up her clothes. Song Huqing, if you keep squirming like that, I'll die with you. No, I mean, the curtains were left open. Poof. Su Qing snorted coldly and ran barefoot to draw the curtains. Song Huqing leaned on the sofa and looked at her and said, Sister, I'm really not a good man. You have to think. Clearly I wanted to marry Qin Zimo at that time. It was a little stimulation. I know. Su Qing winks and says, but you can't stay unmarried for the rest of your life, right? I have waited for so many years. I also want to give myself an answer. You. Before Song Huqing could finish his sentence, his mouth was gagged. Strawberry. It was the last thought that crossed his mind. An hour or so later, Su Qing walked out from the bathroom, and after seeing Song Huching leaning on the sofa and smoking, she couldn't help but blush slightly. No, sis, how can we put our clothes on? It's not appropriate for you to be like this. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Humph, I know you're worried about me and Softy, but that's my business, not yours. Su Qing sat on his side. Okay. Song Huching shrugged and went to the bathroom as well. Su Qing looked at the mess all over the place and couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. She still couldn't believe how she could do something so crazy. Half an hour later, the two stepped out of the elevator. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but still went forward and took his hand. Song Huching froze slightly, but said nothing. Hey, why is there a car parked in your space? Su Qing was quite angry. The people in this neighborhood are too unqualified. How to park indiscriminately, and also with the car coat cover. How? When their own parking space is how? Don't yell. After Song Huching pinched her face, he pulled out a car key. Drip! The headlights flashed under the jersey, causing Su Qing to be slightly startled. You bought another new car? Sort of. Can't go out with you and rub your car every day, can I? Song Huching sighed and reached out to uncover the car coat. Wow. Even Su Qing, who had seen the world, could not help but cover her mouth in surprise. A silver Porsche was quietly placed there. Scissor doors, streamlined body, all of them showed its dignity. Even though she was not very familiar with cars, she knew that this car was certainly not cheap. Like? Song Huching snickered. Like? Subaru nodded her head vigorously. How about I trade this car for your Mercedes? Song Huching said with a straight face. What? For my Mercedes? Su Qing was stunned. My car is only more than $1 million, and I drove it for several years. I usually have to take Xiao Yuan out to play. Driving this car is actually not very convenient. Song Huching rubbed her head. Didn't you just become vice president? This car goes well with you. Is this your gift to me? Su Qing said with a red face. Well, a gift for you. Song Huching laughed. Of course, if you like. I like whatever you send me. Su Qing reached out and wrapped her arms around him, murmuring softly. Song Huching, I like you so much. That's not what you said when you didn't see this car. Song Huching joked. Nasty. Su Qing huffed and slapped him. This guy, he's an atmosphere destroyer. Alright, you drive. To the Lincoln House. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he pushed her into the driver's side. Lincoln House? You bought a house there? Su Qing was surprised. Sister, you're at least second Miss Su. You're not so shocked, right? Song Huching said helplessly. This house they said to give to Ruan Xingyao. I have to have a place to go to, don't I? You. Su Qing gave him a hateful look, carefully pulled open the car door and sat up. While she did have a nice family, it wasn't like she was spending money on such a flashy sports car. She took a deep breath and started the vehicle. Then with a gentle tap of the gas pedal, the Porsche immediately roared, causing many of the car owners in the parking lot to stick their heads over to look. Porsche 918? A startled cry caused Su Qing, who was about to pull out of the car, to slam on the brakes. Well, Song Huching looked sideways and couldn't help but be happy. Yo, dude, holy, why you again? The little flathead balls out. No, you're not driving your big G anymore? Switch to a 918? No, it's her car. Song Huching cheerfully took out a cigarette and handed one over. This car she just got her hands on. I'm not running 2 laps with her. TSK. Xiaoping Tu looked at Su Qing's pretty face and couldn't help but bite the cigarette in his mouth. This 918 car is considered to be the first one in our Linchang, right? You recognize this car? Subaru teased. I know it, it doesn't know me. The small flathead stroked the body and said bitterly. Porsche Concept Class Sports Car. 218 horsepower. Top speed of 302. Of course, these are not important. The important thing is that this car is more than $14 million. Well, Su Qing glanced sideways at Song Huching, who had a bland expression, and her heart was filled with consternation. How much money does this guy have? A $10 million sports car, and you gave it to her just like that? Gotta go. Thanks, Cope. Song Huching laughed. When we turn around and have a drink, listen to you talk about the car. After all, my friend and I, we don't understand this thing. Why buy this car if you don't know what you're doing? The little flathead immediately pounded his chest, as if the artifact was being held in the hands of a pig. Hey! Song Huching let out a dry laugh and gave Su Qing a wink. Subaru understood and stepped on the gas. The Porsche, however, rushed out like a sword. Sis, pedal slowly, this car picks up speed fast. Little Ping Tu shouted behind him, causing Song Huching to stifle his laughter. This dude is really a car lover. Chapter 46. How much money do you really have? Linchang is built according to the Linjiang River, so the Linjiang River as the central boundary, divided into the east and west of the river. But Linchang from the new first-line city, there is the east expensive west cheap saying. Offices and large shopping malls are almost all built on the east side of the river, while the west side of the river is home to various universities, making it a sprawling university town of sorts. The Linchang Mansion stands next to the Linchang Bridge, not far from the China World Trade Center, facing the Linjiang River, belonging to the first line of luxury residences. This level of residence, which is inherently private, generally does not allow outside vehicles to enter. May I ask who you're looking for? The security guard came over. I'm the new owner here. Please help register my vehicle. Su Qing lightly smiled. New owner. May I ask which building? The security guard was surprised. Su Qing didn't say anything and looked sideways at Song Huching. Unit 1, Building 49. The king of the building? The security guard exclaimed in shock and immediately said, Hello Mr. Song, I'm the head of security here. Wu Xingshang. Hello. Song Huching nodded at him with a smile. Can we go in now? Sure. Wu Xingshang immediately waved his hand to signal, and after the security guard sitting in the security booth opened the guardrail, they ran out in a swarm and stood in 2 rows. Well, what does it mean? Song Huching was surprised. Brush. The security guards pulled out fireworks tubes from behind them. Lin Chengfu Security Brigade. Congratulations on Mr. Song's new home. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks and confetti were flying in the sky, which added a bit of joy. Ha! The Lin Chang house actually has this service. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. I wasn't expecting that. Song Huching shook his head, signaling her to drive inside. Just as he was about to find his way, a motorized balance scooter pulled ahead and began to lead the way. TSK, TSK. In the end it's still over 100,000 a square foot residence. There's no excuse for this service. Su Qing shook her head and laughed bitterly. Over 100,000 a square foot? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. Other than the 4 super tier 1 cities, he really hasn't heard such exaggerated numbers. 10 minutes or so later, the Porsche followed the balance car into the parking lot. It's just that the parking lot here is not on the ground floor, but on the first floor, which is the same as saying that the entire first floor is hollowed out and made to be used as a parking lot. After the security guard on the balance car sidestepped and got out, he immediately began to direct Su Qing to back up the car. Song Huching couldn't help but shake his head and fished out a handful of cash. When the car was parked, he was about to tip the security guard, but the guard refused. Mr. Song, this is a service within the property fee, and we're not allowed to charge tips either. Okay then. Song Huching smiled and shook his head, pulling out a cigarette and handing one to him. This time the security guard did not refuse. After receiving it with both hands, he said with a straight face, Mr. Song, these 12 parking spaces in front of you are yours. You can use them as you please. 12 spaces? Su Qing was first stunned, and then she was relieved. Who can afford this place and doesn't have a few cars? Thanks. Song Huching looked at the security guard and nodded, then curiously said, Can not change one of my parking spaces into one with a charging pile? It's no problem. Please ask which model of tram it is. We'll get in touch right away. The security guard immediately said, No, an electric car. Song Huching said with a straight face, It is that kind of small electric donkey. You know it, right? Well, the security guard was first stunned, then hurriedly said, If it's an electric motorcycle, there's a parking space next to it that's dedicated to you, and it doesn't belong within these 12 parking spaces. After he finished speaking, he guided Song Huching to the corner of the parking space, where a large parking space with 7 or 8 charging sockets was also painted at this time. Is this public, or is it personal to me? Song Huching was curious. Yours personally, the security guard hurriedly said. This is an exclusive parking space belonging to the first building of Linchang. Your set of house also has an exclusive elevator to go up. Do you want me to take you there? Yes, please. Song Huching nodded with a smile. What's your name? Free of your name. Just call me Little Li. The security guard smiled before leading the way. Song Huching and Su Qing followed him. In fact, when I say lead the way, I'm really just pointing out a step. In the middle of the 12 parking spaces, there is a special gate, and once inside, there are 2 elevators. These 2 elevators are dedicated to the 49th floor and do not stop at other floors. Okay, thanks. Song Huching thanked him politely. You're welcome, enjoy your stay. Li bowed slightly before backing out of the elevator room. Inside the elevator, how much money do you actually have? Su Qing said with complicated eyes. I don't have any money. It's not that I won $5 million last time I bought a lottery ticket. Song Huching joked. $5 million? Are you kidding a child? Su Qing rolled her eyes and pouted. If you're not happy to say it, I won't ask. Hey. Song Huching gave a dry laugh and did not reply. The elevator was fast but not at all bumpy. Only when the elevator doors opened, both men were shocked. At a glance, the whole Linjiang can be reflected in the eyes. In other words, The corridor is made of glass. Only this is a special glass. The outside cannot see the inside, but the sun can come in. The floors were high. The corridor alone was almost 6 meters high. After Song Huching froze for a moment, he glanced sideways and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. You're still too much of a turd yourself. How can a house with a dedicated elevator not be a one-story home? The hallway was spacious and the fire door was one that could only be opened from the inside. So the shoe cabinet was placed on the outside, hollowed out in the center with no decorative items. Want to change your shoes? Subaru whispered. Change your shoes? Song Huching was about to laugh at her a few times, but the other party opened the shoe cabinet, in which brand new slippers were being placed. Winter and summer ones, not to mention that the sizes were complete. It's your first time here too, isn't it? Su Qing bristled, knowing and asking. After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he changed into his slippers, then walked up and entered the password. Master, welcome home. The door opened with a slightly mechanical female voice. With that the lights in the house came on. This has to be 400 square feet, right? Su Qing pulled Song Huching's hand in surprise. The house is fully equipped with appliances and is of a modern style. The living room alone was more than 100 square meters, and to the left of the living room was an all-glass swimming pool and bathing room, probably more than 100 square meters as well, with all-glass structures on 3 sides, and at this time the water was sparkling under the sunlight. And to the right again of the living room is the dining room and kitchen, plus 4 guest rooms, almost all of which have ensuite bathrooms, and each of which is very spacious and well lit. Of course, the 49th floor, almost the highest building in the entire Lin City, is permeable on all sides, and it would be a ghost if the lighting is not good. Chapter 47, Don't look at you, but I'm telling you, it's hopeless. After Su Qing visited for a bit, she pulled Song Huching to the 2nd floor. On the left side of the 2nd floor is the master bedroom, which is almost 100 square feet as well, with a laundry room and check room next to the master bedroom, and on the right side, a very large terrace. The terrace fence is very high, almost 3 meters, and is also made of one-sided glass, so that almost the whole of the Pro City can be seen in full view. This house of yours must be at least tens of millions of dollars, right? Su Qing sighed. Pretty much. Song Huching shrugged. Anyway, around is just a house. Easy for you to say. After Su Qing gave him a blank look, she pulled him to sit down under the parasol and reached out to press her hand on the side. Click. A mechanical voice sounded. Immediately afterward, a curtain-like object protruded from the wall and enveloped the entire terrace. Seeing this, Subaru pressed again. Cold winds came from all directions, slowing the temperature of the terrace. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How much electricity does this ing cost a year? Song Huching gritted his teeth. With such a large terrace, this curtain is not completely opaque, which is equivalent to a hard confrontation between the sun above and the air conditioner below to cool it down. Puffing, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. You can afford this place and you're worried about the electric bill? It's time to save and spend, isn't it? Song Huching sighed helplessly. Make a monster. Su Qing moved over from her own recliner and softly said, if Softy knows that you bought the house here, she will be very surprised. You won't tell her, will you? Song Huching laughed. Of course not. Su Qing snapped. We are now like this. I still tell her. This is not to find trouble for yourself? Hey, MS. Su, words must be clear. We didn't have anything happen. Song Huching bristled. Good you Song Huching, what's the matter? You don't recognize your debt, do you? Su Qing chortled and leaned down to press against his body. Don't make a scene. In case someone sees it, then it's all over. Song Huching laughed and scolded. We live so high up. How can others see? Su Qing delicately said. And, the glass here is all one-sided. Even if someone lies outside the glass, they can't see it. Well, Song Huching wrapped his arms around her and said with odd eyes, how do I feel? You seem to have changed like a person. When he first met Su Qing, the girl was cool and uncharacteristic. But now, it's like a leprechaun. Humph. In front of your own man, it's certainly different from outside. Su Qing exhaled her breath like an orchid and said, Song Huching, anyway, you are not allowed to not want me, or I will jump from here, and this house of yours will become a murder house. That can't be. This place will at best become the talk of the Lincheng house, staging a scene of catching a mistress. Song Huching joked. Junior? Su Qing apricot eyebrows coldly erected. I am the first to come. Other people are the junior. When it comes to arrest, it is also me who arrests others. You who? Song Huching said with interest. What would you do if you caught me with someone else? Drive her out? Ah, it's hard not to also invite her to dinner? Su Qing blankly glanced at him before leaning over his chest and said, anyway, I'm relying on you. If you dare not want me, I'll die with you. TSK. Song Huching shook his head with a bitter smile. He was really not sure what the girl liked about herself. Crane Qing. Su Qing suddenly shouted with a red face. No, Su Qing, We are also old people. We cannot be like this, and it is broad daylight. After Song Huching said that, he was ready to get up and run, but Subaru pressed him back into the recliner. The next day, early morning, Su Ching didn't want his Porsche after all, at least not now. After the two of them took a cab to Shore Zidinglan, Song Huching went to the parking shed while Su Ching went to the parking lot. Buzz off! University City, the cafeteria is being serviced today and the list is bursting at the seams. Old Wood, be right there. Old 6. After Song Huching returned a sentence, he flew towards Hushi. By the time he made it to the college town, his cell phone started vibrating violently before he could even park the car. He immediately picked up a couple of individual orders before rushing towards the Lin Chang Teachers Training Center. It wasn't that he had to hold on to the Lincoln Normal, it was just that it was more familiar to him. Old Wood really didn't lie. There were so many orders today. Song Huching from the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon. The single volume which is less down. He can also slightly breathe. He parked his electric car at a charging post to charge it and went into a bistro by himself. What can I get you? A beautiful girl came over, about 17 or 18 years old, with a fair and beautiful appearance, and a very good figure. At least, when Song Huching was studying, he had not seen a 17 or 18-year-old girl who could grow into this. When the girl saw Song Huching staring at him, she couldn't help but frown and take a step back. Seeing this, Song Huching withdrew his gaze, and after casually ordering a 2-dish meal and a soup, he turned on his cell phone. The girl was relieved to see this and turned to the back kitchen. Guys, I'm here at Lincoln University and there's a girl who's pretty as hell. Old 6. Lincoln University? Isn't that the small fry against the North Gate? Old Sheen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Sheen is awesome. How did you know? Old 6. Look at your uneducated look. We already knew. That girl is called Yun Ning, a junior at Lin Chang University, in the finance department. Lao Wu. Holy, what the hell? You guys know this too? Old 6. Kid, you have to learn. That girl is the school beauty of Lin Chang University. You know the school beauty, right? Ever since the restaurant got that girl, the takeout business has been bad. Old Joe. Well, why? Old 6. Because everyone goes to dine in. The boss which sometimes has indirect takeout. Old Sheen. Kid, that girl looks good. You are not single now. Hurry up and do it. Lao Wu. Screw you guys. Is it hard to live alone? Why look for one to add to the trouble? Old 6. Say you are fat you still wheeze on. Chasing that girl can be lined up from the east of the river to the west of the river. Don't look at your kid has a few points of beauty. I tell you, no chance. Old Joe. Song Huching was chatting happily in the group when suddenly the table was knocked on. Well, when he raised his head, he was met with a pair of beautiful eyes. Delivery boy, what were you running for last time I called out to you? Ning Yating huffed and sat down across from him. Song Huching was about to say something when suddenly Yin Ning walked over with the dishes, and she was quite surprised to see Ning Yating. It looks like the two should know each other. It was only to his surprise that Ning Yating merely glanced at Yin Ning before placing her gaze on herself once more. Chapter 48. Are you trying to rob me? Wait, I don't seem to know you. Very well, right? Song Huching carefully said. Why don't you recognize me? You even charged me $200. What's the matter? Don't recognize the account? Ning Yating huffed. Ha? Yun Ning covered her mouth in surprise and looked at the two in horror. No, your words have to be clear. I received $200 from you. It was for your boyfriend to go to play ball, not to do something else. Song Huching egg pain said. What boyfriend? Who are you talking about? Ning Yating was surprised. What about? Zhang Shuai? That's the name, right? Song Huching laughed. Zhang Shuai? Well, you said Zhang Yang. He's not my boyfriend. Ning Yating blanked him. No? It was Song Huching's turn to be surprised. How can the two look like boyfriend and girlfriend? No. He pays me $5,000 a month to accompany him in his plays. Ning Yating bristled. Acting? What good is that? Song Huching was surprised. This way he can gain more people's attention. Ning Evening Ching spread her hands and said, and many of my friends around me hooked up with him, should also be proud of being able to pry me away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Masterful. Song Huching was stunned. It was an angle he still hadn't really thought of. Damn. Young people are really something nowadays. What master? He only has so little living expenses. For a month almost all of which are paid out by me. And sometimes when he goes out with others, he can't even afford to buy a cup of milk tea. Ning Yating said disdainfully. Well, the master. But the financial resources are not enough. Song Huching lamented. I heard Wei Daong say that you are a student of our Lin Chang Normal? Ning Yating suddenly said. Wei Daong? Who is it? Song Huching was surprised. It is the one who played with you. The tall thin one. Do you remember? Ning Yating gestured. The fat one is called Wang Hao, and the skinny one is called Wei Daong. Oh yeah? After Song Huching laughed, he pointed at himself and said, "What did you call me when we met just now? Takeout delivery?" Ning Yating said with some uncertainty. "Yeah, I'm a delivery boy. What makes you think I'm a student? How can a student have time to deliver takeout?" Song Huching gave her a blank look. "Screw you. Our school also has a lot of people part-time delivery takeout, okay?" Ning Yating skimmed. "Look at you. About the same age as me. Freshman or sophomore? Sister, are you serious? My daughter is 4 years old, and she's still a freshman or sophomore?" Song Huching said helplessly. "Ha!" Ning Yating exclaimed, then looked him up and down. "I don't have any other meaning. Is that I am part-time the general manager of our Lin Cheng normal varsity basketball team, and I want to invite you to join our basketball team." "Sister, I'm really not," Song Huching helplessly said, "although I am an alumnus with you. I graduated 6 years ago, but I can't ask a Big Ten senior to be on the varsity team, right? It's not appropriate either." Ning Yating looked at him and was silent for a long time before she spoke. "You didn't lie to me?" "Hey." Song Huching sighed and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. "What is your name? I will go to investigate. If what you say is true, even if it is true. If what you say is false, you see me not to pull you out." Ning Yating said in a deep voice. "My name is Chin Chu." Song Huching reported a name and then continued to eat with his head down. "Good." Ning Evening Chin looked at him carefully for a few moments before getting up to leave. After Song Huching glanced at her, he turned his gaze back to Yun Ning, who was reading a book not far away, and shook his head slightly. The girls nowadays are so good looking from one generation to the next. When he finished his meal, he smoked another cigarette, and that's when he settled the bill and left. Yun Ning was about to go clear the table when his cell phone rang. She looked at the phone, slightly out of breath, and didn't answer it until it hung up. 8 o'clock in the evening. Song Huching was about to go home after running the last order. Suddenly received a message from Su Qing, probably meaning that her company was too far away from Lin Changfu, and that she would come over to him when the weekend came. This made Song Huching quite happy. Other than solving his physical problems, he still preferred to be alone. After he casually found a restaurant and settled his dinner, he rode less than 100 meters when suddenly a silhouette rushed out and crashed straight towards his electric car. "I go to your grandfather. I have a Mercedes-Benz behind me. You touch porcelain should also go to him, ah?" Song Huching angrily cursed afterward, but still stopped the car and prepared to go up to see the person lying on the ground. The man, however, struggled for a few moments, still trying to run forward, but he didn't know whether he had broken his leg or bumped into something else, and after taking 2 steps, he fell and sat on the ground again. "How dare you run?" With a bellowing cry, 5 or 6 people rushed out. They were all pugnacious men, and the bald one at the head even had a scorpion tattooed on his head, which was quite an artist's touch. Perhaps sensing that someone was looking at them, the bald head looked over sideways and met Song Huching's eyes. "Delivery boy, watching your mom?" The bald head viciously said. "You just hit my girlfriend. You don't have $20,000 today. You don't want to go." "Girlfriend?" Song Huching looked at the person on the ground, cloaked, and could not see the appearance, but he still shook his head and said, "Report to the traffic police first. I will call the insurance company." With it he pulled out his phone and was just about to dial out. One hand was on his neck. "Lousy let you take $20,000 out, not let you shout at the insurance company to take $20,000 out. Do you understand?" The bald head was full of fierce face and said, "Well, together. You are trying to rob me?" Song Huching said rather innocently. "Robbery?" The crowd couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. "Kid, I just robbed." "What?" The bald man reached out to play with his cell phone. Sneered. "I give you 2 choices. First, you give me 20,000 yuan. This matter is also over. Second, Lousy beat the out of you today, and then you eat it for me. This matter is also over." "Hey." Song Huching sighed slightly and removed his helmet. "You guys are sure it was a robbery, right? You who, kid playing a setup with me?" The bald head pulled out a butterfly knife from his pocket and played with it in his hand. "If you don't have money, it also becomes. I know a few rich women. You accompany them to play, and it also counts against the bill. You say, why are you so cheap?" Song Huching lit a cigarette. "What did you say?" The bald guy said with some incredulity. "Are you calling me cheap, or what?" Song Huching took an arrow step forward, and with a twist of his right hand, he grabbed the bald man's hand, and then after sidestepping and kicking over one of his minions, he grabbed his hand and stabbed 7 or 8 times at the minion's shoulder blades. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, he twisted the bald man's hand again with a backhand and stabbed himself in the shoulder blade a dozen more times. But even so, Song Huching still didn't let go of the bald man's hand. Instead, he kicked him in the calf, and the bald man screamed and fell to his knees. Song Huching waved his right hand. That butterfly knife flashed a silver light, inserted in the thigh of the little brother behind him who wanted to sneak attack, and then directly left and right to open a bow. raised his hand to the bald head's face to shout violently. Chapter 49. How can you be worthy of the same name as Han Sima? Big brother. I was wrong. Really wrong. The bald man's face had swollen like a pig's head at this time. In addition to the little brother who had received 2 knives, the remaining 3 people stood still, not daring to move. It's not true that they came out to hang out, but they've never seen this formation before, grabbing someone and stabbing them a dozen times. That's crazy, isn't it? Wrong? What's wrong with you? Song Huching laughed softly and put his motorcycle helmet on his bald head. The others were slightly stunned. What was this about? Come over to. Song Huching beckoned to the 3 remaining minions. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. The 3 juniors immediately became bitter. Song Huching frowned slightly and stepped on the hand of the little brother who had been stabbed in the thigh. And that little brother immediately screamed and was just about to put his hand out, but he reached out and grabbed it. With that, he held the little brother's hand, pulled out the butterfly knife on his thigh, and swung it with force. A silver light flashed, and that butterfly knife was accurately inserted into the thigh of another junior. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The hit junior immediately fell to the ground, covering his thighs and wailing frantically. Can we come over now? Song Huching smiled and looked at the 2 remaining minions. Hey! The 2 minions immediately walked to him in a well-behaved manner. Now you 2 take turns beating on the bald guy until I'm satisfied. Song Huching lit a cigarette. You're a ing bully. The bald man roared in anger and was about to storm up, but Song Huching pressed down on his head and slammed it hard towards the ground. I'm a ing delivery boy, and you're grabbing me and bullying me? Mother asterisk 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 her. You look like a dog and you dare to blackmail me? It's also thanks to the sound laws of China now, or else I would have gotten you directly sunk in the river. The 2 boys looked at the bald man who kept kowtowing, and their legs were trembling with fear. This guy is not ing normal. Song Huching was a bit tired after smashing for a while. With that, he looked at the 2 minions with his cigarette in his mouth. The 2 minions immediately understood and went up to punch and kick the bald man. The hand down that is no mercy. Do not know thought they have a father's murder revenge it. Half an hour later, Song Huching took off the helmet of the little electric donkey, looked at the vomit on the helmet, and couldn't help but sigh, and took the helmet and ruthlessly smashed it into the bald head. Boo! The helmet shattered in response, and the bald man covered his head. Blood bubbled through his fingers and his face was white with fear. It was a good thing this was a remote trail, or he would have had to shout for help. Look at how you've soiled my helmet. Now what? Song Huching said slowly. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it, won't I? The bald man squeezed out a smile. Never mind. I'm not such a cheapskate. Song Huching sighed, pointing to the scared and trembling little brother next to him. He stabbed you twice. This matter is considered to settle the account. Don't be, big brother. I was wrong. I was really wrong. The bald man shuddered and reached out to give himself a mouthful, leaving 5 bloody palm prints on his face. Well, that was quite a slap in the face. After Song Huching smiled, he glanced sideways at the woman who had curled up into a ball holding her legs. It was just that she was cloaked in hair and still couldn't see her face, but her figure was quite good, and he always felt something familiar. Big brother, why don't we go to the hospital first? The bald head licked his face and said, we are definitely not trying to escape. It's just that people like us are dead, but we also want big brother to carry the charge of murder. That's not good. Murder? What killing? Song Huching bristled. There is no fingerprint of mine on that knife. In case they hang up, that is also the result of you stabbing each other. What does it have to do with me? You. The bald man was immediately shocked, but then softened his stance and said, Big brother, there is now surveillance everywhere. You are still young. If something happens, we can apologize to you. The little thing is quite a talker. Song Huching looked at him with a smile and pointed at the woman. Talk to me about. What is going on with that person? She owes our company money. This is not just find her well, but she saw us run. We chase her. Bitter Facebald said. I did not think she also hit your car. Simply ing looking for death. Ooh. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. You kid is a bit interesting. What's your name? Hua Guang. Snap. Song Huching directly slapped him upside the head. You ing bull me again. You're worthy of the same name as Han Sima even with your demeanor? No, my name is Hua Guangming. The bald head covered his face and said, Big brother, I'm not done with this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who told you to talk slow? Song Huching smoothly threw him another slap before standing up and walking towards the woman. The woman shrank back at the sight. Sis, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? I hurt my leg. Why don't you take me to the hospital? The woman hastily raised her head, but it caused Song Huching to faintly stare. Is that you? Isn't this girl the Yun Ning that I met just this afternoon? It's you? Yun Ning also looked at him rather surprised, then gritted her teeth and said, You take me away. Just take me wherever you want. You're nuts. Song Huching cried and laughed. You owe money to other people's finance companies, so they mustn't ask you for money? Big brother is wise. Hua Guangming immediately came together. This is not a good person. Borrowing money and playing disappearance. I poo-poo. A little integrity is not there. I pay back the money on time every month. Yun Ning gritted his teeth. I also your grandfather. A month to pay back $1,500. Even the ing interest is not enough. This is called to pay back the money? Hua Guangming disdainfully said. In the beginning, if it is not to see that you still have a few points of color, you really think that our company will lend money to you? Snap. Song Huching backhanded him and slapped him to the ground. Asterisk 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 you. I first finished the traffic accident. You deal with your own business into it? First come, first served. Understand? Got it. Big brother. You first. Hua Guangming said with a smile on his face. Qin Chu. I recognize your appearance and remember your license plate. You hit me. Either take me to the hospital now or you bet on my death. Otherwise I will definitely call the police to arrest you. Yun Ning gritted her teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching instantly got an egg on his face and looked sideways at Hua Guangming. How much does she owe you guys? 5. One of the juniors held out his right hand, but his speech stuttered a bit. $500,000? Song Huching frowned. No, it's 5. 5 million? Song Huching got serious. Mother asterisk 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 Hua Guangming gave his little brother a mouthful before winking. Big brother, she's no more a heavenly fairy than she is worth $5 million. Isn't she? It's $50,000. Snap. Song Huching raised his hand and gave him a mouthful, saying in a bad mood, it's only $50,000. You guys are still like eating people? As for that, Chapter 50, is that thieving so cruel? Big brother, it's not a company rule, Hua Guangming said with a bitter face. We are the people below. For the company to ask for accounts only. Well, that too. Song Huching bristled. She borrowed $50,000 from you. How much does she have to pay back with interest? Big brother, what else are we talking about interest? Hua Guangming righteously said. We just need to get our capital back. I only have 30,000 in hand, and I still pay you 15,000 every month. I have already paid it back for half a year. Yun Ning gritted his teeth. 9 out of 13. Ha! Song Huching said with interest. Big brother is a connoisseur. Hua Guangming gave a thumbs up. This is not what we do. If you can borrow money elsewhere, still define us? Also, Song Huching laughed. Do the math. What is the combined interest? This. Hua Guangming first took a step back before carefully saying, together it is 67,004. Big brother, this is not considered black. Okay, I'll give you 70,000. And the extra will count as medical expenses. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone. 70,000? Not only Hua Guangming's group. Even Yun Ning looked at him with odd expressions. This guy, he can pull out 70,000 bucks? Well, what? No? Seeing that they didn't move, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh and scold. Then this matter must be made clear. If not, then I'll leave first. Don't meddle. Hua Guangming bravely came over and pulled out the QR code. Song Huching scanned it and then put it back on his phone. FMS arrived. $70,000 in full. The crowd listened to the broadcasting sound of Hua Guangming's cell phone, and their mouths opened wide. By the way, her accounts are fine. You guys won't ask her for the money, right? Song Huching laughed. No. We're a formal finance company. How could we do this? Hua Guangming hurriedly said. That's good. After Song Huching laughed, he looked at Yun Ning. Sister, that is considered my compensation for your medical expenses. We do not owe each other. After he finished speaking, he straddled the small electric machine and twisted the throttle, only to find that it was unresponsive. It's hard to believe that it's crashed. Song Huching frowned and was about to call out to Hua Guangming and a few others to help push the cart, but when he turned around, he realized that they had long since disappeared. Well, running that fast? He's scared of you. Yun Ning limped and stood up, seriously said. Qin Chu, money I will return you as soon as possible. You leave me a phone number. Playing hard to get. Song Huching blankly glanced at her. If you had the means, would you still be in such a state by the debt collectors? Yun Ning instantly flushed her pretty face and gritted her teeth. If I say I'll pay it back, I'll definitely pay it back. And did you believe me when I said I could fly? Offline. After Song Huching snorted, he pushed his motorized cart towards the front. Seeing this, Yun Ning gritted her teeth and also followed him, helping to push the cart. No, what are you doing? Song Huching was wary. I'll help you push it to the place where the car is being repaired, Yun Ning said in a deep voice. No, just hurry to the hospital. Song Huching skimmed his lips. Don't die halfway across the country when the time comes. Who's to blame for this? I just twisted my foot. Yun Ning lowered his head and said, the stores here close and shut down early. If you push the cart, I don't know how far you have to push. Yes? Song Huching cocked his head and thought for a moment, then pulled out his cell phone and sent a message. Less than 10 minutes. 2 little electric donkeys then drove by. Well, is everyone okay? Oldwood stopped the car, concerned. Nothing much, but it's so late. You guys still haven't gotten your work done? Song Huching handed over a cigarette. What kind of work does a single man collect? Old Sheen laughed and scolded. The two of us are just about to go to Hadong to try our luck. Isn't this a coincidence? Come on now, pay the market price. After Song Huching laughed and cursed, he glanced at Yun Ning. Old Sheen, you suffer. Send her to the hospital. How much did it cost? I will transfer it to you. Well, both of them turned their heads at the same time, and only then did they realize Yun Ning's presence. ISN she, T that who? Lao Wu exclaimed. I'll go. Little Song, it's okay. Old Sheen also squeezed his eyebrows and said, cut the ing bull and hurry up. Song Huching laughed and scolded. What time is it? I still have to get my car fixed. I see that she is nothing. Or, I will send you back first, and then you will see if you want to go to the hospital? Old Sheen said in a serious manner. Nerve, she's a student at this point. The dorms are closed early at this hour. Lao Wu smiled and said, Xiao Song, you can't just leave people alone when you hit them here. That's true. Old Sheen said righteously. At this hour and a girl, where do you want them to go? You first bring the person home to take a look, and then send them to the hospital if it's not possible, right? There's something wrong with you. Song Huching cried and laughed. She's such a big person. Can't she still be abducted by human traffickers? I don't have my cell phone with me, and I don't have any money on me. Yun Ning said with a red face. Hey, this is not a coincidence. No, this is not no way. Lao Wu hurriedly said. Xiao Song, you ride my car. Take her to the front. I let the old Sheen pull me. Follow you. I say, let's just exchange some cash for her, won't we? Song Huching said helplessly. If that's not possible, let's go get her a room. Getting a room without ID? Old Sheen squinted. Did you go out with your ID card? Let's talk first. I don't have it. I didn't bring it either. Oldwood also tightened his voice. You guys. Song Huching had no choice but to straddle Lao Wu's electric car. Yun Ning, red-faced, limped into the back seat. Old Sheen immediately got a lasso from under the car seat and tied the two cars together, and the group drove towards the Linchang Bridge. It was still hot, but the river breeze made it very pleasant. After Yun Ning glanced at Song Huching, who was riding a bicycle, and then at the brightly lit banks of the Linhao River, she suddenly felt that such a life seemed not bad, ordinary, but very cozy. The two struggled together and then were able to put down roots in Lincoln. She was rambling when suddenly Old Sheen caught up with her. That's not right, Old Song, this isn't going in the direction of your house, is it? My house was taken by my ex-wife, and now I'm moving out. Song Huching said rather helplessly. Ex-wife? Yun Ning looked at the side of his face, slightly lost in thought. I'll go. That thieving is so cruel? Old Sheen said angrily. You still have a child. She took the house away. What about the child? Kids? Yun Ning's entire body was bad. She also thought that at the hotel, this guy was telling lies to deceive Ning Yiting. Well, isn't this guy's name Qin Chu? What do they mean by calling this guy Xiao Song? Chapter 51, Little Song. Are you a rich kid out to experience life? Seeing him so gossipy, Song Huching simply sped up, and after crossing the Linchang Bridge, he found a late-night snack stand near Lin Jiang House and parked his car. Well, not going home? Old Sheen was surprised. Let's all have a snack. After Song Huching parked the car, he shrugged his shoulders and said, anyway, it's all at this point. You two single old men. It's not much fun to go back. It's also possible. Old Sheen nodded. This thing of yours can be a little strange. We will help you to calculate it. What's the situation? Oldwood came up to the table. You talk to him at. After Song Huching pointed to the Old Sheen, he assisted Yun Ning to find a seat, then ordered with the waiter. And by the way, he also wanted a case of cold beer. Xiao Song, this can be said in advance. We drink wine, cannot ride a bicycle. Old Sheen seriously said. I can't even hit that car anymore, so I'm still riding my ass off. Song Huching laughed and cursed before looking at Yun Ning. Do you want a drink? No, I'm fine with beer. Yun Ning whispered. Then I don't care about you. After Song Huching opened a bottle of beer for each of them, he took a sip. First of all, how? Old Sheen frowned. You're having a good time. Why is the house suddenly gone? It's not my old lady. She thinks that people have been with me for so long, gave me a daughter. Nothing mixed. That's not appropriate. So leave the house to my ex-wife. Song Huching spread his hands and said. Not. Our old lady is not a problem here? Lao Wu pointed to his head and said. That's a house not $3,000 or $5,000. Said to give. How am I supposed to know what she thinks? She originally made the down payment on that house, and she's the one paying the mortgage, so who she's happy to give it to is her business. Song Huching shook his head. This Old Chin and Old Wu looked at each other and both fell into silence. At that moment, the waiter came over with the barbecue. Song Huching glanced at Yun Ning, who kept gulping, and directly took a handful of barbecue from the table and handed it to her. Thanks. After Yun Ning blushed and said thanks, she tried her best to eat as gracefully as possible. Old Song, do you have someone outside? Old Chin raised his wineglass and clinked one with Song Huching. What do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. What he means is that during the marriage between you and your daughter-in-law in the beginning, was there someone outside, so our old lady could not look at it and gave the house to your ex-wife? Lao Wu carefully said. Nerves. Song Huching cried and laughed. If this is really the case, then the house still need my mother to give it. She does not know to want Well, that too. Old Chin nodded with approval and then said with complicated eyes, it's okay for you to rent a house, but our daughter can't rent a house. It's not ready to buy another set. Song Huching said, we can't be suffocated by urine, right? Can't we live without that house? It's also true that you kid is capable of getting money. Lao Wu laughed and scolded. We won't be able to. We'll be struggling for this house in this life. Speaking of which, none of you are married? Song Huching teased. The son is almost married. Old Chin laughed and scolded. It's just that he and his old lady are in the county, and I work here. When I save up the down payment money for him, he comes to live in the city, and I go back to accompany my mother-in-law. My child is still small. 80% still have to struggle for more than 10 years. Old Wu shook his head and said, at least let him finish his education not. Otherwise relying on my daughter-in-law's little salary in the county town. A family of 4 will starve to death. Take your time. The bread will come. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he raised his wineglass and clinked it with them. During the drinking, Lao Chin and Lao Wu kept making eye contact. Yun Ning could see it all and reached out to pull on Song Huching's coat. Song Huching, however, didn't say anything and just focused on eating and drinking. A good half hour. Old Chin really couldn't help himself and whispered, Xiao Song, are you a rich second generation out to experience life? What the? Richie rich? Song Huching opened his mouth wide in surprise. Dude, are you drunk? Where do I look like a rich second generation? Don't you lie to us, Lao Wu said with a bitter face. Last time, your female friend, that is the one I have seen. People go out and drive a Mercedes-Benz. I saw it in the China World Trade Center. The lady friend? The one who came to the South County Hotel to look for me? Song Huching was surprised. No, it is the one that goes to see your daughter, Lao Wu said very euphemistically. Subaru. Ha? Song Huching bristled. She's actually the ex-wife's best friend. Ex-wife's best friend? Old Chin and Old Wu were shaken and filled with admiration. Yun Ning, however, clustered her eyebrows and moved to the side. You guys are crazy as what? Song Huching laughed and scolded. My ex-wife is an ordinary office worker I cannot keep. It is difficult to. Her best friend can still look at me? Xiao Song, it is not that I am a person leaning on the old Chin side. You are still young. To engage in money is important. What bull love? That is false. When you have money, and then find a mother-in-law, then give you a big fat boy. It is also regarded as a son and daughter, is not it? That's. Lao Wu picked up. Xiao Song, we just don't have your looks. If we did, we certainly wouldn't come to deliver. No, didn't I tell you guys that clearly last time? That female boss. Hey, this old brother is going to say a few words about you. Old Chin waved his hand to interrupt Song Huching. We know that the female boss is married, but people are still good to you. These days you didn't go to Nansien. She came to find you twice, and it looks like she's quite infatuated. Screw you, people are married. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Cut the ing bull. Lao Wu bristled. Their assistant can say that their old boss is single. Hi. Song Huching raised his glass and said, although I would like to eat soft rice, but the conditions do not allow. We have hands and feet, still have to rely on their own, is not it? You. Old Chin and Old Wu both shook their heads. The 4 of them broke up after almost 2 hours of snacking and 2 dry cases of beer. No one rode bikes though, they all took cabs. After Song Huching sent Old Chin and Old Wu to the car, he looked sideways at Yun Ning. Where are you going? I don't have anywhere to go. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. When they came to collect the debt, my cell phone fell into the sewer, and the boss's wife was afraid of affecting the business and did not let me do it. Does it have anything to do with where you live? Song Huching was surprised. I don't actually live at the school, I live at the store. Now that they quit me, I have no place to live. Yun Ning looked down and wiped the corners of her eyes. Do you think I'm 3 years old? There are schools that don't live. You live in a store? Song Huching sneered. I don't have the money to pay for a dormitory. Yun Ning tilted her head, 2 lines of tears falling down her cheeks. Chapter 52, if I yell molestation now, we both have a place to stay. Can't afford to pay for your dorm room? This reasoning did make Song Huching froze for a moment. Our dormitory fee is 15,000 a year. I don't have so much money, Yun Ning said with his head down. Well, Song Huching frowned at her. Today she was wearing a half-new short sleeve, a pair of denim shorts underneath, and a pair of small white shoes on her feet, which looked quite fashionable. It doesn't look like someone who can't even come up with 1,500 anyhow. This clothes is I want and other people donate clothes there. Yun Ning lowered his head and said, a lot of neighborhoods are not clothing donation boxes. Well, if I have nothing to do, I will go there to guard others to donate clothes. I will ask them to ask. Yes? Song Huching sighed, carefully said, sisters, not we look down on people just your conditions are so. This university is not must go. You say? Why can't I go to college? Just because I'm a girl? Yun Ning said with some annoyance. Should I just be like the people in our village, marrying someone when I reach 18 and giving them a child? You can work in a factory, can't you? Song Huching snapped. I went into the factory to work. How can my brother get a wife? Yun Ning wiped her tears and said, they sold me to the bachelor in the same village and asked for $50,000. If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't be able to get out now. Hey, Song Huching was quite curious. You just got your hands on 30,000, but people want 50,000. How did you get this money? Yun Ning was so angry that she was shaking. Are you out of your mind? I work 3 jobs a day. Can't I save a little for myself? Otherwise, what about my tuition? What about my living expenses? If she hadn't been able to beat this guy, she would have had to punch him in the face. Well, that too, Song Huching suddenly realized. But I still have a small problem. You say. Yun Ning gritted his teeth. That is, if you go to college, you always have to pay your first year's tuition, right? Song Huching was quite curious. How did you get that first year's tuition? Part-time job. Yun Ning laughed bitterly. After I finished the college entrance examination, I followed my sister from the same village to go to the factory, to work 16 hours a day, and I earned $13,649 in 2 months. Ooh, earning quite a bit. Song Huching complimented. Are you done asking? Yun Ning sneered. Take me back after asking. I'm sore and tired now. Why don't I give you $2,000 and you go find a friend to deal with for one night? If you can't, it's okay to find a convenience store to stay. Before Song Huching could finish her sentence, her hand was grabbed by Yun Ning and reached into her clothes. If I yell molestation now, we'll both have a place to stay. No, sis, calm down. It's not a good idea to play like this, or we'll be in the newspaper tomorrow, or the society section. Song Huching's forehead was sweating. Then will you take me back or not? Yun Ning said in a hateful voice. Bring, but you have to ask me to take my hand out, right? I have to call out for a car, Song Huching said with a bitter face. Poof. Yun Ning grabbed his hand with his right hand and didn't let go, and waved it with his left hand. A cab steadily stopped in front of the two, and after the master driver rolled down the window, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he saw the two in this state. Dude, there's no need for a cab, right? There's a hotel right behind you guys. Yun Ning immediately blushed, but she still pulled Song Huching's hand and wouldn't let go. Song Huching fell face not red heart not jump said, just now my hand was injured. She gave me a look at. Master, Lin Chengfu to go not? Well, the proconsul house? The cab master shot him a rather odd look, but smiled. Go on, get in. Hey, Song Huching led Yun Ning to the car. Little brother is not bad Lin Cheng House almost gathers the richest people in our entire Lin city. The cab master joked. The houses there, the cheapest one flat has to be $70,000 to $80,000, right? Well, Yun Ning instantly looked at Song Huching with a face full of dismay. I don't know. The house my parents left behind. Song Huching laughed softly. This thing is just needed for us, expensive or not. Anyway, it will not be sold. No, that's. The cab master responded and then didn't say another word. Are you kidding me? A $70,000 to $80,000 house and you're telling me it's in demand? Just your grandma's ass. This guy is 80% pretending. Living in Lin Chengfu's not even have a car? 20 minutes or less. Song Huching and Yun Ning came down. The cab master didn't leave either, but just sat there smoking, quietly watching the two. Yun Ning's feet hurt a little after taking 2 steps, so she couldn't help but reach out and pull him back. You slow down. Gotta. Song Huching sighed, and after taking 2 steps, he was surprised. Why do you say? I don't let the cab drive the car in? Well, Yun Ning also froze. Can cabs go in? Hey, it's useless to ask you. After skimming his lips, Song Huching walked over to the security booth. Wu Xingxing immediately walked out with Shaoli, his face full of concern. Mr. Song, what's going on? Nothing, my car broke down, so I took a taxi back. Song Huching took out a cigarette and dispersed a circle. That is, our neighborhood cab can go in? No way. Wu Xingxing shook his head and said, Shaoli, went to bring the sightseeing car over to send Mr. Song and this lady back. And by the way, let Xiao Wang call over the doctors in the district. Hey, Lee responded and then rushed to the security booth. Well, the neighborhood configuration is good. There are actually sightseeing buses and doctors. After Song Huching sighed, he whispered, Old Wu, how much does a flat cost for a house in our neighborhood now? If we go by the market price, your set should be around $300,000, but there's a market without a price, and I haven't seen any owners sell the house here. Wu Xingxing shook his head. Well, is it? Song Huching was non-committal and curious. What about our property fees? 30 per square. 30? That expensive? 31 months. Wu Xingxing laughed bitterly. He always felt that Song Huching was either playing a trick on him or he was the young master of one of the big families, and he was actually still obsessing about the property fee after this house was bought. Song Huching was truly a bit shocked. If 31 square feet a month, his house is over 400 for a single floor, and the top is a gift, so that's over $10,000 a month? He suddenly felt that it was only right to have a doctor in this neighborhood with a tour bus, otherwise who would be happy to pay such an expensive property fee? Mr. Song, the car is here. Wu Xingxing said softly, please assist this lady to get on the car. Dr. Chen is also on his way. Good. After patting his shoulder, Song Huching led Yun Ning onto the sightseeing bus. Yun Ning was still in a state of confusion at this point. This guy's house, $300, 000 a square foot? It wasn't that she didn't believe it, she simply couldn't. The cab driver parked on the opposite side of the road was also dismayed. What is this situation? What's going on here? Anyone can enter the Lin Chang mansion now? Chapter 53, Ning Yating, she's playing with fire. I don't dare to. Building 49. Yun Ning sat in the living room looking at the decor of the house and was quite uneasy. She was even afraid that she had soiled the expensive sofa. And in front of her, a female doctor in her late 40s was looking at her feet. Mr. Song, it's nothing serious. It's just a wrench. I'll just help her straighten it out. Okay, please trouble Dr. Chen. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Part of the job. After Dr. Chen let out a laugh. He then pinched Yun Ning's small foot and twisted it slightly. Ouch! Yun Ning's eyes widened when he shouted. Her feet actually did stop hurting. Okay, Dr. Chen took off his gloves and put them into the medical box, and instructed, it doesn't matter if you walk normally, but don't do any strenuous exercise. Nurture for a couple of days and you'll be fine. Hey, thanks doc. Yun Ning nodded his head hastily. By the way, Dr. Chen, what about the medical expenses? Song Huching laughed lightly. It will be deducted from your prepaid property fee at that time. Dr. Chen smiled. The bill will be sent to your phone later. I see that Mr. Song's family hasn't hired housekeeping for the time being, and we have a cooking aunt at the property office. We can help you with 3 meals a day and cleaning, and if you need anything, just press button 1 directly from the landline, and our company will try to arrange it for you. Okay, thanks. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Farewell then. Dr. Chen smiled before turning to leave. Song Huching didn't have the pretense to get up to see her off, but just yawned and looked out the window. I don't know if Xiao Yuan that girl in Jiang County is used to, so big sun, don't sunburn into a little black girl is good. He was thinking about his mind when suddenly a fragrant breeze brushed by his side. Mr. Song? Well, Song Huching glanced sideways and was met with Yun Ning's slightly reddened pretty face. What shall I call you? Didn't you just yell? What else do you need to call out? Song Huching laughed and scolded. I should at least know your name, right? Yun Ning whispered. You saved me and are my debtor. I don't even know your name. That would be too much. Song Huching. Which 3 words? Song of the Song Dynasty, Crane of the Burning Harp, and Ching of the White Clothes. Song Huching laughed lightly. You don't have to repay me for anything. I almost ran you over. It's only right to compensate you for some money. It's different. It was me who crashed into your car. Yun Ning said with a straight face. Cut the crap. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Sister, you don't want to rely on me, right? I told you. I can be married and have children. Yun Ning instantly turned red. Am I that kind of woman in your eyes? What kind of woman? Song Huching pointed out the window. Not only women, men are the same. All want to live a good life. This is human common sense only. You now get into this. Even a place to live cannot be mixed up, but also talk about what such and such? Yun Ning pursed her lips and spoke only after a long time. I'll work for you, right? I'll be a nanny for you. Laundry and cooking with the kids can. Give me $2,000 a month. I just need $200 in cash, and the rest is payback to you. Well, what do you need $200 for? Song Huching was surprised. Yun Ning almost didn't explode with anger. Why was this person so curious? And was he brainless? Being a woman yourself, you have to ask for money those days of the month, don't you? Not convenient to say? Song Huching laughed. Buy tampons, Do you hear me? Yun Ning wiped her eyes, but the tears grew more and more. Well, Song Hutching was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. No other meaning, just simply curious. To ask, if you feel offended by you, I apologize with you. It's normal that a rich kid like you wouldn't understand how someone like me really lives. Yunin wiped her tears with her shirt. That said, if you don't feel offended, then I'm kinda curious. Ning Yating can earn 5,000 a month. There's no reason why you can't. Song Hutching joked. You hang a few more kaiju like Zheng Shuai. With your looks, earning tens of thousands of dollars a month won't be a problem, right? Ning Yating, she's playing with fire. I wouldn't dare. Yun Ning took a deep breath and said, rich people aren't little cuties either, especially the kind of vanity like Zhang Yang, who definitely has thoughts about Ning Yating. The more Ning Yating comes into contact with him, the more dangerous it is actually. If one day, Zhang Yang waits for her to let her guard down and does something to her, that would be a scream. Hey, Song Hutching looked at her in surprise. I can't imagine that you can still see this clearly. You're quite smart. I was the top student in our senior high school. Yun Ning said with a red face. Provincial scholar? Song Hutching stood in awe. City scholar. Is provincial scholar that good? Yun Ning snapped. The city scholar is also good. According to reason. To the above, and the school should have given you money to. Song Hutching was surprised. How could you not even mix the tuition? The city made up $200. 000 and the school gave $100. 000. Yun Ning sighed. But do you think that the money will fall into my hands? What were your parents thinking? Song Hutching laughed bitterly. There is such a promising daughter like you. Should go all out to provide you with education is right. How do they still think of selling you? Because I picked it up. Yun Ning said word by word. I was lost by my parents since I was a child. My parents didn't have any children at that time, so they picked me up. But then they gave me 2 sisters and 2 brothers, still quite capable of giving birth. Song Hutching sighed. Their family, I'm the outsider. Yun Ning said, and then reddened her eyes. I used $50,000 to buy my account. Now my account is in the school. Okay. Song Hutching sighed before lighting a cigarette. Why did you go on a takeout run? Yun Ning couldn't help but speak up. The money you earn from running takeout in a month isn't even enough for the property fee, right? What do you know? This guy's not allowed to go to work, is he? Song Hutching blanked her. Every day nested in the home. The class is not on. That, and what is the difference between rice worms? Besides, work does not distinguish between noble and lowly. Little comrade, your thinking can't be trusted. Humph, you think I don't know people like you? Yun Ning despised. It's nothing more than borrowing the name of delivery and hooking up with girls everywhere. Yeah? Then you're so pretty. Do you see me hooking up with you? Song Hutching skimmed his lips. You don't think that every human man thinks by his lower body. At least I'm not. He thought for a moment that he was being too absolute and added. At least I'm not right now. Yes? Will you give me 3,000 a month while I'm with you? How many? Cough cough. Song Hutching choked on the smoke and kept coughing. Yun Ning hesitated, but reached out to pat his back to smooth his breath. Chapter 54. Good night, mother. 3,000. I only need 3,000 a month. Yun Ning said with a red face. If I graduate from college and can go out to work, then I don't want your money. I will support myself. No, what do you figure? Song Hutching pointed at himself and said, figure I'm older? Figure I don't bathe? How old are you? Yun Ning said with a straight face. 40. Song Hutching said in a serious manner. Poof. Yun Ning grunted coldly and lifted the copies of the real estate license and ID card lying on the coffee table. Do you really think I'm a little cutie? Is that so? You're only 28 years old. Only 28? Song Hutching snatched the document and stuffed it into the drawer before scolding with a smile. Girl, what's your gun? 21. Yun Ning slightly put her head aside. You are also just 7 years older than me. My parents introduced me. Already 36. You're still not married to someone? After Song Hutching blankly glanced at her, he stretched out. Don't bull. Tomorrow at dawn. You go away. We don't know anyone. Are you looking down on me? Yun Ning said in a deep voice. I won't even look at you. What do you mean by looking down? Song Hutching bristled. You. Yun Ning was instantly furious and glared at him fiercely. Take an early break. After Song Hutching yawned, he walked towards the upper floor, but just as he went up the stairs, he retreated back. By the way, this weather isn't too cold. It's not a problem for you to sleep on the sofa, right? Roll. Yun Ning picked up the pillow and threw it hard. This guy is so insulting. Good night. Not. Maka baka. As soon as Song Hutching's words fell, another pillow slammed over. He darted toward the stairs. Yun Ning huffed and puffed at the stairway, and then looked sideways at the landline on the table, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the one key. She said a few words, hung up the phone, then got up and opened the glass door of the pool, sat down by the pool, looked at the brightly lit Lin Chang, stunned and a little lost in thought. I don't know how much time has passed. The doorbell rang. Yun Ning hurriedly opened the door, only to find that there was no one outside the house anymore, just a small bag on the floor. After carefully placing the bag on the side of the pool, she looked around for a moment, before stripping off her clothes with a red face and jumping into the pool. Late night. Song Haching was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly felt someone wrapping their arms around him. He subconsciously reached out and rolled his hand over to cradle the man in his arms. Only after he sniffed gently, he felt something was wrong and hastily opened his eyes. But what came into view was a small, flowery face, and a cell phone held high in her white lotus root arm. Asterisk 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 fairy jumping. Ha! Song Haching was so alarmed that he quickly turned on the table lamp. But he was even more dismayed when the table lamp was turned on. Why are you stripped like that? He let out an angry cry and hurriedly wrapped Yun Ning in the air-conditioned quilt. Inwardly, he sighed. The girl's body was too foul. 200. A month I will give you laundry and cook and bring the child until I graduate. If after graduation, you still want me to continue to do it, then I will continue to do it. Yun Ning squarely said. You threatened me? Song Haching said angrily. If 200 is too much, it is okay to give 100, but you have to charge me $50 for the bus card. Yun Ning looked away and whispered. You're too far away here. You have to cross the Linjiang Bridge. $50 bus passes? The corners of Song Haching's mouth twitched a little. Even in his 2 lives, this was the first time he had ever heard such an outrageous request. I go to class in the morning. I am afraid that I can't catch up. I can walk back by myself at night. Yun Ning lowered her head and said. Song Haching looked at her in a daze for a long time before saying, you put your clothes on, and we'll both talk. After he finished, he grabbed the air-conditioned quilt and wrapped it around himself. After all, he wasn't wearing much himself. Yikes! Yun Ning immediately covered her chest with both hands and looked at him with a red face. This guy, he must have done it on purpose. Terrace. Song Haching brewed 2 cups of instant coffee and set one in front of her. Yun Ning just wanted to pick it up and take a sip, but he stopped him. Boiling water. Slow down. Well, Yun Ning sniffed and immediately put the cup down. What the hell do you want? Song Haching rubbed his temples. Seriously, with your posture. Monthly income of 50. 100. 000 is not too much. Pestering me a takeaway to do what? The money I owe you. I can't pay it back for a while. Maybe not for a long time. So I can't think of any other way. Yun Ning said seriously. And if I follow you, I'll have a place to stay and won't have to worry about 3 meals a day. I said. On your terms. I'm not that kind of woman. Yun Ning roared angrily, causing Song Haching to tremble in fear and almost spilling his coffee. He looked at her with rather odd eyes as he fumbled to put the coffee away. I don't want to suffer anymore, but I also don't want to be that kind of woman. Yun Ning howled. I can see that you really dislike me and have little interest in me. So, Song Haching carefully said. So, what so? Yun Ning froze. So, what was that you just did? Song Haching gestured. That is, what ran into my bed. He was a little confused by the other man's logic. The fact that you can't see me either means that you have a very high vision or that you are a decent person. Yun Ning wiped a handful of tears and said, but either way, you're a reliable person. What if I like men? Song Haching suddenly said. Ha! Yun Ning shrank back in horror, but did not know what she remembered, and said with a red face, if you like men, then I will help you correct it. This guy even has a daughter and he's talking about liking men. What an asshole. Song Haching didn't say anything, just looked at her seriously. This girl was at least 1.70 meters in height, with a very delicate look, white skin that blew, especially the long legs and the small waist that was in a firm grip, as well as the huge fruit. Seriously, Su Qing had to give her a pass when she saw her. This is not the most special. The most special is the girl next door temperament on her body. If placed in the previous world, without 100,000 a month really cannot go down. At least, that's how he valued it himself. When Yun Ning saw him looking at her, she first shrunk back before gritting her teeth and pushing her chest forward. Don't worry, a family like yours will certainly not let you marry me. If your future wife thinks I'm not suitable here, I'll live outside. If you can keep her from finding out about our relationship, I'll live here and babysit for you as well. Okay. Song Haching nodded with a smile. Well, what does okay mean? Yun Ning looked at him with slight consternation. Chapter 55. Why don't we just forget about it? You take care of the children for me and clean the house. I will give you 5,000 a month. Song Haching seriously said. $5,000. As for the money you pay me back, now is not urgent. After you graduate from college and find a job, you can slowly pay me back. Yun Ning looked at him in a daze for a long time before she lowered her head and said, why are you so good to me? You call that ing good? Song Haching was filled with contempt. This girl didn't seem to have eaten any good pork. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yun Ning couldn't help but blush and say, "Do you have a girlfriend now?" "Yes," Song Huching smirked, "and there is more than one, so you better stay away from me. That's not much more than me." Yun Ning laughed bitterly. "I knew that there must be a lot of women around the side of a person like you, so finding me is really the same as finding someone else. Why don't I introduce you to a boss who..." Snap! Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, he received a hard slap. "You don't think you can insult me like that just because you give me money?" Yun Ning angrily said, "I am a person. I am not a cargo, much less a gift you give to others." "Well, is that what I mean?" Song Huching was quite aggravated. "I don't care if you mean that. If I hear you want me to find someone else again, I will fight you, and if I can't beat you, I'll jump from here." Yun Ning gritted her teeth. "Well, am I a jumping mecha?" Song Huching looked at her rather depressed. "How is it that once on the roof of this building, Su Qing also said she wanted to jump down, and this Yun Ning also wanted to jump down?" "Poof." Yun Ning sneered, picked up the coffee and drank it in one go, then got up and walked towards the stairs. Song Huching looked at her back and sighed slightly. He didn't feel like the girl was interested in either money or people, and he was a little confused as to what she really wanted. It's night. Song Huching had just fallen asleep when he suddenly felt wrapped in someone's arms again. After he opened his eyes, he said rather helplessly, "Sister, why are you here again? What if you don't definitely give me a paycheck?" Yun Ning said with a red face. "No, listen to me." Well, Song Huching had only gotten halfway through his sentence when his mouth was gagged, a cherry flavor that covered the mouth. But he was too late to enjoy it at this point. After all, the other man had bitten his tongue raw. Having no choice but to reach around her, he began to teach her proper kissing techniques. A good half hour, the two separated. Song Huching was about to say something, but his head was covered by the air-conditioned quilt. The next day, early morning, when Song Huching woke up, the sky was already bright. He hurriedly opened his cell phone and found that the group chat of the Lincheng takeaway group had exploded. Almost all of them are asking him how things really went yesterday. Yesterday? Song Huching jolted awake and pulled back the sheet to look at it. The blinding blush on the sheets made him laugh bitterly. What the is this called? He leaned over the bed and smoked a cigarette for a long time. At this point, the door to the room was pushed open. "You get up. I'm going to change the sheets," Yun Ning said with a small face. "No, change what sheets?" Song Huching was surprised. "If your girlfriend sees you, you're dead." Yun Ning lowered her head and said, "Don't hurry to get up. I still have classes in the afternoon. I have to go to school. The meal is ready. Downstairs, you go to eat it." After she finished speaking, she saw that Song Huching still hadn't moved and couldn't help but reach out to pull him up. But after seeing Song Huching's state, he took 2 more steps back, his face reddening. "I said, shall we talk?" Song Huching laughed bitterly. "No chit-chat. Anyway, I'll keep what I promised you, and you'll keep what you promised me." Yunin tilted her head to the side. "Then you have to tell me what you figure, right?" Song Huching sighed. Yun Ning opened her mouth, then looked out the window. "I think that as long as after we are like that, you will not drive me away again." "On what basis?" "Because, you hit me. You didn't just walk away, and you were willing to pay my debt." Yun Ning lightly bit her thin lips and said, "The most important thing is that you beat up Baldhead and the others, and you gave them back their medical bills. That shows that you are actually very reasonable." "What the hell kind of logic is that?" Song Huching was filled with speechlessness. He always felt that this girl wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't have much proof. "Hurry up." Yunin reached out and pulled him up before pushing towards the bathroom. After giving her a look, Song Huching turned on the water and started to bathe. Just by the time he finished washing and came out, his clothes were already laid out on the bed, from his underwear to his socks, to his black night vest, neatly arranged. "This girl, she really thinks she's a babysitter." He let out a laugh before starting to get dressed. First floor. Yun Ning was currently propping up her chin, looking at the meal on the table, slightly lost in thought. "What's on your mind?" "Well," Yun Ning raised her head and was facing Song Huching's eyes, and could not help but look away with a red face. "Hurry up and eat. By the way, I don't want this year's salary. I let someone send me a cell phone yesterday." When she finished, she set her cell phone on the table. "Ooh, apples?" Song Huching was quite surprised. "Who sent you? Why also send this cell phone? Can send me one? Ha?" Yun Ning looked at him in surprise, then pointed to the cordless phone next to the coffee table and whispered, "I just called the property yesterday and asked them to send me a cell phone and they sent this. Asterisk 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 and a cell phone on the property?" Song Huching immediately became excited. If that's the case, can't he go ahead and claim one as well? He was mulling it over when suddenly his cell phone vibrated. "Mr. Song, yesterday you spent a total of $15,800 whole. It will be deducted from the property fee." Your current balance is $984,200. What's wrong? Yun Ning wondered. Damn it, this cell phone is deducted from my money, Song Huching said sadly. So, that's why I said I don't want my salary this year. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. I also didn't expect that they would actually give me this cell phone. A 10,000 plus cell phone was something she had never dreamed of. Her heart was bleeding after she checked the price herself this morning. She would have hated to return her phone if it didn't have pictures on it. Forget it. After Song Huching sighed, he shook his cell phone and said, let's add a flyer. Good. Yun Ning turned on her cell phone with a red face. After the two exchanged flyers, suddenly the phone vibrated. FMS arrived at $100,000. Yun Ning looked at him in surprise. What do you mean by this? That's right. Why don't we just forget about it? Song Huching immediately covered his face with both hands after he finished speaking. Sure enough. Snap. Yun Ning raised her hand and gave him a resounding slap. Chapter 56, Worthy is my car. Song Huching, I don't want to hear this a second time. Yun Ning gritted her teeth. Hey, don't say it. Can't I just not say it? Song Huching hurriedly said. Yun Ning pursed her lips and said, what time do you get off work in the evening? I prepare dinner. Let's fly in when the time comes. Song Huching said bitterly. I don't know what time I get off work. In the takeaway business, it would be too harsh to say what time you have to leave work. Then I'll meet you at home after work and you'll give me the password to the house. Yun Ning lowered her head and began to eat. I'll send it to you. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and sent a string of passwords over. Yun Ning glanced at it, then returned a received and continued eating. Song Huching looked at the simple 3 dishes and 1 soup and couldn't help but sigh slightly. He couldn't figure out what the girl was after for a long time. After all those reasons she gave were far-fetched. After lunch, Yun Ning cleared the table, and when she was ready to go out, she saw that Song Huching, who was sitting on the sofa, had also stood up, and couldn't help but feel warm inside. Is this guy waiting for her? Come on, I'll take you to school. Aha! Yun Ning followed him out the door after he answered with a lowered head. It was only after she had gone out and pressed the house code once more that she was relieved to see the front door open. No, sister, where is the trust between us? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. Trust? The first time you wanted to give me away. The second time you wanted to send me away with money. Do you deserve my trust? Yun Ning said in a deep voice. Well, it's true that I'm not to be trusted. Song Huching sighed before walking into the elevator. Yun Ning looked at his back and the corner of her mouth grinned slightly, then immediately resumed that cold look. Only when she followed Song Huching to the parking lot, she couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Is this guy so rich? Although she did not recognize all the cars, but the Porsche logo she still recognized. Such a sports car. Must not be a few million? Get in the car. After Song Huching greeted him, he saw Yun Ning standing there somewhat at a loss for words, and couldn't help but slap his head. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to open the door of this car when I first saw it. After he finished, he reached down and pulled the scissor door open for her. You don't have a word of truth. Yun Ning pouted and sat in. Only she didn't dare move a muscle. Didn't even dare touch the door handle for fear of breaking the car. Song Huching couldn't help but be dumbfounded and couldn't help but lean over and come over. Yun Ning immediately clenched her fists nervously, then closed her eyes tightly while her cherry mouth was slightly half open. Click! A crunch made her open her eyes. Well, what are you doing? Not feeling well? Song Huching was surprised. No. Yun Ning was instantly disgraced and glared at him fiercely. No, you didn't think I was going to kiss you, did you? Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Yun Ning came over, hugged his head, and kissed him fiercely. Drive. This time it was Song Huching who couldn't get back. Only he didn't realize that Yun Ning's hands were trembling slightly. Boom! A car hissed. The Porsche sprinted out, and Yun Ning was slightly lost in thought as she looked out the window at the scenery that swept by. Take care, Mr. Song. A security guard stood at the sentry station and saluted him. Song Huching opened the window and threw a cigarette over before stepping on the gas and speeding away. Lincoln University. Holy, that's a cool car, isn't it? My dream car. This is a concept car, right? Countless students stopped in their tracks as they looked at the silver Porsche. This scene, on the contrary, made Yun Ning blush. How about I send you outside the school and you walk back? Song Huching laughed lightly. No, I'm going to be late. After Yun Ning answered with a stern face, she took a deep breath and pulled open the car door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yun Ning my youth is over. Buried today. I fell out of love. Really? Countless boys let out wails, while many girls threw over looks of both envy and contempt. Yun Ning stepped out of the car and hesitated for a moment before finally waving at Song Huching, which led her towards the school building. Only when she was halfway there, she couldn't help but look back. At this point, in front of the Porsche already stood 2 young and beautiful girls. only to see them standing in front of the driver's side, full of smiles, saying something. Yun Ning gritted his teeth and turned back. After glancing at the beautiful woman who was about to leave a phone call for Song Huching, he said in a deep voice, "Don't you still have to work? What are you still doing here?" "Well, I'll be going in a minute." After Song Huching let out a laugh, he waved at the two beauties, then rolled up the car window and sped away. "Humph, what are you so proud of? It's just a big shot, isn't it?" "That's not true. I used to think how innocent she was." The two beauties sneered one by one. Yun Ning, however, walked expressionlessly towards the school building without even glancing at them. The two men could not help but become even more angry at the sight. Song Huching drove his car to the place where he had a snack yesterday and was planning to find someone to tow his car away, but when he got out of the car, he was dumbfounded. "Where is my car?" he cried out in grief, startling a number of passers-by. Someone wanted to start cursing, but after seeing the Porsche on his side, they immediately swallowed their words. "Brothers, the guy I eat with has been stolen." Old 6. "What the hell? That Yunin is a karma waste? Lao Wu. Asterisk. What comprehension skills do you have? Xiao Song, was it cut all the way through?" Old Sheen. Asterisk. I'm talking about my electric car being gone. Where do you guys think? Old 6. "Ha, the electric car is gone? Hurry up and call the police." Lao Zhou. Yeah. Hurry up and call the police." Old Wood. "Still there from yesterday? Do you want me to come and take a look?" Old Sheen. "Forget it, I'll call the police. You guys don't come, there's no point in coming." Old 6. After Song Huching exited Flying News, he bitterly called the police. An hour or so later, he walked out of the police station with a return receipt. But the police officers who took statements looked at him with a strange look, a kind of "are you here to amuse me" feeling. After all, driving a Porsche of more than $10 million, said his electric car was stolen is already very ridiculous, but also said that he is a deliveryman. That is even more ridiculous. What makes him more depressed is that there is surveillance at the late-night snack stand, but his electric car is parked in the dead center of the surveillance. Song Huching is quite depressed to drive the car back to the Lin Chung house. Originally intended to get off the car to go home to rest, but he thought about it, felt that halfway is not his style, so he took a car to go to the Bangshi Tinglan. After straddling the Apulia, which was already a bit rusty and gray, he sped to the South County Hotel. Old Sun here not only provides food, but also equipment. Chapter 57, Good Faith Lies? I go. Xiao Song, you really from that female president? Ah, Old Sun looked at the handsome Apulia and was quite surprised. My car was stolen. It was borrowed from a friend. Song Huching said bitterly, hurry up, get a Black Knight takeout box. I am waiting to start. Not, you riding a motorcycle of more than 100,000 yuan for delivery? Old Sun said with odd eyes, can you run out of gas money and maintenance costs? Stop ing around. Song Huching helplessly said, I borrowed to run for 2 days. When I get my car back, I will ride an electric car. Old Sun didn't say anything, but just looked like I believe you. I'm your grandson. Come on, count me in for nothing. I'll get it somewhere else. After Song Huching blankly glanced at him, he straddled the Apulia and was ready to leave, but was pulled back by Old Sun. Don't go away. You're really running takeout with this? Hands off. I'll have it ready for you in a minute. After Old Sun dropped a sentence, he ran back to the house to get 2 Black Knight takeout suits and a takeout box, and very skillfully loaded them for Song Huching. That's right. Song Huching sighed before handing him a cigarette. How much? Together 80. You give 60, forget it. The car was stolen. The loss is not small. Old Sun sighed. Come on, you have to feed your family too, don't you? Song Huching swept up the 80 before straddling the Apulia. Let's go. Waiting to get started. Just wait. Old Sun shouted. Anything else? Song Huching looked at him sideways. I'm fine, but, you seem to be not. Old Sun pointed to the Mercedes-Benz business parked not far away. Song Huching had just turned around when he saw Sumei, dressed in a gray professional suit, slowly walking towards him. Today Sumei's face was slightly powdered. Her hair was slightly coiled up, revealing a slender neck, and a small heart-shaped pendant hung around her neck, dropping down to her snow-white chest. The slender thighs were covered with black stockings and matched with a pair of black-faced, red-soled high-heeled shoes, and the whole thing looked as delicate as it could be. Sue, what Sue? Sumei split her head and face as a rebuke. I call you, do not pick up. Send Flying News, also do not return. Song Huching, what do you mean? Well, I didn't go back home 2 days ago. Song Huching snapped. Back home? Sumei frowned and said, where is your hometown? What's your parents' phone number? Puffing, Old Sun couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching also had an odd look on his face. Sumei then realized that there was a problem with her question, and could not help but blush with a pretty face and said, I'm just trying to prove the truth in your words. I have no reason to lie to you, no? Song Hutching said with a bitter face. Mr. Sue, let's just say what's going on. I'm still waiting to start work here. I have a reception I would like you to accompany me to. Sume positively said. This evening at 9:30. You accompany me to go with me, as my assistant and interpreter, and the wages will be given to you according to what we agreed. No, I have this car. Before Song Hutching could finish his sentence, he saw her wave her hand. From the passenger side of the business seat immediately came a young lad who, without saying a word, bowed deeply to himself. Mr. Song, my name is Fongjia. I will drive the car to the indicated location for you. Well, Song Hutching and Old Sun looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This ing comes with a driver, and a motorized driver at that? When Sume saw Song Hutching not moving, she immediately reached out and pulled him down from the Apulia, then ordered, Fongjia, you park the car downstairs at the company. Yes, Mr. Sue. After Fongjia answered, he immediately took the helmet in Song Hutching's hand and placed it in the takeout box, while he himself took a helmet from his backpack and put it on before speeding off. Follow me. Sume pulled Song Hutching towards the business car. No, I haven't promised you yet, Song Hutching said helplessly. I have something to do in the evening. My daughter. I'll send someone to pick her up at the nursery later. This reception is important to me. After Sume said that, she pushed him into the car and followed herself. Old Sun looked at the business car that sped away, could not help but smack his lips. What in the world is this kid? You can't really tell if he's a rich kid, eating a $12 covered dish and drinking a $3 Coke. But you say he's not a second-generation rich guy, right? He rides a motorcycle of more than 100,000 yuan, and the girls around him are all better looking than each other. Can't read it. Business car. What kindergarten is your daughter in? What time does school end? Sume said softly. She went back to my hometown. Song Hutching snapped. My parents are taking her, so I don't need to pick her up for now. You lied to me again? Sume stared up at once. No, this is a kind lie. A kind lie. Song Hutching said with a red old face. You said I'm married and a rich woman, and that's a good lie? Sume said through clenched silver teeth. Song Hutching immediately lowered his head in shame. Poof. When Sume saw this, her face slowed down a little. Neither spoke again, and the business car slowly pulled into the State Tower. Are we returning to the company? Song Hutching couldn't help but speak. No, I'm taking you to get some clothes. Sume gave him a blank look and said, all the dignified people in Linchang will come at night. You can't go in this outfit, can you? Okay. Song Hutching sighed. He wasn't too used to suits anymore. Instead he felt that jeans and a white t-shirt suited his style better. After all, when a suit came to his door, he was either selling insurance or selling insurance. The elevator stopped at the 9th floor of the ITC building. It was only then that Song Hutching realized that there was a big store here, and it sold almost all the big international brands. Sume stepped forward with her high heels for a few steps, and after realizing that he didn't follow, she hesitated for a moment and finally took his hand with a red face. Well, what are you doing? The first time to come to this kind of place. Is a little nervous, but these salesmen are snobbish to snobbish, but will not explicitly bully people. You don't worry, Sume said softly. Song Hutching burst into tears. He was tempted to say to Sume that he used to have his clothes made by a tailor who came to his home to take his measurements, and as for other luxuries, people sent him pamphlets on a quarterly basis, but all this was said to no purpose except to add to his own sorrow. The two just held hands and walked through the mall. Song Hutching tried to pull his hand out several times, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by Sume. That is, until they entered a rather low-key store with no lagunit, not even a name. Is Mr. Sue, this the one? A short old man approached, and he wore white cuffs on his hands. Song Hutching didn't even need to think about it. This person was 80% an old tailor. Tailor? He immediately looked at Sume with an odd expression on his face. What does this girl want? Chapter 58. I hate people who pretend to be poor and cheat girls the most. This is Master Guan, the most famous tailor in our Lin city. Sume introduced. Not a dare, not a dare. The old tailor humbly said. It is just an old tailor who relies on his craft to eat. Mr. Song is a talented man, but it is a good match for Mr. Sue. Well, Song Hutching looked sideways at Sume. What did you say to the tailor? Sume's pretty face reddened, and she said with a stern face, Master Guan, measure him. He is about the same stature as my father, but he is a little taller and thinner. More than that. Master Guan shook his head. His arms are a bit longer and his waist is much shorter than your father's. The proportions are not the same thing at all. Yes? Sume did not comment, walked forward 2 steps, looked at Song Hutching and said, how do I feel? You are much taller than the last time I saw you? Perhaps some days of not seeing you have made my image even more magnificent in your mind. Song Hutching sighed, puffing. Master Guan couldn't help but laugh. The boy is a delight. Su-mei, however, blankly glanced at him, and then she stood at his side and began to select the material. I say, Master Guan, it's too late to make clothes now, isn't it? Song Huching laughed. It's definitely too late now. Master Guan shook his head and said, but tonight's investment meeting specifications are not too high. Where 2 decent ready-made clothes to go to also become. Right, leather wallet, tie clip as well as cufflinks are in my match? He was looking at Su-mei when he said this latter sentence. No, I bought all these things. Su-mei shook her head. Looks like it's too low class for me. After making a joke, Master Guan recorded Song Huching's figure data and then waved his hand at the apprentice. The apprentice immediately understood and came pushing a large coat rack. The racks were lined with all kinds of suits, long, wide and short. Su-mei immediately stepped forward and after looking at Song Huching, she took a blue and gray suit before taking 2 coats. No, sis, it's summer, there's no need to take a coat, Song Huching said helplessly, and for the investment meeting, if you're just going to get along, you can dress casually. Su-mei and Master Guan both looked at him in surprise. Song Huching, however, ignored them and just reached for a shirt and another thin silver suit. Little master, a pair of brown leather shoes with laces. Okay, Mr. Song. The apprentice immediately went to the other side, pushing a shoe rack along. Song Huching went up and looked around for a while, and after choosing a pair of leather shoes, he walked towards the fitting room. This Mr. Song doesn't look like what you said. Master Guan lit a cigarette. Didn't you say you don't allow smoking in your store? Su-mei bristled. I'm the boss. I call the shots, don't I? Master Guan laughed softly. I now somewhat understand why he is avoiding you. Why? Seeing that the topic couldn't be diverted, Su-mei couldn't help but get serious. He can't see you, Master Guan half-truthfully said. From the time he entered my store until now, he did not have a trace of trepidation and surprise in his eyes. Even when you were choosing clothes for him, the corner of his mouth twitched. Indicates that he has a disdain for your taste and even thinks you don't know how to dress for business. I don't understand? Su-mei's eyes widened. She took over her family's business right out of college, and in less than 8 years, the company's performance has doubled several times. You have an eye for people, but it's still almost interesting. Master Guan joked. The clothes that Xiao Qiu launched just now, the set, that Mr. Song took is not the most expensive, but the fabric is the best and the most suitable for him. He understands this? Su-mei was a little unconvinced, at least more than you know. Master Guan shut his mouth after he said that, because Song Huching had already come out, and at that moment he was wearing a silver-gray suit, the collar of his shirt slightly open, and the length of his pants was just long enough to cover his shoelaces, but not a minute too long. Clothes set off the person and the person matches the clothes. It made his whole person look especially slender, especially those long legs, making Su-mei have to move her eyes. If there has to be a downside, it's the lack of a good belt. Snap! Master Guan snapped his fingers. Xiao Qiu immediately understood and pushed a cart over. Push carts are all belts. Each one is particularly beautiful and very textured. More importantly, the logo on it, either Hermes or LV. 9. Master Guan winked at Su-mei. Su-mei blankly glanced at him, then quietly looked at Song Huching. Song Huching, however, just glanced at it carelessly before choosing a simple style belt and tying it on his body. And the number of the strip taken was none other than 9. Su-mei looked at Master Guan rather surprised. How did he guess? Mr. Song really has a good eye. This set of clothes is the best we've only had. Ready for the model to take for display. Master Guan laughed softly. And the belt we originally matched with is the one. For number 9. Yes? Song Huching shrugged and looked sideways at Su-mei. I've chosen my clothes. Where are yours? Do you want to go put on makeup and do your hair, too? Su-mei blushed and said, it's just upstairs. Let us go over there together and take a look. Okay. Song Huching nodded indifferently, looked at Master Guan and laughed softly. Your tailor store inside the material can be very expensive. If you drop a cigarette down, that can be a big loss. Ha! Master Guan couldn't help but smile. Thanks for reminding Mr. Song, but I'll be careful. Can you smoke if you're careful? Song Huching was surprised. Or else. Before Master Guan could finish his sentence, he suddenly blackened his face, only to see Song Huching also lit a cigarette, and then looked at the cufflinks in his store. Puffing, Su-mei couldn't help but laugh. This kid. Master Guan was also a bit teary-eyed. He clearly wanted to smoke himself and ended up lulling himself with words. What do you see? Su-mei came over to Song Huching's side. He's not looking at any of them. He just wants to smoke a cigarette here. Master Guan laughed and scolded. Well, how did you know? Su-mei was surprised. Because didn't you just say you bought the wallet, cufflinks, and everything? If you did, what else did you buy? It's not like this stuff can be used as food. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You have quite the understanding with Master Guan. Su-mei laughed bitterly. Silence? Song Huching and Master Guan glanced at each other with some wicked chills. I don't like men. When the two said this in unison, Sume burst out laughing. What I hate the most is people who pretend to be poor boys and cheat girls. Master Guan sneered. I also hate it when someone pretends to be a sissy and cheats on a girl. Song Huching bristled and reached out to fold his orchid finger back. Ha ha ha. Sume burst out laughing. It's funny how these two get together. Chapter 59. I'm not greedy for your money. I just like to play truth or dare. Inside a hair salon, Song Huching sat on the sofa flipping through a magazine while Sume blew out her hair. Mr. Su, is that your boyfriend? The barber joked. No. Sume's pretty face reddened, but she said with a stern face, he is my partner. Yes? The barber laughed softly. Or else, you'd better check out first or I'm afraid your partner has been hooked. Sume looked back and couldn't help but frown. Song Huching at this time is throwing the magazine to the side, holding a beautiful woman's hand to say something. That serious look. Do not know also thought that in the business talk. Mr. Sheen, am I really waterlogged this month? Yes, Song Huching said in a serious manner. As far as I know, Pisces is not too lucky this month. Look at you. You are quarreling with your boyfriend, right? Yes, the beauty beamed. I haven't seen anyone else for half a month, either a meeting here or there. A man's career is his priority, isn't it? Song Huching laughed. If you have a water reversal, you still have to go out and take a walk, and spread your heart more. If you really can't, go to the beach and swim or something. Does Mr. Sheen have time? If there is time, we can go together. Go too. Song Huching was only halfway through his words when he suddenly felt his palm enveloped by a shadow. Tilting his head to look up, he was met with a pair of icy eyes. He immediately let go of the beautiful woman's hand, and said in a serious manner, I'm afraid I don't have the time this month. Okay. The pretty girl spat out her tongue before reaching out and shaking his hand. We'll make a date when we have time then. I'm going to go wash my hair. She glanced at Sume before sprinting away. Mr. Sheen, Sume sneered. When you do bad things, you like to use Chin Chu's name, don't you? No, when doing good, I also use his name, Song Huching said with a smile on his face. Poof. Sume grunted coldly and broke his grip. Smoothly, he crumpled the pink business card into a ball and tossed it in the trash. Mr. Su, this I have to say a few words about you. That lady's father is the president of the enterprise. We do business. More friends more road is not it? Song Huching said in a serious manner. Yes? What kind of business is Mr. Sheen in? Sume sneered. Where is the company address? How big is the company? Our company, that would be great. Market capitalization of tens of billions, hundreds of thousands of employees. Ouch. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, his ear was grabbed. Wait until the day you become the boss of the Black Knights. Sume tugged him and headed out, causing many people to snicker. 10 minutes later, Cafe Chino. Well, you also invested in the cafe? Song Huching was quite surprised. I own the store. I didn't think of what to do at first, so I opened a cafe, thinking that it would be good for me to come and sit by myself when I have time without anyone else to drink. Sume rambled. You can smoke here. I don't ban smoking here. Yes? Song Huching pointed to the no smoking sign on the wall with a bitter smile on his face. You can smoke, I said. Sume said with a straight face. Okay. Song Huching sighed and took a sip of his coffee. It tastes good. No wonder there are a lot of people in this cafe. There was just a piano there for show, but no pianist was invited over to play. You know the piano? Sume followed his gaze. No, I'm a delivery boy. How would I know this? Song Huching waved his hand. What's wrong with a delivery boy? Self-support is better than anything. Sume said softly. But, I think you should know the piano. I really wouldn't. Song Huching shook his head and lit a cigarette. How about we play a game? Sume squared her shoulders. Rock, paper, scissors, truth or dare. Not playing. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Now to 9 o'clock in the evening there are still a few hours. If it is really not possible, I will go to do my own thing first. We meet at 9 o'clock into it? After he finished speaking, he was just about to get up when he heard Sume leisurely speak. 10,000 a game. Win or lose. Well, Song Huching immediately sat back and said in a serious manner. I'm not greedy for your money, I just like to play truth or dare. Puffing, Sume instantly smiled and stretched out her white right hand. Rock, paper, scissors. Well, Chang, what brings you here? After Song Huching shouted, he was about to change formation, but he met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling. Tricky deduction. Sume laughed softly. Okay. Song Huching sighed. Truth or dare? Sume smirked. Sincerely. Song Huching leaned back in his chair. Why did you get divorced? Sume said with a straight face. Well, I'm not divorced. Song Huching bristled. Knock knock. Sume knocked on the table and said in a single word. We're playing truth or dare. I really didn't get divorced. The divorce license isn't even in my hands yet, Song Huching complained. You. Sume gave him a rather annoyed look. So how are you and your wife doing now? That's a problem, isn't it? Song Huching said carefully. Count. Sume gritted her teeth. Divorce cooling off period. She's on a business trip right now, waiting to come back to register. Song Huching shrugged. Okay, again. Rock paper scissors. Why did you divorce her? Sume asked again. It's her who wants to divorce me. She thinks I don't have much motivation and doesn't want to follow me through a hard life. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Again. Rock paper scissors. With your ability, earning money is not too difficult, right? Sume seriously said. Not to mention that you go to work as a publicist, even as a translator. You have to make tens of thousands of dollars a month, right? This is called living a hard life? I used to work in a small company, and I got about $6,000 a month, and she felt that she couldn't see a future. Song Huching said helplessly. Do you like her? Sume asked again. Hey! Song Huching shouted rather disgruntledly. 10,000 for a question. You answered directly, Sume said in a deep voice. Well, Song Huching froze for a moment, then helplessly said, she doesn't even like me. Why should I like her? Good. Sume nodded and asked again. Why did you go for delivery? Was it to escape the relationship? Would you believe me if I said no? I simply like delivering takeout? Song Huching carefully said. I believe. Sume laughed softly. Earning money is not particularly difficult for you, at least in my opinion. Thanks for understanding. Song Huching let out a long breath. You go play a song for me. I'll give you 50,000. Sume pointed to the piano. Even if you go play Two Tigers, I'll still give you 50,000. Song Huching looked at her and was silent for a long time. Say, your family doesn't make counterfeit bills, does it? Really don't treat money like money? Roll. Sume cried and laughed as she cursed. What's going on in this guy's head? Chapter 60, That May of Sume. Song Huching sat in front of the piano, staring blankly at the black and white keys. In his previous life, his parents forced him to learn for a while, but he wasn't very interested. But in the end, under the temptation of his mother saying that a boy who knows the piano is more appealing to girls, he practiced the piano for 10 years. 10 years later, practicing the piano had become a habit. He gently stroked the black and white keys, remembering his parents in that other world, and felt slightly melancholy inside. Sume sat not far away, propping her chin up and watching him. Suddenly, the sound of the piano, dreams that you can't wake up from, read under house arrest in the red line. All that's left of the excitement is the pain of exhaustion. Song Huching's clear voice resounded in the cafe, causing everyone to stop talking and stare at him with unblinking eyes. Sume sat up even straighter and listened carefully to his chant. At this point, the chorus kicks in. Whether happiness is too light to be heavy, overuse doesn't itch or hurt. Rotten red hollowed out pupils, finally hollowing out, finally having a beginning and not an end. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. Sume, on the other hand, clenched her small fist slightly. This song, did this guy write it himself? 4 minutes later, the last note fell. Snap. Sume took the lead in applauding, and only then did the others wake up as if from a dream, sending applause to Song Huching. Song Huching stood up and after lighting a cigarette, he gave a curtain call salute to the crowd. It was only then that he walked over to sit across from Sume. Very nice song. What's the name of this song? Sume asked. The Red Rose. Song Huching laughed softly. Red Rose? Sume looked at him rather surprised. Yes, the May of Sume. Song Huching joked. $50,000 to listen to me play a song. More or less have to take a little real effort out, not? Make a monster. Sume gave him a blank look, got up and laughed. I'm going to the bathroom. Want paper or cigarettes? Song Huching laughed. Asterisk 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 Q. Sume laughed and cursed before sprinting away. Only when she exited the coffee shop, she flew to cover her chest. The Red Rose, this song, is hard to believe that he wrote it for himself? No way. Absolutely no way. She slapped her face gently, trying to calm herself down. How can that guy like himself when he sees himself and runs away? But why did he write the song? 20 minutes later, when Sume returned to the coffee shop as usual, but found that Song Huching had already disappeared, she immediately frowned, and when she saw the jacket that was resting on the stool, her eyebrows were only slightly stretched. She walked over to the bar and whispered, "Where's Mr. Song?" Just now a takeout clerk walked in to get takeout, and after greeting him, he chased him out. The clerk said bitterly, "Takeout man?" Sume froze slightly and walked briskly towards the stairwell, but before she could get closer, she heard talking inside. "Little Song, you still say you're not rich? I'm really not. It's just a temporary cameo." Song Huching looked at Old Chin with a bitter face. "What the are you talking about? This outfit of yours must cost at least $1,000, right?" Old Chin squinted. "I don't care. Treat yourself to a midnight snack. Eat. Heck, I'm really not rich. Song Hutching said helplessly. The clothes are someone else's. I'm just working for them. Part-time. Really? Old Chin was a bit unconvinced. I lied to you, I am, so you believe it, right? Song Hutching skimmed his lips. Okay. Old Chin sighed. Damn. If you are a rich second generation it would be so good. After I go out also have a powerful blow, is not it? If you keep blowing awesome with me, you're going to go overtime on this order. Song Hutching squinted. Asterisk. Old Chin angrily rebuked, quickly dropped his cigarette and ran out, but he did not walk 2 steps, and then turned back. Eat a snack at night. Call Lao Zhou and Lao Wuan. Got it. Song Hutching laughed and cursed before dropping his cigarette as well. That's a hell of a lot of chance encounters to be friends with a delivery guy. By the time he got back to the cafe, Sume was sitting there sipping her coffee slowly and methodically. Where were you just now? Met a friend. Song Hutching shrugged. Let's go back to the office. Sume got up and said, I still have a few things to take care of there. Just in time to have dinner at the company. Okay. Song Hutching was indifferent. No. Mr. Su, Mr. Song. When Xiao Zhang saw the two, he immediately came up to greet them. Aha. After Sume answered, she reached out and tugged on Song Hutching, who wanted to bull ******* Xiao Zhang, and headed toward the office. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but spit out his tongue when he saw this. It seems better to have less contact with Mr. Song in the future. Sume's office is large and well lit. The furnishings, however, were simple, save for a rather stylish desk, a large bookshelf, and a large sofa set. Sit yourself down while I take care of some business. Good. After Song Hutching answered, he laid down on the sofa. Seeing this, Sume couldn't help but turn up the air conditioning temperature of the office a bit, and only then did she look at the documents seriously. I don't know how much time has passed. When she raised her head, she realized that Song Hutching had already fallen asleep, but the guy was so quiet when he slept that she hesitated to sneak a blanket over him. At this point, there was a knock on the office door. Sume frowned slightly, then got up and walked out. When Song Hutching woke up, it was already dark outside the window. He stretched and glanced at the blanket he was wearing and couldn't help but grimace. I don't know how much perfume this thing has been sprayed with. It smells a little cloying. Before he could get out, the office door was pushed open. Sume carried a few lunchboxes and walked in. After seeing the blanket he still had on his body, she couldn't help but blush, but still pretended to be careless and said, Up, let's eat first. Good. After Song Hutching answered, he was about to help set up the lunchbox. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Hey, are you coming back for dinner today? A female voice came from the end of Song Hutching's phone, causing Sume, who was holding chopsticks, to be slightly stunned. Not coming back. I have something to do today. You eat first. Song Hutching laughed. Got it. The other answered and then whispered. What time are you coming back? I don't know. There's still work that hasn't been dealt with yet. You sleep first. Song Hutching laughed softly. If there is any problem that cannot be solved, call the property company. Good. The other party hung up straight away. Girlfriend? Sume said with a slight raised eyebrow. No, a friend. Temporarily helped me clean up. Song Hutching shook his head. For now? Sume sneered. Does she live in your house too? Well. Song Hutching immediately looked at her with an odd expression. Sume knew that she had slipped up and didn't say anything else, just lowered her head to eat, but she was quite distracted. Chapter 61, Forgive me, they are all faithless people. 9 o'clock at night. Song Hutching and Sume sat in a Bentley and slowly drove into the Hilton Hotel. Along the way, though, the two barely spoke. To be precise, Sume basically hadn't spoken much to him since that phone call, but Song Hutching was happy to be quiet. The two got out of the car as they walked into the ballroom. Instead, Sume stepped forward and took his hand. Well, Song Hutching glanced at her, but didn't say anything. All the way, Sume all smiled and greeted the crowd, but instead, everyone's attention was not on her, but on Song Hutching. Song Hutching didn't shy away from the stage and greeted them with a smile as well. At this point, an old man with a florid white head approached, a glass of wine in his hand. Mr. Su, no introduction? Mr. Ming. The corners of Sume's mouth twitched slightly, but she flew back to normal. This is Mr. Song, the vice president of our Chinhua. Mr. Song, after taking a closer look at Song Hutching, Mr. Ming extended his hand. Hello, my name is Su Ming. Su, whom? Song Hutching looked at Su Mei in surprise. This old boy's name is obviously Su. What's with the Mr. Ming? In the Linchang business world, there are too many people with the surname Su. I like it when people call me Mr. Ming. Su Ming joked. Hello Mr. Ming. My name is Song Hutching. Song Hutching reached out and shook his hand. Mr. Song is a talented man, and he is serving in Chino at a young age. His future is unlimited. Su Ming complimented. Mr. Ming's fallacious praise. It's all thanks to the boss's promotion only. Song Huching slightly owed his body and said, and a junior like us Chien Nuo also have to rely on the care of seniors like Mr. Ming, in order to have a future in the future, is not it? Ha ha ha. Su Ming burst out laughing. Mr. Song is really good at talking. I saw a few old friends. Excuse me, go ahead, Mr. Ming. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Before Su Ming left, he gave Su Mei a meaningful glance, causing Su Mei to not be able to help but slightly blush with her pretty face. Looks like today's reception isn't simple, Song Huching said softly. Oh, how? Su Mei was surprised. See that old boy just now? He was followed by 4 people. One of them was a secretary, and the other 3 were translators. Song Huching sighed. And with these specifications, it's less like a reception and more like an investment meeting. The main officials of Lin Chang are all here. Su Mei glanced sideways, suddenly stared wide-eyed, and hurriedly said, you first turn around. I will go to understand the situation. Good. After Song Huching smiled, he took a glass of white wine from the plate carried by the waiter and sat down in the corner. But he hadn't been sitting down for long when a figure walked over. Song, my friend, Mohammed? Song Huching stood up in quite a surprise and gave him a big hug. Didn't you say you'd gone back to Karth? How come you're back so soon? The sales of the perfume were very good that time, and our company made a big profit. Now I was sent here to talk about the follow-up contract. Gamal laughed softly. Originally I arrived 2 days ago, but I heard that you were traveling, so I didn't go to Chino. Thanks a lot. Song Huching put his arm around his shoulder and said, when the reception is over, in the evening we will talk about the details of the contract in detail. Song, I will honor your customs, Gamal said seriously. Thank you for your respect. Song Huching reached out and shook his hand. The two looked at each other and both laughed out loud. What are we talking about? So happy? A male voice rang out. After Gamal glanced sideways, he immediately introduced, Song, this is Nasser, my cousin, who also wants to purchase a batch of perfume. I prefer to be called by my Chinese name. Nasser laughed softly. How do you call it? Song Huching joked. Zhao Zhitian. Nasser said breezily. Good name. Song Huching gave a thumbs up. Oh, what's so great about that name? Gamal wondered. Ri Tian. In our China can form the word Hao, and our god, named Hao Tian. Song Huching said seriously. But we, like you, respect our own beliefs, so we split the word Hao into day and sky to gain goddess favor without offending him. Snap. Nasser clapped his hands and said, Song, you are the most knowledgeable person I've ever met. When I came to China, when unusual Chinese people hear my name, they only laugh but never respect me. Forgive me, they are people without faith. Song Huching said with a slight bow. Never mind. Nasser laughed softly. I don't care to be friends with them either. After all, people without faith are scary to us. Nasser, I'll make an appointment with Song later. He'll host a banquet for us. Gamal smiled ambiguously. My God, Gamal, have you betrayed your faith? Nasser said solemnly. Nasser, we are all businessmen, and businessmen naturally have to respect local customs. Gamal said seriously. You won't be able to talk business if you use this condescending stance. Nasser was stunned. Then after glancing at the expressionless Song Huching, he immediately said, You're right, since we're here, then we naturally have to respect the customs of our partners. Song, why don't we find a place to sign the contract first? That's not good, is it? Song Huching hesitated. After all, it is an investment meeting. Always have to let the organizer finish his speech before we can sign the contract. No, Song, this reception is mainly for their textile industry. It has nothing to do with our perfume industry, Nasser said with a straight face. Okay then, Song Huching reluctantly said. Okay, I will discuss with our president. By the way, how much is your order? I'll have someone prepare it. I want a quota of 300 million this time. Gamal immediately said. But deliver the goods within 3 months. I want 500 million. Nasser said softly. Chinese perfume is very popular in our country now. Okay, if you two will excuse me. After Song Huching said that, he searched the arena for Su Mei, but before he could take 2 steps, he was tapped on the shoulder. Song Huching, why are you here? As soon as Song Huching turned around, he was met with a pair of shining eyes and a wary husky face. What are you looking at? Softy is asking you. Qin Chu frowned. I don't have time for your bull ***** right now. Song Huching bristled. Ruan Xingyao, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After he finished speaking, he was ready to go find Su Mei, but he was tugged by Ruan Xingyao. Song Huching, can we talk? I can't, according to the terms we previously negotiated. After shaking his head, Song Huching was just about to leave, but he was stopped by Qin Chu again. Song Huching, what do you mean? Don't give your face away. Chapter 62. I've apologized to Mr. Zheng. Chin Chu, don't force me to slap you here, Song Huching said in a deep voice. This hall is full of people with faces. I will give you a slap. Later you cannot raise your head later. You. Chin Chu shrank his neck rather fearfully. This is really daring to do it. Song Huching, how did you become so savage? Ruan Xingyao said quietly. What's it to you? Song Huching some impatient. Ruan Xingyao, let's get together and part. You do not always drag. Really meaningless no? You. Ruan Xingyao immediately reddened her eyes. When Chin Chu saw this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Song Huching, don't think that you started rumors and lies just because you've fallen for a rich woman. Are you sick? Song Huching helplessly said. Brother, I divorced her. Shouldn't you help me speak? Now you're still ing around. What's the matter? You're happy that I'm not divorcing her? Ha, this. Chin Chu instantly reacted. Right, this and soft divorce. The beneficiary is not himself? One's own stop doing what? Come on, really stop. Song Huching took a deep breath and said, I have friends over there, so please make yourself at home. After he finished, he began to continue looking for Su Mei. Song Huching. Ruan Xingyao was about to say something, but Song Huching walked away at a brisk pace. She looked at his back and couldn't help but sigh quietly. After 6 years of marriage, except for the wedding day, it seemed like it was the first time she had ever seen Song Huching appear in front of her in such a suit. When Song Huching found Su Mei, he saw that her face was gloomy, and in front of her, another middle-aged man with a big belly was chattering away. Mr. Su, if you ask me, your Chino is really just a small workshop. The last time you bumped into carts business, that was your luck. This time you won't be so lucky. Mr. Zhang, when it comes to business, it's just a matter of each person's ability. Su Mei sneered. To each his own? That was because I wasn't there last time. Otherwise our Majia's business could have been taken away by you? Mr. Zhang disdainfully said. You. Su Mei was about to say something when her arm was pulled. Boss, I have something for you. Su Mei looked at Song Huching with a stunned expression. This guy actually called himself boss? Yo, raised a little white boy ah? Mr. Zhang sneered. Such, a month is afraid of 50 or 60,000, right? Pretty much. Song Huching smiled and said, but if Mr. Zhang goes to the sea, he is estimated to starve to death, right? Puffing, Su Mei couldn't help but laugh. Ouch. Mr. Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly. After so many years, this is the first time someone has spoken to me like this in Linchang. Well, are you the emperor of Linchang? Song Huching toned slightly higher. Mr. Zhang, should not be mixed underground, right? We're serious businessmen. We don't play with this. Mr. Zhang looked at the eyes of the people around him who were both surprised and disgusted, and immediately said, you kid don't talk nonsense. I'm also a serious businessman. Can a decent businessman say in Linchang? No one dares to talk to me like this? Song Huching said with a bitter face. How about, Mr. Zhang, tomorrow I will set up 2 tables at the Lincheng Hotel and kowtow to you to make amends, okay? You. Mr. Zhang's face changed drastically. At this point, Su Ming and a handsome-looking middle-aged man walked over. What happened? Secretary Qi. Mr. Ming. Is nothing. I am just joking with the late generation. Mr. Zhang hurriedly said. Yes, nothing much. Song Huching hurriedly said. This is something we will handle. I have already apologized to General Manager Zhang. Will you shut the up if you don't know how to talk? Mr. Zhang hung on for dear life. Secretary Qi glanced at Song Huching and waved his hand. Immediately a young man came and whispered in his ear what had happened. Zhang Ziqiang, you're good. Secretary Qi gave a thumbs up. I don't even dare to say such words in Linchang. You can be much more capable than me. No, Secretary Qi, let me explain. Mr. Zhang's face went white with fear. No need to explain. Secretary Qi laughed softly. I would like to see. What is the last name of this Linchang? After he finished, he walked away. Mr. Zhang, how can you talk like this? Su Ming pretended to sympathize. Even if you joke with the younger generation is not so many foreign guests on the occasion. You want people to cheese secretary face to where to put it. Well, boy, I remember. Well, Mr. Zhang was only halfway through his sentence when he saw Song Huching's expectant expression and immediately covered his mouth. Mr. Zhang, go on. I'm listening. Asterisk off. After Mr. Zhang glared at him, he walked to the side and depressedly took a drink from his wine glass. Good boy. Well done. Su Ming patted Song Huching's shoulder and said, these 3 words have made Zhang Ziqiang suffer a great loss. It's useless. At most he'll be fined a little money. Song Huching shrugged. Oh, what does that say? Su Ming was surprised. You look at him like that. 80% is a business. If it does not involve other aspects, it is nothing more than checking the tax. fire and other things of his company, and find some pain for him. Song Huching bristled. Is it hard to really take someone in? Not so much, you boy. Su Ming burst out laughing. Hey, Su Mei. However, sighed. Zheng Ziqiang took care of Gamal's translation. Estimated that this time, we can't receive the follow-up order from Cardi. Yes? Song Huching was surprised. An interpreter can decide such a big thing? Of course I can't, but it's not just the interpreter. Even Gamal's entourage was taken care of by them. Su Mei laughed bitterly. We've only taken the first step out of the country, and we didn't expect to be dead in the water. It's in the eye of the beholder. Song Huching laughed lightly. Do you have Xiao Zhang's phone number? Give it to me. Who? Su Mei was surprised. Zhang Yi? Right. You give her to me. I have something to say to her. Song Huching hurriedly said. You. Su Mei raised her eyebrows and was about to say something, but after seeing Su Ming on the side, she had to bite her tongue and give her phone number to Song Huching. Song Huching was not ambiguous, and after taking down the phone number, he went aside to fight. It doesn't matter if you can't do business. It's good to solve your life's problems, Su Ming said with a smile. Poof. Su Mei grunted lightly and turned her head away with a red face. After Song Huching finished the phone call, he just wanted to go to find Gamal, but found that he and Nasser were surrounded by Zhang Ziqiang with his men, so he couldn't help but let out a light laugh, and Super found a corner to sit down. At this point, a fragrant breeze brushed by his side. Ruan Xingyao carried a glass of red wine and sat down beside him. So Ruji, can we talk? Say it. Song Huching was quite helpless. He felt that there was nothing to talk about between him and Ruan Xingyao. Chapter 63, Sister, you must be really good at playing with ripping bells. Mom called me and said you left me the house. No, it's that she's leaving you the house. Song Huching looked at Ruan Xingyao and said, this has nothing to do with me, although I also don't know why she did it. You. Ruan Xingyao opened her mouth and whispered, actually, I don't necessarily want to divorce you. Hold it. Song Huching immediately said, Ruan Xingyao, don't come to this set. We two divorce is final. I don't know who persuaded you, but that's your business. We've been married for 6 years and we don't have any feelings at all. Do we? Ruan Xingyao said with some annoyance. Getting attached to you? No kidding. Song Huching sneered. When you brought a man and forced me to divorce in front of my daughters, have you thought about my situation? Just because I don't bother with you doesn't mean I don't bother you. Xin Shu he came. By himself. Ruan Xingyao said angrily. That's your business. I don't care what your relationship is. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Song Huching bristled. The house is reserved for you. You can go to the closing anytime, but I hope you keep your word. Fine. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to do the formalities. Ruan Xingyao said in a cold voice. Thanks. Song Huching took a long breath. You. Ruan Xingyao was just about to say something when suddenly there was a sound of high heels on her side. She glanced sideways, but it was a pretty girl in professional attire. Mr. Song, not too late? No. Where's the contract? Song Huching laughed. Here it is. Zhang Yi hurriedly pulled out the contract from her bag and handed it to him. After looking carefully for a while, Song Huching was about to open his mouth, but then he caught a glimpse of Ruan Xingyao and couldn't help but get up and say, let's go to the side to talk. Yes. After Zhang Yi answered, she immediately followed in his footsteps. Ruan Xingyao looked at his back and couldn't help but redden her eyes. She felt that Song Huching really didn't like her anymore. Other side. Secretary Qi was speaking while Song Huching and Zhang Yi whispered the terms of the contract. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yi hurriedly took the contract and left. Before Song Huching could breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Shu came over again. Song Huching, can we talk? What do you want again? Song Huching said with a bitter face. Man, I really have no problem with you chasing Ruan Xingyao. You stay wherever you want, okay? Don't you dare. Qin Shu laughed coldly. You're just like a ghost. Where we are you're where we are. You're a shadowy soul, aren't you? What are you here for? Song Huching was surprised. Qin Shu immediately turned red in his old face and snapped. This is an investment meeting. I'm here to talk about business. Well, isn't that a coincidence? I'm here on business too. Song Huching spread his hands and said, I really did not follow you here. We talk about our own business. Isn't this quite good? Talking business? Who are you kidding? Qin Shu laughed coldly. You 80% is to take the opportunity to deliver takeout to mix in. Dressed like a man. I still cannot know what you are thinking? UING. Song Huching was just about to give him a few hits, but he didn't expect Su Mei and Ruan Xingyao to walk over at the same time. Huching, what happened? Saruji? Su Mei frowned at Ruan Xingyao. MS. Nguyen, please address me by my full name. Song Huching rolled his eyes and said, and, trouble you to take this Mr. Sheen away into it? I really have something. What can you, a delivery boy, have to do? Qin Shu sneered. Shut up. Su Mei boarded her pretty face and said, Qin Shu, you'd better pay attention to your wording. Song is always the executive vice president of our Qianhua. If you're so impolite again, I'll let someone invite you out. Vice president? Ruan Xingyao and Qin Shu were both stunned. And, who is this lady? Sumei said in a deep voice. My ex-wife. Song Huqing sighed. I think the two of them have a problem in their brains. I have explained to them many times that I am not following, but they do not listen. Ex-wife? Sumei reached out and took Song Huqing's arm, laughing lightly. Ms. Ruan, I hope you can recognize your own identity and stop pestering my boyfriend. I know your divorce from him is still pending, but since you've signed the divorce papers, you're no longer legally married, so please behave yourself. Boyfriend? Ruan Xingyao's body swayed and almost didn't fall. Mr. Su, don't let him fool you. Qin Shu said sharply. This kid has a girlfriend, a kindergarten teacher. He has always liked to evening rich women. This matter everyone. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, he ate a big mouthful. Qin Shu, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll immediately call your father. Sumei said angrily. I want to see how Qin Aigua disciplines his son. Mr. Su, it's true. Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. Song Huqing already has a girlfriend. It's my daughter's kindergarten teacher. That has nothing to do with you either. Sumei did not give the slightest face and said, also, we are both women, but your behavior is really disgusting. Yourself with a man to flaunt, but in front of the ex-husband's girlfriend to wantonly denigrate. It's beneath me to deal with someone like you, so goodbye. After she finished speaking, she took Song Huqing's hand and walked away. Ruan Xingyao, however, was shaking with anger. It was the first time in her entire life that she had been pointed at her nose like that. Softy, why don't we go? Qin Shu covered his face and said, this woman has a big head. We can't afford to offend. You go, I want some peace and quiet. Ruan Xingyao walked over to the sofa on the side and sat down, but her eyes were dead set on Song Huqing and Sumei. Ouch, what are you pinching me for? Song Huqing cried out bitterly. I thought you said you didn't have a girlfriend. What's up with that kindergarten teacher? Sumei glared. No, sis, we are in an employment relationship. You are too broad in this matter, right? Song Huqing said helplessly. But you're out there using my name of Chino. Sumei justified. You are the vice president of our group. Shouldn't I know if you are married and have a girlfriend? And looking at your ex-wife, it seems like she's not happy to divorce you. If you're emotionally confused, it's going to have a huge impact on us. Chino. Well, Song Huqing looked at her with an odd expression. Sister, you must be very good at playing with tugging bells. What do you mean? Sumei was surprised. You're so good at ripping. It's a shame you don't go play ripping bells. Song Huqing sighed. Nasty. Sumei's pretty face reddened and pushed him. Honestly, what is your relationship with that kindergarten teacher? Male and female friends, but broke up. Song Huqing laughed bitterly. Sumei instantly widened her eyes. Aren't you still in the marriage cooling off period? In this month's time, you talked about a girlfriend and broke up again? Right. Song Huqing spread his hands and said, you know I'm not a good person just by looking at me, don't you? Isn't it normal to break up? Go to hell, scumbag. After Sumei kicked him hard, she flew towards the hall. Asterisk. Song Huqing sat on the sofa, frantically rubbing his legs. The was wearing pointy heels, and her hands were ing black. Chapter 64. This translator's brain is full of mush. After Song Huqing rubbed his leg for a while, Zhang Yi hurried over. Mr. Song, this is the contract. Let's see. Song Huqing flipped through the contract before handing it back to her. You're coming with me. Yes. Zhang Yi immediately followed him. The two walked right up to Gamal and laughed softly. Muhammad, what is Brother Righton talking about? Mr. Song, do you know the rules? Zhang Ziqiang sneered. I am now talking business with the two of you. What do you look like when you come over? What did he say? Gamal asked. Mr. Gamal, Mr. Zheng said to host a banquet for you. In the evening, the interpreter said hurriedly. A feast? Gamal frowned. Is that what he meant by that? Yes. The interpreter was full of smiles and said, he knows that you are on a plane tomorrow night, so he wants to take you to play a little bit in Lincheng, and he has prepared a lot of beautiful women. Song Huqing's eyes widened at once. Gamal and Nasser blacked out at the same time. Don't you know our teachings? Mr. Gamal, Mr. Zheng is very sincere. The interpreter winks. He guarantees that the two of you will have a great time today. Gamal and Nasser looked at each other and couldn't help but grimace. Is that something that can be said? Lu, tell this Mr. Zheng that we have always abided by the rules of the church and won't do that kind of thing. Mr. Nasser, we are all men. The interpreter smiled ambiguously. Right now Mr. Zheng's car is parked downstairs. We can leave right away. You, Nasser held back his anger. You need to watch yourself. You're an interpreter. You can't make decisions for us. Lu Chang immediately realized that the bad thing, hastily remedied. I do not mean that. If you two do not like, he can take you two to worship. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. God ing does worship. This translator's brain is all mush. Enough, Gamal said with a dark face. You tell Mr. Zheng that we are not accustomed to worshipping with outsiders. Also, we don't need you to serve as an interpreter anymore. Ha! Lu Chang was dumbfounded and hurriedly looked at the other youth wearing a turban. Big brother, I think Mr. Zheng is very sincere. Abra, you disappoint me. Gamal sighed. We came over to talk business, not to have fun. Look at you. You must have followed Mr. Zheng to that kind of place, right? My God. Nasser was horrified. Abra, I'll be sure to tell my cousin's husband that you betrayed your faith. Abra's face went white. Both of you. I think this Mr. Abra was just hoodwinked by that Mr. Zhang and didn't go to a windy place. Song Huching laughed softly. We are all young people, out to do business. A little pawn is hard to avoid, isn't it? Yes, I fell for Zhang's trap. Otherwise I would never go to a place like that. Abra said hurriedly. And you actually went? Gamal said angrily. Abra, you are really a disappointment. You now go back to the hotel to reflect well. And when you will be in Cardi, you yourself and father to explain. Abra's legs weakened and she almost didn't fall to the floor. Zheng Ziqian listened to the translator and hurriedly came over. Mr. Gamal, we don't mean that. We respect your faith very much and would never take you to that kind of windy place. Lu Chang glanced at Song Huching rather scornfully and honestly translated Zheng Ziqian's words. This guy is listening. No need. Nasser squared his shoulders and said, I think that the one who respects our faith the most is still Song. He is humble in nature, very polite, and never mouths obscenities in front of us. I think he's the one that's going to be our most trusted partner. Cousin is right. Gamal said righteously. I have 4 wives, so Zhang, please don't use women to test our loyalty to the faith. Zheng Ziqian wanted to say something else, but Gamal and Nasser both bowed to him with folded hands before heading off to the side. You play a good game. Zheng Ziqian gritted his teeth. Don't think I don't know where you took that foreigner last time. Well, Song Huching was surprised. Mr. Zhang, you don't think I really took them to find a beautiful woman, do you? Isn't it? Zheng Ziqian was surprised. Of course not. Song Huching skimmed his mouth and said, Head a piece of cloth. The world I am the richest. How rich they are, don't you know? You are surrounded by a lot of beautiful girls. Is it less around them? What's more, they do business all over the country. What big scenes have they not seen? Relying on a few women to take the contract. You have underestimated them. Zheng Ziqian looked at him, and his eyes were suddenly complicated. Could it be that one is really on the wrong track? Take your time to realize. Mr. Young. Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder before walking towards Gamal. Damn, little man. Zheng Ziqian cursed with a grimace before walking away resentfully. What do these foreigners really like? Corner. After Song Huching handed the contract to Gamal and Nasser, the two didn't even look at it before handing it to the attendants behind them. After all, reviewing contracts is not their specialty. Song, I've taken a liking to Great Britain lately. Gamal exclaimed. I find that country both gentlemanly and beautiful. Oh yeah? Song Huching nodded with a smile and looked to Nasser. What about you? Which country do you like? I think Soviet Russia and Great Britain are fine. Nasser said in all seriousness. It seems we all have the same hobby. Song Huching raised his glass and clinked it with them. The two of them looked at each other and both of them revealed excited smiles. There are some things that can't be done, but it's important to be able to have someone force you to do it. It's all about business. After all, even if the Almighty knows about it, He will forgive them. The contract was heard quickly. In less than half an hour, the other side was reviewed. Gamal and Nasser signed their names at the same time, while Song Huching handed the contract to Zhang Yi, signaling her to run and give it to Su Mei. Su Mei was so angry at the moment that she didn't bother to see what Song Huching was doing, and when Zhang Yi handed over the contract, she couldn't help but stare. What's wrong? Su Ming wondered. Song Huching negotiated an $800 million contract for me. Su Mei froze a little and said, 800 million? Su Ming's tone couldn't help but rise a bit higher, drawing many people to look over. Mr. Ming, what contract was negotiated? Making Mr. Su so excited? Secretary Chi walked over with a few people. Secretary Chi, thanks to your blessing, Su Mei's Chino has negotiated contracts of $300 million and $500 million with Cartel and Coddle respectively. Su Ming hurriedly said, good. Secretary Chi smiled broadly and clapped his hands. Xianhua took the lead to become a single. It seems that our investment promotion will still have an effect, right? Su Mei at this time, but did not have the heart to listen to him, just looked towards the not too far away. But in addition to Gamal's entourage, where there is still Song Huching and their silhouettes, Chapter 65, a legend has finally come out of the Lin Chang takeaway world, a large entertainment club. When Su-mei hurriedly arrived, Song Huching had already changed his clothes and was sitting there calmly smoking a cigarette. How did you do that? Well, what? Song Huching was surprised. I heard someone say that obviously Zhang Zicheng prepared many beautiful girls to entertain them, but they were angry. Su-mei said with a red face. It's easy. Song Huching spread his hands and said, men, there is no such thing as not being horny. Don't look at them as rich, but their puritanical rules and regulations are actually quite strict. Well, then they. Su-mei was a little hesitant. I forced them. Song Huching perked up and said, if they want to do business with us, they have to follow our rules not. If he does not follow our rules, we will press him to sign the bill okay. Su-mei looked at him with a hellish face. This is us begging them, right? Who said that? Song Huching bristled. It's not true that they are a party, but they also need to have the right supplier, right? We are mutually beneficial. Speak human. Su-mei reached out and pinched him. Well, this group of hatted ones are actually just that. Song Huching said helplessly. They would love to come out and play, but they don't dare to. First of all, it's not good for other people to know about this. And second of all, their beliefs don't allow them to say that. But I drew a line that they had to be made to follow. And naturally they were happy to do so. After all, there was a reason to convince themselves, wasn't there? That's it? Su-mei was surprised. How complicated do you think it is? Doing business, as long as we can make money. Who are we cooperating with? Song Huching said indifferently. But wouldn't it be better to work with someone who fits the mold? You. Su-mei lightly bit her thin lips and was about to say something. Suddenly Song Huching's phone rang. Hey, Xiao Song, have you finished working? Let's have a snack together. Old Wood's voice rang out. Almost. Song Huching laughed lightly. Send a location. I'm coming over now. Success. Lao Wu answered and hung up. I'll go too. Su-mei ghosted in. What? Song Huching looked at her with a stunned expression. I also go to eat a snack. I didn't eat enough for dinner at night. Su-mei boarded a small face. By the way, I will settle today's expenses to you. By the way, the order I will count with you at 10%. Is it okay? No need. Song Huching shook his head and said, people were originally rushing to Yuqin Nuas to come. Without me, you can just as well talk about it. No. Su-mei shook her head and said, Gamal came to Lin Chang without telling me, indicating that his willingness to cooperate with us is not great, and Zhang Zicheng made all the preparations. Without you, we cannot sign. Whatever then. Song Huching shrugged. I'll settle your account when our first shipment arrives. Su-mei whispered, we don't have that much cash now that the company has put all the money into the goods. Could be. Song Huching nodded with a smile, and then said with a straight face, you still have to have someone waiting here, although they don't remember being able to come out tonight. But how can you receive them tomorrow and take them to visit the factory or something? Gamal, even if that Zhao Jitian is not. Nah sir, he is the first time to cooperate with us, although there is a foundation of trust in Gamal in it, but still cannot be sloppy. I've made arrangements. Su-mei looked at him and pursed her lips. What did you do before? How do I feel? You also look like a businessman? Setting up a stall on the street is called doing business, and there's nothing great about doing business. Song Huching bristled. Poof. After Su-mei gave him a blank look, she pulled him towards the stairs. No, where is this going? Song Huching was surprised. I'll go back to the company to change. You've changed. I can't wear this to a late-night snack, can I? Su-mei rationalized. Well, that too. Song Huching shrugged. After the two hurriedly rushed back to Guamao, Su-mei quickly changed into her daily wear before following him down the elevator. It was just that neither of them drove, but Song Huching rode a motorcycle to take her to the late-night snack spot. Su-mei seemed to be riding a motorcycle like this for the first time, and although she was wearing a helmet, she still had her arms wrapped around Song Huching's waist in a death grip. Nine Brothers Barbecue. It is not very far from the Lin Chang house, although it is the riverside, but it is already far away from the main city. Otherwise the Lin Chang riverside is an inch of land. Little Song, here. Before Song Huching could park his car, he saw Lao Wu not far away standing up and waving. Sisters, here we are. Hands can be loosened. Poof. Su-mei's pretty face blushed and after releasing her hand, she got off the motorcycle and took off her helmet. Ooh, the entire nightstand burst into an uproar. Song Huching looked sideways and was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 how are they all ing peers? Little Song, you really brought someone. I'll be damned. There's finally a piece of legend in the Lin Chang takeout world. Asterisk 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 ing awesome. Hearing the uproar of the crowd, Su-mei couldn't help but blush and put her head down. I'm used to seeing big scenes, but this kind of occasion is still a bit unbearable. No, we're friends. Song Huching also took off his helmet and explained to the crowd. Don't fool around. Something will happen when the time comes. Shoo. The crowd was filled with contempt. A friend? A friend goes out for a late dinner with you at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock? And they don't drive a nice Mercedes to ride with you on a motorcycle? Apulia won't make it either. Alright, Little Song is thin-skinned. Don't laugh at him. Old Wood and the others came over to relieve themselves and then brought the two men to their seats and sat down. Let me introduce you. This is Su Mei. Song Huching laughed softly. Over there is Old Zhou, Old Wu, and Old Qin. Hello everyone. Su Mei fell to greeting the crowd. Hello Mr. Su. Old Zhou and the others also nodded with smiles. We ordered some barbecue. Do you see anything else to add? Old Wood came over with the list. Song Huching took a look and couldn't help but laugh. These guys were saving him money and didn't order many kebabs. After checking off a few items with a pen, he handed them to Su Mei. Su Mei, however, shook her head and laughed softly. I'll just eat a little after you guys. Okay then. After Song Huching handed the list to Lao Wu, he laughed and scolded. 2 cases of beer. So little enough for anyone to drink. Success. Lao Wu agreed readily and ran to hand the list to the receptionist. I say, brothers, why did you pick such a place? Song Huching said curiously. What this place? 9 Brother Barbecue and is our takeout man's home base. Well, he and old son ado daytime, ado night, the future night hungry, directly come here to come, the takeout man discounted by 70%, Old Qin cheerfully said. Chapter 66. Although Song Huching and I are talking about friends, we don't interfere with each other's careers. Oh, there's a story here? Song Huching disassembled a set of tableware by hand and set it in front of Su Mei after scalded it with boiling water. Thanks. After Su Mei whispered her thanks, she quietly propped her chin up and listened to the crowd chat. Brother 9 is an old-timer in our Lincheng takeout world. Lao Zhou sighs. He is the earliest batch of takeout workers. That person is so righteous. To everyone, used to be the group leader of our takeout group. Some years ago on the Lincheng River sightseeing freighter is not overturned it. 9 brother with a group of delivery workers down the river to save people. People are saved up, but the delivery workers died 5. Hey, Song Huching was quite saddened, but he held Su Mei's hand in his, signaling her to keep quiet. Su Mei's body couldn't help but tremble a little when he held her like that. No, the top made up some money, and with the help of everyone, opened this 9 brothers grill, where the widows of those outfitters work. Old Zhou cheerfully said, everyone is fine to come here to eat barbecue, but also help them not? Nice. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Xiao Song, do you still deliver takeaways now? Lao Wu said carefully. What do you call that? Song Huching laughed and scolded. What am I going to do if I don't deliver takeout? Well, everyone looked at Su Mei and fell into silence. Although Song Huching and I are talking about being friends, we don't interfere in each other's careers. Su Mei raised her beer and said, he is also not the kind of person who relies on women to support him. So everyone can rest assured. No, Song Huching was only in the middle of his sentence when the back of his foot was stepped on. Xiao Song is good at everything, just too strong self-esteem. Old Qin sighed. With his ability, sitting in the office, how good, to come to run takeout. That's right, the first time I saw him, I knew he wasn't an ordinary person. Old Zhou laughed bitterly. I'd say you guys are about done. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Everyone is an ordinary person. There is nothing high or low. Come on, go one, walk one. The crowd all raised their glasses. That's when the kebabs came up. After Song Huching took a few skewers and set them in front of Su Mei, he chatted with Old Qin and the others. Speaking of, Xiao Song, you really leave the house to your ex-wife, ah? Old Qin whispered. Hello. Lao Wu and Lao Zhou shouted at the same time. It doesn't matter. Su Mei laughed. I know about him and his ex-wife. It's no big deal. Mr. Su's atmosphere. I'll toast you. Lao Zhou raised his glass and clinked it with her. That house is not I want to leave her. Is my parents want me to leave her? Song Huching helplessly said. They said that people have been with me for so many years, and they don't have any. Least let people have a place to stay, right? Our old lady is too kind. Lao Wu sighed. Have you found a house now? We can't let our daughter down. Found it. Song Huching laughed. For the time being, I'm still getting it. My daughters were taken to the countryside by my parents to play. Honestly, I'm kinda not happy about it. Oh, what does that say? Old Zhou was curious. How sunny this weather is. My girl is so pretty. If she gets a tan, what if she can't get back white? Song Huching said. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst out laughing. If you can't, you pick up your daughter and send her to my place. Su Mei blushed and said, you don't have time to work during the day. I'll bring her to the company to play. She was still thin-skinned after all, and didn't have the heart to say that she would let Song Huching go over to live with her as well. If I could pick it up, wouldn't I have picked it up a long time ago? Song Huching bristled. It's only right for an old man to want a granddaughter, isn't it? Old Qin laughed. My son is about to get married. If you give me a grandson or granddaughter, I'm afraid to think about it every day. That's. Song Huching touched them. Why don't you get your parents over here? Su-mei whispered. After all, they're getting older, so they can take care of each other when the time comes. Mr. Su, you're this. Lao Wu gave a thumbs up. Old Qin and Old Zhou are also quite envious. After all, there are too few girls willing to live with their in-laws nowadays. They haven't retired yet. Even though there's nothing going on in the unit, they still have to go on point, don't they? Song Huching shook his head. Okay. Su-mei shook her head and stopped talking about it. The crowd chatted and drank, and over 2 hours passed. Still, everyone stayed true to the principle of drink and don't ride, and took cabs back. Where do you live? Do you want me to send you back? Song Huching laughed. I don't want to go back. Let's go out and sit down. Su-mei said softly. Sister, it's after 2 o'clock. Why don't you go back? Song Huching said helplessly. There will be plenty of time to sit in the future. Su-mei was about to speak when suddenly the phone rang. Daughter, where is it? A female voice came from across the room. Out having a late dinner with friends. Why? Your sister is back and has been waiting for you for hours. Sue's mom laughed within the phone. You're hurrying back. She's throwing a tantrum, saying that if you don't come back, she'll go looking for you. You tell her to go find a boyfriend. What's the point of pestering me every day? Su-mei laughed and scolded. What pestering you? Su-mei, you hurry back, or you do not go to me in the future. A scream came from the other end of the line. Okay, got it. Su-mei hung up the phone after answering helplessly. Alright, let me get you a cab. Song Huching laughed. There are few cars here. Let's go to the front and take a car. Su-mei took his arm and said, this. Song Huching looked at the cab parked on the side of the road ready to take the order and fell into deep thought. Hurry! Su-mei reached out and pulled him back before moving forward. Song Huching had no choice but to follow her. The two walked for a while afterward. Su-mei not only didn't take a cab, she pulled him toward the river. No, sis, throwing yourself in the river is not an option, Song Huching said with a bitter face. Can't we go back and hang ourselves? Asterisk. You. Not a good word. After Su-mei laughed and cursed, she pulled him to a platform. This kind of platform extends out from the riverbank. Half in is river. Looks like a wooden structure, but is actually concrete. But it is sturdy. It's usually just for people to take a walk and sit and relax. Song Huching sat on a stool and lit a cigarette, exhaling a mouthful of smoke before looking at Su-mei, who was leaning against the guardrail. Although she was just a pair of ordinary washed jeans coupled with a pair of crystal high heels, her slender legs and marvelous figure were completely outlined. The upper body was wearing a loose half-sleeve crewneck t-shirt, but the slightest movement revealed her proud capital. Was it good? It's okay, Song Huching answered frankly, fearlessly and looking at her brilliant star-like eyes. Chapter 67, I'm sorry for her. Song Huching, let's talk about friends? Su-mei said with a straight face. No. Song Huching refused without thinking. You still miss your ex-girlfriend? Su-mei raised her eyebrows. That's not true. Song Huching sighed. So it's because you can't see me? Su-mei sat down next to him. Song Huching did not answer positively, but instead said with interest, what do you like about me? I don't know. Su-mei shook her head. Anyway, just wanted to see you. Well, is it? Song Huching was quite surprised. There really didn't seem to be any reason to like it in his opinion. Tell me about you and your ex-girlfriend. Su-mei took off her crystal sandals, curled her legs, and leaned against his shoulder. Ex-wife or ex-girlfriend? Song Huching joked. Both want to hear it. Su-mei tilted her head and looked at him. I want to know what you did that they would leave you. Can't you just let me leave them? Song Huching laughed bitterly. It won't. Su-mei shook her head. People like you are the most soft-hearted. If they don't take the initiative to go, you 1T drive them away. Well, where do you get the idea that I'm soft? Song Huching was stunned. He was nicknamed Bloody Hands Butcher. Once killed the stock market, sending countless foreigners to the rooftop. Old Joe and the others talked about 9-story. You wanted to help his family back then, right? Su-mei blinked her big eyes and said, then you heard that this barbecue stand was made by his family, so you didn't tell me to mind my own business, right? It's not the same. Song Huching was only halfway through his sentence when she interrupted. It's really all the same. Su-mei laughed softly. You are actually very powerful. 3 words can send Zheng Zichang away, and 1 shot can take care of Gamal. But I give you a commission. You are not good. Showing that you don't love money so much, that's no reason for you not to pay me for my labor. Song Huching reminded. Nasty. After Su-mei blankly glanced at him, she delicately said, tell me about it. I also want to know what you really went through. I'm not really sure. Song Huching sighed and began to tell the story of him and Wan Xingyao. 20 minutes later. How could she? Su-mei was quite angry. She actually brought a man and embarrassed you in front of your daughter. Is she still a human being? Well, is this what you're angry about? Song Huching was surprised. Or what? Sume hate voice. She wants to divorce you, want to pursue a better life. This is no excuse, but she actually did this. That is trampling on your dignity as a father. Don't let me see her next time or I'll have to teach her a lesson. That's not true. Anyway, it's already divorced. Song Huching shook his head. I'm not that generous. Sume sneered before wondering. What about you and your ex-girlfriend? That's even more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching sighed and talked about him and Chin Zimo. A good half hour. Sume just said with an indignant face. What is she doing? She doesn't come to talk to you herself, and lets her parents come to talk to you? What a coward. Well, is it? Song Huching looked at her rather surprised. Why not? Sume coldly said. If she really has something, she can talk to you herself. She doesn't open her mouth herself and lets her parents come and talk to you. That means she doesn't have the courage to face it all. Since she doesn't have the courage, she can't make it on her own, let alone any future life. It's better to simply give up on such a relationship, or else you'll have to suffer in the future. So what if it's you? Song Huching wondered. If it's me, is my parents' company in trouble? Sume bristled. Their business is in trouble, and if it all depends on me stepping in and marrying someone I don't like in order to solve it, then they could simply shut down the company. Your parents raised you so well, wouldn't it be selfish of you to do so? Song Huching teased. What do you mean by selfish? Sume's eyes widened. If they don't have money, I try to earn money to give them but you want me to sacrifice my own happiness in this life to fulfill their business. Then what am I? A piece of merchandise? Crooked reasoning. Song Huching pinched her nose. Not at all. Sume blushed and said, anyway, if I'm allowed to be with someone I don't like, I'd rather go jump off the Linjiang Bridge, but a lot of things are out of place in this world. Song Huching looked at the sky full of stars and let out a long sigh. Not every woman in this world is so unassertive. Sume reached out and wrapped her arms around him, and delicately said, at least in my opinion, I want to be with you. No one can stop it. I have a girlfriend. Song Huching rubbed her head. Although we have encountered some problems for the time being, it is still not good for us to be like this in the end. Yes? Will you marry her? Sume said with a straight face. Marriage? Song Huching froze for a moment, then laughed bitterly. Don't joke. I'm 28 years old, and still divorced with a boudoir, and whoever is married is harming people, is not it? Ha! Since you don't want to marry her, it's you talking to her for fun, isn't it? Sume blinked her big beautiful eyes and said, I'm different. I'll marry you and I won't mind your daughter. It's not a question of disliking or not. Song Huching said seriously, if we get married and we have children later, then the situation is different again. If you don't like it, I don't have to have children. Sume said softly. Well, are you crazy? Song Huching looked at her with a surprised expression. Really? Sume smiled brightly. I don't have to give birth myself, and I even got a beautiful daughter for nothing. Where can I find such a good thing? I think you're drunk. Song Huching slapped her on the side of the head. Go back. It's late. I'll get you a cab, he said and stood up. Song Huching. Sume suddenly shouted. Song Huching turned his head, but she threw her neck around him and her slightly cold lips pressed up. Sume's body was soft and a little cold. Song Huching tried to struggle, but she held on tight. There was no way out, so he sat down and straddled her over his lap. I've got my hands free, so I've got to have a place to go, don't I? So he very naturally slipped his hand through the hem of her shirt. Well, Sume instantly widened her eyes, subconsciously pressed his hand with her hand and said with a smile, don't you have a girlfriend? I'm sorry for her. Song Huching sighed. Make a monster. Sume let out a small laugh, once again wrapped her hands around his neck and leaned her head on his shoulder, her breath a little rushed. Song Huching, this look is my first kiss. Sister, what's your age? Song Huching exclaimed. Song Huching, I'm going to bite you to death. Sume reprimanded and gently bit on his neck, leaving a teeth mark. Chapter 68. You're good at being a good wife and mother. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Song Huching said helplessly. What's the matter? Really afraid that your girlfriend will see it? Sume sneered. If she sees it, she sees it. Anyway, you won't marry her. What are you afraid of? Sume, I really do have a girlfriend. Song Huching laughed bitterly. It's not good for us to be like this. Really? Sume squinted. If you didn't put your hand on me, I would really believe you. I'm a scumbag. Song Huching snapped. I like it even if you're scum. Sume lightly hummed. Anyway, as long as you do not get married, I will not give up for a day. Have you ever been in love? Song Huching wondered. Nope. Sume rationalized, but isn't falling in love the same as doing business? You don't stop until you reach your goal. Okay. Song Huching sighed. He felt that anything he could say to her would be in vain. At this point, Sume's phone rang again. Hey, Sume, are you coming back or not? The man on the other end of the phone screamed. If you don't come back, I'm going to come out looking for you. I know. I'll be right back. Isn't this accompanying a client? Sume was quite dissatisfied. I signed a big order today. Isn't it normal to accompany a client for a late-night meal? Humph. Hurry back or I'll come out too. The other man's tone slowed a little. No. Yeah. Sume suddenly screamed, startling the man on the other end of the phone. What's wrong with you? No. Nothing. After Sume glared at Song Hutching with a red face, she reached out and grabbed his strange hand and said softly, I twisted my foot just now. I'm calling a car to come back now. Are you okay? The other man said with concern. Never mind. That's it. Take a cab. After Sume hurriedly hung up the phone, she pouted. How are you like this? Almost heard by my sister. Puffing. Song Hutching couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know you'd react that way. Nasty. After Sume reached out and patted him, she said with some reluctance, I have to go back. My sister went back to my parents' house today. If she doesn't see me, she will have to make a scene. How old is your sister? Still so pestering? Song Hutching teased. Not too young to get a boyfriend. Sume helplessly said, every day you know to follow my ass. A little annoying. Ha! Aren't you not looking for a boyfriend either? Song Hutching laughed lightly. Poof. After Sume blankly glanced at him, she wrapped her arms around his neck and greeted him once again. I don't know how much time has passed. After the phone rang for the third time, it was only with some reluctance that she stood up. Go back. Good. After reaching out to straighten her clothes for her, Song Hutching took her hand and walked to the side of the road. I'm also going to spend a few days at the factory tomorrow after I receive Gamal and the others, so I'll come back to you when I get back. Sume said softly. Got it. Take care of yourself. After waving his hand and beckoning a taxi, Song Hutching pulled out his cell phone and tapped the license plate, which led to a light laugh. Message me when you get home. Aha. Sume just pulled open the car door, but did not know what to think of, turned around and hugged him and kissed him fiercely, before drilling into the back seat, signaling the master to hurry up and drive. Buzz off. Song Hutching's phone suddenly vibrated. If your girlfriend asks, just tell her I bit you on the neck and tell her to come to me. Sume. Ha. Song Hutching couldn't help but laugh. This girl is not like a billion-dollar president. Obviously a love-brain little girl. Half an hour later, Lincoln House. Song Hutching had just entered the door when he saw Yun Ning sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a puff of air. Well, who offended you? Why didn't you send me a message if you weren't coming back? Yun Ning frowned. I'm back, aren't I? Song Hutching spread his hands and said, today, I went out to help a friend talk about a business. Well, have you had dinner then? Yun Ning's tone slowed down. Eaten. Have you? Song Hutching laughed. I had instant noodles. Yun Ning lowered her head and said, if you're not here, I'm too lazy to cook alone. You can't get enough instant noodles. After Song Hutching rubbed her head, he picked up the phone on the coffee table and said a few words before turning around and going upstairs. Yun Ning was about to follow him, but he stopped him. Ordered you a takeout. So wait here for now. Got it. Yun Ning's pretty face reddened and she sat back on the sofa. When Song Hutching came out of the shower, he found that the pajamas were already laid out on the bed. This girl. With a bitter laugh, he put on his pajamas and went downstairs. Yun Ning was currently sitting at the dining table while a fried chicken set meal was placed in front of her. At this point, I'm afraid I'm at the limit of what I can buy fried chicken. What? Not appetizing? Song Hutching snickered. I'll wait for you to eat together. Yun Ning said with some embarrassment. I don't have to. I ate back. You eat. Song Hutching let out a laugh, but didn't leave, instead pulling out a stool and sitting across from her. Yun Ning took small bites after glancing at him. What room am I staying in? Well, which room are you in? Song Hutching looked at her rather dismayed. Although your girlfriend hasn't come in the past 2 days, I can't stay in your room, right? Yun Ning lowered her head and said, what if she comes back? And I also have my own books and some clothes to put away. Okay. Song Hutching shook his head and laughed. There are so many rooms upstairs. Just pick one you like. Aha. Yun Ning nodded before continuing to eat. By the way, have you taken your driver's license yet? Song Hutching asked. Took the test. Yun Ning blushed and gently nodded. Well, Song Hutching looked at her rather surprised. I originally had a job that I went to give someone a chauffeur at night. Yun Ning whispered. Then a guest got drunk and wanted to want that me? So I didn't dare to go anymore. Valet? Song Hutching shook his head with a bitter smile. You really have done everything. I have to live. Yun Ning said seriously. Aha. Song Hutching looked at her and didn't say anything else. Both were silent for a long time. It was only then that Yun Ning spoke. Are you tired today? Why don't I give you a massage? You know massage? Song Hutching was truly surprised now. No. Yun Ning fiercely glared at him, which lowered his head and said, I read and studied today. You run takeout so hard. You have to write all day. I will give you a press. You can also be easier. Song Huching looked at her in a daze for a long time before he spoke. You're suitable to be a good wife and mother. Yun Ning sniffed, not daring to raise her head, but inwardly she was quite sweet. This guy can talk too. Chapter 69, this guy is not pretending at all, is he? It's night. Yun Ning couldn't help but pout when she came out of the shower and saw that Song Huching had already fallen asleep. Still, she straddled him and gently rubbed his shoulders. This guy doesn't usually see much exercise. How come he's still in such good shape? Yun Ning cocked her head and thought for a moment, unable to help but blush a little. It was only when she saw the shallow teeth marks on Song Huching's neck that she first froze, then pursed her lips. Not in the mood to continue massaging him either. He lay on his side and turned his back, but she tossed and turned a bit, unable to sleep, and with a sideways glance at the sleeping Song Huching, she couldn't help but push him a bit angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching snapped, opened his eyes and looked at Yun Ning in surprise. Sister, the sky is almost bright. Are you not tired? Not tired. Yun Ning grunted coldly, but never asked. After all, in what capacity could one question him about who he spends his nights with? Stop it. Song Huching reached out and wrapped his arms around her, softly saying, good boy, sleep. Poof. Yun Ning twisted her body, but still didn't break free from his embrace. She looked into his closed eyes, gritted her teeth, and dove under the covers. I'll go. Song Huching exclaimed in shock and couldn't help but laugh a little bitterly. This girl, I'm afraid she's been stimulated by something, right? The next day, when Song Huching woke up, Yun Ning was already up early. He got out of the shower and shook his head when he saw the clothes laid out on the bed. It's close to noon now, and I've been slacking a bit lately about my career. In the dining room, Yun Ning sat down on the dining table at this time, propping up her chin and not knowing what she was thinking. Do you have class today? Well, Yun Ning looked at him in surprise before shaking her head. Our professor went out. No class today. Then come with me after dinner. Song Huching laughed lightly. Good. Yun Ning nodded and reached out to set up the dishes for him. There were silences as both men ate. A good half hour. Only then did Song Huching put down his chopsticks and light a cigarette. Actually, I think we're friends. Can say what we have to say straight out, can't we? Who were you with last night? A girlfriend? Yun Ning said softly. No. Song Huching shook his head and laughed bitterly. Actually, I also find it very troublesome now. What trouble? Yun Ning said in a tight voice. It's... Song Huching was just about to speak when suddenly the phone vibrated. Song Huching, didn't you say you'd be at the Civil Affairs Bureau in the morning? You're playing with me, aren't you? Ruan Xingyao's rather angry voice came from within the phone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching was shocked. After flying upstairs and grabbing his things, he tugged the dumbfounded Yun Ning and rushed out. 20 minutes later, the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Song Huching, you asshole. Sorry, I ran into something yesterday. I'm really sorry. Song Huching bowed deeply to Ruan Xingyao, then carefully said, is it too late for us to go in now? The cooling off period is all over for re-registration. Ruan Xingyao was only halfway through her sentence when she then looked at Yun Ning, who had taken off her motorcycle helmet, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Didn't you just break up with Qin Zimo? And who is this? Well, Song Huching was slightly stunned and was just about to open his mouth. Yun Ning, however, took a step forward and said softly, hello Miss Ruan, I am Song Huching's friend. Not the kind of relationship you think. Friend? Ruan Xingyao sneered. I've been married to him for 6 years, but I didn't know he had a friend as beautiful as you. Just met. Yun Ning didn't say anything else after smiling. You wait. Song Huching looked at Ruan Xingyao and helplessly said, Sister, I have urged you several times. Isn't this because you traveled for business before you passed the cooling off period? I traveled that because of work. Ruan Xingyao said with a stern face. The big deal is that we will re-register and wait until next month. It'll have to do. Song Huching sighed and headed inside the Civil Affairs Bureau. After Ruan Xingyao glanced at Yun Ning, she pursed her lips and followed him in as well. Another long wait of over an hour. The two again refused mediation and re-registered their divorce. Ms. Ruan, the house in Shoreline has been vacated, so you can move in at any time. If you have the time, we can go and get the closing procedures done. Song Huching politely said. You moved? Moved where? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Ms. Ruan, since you're divorced, Mr. Song's affairs have nothing to do with you, right? Yun Ning said softly. He has no obligation to tell you about his private life. You. Ruan Xingyao was instantly furious and looked fiercely at Song Huching. She's right. Song Huching laughed. Are you free this afternoon? Let's go and get the formalities done. As for those things of mine, I'm fine anyway, so I'll go help you organize. Yun Ning said softly. That's fine, and by the way, I'll organize my daughter's things as well. Song Huching nodded. Organize what? What about her kindergarten if you move away? Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. I'm not very busy with work right now. She, Ms. Nguyen, custody is mine. Song Huching said with a straight face. If you want to fight me for custody, I don't mind fighting you in a lawsuit. Do you? You have time to take care of her now? Ruan Xingyao laughed coldly. I see you changing women around you one after another. Do you still remember who Xiao Yuan is? I can take care of her. Yun Ning spoke. I am a student at Linchang University, and I don't have much schoolwork every day. Every morning I send Xiao Yuan to school, and when the afternoon I will go to pick her up and come back on time. And then her life as well as reading and writing, I can take care of that too. Ruan Xingyao didn't say anything, just looked at Song Huching rather grudgingly. You can have everything except custody. Song Huching seriously said. As for the formalities of the house, if you are not convenient today, we will be able to do it some other day. If not, I will find someone to do it on behalf of you. Wait for another day. I have to work this afternoon. Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. The project in my hand has just been finished, and I have accumulated a few days of vacation. I am going to Jiang County to see Xiao Yuan. It's your freedom. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Poof. Ruan Xingyao let out a light hum and tilted her head to the side. Since there's nothing else to do, we'll go first. Sung Hee-ching waved at her before straddling the Apulia. Ms. Nguyen, goodbye. After Yun Ning politely spoke to her as well, she sat on the back of the motorcycle and reached out to put her arm around Song Huching's waist. Is this a friend? The corners of Ruan Xingyao's mouth twitched a little, especially when she saw Yun Ning leaning her head directly on Song Huching's back. Her lungs almost didn't explode. This guy is totally out of costume, isn't he? There was one woman after another around. Yesterday it was a female president. Today it's a college student. Chapter 70, I don't know what they like. Lincoln Square. After Song Huching parked the car, he led Yun Ning into the elevator. It was just Yun Ning's eyes darting around, feeling a bit new to everything. Your first time? Aha. Yun Ning nodded with some embarrassment. Well, aren't you in college in Linchang? How is it possible that you came to the Lin City Plaza for the first time? Song Huching was surprised. I don't have time. I need to earn money. Yun Ning shook her head. After my classes during the day, I have to work at the restaurant. And when the restaurant closes, I have to go to the fried chicken store until 11 o'clock, and then after 11 o'clock, I have to work at the barbecue stand until 2:30 in the morning. Song Huching looked at her with complicated eyes and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Yun Ning couldn't help but whisper, it's actually not that hard, just get used to it. I didn't say you worked hard, that's what you asked for. Song Huching bristled. Poof. Yun Ning glared at him angrily, but didn't say anything. The two went straight up to the third floor after. Song Huching led her into a clothing store, and without even looking at her, he began to start picking up clothes on the racks. Yun Ning, who had nothing else to do, also walked to the shelf and carefully took a piece of clothing, but she wasn't looking at the clothes to see if they were good or not. She was looking at the price on them. When she saw that a simple t-shirt cost 3,999, the whole thing went bad. She couldn't earn that much money for a dress in a month of hard work, and the guy was surrounded by 3 salesmen carrying clothes for him at the moment. 10 minutes later, Song Huching directly scanned the code to pay, then said an address and led Yun Ning towards another store. This guy is so nice to his girlfriend. Yun Ning also had a tinge of sourness after he sighed inwardly. She didn't show it though, she just followed him silently. This time it was shoes and socks. Song Huching said almost nothing and went in to get them. In just under 10 minutes, the two walked out again. Even though Yun Ning was beside him, Song Huching still collected no less than 5 small notes. The two just went from store to store. Song Huching didn't say anything, and Yun Ning didn't dare to speak. 2 hours later, the two of them left the Pro City Plaza and arrived at the Pro City Auto Mall. Hello sir, what model would you like to see? A rather handsome-looking young man greeted him. Coming to your place and with a young girl. Of course I'm looking at the Beetle. Song Huching lit a cigarette. Is there a current car? Should I wait? Yun Ning reached out and tugged on his sleeve, whispering, are you buying it for me? No, what am I getting you? Song Huching bristled. Yun Ning pursed her lips and retreated to the side with her head lowered. Cow. After the young salesman gave an internal thumbs up, he carefully said, there are a few existing cars, just to see what color you need? Pink, yellow are fine. Song Huching laughed. Just your luck sir, there's exactly one in pink. The sales hurriedly said, do you think you'd like to take a test drive? No, you help me drive it to Linchangfu. Then tell the security guards there that Mr. Song bought it, and they'll take care of it. Song Huching laughed softly. Where can I scan the code? Well, the salesman froze for a moment, then was ecstatic. I will bring the QR code to the gentleman. Also please give me the identity of the gentleman. ID? Song Huching froze for a moment, and looked sideways at Yun Ning. I don't have an ID card. Lend you your identity for a moment. My ID? Yun Ning was stunned. You give the card to someone else at that time. They will ask, right? Them? The corner of the salesman's mouth twitched a little. It's nifty. It's true that drought kills drought and flood kills flood. I'll just deal with the transfer when the time comes. Song Huching lightly said. Hurry up. Put your identity to use. I have not gone to work for the past 2 days. People have opinions about me. That's not a lie. The group is about to explode. Asking him why he's working again today. Everyone advised him at length that he should not give up halfway. It makes him feel like he has to clock in and out of work every day to run a takeaway. Yun Ning glanced at him, took out his ID card from his pocket, and handed it to the salesman. The salesman smiled at her rather awkwardly before running off with the ID card. In no time, he brought the purchase contract and QR code. Song Huching just glanced at the contract for a few moments before scanning the code to pay. This operation made Yun Ning look all flabbergasted. How come this guy buys a car like he buys groceries? No, it's not as good as buying groceries. Other people buy groceries and have to pay back the price. Sir, we will arrange someone to send the car to you later. We have prepared a small ceremony for you on our side, and would like to invite you to attend it. The salesman said with a face full of deference. There you go. Song Huching nudged Yun Ning. See what giveaways there are. Take whatever you like. I don't know what they like. Yun Ning huffed. This guy is getting out of hand. It's not even enough to pick out a gift for one's girlfriend and bring oneself, but one even registers with one's own ID card, which is too much to take oneself seriously. Forget it then. No gifts. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Yun Ning stopped him. Why don't you want it? You can't be such a loser even if you're rich. Well, then what can I do if you're not happy to go? Song Huching said helplessly. Oof. Yun Ning glared at him before glancing at the salesman. The salesman immediately understood and hurriedly bowed. Miss Yun, this way please. Not far. In front of a pink beetle. Yun Ning stood there playfully, a smile barely hanging at the corner of her mouth. And in front of her, 7 or 8 sales held up a salute. Congratulations to the Honorable MS Yun for becoming the owner of our beetle. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh, but I don't know if the laughter was too loud. Yun Ning glared over with a red face, revealing dissatisfaction all over her body, but she also dutifully asked the salesman for all sorts of gifts, from car upholstery to foot mats, whatever she could get anyway. Half an hour later, not bad, quite good at living, Song Huching joked. Anyway, I chose what I like. As for whether your girlfriend likes it or not, I don't know. Yun Ning beamed. Until then, after Song Huching spoke lightly, he looked at the salesman and said, now send the car over. We're leaving. Hey, I'll arrange it right away. The salesman hurriedly said, Mr. and Miss Yun go slowly. I put my business card in the car. You can contact me if you have any questions. Good. Song Huching nodded with a smile, then straddled the Apulia. Yun Ning also put on his helmet and reached around his waist. The salesman muttered as he watched the motorcycle speeding away. Either that people have superior means it. Today this girl is afraid that she will not be able to escape. Chapter 71, isn't it a coincidence? It was also getting a little late. Song Huching didn't plan to go back for dinner either, so he rode his bike and took Yun Ning to the Lincheng Plaza again, looking for a rather upscale seafood buffet and walking in. After the two of them found seats and sat down, Yun Ning flew off to get food. If it had been any other place, she would have been heartbroken for the money, but the buffet, she had to eat her way back. When she came back again, she was like a waitress, with a huge tray in her hands, all full of food. I'll get whatever you want. There's a penalty for not eating it all. Song Huching knocked on the table and said, if you take so much, there's enough for both of us to eat. I can eat it all. Yun Ning red face said, buffet is not 2 hours well. I slowly eat is. You came to eat? Song Huching snickered. I heard it from my classmates. Yun Ning lowered her head and said, alright, eat slowly and get it afterward. Song Huching laughed. You. Yun Ning hesitated for a moment before pursing her lips. Do you think it's embarrassing for me to look like this? No. Song Huching dumbfounded. When I was in college, I had a principal when I went out to eat buffet with my classmates. Yun Ning looked at him curiously. Hold the wall in. Hold the wall out. Song Huching lit a cigarette. What do you mean? Yun Ning was surprised. Get up in the morning. In addition to water, nothing to eat. Has been hungry until 4:30 p.m. Legs are hungry and soft. Can only hold the wall to go in. Song Huching sighed. And then has been eating full 2 hours. Eat propped up. And then hold the wall to go out. Puffing. Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching looked at her and couldn't help but smile as well. It was the first time he had ever seen the girl smile. Or rather, the first time he had ever watched her smile closely. Yun Ning's face shape was not the traditional melon face, but rather on the goose egg side. And with this smile, 2 shallow pear swirls emerged on her cheeks, and those big beautiful eyes flickered slightly, making it impossible for people to move their eyes. What are you doing looking at me? She looked at the glaring Song Huching and lowered her head a little shyly. You look good. Song Huching joked, just like what Chao Zijian wrote. Fluttering like a shock, one like a swimming dragon, if the light clouds of the moon, if the flow of the wind back to the snow. Yun Ning, red-faced, got up and ran away. Only when she ducked into a corner did she cover her chest and gasp for air. Growing up, I don't know how many people have complimented her on her beauty, but like Song Huching, who used Xiaoxi's Luotian food to describe her, it is absolutely unique. She glanced sideways at the stainless steel mirrors refracting the look and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose gently. I'm not Shinmi myself. At this time, Song Huching was eating slowly and methodically, when he suddenly glanced at the afterglow and couldn't help but be happy. I can't believe I ran into huskies here. Most of all, the girl beside the husky was not Wan Xingyao. Xin Shu also felt that someone was looking at him. He couldn't help but look sideways, and under the four eyes, he was actually a little flustered. The girl on the opposite side also followed his gaze and looked over, and when she saw Song Huching, she couldn't help but be surprised. Xin Shu. What? Xin Shu was stunned. He is also called Xin Shu. The girl explained, didn't I tell you that I met someone with the same name as you? That's him. Xin Shu? The corner of Xin Shu's mouth twitched as he angrily said, Song Huching, are you interesting? Going around outside using my old man's name to woo people. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but let out a laugh and joked. Don't shout. Wait for someone else to take a video. Then you can chicken and egg. Well, Xin Shu immediately covered her mouth and looked around vigilantly. Could be. Song Huching laughed softly, actually brought his elementary school sister out for dinner. You know her? Xin Shu was surprised. Recognize Ning Yiting, isn't the school flower of Lin Chang normal? Song Huching laughed. Why are you lying? Ning Yiting said angrily. I don't know you. Who knows what you want to do? Song Huching was unimpressed. But I didn't expect that you were actually with my classmate. Nonsense. We're just friends. Ning Yiting blushed slightly. Yeah. Me and Athene are just friends. Xin Shu hurriedly explained. Last time I went back to school to do something, I just happened to meet her. She is our school sister so I brought her out to eat something. Well, good. Song Huching nodded with a smile. You. Xin Shu reached out and pulled him back, gritting her teeth. You won't say anything to Softy, will you? Of course not. Song Huching laughed and scolded. But, you have to pay something more or less, right? This meal is on me, okay? Xin Shu said helplessly. Thank you, young Qin. Song Huching smiled and patted his shoulder. You. Xin Shu was still about to say something when suddenly Yin Ning walked over and sat across from Song Huching, causing his eyes to barely glaze over. Yunen? Ning Yiting was also slightly surprised. Hello. Yun Ning merely glanced at her before turning his gaze to Song Huching. No, you. What is your situation? Xin Shu painfully said. Didn't Mr. Su just say yesterday that you are his boyfriend? How come you brought her today? Yun Ning. Song Huching laughed softly. Damn, even the name is so nice. After cursing inwardly, Xin Shu gritted his teeth and said, Song Huching, you're really not a ing thing. You're the one who's not a thing. Yun Ning's almond eyes glared. Can you speak properly? After Xin Shu cursed, he helplessly said, School sister, Song Huching and I are college classmates, in the same class, and we are still in the same dormitory. Oof. Yun Ning gave him a blank look and lowered her head to eat. She's not your schoolmate. She's from Linchang University. Song Huching smiled and said, What the hell? Lincoln University? Xin Shu suddenly hated the backslot teeth are almost biting. Song Huching, you a beast. People are the flowers of the motherland. You a divorced old man. So scourge people? Old divorced man? Ning Yiting looked at Song Huching with considerable surprise. What's wrong? Linchang University is the flower of the motherland, but our Linchang normal is not, right? Song Huching was quite dissatisfied. Ning Yiting is still sitting here. Who are you looking down on? When Ning Yiting heard this, she immediately sank her face. What's the matter? Educational discrimination. No, I didn't mean that. Xin Shu hurriedly said. I just feel surprised. Simply surprised. I also graduated from Linchang Normal. How can I look down on my own alma mater? Yun Ning looked at his expression that was on the verge of tears, giggling and laughed. Xin Shu looked at her two shallow dimples and actually froze for a moment. Chapter 72. What am I? A delivery man, if not a fish for others? It wasn't that Ning Yiting wasn't beautiful. After all, how could a girl who could be the school's top girl not look good? Except that she was wearing makeup and very mature clothes. Girls of this mold can be seen everywhere in Xin Shu, but like Yun Ning's small and fresh style, he was on the contrary very rare. I said, have you seen enough? Song Huching snickered. Well, Xin Shu turned back to his senses, and when he saw Yun Ning's look of disgust, as well as Ning Yiting's furious glare, he immediately pushed his head aside and said rather awkwardly, cough cough cough, I wasn't looking at her. Hey, Song Huching let out a light laugh and lowered his head to start eating. I'm paying the bill anyway. How about we all make up a table? Chin Shu said with a smile on his face. Could be. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Success. Chin Shu immediately began to move the food on the table without seeing Ning Yating's gloomy face. Yun Ning instead gave Song Huching a rather odd look. Although she thought the meal was expensive, it was nothing to Song Huching, but why did he want someone else to pay? Speaking of old Song, I still all congratulate you. Chin Shu laughed. Congratulate me on what? Song Huching was surprised. Congratulations on your divorce from Softia. Chin Shu deliberately raised his voice and said, you have not long been playing the idea and soft divorce, now as you wish. Sure enough, Yun Ning looked at Song Huching with considerable surprise after hearing his words. Did he initiate the divorce? Hey. Song Huching sighed and said, it's a pity today did not leave into. What? It didn't work out again? What do you want? Chin Shu said angrily, you don't know how many kilograms you have yourself? Are you worthy of someone else? It doesn't match. Song Huching spread his hands and said, but this is not Ruan Xingyao business trip, missed the cooling off period, and now want to re-register. What can I do? You. Chin Shu almost didn't explode with anger. Speaking of which, what are you so concerned about Ruan Xingyao for? Song Huching teased. Oh, almost forgot. You and Ning Yating are ordinary friends. My bad. Oof. Ning Yating snorted coldly, rather displeased. She wasn't stupid. How could she not see that this Chin Shu was treating herself like a fish? Don't you bull me. Chin Shu hated the voice. I cannot be married. And now my father urged urgently. Let me find a girlfriend. Don't you have Ruan Xingyao? Song Huching smirked. After Chin Shu glanced at Ning Yating, he gritted his teeth and said, are you crazy? Ruan Xingyao is divorced. How could my family agree to me marrying a divorced woman? Also, Song Huching shook his head with a bitter smile and didn't mention this matter again. Chin Shu stole a glance at Ning Yating's face, and sure enough, after he said that, Ning Yating's face immediately looked much better. Song Huching didn't say anything either, just lowered his head and ate. Yun Ning, are you in a relationship with Song Huching? Ning Yating suddenly said. We're just friends. Yun Ning said softly. Yes? Ning Yating laughed lightly. I have heard that a rich second generation drove you to school in a Porsche. Aha. Yun Ning nodded. That's also my friend. Old Song, you can't make it either. Chin Shu sneered. We are together in the classmates for so many years. You are still so goose. People this clearly put you as a fish to raise it. No way. Song Huching sighed. I'm not like you have. There is a good father. I'm a delivery person. Not to give people as a fish as what? Well, Chin Shu choked on the words. You're quite self-aware. Ning Yating laughed softly. On our school's intranet, people have made an offer for that car, of more than 14 million. How much? Chin Shu was surprised. What kind of Porsche? It costs so much money? Here. Ning Yating pulled out her cell phone and handed him the photo. Chin Shu couldn't help but widen his eyes after glancing at it. We Lincoln actually have 918? Huzzah! How I did not receive the news. Our Porsche car club also did not see anyone say a car club? Yun Ning was surprised. Yes, as long as the owner of a Porsche can join the car club. Chin Shu was quite reserved. You think but all open Porsche. Everyone is a level. Shall not exchange more exchanges? Oh. Yun Ning didn't speak again after glancing at Song Huching. Old Song, it's not me talking about you. Chin Shu said in a serious tone. Your self-esteem is not too strong. Like this, you come to my family's company to work, give you 8,000 a month. Don't I work at Chino? Song Huching joked. Cut the ing facepalm. Chin Shu skimmed his mouth. I and soft-asked people Chien Nua. They said that there is no such person as you. Okay, people sue that is poor you. You really think of yourself as Song general manager? Hey. Song Huching let out a light laugh and didn't pick up on it. Little cloud. How old are you? Chin Shu said with a smile. Senior. Yun Ning casually responded. Junior year? Wouldn't that be an internship? Chin Shu immediately said. This way I give old Song a face. How about you come to my company to intern? Ning Yating immediately frowned. Xiaoning, don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this for old Song's sake. Chin Shu licked his face and said. Xiao Yun, when you and Xiaoning come together at that time, I will give you a guaranteed salary of 5,000 a month. No need. Yun Ning shook his head. I have a job now. As for the internship, we will see when the time comes. Little Yun, it's hard to find a job these days. Chin Shu said in a serious tone. Our company does foreign trade, and the work is stable. By then I will take care of you a little bit to make sure that you can turn smoothly. Said no need. Yun Ning's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looked at Song Huching and said, I am full. Can we go back? Go back then. After wiping his mouth with a paper towel, Song Huching reached out and patted Chin Shu's shoulder. Xiao Qin, broke the bank. No, sit back down again. Why are you leaving? Qin Chu hurriedly said. I'll leave you two alone. Song Huching laughed softly. Xiao Ning, you guys play slowly, we go back first. Aha. After Ning Yating answered, she couldn't help but think of something. You guys live together? No, I'm a delivery boy. How can I afford a house? Song Huching sighed. That too. Ning Yating bristled and looked towards Qin Chu. The guy is handsome. Yes, but he's in terrible condition. Although Qin Chu was a bit frustrated, he looked all the way over. Most importantly, his family owns a company, doesn't he? Gone. After waving his hand, Song Huching led Ning Yating towards the door. Qin Chu was rather regretful that he hadn't even left Yun Ning's phone number. Otherwise, he had to pry Song Huching's corner by himself. Chapter 73. I think he looks like a cutie. Song Huching hadn't gone far with Yun Ning when the corner of her coat was tugged by her. What's wrong? Why do I feel that classmate of yours seems like a cutie? Yun Ning whispered. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by that? He went to school with you, so he must be the same age? Yun Ning snapped his fingers and said, look at him like that, and he said a few more words. He hated to tell me about his ancestors and 18 generations. This is not a little cute. What is it? People are sincere. Song Huching joked. Not at all. Yun Ning skimmed his mouth. Ning Yating is also a junior. 80% want to go to his company for internship, so that's why he came out to eat with him, and I think Ning Yating may not look at him. Oh, what does that say? Song Huching led her into a milk tea store and ordered 2 cups of milk tea before finding a seat by the window. I don't know. That's how I feel. Yun Ning shook his head. Ning Yating is a powerful woman. If she really wants to make a scene, your ex-wife is afraid that she can't cope. What's it got to do with me? Song Huching laughed and scolded. This their business. You just weren't fighting for your ex-wife? Yun Ning said carefully. You're overthinking it. Song Huching laughed lightly. I just think that Qin Chu is quite interesting. In Ruan Xingyou as a licking dog. That is, he likes people for many years. I did not expect him to be like this in front of Ning Yating. How can a dog change? Well, Yun Ning instantly reddened in the middle of her words. Song Huching didn't care, but just looked out the window at the crowd coming and going in a daze. Yun Ning hesitated before speaking. Do you want to tell Ruan Xingyou? What? Song Huching was surprised. Is the matter that Qin Chu just wanted to play with her and didn't want to marry her? Yun Ning lowered her head and said, what am I eating up? Song Huching laughed and scolded. How? That's their business. What does it have to do with me? Taking a step back, if Ruan Xingyou and fell for his tricks, it's also her own choice, isn't it? Also, Yun Ning was suddenly happy again for some reason. At that moment, the pickup collar on the table vibrated. She took it hastily and ran to the counter to fetch the milk tea. After removing the straw in passing, he set it in front of Song Huching. Thanks. Song Huching smiled before taking a sip. Yun Ning wanted to say something. Song Huching didn't say anything, just gazed at her. Yun Ning hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to say, who did you buy those things for? Not telling you. Song Huching laughed softly. Poof. Yun Ning looked at him with a puff of air. Do you think I want to know? I'm just afraid that by the time you have too many girlfriends coming to the door and asking about me, I don't know how to explain, and in case the word gets out and there's a scene, I'll see what you'll do then I won't tell you either. Song Huching laughed. Yun Ning put her hands around her chest and glared at him fiercely. If you don't say it, I still don't want to know it. Anyway, when the time comes to make a mess, I will see what you do. You're rarely this talkative. Song Huching joked. Yun Ning gritted her teeth and didn't speak again. She was afraid that if she said any more, she wouldn't be able to resist throwing milk tea in his face. 10 minutes later. Are you done drinking? Drink up and go back. Yun Ning didn't say anything, just stood up silently. This state of affairs continued until the two of them returned to Linjiang Mansion. Mr. Song, Wu Xingxing greeted, full of smiles. Just now Hermes and Chanel sent you a lot of clothes over, and Volkswagen sent you a Beetle. The stuff we put outside the door of 49 for you, and the car is parked for you, and the keys are in a bag outside the door. Thanks. Song Huching handed over a cigarette. Thank you, Mr. Song. Wu Xingxing hands after receiving, full of smiles. Our district and the major brands have cooperation. Every quarter they will send booklets to the owners. This quarter's booklet, I help you, also placed at the door. If you have the need, our property will send someone to your home with clothes for you to choose. Of course, if you like to shop in the mall, we also have a special black card for 60% off in the Linchang house. Your company's business is still quite extensive. Song Huching joked. It's all about better service to homeowners. Wu Xingxing laughed. By the way, if you clean up your side, you see when it is appropriate? Every day after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I guess. Song Huching laughed lightly. Okay. After Wu Xingxing noted it down, He bowed slightly and said, then every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon there will be a cleaning home to clean. If you are not convenient, we will go to clean it ourselves. And if there is a special situation, you can give notice to the property. Okay, thanks. Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder. It's all we should do. Have a nice life. After Wu Xingxing finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Song Huching twisted the throttle tightly and headed toward the 49th. The two arrived downstairs. Yun Ning pursed her lips after looking at the pink beetle in the parking lot and followed him. After Song Huching opened the door to his room, he sat down on the sofa. Yun Ning, on the other hand, carried the bags in one by one. And I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she also purposely set them behind the coffee table, which made her sit beside him. Song Huching lit a cigarette and pointed to the clothes. You go and try. Yun Ning was stunned. What did you say? I say you try it. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. You flip around on these two clothes. Jeans are washed out of color not to mention. And your little white shoes. The heel is going to be broken. The next time if it is rotten on the road. You play barefoot back? By the way, you go to class in a beetle. Squeezing the bus is a waste of time. Yun Ning's mind was buzzing at this point, and it took a long time before she looked at him with red eyes. Song Huching, you liar. Well, I lied to you again. Ouch. Song Huching was pounced on the sofa by her before she could finish her sentence. You're a liar. The biggest liar under the sun. Yun Ning reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, so she kissed him as hard as she could. No, listen to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't you pull down my pants. Let's try on the clothes first, shall we? Song Huching wanted to talk to her, but she couldn't even listen. More than 2 hours later, Yun Ning was wearing one of his shirts and sat down cross-legged on his side, gazing at him. Don't come you treat me like livestock, right? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. He. Yun Ning instantly laughed, reaching out and taking a cigarette from the table, putting it in her mouth and lighting it before stuffing it into his mouth, while she herself wrapped her arms around him and leaned her head on his shoulder. Chapter 74, Ms. Sue is here. She'll be upstairs in about 3 minutes. Song Huching, does it look good? Yun Ning was wearing a pair of denim shorts, on top of which was a pink t-shirt, and her feet were wearing white socks and small leather shoes. The whole person was both fashionable and full of youthful vigor. It's okay. Song Huching nodded with a smile. I'll get another set then. After Yun Ning reached down and took off her clothes, she picked up another set and put them on. I said, you go back to your room to change also into in the living room to try clothes like what appearance? Song Huching laughed and scolded. We're the only ones in the house anyway. After Yun Ning wrinkled her agitated nose at him, she took another set and put it on. Song Huching looked at her smile and couldn't help but smile as well. What girl doesn't like beautiful clothes? It just depends on whether the conditions allow it or not. An hour or so later, Yun Ning tried on all the clothes and shoes, even the socks, before sitting on Song Huching, wrapping her arms around his neck and exhaling. How much did you spend on these clothes? Less than 3,000. Song Huching laughed lightly. Cheat. After Yun Ning rolled her playful white eyes, she playfully stretched out her hand to him. Show me the small ticket. Who keeps that? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Poof. Yun Ning grunted lightly, then laid out the clothes and shoes in the living room, scanning them one by one with her cell phone. What are you doing? Song Huching wondered. Let me calculate how much these clothes cost. Yun Ning said with a red face. You gave me a salary of 3,000. Let's see. How many years do I have to pay it back? You'll be able to pay it off soon after you graduate and join the workforce. Song Huching joked. Not at all. If you give me 3,000 a month, I have to work for you. Yun Ning seriously said. Anyway, the money is not paid back before. You are not allowed to drive me away. Then you have something to pay back. Song Huching laughed softly. That car downstairs is a few $100,000. Bet you're dry to what time to go? Well, that too. After Yun Ning nodded, he put away his cell phone. Then I will slowly pay back. And when the account is finished, you will drive me away again. No. What about the fact that you're going to live until you're 70 or 80 years old? Song Huching laughed. Then I will serve you until I am 70 or 80 years old. Yun Ning jumped onto his body again and wrapped her arms around his neck and said, if you die first, I will go and guard your grave. And if I die first, you will burn my ashes and scatter them in the Linjiang River. I still have to deal with your aftermath. Ha! Song Huching laughed and scolded. Well, that too. Yun Ning tilted her head and thought, then I'll save up some money and the funeral company will take care of it for me then. However, you still have to attend. I want to see you. Nerves. Song Huching laughed and cursed before leaning back on the sofa. Nerves are nerves. Yun Ning made a face at him before leaning over his chest. A good half hour. Only then did she whisper. Song Huching, this is the first time someone has bought me new clothes. First time? Song Huching was surprised. Aha. Yun Ning whispered. I grew up picking up clothes that other people didn't want to wear, and the only new clothes I've ever worn are the school uniforms issued by the school. It's kinda pathetic. Song Huching rubbed her head. Yeah, it's pretty pathetic. After Yun Ning took a deep breath, she tilted her head and looked at him and laughed. However, I feel that from the day before yesterday, my luck has been good. Well, how? Song Huching was surprised. Because I met you. Yun Ning seriously said. You will take me to eat delicious food. You buy me new clothes, and also buy me a car. I think I am the luckiest person in the world. You can find a random rich second generation at school who has money, and they can too. Song Huching shook his head. Humph, I'm not going to. After Yun Ning wrinkled her little nose, she delicately said, Anyway, when I met you, it was the luckiest thing for me. What I owe you, I can't pay it back in this life. Then I'll pay it back in my next life. Live this life first. Where's all the talk? Song Huching reached out and slapped her on the side of the head and got up. I'm going to go swimming too. With that, he pulled open the pool gate. Yun Ning immediately followed, and after stripping off her clothes in 3 tries, she jumped into the pool. The next day, early morning, Song Huching was sleeping when suddenly the phone rang. Hey, Mr. Song, this is Wu Xingshang. Miss Su is here. About 3 more minutes to your upstairs. The voice on the other side was rather urgent. Who? Song Huching was startled violently, then sat up. Miss Su, her car is already almost in the parking lot. Wu Xingshang's voice became more and more anxious. Should we temporarily stop the elevator and stop her? After Song Huching hung up the phone, he gently pushed Yun Ning who was sleeping. Wake up, my girlfriend is here. Ha! Yun Ning snapped, and without saying a word, he pushed Song Huching off the bed. Then after taking a set of sheets and quilts from the cupboard and laying them out, he rushed out, clutching the changed sheets and quilts. Well, Song Huching was fuming a bit. Suddenly the phone rang again. Hey, Mr. Song, I am Wu Xingshang of the security department. Disturbing your rest. Your elevator seems to have some malfunctions. Please press it to see if the elevator can come down normally. Wu Xingxing's voice was polite. Can. Song Huching laughed. I look like it's normal up here. Oh, then there should be a problem with the button. We'll overhaul it right away. Excuse me. Wu Xingxing hung up the phone after saying that. This property is worth the money spent. Song Huching gave the property a hard nod. They are expensive for a reason, aren't they? 20 minutes later, after Song Huching finished his shower and got dressed, he saw Su Qing sitting on the sofa with her arms around her chest, and in front of her stood Wu Xingxing and Yun Ning. Say, what's going on? What's going on? Song Huching was surprised. Who is she? Su Qing pointed at Yun Ning. Ms. Su, I've explained to you. This is Yun Ning, an in-home housekeeper sent by our property. Wu Xingshang said with a bitter face. Mr. Song signed a 5-year contract with her. If he dismisses her, I'm afraid the impact will be bad. When did I say I was going to dismiss her? After Su Qing glared at him, she looked sideways at Song Huching and said, Why didn't you tell me when you chose the housekeeper? She's so young, can she be a good housekeeper? Well, Song Huching didn't react for a moment. Miss Su, you can rest assured that I studied home economics in college, and although I am young, I will definitely be able to handle it. Yun Ning said with a straight face. Captain Wu, there's nothing more for you here. You go first, Su Qing said in a deep voice. Yes. Wu Xingxing glanced at Song Huching before walking out at a brisk pace. Just wait until the moment he closed the door. He heard Su Qing speak again. Song Huching, are you kidding me? Housekeeping can wear the latest Chanel? Wu Xingxing closed the door quickly. He knew that Song was on the ropes. Chapter 75. Aren't you my girlfriend? Hey. Song Huching gave a dry laugh and waved his hand at Yun Ning, signaling her to go upstairs. Yun Ning hesitated for a moment, but finally obediently went upstairs. Say it, what's the situation? Su Qing coldly laughed. Can't see, you still play quite flowery gana chin zimu, and came a Yun Ning. It's not even the weekend yet. You came running to raise hell. It looks like someone snitched on you Song Huching said as he took her by the shoulders. Poof. Su Qing twisted her shoulders and said rather annoyed. It's not Qin Chu, who ran to the soft one and complained, saying that you are not a thing, seducing other college students, and inviting the soft one to reveal your true face. Softy had to go to work and didn't have time, so I was told to come and see what was going on. That grandson. Song Huching couldn't help but smile. In fact, this is very simple. I can't deliver takeaways for the rest of my life, isn't it? I also have to earn some money otherwise I really rely on you to support me. That's also not appropriate, isn't it? Humph. You still need me to raise you? Su Qing skimmed his mouth. The car you parked downstairs, the house you live in. Other people can't afford to buy it in their whole life. Hurry up. Don't beat a dead horse with me. Tell the truth. Hey, Song Huching he a tree breath. In fact, this matter is not complicated. Is that I rode a bike when I hit her? So bring her back to recuperate. And she talked to her after talking. Think she is quite an idea. And then what? Subaru frowned. Trying to train her. Song Huching said without a red face or heart. If you open a company or something in the future, you have to find helpers not. And she is quite miserable. How? Su Qing was surprised. Song Huching told Yun Ning's story. She's so pretty that she would mix up like this? Su Qing was quite surprised. Hey, that's the problem isn't it? Song Huching spread his hands and said, why do you think she got mixed up like this? Doesn't that mean she's not that kind of person? But if she's willing to go out of her way, how could she become like this? And you lied to me? Su Qing sneered. You said that you cultivate her. I believe. But cultivate her to buy her Chanel. There is a beetle in the parking space below. It cannot also be her own, right? It's all done by the property. Song Huching lied. It's not that last time I bumped into someone and then my clothes got dirty. So I let the property send a few sets of clothes to. Not hide it from you. I'm still heartbroken. Yes? Su Qing glanced at him, picked up the cell phone on the table and called. Less than 3 minutes. Wu Xingxing then ran up, flanked by Shaoli. MS. Su, your property recently sent clothes to Mr. Song? Su Qing blocked in front of Song Huching and said, yes. Wu Xingsheng said with a straight face, last time, Mr. Song brought that Miss Yun back in a taxi. Both of them were quite wretched. So Mr. Song asked us to send him a few sets of women's clothing. As you know, our Linchang mansion is a high-end property, and the partners are big brands like Hermes and Chanel, so we gave him a few sets of clothes from those brands. Poof. Su Qing looked at him rather unpleasantly and said, you guys are also really bloodthirsty, sending clothes to send such expensive clothes? Miss Su, truth be told, we don't know what Mr. Song and Miss Yun's relationship is, so in order to not let the owner lose face, we are dealing with it according to the top. Wu Xingxing compensated with a smile and said, and what about the car? Subaru's tone slowed slightly. Little Li, why don't you hurry to come and apologize to Miss Su? Wu Xingsheng chided. MS. Su, I'm really sorry, I got sidetracked on this. Shaoli said bitterly, because we Linchang Fu this is no bus. So Mr. Song let me get a substitute car for Miss Yun. I originally thought that she and Mr. Song is that kind of relationship, so I contacted someone to send a beetle over. Mr. Song scolded me and said they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, but as you know, I'm just a security guard, and if this car is returned, I'll have to be responsible for the damages myself, and Mr. Song took pity on me, so this was not pursued. Saying that, he even bowed deeply to Su Qing in a decent manner. Since it's a misunderstanding, forget it. Su Qing waved her hand and said, what forget it? It's come to this. I'm non. Song Huching became furious, but only halfway through his words, he was hugged by her. Forget it, what are you bothering with the staff? People don't know that you and Yun Ning aren't in that kind of relationship either, don't they? Now that you've opened your mouth, let's forget about it. Song Huching hypocritically said, it just so happens that I cannot use the car during this time. So, you drive that Porsche away. No, directly transfer to you. Mr. Song, we can do the transfer procedures on behalf of you here. Wu Xingxing hurriedly said, geez, what's it like for me to drive your car? I'm not one of your people? Su Qing slightly averted her face. Well, aren't you my girlfriend? Song Huching snapped. In that case, forget it. Su Qing immediately glared back at him and sneered. What's the matter? You still want to drive your car to school to pick up girls, right? This car of yours is on the Linchang Normal and Linchang University intranet. Everyone says that Linchang has a super rich second generation. Hey, Yun Ning's foot is not sprained, so I sent her once. Song Huching laughed bitterly. This is not a misunderstanding, which is what I am a super rich second generation. What my father's behavior. You are not unseen. Poof. Su Qing's face slightly slowed down. From his own small Kuan bag took out his ID card and handed it to Wu Xingsheng. I still have to use the car in the past 2 days. About when can I do it? By this evening at the latest. Wu Xingxing immediately said, by the way, MS. Su, what about your Mercedes-Benz? We can help you sell the car here as well. Su Qing didn't say anything and just looked at Song Huching. Sold. Song Huching immediately said, I have not used the car recently. I have to go to work every day is not. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Driving a Mercedes-Benz waving through the city is not like that. Then you always have a car for transportation, right? Subaru smirked. When the time comes, just get a low-profile car for transportation. Song Huching licked his face and said, otherwise, when the time comes, it will make a big fuss again, and make your mood unpleasant too, right? Count yourself good. After Su Qing pouted, she carried her own small Kuan bag and said, I will go with them to do the formalities. My company still has something to do and then come over at the weekend. Not staying here? Song Huching sighed. We are all as inappropriate as the cowherd. Puffing, Shali couldn't help but laugh, only to be pinched hard on the thigh by Wu Xingshang. You want to die, don't you, Mr. Song has only just coaxed Ms. Su into doing well, and if something happens here, it's not going to be easy for everyone. Darn, what a cowboy. Su Qing reached out and patted him, red-faced. I just took over the company. Thing is still quite a lot. When busy after this bout will be good. Then I also move over and you live together. Okay. Song Huching sighed rather regretfully. Chapter 76. This Yun Ning is the nanny you hired for Xiao Yuan, right? Good boy. After Su Qing hugged him with a red face and then forced her shyness to kiss him, she followed Wu Xingxing and Xiaoli towards the outside. When he heard the door close, a small head poked out of the stairway this time. Ms. Su is gone? Gone. Song Huching paralyzed on the sofa. That Qing Shu the is not a thing. I did not say he actually went to snitch. He wasn't meant to be. Yun Ning sat down on his side and wrapped her arms around him and laughed softly. What number is this, Ms. Su? What number? Song Huching was surprised. It's your girlfriend number several. Yun Ning boarded her little face and said, I have to recognize all the people, right? Otherwise, what if another reveals himself at that time? There's only one of her in total. Where are there several? Song Huching blanked her. And I haven't even been with her for a few days. I don't even know if she counts as my girlfriend. Well, how can it not count? Yun Ning was surprised. How about this? Song Huching lit a cigarette. She is my ex-wife's best friend. Is the kind of play from the student era. You know it, right? Ha? Yun Ning covered her mouth and looked at him in horror. This guy has too much guts, right? It's not what you think. Song Huching reached out and knocked her head, helplessly saying, anyway, I didn't have anything with her before. It was when I divorced my ex-wife that we got a little bit of that. Ms. Su is pretty and rich. She's quite a match for you. Yun Ning sighed. That's the problem. Song Huching spread his hands and said, her family has money. I have no money. How can her family look at a delivery boy? No money? The corners of Yun Ning's mouth twitched as he glanced at the lavishly decorated house with a look like you're coaxing a ghost. Well, I have a little money, but it's nothing compared to them. Song Huching laughed bitterly, and they may not look down on my profession, no? What's wrong with delivery? Who isn't supporting themselves on their own? They still look down on us. We still look down on them. Yun Ning disdainfully said, since this is the case, then you should not be with her and find another one? Find another one? Song Huching was slightly stunned, and Sumei's small face appeared in his mind. Well, who did you think of? Yun Ning said in a tight voice, there is another. I don't know if it counts. Song Huching sighed, the president of a corporation. I told her that I have a girlfriend, but it seems like she can't listen. The one that bit you? Yun Ning said and could not help but spit a mouthful. I pooh. She is really shameless. Obviously know that you have a girlfriend, and still go up to the top, but also the president. I see that she is not a good thing. Song Huching looked at her with a stunned expression and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Yun Ning also noticed his gaze, cannot help but thin anger. I and she can be different. I do not want to be your girlfriend. What is so good about being your girlfriend? Every day to eat vinegar or full of food. Do not even want to eat. I'm your nanny. I'm on your staff. I work for you. Don't think of me as being like her. Okay. Song Huching shrugged, then sighed again. Yun Ning gave him a blank look before getting up and starting to cook. Song Huching, on the other hand, lay down on the sofa and let out a long sigh. All of a sudden, the cell phone on the table vibrated. Miss Su is coming up. An unfamiliar text message caused Song Huching to hold his forehead. Less than 2 minutes, Subaru opened the door again and walked in. Ms. Su, Yun Ning shouted obediently before continuing to cook. Su Qing looked at Song Huching, who was lying on the sofa, and only then did she put her heart down a little. Well, why again? I just had something to do this afternoon, and I just happened to be worried that you hadn't eaten lunch, so I came to cook for you. After Su Qing let out a laugh, she sat down on his side and laughed lightly. This Yun Ning is the nanny you hired for Xiao Yuan, right? How do you know? Song Huching said helplessly. The property here has housekeeping. You think I don't know? Su Qing said smugly. You just asked them to come and do the sanitation, but didn't ask them to cook. I knew you were hiring an individual to pick up and drop off Xiao Yuan. After all, there's a kindergarten here, but it's better to be comfortable with your own people, isn't it? Nothing gets past you. Song Huching rubbed her head. Hey. After Su Qing let out a light laugh, she whispered, you know what? My sister seems to be in love. Your sister? Song Huching was curious. Don't you guys not live together? How did you know? Feelings, Su Qing seriously said. She is in a very wrong state. these days and actually did not call me for a single phone call. Ha! Song Hutching couldn't help but laugh. What's the matter? You have to have her in charge for you to be comfortable, right? No, you don't understand. Su Qing shook her head and said, she is still urging me to hurry up and fall in love. I said that there is no suitable. She said that as long as the eyes are compatible, what family background, are not important. In the past, she used to say that if two people come from different backgrounds, then they don't have a common language, and after a long time, every day is just it won't last. I think she's right. Song Hutching joked. Look, aren't Ruan Xingyao and I living examples? I can't give her the life she wants, so it's best for the two to separate. Not at all. Su Qing bristled. I think two people together, the most important thing is to like each other. Money can earn, that is the best. Cannot earn, then cannot earn it. The day is not the same over? You say that lightly. Song Hutching sighed. Which of the things you eat and use must not cost money? To put it bluntly, the amount you spend on skin care products every year is higher than an average person's yearly salary. How will you last with ordinary people? Women are pleasing to themselves. As long as you don't dislike me for getting older and uglier, it's not like I care what others think. Su Qing coldly snorted. Soft is not the same. She was taught by her gang of friends. Song Hutching was about to say something else when suddenly Yin Ning walked over. Mr. Song, Miss Su, can eat. Aha. Su Qing stood up and took a small bag from under the table and handed it to her. Ms. Yun, I'm very busy with work now. Please take care of He Chang. Right. There's also Xiao Yuan. She's also coming back after summer vacation. Okay, thanks Ms. Su. After Yun Ning took it, he placed it on the sofa to the side. With that, he walked over to the table and began to greet the two men as they ate. Chapter 77. Why does this knife look a bit familiar? Ms. Yun, the craftsmanship is very good. Su Qing looked at the colorful and flavorful 3 dishes in one soup and complimented. It seems that Xiao Yuan and He Qing will have a blessed mouth in the future. It's all just random stuff. Yun Ning took a small bowl and after giving her a bowl of soup, she gave Song Hutching a bowl as well. Nice soup. Song Hutching smiled back. Thank you Mr. Song. After Yun Ning responded, she didn't move and picked up her bowl to start eating, but after she looked at the two sitting together, she couldn't help but have a bad thought. Well, Song Hutching felt that someone's foot had been stepped on. He didn't move and looked down. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yun Ning was using her small white feet at this moment, stepping lightly on her own feet, her toes looking crystal clear even though they weren't painted with nail polish. The girl, he sighed before continuing to eat with his head down. Hutching, that Porsche formalities are done. I can drive away. When the time comes, you don't have a heartache. Su Qing joked. I'm heartbroken now. Is it possible to backtrack? Song Hutching laughed. No way. Su Qing blanked him. I won't give it to you even if you back out. Who let you run to school in that car? You're not allowed to be so flamboyant. Do you hear me? Got it. After Song Hutching responded obediently, he reached out and touched the table. The girl was getting over the top. Her feet were up to her thighs. The three ate their meal. Su Qing still wanted to get tired of Song Hutching, but suddenly his phone rang. Song, we saw your car. Old Qing's tone was urgent. Lao Wu is leading people to stop him. You come over quickly. What? Song Hutching was furious. I will come over. Immediately, don't let the people go. After he hung up the phone, he was about to rush out, but was stopped by Su Qing. What's wrong? What happened? My electric car was stolen. A few of my friends now see someone riding my electric car. Heck, my car also dares to steal. There is still a king's law? After Song Hutching finished angrily, he rubbed her face. You get busy first. We'll talk again on the weekend. Hey, don't fight. If it doesn't work, we'll just buy another one. Su Qing hurriedly said. Got it. Song Hutching dropped a sentence and ran out. Su Qing turned and looked at Yun Ning, who was cleaning up the dishes, and sighed slightly. Yunin, let's talk? Well, Ms. Su, Yun Ning was rather hesitant. You don't think that I really believe those bull ***** words of Song Hutching, right? Su Qing laughed bitterly. I just came, and the elevator broke down. The property didn't even call the maintenance staff, so they just called Song Hutching, and then the elevator was fine? How can there be such a coincidence? What's more, this house is tens of millions of dollars. If it's really because of the elevator malfunction that caused the accident, they can't afford to pay for it in the Linchang mansion. Yun Ning's eyes widened at once. Song Hutching rode a Pulia and sped all the way across the Linchang Bridge to the neighborhood of Linchang University. He had just gotten out of his car when he saw more than 20 takeout workers were there surrounding him, and the other side had 7 or 8 of them, forming a standoff between the two sides. Song is here. I don't know who shouted, but the delivery men got out of the way. *********. I bought this car. Whoever ing dares to say that I stole it, believe it or not, I'll just give him 2 knives. A man in a turban was playing with a butterfly knife with a sneer on his face. Song Huching frowned and looked at it. How does this knife look a little familiar? What are you looking at? The man had just turned his head after he had chided the surrounding area, and was met with Song Huching's icy cold eyes. He froze for a moment, then his legs went weak and he actually fell to his knees. Big brother, is he? A little brother stammered and shouted. Watched, saw it. The man didn't know if he was infected or frightened, and his speech was a little sloppy. Xiao Song, that's him, he didn't just steal the car, he had to beat people up. Old Qin said angrily. Hua Guangming, right? Song Huching smirked. Yeah. Big brother, it's me, bald. The man took off his bandana, which still had gauze wrapped around it. Snap! Song Huching raised his hand and slapped him. You're getting back at me, aren't you? How dare you even steal my car? Ooh, everyone froze. This little Song looks gentle. This is also too fierce. No, big brother, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Hua Guangming covered his face and said, I bought this car. The last time is not to ask for the account back. Well, the company sent some bonuses, so I bought this car. Snap! Song Huching backhanded him and slapped him again. When I am 3 years old, I beat you in the front foot. The car was stolen in the back foot. Are you looking for death? No, big brother, this is really a misunderstanding. Being stabbed more than 10 knives of the little brother hurriedly said, you lend us 8 guts. We do not dare to steal your car. This car is me and the light brother in the second-hand market to buy. The other side also gave us an invoice. Where are the tickets? Song Huching squinted. Brother Light, tickets. The little brother reached out. No, I didn't bring any paper to the bathroom yesterday and used that ticket to wipe my ass. Hua Guangming said with a pale face. Make it up. You keep making it up. Song Huching craned his neck. Big brother, I'm telling the truth. Hua Guangming was on the verge of crying. This car is really bought. I swear to God, if I steal this car, my whole family will die. No, even my brothers will die and the whole family. Aha. His minions were all nodding their heads vigorously as well. Really bought it? Song Huching frowned. Really? Hua Guangming wiped the sweat on his head, trembling from his pocket, and pulled out the key. Big brother, like this. The car I do not want. I also compensate you for the mental damage fee. You see, can it? Song Huching didn't answer, just said in a deep voice. How much did you pay for it? 1,000. 1,009. Hua Guangming said carefully. I'll give you 4,000, but you have to help me find the one who stole my car and beat him up. Can you do it? Song Huching took out a cigarette and handed one to him. Don't worry, big brother. Hua Guangming immediately stood up straight. Other dare not say. Looking for people, we are professional. You leave a phone number to me. At the latest tomorrow have a letter. Add a flyer. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and exchanged flyers with him after. Transferred $4,000 to him. Big brother, you can rest assured that when you find someone, I can't beat him to death. Even I dare to blindfold. Really don't want to live. Hua Guangming gritted his teeth and said, get lost. Song Huching waved his hand. Hey. After Hua Guangming bowed to him, he flew away with his little brother. Only after running out of Song Huching's line of sight did the crowd let out a long breath of relief. Chapter 78. How the do I know what you guys look like when you're all dressed up like ghosts? Brother Light, we're just going to let it go? The little brother asked. Snap. Hua Guangming backhanded him with a big mouthful. Why did not stab you to death that day? Stabbed you more than 10 knives. Even minor injuries are not counted. Are you not the courage to get fat? No. The little brother covered his face and said, what I mean is, let's not go to the trouble of the person selling the car. This is also in broad daylight. If we are caught by that big brother at night, we will probably lose half of our lives today. All of them wet their pants last time. Only no one dared to mention this. Hey, yeah, I've got to get in trouble with the car salesman. Hua Guangming suddenly realized. Go, copy the guy. His mother almost killed me. Must not ask him to point out the spiritual loss fee? With a wave of his hand, the group immediately rushed to the bus stop. Other side. Brothers, thanks a lot. Any brother who comes to help today, go to 9 at night. My treat. Song Huching laughed. Little Song is righteous. The crowd all applauded enthusiastically. Success. See you tonight then. We'll go deliver the order first. Old Qin patted Song Huching's shoulder. Okay. Song Huching nodded. And then after parking the electric car under the roadside surveillance, he then straddled the Apulia and rode towards the Lin Chang house. Maybe it's because I haven't run in a couple days and I've had surprisingly good luck today. The list is one after another. Only the distance is out of control. He originally wanted to run just west of the river, but running across the bridge not to mention, but also more and more off. By late afternoon, It was actually in the residential neighborhood of South City. However, since he had the Sumeru ring, it made him worry a lot less. And anyway, the meal was made to look like whatever he delivered to the customer, and he got a lot of compliments. It was just that Song Haching felt weird. Using this to deliver takeout always felt like a waste. He was thinking about this when he came to an upscale apartment. After knocking on the door, it didn't take long for it to open. The other party just showed a head and a hand. Only when she took the takeout, she couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Song Haching? Song Haching also looked at her rather surprised. "You are, pretending you don't know me?" The door opened and a shapely woman in yoga clothes stood out, sneering, "What's the matter? Delivering takeout to supplement your family? Miss, we know each other?" Song Haching said carefully. This girl's height is at least 1.6 meters or more. Yoga clothes outline her body perfectly. There are still dense beads of sweat on the half round of her chest. It looks like she is doing exercise. "You." The woman looked at him rather angrily and said in a deep voice, "Lee Chung-moo, soft co-worker, do you have any impression?" "Yes." Song Haching was non-committal and bowed slightly. "Miss Lee, please enjoy your meal and take your leave." "You wait." Lee Ching-moo walked out carrying takeout and frowned. "The words aren't finished yet. Why are you running?" "Sister, you and Ruan Xingyao are BFFs, and I'm not, ah?" Song Haching spread his hands and said, "I still have work to do. It's not appropriate to gossip with you here alone, isn't it?" "What fits?" Lee Chang-moo did not have a good mood. "Lend you 3 guts, you wouldn't dare to do anything to me. How are you and Softy doing lately? Still fighting?" You're asking me?" Song Haching was surprised. "Aren't you and her bosom friends? Why don't you go ask her?" She recently did not know what chicken blood. Every day at work on the buried hard work, after work but also to work overtime. Weekend about her to come out to drink afternoon tea, she said to accompany her daughter. Lee Chang-moo complained, and she chatted with the feeling that she was not in a high mood. "What is wrong with you guys? Divorced?" Song Haching said succinctly. "Isn't this what you all look forward to every day?" "I divorced her, so you'll have time to play together, right?" "Divorced from divorce?" Lee Ching-moo seemed to be stunned as well. "Then what are you doing with this delivery?" "To eat, big sister," Song Haching helplessly said. "I want to raise my daughter." "Cannot not work, right? You have a man to raise. Me no go to your." "I also do not have a man to raise it." After Lee Ching-moo glared at him, he said in a bad mood, "You ate the gunpowder. I didn't fling you guys to divorce. What do you do with the gas on me?" "No, are you really that idle?" Song Haching sighed. "If I were you, I wouldn't stand in the hallway chatting with a man in this outfit." "What? Give out benefits?" "Well." Lee Ching-moo followed his eyes and immediately screamed, covering her chest, rather annoyed. "Song Haching, you're playing a hooligan, aren't you? And I said you were being a hooligan." Song Haching pointed to the next few rooms and said, "You stand in the corridor, as if you are doing an exhibition, and you are afraid that others will look at it? You." Lee Chang-moo was furious, and after glaring at him fiercely, she flew towards home. But just as Song Haching was waiting for the elevator, she pulled on another jacket and ran out, glaring at him with a puff of air. "What for?" Song Haching said with quite a headache. "What do you mean you just pretended not to recognize me?" Lee Chang-moo glared. "They were the ones who urged you to divorce. I didn't say anything. Do you want to click to confirm receipt first?" Song Haching laughed. "What do you mean?" Lee Ching-moo was surprised. "You order it first and then give me a 5-star review." Song Haching sincerely said, "I will then tell you why I didn't recognize you just now." Lee Ching-moo gave him a crooked look, but did as he was told. Song Haching pressed the elevator, and only then did he wrap his hands around her shoulders and slowly push her to the door of the room. "What are you doing?" Lee Ching-moo was surprised. "Hey," Song Haching sighed. "You guys are usually disguised like ghosts. How the would I know what you look like? If you don't say your name, face recognition can't even recognize you, let alone me." After he finished, he shoved her toward the house, then shut the door quickly and got into the elevator. "Song Haching, you're the ghost." Lee Ching-moo opened the door and chased after him, but the elevator door had already closed long ago and went straight down to the first floor. Asshole. She pressed the elevator quickly, cursing under her breath. Running the stairs is impossible. 23 floors to run down. That is long gone. At this point, the next-door neighbors who heard the commotion opened their doors and looked toward the elevator entrance. "What are you looking at? Didn't see a woman is what?" Lee Ching-moo angrily rebuked. The crowd immediately scrunched their necks and shut the door quickly. When Lee Ching-moo returned home, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but pull out his cell phone. Chapter 79. No wonder you don't like the female president. Shoreline. Ruan Xingyao, who was organizing her things, saw her phone vibrate and couldn't help but faintly open it. "Softy, push Song Haching's flying messenger to me. I have business matters for him." Lee Ching-moo. After she saw this message, she couldn't help but glance at Yun Ning, who was in the process of storing her clothes, and ducked to the side. What do you want Song Huching's flying message for? Ruan Xingyao, he just delivered a meal to me, but he only delivered the meal, not the food, and I accidentally clicked on confirm receipt, and now I can't contact him. Li Qingmu, Moo, forget it, I'll order you another one. Ruan Xingyao, no way, did you get your money from the wind? Hurry up, it's not like I'm complaining about him, I'm just asking him to go get it for me. Li Qingmu. Ruan Xingyao hesitated for a moment, and eventually pushed Song Huching's flying message through, but she also kept a watchful eye and didn't give Song Huching's phone number to her. At this time, Song Huching was busy. After all, it's dinner time, and there are so many orders, but he also had the sense to run to the east. After all, he also said that he would treat old Qin and the others to a late dinner in the evening, and it wouldn't do to be too late. 9:30 in the evening. Song Huching couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief after delivering the last order. He opened Flying Communications and was just about to send a message with Yun Ning when he suddenly received a friend request. Get this straight. Song Huching slightly froze, clicked on the other party's avatar and looked at it, and couldn't help but be happy. If it isn't Li Qingmu. In fact, he did speak with some venom. Li Qingmu is actually very pretty. After all, Ruan Xingyao is so beautiful. Her best friend is not worse. The Li Qingmu on the avatar was painted with exquisite makeup, wearing a big red ancient dress, looking extremely dignified and beautiful, together with the imposing palace. It was very beautiful. At this point, Li Qingmu's cell phone, who was watching TV, vibrated, showing that Song Huching had passed her friend request. Without saying a word, she was ready to send a voice over to scold him, but before the voice could be sent, a big red exclamation point appeared. When she applied again, it showed that she had been blacklisted by the other party. Song Huching. Half the building's voice-activated lights came on. 9 Brothers Barbecue. When Song Huching arrived, old Qin and the others had already arrived. There were 3 tables set up, not to mention the fact that they deserved to have all the barbecue and stuff ordered. He walked over and looked at the list and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The group helped him save money by ordering almost no meat dishes. He picked up his pen and sketched a bit more before walking outside and sitting down. Song, why isn't your girlfriend here today? Someone joked. She has to go to work. How can she be free like us? Song Huching laughed and scolded. That's right, she's a female president. Someone sighed. It's a toss-up whether it's a done deal or not. Song Huching shook his head and said, maybe it is a 3-minute heat. After this bout, she thinks clearly is not necessarily not. Don't be so pessimistic. Lao Wu hurriedly comforted. You are not bad. A table of talent, education and high. Wait for takeout delivery tired. And then a serious find a class. When a white collar. This is not also quite good. Who wants to go to work after running a takeaway? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Not to mention our job. At least it's free, isn't it? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed out loud. Time is free. This counts as one of the few good things about takeout as an industry. Everyone ate and drank well today, and I thank everyone for their help. Song Huching opened a bottle of beer and said aloud, in the future, if anyone has anything, just open your mouth. Good. The crowd immediately applauded. After Song Huching took a big gulp, he was about to sit down, but the phone rang again. Hey, aren't you coming back for dinner again today? Yun Ning grumbled. Look at me, how could I forget you? Song Huching hurriedly said, I'm having a snack outside, do you want to come? Come. Yun Ning immediately said, where are you? Send a location to me. Success. Song Huching put away his phone after sending her a location. What's up? Girlfriend coming? Old Chow snickered. No, a friend. Song Huching shook his head and raised his glass to clink with them. Friend? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. 20 minutes or less. A taxicab pulled up in front of the barbecue stand. Old Qin and the others looked sideways, and what caught their eyes was a pair of straight, long legs. I don't know who shouted, and everyone looked at Song Huching with complicated eyes. I'm really sorry to be late. Yun Ning bowed slightly to the crowd with some embarrassment. No, we just ate too. Lao Wu hurriedly pulled a stool and placed it on Song Huching's side. Old Zhou then took the dishes and set them in front of Yun Ning. No wonder you can't look at a human female president. Someone sighed. Hey, the people in the neighborhood immediately shouted. The man immediately shut his mouth and drank in embarrassment. This is Yun Ning, my friend. Song Huching introduced. That one is Lao Wu, Lao Zhou, and Lao Qin. You should have met all of them except Lao Zhou. Hello Brother Wu, Brother Zhou, and Brother Qin. Yun Ning greeted nicely. Hello. Old Zhou and the others were busy laughing, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. No, you guys go on chatting like to chat about the president, and it does not matter. Song Huching laughed. Well, Everyone froze for a moment, then silently gave him a thumbs up. Little Song, I'm kind of long-sighted. Old Joe laughed bitterly. Don't think of this thing so nasty, then everything is good to talk about, isn't it? Song Huching laughed and scolded. What female president? Am I worthy of someone else? Think about it. Besides her, is there anyone else who would invite me to work? Hey, Old Chin faintly stared. You don't say. It seems like I met you twice. You were with that female president. That's not it. Song Huching skimmed his lips. Don't think of anything as too simple. Chicks are thinking that I don't like sitting in the office as what? That also need to sit steadily before What a ing shame if one bad thing happens and I get fired and come back to run the takeout. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed out loud. Yun Ning, on the other hand, secretly rolled her eyes and took a handful of skewers from the table, dividing half of them and setting them in front of Song Huching. Come on, everyone, one more go. Song Huching said aloud. I wish you all explosive orders every day. Cheers. The crowd raised their glasses as well, and the atmosphere warmed up. It was just that Old Joe, Old Chin, and Old Wu were all secretly looking at Yun Ning, and they always felt that this kid's relationship with Yun Ning was not simple. After all, which ordinary female friend, and take food, and dishes and pouring water and handing paper towels, is just short of wiping Song Huching's mouth? With this kind of behavior, who'd believe it when they say they're just friends? Chapter 80, I'm not bad looking, I'll have a future in soft food. The crowd ate barbecue until 12 o'clock or so, only to find that it was only $1,000 when Song Huching went to settle the bill. It wasn't that he thought $1,000 was a small amount of money, but the fact that he had set up 5 tables and only combined them for less than $300 a table was rather mind-boggling to him. Little Song, your money didn't come from the wind, did it? The owner's wife joked. Each person only took 1 case of wine per table, and they paid for all the wine and food, they added later. Well, Song Huching froze slightly, then shook his head with a bitter smile. It is said that the righteousness of every dog slaughter generation, he has seen this time. After he paid, everyone had dispersed, perhaps because they didn't want to dwell on the money matter with him anymore. Even Lao Zhou and Lao Wu and the others left, leaving Yun Ning standing there playfully. How do we get back? Take a cab. Song Huching was just about to wave, but she stopped her. We're not far from here, so why take a cab? Let's just walk back. Walking back? Sister, it's still quite far away, alright. Song Huching said helplessly. I want to walk back. Yun Ning whispered. Well, Song Huching glanced at her for a long time before patting her head helplessly. Come on, walk back then. Aha. Yun Ning glanced at the surrounding takeout workers who were having a late-night snack, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to take his hand. All the delivery men who were drinking were breathing heavily. It was only after the two had gone away that someone shouted out in grief. Asterisk 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 ah. The others didn't say anything, just nodded silently. The boss's wife who was cleaning up the table also laughed bitterly, and said that there is a female president who is pestering Xiao Song, and Xiao Song does not agree to. It now seems that people have already had their hearts in the right place. The two of them walked out a long way before Yun Ning delicately said, Why don't you ask me why you want to walk back? What's there to ask? Song Huching bristled. Walk back if you want to. Poof. After Yun Ning blankly glanced at him, she softly said, Song Huching, why are you being so nice to me? I don't know. Maybe it looks good on you. Song Huching lit a cigarette. It's that simple? Yun Ning was surprised. Well, Song Huching tilted his head to look at her and said with a straight face, The first time I saw you, I was attracted by your looks, so I tried every possible means to inquire about you, and in the end, I looked for the group of bald guys to go and block you, just to have a heroic rescue. Would it make you feel better if I said that? Asterisk 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 you. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. The first time you saw me, you couldn't wait for me to hurry up and roll. If I hadn't been dead set on following you, you were afraid that you wouldn't have remembered who I was, right? What about you? Why are you following me? Song Huching teased. When you took me then and rode your bike across the Linjiang Bridge, I was thinking that you saved me, and if you weren't married, I'd be your girlfriend and then fight with you in this city. Yun Ning stopped and looked at the lights across the street and said, I've never resented the fact that you're a delivery boy. I even think that me getting a job, you delivering, and us living a simple life would give me peace of mind. Yeah, I have a Lin Chang takeout group. Do you want to go to a blind date? Song Huching laughed. Asterisk 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 you. After Yun Ning pushed him a bit, she said in a delicate voice, Song Huching, anyway, I rely on you in this life. You are not allowed to drive me away when you have money, and even more so when you don't have money. You're not leaving without money. Are you stupid? Song Huching looked at the leisure dock not far away and pulled her slowly over. You're such a proud person. If you run out of money, then you must have lost everything. Yun Ning tilted his head and looked at him. At that time, you have nothing, but me and Xiao Yuan. If I still go, Then what will you do? Song Huching froze slightly, then reached out and wrapped his arm around her and leaned against the railing, listening to the sound of the water waves behind him without another word. Yun Ning leaned over his chest and softly said, "If you have nothing left, at least there is me. If it really comes to that time, I want to find a rich woman." Song Huching sincerely said, "You also know that I'm not bad looking. There must be a future in eating soft rice." Yun Ning's pretty face first turned from red to white, then from white to black, and opened her mouth to viciously bite on his neck. "Song Huching, you're such an asshole." "Well, you're starting to understand me." Song Huching agreed. "Go to hell." Yun Ning huffed and pushed him, then walked forward, but after not taking 2 steps, he turned back and pulled him down under the bench. "Well, what do you want?" As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he felt his cell phone vibrate. He opened it and was dumbfounded. FMS arrived in the full $10,000. "Since you want to eat soft rice, then I will experience it." First, Yun Ning gritted his teeth. "No, sis, this is on the dock. In case." Well, Song Huching's mouth was gagged by her as soon as the words left his mouth. With that, a small hand reached under his shirt. The next day, early morning, Song Huching woke up to a pair of sparkling eyes. "Don't around early in the morning. Nasty." Yun Ning immediately pushed him a bit with a red face, and then only whispered, "Yesterday I was drinking too much wine, and I am not allowed to mention that matter again." "Which thing?" Song Huching was surprised. "You aren't even allowed to mention yesterday anyway." Yun Ning reached out and wrapped her arms around him, rolling all over. "How was so impulsive yesterday?" Song Huching was dumbfounded and hugged her tightly as well. At this point, the curtains were automatically drawn. The sunlight poured in, making both of them feel a rush of warmth. The two of them were ear to ear for a while before they got up. Yun Ning had class today, so he drove the beetle in front, while Song Huching rode his little electric donkey, wobbling along behind him. "Miss Yun, take care and have a safe trip." Lee, who was standing guard, saluted the beetle. Yunin honked his horn in response as well. "Yo, standing guard again today?" Song Huching joked. "Where's your captain? Why isn't he at the guard post?" "The captain has gone on patrol with his men." "Good morning, Mr. Song," Xiaoli said with a smile on his face. "Good." Song Huching nodded with a smile, reached under the car and took 4 cigarettes and threw them to him. "Thank you for Su Ching. You and your captain take it and split it. This is what we should do. How can we be so kind as to still take your things?" Lee's smile grew even more fervent. "Don't get all wishy-washy on me. Let's go." After waving his hand, Song Huching twisted the gas and drove towards the road. "Take care, Mr. Song. I wish you all the best." Xiaoli saluted and then joyfully put away the cigarettes. "Don't look at all the rich people here. But in the end, the ones who really know how to return the favor are still a minority." Chapter 81, Song Huching, you finally landed on my hands, haven't you? Xiao Song, Lin Chang University Town, Go, Lao Wu, go to the Harry Lin Chang University City, South City Speed, single explosion, Lao Zhou, Huomao squatting with a single, Lao Qin. After Song Huching looked at the 3 locations in the south of the sky, he hesitated for a moment and finally chose Lin Chang University City. After all, rushing to the South City and the National Trade Center was a bit of a distance, and the Lin Chang University City was the closest place to him. He rushed to the location Lao Wu said he was at and immediately turned on his cell phone. "A new order has arrived. Please check. Start work. Old 6. You mother asterisk. A penny? Old me almost crashed in order to grab this red packet. Old Sheen. 2 lines of tears for loved ones when the line is not standardized. Old 6. Roll. Old Sheen." After Song Huching let out a laugh, he twisted the gas and started to blend into the takeout army. College town is really great. Everyone else eats at the right time, but college students eat when they get up. There were even 8 singles in one building, making Song Huching almost not happy enough to jump up and down. After Yun Ning got out of class, he greeted a lot of people pointing at him and walked towards his beetle, but before she could go far, she saw a familiar figure speeding past, and she immediately stopped and followed. Song Huching just ran down from upstairs, and saw an extra bottle of drink on the seat. He looked left and right, hesitated, or decided to throw the trash can. What if I drink this unidentified object? What if I die? But before he could get to the trash can, his cell phone vibrated. "No throwing the drinks I bought. Yunin." "Okay." Song Huching squinted and looked around, and after seeing the beetle not far away, he couldn't help but raise his drink, open it and take a sip before straddling the small electric donkey and galloping away. Poof. Yun Ning, who was sitting inside the car, hummed lightly and drove towards the China World Trade Center. Near noon, Song Huching wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, was planning to ask Lao Wu to deal with a mouthful of nearby. After all, the South County Hotel can be a little far from the University City. Running around is not cost-effective. But before he could call, the order came back. Gotta. Work is important. Song Huching laughed to himself before driving to the merchant. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, he rushed towards the playground of Linchang University with the takeout. Only he had just carried the takeout to the locator and immediately turned his back. That's a mother asterisk 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 error. Not far from the shade of the tree, this time is set up a small table. The table in front of sitting 2 men and 2 women. The side also put a show business sign, written on the school recruitment. Chang Mu, what takeout are you ordering? I'll treat you to a delicious meal. A fat man in a suit laughed. Thanks, but I already ordered. Li Qingmu let out a light laugh and glanced at his cell phone. She realized that the delivery man was already less than 10 meters away from her. She immediately looked up and saw the delivery man with his back turned, and she couldn't help but get up and shout, "Delivery! Here! Asterisk 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 asterisk! Dead is dead!" Song Huching lowered his head and walked over, whispering, "Ms. Li, please enjoy your meal." "Thanks." Li Qingmu let out a light laugh and took the takeout. Song Huching immediately let out a long breath and lowered his head in preparation for a run. But just as he turned around, he saw a pair of black backless high heels, and the small feet on the heels were so white that they were even somewhat reflective in the sunlight. Looking further up, it was a short black wraparound dress, and I was just about to look further up when I heard an icy laugh. "Song Huching, you finally landed on my hands, haven't you?" Song Huching raised his head and was confronted with a pair of small faces like flowers but with thin anger, making him bitter. "Ms. Li, what a coincidence. Where's the school recruitment?" "Yeah, school recruitment." After Li Qingmu smoothly placed the takeout on the table, he picked up his cell phone and opened the Black Knight's interface. The delivery guy had a bad attitude and was harassing customers. "Don't meddle." Song Huching hurriedly reached out and covered her cell phone, smiling bitterly. "Sister Li, have something to say properly. Not to be like this is not it? If this girl really sent out this evaluation, not to mention whether the Black Knight believed it or not, even if he was just interviewed by the Black Knight headquarters, then he should not even mix in the takeout group in the future. He can't afford to lose this one." "What for?" a violent voice rang out, startling Song Huching. The two of them looked sideways, only to see a fat man dashing over. He just wanted to reach out and pull Li Qingmu to hold her behind him, but Li Qingmu had already taken a step back, making him pull an empty hand. After the fat man's mouth twitched for a moment, but he still said righteously, "Delivery. You still dare to touch Chang Mue's hand? Hooliganism, isn't it?" "No, what isn't?" the fat man angrily said. "You a delivery man, Toad still want to eat swan meat? Also don't look in the mirror. Hurry up and roll. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." "Hey, I'll roll right away." Song Huching was like an amnesty and was about to run away, but he was pulled back. "Zhang Boyi, he's my friend." Li Qingmu frowned. "And, don't take a bite of a takeaway. This is very disrespectful, know it? You just called me delivery boy too." Song Huching reminded in a small voice. "Shut up." After Li Qingmu glared at him, her pretty face was slightly red as she looked at the fat man and said, "You are not also still not eating lunch? I ordered fried chicken cola. Please eat." "Ha?" Zhang Boyi immediately turned red and stammered. "Chang Mu, you buy me lunch?" "Yeah, I'll buy you lunch." After Li Qingmu nodded, he reached out and pulled Song Huching's collar, and then walked towards the outside of the playground. "No, Sister Li, can I walk by myself? You are so ashamed of me." Song Huching couldn't help but slightly lower his head as he watched the group of college students reveal stupid and surprised expressions. If you dare to run, you're dead." Li Qingmu let go of his hand and walked ahead. Song Huching hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare to run. He was really afraid that his career would be ruined at the hands of this woman. The two walked a little ways before entering a small restaurant. Li Qingmu skillfully ordered 2 dishes and a soup, and then wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Song Huching with a smile. "Am I like a ghost today? How could I?" Song Huching took off his helmet and shook off his hair before saying with a smile on his face, "Sister Li, you are naturally beautiful. That's if your heart is more than dry. Your sickness is like a Western child winning 3 points and you have a meal. Honestly, I'm afraid that I'm going to become the public enemy of all the boys in Linchang University." Puffing, Li Qingmu couldn't help but laugh. Her smile caused the boys who were eating to look sideways. After all, who can resist looking at a big, beautiful woman with great poise? Chapter 82. You weren't sent by Wan Xingyao to fight me for Xiao Yuan's custody, were you? Song Huching, why did you divorce Wan Xingyao? Li Qingmu said with a straight face. "I don't deserve her." Song Huching pointed at himself and said, "Look at me. I only earn a few dollars a month. Isn't she earning money herself?" Li Qingmu frowned slightly. "Not enough to spend." Song Huching frankly said, "Nowadays, how much money do girls spend? A month? You should know better than me in your heart." "No, since the status of the two are not matched, why force them together? Lee Chang-moo was dumbfounded. Song Huching, on the other hand, lit a cigarette and didn't speak again. At this point, the waiter served the meal. Only he looked at Song Huching with both contempt and some disbelief in his eyes. He really didn't understand what this great beauty saw in this delivery man. What are you looking at? Lee Chang-moo glared. What's wrong? You're looking down on people? You can't come to the store to spend money if you deliver takeout? No. The waiter immediately turned red and hurriedly bowed and apologized. Miss, I am sorry. I don't mean that. Get the hell out of here. Lee Chang-moo waved his hand in disgust. The waiter, as if pardoned, darted toward the back kitchen. I think it's better for you not to offend him, Song Huching carefully said. Why are you such a wimp? Lee Chang-moo glared. He looked down on you. What's wrong with me scolding him? Twice? Well, if you want to scold him, you have to scold him when the food is served, right? What if he spits in your dish? Song Huching sighed. What? Lee Chang-moo covered his chest, his face filled with panic. Just kidding with you. This store is full of cameras. He wouldn't dare. Song Huching smiled and said, You're dying. Lee Chang-moo reached out and viciously pinched the back of his hand. The next time you say that, I'll strangle you to death. Hey, Song Huching dryly laughed, then bitterly said, Miss Lee, either this meal counts as my. How about you give me a 5-star review? Humph, now you know to be soft? Why were you so arrogant yesterday? Lee Chang-moo sneered. I that which is arrogant only and you joke not? Song Huching said with a smile on his face. You also know that I still have a daughter to raise. If you really give me a bad review, this will affect my livelihood. Isn't it better to be influenced? Lee Chang-moo glared. You're a good college graduate, and you have work experience. To come to our company to work well. Stop it. You're an accounting firm. What can I go in for? Song Huching laughed bitterly. What accounting company? Our company changed the line of business a long time ago. Lee Chang-moo skimmed his mouth. Accountants can earn a few money. We are now doing the anchor with goods industry. Zhao Xinyan know it? I don't know, Song Huching said honestly. Lee Chang-moo angrily said. Don't you ever play with your cell phone? Zhao Xinyan started out as a singer, then changed her career to be an anchor, and now she's signed by our company, and is our company's first sister with goods. Oh, Song Huching nodded, then asked, So, what does this have to do with me? You just want to deliver for the rest of your life? Lee Chang-moo did not have a good mood. Now Zhao Xinyan recruiting an assistant. I recommend you to go. The base salary of 8,000 plus 2,000 performance, which is not better than you send takeaway, 10,000 a month? Song Huching was surprised. Right, Lee Chang-moo squarely said. The company is also responsible for your 5 insurance and 1 gold, so that your social security is also someone to pay for you, and when the future if Xiao Yuan married out, your pension is also guaranteed, is not it? Well, Song Huching hesitated for a moment before speaking. How about, you give me a 5-star review first? I'm afraid that if I anger you later, you'll give me a bad review again. Provoke me? What are you trying to say again? Lee Chang-moo was wary. Well, then I won't talk about it. Song Huching lowered his head and began to eat. Lee Chang-moo stared at him with a puff of anger for a long time before she took out her cell phone and wrote a large paragraph of praise for the text, plus a 5-star praise. Thanks. Song Huching let out a long sigh of relief. Can you say it now? Lee Chang-moo didn't have the good sense to say. Say what? Song Huching was surprised. What were you going to say? Lee Chang-moo glared. Song Huching, you're playing me again, aren't you? She said and was ready to reach for his collar. Come on. I'm just kidding you. Song Huching hurriedly said. What I want to say to you is that delivery is actually quite good. The time is free. The income is actually okay. And if we run to 5 stars, the company will also give us 5 insurance and 1 gold. Income is okay? How much do you earn in a month? Lee Chang-moo sneered. Here. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and handed it to her. After glancing at it, Lee Chang-moo couldn't help but widen her eyes. You can earn more than $10,000 a month running takeout? Pretty much, Song Huching said without blushing. I like this job of mine. I think it's much better than going to serve people. Don't you think? Lee Chang-moo was dumbfounded. Don't look at her as a small white-collar workers, but a month of wages plus performance can be less than $10,000, and after deducting the 5 insurance premiums, the remaining $7,000 or $8,000. This meal is on me. After Song Huching beckoned the waiter to bring 2 glasses of Coke, he inserted a straw and brought it to her hand. You make so much a month. Why Wan Xingyou and want to divorce you? Lee Chang-moo inhaled a mouthful of cola, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. I didn't used to make that much. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Before work, only 6,000 a month is not. Now divorced, I have to raise a small garden which shall not work hard If the unit price hadn't doubled tenfold, He would have gotten just over $1,000 with his performance last month. This month runs smooth. Half a month almost 3,000. But hard is really hard. He ran a day back. Also just want to lie down. Do not want to do anything. It's good to know the upside. Li Qingmu sighed slightly. You're a big man. Bringing up a child is still very hard. Especially doing your line of work. Working such long hours. If it's not possible, you can give the child to Ruan Xingyao to raise. Her job is at least stable enough. Song Huqing was instantly alert. Li Qingmu, you are not sent by Ruan Xingyao to fight with me for the custody of Sha Yuan, right? Li Qingmu slightly froze, then burst into a rage. Song Huqing, you less look down on people. Although Ruan Xingyao and I are bosom friends, we are not so good as to help her get custody. Also, after Song Huqing tilted his head and thought about it, he got up and said, you eat slowly, I'm going to the restroom. After he finished speaking, he headed towards the store. Li Qingmu lightly grunted and didn't care, continuing to eat his meal slowly and methodically. But she waited for a long time and didn't see Song Huqing come back, so she couldn't help but pull out her cell phone. But the moment she opened her cell phone, her entire body froze. She realized that she had neither the guy's phone number nor the guy's flyer. It can't be. That guy ran away, right? Chapter 83. You don't have to be so nice to me. Just as Li Qingmu was in a state of shock and uncertainty, the waitress that she had sprayed came over cautiously. Miss Li, just now that gentleman asked me to tell you. This meal he invited, but also asked me to pass on to you everyday fitness fart useless. He Zhang 2 master not fitness also lived more than 100 years old? Ha, how did it happen? Li Qingmu subconsciously asked. Because his great-great-grandfather never minded his own business. After the waiter finished speaking, he scampered away. Li Qingmu's pretty face first flushed, then darkened. Softy, send me Song Huqing's phone number. Li Qingmu, what do you need his phone for? Ruan Xingyao, who was accompanying Song Xiaoyuan to fish in Jiangxian County, frowned. What was Li Qingmu trying to do here? It's nothing, it's just that when I was delivering takeout just now, he left his bag at my place, and I wanted to deliver it to him. Li Qingmu. Ruan Xingyao's frown deepened when she saw this message. She didn't hesitate and directly called Song Huqing. Half a minute later, Moo, why did Song Huqing say for you to find someone to marry and stop idly meddling in other people's families' business every day? Ruan Xingyao. Song Huqing. Li Qingmu was so angry that he was on the verge of smoking. It's not even if that guy doesn't know what's good for him, but now he's talking about him like that. However, she also knew what Ruan Xingyao's repeated excuses for not giving her Song Huqing's phone number were due to. Can't it be that there is something else going on in their divorce? Song Huqing didn't take this to heart at all, just happily delivering takeout. By the time I got home, it was 8:30 p.m. He had just walked in the door when he saw a pair of black high heels on the shoe rack. Back? Have you eaten yet? Su Qing's pleasant voice rang out. Eaten. Song Huqing smiled. Why do you have time to come over today? After he finished speaking, he didn't move and glanced at Yun Ning, who was sitting at the other end of the sofa watching TV. Instead, Yun Ning winked at him, indicating that everything was fine. I have to travel tomorrow, Su Qing said bitterly. It is going to go to Yangqing for more than a month, to investigate the factories that cooperate. Everything is still about work. Song Huqing smiled before heading upstairs. I'm going to take a shower first. Let's talk later. Su Qing took 2 steps towards the stairs before she said in a serious manner. Little Yun, I'm going to rest as well. Hey. After Yun Ning responded obediently, she inwardly sighed. Even though she knew the guy wasn't a good person, she was still a little sad when it really happened. For some reason, inside the bedroom, Song Huqing was taking a bath when suddenly the door was opened. He let out a cry of shock and subconsciously covered his vital parts. Shout what? Su Qing blushed and said, I'll see if you have anything to help. Stop it. Bath time. Song Huqing laughed and scolded. Hurry out. I'm not going out. So what? After Su Qing glared at him angrily, she backhanded the door shut and locked it. Hey. Song Huqing sighed, rather helplessly. The next day, early morning, when the sunlight spilled into the room, Song Huqing opened his eyes, but the bed was empty, and he couldn't help but yawn as he got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. When they went downstairs, they found Yun Ning sitting at the dining table with her chin propped up. Well, where's Subaru? Long gone. Yun Ning bristled. She had to catch a plane before 7 o'clock and had already left, or the property sent someone to send her. From the property? Song Huqing surprised to open the phone. Cannot help but slightly some egg pain. Just send a person. The property charged me $1,000? People are sent to deliver people with Rolls Royces. Yun Ning squinted. Okay. Song Huqing sighed. $1,000. Seems to be okay for a service like this. Yun Ning grunted lightly and walked towards the upstairs. Well, where are you going? Song Huqing was surprised. Change the sheets. Yun Ning dropped a sentence before disappearing into the stairway. Song Huching shook his head helplessly. This girl, it seems that she is not as generous as she said. 10 minutes later, Yun Ning walked down and saw Song Huching still sitting behind the sofa. She couldn't help but blush a little and sat down next to him, her long straight white legs, still resting on his legs. There's something I want to talk to you about. There's someone outside? Song Huching was surprised. Yun Ning was silent for 3 seconds before angrily saying, Song Huching, I'm going to bite you to death. After she finished, she pounced. Stop it, I've got work to do. Song Huching hurriedly hugged her. No, I have to make a scene. Yun Ning sneered and then pressed him down on the sofa. An hour or so later, Song Huching leaned on the sofa and smoked a cigarette, helplessly said, Sisters, are in a better mood now? Poof. Yun Ning's pretty face reddened slightly and she gritted her teeth. If you're not going to work, see if I'll let you go out. You're a female hooligan, aren't you? Song Huching said helplessly. What did you say? Yun Ning's tone was an octave higher. Come on, I'm just kidding. Song Huching hurriedly reached out and wrapped his arm around her. Let's talk things over. You say I am a female hooligan again. Your class don't go to work. Yun Ning glared at him with a red face before she delicately said, You work every day. It's no fun for me to be at home alone. I found a job as an intern. That's a good thing. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Work doesn't have to earn much money. People always have to find something for themselves to do, right? You are in favor of me going out to work? Yun Ning was surprised. Certainly in favor. Song Huching rubbed her head and said with a straight face, You are not a canary that I raised. You want to go out and work. Of course I support you. But I'm your nanny. I still have to take care of little garden. Yun Ning lowered her head. Nerves. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Xiao Yuan I can take care of. Myself you go and do what you like to do. Then when Xiao Yuan comes back, I will resign? Yun Ning carefully said. It's really not necessary. Song Huching said with a straight face. Yun Ning, you are not an appendage of anyone, and you should not feel that you owe me anything. What you like to do you go ahead and do it. I absolutely support you. Yun Ning looked at him in a daze, then reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Song Huching, you don't actually have to be so nice to me. Song Huching looked at her big watery eyes and immediately pulled out his cell phone. What? Old Sheen, your grandmother is going to have a baby? Wait for me. I'll be right there. After he finished speaking, he broke away from Yun Ning's hand and flew towards the door. Song Huching, don't come back. Yun Ning picked up the pillow on the sofa and threw it over, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, beautiful under the sunlight. Chapter 84 Song Huching, this is really damned With the lesson from yesterday's encounter with Li Qingmu, Song Huching pressed not to go to the university townside, and switched to the south side of the IFC. The IFC is not the same as the ITC, although they are all office buildings and white-collar places. However, most of the international trade is to do takeaways, while IFC is usually the majority of the financial sector. Once upon a time, Song Huching is also a member of this place. Little Song, come no, Lao Zhou. I've run 6 orders and you're asking me if I've arrived? Old 6. Good boy. Bull. Old Wood. See the weekly list. Old 6. The few people who were running orders had found a corner to crouch in. Go down the list. Top 29, Old 6. 189 orders. Asterisk. Boarded the list. Old Sheen. Damn it. Old Wood. So ing add up. Old Week. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Seniors, I apologize. Old 6. Song Huching sent a message and then began to travel between office buildings. I have to say, the Sumeru ring is good. He presses on with what it means to not be able to lift it. As long as it was a passing order, he was taking all of them without fail. 20 minutes later, Song Huching, who delivered 8 orders in one breath, was hiding in the stairwell to smoke a cigarette when 2 people suddenly walked in. Old Song? Song Huching froze slightly and looked at the 2 in surprise. The 2 men looked about 26 or 27 years old, suited and booted, with a license plate that read Jaha Media. The fatter one is called Zhang Yong and the thinner one is called Sun Jigang. What? Pretend you don't recognize it? Zhang Yong sneered. Yong, how do you talk? Sun Jigang laughed and scolded. Although we used to be colleagues. Right, but this grandson is what virtues? You are not unaware of marrying a beautiful wife who cannot keep it. How humiliating. That too. Zhang Yong glanced at Song Huching, could not help but laugh. See this look? No. He still thinks he is our team leader. What is it? Still want to scold me? Is how? What am I scolding you for? Song Huching laughed lightly. You like to say then say. What? Is this but? See, you hate me so much. 80% is thinking of my ex-wife, right? Old Zhang. Not I say you. Look at you this way, like Piggy his second uncle. fat head and ears. My ex-wife, no matter how blind, will not look at you as not it? Uing. Zhang Yong had just raised his hand when Song Heching brought his face over. Come on, son thief. Slap me here. This slap down. If I don't blackmail your pants off, I'll count you as not wearing them. Don't. Sun Jigang hurriedly went forward and wrapped his arms around Zhang Yong, sort of giving him a step down. And you? Song Heching looked at Sun Jigang and laughed and scolded. Uing look like a kidney deficiency, and you speak in a yin and yang manner. Those who don't know still think you are a yin and yang person, just like you, not to mention looking for a woman. You can't even keep a man. Stop fooling around and hurry home to take some 6 flavors of the earth pill. You. Sun Jigang was so angry that he was trembling, but he was again embraced by Zhang Yong. Brother, we are people of honor. Don't fall for his tricks. Click. The two men turned green with fear when they heard the sound of cell phones taking pictures. What do you think would happen if I took this photo and sent it to your company group? Song Heching smirked. Brother Song, don't be like this. We used to be your old subordinates, Zhang Yong said with a smile on his face. That is, Brother Song, when we ran the business back then, it was you who taught us by hand. Sun Jigang also hastily agreed. Snap. Song Heching backhanded the two men and gave each of them a big smack in the mouth. You. The two men were so angry they were smoking. The slap was not very forceful, but it was extremely insulting. You what you? Song Heching squinted. Lousy a takeout operator, but also afraid of you not. Come, we fight. Then look at the matter made a big deal. Your company discipline you or not. Don't be. Brother Song, we're wrong. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth and said, no way. Song Heching squinted. Unless you guys lie on your backs and do 50 push-ups each, this matter will not be considered finished. Otherwise, I'll have to send pictures of you guys kissing each other to your company. Success. Count on it. Sun Jigang angrily said. Song Heching, but the words can be said clearly. We do 50 push-ups, the photo you can delete, or else the big deal is that we are fish dead. Okay, now get to it. Song Heching sat on the stairs and lit another cigarette. The two men looked at each other and gritted their teeth and slumped to the ground. Report yourself. Song Heching kicks Zhang Yong's ass. You. Zhang Yong felt like he was about to explode with anger, but he didn't dare to resist, so he could only grit his teeth and start to report the number. By the time the two had made it to 21, suddenly the fire door to the stairwell was pushed open again. Zhang Yong, Sun Jigang, do you two not want to do it? Zhao Xinyan's side is on air and you two are doing push-ups here? A familiar voice came, causing Song Heching to glance sideways. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Song Heching immediately got up intending to run upstairs, but that man is also a ruthless man. Hastily pounced on him and pulled Song Heching's pants in a good way. Frightened, he hastily pulled at the waistband of his pants. Sister, playing dirty, aren't you? Song Heching. Li Qingmu coldly laughed. This time I see where you run. You better come down to me, or I can shout hooliganism. And I still have witnesses here. Witnesses? Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang were slightly stunned. Come on, I'll come down. You let go of me first, Song Heching said helplessly. No. Li Chengmu Shang grabbed his collar and put his on his shoulder, while he himself showed a horrified expression. Before Song Heching could react, she pulled out her cell phone and clicked pictures. Song Heching secretly said something bad in his heart. In the heat of the moment, the right hand slightly used a pinch. Ah! Li Qingmu immediately covered her chest and pushed him hard. Stinking rascal, what are you doing? Excuse me. Song Heching is also old face red, hastily apologized. This is not scared by you. Really sorry. Excuse me? Li Qingmu's face was flushed red as he glanced at Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang, who were staring blankly, and couldn't help but angrily rebuke. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and roll. Hey! The two men reacted, gritting their back teeth after glancing at that palm print on her chest shirt. Song Heching, this is really damned. As Li Qingmu watched the two men leave, he glanced at the rest of his eyes and realized that Song Heching also wanted to run, and immediately stepped forward and grabbed hold of his collar. If you dare to run, I will immediately call the police now. I still have your fingerprints there. Auntie, why do you keep grabbing me? A delivery boy? Song Heching was bitter and rather helpless. Chapter 85, do I look so filial? You less stinky. I'm not concerned about you. I'm just worried about Xiao Yuan. Li Qingmu coldly laughed. Now Xiao Yuan is just a little bit how old? It is the time that needs to be taken care of. I asked my friends yesterday. They said that the delivery man has to run for more than 10 hours a day. How can you have time to spend with Xiao Yuan when you're working at such an intensity? Can't I just hire a nanny? Song Heching said helplessly. Ha! Li Qingmu was angry and laughed. You repeat what you just said. Song Heching was just about to open his mouth, but he was pressed against the wall by the other party. Are you pig-headed? Li Changmu grabbed his collar and said angrily, do you have that money to hire a nanny? Don't you know to run a few orders less and accompany Xiao Yuan more? Damn, you make such a good point. Song Huqing quipped. Roll. Li Changmu glared at him without a good mood before saying with a straight face, Song Huqing, I think you running a takeaway is always not a long-term solution. How dangerous is a takeaway worker? In case something happens to you, then what about Xiao Yuan? Well, doesn't she still have her mom? Song Huqing cocked his head. You and Soft are divorced. She is so young, won't she find another one? Ah? Li Qingmu said in a deep voice. In this way, you print a copy of the information to me. I will help you to go to Zhao Xinyan to put in a good word and give her an assistant. Sister. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, Song Huqing hesitated. You and I are not relatives. Why are you helping me so much? Can't it be that you have a crush on me? The hell with looking at you. Li Qingmu said angrily. I just feel that Xiao Yuan is pitiful. Ruan Xingyao can't even look at the man. I don't want it. Okay. Song Huqing sighed. Sister, I really don't need your help. Xiao Yuan is doing well now. And I can't be single all the time, can I? I'll find a girlfriend who can also take care of Xiao Yuan. You get a girlfriend? And that's a stepmother to Kun. Li Qingmu's almond eyes widened. You're outside every day. What if Xiao Yuan is abused? Also, Song Huqing helplessly said, but I think that delivery is really quite good now, and I don't want to change my job. You, Li Qingmu was about to say something, but the door to the stairwell was pushed open. Well, Song Huqing and her looked sideways at the same time, only to see a frosty-faced Ruan Xingyao glaring at them. What are you doing? Li Qingmu was about to speak when his shoulders were wrapped around Song Huqing. What's wrong with falling in love and never seeing it? Ooh, Zhang Yong and the others outside the fire door were all in an uproar. Asterisk 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 you. Who's in love with you? Li Qingmu broke free of Song Huqing's hand and said sharply, Soft, listen to my explanation. I have nothing with him. I just want him to come to our company to work. Work? Ruan Xingyao said with a stern face. Moo, the company does not allow office romances. Don't you know? I know. I have nothing with him. Li Qingmu was anxious. I just think that Xiao Yuan now has no one to take care of. He runs takeout every day. This Xiao Yuan must not suffer? You're worried about him? Ruan Xingyao sneered. He doesn't know how many women he has around him. And he's rich. He doesn't need you to worry about it. Rich as hell? Not only Li Changmu, even Zhang Yong and the others outside the fire door froze. This guy doesn't have more than $200 on him. What part of him looks like a rich man? He gave his father a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Over $2 million. Ruan Xingyao laughed coldly. 80% of his delivery is just to hook up with girls. Do you think he needs you to worry? Ha! After Li Qingmu looked at Song Huqing incredulously, she hesitated. Then why do you still want to divorce him? Yeah, why should I divorce him? Ruan Xingyao said angrily, because he lied to me. From the time I married him, he never said he had money. Is it possible that I really don't have any money? Song Huqing spread his hands and said, like you said, if I'm delivering takeout to go hook up with a girl, I think it would be a little more convenient for me to drive a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Makes sense. Zhang Yongjin nodded his head. Brush. Li Changmu and Ruan Xingyao's eyes looked over as if they were sharp swords, and he immediately lowered his head. What's with the car? My old man bought it himself. Song Huqing spread his hands and said, he bought a lottery ticket and won more than 3 million. This is not to buy a luxury car. Well, if that car is mine, why should I send him? I ride a small donkey. He drove a Mercedes-Benz G. Do I look so filial? Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu were both silent. That's a good point. Okay. Song Huqing reached out and patted Li Qingmu's shoulder. Sister, I really appreciate your help, but I really don't need it. I'm running a takeaway quite well now, relying on my hands to achieve the future. After he finished, he tried to get out through the fire door, but after seeing the pressurized group of people outside the door, he had no choice but to turn around and walk down towards the stairs. Moo, as you can see, that guy is really not a good person. Be careful yourself. Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. Gee, I really don't mean anything to him. Li Qingmu helplessly said. How high my vision is, don't you know? Worth no more than $10 million. I won't even look at a glance. I can look at a takeaway? That too. Ruan Xingyao was slightly relieved. Li Qingmu had never found a boyfriend because she had a very high vision. Not to mention the average white-collar workers, even the small openings with weaker family backgrounds, she can't even look at them. Not to mention the takeaway workers like Song Huqing, isn't it? Song Huqing was unconcerned about such a hiccup and continued to be a happy takeaway. Evening. He was ready to go home after delivering his last order. After all, it had been several days since I had eaten dinner with Yun Ning, and tomorrow was Sunday, so it was a good time to give myself a vacation. But before he could get to his little donkey, suddenly the phone rang. Hey, where are you now? Sumei's voice came through. Now here in the IFC building. Just stand still. I'll be right over. No, hey. Song Huching looked at the cell phone that was transmitting a busy signal, and rather helplessly sent a message to Yun Ning, saying that he wasn't going back for dinner. Yun Ning returned a bloodied knife to show her displeasure. This girl. Song Huching couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After the two had made contact, Yun Ning was no longer as cautious as she had been at the beginning, but instead was full of youthful vigor, making him feel that he was also much younger in mind. He was thinking about this when suddenly a brand new Mercedes pulled up in front of him. After the car window rolled down, Sumei took off her own sunglasses, revealing that small, slightly powdered face. Get in the car. No, this little electric donkey of mine. Song Huching was only halfway through his sentence when he saw Fongjie with a smile on his side. Mr. Song, give me the car. I'll drive it downstairs to the company for you. Chapter 86. I've never disliked you. Do you believe me? Song Huching had no choice but to give the car to Fongjie. As usual, Fongjie pulled out his helmet from the backpack behind him and put it on before driving the small electric donkey in a hurry. What's the matter? You still want me to open the door for you? Sumei laughed and scolded. No, I'm just curious as to how you switched cars. Song Huching laughed lightly and sat in the passenger side. I didn't change my car. This car is for you. Sumei laughed. Ha, for me? Song Huching was stunned. What are you doing sending me a car for this good reason? Nothing. You do not have a daughter. Well, now the weather is hot. Okay. If the weather is cold, you go to pick up and drop off her without a car is not convenient. Sumei lightly said. The fuel card is used in the name of our company. Maintenance also has a cooperative unit. You directly send the car to maintenance can be. Oh yes. The insurance expires, there is also a special person responsible for it. Song Huching's eyes couldn't help but get complicated as he listened to her ramblings. It's not an expensive car, but it's not cheap either, and it's enough to be on the threshold of $1 million luxury car anyhow. The other party gave him such a big gift, which made him a bit overwhelmed. What? Moved? Sumei snickered. That's not true. It's just that I don't feel like eating soft food. Song Huching whispered. A soft meal? Sumei suddenly laughed. What to eat? Soft rice. I temporarily do not have so much commission for you. This is considered the interest of your commission. TSK. Song Huching shook his head and said, seriously, Sumei, actually I have a girlfriend. I know. So what? Are you guys married? Sumei rationalized. And, you work outside every day and she doesn't call you. It means she doesn't care about you at all. She's away on a business trip. Song Huching said helplessly. Sumei, you're in good condition. Looks, work, ability, almost all top-notch. A woman like you, the men in Linchang are at your disposal. Well, didn't I just pick you? Sumei said with a slightly raised eyebrow. Well, Song Huching sighed and didn't speak again. Sumei didn't say anything either, just drove in the direction of the Linchang mansion. This made Song Huching's heart jump. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Luckily, Sumei just passed by the Linchang house and continued traveling ahead. She looked at Song Huching looking out the window, and could not help but laugh. This is called the Linchang house, and it almost gathers the richest people in the entire Lin city. Let us add gas, and wait for the future to buy a house here as well. I'm a delivery man. It's good enough to have a nest. What else to buy? Lin Changfu? Song Huching said helplessly. You're good at everything, but you're too unambitious. After Sumei gave him a playful blank stare, she traveled for another small half hour before she was slowing down. Song Huching looked up and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. On the riverside, neatly standing dozens of villas, and not far away from the villa area, there are high-rise buildings. The whole property covers a huge area, except far away from the city center. Then, there is almost no disadvantage. Hospitals, supermarkets, schools, amenities are almost all available. Sumei parked the car in the courtyard of Building 6, which signaled him to get out of the car. Well, Song Huching looked at the small villa in front of him and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. The villa was large, covering an estimated area of over 300 square feet, but half of it was yard and terrace, with the backyard being a parking lot and yard, while the front yard was a small wooden terrace facing the Lincoln River. This is the waterfront escape. Sumei took his hand and said, I bought it in your name afterwards. You and your daughter will live here. I have a place to stay. Song Huching said rather awkwardly. Actually, Sumei, I am not as poor as you think. I know, how can you be poor? Sumei softly said. It's just that your time and luck are not yet here now. Plus you just got divorced. Your ex-wife hit you too hard. Don't worry, we take our time. Everything will be fine. No, you don't understand. I'm staying at Lin Changfu, Song Huching said with a straight face. Sumei looked at him in a daze for a long time before frowning. Song Huching, it doesn't matter if times are bad now, but don't be full of lies. I don't like such a man. I prefer the real you. There's nothing wrong with delivering, earning your own money to support yourself and your kids, and I admire you for that. No, you don't understand. Song Huching wanted to continue explaining, but she wrapped her arms around him. Song Huching, stop it, okay? Su Mei sighed. I know, you think I am pitying you. Actually not. This is our home. If you want to get married, then this is our new house. If you don't want to get married, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, bring your daughter here to live. Let her choose first. She can live on whichever floor she likes, and we'll just stagger with her then. Hey, Song Huching sighed and pushed open the window, looking at the sparkling Linshui River, not knowing how to explain it to her. By the way, I'm also busy at work, so if you don't want to cook, the property here can help come and cook, or just have the food prepared and delivered. Su Mei wrapped her arms around him and rested her head on his shoulder. How about, I take you to my house to take a look? Song Huching whispered. Meet the parents? Su Mei slightly stunned, then blushed and said, isn't this too fast? I'm not even ready yet, and my parents went to Fusan to travel, and they said that they will invite you to have dinner with them next month. Not meeting the parents. Song Huching cried and laughed. I really live in Linchengfu. And, Song Huching, Su Mei said seriously, you really don't want to be like this. I don't like it. What kind of place is Lincheng House? If you ask your friend to help, you'll get into big trouble if the other owners know about it. What do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. I just saw it. That security guard from the Pro City mansion waved with you. He's your friend, isn't he? Su Mei sighed. You don't want to lose your friend's job just to show off in front of me. Song Huching's lips twitched a few times, suddenly having the powerless feeling of a widow being the subject of a yellow rumor. Song Huching, I've never disliked you. Do you believe me? Su Mei said seriously. What can I say? Song Huching said helplessly. That's right. After Su Mei reached out and stroked his face, she whispered, I don't have to go back today. Song Huching couldn't help but stare. You took advantage of the fact that your parents weren't home, so you ran out? You. No, it's not. I don't live with them. Su Mei gave him a playful blank stare. I have my own place to live, but I'm planning to sell that property. I'll move here too. Hey, Song Huching let out a long sigh. How is this still unclear? Chapter 87, Sister, Brother-in-law, you go on with the show. I can handle it. It's night. After Su Mei personally cooked a sumptuous dinner, she also opened a red wine, and the table on the terrace. A candlestick was set. Candlelight dinner. Song Huching joked. It's natural to have a ceremony on such an important day. Su Mei let out a light laugh and waved the spatula in her hand. Why don't you go sit on the couch for a while? It'll be ready soon. Okay. Song Huching laid down on the sofa and was just about to find old Joe and the others to talk to. Suddenly the phone vibrated. A group called the Four Jackals of Teachers Training flashed up. Old Song, how did I hear Chin Chu that said you got divorced? Fan see you. No, really? Old Song, you broke up with Wan Xingyao. Li Rong. No way. Absolutely no way. I won't accept it. Jiang Tao. Well, it is indeed divorced. Song Huching. Along with this message from him, the entire group immediately exploded. Why don't we apologize to her? Old Song, this isn't a joke. Fan see you. I think so. If you can't handle it, I'll book a plane ticket now and get to Lincheng in the morning, and we'll go find him together. Li Wing. Jiang Tao was more direct and sent a group chat video directly. Song Huching looked at the cell phone screen in a daze, rather hesitant. These people are his university's three most iron brothers, a few people with the same 4 years, almost inseparable. Even if everyone knows that he is in love with Ruan Xingyao, they are willing to accommodate him. Ruan Xingyao was even given the nickname the fifth person in the dormitory. At that moment, accompanied by a fragrance, a pair of small, soft and boneless hands wrapped around his neck. What? She sent a video over? Her? Song Huching was slightly stunned. It's your so-called girlfriend. Su Mei sneered. It's hard for her to remember you. No. Song Huching laughed and scolded. It is my college classmates, which did not hear that I am divorced, so I sent a video over, ready to comfort me. Yikes. College buddies. Su Mei was quite a bit at a loss for words. Should I go put on some makeup, and then change clothes? Meeting like this, isn't it too rude? Before she could finish her sentence, Song Huching had already connected to the video. Old Song, let's. Fan Shaw was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly screamed. Old Van, UING shout. Me day. Li Rong's eyes were round at this time, as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Tao is even more, the whole person is wooden. He leaned against the side of the car, while his back behind the back is the logoof the bank of the sky. Well, Lao Jiang, you went to my house? Song Huching was surprised. Still, not there yet. Just got to your floor. Jiang Tao stammered. Old Song, What's going on here? Hello everyone, my name is Su-mei. I'm Huching's girlfriend. Su-mei did greet everyone graciously, but her arms were still wrapped around Song Huching's neck. With that, the video call seemed to lag, and all three of the other people's screens were at a standstill. Well, isn't that a card? Song Huching shook his cell phone. No card. Jiang Tao had the breathlessness to say, brother, what is your situation? It's just a normal relationship, male and female friends. Su-mei laughed lightly. The crowd didn't say anything, just looked at Song Huching with complicated eyes. Su-mei knows I'm divorced. Song Huching lit a cigarette and helplessly said, she also knows that I have a daughter. Beauty Su, how long have you and Old Song been together? Li Rong carefully said, we've known each other for a little over a month and have been together for almost a week now. Su-mei laughed. Brothers, please rest assured. Song Huching's situation is clear to me, although I haven't seen his daughters, but he has said, if he is afraid of the little garden is aggrieved, we can also do not want children. Asterisk. All three cursed at the same time, their cheeks puffing out. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. The three old boys, he knew, were afraid of their back teeth. Su Beauty, do you still have sisters? I am also a local, single and unmarried person in Lincheng. Jiang Tao hurriedly said, holy, who the isn't single? Li Rong and Fan See You cursed out at the same time. Don't intervene. First come first served Jiang Tao immediately said. Besides, we Lincheng girls do not marry outside. Lao Fan and we have a province is still reasonable. Lao Li Yua Ing Yancheng. Mention do not even mention. Damn. Discriminating against outsiders again, right? Li Rong laughed and cursed. I also have a sister, prettier than me. She is still single. Su-mei laughed, but recently she is secretive. I don't know if she has found a boyfriend. When there is time I will ask her. Okay. Jiang Tao immediately excitedly said, sister, I have time at any time. My family has 5 suites in Lin City. Occupation is to collect rent, but you can rest assured that I am absolutely clean. God's ing profession is collecting rent. Song Huching laughed and scolded. I said you can't find a class if you have nothing else to do? If you stay at home every day and play games, why don't you just live with the game for the rest of your life? Go. Less in front of my sister to tear down. Jiang Tao laughed and scolded. Where did your kid move to? Moving without saying a word. I almost went up, know it? No, Old Song, you sold that house? Li Rong was surprised. No, my mom said to leave it to Ruan Xingyao. Song Huching sighed. Asterisk, you netted it. Ha, Fan Siyu's complexion was quite complicated. Huching and I only met after his divorce. It's not what you think. Su-mei laughed softly, and it's good that we have a place to live. That house for her ex-wife. Hey, Jiang Tao sighed deeply. Old Song, I am beginning to envy you. Such a good girl. How was it met by you? Su-mei was wearing a simple white t-shirt at this time. Her thick black hair was casually woven in a twisted braid, hanging down on his collarbone, and she was wearing a cute rabbit hair card on her head. That pretty face paired with this outfit revealed an air of a good wife and mother all over. Old Song, when will you and Su Beauty get a license? Fan Siyu half-truthfully said. It's not up to us to say. Su-mei covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Yuan went to her grandparents' home to spend the summer vacation to go. I plan to go to contact her in the next 2 days, and then when she accepts me, we will both parents meet. Of course, if Huching doesn't want to get married for the time being, I respect him, and we'll talk about marriage when he's out of the shadow of this marriage. Physical discomfort. Goodbye. Vancy was the first to hang up the video. Jealousy has changed my face and I don't want to change in front of you. Goodbye. Li Rong followed suit and hung up the video. It's okay, sis and sis-in-law, you guys go on with the show. I can carry it. Before Jiang Tao finished speaking, Song Huching directly pressed off the video and looked at Su-mei with complicated eyes. What's the matter? What am I doing wrong? Su-mei looked at him timidly. Song Huching directly pressed her down and kissed her cherry lips. Chapter 88. I don't quite understand your mental state. It's night. Su-mei and Song Huching were sitting on the terrace, except that both of them had changed their clothes, and the steak on the table had long since gotten cold. Neither one cared though. They just cut their steaks slowly and methodically. I don't know how long it's been. They both spoke at the same time, but fell silent at the same time. A good half hour. It was only then that Song Huching leaned back on the stool and lit a cigarette. Go ahead. We didn't do safety measures. What if I carry a baby? Su-mei said with a red face. The first time usually doesn't. Song Huching smiled and shook his head. What if? Su-mei glared. I watched the TV show. A lot of people just have it, once and for all, then give birth. Song Huching said with a straight face. But, Su-mei hesitated for a moment, but finally shook her head. No way. We can't let Xiao Yuan suffer. Are you really great to this extent? Song Huching laughed bitterly. This isn't great. This is something I promised you, Sumei said seriously. I haven't met with Kun yet, but, okay. Song Huching sighed. If you keep talking, I can't guarantee that I'll have to go and get a license with you. Poof. Sumei beamed. What about that girlfriend of yours if you and I get a license? You know I have a girlfriend too. Ha! Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. I don't even know what to do now. Why don't you give me her number and I'll talk to her? Sumei carefully said. Asterisk 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 Q. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You don't want to take money to press people, and they don't lack money. Poof. After Sumei wrinkled her nose, she didn't mention it again. All of a sudden, her phone rang. Song Huching glanced at it and shook his head. Ash saw that it was labeled Not Too Bright Sister. I'm going to take a call. After Sumei said that, she ran towards the stairs. Song Huching looked at the lake and was thinking about his mind. Suddenly the phone on the table rang as well. He looked at the bouncing answer button, hesitated, and finally picked up. Yo, not off duty yet? Su Qing's voice rang out. Off work, now with a friend. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Friends? Male or female? Su Qing was immediately alerted. Female, Song Huching said honestly. Female? After Su Qing sneered, she said with a straight face. Song Huching, I don't care how you fool around outside. If you dare to bring someone to your home, you see me not kill you. Ha! Song Huching was stunned. What Su Qing didn't have the good sense to say. You really think I don't know what Yun Ning's relationship with you is, don't you? Well, you know all about it. Song Huching's old face blushed and said, actually, don't lie to me. Su Qing squarely said, Yuning, I can tolerate it. After all, you also need someone to take care of you at home. And Xiao Yuan also needs someone to accompany you. I am now busy at work and do not have the time to go to accompany you. But if you dare to bring a woman home from the outside again, you'll see if I don't fight you. Song Huching looked at her, silent. What? You still really want to lead people towards your home? Su Qing's almond eyes rounded. You wait for me. I will buy a ticket to come back now. No, I don't have this plan. Song Huching said helplessly. She bought me a Mercedes-Benz and a house. I don't know what to do. Ha, rich woman. Su Qing disdainfully said. You take it if she buys it for you. I'll see how much money she has to buy. I told her I had a girlfriend and she didn't seem to care. Song Huching lit a cigarette. There is a girlfriend, she certainly does not care. Let's go to get a license to try. Su Qing apricot eyebrows slightly raised. When you and Qin Zimo were in a relationship, I didn't care what the girlfriend counted, and didn't get a license. Are you also open-minded now? Song Huching was surprised. Happiness is earned by oneself. Know it? Su Qing sneered. You give me her phone number. I would like to see what kind of god it is that dares to steal a man from me. Song Huching looked at her, and only after a long time did he smile bitterly. Su Qing, is it worth it for someone like me? You don't get to say whether it's worth it or not. Su Qing Xiaomei frowned. I will come back next month. Let us make a dinner appointment. Together I want to see what she really wants to do. And also, if you dare to say break up with me, I will hold you and die together. Okay. Song Huching rubbed his temples. What if she asks me to meet her parents? You plan to marry her? Su Qing said in a deep voice. No such plans. Song Huching sighed. I want to get married also with you, not just her. He was only halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted by an excited Su Qing. Then go see them. As long as she dares to drag you to meet the parents, then you'll go with her. Ha! Song Huching was stunned. What do you mean? Since she wants you to meet her parents, that means her parents are forcing the marriage, no? Su Qing laughed out loud. If you're not happy to marry her, she's willing to be with you and her parents aren't. When the time comes, she'll be the next Qin Zimo again. But this car and house. Song Huching was a little hesitant. What car and house? Sent you, naturally is not yours? Su Qing smiled and said, we accompany her to play. Shall not collect some youth loss via? This mental state of yours, I don't quite understand. Song Huching said carefully, you're so stupid. Su Qing laughed and scolded. This is so rich. Give you a car to send a room. This is not a replica of Qin Zimo. You a takeaway. Her parents can still be happy? Her parents will probably take her back by then. So won't you be rid of her? Song Huching was silent. The world, he thought, seemed insane. Anyway, first things first, you're not allowed to bring her to the Linchang mansion, or I'll fight you. Su Qing said seriously. Got it. Song Huching sighed. And by the way, no funny business either. Su Qing said with a red face. I really can't help you to find Yun Ning. Anyway, you guys, humph. After she finished, she hung up the video. Song Huching stared at the phone in a daze for a long time before letting out a long sigh. What's wrong? What happened? Sumei reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Nothing, just now my girlfriend called. Song Huching laughed bitterly. What did it say? Sumei immediately rolled over and sat on top of him. She gave me permission to meet your parents. Song Huching hesitated and smiled bitterly. Do you think she's crazy? Ha! Sume instantly laughed. What did you say to her? Tell me again. Chapter 89. Your bag is fake. So did you talk to her about us? Sume sneered. Said. Song Huching nodded honestly. Then have you ever thought that it's not very nice? Sume said angrily. Isn't she my girlfriend? Song Huching was surprised. You. Sume was furious and pinched him fiercely. She's your girlfriend. Then what am I? Song Huching didn't say anything, just looked at him silently. I'm your girlfriend too. Sume straightened up and said. Isn't she also not married to you? What kind of thing is she? Hurry up. You and I say what she said to you. Okay. Song Huching sighed and told the story. That is a little high on the segment. Sume frowned. How? Song Huching was curious. She wants me to take you back, but if you put off getting married then my parents will definitely think we're just playing around. For a year or two, which is fine. My parents will definitely have a problem with it if it goes on for a long time. Sume squinted her eyes. She's deliberately stirring up conflict between us so that I'll know what to do. Song Huching looked at her with a surprised expression. Oh what? Oh. Sume did not have a good mood. That is not a good deal. No boyfriend was robbed. Actually still so calm. Some powerful how about, we forget about it? Song Huching whispered. I'll bite you to death. Sume opened her mouth and bit him hard on the neck. Song Huching had no choice but to hug her tightly. Sume's body instantly softened and wrapped her arms around his neck, and her small hands were not honest. Sister, you just, no talking. Sume blushed and blocked his mouth. That can't be here. In case. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, he was pulled into the living room by her. She turned off the lights and then closed the curtains by hand. An hour or so later, Sume leaned over his chest and skimmed. Song Huching, you less and I pretend to be innocent. You don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Well, how? Song Huching was surprised. You tell her everything, and you tell me everything. Just want us to go way by ourselves, don't you think I don't know? Sume pouted. Hey, Song Huching dry laughed. Sincerity is always a must. I lied to you. Lied to her. Are not good is not it? Poof. Sume lightly hummed. Petulantly said. Anyway, this is my business with her. Isn't she still looking for me to make a dinner date? Chang, when she comes back from her business trip, we'll just have dinner together. Playing for real. Ha? Song Huching was surprised. Who's playing fake with you? Sume bristled. She's not afraid. What am I afraid of? Halfway through her sentence, Song Huching's phone vibrated again. Li Ching-mu? Song Huching was slightly stunned. Didn't she just finish talking to you? What's the matter? Provoking awe? Sume sneered. No, this is my ex-wife's best friend. She wants me to work in her company, and I don't agree. Song Huching sighed. She probably thinks I can't give my little garden a good life. Ha! Need she be in charge? After Sume said rather dismissively, she looked at him and said, I'll get it? Well, you pick it up? That's not good. Song Huching said with some hesitation. What? You got a crush on her? Sume glared. That's not true. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Sume picked up the video. Song Huching, you. Well, who are you? I'm Huching's girlfriend. And who are you? Sume laughed softly. He's gone to take a shower now. Talk to me about anything. Song Huching was just about to open his mouth, but was glared at by Sume. He immediately swallowed back the words on his lips. Girlfriend? Li Ching-mu first froze, then sneered. Yo, look at your clothes, do not cover the appearance. Is not like what girlfriend? Afraid of shouting outside, right? What did you say? Sume burst into anger. Sat up straight. I haven't said you yet. What's the matter? After you finish exercising, you deliberately wear yoga clothes to seduce men, right? I've seen shamelessness before, and I've never seen you so shameless. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. Li Ching-mu instantly broke his defense and angrily said, let Song Huching answer the phone. I'm not interested in people like you. Song Huching was just about to reach out, but was slapped away by Sume. Catch what catch? Look at your clothes squeezed like that. You simply don't wear it. So shameless. You're the one who is shameless. Where do you think you're good to? Li Ching-mu said in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, there are aprons on the sofa. What's going on? Playing cosplay? This is not to add money. It's also true that Song Huching has just been dumped by his wife, and it's a time when he's lacking love. So it's not uncommon to find someone to play the role of a good wife and mother. That's better than you. Sume sneered back. You can only think of. In your heart you don't think I don't know your little mind. Dress like this in the middle of the night to send a message to a strange man. More shameless than anyone else. Your face is pointed like that. You have done it, right? Li Ching-mu lightly laughed. And, look at your age. At least 40 years old, right? Song Huching is also really not picky. Your earrings are Van Cleef and are pals? Sume said coldly. Yo, quite knowledgeable. Li Chengmu sneered. Unfortunately, Song Huching is a takeaway. He can't afford it. Your earrings are fake. Su Mei scoffed. Not only the earrings, that bag behind you is also a goods. What's the matter? Being cheated by a man, right? What did you say? Li Chengmu instantly exploded. You have bought Van Cleef and our pals. I still have a certificate here. You don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Next to him, Song Huching had a stunned look on his face. He could completely understand Li Chengmu's anger. This kind of confrontation is like two men dueling in the basketball court. After a match, the other side said your shoes are fake. That kind of talk is extremely insulting. Your certificate is also fake. The workmanship of the earrings is completely wrong. And besides, your bag alignment is crooked. How can it be the real thing? Su Mei smiled and said, a woman with big breasts like you deserves to be cheated by men. Where are you? You send me a location. Li Chengmu's face was gloomy. But I am going to sleep with Song Huching to go. You slowly find your kaiju to reconcile the account. Su Mei compassionately said, by the way, you shouldn't be slept with by a man because of such a fake bag, right? That would also be too pathetic. After hearing that, he hung up the video. Li Chengmu sent it again and she hung up again. It went back and forth a dozen times before it subsided. Snap! Song Huching applauded dumbfounded. She's so tough. Humph, playing with me? I once cursed in that neighborhood homeowners group of ours until 24 people quit the group alright. Su Mei sneered. Awesome. Song Huching gave a thumbs up, and then his cell phone vibrated like crazy. Chapter 90. Anything can happen in this big Lincheng mansion. Ignore her. It's all cursing. Let's shower and go to bed. Su Mei let out a light laugh and reached out to pull Song Huching up from the ground. Song Huching glanced at the 24 or so voices that exceeded 60 seconds, and he knew that this was the limit of the voices, but not the limit of Li Chengmu. The next day, early morning, when Song Huching woke up, Su Mei was gone. He got up and washed up and had just come downstairs when he saw breakfast and a note on the table. Something's come up at the office, so I'll leave you to call. Su Mei. The font is beautiful, and it's really wordy. Song Huching was just about to go out after breakfast, but after seeing the Mercedes in the parking space in the yard, he hesitated, but opened the driver's side and sat in. After all, it's an estimated half hour out of the neighborhood to the road. Lincoln House. Hello, Mr. Song. Wu Xingsheng saluted him. Well, how did you know it was me? Song Huching rolled down the window and handed him a cigarette. Little Li saw you yesterday, and he wrote down the license plate. Wu Xingsheng laughed. Gee, awesome. Song Huching smiled and shook his head, then asked, did Yun Ning go out today? No. Wu Xingsheng quietly said. Yesterday all day Miss Yun did not go out. Until now. Okay. Song Huching smiled before driving towards the neighborhood. Boss, the one who drove this car yesterday was also a woman. Li came up to the table. Don't I know? Wu Xingxing squinted. When that car window is open, it is the smell of Guerlain 7 that comes to the outside of Mr. Song, that girlfriend. 80% of the head is not small. Is it possible that Mr. Song bought it for her? Xiao Li said carefully. It's not impossible, but this car doesn't look like Mr. Song bought it. Wu Xingsheng said with an old spirit. What's that supposed to mean? Li wondered. Remember what Ms. Su said? Wu Xingsheng sighed. She did not allow Mr. Song to drive a Mercedes-Benz's, otherwise Mr. Song would not have given her the Porsche 918 no? But this car, on the other hand, is a Mercedes-Benz? Whose car do you think it belongs to? Awesome, boss. Li's eyes glittered with adoration. Base. Wu Xingxing lit a cigarette, turned to look at the Lin Chengfu. I came here to be a security guard for 3 years. From a small security guard to the position of security chief. Xiao San grabbed Xiao Si. Xiao Si reported Xiao Wu. What things I have not seen. What's the setup for Junior to catch Junior? Li was surprised. Junior is a man. Wu Xingsheng laughed bitterly. Junior really can't help it. So he teamed up with the original partner to arrest people. Asterisk. So exciting? Li took a step back in horror. Even more exciting is that Xiao Wu is also a male. Wu Xingsheng said rather sadly. Anything can happen in this huge Linchengfu. Building 49. When Song Huching opened the door, Yun Ning was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw him coming, she just glanced at him and wrapped her arms around her chest. What's wrong? Who messed with you again? Humph. Some people say that they don't come back for dinner at night, but they don't say that they don't return home at night. Yun Ning sneered. Yo, look at this. Are you jealous? Song Huching sat down on her side. The hell with your jealousy. If I were jealous, I wouldn't even need to eat. Yun Ning gave him a blank look before wrinkling her agaric nose. Next time you don't come back, send me a message. I slept on the sofa all last night. Well, good. Song Huching nodded, then yawned. What? Didn't sleep well yesterday? Yun Ning frowned. I didn't sleep until after 3 o'clock, Song Huching said helplessly. Humph, that vixen outside is shameless, Yun Ning said disdainfully. The vixen out there? What do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. Sister Susu called me yesterday and told me to watch the house, and if you dare to bring an outside woman back, let call her. Yun Ning squinted, and discussed with me all night. What exactly is that woman from? I see that you guys are really idle. Song Huching sighed helplessly. Yun Ning was about to speak. Suddenly Song Huching's phone rang. She glanced at it and couldn't help but frown. Ruan Xingyao, our cooling off period hasn't passed yet, right? That's not what I'm talking to you about today. Ruan Xingyao did not have a good mood. How did you offend Moo? She cried all night yesterday in my place. I asked her what she refused to say. This. Song Huching hesitated before speaking, maybe because her bag is fake. As soon as he spoke, a furious voice came from across the room. Song Huching, if you say one more word, I'll fight you. Asterisk. When Song Huching heard Li Qingmu's voice, he immediately said, Sister, I didn't offend you. I didn't say that yesterday. You roll. Li Qingmu snapped. Where are you now? Let us meet and talk. Is it okay not to meet? Song Huching laughed bitterly. It's fine if we don't meet. Then I'll follow Softy every day. And we'll talk about this when you guys go to pull the divorce papers. Li Qingmu sneered. Don't meddle. Song Huching hurriedly said. Why don't I treat you to dinner? As an atonement for your sins? Is this a success? Humph. Count on you having some sincerity. Li Qingmu's tone slowed down a little. 2 hours later, you come to the Guamao apartment to pick us up, and then we go to the Lincheng Hotel to eat a buffet. You're crazy. A buffet there is almost $1,000. Ruan Xingyao snatched the cell phone, but it was snatched back by Li Qingmu. Song Huching, manly man, say please eat but no grass chicken. Okay, in 2 hours, I'll pick you up. Song Huching sighed before hanging up the phone. You're going out again? Yun Ning huffed. It's not because you didn't have lunch. I'm treating you to a buffet. Song Huching joked. A buffet? Yun Ning first brightened up, and then said rather chagrined. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten that bowl of noodles. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Sister, do you really want to hold the wall in and out? Or what? After Yun Ning blankly glanced at him, she hesitated. Do I want to go change my clothes? Song Huching looked at her and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Sister, don't you have any clothes yourself? Why are you hanging around in my shirt? I like wearing your shirt, can't I? Yun Ning's pretty face blushed slightly, then she put her legs on his thighs. No, well at least wear some pants, Song Huching said helplessly. It's just you and me in this house. What pants am I wearing? Yun Ning rationalized. It's not like I'm going to wear it like this after Xiao Yuan comes back. Okay, Song Huching sighed. Seeing that he didn't react much, Yun Ning couldn't help but frown and sit in his arms. I'm going for a swim. Song Huching stood up quickly and ran towards the pool. Song Huching, stop right there. Yun Ning immediately went after him and tackled him to the floor. Chapter 91, I have a little question. I don't know if I should say it. An hour or so later, Yun Ning had changed her clothes and slightly put on light makeup. A full head of hair was let down and woven into 2 braids that hung down over her chest. Well, your hair, did it color? Song Huching was surprised. Aha. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. The property called and said that our house has a haircut delivery business. That doesn't cost money, so I let them come and do my hair. Does it look good? Good looking. Song Huching looked at her light brown hair and couldn't help but tsk. This Lin Chang Fu's barber has a good hand, and your hairstyle is done quite nicely. Hey. Yun Ning instantly blushed and reached out to take his arm. There is a haircut service every month, twice a month. No matter how many people can come to the door to get it done. That's a good feeling. You don't have to go out to get your hair cut anymore. Song Huching pinched her face before heading towards the door. Only he just went downstairs and saw Wu Xingxing waiting there. Mr. Song, something's wrong? Song Huching was surprised. It is that last time Miss Su did not say that you are not allowed to drive a Mercedes-Benz well, so we came to ask you if you have any car needs. We have a few more common models here. As Wu Xingxing spoke, he handed over a tablet. Well, Song Huching looked at him with a stunned face. Buddy, do you have your boss flyers? Ha? Wu Xingxing froze for a moment, then laughed bitterly. Mr. Song, don't joke. Where do I have our boss's flyers? I'm just a gatekeeper. Your boss has really taken his business to the extreme. Song Huching shook his head. And your group of security guards is not simple. Just one sentence. You remember in your heart? Mr. Song, I won't hide it from you. Wu Xingshang sighed. Before we came here, we first went to Great Britain for more than a year of special training, by a British butler for us. Don't look at us as just a group of janitors, but each of us has a correspondence with the homeowner who needs to be served. Well, since it's a one-on-one service, why do you need you guys to be security guards? Song Huching was curious. Because the security guard can have more access to the owner's Wu Xingxing squarely said, for example, I guarded the gate, found that something is not right. I can promptly notify you. When you go out, when you come back, bring back which people. We have analysts in the property office will analyze. Song Huching was dumbfounded by what he heard, and Yun Ning's eyes were even wider. She suddenly felt that the neighborhood was selling for so much money and the property fees were high, but it was all worth it. Mr. Song, you can rest assured that the files of our owners, all of them are confidential, and the computers of the archives are not networked, so there is no need to worry about exposing privacy. Wu Xingxing said with a straight face. Awesome. After giving a thumbs up, Song Huching scratched a few times on the tablet, ended up picking a 100k plus car. The model is just a very normal family car. Nothing special. Please also ask Mr. Song and Miss Yun to move the sightseeing car. I'll have someone drive it to the gate now. Wu Xingxing bowed. Good. After Song Huching and Yun Ning got into the car, Wu Xingxing immediately got into the cab and started the vehicle. Old Wu, are you specializing in my service? Song Huching handed him a cigarette. More than that, your set of houses. There are 3 people on duty 24 hours a day. One is me. There is also a small Li. Another father is sick. So for the time being the 2 of us are at your service. Wu Xingxing laughed. Okay. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders and didn't inquire about this anymore. Half an hour later. ITC Apartments. That's right. Ruan Xingyao laughed softly. I told you earlier that the family can just buy one of these mobility vehicles. Otherwise, with our salary, how can we afford a luxury car? Yun Ning and Li Qingmu both looked at her strangely. I mean Song Huching's income. Ruan Xingyao hurriedly explained. I'm worried that he's hard up for a luxury car in order to pick up girls. Alright, you worry less about my business. Hurry up and get in the car. Song Huching waved his hand. Ruan Xingyao hummed lightly and was about to get into the passenger side, but was stopped by Li Qingmu. Let me sit there. I want to talk to him. Alright. Ruan Xingyao's face was breezy, but the corners of her mouth twitched. Yun Ning was well behaved and didn't say anything, just looking down at her cell phone, but she was moving her fingertips around, not sure who she was talking to. Song Huching, who was that yesterday? As soon as Li Qingmu got in the car, she started to get mad. You give me her flyer. Stop it. She's a friend of mine. Song Huching helplessly said. You came up and said that people are doing that line of. People cannot be angry. She has the nerve to be angry? What right does she have to move your cell phone? Li Qingmu said fiercely. What else did she say? I deliberately seduced you. Am I that kind of person? No. After Song Huching answered, he carefully said. She said that your bag is fake. Is this true? And you said. Li Qingmu became furious. No one is allowed to mention this in the future. I will fight with whoever mentions it. It's really fake. Ha? Song Huching was stunned. You, okay. Ruan Xingyao pressed Li Qingmu from the back seat, helplessly said. Mu, Zhao Zhiyu said to me yesterday. He was looking for a substitute to buy. He also didn't know that he had been cheated. And he said that if you are willing to do it, next time you go out shopping with you, you will go to the specialty store to buy one for you to make up for your sins. The hell with believing him. Li Qingmu sneered. I have long begun to suspect. How much money does he only have a month? 10,000 out of it, not moving to send me luxury goods. I'm still afraid of him borrowing online loans, so I don't even dare to have more contact with him. Now it's good that the ones I was given were A-okay. I'm humiliated to death. Well, I have a small question. I don't know when to speak or not. Song Huching lit a cigarette. Don't say anything if it's inappropriate to speak. Ruan Xingyao hurriedly said. No, you say. Li Qingmu looked sideways at Song Huching. You've been carrying these bags for about 80% of your life for a while now, haven't you? Song Huching spit out a mouthful of smoke, laughed lightly, but the little sisters around you no one found your bag is not right. You say, what they have in their hands, is not the same factory out? The moment these words came out, it directly silenced Li Qingmu and Ruan Xingyao dry. Puffing, Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh instead, attracting Li Qingmu's gaze. Yo, I forgot to ask earlier, who is this little beauty? Nanny for the little garden. Yun Ning said in a serious manner. Mr. Song is my boss. Nanny? Li Qingmu sniffed, did not move, reached over and pinched Song Huching, gritted her teeth and said, are you really panicked by the amount of money you have? And you really hired a nanny? Chapter 92, Song Huching, get off the car. Let's fight one-on-one. Stop it, driving. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Yun Ning was invited. Long ago, not just yesterday. Poof. Li Qingmu coldly snorted. How much do you pay her a month? 5,000. Yun Ning said in a serious manner. 5,000? Li Qingmu, a pair of beautiful eyes, stared round. Are you crazy? You have this money. You might as well send the small garden to me. I only need you 3,000 per month into it? Well, Song Huching and Ruan Xingyao both looked at her with odd expressions. What are you looking at? Li Chengmu bristled. I can't find a date now. Is it hard for me not to experience the joy of being a mom? Not to mention Little Garden is so cute. There are so many people chasing after you in our building. Why don't you just pick a smooth one? Ruan Xingyao laughed and scolded. Smooth eyes? What do you mean by smooth? Li Qingmu coldly hummed. If you want to be with me, your value is at least 10 million. And the car you drive is also 1 million luxury cars to start. Giving me at least 10,000 every month. No, $20,000 of pocket money, which is called a smooth eye, okay? Sister, what's your age? Song Huching couldn't help but speak. A deathly silence fell over the entire car. A good half hour. Only then did Li Qingmu angrily say, Song Huching, get off the car. Let us fight one-on-one. Don't. Ruan Xingyao hurriedly wrapped her arms around her and soothed. Don't listen to him. What does he know? You only look like you are 20 years old. If I had that, couldn't I just find a 20-year-old? Why do I need to find one that looks like she's 20? Song Huching sent out a soulful question. Song Huching, I'm going to kill you. Li Chengmu instantly fell into berserk mode. However, she was very measured and didn't touch Song Huching anywhere except for her open teeth and claws. 20 minutes later, Song Huching parked his car in the parking lot of the Linchang Hotel. The huffing and puffing Li Qingmu directly got out of the car and walked in front, while Ruan Xingyao sprinted to follow, holding her hand and whispering something. She's going to be pissed off at you. Yun Ning whispered. Isn't she alive and well? Song Huching rolled his eyes. But, do you think I am telling the truth? I have this condition. Can't I find you? Why do you still need to go find her? Q. Yun Ning instantly red face, petulant voice. People also grow very beautiful well, especially that body. A woman to see her almost not drooling. She waist so small, legs so long, chest, cough, there and so big. You're, Song Huching said with an odd expression on his face. Q. You're the one who's. I'm just saying it like that, okay? Yun Ning gave him a blank look before whispering. I used to hear from my village that with a body like hers, she must be material for a son. Well, Song Huching stood still and looked down at Li Qingmu's waist. If this Yun Ning didn't say anything, he really hadn't realized it. Li Qingmu can be proud of his looks alone. This body, to be honest, belongs to the 1 in a million. In his time, the only thing that can become like this is to have added fillers. Isn't the figure great? Yun Ning laughed. Very good indeed. Song Huching agreed. How do you think she did it? How am I supposed to know that? Yun Ning laughed and scolded. If I knew, wouldn't I have become like this? That's true. Song Huching sighed. I say you guys are still dawdling there. Hurry up or people are off work. Li Chengmu shouted not far away. Coming. After Yun Ning answered, she pulled Song Huching to follow at a brisk pace. Lincoln Hotel, 2nd floor. Song Huching was just about to go up to pay, but Yun Ning stepped up ahead of him and pulled out a white card and handed it to the waiter. The waiter swiped it and then took 4 tickets to them. Well, what is this? Li Chengmu was curious. The buffet card. Yun Ning put the card into his pocket and said lightly, this card can come to the buffet 24 times a month, and a person is counted once. What? Li Qingmu's eyes widened. Every month? Well, every month. Yun Ning nodded. Where did this come from? How do I do it? How much does it cost? Li Chengmu said in an urgent voice. I don't know. A friend gave it to me. Yun Ning shrugged. Anyway, he couldn't use it all, so he gave it to me. Friends? Li Qingmu gazed at her for a long time, and finally sighed. It's still good to be 20 in the end. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Li Qingmu skimmed his mouth. If you have this ability, that girl shall not go forward and backward to jump on you. Well, that too. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Xiao Yun, this card, he himself did not use it once? Li Qingmu carefully said. No need. Yun Ning helplessly said. My friend only likes to go to the big stall, eat barbecue and drink beer. He seems to have little interest in eating buffets. Cumulative? Ruan Xingyao also couldn't help but ask. If I don't eat this month, can I add more times next month? It's fine. You can move next month's count to this month even if you eat more than that this month. Yun Ning laughed. TCH, what kind of godly friend are you? Li Qingmu said enviously. This outburst gave you more than $20,000. It's just a buffet ticket. Song Huching reminded. What do you know? This ticket isn't money. Ha! Li Chengmu glared. Other people's Xiaoyan saved you a small $4,000. So just be happy. Okay. Song Huching shrugged and didn't say anything else. The lunch buffet is not a lot of people. Of course. Also has to do with the price here. Per capita consumption of small $1,000, or some meat pain. Li Qingmu excitedly pulled Ruan Xingyao to find a seat and then ran to start getting something to eat. Song Huching, on the other hand, sat down in his seat and looked at Yun Ning with a smile. This black card of Lin Changfu. You are using it more skillfully than me. This isn't a black card for me. Yun Ning spread his hands and laid the card on the table. Song Heching came over to take a look and couldn't help but cry and laugh. This card was different from his own, except for the white color of the card, on which there were only 3 big words Lin Changfu written in small seal script, and nothing else. On the other hand, although his black card also had the words Lin Changfu written on it in small seal script, there was a picture of the building of Lin Changfu on the back of the card. This is an affiliate card. If you don't want me to use it anymore, you can just talk to the property and they'll stop this card for me. Yun Ning whispered. Then can you spend money on this card? Song Heching was curious. Yes, it can be swiped as a bank card. Yun Ning laughed petulantly. Wu Xingxing and I said that the balance you pre-existed in the property, I can use all of it. That's pretty good. Song Heching nodded with a smile before moving his gaze aside. Yun Ning glanced at him and carefully put the card away, and inwardly took a long breath. At least, the guy didn't object, didn't he? Chapter 93, Song Heching, don't force me to slap you when I'm at my happiest. A few minutes later, Li Qingmu and Ruan Xingyao walked over with a few plates each, and after seeing that Song Heching and Yun Ning had not moved, they were both quite surprised. You guys aren't going to get food? Why don't you guys take it and we'll just follow with a little bit? Song Heching said, and took his fork to stick it into the AO lung on her plate. Snap! Li Qingmu reached out and opened his hand. I'll eat it later. I haven't taken any pictures yet. Well, feed the cell phone first. Ha! Song Heching snickered. To hell with you. Li Qingmu gave him a blank look before starting to set the plate and take selfies. Ruan Xingyao was a little better than her, just casually snapping a few shots before handing Song Heching the lobster on his plate. Thanks. Song Heching smiled before starting to eat. Seeing this, Yun Ning couldn't help but skim his lips and ran to get something to eat. She didn't have the luxury that Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu would still bring her food. Li Qingmu shot for a full 10 minutes before he was satisfied and started. Well, not sending friends? Song Heching teased. How do you send a raw picture? After Li Qingmu blankly glanced at him, she held her forehead and said, You don't understand even if I tell you. Also, Song Heching smiled before continuing to eat with his head down. Don't just focus on eating. Let's toast Xiao Yun. He has treated us to delicious food today. Li Qingmu laughed and scolded. It's all my friends anyway. It doesn't matter. Yun Ning laughed. Don't. One size fits all. Li Qingmu seriously said. This meal, if it is Song Heching's treat, that is what he owes me. Yesterday, I was pissed off for a night, but what does it look like for you to treat me? Next week, I'll be host and invite you guys to take a dip in the Lincoln House. Lin Changfu still has this business? Song Heching was surprised. There is. Ruan Xingyao laughed softly. There is a casino outside the Lin Cheng House, where you can bathe, eat, and bathing centers are similar anyway, but people that are formal. Yes? Song Heching smiled and nodded. Song Heching, don't underestimate that. Li Chengmu Meet Pain said. 1,888 a person, 24 hours, to oversleep to make up the ticket. I have tickets there too. Yun Ning whispered. Ha! Li Qingmu and Yun Ning both stared wide-eyed. 24 times a month? Song Heching snickered. No, unlimited. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. But, I can only go by myself. I can't bring friends. Song Heching instantly realized. It's 80% a perk for homeowners at Pro City House, with card access. Li Qingmu was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth. Then we'll change the place that we add a flyer. I'll find a place to notify you. No need. Yun Ning shook his head and said, Mr. Song gives me a salary, and I can't use this ticket. Anyway, it's free. Don't care. How can that work? Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. After all, it's your favor, not. We can't take advantage of you. Pretentious. Song Heching bristled. What do you know? Li Qingmu gave him a blank look. How difficult it is for a little girl like Xiao Yun. We can't be like this. Then I'll pay her. Is that okay? Song Heching snickered. This meal was originally said to be on me, not. That's more like it. Li Qingmu sighed in relief. Speaking of, what did you do with those bags? Song Heching asked coldly. Song Heching, don't force me to slap you when I'm at my happiest. Li Qingmu gritted his teeth. Puffing, Ruan Xingyao and Yun Ning both couldn't help but laugh. Just asking. Song Heching lit a cigarette. You want it? Go find it in the trash under my house. Li Qingmu boarded her pretty face and said, Those assholes, if you don't have money, don't learn from others to pick up girls. It's also fortunate that my old lady is smart and didn't let them take advantage of them, or else it would be a big loss. I'll go. You're not even being taken advantage of here? Song Heching was surprised. Or do you think? Li Qingmu said disdainfully. Getting 2 bags will set me straight. Am I so easy to get rid of? What should happen then? Song Heching asked again. Why are you asking so clearly? With the amount of money you earn, do you still want to be with Mumu? Ruan Xingyao bristled. That's hard to say, Li Qingmu joked. Maybe he is like his father one day, won the lottery, and got tens of millions of dollars. I cannot guarantee that I really have to seriously consider it. I'm the one with a child. You're giving someone a stepmother. Song Huqing laughed and scolded. What's there then? Li Qingmu said disdainfully. It's just that your father won too few prizes, or else I'd be a stepmother for you. Puffing, Ruan Xingyao and Yun Ning both laughed out loud. You're so open-minded. Haven't you ever found a kaiju? Song Huqing teased. Where did you get so many kaiju? Have you watched too many TV dramas? Li Chengmu did not have the good sense to say. The richer the person, the less stupid. You really think that the story of marrying the royal family of Kart in a second marriage and ending up being spoiled into a little princess is true? Ah, that's all a lie. If a woman doesn't keep her hands clean, you won't even be able to cry when you find someone you really like. And men aren't exactly generous creatures. Insightful, Song Huqing complimented. Or do you think? Li Qingmu laughed and scolded. Those small openings, you let them take a fake bag to cheat the girls who don't know anything is still into. If it is me, I can have to check the capital first, at least buy me a villa, and then give me a few million, which makes me feel at ease, and I still have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with him, to investigate whether he's married or not, or else when the time comes and he joins forces with his wife to recover the money, I won't even have a place to cry. Li Chengmu, if you find a boyfriend, be sure to let me know, Song Huqing said sincerely. Why? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Because I want to see what kind of god is actually able to subdue a demoness like her. Song Huqing sighed. She's the one who passes through all the grasses, and even the pale ears can't get on her. Ha ha ha. Ruan Xingyao and Yun Ning burst out laughing. That's hard to say, Li Qingmu slowly said. I am not happy. Naturally I want so much money, but I am happy. I don't want money. Backward posting also into just such a man, I myself have not met. You. Song Huqing was about to say something when suddenly a strong smell of men's perfume hit him. He glanced sideways and was met with a pair of eyes hidden behind glasses. Song Huqing, long time no see. You are. Song Huqing was just about to ask who he was when Ruan Xingyao stood up. Yeah, senior brother Gu. Senior Gu? Song Huqing and Li Chengmu exchanged glances before she pinched them. What are you looking at me for? I don't even go to the same school as you. How would I know who he is? Well, which school are you from? Song Huqing was surprised. Lin Chang University, what's up? Li Qingmu skimmed his lips. Then haven't you been studying for nothing? Song Huqing sighed. People Ruan Xingyao, an ordinary undergraduate, actually has the same job as you. You have discredited your alma mater. Song Huqing, do you believe I'll make you swallow this fork? Li Qingmu held a steel fork with a very dangerous expression. Chapter 94. Your wife cuckolded you? Don't bother. If you swallow such a big fork, you can't eat a good deal of it? Song Huqing hurriedly refused. Then shut the up. After Li Qingmu cursed, he whispered, this old brat looks like a svelte man, but he's not a good person. Well, what does that say? Song Huqing was curious. He just looked at me 3 times when he was talking to Soft, and looked at Xiao Yun 8 times, just not once at you. Li Qingmu coldly laughed. The one he is wearing on his hand is a green water ghost, the glasses are Louis Vuitton, the belt is Hermes, 80% is a little bit of small money. Ooh, Song Huqing looked at her with a face of admiration. Sister, you're really playing catching kaiju out of the box, or do you think, with these eyes of mine, I've seen more kaiju than you've ever seen on TV? Li Qingmu said rather smugly. Then have you found the difference between being 27 or 8 and 20 years old out? Song Huqing laughed softly. Otherwise why others only look at you 3 times? Look at Yun Ning 8 times. Kai Zi is not stupid, is not it? Song Huqing, do you really want to eat a fork? Li Qingmu was about to go ballistic when he saw that Senior Gu walk over and put his hands on Song Huqing's shoulders. Song Huqing, no introductions? Senior Gu, let me introduce you. Ruan Xingyao hurriedly said. This is Li Qingmu, my best friend, and that one is Yun Ning, Song Huqing's friend. Hello, my name is Gu Listening Wind, the one who sits and listens to the sound of wind and leaves, suspecting that it is a phantom man who has come. Listening Wind. Master Gu laughed softly. Stage name? Song Huqing was surprised. I'm the best at what I do. The corners of Gu Hearing Fang's mouth twitched, but after glancing at Li Qingmu and Yun Ning, who were laughing, he maintained his poise and said, Master Song is getting more and more humorous. This is my real name, which my family's old man took. Okay. Song Huqing shrugged, speared a piece of steak with his fork, and continued to eat. Li Qingmu and Yun Ning didn't say anything either, just lowered their heads to eat. Seeing this, Ruan Xingyao hurriedly said, Senior brother Gu, if you have something to do, go and get busy first. I don't have much to do, is to come over here to the company to join the job. For the time being has not found a suitable house. Just live in the Linchong Hotel. Gu Hearing Wind laughed. On the contrary, Song Huching, I heard that you and Soft married. At that time I was abroad. I have not come to congratulate you. You can also congratulate me now that I'm divorced. Song Huching joked. Divorced? Gu Hearing Fong was first delighted. Then he said with a stern face, Senior brother, how can you be like this? Soft character is gentle and generous, understanding. What did you do in the end? People want to divorce you? Well, you joined a newspaper? Song Huching was surprised. What do you mean? Gu Hearing Fong was slightly stunned. What he means is, if you're not a paparazzo, why are you so nosy? What does someone's divorce have to do with you? Are you his father or his grandfather? Li Chengmu bristled. Hey, why are you cursing? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. How do I curse? He looks older than you, right? Li Chengmu glared. He is not your senior brother. You are 28. He is at least 30-something, right? Cough cough cough. 2 terms older. Gu Hearing Fong said with a blush on his old face. 2 terms older, that's not 30 years old? Li Chengmu squinted. Go to your father is only 30 years old. Song Huching did not have a good mood. People look as successful people. May not be children our boss. You go and his children to worship a hand. You roll. Li Chengmu angrily rebuked. You are the one who worships his child. Senior brother Gu, don't mind if I do. We're all friends and we're used to joking around. Ruan Xingyao said rather awkwardly. It's fine. We're friends too, aren't we? Gu Hearing Fong pulled a stool and sat on the side of Ruan Xingyao, sighing slightly. However, just now Song Huching was right. What says it's right? Ruan Xingyao was curious. I'm also recently divorced. Gu Hearing Fong laughed bitterly. I'm always out on business. Your wife cuckolded you? Song Huching said coldly. I'm wearing your mom. Gu Hearing Fong almost didn't collapse. How is this mouth so cheap? Song Huching, can you speak? Li Chengmu frowned. What do you mean by wearing a green hat? How difficult it is to say. What should I say then? Song Huching said sincerely. So what's Senior Gu? Your wife has someone outside? Li Chengmu was curious. Not. Gu Hearing Fang's face sank. Doesn't that ing mean something? Stop it. Ruan Xingyao said helplessly. Senior brother Gu, what's going on? Hey, it's just that I travel a lot and work a lot, and she felt that I could only give her money and couldn't give her care, so she divorced me. Gu Hearing Fong laughed to himself. This marriage was originally arranged by the family, and even though I don't like her, I've tried my best to do my best at being a good husband, but she's still not satisfied. Senior Gu, you mustn't think like that. Ruan Xingyao comforted. Marriage, if it is not the last resort. Who wants to divorce? Since it's divorced, it's time to move on. Softy, at the risk of asking, what's going on between you and Song Huching? Gu Hearing Fong carefully said, I have someone on the outside. Song Huching pointed at Li Chengmu and said, I got together with her best friend, so I got divorced. Damn, all the good cabbages have been swept away by pigs, right? Gu Hearing Fong cursed in his heart, but on his face he put on surprise and said, Soft, this is you. Don't you listen to him? Ruan Xingyao helplessly said, Song Huching and I, that is a personality mismatch, so we plan to separate. Don't plan to this time after the cooling off period, must go to get a license. Song Huching was unhappy. It's not appropriate for you to keep dragging it out like this. You, Ruan Xingyao was instantly furious, flinging her knife and fork onto the table and glaring at him with her arms around her chest. Song Huching, this is where I have to say something about you. Don't meddle. Song Huching stopped Gu Hearing Fong and pointed at the gate. Your opponent isn't me. It's him. Well, the crowd looked sideways, only to see Qin Chu rushing over this way in a fiery rage. Qin Chu? Gu Hearing Fong was slightly stunned. Gu Hearing Fong? Qin Chu was also stunned for a moment, and then laughed coldly. Who did I think it was? It's not our senior brother Gu. What's the matter? What's the matter? You're planning to hook up with an elementary school girl again? What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Hearing Wind said angrily. What? Qin Chu did not give the slightest face and said, Gu Gun King, others do not know you. I still do not know? You mother asterisk her back then on the basis of their own is the student body president, specializing in elementary school girls. Lousy really ing despise you. Ooh, Song Huching had a wrong face. Li Qingmu and Yun Ning even moved their stools to the side, their eyes rather disgusted. Chapter 95 Judging from the results. I should have one, right? Qin Chu, are you looking for trouble? Gu Hearing Fong gritted his teeth. Looking for trouble? You think you are still the student president? Qin Chu laughed out loud. This is Ling Cheng. Try moving me. You see I won get you killed. You. Gu Hearing Win's back teeth were about to be clenched. Old Qin. Song Huching shouted. What for? Qin Chu squinted in response. Tell me more about that gag of Master Gu's. Will you? I want to listen. Song Huching said with a face full of anticipation. Puffing, Li Qingmu and Yun Ning burst out laughing. Ruan Xingyao's face was also scarlet, and she glared at him rather angrily. What the hell is going on in this guy's head? Qin Chu, if you dare to start rumors and make trouble, you'll wait to receive a lawyer's letter, Gu Hearingfeng said in a deep voice. I think I've taken care of you before. Take care? I'll take care of your grandma's leg. Qin Chu gritted his teeth and said, when the old man in the outreach department pulled more than 20,000 sponsorships, you actually said to the outside world that you went to talk about it, and you call that care? It is also the old man's temper, or not to break your legs. Well, is it possible that you were too abashed at the time? Song Huqing whispered. A wimp? I'm a ing wimp? Qin Chu said angrily. How did Gu listen to the wind chase the softness? Back then don't you have a number in your heart? He was close to pointing his nose at you and saying that he wanted to pry you off the wall, and you didn't react at all, and Laozi looked down on you. Well, Song Huqing was silent for a moment. Judging from the results, I should have one, right? This scumbag. Qin Chu and Gu Hearing Wind both puffed up their cheeks. Song Huqing, what are you babbling about? Ruan Xingyao's face was red with shame. Song Huqing, I admit that it is you who won. You are with soft and yet you do not cherish. You as a man? Gu Hearingfeng said with a straight face. You're right. I don't deserve to be with Ruan Xingyao, but haven't I already released her? Song Huqing pointed at Qin Chu and said, Mr. Qin's excellence is there for all to see, so I also want them to be happy. In your entire life, this is the only thing you've gotten right. Qin Chu tilted his head and said, Qin Chu, don't talk nonsense. Ruan Xingyao frowned. I have nothing to do with you. Cut. Gu Hearingfeng snorted, causing Qin Chu to instantly turn red. Ruan Xingyao means that they don't have a relationship for the time being, but who can say what will happen in the future? Isn't that right, Mr. Qin? Song Huqing laughed. Hey, yeah. Qin Chu hurriedly said, at least, I am a little better than some people, right? When the family ran out of money, they found a woman to marry, and when they got through the hard times, they kicked them out again. There is actually such a thing in the world? Song Huqing pretended to be surprised and said, Mr. Qin, please ask what is the name of that person, so that I can make the people around me stay away from him. Poof. Qin Chu didn't say anything and just looked at Gu Hearing Wind. Qin Chu, you'd better be careful with your words and not cause trouble for the family. Gu Hearingfeng gritted his teeth. I go. Mr. Qin, he threatened you. Song Huqing was surprised. If I were Ruan Xingya would have to consider whether or not to be with you. Otherwise it's a little yakuza who dares to talk to you like this. Your Lin Chang Qinshao's reputation isn't resounding. Threaten me? Qin Chu disdainfully said. Gu Listening Wind, I know that you served as the vice president of the Su group, right? You give me weight. You see I do not stir up this matter for you. Don't you dare. Gu Hearingfeng sneered. Qin Chu, don't think I don't know that you are now on a blind date with the little girl of the Zhao family in Shanghai, right? Laozi doesn't break you down, and you're still coming on strong. How dare you fool around? You'll see me not tell your old man about your relationship with Ruan Xingyao. Senior Gu, tell us in detail about how that little Zhao family girl from Shanghai is doing. Song Huqing reached out and poured him a drink. As you know, ordinary people like us are very interested in your kind of powerful family feuds. Since you know that you're a commoner, stay honest. Gu Hearingfeng didn't have the good sense to say. Gu Hearingfeng, how do you talk? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. What's wrong with the commoners? We plain people rely on our own hands to support ourselves. What's so smug about you having parents to support you? Moo, are you full yet? We'll go back if you're full. Hey, after Li Chengmu responded, he stood up with some fondness. She also wanted to hear gossip. This Song Huqing can be too much of a dog. Pulling Qin Chu. This dog bites the dog. It's really exciting. Softy, I didn't mean that. Gu Hearingfeng hurriedly stood up. I don't care what you mean. Gu Hearingfeng, I thanked you for taking care of me when I was in the student union in the past, but a commoner like us doesn't deserve to talk to you. After Ruan Xingyao finished speaking, she pulled Li Qingmu towards the door. Softly, Qin Chu's nature kicked in, and he couldn't be bothered to go toe-to-toe with Gu Hearing Wind, so he directly followed him out. I don't think he took a bite, did he? Yun Ning glanced at the meal ticket on the table. Screw you, people don't come here to eat. After Song Huqing laughed and cursed, he looked at Gu Xianfeng and said, Senior Gu, you're not chasing out? This will let Qin Chu monopolize the beauty. Song Huqing, you're good. Gu Hearingfeng sneered. I originally thought that you were just a soft egg, but I didn't expect you to have some means. I have a daughter. May I ask if Senior Gu has any children? Song Huqing was curious. Puffing, Yun Ning covered her mouth and laughed. You, Gu Hearingfeng gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Song Huqing, you can't keep a woman like Ruan Xingyao, or you'll be in trouble sooner or later. So you'll honestly get the divorce formalities done, which is the best choice. So, did Senior Gu choose to divorce because he couldn't keep his wife? Song Huching was surprised. Gu hearing foam covered his chest. He felt like he was going to be pissed off if he talked to this one more time. Senior Gu, be strong. Song Huching pointed to himself and said, who has not been divorced. Since the divorce is good to move forward, even if he is cuckolded. Don't take it to heart. Song Huching, I'll you up. After Gu hearing foam cursed, he got up and walked toward the door. It is only now that the law is sound. Put in his study time, he had to make Song Huching swallow the plate in front of him. TCH, how rude. After Song Huching skimmed his mouth, he patted Yun Ning's head. Go get another lobster too. I'm not even full yet. Got it, Grand Master. Yun Ning gave him a blank look before getting up to get the food. At this point, Song Huching's phone vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at it, then set it aside. Eating well is most important. Chapter 96, the same moves are useless for a holy warrior. An hour or so later, Song Huching had enough wine and food and took Yun Ning out the door. But before he could get into the elevator, he was grabbed by the collar. Song Huching, are you sick? FMS doesn't answer. Phone doesn't answer. Sister, if you spend money, you have to eat, don't you? Song Huching looked at Li Qingmu with an innocent face and said, otherwise wouldn't this money have been spent in vain? Li Qingmu was instantly furious. Soft and I didn't have enough to eat. Then what are you running for when you all haven't had enough to eat? Song Huching said helplessly. Listen to what that Gu hearing wind is saying. Ruan Xingyao said with a stern face, it's just like he's a nobleman and we're commoners, right? Who does he count as? Still looking down on us. You got it wrong. Song Huching shook his head. He is simply looking down on me, not looking down on you. This is two different things. Know it? Isn't it the same thing? Li Qingmu squinted. We are friends. If he looks down on you, then he is looking down on us. Well, if you want to say so, is it that I still have to treat you to a meal? Song Huching laughed bitterly. That's more like it. Li Qingmu's face slightly slowed down. Go to Linchan University. Wait, what? About Mr. Qin? Song Huching was surprised. He's such an ingrate standing around here. You guys aren't looking for him. What are you looking for me for? What an ingrate. Qin Shu is still a good person. Ruan Xingyao laughed and scolded. He just answered a phone call and said that the company had something. So he left. Soft, why are you still helping Kai Zi speak? Li Qingmu's brows knitted. Is it hard for you to really like that Qin Shu? He's not even as good as Song Huching. Hey, what do you call these words? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. Asterisk 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 Q. Ruan Xingyao helplessly said, I just treat Qin Shu as a friend, and have never thought of being together with him as for who he matches up with. That's his business. It has nothing to do with me. See? Song Huching bumped Li Qingmu's shoulder. What? Li Qingmu was surprised. This is what people call a tea master. Ah, one sentence of just a friend, and you fooled them. Song Huching joked. Song Huching, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Don't. Li Qingmu hurriedly embraced her. You tore his mouth. This shall not go to the hospital. Let's go to Linchan University first. Eat and say. Poof. Ruan Xingyao glared fiercely at Song Huching, but didn't continue any further. You too. What do you say about tea masters? Have you ever buried people like this? Li Qingmu didn't have the good sense to say. Then I'm a tea master. What is Moo Moo? Ruan Xingyao glared. Lord of the Pond. Song Huching spread his hands and said, isn't the bag and jewelry in her house all contributed by the fish she raised? Although those are fake, but in the end, it's still a catch, isn't it? After he finished, he flew towards the escalator. Song Huching, I'll tear down your shrine. Li Qingmu screamed and immediately chased after him. Stop it. Ruan Xingyao hurriedly went up to talk out the fight, otherwise it would be bad if the two fought. Yun Ning, who was following behind, couldn't help but sigh. Song Huching didn't know where he got so many adjectives, and they were quite apt. Half an hour later, Lincoln University, an unknown food stall. Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu were wolfing down their food unimaginatively, startling the students next to them. No, is it that hungry? Song Huching said helplessly. I was so focused on watching the action that I only ate a few bites. Okay? Li Qingmu said in a bad mood. And it's all seafood. It's not full at all. That's right, that Gu hearing phone is really enough. Ruan Xingyao was also heartbroken. $1,000 a meal for a buffet. And it was actually ruined by him like this. He's your senior Gu. Song Huching joked. What senior Gu? I want to vomit when I see him. As soon as Li Qingmu's words fell, a familiar perfume scent struck, causing the four to sidestep their heads at the same time. Yo, what a coincidence. Gu hearing phone was surprised. I was just about to come here to take a stroll, and I didn't expect to actually encounter another one. He very naturally took a stool and sat beside Ruan Xingyao. Poof. Ruan Xingyao hummed lightly and didn't answer. I say, senior brother Gu, we are all adults. Those who follow are those who follow. What's all this talk about coincidence? Song Huqing joked. What does that say? Li Changmu was curious. He, a graduate of Lin Chang Normal University, doesn't go to his alma mater, but instead comes here to stroll. Do you believe it's a coincidence? Song Huqing laughed and scolded. I admit, I did come alone. Everyone. I was much offended between my words just now. I apologize with you. Gu Hearing Feng said with a straight face. Just now I noticed that you guys didn't eat anything. Like this. I'll treat you all to dinner at night as an atonement. Okay? Li Changmu and Ruan Xingyao didn't say anything. They just looked at Song Huqing. Song Huqing had just picked up his cell phone, but Gu Hearing Feng held it down. Senior brother Song. I have some grudges with Qin Shu that I haven't made clear, so let's not shout at him, shall we? Not. Have you ever seen The Saints? Song Huqing laughed. Well, skimmed some of it. Gu Hearing Feng was somewhat unable to keep up with his brain circuits. The same moves are useless for a saint duelist. Song Huqing laughed lightly. That's why. I wouldn't summon Qin Shu twice. Puffing, Li Qingmu and the others burst out laughing. Senior brother Song. How old are we? Can we watch less cartoons? Gu Hearing Feng said with a headache. Okay. Song Huqing sighed and said, I have something to do later. If you ask them to eat, then you guys go. What's the matter with you? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Today is a Sunday. It's hard to believe that you're also open today? No. I plan to go back to see Xiao Yuan. Song Huqing sighed. She just sent me a message, saying that she wanted to buy a fishing set, but her grandfather thought she was too young to buy it for her. I'm in favor of this. How old is she? She's still going fishing. What if she injures herself? Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. It's out of your hands. After Song Huqing skimmed his lips, he got up and said, Yun Ning, let's go. Hey. Yun Ning immediately got up and stood. Senior brother Song. This Miss Yun is. Gu Hearing Feng was a bit hesitant. Who do you care who I am? I don't know you, so don't pry into my business. Yun Ning bristled. You. Gu Hearing Feng instantly turned red. Senior Gu. Song Huqing reached out and patted his shoulder, said in a serious tone, promise me, don't eat the bowl, but also look at the pot of. Good. You. Gu Hearing Wind was so angry that his liver hurt a little. What the are you talking about? I'm just asking. What with eating from the bowl and watching the pot? Ruan Xingyao stood up with a stern face. Since I'm going to buy it, I'll accompany me tomorrow on vacation, just so I can go back to see Xiao Yuan. I'll go too. I'm transferring tomorrow too. Li Changmu immediately shouted. Ruan Xingyao sniffed and felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart, but didn't show it. Yun Ning was just about to open her mouth, but Song Huqing stopped her. You do not still have an internship. Well, you do not go. Do not come to the time of the internship certificate. Cannot get yourself a car to go back. Okay. Yun Ning sighed and didn't force himself to follow. It's not that the internship is so important. It's just that she thinks Song Huqing is in enough of a mess right now, and if she follows him back, his parents are afraid they'll tear him apart. Chapter 97, You're going to die. You're scratching me with your fingernail. Song Huqing took Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu to the fishing tackle store, then bought a set of 1-meter-long fishing rods, a compact fishing box as well as equipment such as a matza. I said Song Huqing, Xiao Yuan is only how old? Ah, she is just fishing for fun. Do not need to be so professional? Li Qingmu carefully said. Sister, there's no such thing as a professional or not. Song Huqing, who was squatting and picking out a fishing bait, tilted his head and looked at her. It all just stems from poverty. I don't dare to say how rich I am, but it's still possible to buy a set of toys for my daughter. Toys? Li Qingmu and Ruan Xingyao looked at each other, both somewhat helpless. Half an hour later, Song Huqing went to the counter to settle the bill. Sir, that's $16,400, give or take $15,800. The store manager was a big, fat man with dark skin and a face full of scruff, and he looked like a veteran fishing man. Over 10,000? Li Qingmu's eyes widened. Ruan Xingyao also had some complicated eyes. She didn't quite dare to open her mouth because she knew that Song Yiqing would definitely dislike her if she did. Success. Song Huqing nodded with a smile and scanned the code to pay. Boss, do you take the stuff now, or do we send it to you? The fat store manager cheerfully said. Oh, there's this service? Song Huqing snickered. Zhang County sends not sends. Send it. Why don't you? The fat store manager laughed softly. We have daily fishing trips to Zhang County here. I'll connect you with one, and you'll receive it by evening at the latest. Sure, then you can deliver it for me. Song Huqing smiled and wrote down his home address, as well as Song Shan's phone number. Well, didn't you say you were going to see Little Garden? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Since someone is delivering the goods, why am I still going? Song Huqing laughed and scolded. My mother and father originally disapproved of me buying these things for Xiao Yuan, and now I'm delivering them to the door myself. Isn't that asking for a scolding? You. Ruan Xingyao instantly looked at him with her hands around her chest in exasperation. I'll send you guys to the high-speed train station. Go ahead. Song Huching laughed. Then I'm not going either. Li Qingmu hurriedly said. It is better to softly go to see the small garden. After all, uncle and aunt are angry at that time. It is not appropriate for me to be there. You. Ruan Xingyao stared up. If Song Haking doesn't go, you won't go either? What do you mean? Li Qingmu also seems to realize that it is not right. Hurriedly said. I almost forgot that I still have business to deal with tomorrow. I am just transferring the rest. I am afraid that the company will not agree. Poof. After Ruan Xingyao blared at her, she chirped. Song Huching, you send me to the high-speed train station, and then call Dad to come pick me up. Cough cough cough. Song Huching dryly coughed twice. Ruan Xingyao, that's my father. Just call out Uncle Song still. This is what Mom and Dad themselves said. They said that if I haven't found one yet, I'll call them the same as before. Ruan Xingyao blushed and said, otherwise if Xiao Yuan calls out to my mom and I call out to their uncles and aunts, it won't be appropriate for others to hear. Whatever. Song Huching sighed, then looked at Li Qingmu. Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? I don't have anything to do today. I'll go with you to deliver softy. Li Qingmu spread his hands and said, it's also possible. After shrugging indifferently, Song Huching walked towards the car on the side of the road. Ruan Xingyao hesitated and reached out to pull Li Qingmu. Moo, do you have a crush on Song Huching? Ha? Li Qingmu face full of absurdity. Soft, you did not have a fever. What is the status of his Song Huching? His bank deposits are afraid not even more than me. I can look on him? I'm blind, right? That's true. Ruan Xingyao face slightly slowed down. Whispered. Song Huching is not a good person. You let's stay alone with him. Well, you're talking to me? Li Qingmu pointed at himself and said proudly. You've known me for so many years. Have you ever seen me being taken advantage of by a kaiju? Those of them couldn't even take advantage of me, let alone Song Huching, this little rookie. Also, Ruan Xingyao sighed before getting into the passenger side. Half an hour later, outside the high-speed rail station. Where to, sis? Song Huching smiled sideways. Go to my house, Li Qingmu said carelessly. What? Song Huching was violently shocked, and hurriedly said, Sister, I am not that kind of person. You have to give some money more or less, don't you? Asterisk 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 Q. Li Qingmu's pretty face reddened, and she ranted. I mean, go to my house. I'll talk to you about something. Does your cat know how to backflip? Song Huching said slyly. You. Li Qingmu was instantly disgraced. Song Huching, don't fill your head with that kind of thoughts. I really have something to say to you. So say it. Song Huching said in a bad mood. What? What's wrong with talking about affecting your play in the car? I'll bite you to death. Li Qingmu grabbed his hand and bit it hard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching hurriedly went to push her head, but that hand somehow ghosted down her neck and slipped in. Ah! Li Qingmu screamed and reached out to press her hand to her chest, also pressing his hand in the process. Song Huching was just about to explain when suddenly a figure appeared outside the car window. Sir, no. Well here. After a middle-aged woman in a fluorescent suit was halfway through her sentence, she helplessly said, Sir, Miss, this is a high-speed train station, not a place for flirting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching hastily withdrew his hand, but he didn't know what he had hooked. Ouch! Li Qingmu screamed and covered her chest. You're dying. Your fingernail scraped me. The woman over there in the middle sniffed and her face became even more ugly. We'll leave right away. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching started the vehicle and sped away. ITC. A cafe called Encounter. Li Qingmu wrapped her arms around her chest and glared hard at Song Huching. I said, you've been looking at me for half an hour. Just say what you have to say. Song Huching said helplessly. Shouldn't you explain your behavior just now? Li Qingmu said in a deep voice. Accident. Misunderstanding. I didn't want it. Song Huching sighed. I just wanted to push your head. I didn't realize that your clothes were so loose that I took over and slipped in. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Just slipping in like that? Li Qingmu burst into a rage. Then you think I did it on purpose? Song Huching sighed. Well, Li Qingmu was slightly stunned. That was a question that caught her off guard. If anything, the guy was doing it on purpose. After all, she called out for him to come to her house for a chat, and this guy took himself to a cafe. Alright, since we can't think of a result, let's get even on this one, shall we? Song Huching laughed. Get even, you big head. You owe me one. Li Qingmu covered his chest and said, how long have you not cut these nails? Scratching me to death. Nails? Song Huching spread his hands wide. The nails were neatly clipped on the long, slender fingers. Only on the ring finger of his left hand, he still wore a ring. Chapter 98. You don't think of us as human beings. Well, Li Qingmu also froze for a moment. and only after a long time did she purse her lips and say, "What? Still can't let go of Softy?" "No, just forgot to pick it up." Song Huching removed the ring and placed it in his hand with a grip. "That wedding ring is gone." "Well, you can still do magic tricks?" Lee Ching-moo was surprised. "I can still fly. Do you believe it?" Song Huching rolled his eyes. "Sisters, have something to say, let's not hide it. It's not easy for me to take a day off. Don't waste my time." "Poof." After Lee Ching-moo glared at him, she said with a straight face, "Song Huching, you be my boyfriend." Pounce. Song Huching just took a sip of coffee and spit it back into the cup. "Sister, you don't have a fever, do you? Not to mention the fact that I already have a girlfriend. We've only met a few times? I'll be your boyfriend? Are you crazy?" No. Lee Ching-moo said anxiously. "As you know, I'm already in my 20s. 20-something? Song Huching had an odd expression on his face. "You." After Lee Ching-moo glared at him fiercely, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm already 30 years old. I haven't gotten married yet, and my family is already going crazy. What does this have to do with me?" Song Huching skimmed his mouth and said, "Crazy to send a neurological hospital is." "You roll," Lee Ching-moo angrily said. "Do you believe that I will call the police now and say that you just molested me? I still have your fingerprints there. You're scaring me." "Ha, I can have a license plate in my car." Song Huching snapped and locked eyes with her in mid-sentence. The two immediately got up and ran towards the underground parking lot. When the video was pulled up and deleted, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. "Song Huching, what are you doing installing this for nothing?" Lee Ching-moo snapped. "What's wrong with you? I'm not installing this. What if I run into someone like you?" Song Huching rationalized. "You." Lee Ching-moo was so angry that her face was red, but she still forced down her anger and said, "The people in my family are really mad and want me to bring a boyfriend back. With your ability, this Lin Chang's men are at your disposal, right?" Song Huching rolled his eyes. "Wouldn't it be enough for you to pick a smooth-looking one and bring it back to fulfill your family's wish? Asterisk. You. It's not that easy." Lee Chang-moo glared. "Not to mention that I am not familiar with them. What if they fake me to suffer?" Song Huching was instantly filled with black lines. "No, what do you mean? So I'm safe, right?" "Yes." Lee Chang-moo nodded. "I think you don't have much interest in me. The other day when I was dressed like that, you just glanced at my chest and then were quite disdainful." "That's not disdain," Song Huching said rather hesitantly, "but I'm a person, more principled. To see, not to eat, might as well not see it not? Why don't you wear it again? I promise to look at it carefully." "You roll." Lee Ching-moo tightened his clothes and said with a straight face, "I will give you 10,000 yuan for this matter together. You accompany me to go back to my hometown, counting 5,000, and delaying you for 2 days at most." "No." Song Huching skimmed his mouth. "You find Chin Chu or Gu listening when to them both money don't want. Asterisk. You." Lee Chang-moo didn't have a good temper. "Why are you so unsympathetic? If I still don't bring my boyfriend back, my mom is going to disassociate herself from me as a mother and daughter." "Then you're your business too, aren't you?" Song Huching squinted. "We can't take your bait. What if your mom wants to force us to get a license? Can it be that I really have to get a marriage license with you?" "You wish." Lee Chang-moo coldly snorted. "Your task is to accompany me to go to my hometown. For 2 days and 1 night. At most I will give you $20,000. Is this enough to be meaningful? You only run takeout for a few $100s a day. This time you have 20,000. You have to run takeout for 2 months, okay? 20,000? Song Huching stroked his chin and said, "You swear that if you touch me, you'll never catch a kaiju again." "Song Huching, I'll kill you." Lee Ching-moo lunged up with her teeth and claws, but suddenly, a hand pressed her head to her thigh, and she immediately burst into a rage. "Song, shoo." Song Huching reached out and made a silencing gesture to her. "What for?" Lee Chang-moo whispered. "Just saw your co-workers, this we sit in the car if they see." "It cannot be said." Song Huching sighed. "Well, have they left?" Lee Chang-moo whispered. "Gone." Song Huching let go of his hand. Lee Ching-moo just wanted to get up, but he pressed his head down again. "Song Huching, you're going to die." "Quiet, there's another one." Gone. Lee Ching-moo had just lifted his head up when Song Huching's hand pressed down again. "That's enough out of you." She gritted her teeth and cursed. "Let us go. Here are all the people in your unit." Song Huching whispered. "It's okay." After Lee Chang-moo responded, he just lifted his head up. However, he saw Song Huching sitting motionless, his face filled with a bitter smile. Well, she followed his gaze, but saw Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang directly in front of her looking at the two of them as if they were dumbfounded, and the milk tea on the ground was scattered all over the place. Song Huching hurriedly opened the car door, yanked the back collars of the two men, and pressed them against the wall. "What did you see?" It's. After Zhang Yong stammered a couple sentences, He probably didn't know how to describe it. He reached over and grabbed Sun's head, then pressed his head towards his old man. Song Huching and Lee Ching-moo both took a step back in shock. Sun Jigang seemed to be in a state of lost soul as well, and was hit several times before he reacted and immediately raised his hand to push him away. Don't you demo. Well, Zhang Yong seems to have just come back to God. His eyes are complex. Looking at Song Huching said, Song brother, my little brother used to have eyes and not recognize MT. I really did not expect you to be so sneaky. In the parking lot. Off. Lee Ching-moo immediately exploded, angrily saying, Zhang Yong, if you talk any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. She was probably really pissed off, and with an open hand, she grabbed towards Zhang Yong's face. Stop it. Song Huching smoothly held her at the waist and helplessly said, do you believe me when I say that it wasn't actually like that just now? Well, Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang glanced at each other at once, and both fell into silence. No, what do you guys mean by this? Song Huching laughed bitterly. Song, if you ask us not to say it out, we can do it, but if you say that you guys are picking up something or something, then you are not treating us too much as individuals. Sun Jigang let out a long sigh. Zhang Yong also nodded his head, with a look like you shouldn't insult my intelligence. Chapter 99, Rocket Headbutt. Forget it. Song Huching hugged the already out of control Lee Ching-moo, and after smoothly shoving her into the car, he sailed away. Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang looked at each other and both silently pulled out their cell phones. I just discovered a shocking secret. Riverside. Song Huching, look what you've done. Lee Ching-moo huffed and threw his cell phone over. Well, Song Huching took a look and couldn't help but smile. I have to say, Zhang Yong still has some level. He wrote this little essay, all ing enough to get in. After he smoothly chose to report it, he handed the phone back to Lee Ching-moo. This is no picture. It will be gone in a few days. My reputation has been ruined by you. Lee Ching-moo gritted her teeth. You have to compensate me. Okay, how about we get married? Song Huching said with a straight face. Ha? Lee Ching-moo was startled and hurriedly said, That is not to this extent. No, your reputation is ruined now. Hurry up and urge Wan Xingyao and I to get the divorce formalities done. I'll marry you right away. This way you cope with your family and you don't have to worry about revealing yourself. Song Huching reached out and pulled her hand. Don't. Lee Ching-moo electrocuted half of his hand back, lowered his head and said, Song Huching, I spend a lot of money. You cannot afford to support me. Okay then. Song Huching spread his hands and said, I gave you compensation. Now it is you who do not want it. You. Lee Ching-moo immediately tilted her head and glared at him fiercely. What a time. This still dare to fool himself. Okay, it's that time of day. I'm going home. Song Huching yawned and said, You also go back early. While your parents are still not here, you hurry to find a new kaiju. Off. Lee Ching-moo inclined his head out the window. Go to my house. I will treat you to dinner. We will discuss this matter in detail. Don't. I can. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, suddenly Lee Ching-moo stuck over and reached around his neck to take a picture. What do you think will happen to Softy when I send her this picture? Can't be. Song Huching was shocked. What the hell if Wan Xingyao got hold of this photo? What if she grabbed custody of Xiao Yuan from herself at that time? You still like her? Lee Ching-moo said quietly. It's not a matter of liking it or not. Song Huching leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. I just want to hurry up with her now and get the divorce done. It won't do any good for me to anger her. Poof. Lee Ching-moo looked his head out the window. Go to the China World Trade Center apartment. I'll treat you to dinner. Not going to. Well, go now. Song Huching looked at the picture she had already put up on the chat bar and eventually wimped out. Poof. Lee Ching-moo's face slightly slowed down and retrieved his cell phone. Half an hour later. ITC Apartments. The house here is a small duplex structure. About 40 square feet. Not very big. Still, it's nice if you're living alone. With a living room kitchen below and a room above. Song Huching had just entered the door when he smelled an ethereal fragrance, which made him touch his nose. Seeing this, Lee Ching-moo ran to open the window after throwing a pair of slippers to him. No, sis, how do you wear these slippers? Song Huching pointed to the pink slippers that were shortened, rather despondently. It's not like there's ever been a man in my house. I don't have men's slippers. After Lee Ching-moo gave him a blank look, she poured a cup of water for him. You stay here, not allowed to run. I go down to buy food. No, let's not have a takeout meal, shall we? Song Huching sighed. I don't need to eat a fat loss meal for the next 2 days. After Lee Ching-moo dropped a sentence, he went upstairs to change his clothes and ran out. Song Huching couldn't help but feel a little dizzy looking at this room full of pink things, and this sofa, with his legs outside as he lay down, was really a bit short. There was no way out. so he had to lie down on the carpet on the floor. By the time Lee Ching-moo returned with the dishes and new slippers, Song Hu-ching was already asleep. She hesitated, but turned up the air conditioning temperature a bit, and took the air conditioning quilt in her hand to cover him, before she started cooking. I don't know how much time has passed. When Song Hu-ching woke up, it was already dark outside the window, and on the coffee table, there was an exquisite 3-course meal and 1 soup at the moment. Eat when you wake up. Lee Ching-moo laughed. I bought you 2 sets of pajamas and bath towels and stuff. You will sleep here today, and we will go back together tomorrow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Hu-ching subconsciously covered herself with the quilt and hurriedly said, Sister, accompanying sleep is a different price. Asterisk 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 you. Lee Ching-moo glared. You are happy. I am not happy yet. You sleep on the ground at night. I sleep on the bed. And also, that 20,000 yuan. I will pay 10,000 to you first. And when it is finished, I will pay the final payment. Why are you looking for me? Song Hu-ching sighed. Isn't it pretty good that the men in your company casually pull one of them? Didn't I tell you? I'm afraid that other people are pretending to be real. Lee Ching-moo seriously said. But I believe your character. You are not that kind of person. Then you have underestimated a person. Song Hu-ching laughed bitterly. Snap. Lee Ching-moo reached out and slapped a pair of scissors on the table. Then just try it well. If you dare to fool around, you see I won't cut you. I'll go. Song Hu-ching subconsciously clenched his legs. Sisters, is it not possible for me not to take this business? No way. Lee Ching-moo's beautiful eyebrows knitted. I have already talked to my mom to take you back tomorrow. If you dare to let me off the hook, I will die with you. Okay. Song Hu-ching sighed and reached for his chopsticks. After Lee Ching-moo smoothly gave him a piece of meat, she said with a red face, I cook all the Sichuan and Chongqing flavors. If you like it, you can eat a little bit more. If you don't like it, I'll order takeout for you later. You're a Chuan Yu girl? Song Hu-ching was stunned, then skimmed his lips. I said why are you so fierce? Boo! Lee Ching-moo lowered his head and rammed it hard. I'll go. Song Hu-ching was instantly knocked over and twisted his chin. Rocket head hammer ah. You irritate me again and I'll run you over. Lee Ching-moo sneered before continuing to eat with his head down. Song Hu-ching didn't dare to say anything, just silently dried 2 bowls of rice. After Lee Ching-moo finished clearing the table, he sat cross-legged across from him. Anything you want to ask, you can ask now. Well, are you? Boo! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Hu-ching covered his chest and tumbled onto his back. Ask, again. Lee Ching-moo squinted. Are you reading too many romance novels? Song Hu-ching hesitated. Finding someone to pretend to be a boyfriend is such a dog-blood thing. How did you think of coming out here? Song Hu-ching, I'll fight you. Lee Ching-moo instantly pounced over and rode on top of him, his head fiercely slamming towards his chest again. Chapter 100. Didn't you say you couldn't see Song Hu-ching? Don't bump it. I'm convinced. Okay? Song Hu-ching raised his hands in surrender. Poof. Lee Ching-moo hummed lightly and sat down on his side. I have also done your identity for you. You are a graduate of Lin Chang University, my senior brother, and now you are working as a team manager in a financial company, with a monthly salary of 12,000. They're going to ask in such detail? Song Hu-ching was curious. How would I know this? In case they ask? Lee Ching-moo gave him a blank look. Right. You come over. What for? Song Hu-ching said warily. Let's take a couple pictures and I'll use them as my cell phone wallpaper. Lee Ching-moo skimmed his lips. Since acting, it's natural to act the full set, isn't it? I don't think it's necessary. Before Song Hu-ching could finish his sentence, his neck was wrapped around by Lee Ching-moo. The two of them took several pictures with their faces like this, but Lee Ching-moo was in the end a veteran in the field. Even if he was doing his lips on Song Hu-ching's face, he had already kissed in terms of visual effect. But Song Hu-ching could feel that the two were at least a few centimeters apart. When the photos were done, Lee Ching-moo sat there and started picturing. At this point, Song Hu-ching's phone vibrated. Girlfriend? No, Nguyen Sing Nguyen. Ha! Lee Ching-moo instantly panicked and hurriedly reached out to hang up the video. But somehow, I actually pressed the wrong button and tapped on the answer button. Song. The other man said only one word, and then fell silent. Song Hu-ching looked at the wide-eyed Wen Yun and Song Shan, as well as the grim-faced Ruan Xingyao. A good half hour. It took Wen Yun to break the silence. Who's this next to you? She. Song Hu-ching was just about to open his mouth, but he was tugged by Lee Ching-moo. Hello auntie, my name is Lee Chung-moo. I'm a friend of Ruan Xingyao's. Song Hu-ching did me a favor today, so I invited him to my house for dinner. Moo, didn't you say you couldn't see Song Hu-ching? Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. Lee Ching-moo opened his mouth, but did not concur. No matter how much she had no sense of proportion, she couldn't say that she couldn't see him in front of Song Hu-ching's parents, could she? Cough cough cough. After Song Shan coughed dryly twice, he said with a stern face, Rabbit child, what are you doing buying such an expensive fishing rod for Xiao Yuan? You're showing off, aren't you? Yeah. Wen Yun also hurriedly reprimanded. Your father found someone to ask. That set of fishing rods but carbon fiber, at least a few $1,000s. Xiao Yuan how old she is? Suitable to use this thing? I have already bought. People don't give refunds, no? Song Huching said helplessly. This time it is even. Next time you dare to do this, you see I do not pack you. After Wen Yun chided with a stern face, he added in a deep voice. After eating, go back earlier. It is not appropriate to be in someone else's home at this hour. Got it. Song Huching hurriedly answered. I'll go back now. So be it. Wen Yun reached out and hung up the video just for a moment. He also vaguely heard Song Shan say something like, my son-in-law is not that kind of person. Phew. Li Chengmu and Song Huching let out a sigh of relief at the same time. I say sis, is there something wrong with you? You. How would I know? Li Chengmu gave him a blank look. On the contrary, you are not divorced. Why do you still send a video over at this point? I guess my parents wanted her to post it. Song Huching lit a cigarette and tilted his head to look at her. Where do I sleep at night? Sleep in the living room. Li Chengmu bristled. Then I quit. Song Huching bristled. Unless you let me sleep on the bed and you sleep in the living room. I'll go back now. You. Li Chengmu was instantly furious. You're a big man. Why are you so graceless? Letting me sleep in the living room as a woman? You just recognized me as how? Song Huching rolled his eyes. I'll give you 3 seconds now to think about 3. Alright. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep in the living room, okay? Li Chengmu didn't have the heart to say. Song Huching, how does your girlfriend see you? I really can't pick out the good points in your whole body. Maybe I look more honest and harmless. Song Huching spread his hands and said, get out of here. You're all bad and oily. And you're still honest and harmless? Whoever trusts you, the bone crumbs will be eaten by you. Li Chengmu sneered. Well, yeah, then you're still looking for me to be your fake boyfriend? Song Huching scoffed. You. Li Chengmu was suddenly speechless. In fact, Song Huching didn't really seem to have any other shortcomings other than being a bit poor. The two had been together for a day now, and she hadn't seen any impolite behavior from the other party. Of course, it would have been better to sew his mouth shut. I'm going to take a shower. Song Huching got up and headed upstairs, but in no time, his head stuck out from the stairway. What again? Do you want to put your personal belongings away? That lace. Ah. Li Chengmu screamed and immediately ran towards the upstairs, darting from the bedroom. She loaded up all the changes of clothes and threw them onto the balcony, before glaring at him with a red face. I have a small question. Song Huching lit a cigarette. You say. Li Chengmu glared. You don't have a man either. Who are you showing it to by buying such sexy intimate apparel? Song Huching was curious. To hell with you, Li Chengmu said in a bad mood. Can't I just wear it for myself? I have to wear it for you stinky men, right? These stinking men? Song Huching was slightly stunned, then gave a thumbs up. In the end, it's the pond master you roll, Li Chengmu angrily said. If you want to take a shower, hurry up and wash. I'll change the bedsheets. Hey, that's what hospitality looks like. After Song Huching said with a smile, he then closed the door. No, what do you mean? Li Chengmu shouted outside the door. Song Huching, you dislike me, don't you? Or what? Song Huching laughed and cursed inside the bathroom. Hurry up, change a clean set of sheets. I'm going to sleep after my bath. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈ in the doorway of the restroom. Half an hour later, Song Huching did not change pajamas. After all, that pajamas bought back have not been washed, which do not dare to wear it is not. However, it was a good thing that he had the Sumeru ring, and after finding a pair of beach pants to put on, he just walked towards the bedroom topless. Ah, stinky rascal, why don't you wear clothes? Li Chengmu, who was sitting on the bed, screamed and covered her face with her hands. It was just a matter of looking through her fingertips and catching a glimpse of her big, dark eyes. No, why are you here? Song Huching frowned. Not agreed that I sleep in the bed. You sleep in the living room. Well, do not keep the promise, right? Chapter 101, if you're really lonely, take your cell phone and go to the living room and shake it. *******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈ I'm packing my stuff. Li Chengmu is pretty face was slightly red. Muttering, it's really hard to see that you have such a good body. Cut. After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he casually took an air-conditioned quilt and covered his body. Hurry up and get out. I'm going to sleep. What's all the yelling about? This is my bedroom. Li Chengmu glared. Hey, what about sleeping together? Song Huching face winks. Really cannot. We emulate the ancients. In the middle of the 9 bowls of water who if you cross the line, who is a beast how? I shucks. You think I haven't heard this story before, right? Li Chengmu pouted. If you passed you're a beast. If you didn't, Then aren't you worse than a beast? That's hard to say. What if you pass? Song Hutching joked. Q. After Lee Ching-moo gave him a blank look, she packed up her things and then got up and walked towards the door, but did not walk 2 steps. She had a wary look at Song Hutching said, "No locking the door. And, do not mess with my things." Got it. After Song Hutching yawned, he pressed down on her head and casually pushed her out of the room, then locked the door with a click. "Yeah, Song Hutching said that you are not allowed to lock the door." Lee Ching-moo exasperated. "You're offline ah. We're alone. I mustn't protect myself properly ah." Song Hutching laughed and scolded. Lee, good night. Late your ass. You open the door." Lee Ching-moo knocked hard on the door, but Song Hutching turned a deaf ear, but instead lay on the soft bed, posing a big character. "I have to say, this house is not big. The bed is not small. 1 meter 8 by 2 meters of the big bed. Lying is still quite comfortable." The living room. After Lee Ching-moo took a shower, he laid down on the sofa, but she tossed and turned and couldn't get to sleep, so she couldn't help but slide down to the carpet with a puff of air. It was just that even with a layer of bedding, she still felt a little hard. I don't know how much time has passed. She gritted her teeth and got up and headed upstairs. Click. A crunch. The bedroom door was opened. Song Hutching, who had originally fallen asleep, was awakened, and he hurriedly covered himself with the quilt, alertly saying, "What do you want to do? Roll over a little." Lee Ching-moo did not have a good mood. "I can't sleep downstairs. We sleep on one side. You dare to come over. You are dead." Cut. After Song Hutching blankly glanced at her, he was just about to roll over, but the pillow under his head was jerked away. Not waiting for him to freak out, another pillow was shoved under his head. "You use this one. This one is new. Something's wrong." After Song Hutching blankly glanced at her, he wrapped himself in the air-conditioned quilt, but before he could fall asleep, he suddenly heard Lee Ching-moo speak. "Song Hutching, are you asleep?" Song Hutching didn't reply, just closed his eyes. At this point, he got a tug on his arm and went from lying on his side to lying flat. "Missy, what time is it? What the hell do you want? I couldn't sleep and wanted to talk to you." Lee Ching-moo had a pair of beautiful hands pillowed under her face, blinking her big eyes at him. "Hey," Song Hutching sighed. "I see you are lacking a man, lacking a powerful. Hurry to find someone to get married. Q. You're the one who lacks a man." Lee Ching-moo laughed and scolded. "It's just that I'm lying in the same bed with a man for the first time, and it feels a bit novel. So have you ever had a baby? Giving birth to a child is still a bit new, so go ahead and give it a try." Song Hutching didn't have the good sense to say, "Gee, how can it be the same?" After Lee Ching-moo gave him a blank look, she asked, "Hey, how did you practice this body so well? Do you have nothing to say?" Song Hutching laughed bitterly. "Poof." Lee Ching-moo lightly hummed. "With this nature of yours, no wonder Wan Xingya wants to divorce you. Any woman, I'm afraid she can't stand you, right?" Yes, you're right about everything. Is it okay to sleep?" Song Hutching said helplessly. "If you're really lonely, take your cell phone and go to the living room and shake it." Off. Lee Ching-moo glared at him fiercely, then turned her back to him. Only then did Song Hutching let out a long sigh of relief and rolled over as well, continuing to sleep. The next day, sunlight poured through the window and onto the bed. It made both of them move their eyelids slightly, but they didn't wake up. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open. The two jolted awake with a scream. Song Hutching tilted his head and found a middle-aged woman, who was now covering her mouth, looking at them as if she had seen a ghost. "Bitch, what's going on?" Accompanied by a footstep, the middle-aged woman returned to her senses and immediately closed the bedroom door. "Nothing, don't come in, go back to the living room." Well, the man at the door was puzzled, but behaved himself and went downstairs. "Missy, you, the middle-aged woman stuttered a bit in her speech. Well, Song Hutching and Lee Ching-moo looked at each other, and then both saw the horror in the other's eyes. At this moment, the two of them were hugging together, not to mention that Lee Ching-moo's robe had long ago gone nowhere, and now she was only wearing a small, close-fitting garment, curled up in Song Hutching's arms. The worst thing was that Song Hutching's hand was, at that moment, in her small clothes. Song Hutching was the first to scream, then covered herself with the quilt. "Lee Ching-moo, didn't you say that you would only sleep together and do nothing? Lee Ching-moo was so angry that his face was green, and after quickly picking up the robe from the ground and putting it on, he jumped on Song Hutching, and after viciously pounding a few punches, he was still not relieved, and he bit it with his teeth and hit it with his head. "Missy," the middle-aged woman shouted. "Song Hutching, come out here, you beastly thing, don't you hide under the covers. I'm going to have to bite you today." The guy almost didn't break her with that scream. It was too much for him to shout even if he did, but he actually gave his own line, making it seem as if he was the victim. The middle-aged woman hesitated after looking at it for a moment. Eventually, he walked out, and before he left, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. When Song Huching heard the commotion, he exposed his head from the covers and wrapped his arms around Li Qingmu in passing. "Your mom's gone? Song Huching, you asshole," Li Qingmu said angrily. "What are you shouting about? I've lost my face. Nerves." Song Huching bristled. "That's your mom and not an outsider. She looks down on you. It's better than looking down on me, right?" "Well," Li Qingmu froze for a moment, then burst into a rage. "Bastard! What kind of words are you calling this? It's not. This is something you're not doing right." Song Huching said quietly, "Didn't you say you were going to take me home? Why is your mom here?" "Well," Li Qingmu instantly calmed down and smiled bitterly. 80% is that I said to them that I found a boyfriend, so they rushed over from the mountain city early in the morning." "Okay," Song Huching sighed. "This is good, so as not to have to make a trip. You take your hand out first before you say anything, okay?" Li Qingmu gritted his teeth. "Well." Song Huching looked at his hand that had reached into her robe, and couldn't help but snappily take it out, and smacked it with his left hand in the process. "I'm sorry, couldn't help myself." "You roll." After Li Qingmu gave him a blank look, she jumped off the bed and started washing up. Chapter 102, Is this the time to start talking about dowries? 40 minutes or so later, Song Huching walked downstairs. At this time, Li Qingmu was sitting on the floor with a red face, while on the sofa, a middle-aged couple was looking up at him. "Hello aunt and uncle. My name is Song Huching. Little Song come and sit down." Li's mother smiled and greeted. "It's a little inappropriate to blame us for this and we didn't say hello to you before we came." It's fine, Song Huching hurriedly said. "This is Muumu's home. Naturally it is also the home of uncle and aunt. How can anyone go home and have to greet first? This guy is quite a talker." Li Qingmu's eyebrows slightly raised, slightly relieved inwardly. "Little Song, we came for no other reason." Li father was quite reserved. "Just this daughter of mine. 3, are not, 20 more than a few, and did not see her talk about a friend? This is not. We heard that she talked about a friend, and rushed over to see you. You do not see the blame. Uncle and auntie, I understand very well about Muumu's fist of love." Song Huching solemnly said, "If it were my daughter, talking about friends, I would be more anxious than my uncle and aunt. Little Song can really talk." Li mother covered her mouth and laughed. "Auntie, there is no other meaning. We will just talk casually. Ask a few questions, do not mind." "Auntie, you guys haven't eaten early in the morning, right? How about this? I treat you guys to breakfast and let's talk while we eat?" Song Huching laughed. "That's fine." Li's father nodded with a smile. Li Qingmu pursed his lips and said nothing. After the group of 4 went downstairs, they got into Song Huching's car. "Xiao Song, this car." "Oh, the car isn't mine." Song Huching shook his head. "It was borrowed from a friend." "Oh," father and mother Li responded, but didn't say anything more. Li Qingmu slightly raised his eyebrows and threw an inquiring look over. Song Huching shrugged and drove towards the city. 20 minutes later, the Joy Lounge. This is one of the few places in Lincoln City where you can experience an authentic Cantonese breakfast. If he hadn't run a takeout and taken orders here, he wouldn't have known this. "Do your aunt and uncle have any contraindications?" Song Huching laughed. "There's nothing to avoid, just keep an eye on it." Mother Li laughed softly. "Good." Song Huching took the menu and ordered some food before serving a pot of tiguanyin. "Song, what else is in the house? I have both parents and a daughter." When Song Huching said this, he was stomped on hard by Li Qingmu. "Is this guy crazy? Why are you talking about your daughter?" "Daughter?" The eyes of Li mother and Li father were suddenly serious. "In that case, Xiao Song, you have been married?" "Noted," Song Huching said with a straight face. "After graduating from college, I got married." "Why the divorce?" Li's father said in a deep voice. "Maybe, she wants the love she had in college, not to live with us." Song Huching sighed. "Your daughter lives with you?" Mother Li frowned. "Right." Song Huching nodded. "In the divorce agreement between my ex-wife and I, the daughters are given to me." The words came out, drawing both men into silence. Li Qingmu was also speechless. What did this guy want? A good half hour after breakfast is served, Song Huching handed a cigarette to Li's father. "Uncle, aunt, I don't know what Muumu said to you guys, but I think since we're talking about friends, it's natural to be a little more sincere. After all, we can fool you for a while, but we can't fool you for a lifetime, right?" "Aha." After Li mother glared at Li Qingmu, she said with a straight face, "Xiao Song, you are good looking, and seeing you talk is also red, and you are very honest. However, after all, this is a matter for 2 people to live their whole life. My youngest sister I know, she this character, to put it nicely is what exquisite woman, to put it bluntly, that is the love of vanity. She graduated so many years. Every month's salary is spent. Mom, what are you talking about? Li Chengmu was so angry that she stomped her feet. Say what? Tell the truth. Li father skimmed his mouth. People Xiao Song are so honest. We cannot lie to him. Is not you this house, or I and your mother to give you supply. Otherwise you even have a place to live. Uncle, it's okay. Song Huching seriously said. Since I'm with Mumu, then naturally I'm responsible for the expenses of the house. I don't dare to say that the houses in Linchang are at her disposal, but I can still afford to buy a general house. Well, you don't have a house? Mother Li frowned. Yes, but it was given to my ex-wife during the divorce. Song Huching shook his head. It was also my parents' intention. They felt that my ex-wife hadn't done anything to wrong me, so they gave her the house as compensation. Your parents are good people. After Li's father sighed, he seriously said, Xiao Song, we are all out of the county. Don't know anything, but we know that marrying a man and wearing clothes and eating. What love? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Ultimately still have to live a lifetime with S. My youngest child. Is such a nature? Spend a lot of money. Do not know to converge. Old man. If you say it again I won't eat it. Li Qingmu reddened her face and glared fiercely at her father. Go go go. You don't talk nonsense. My youngest sister still has a good place. Li mother hurriedly consoled. At least she sheds effort on herself. That weight loss is really under the blood. Good hanging did not starve themselves to death. Puffing. Song Huching couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Li Qingmu reached out her hand and pinched him hard on his thigh. You laugh again and I'll rip your mouth off. No laughing. No laughing. Song Huching hurriedly lowered his head. Xiao Song, my daughter has this nature, and I know it very well. Since she chose you, she won't take into account that you're divorced. Li mother sighed. This bride price is not a bride price. I don't talk to you. You buy a house, even if you pay a down payment. The house is written in both of your names, and I will give her a car to accompany her. About $500,000. You and she to choose. Cough cough cough. Song Huching choked at once. This is where we start talking about dowries? Xiao Song, don't feel embarrassed. Li father laughed bitterly. If you don't bring your daughter, then the two of you live in that apartment as well. But you still have a daughter in the end, don't you? At least there must be a 2-bedroom apartment, right? Your aunt and I don't have much to offer, but if it's harder for you two to get started, we'll pay the mortgage for you first in the early stages. And anyway, Missy's house isn't 2 years old. That's not what I meant. Song Huching hurriedly said, although I don't have much money, but I can still buy a house and a car. Why don't we wait for dinner? Let us go and look at the caravan? Li Qingmu looked at him sideways, his face full of incredulity. Are you serious? Song Huching was also helpless. People had spoken to this point. What else could he do? Chapter 103, if it's not too far, we can go see the fishing rods first. Xiao Song, I have a sentence that I don't know if I should say. Li's father was a little hesitant. Uncle, you're the elder. Just say whatever you have to say directly. Song Huching said with a straight face. Our generation there is a rule, that women and cars are not borrowed. Li father seriously said, we do not have a car does not matter, but borrowing someone else's car is not appropriate. Old man, dad. Mother Li and Li Qingmu shouted at the same time. Uncle is right. Song Huching laughed. It's just that my car was sent for maintenance 2 days ago, so I temporarily drove someone else a car, and I'm afraid that my car is also getting better, so I'll let someone drive it. Well, you bought your own car? Mother Li wondered. Bought. Song Huching laughed bitterly. I still have a daughter in the end. Normal days are still okay, but once the wind and rain or whatever, riding a bicycle is not very convenient. That's true. Li's mother sighed and then stopped talking. Song Huching, on the other hand, said, excuse me, and then took out his phone and walked to the side. Missy, tell me the truth. How did this little Song actually get divorced? Li mother lowered her voice. How can this be divorced? Her mother-in-law dislikes him for being poor. Li Qingmu skimmed his lips. Poor? Li father squinted. You don't think that your old man has not seen any world, but I can see that this little Song is not like a person who lacks money. Well, how did you see it? Li Qingmu was surprised. My stupid girl, Li's mother said in a bad mood. You must have made up a string of falsehoods to unite with him to deceive us, right? But look at Xiao Song. He directly made it clear to us. What does that mean? Explain what? Li Qingmu was a bit dazed. It means he doesn't care at all. Li father hated iron and steel said. He is giving us a clear attitude. He just has a girl to live with him. We accept it if we can accept it, and accept it if we can not even. On his terms, it's not like he doesn't have to be you. Ha? Is that what he meant? Li Changmu was stunned. Why not? Li mother pointed to the breakfast on the table and said, just now I looked at the menu. This meal is thousands of dollars. He didn't even blink an eyebrow, indicating that his usual level of consumption for meals is not low. What? Li Qingmu hurriedly pulled the bill on the table to look at it, and when she saw the pot of iron goddess of mercy 888, the whole person was going to faint. Is this guy crazy? Drinking such expensive tea? You wait. Li father frowned. How do I feel? Like you don't seem to know Shaosong very well either? Li Qingmu's big eyes were darting around, and she was thinking of a countermeasure, but her mom pulled her back. Tell me the truth. What exactly is this little Song? He's actually my best friend's husband. Just after Li Qingmu's words fell, she saw Li's mother raise her hand and immediately changed her words. Ex-husband. He is the ex-husband of my best friend. How did I give birth to such a shameless thing as you? Mother Li pinched her fiercely and angrily said, You seduced him? Ouch. After Li Qingmu let out a cry of pain, she hurriedly explained, No. He was divorced from my best friend before he and I did that. Why did he divorce your best friend? Li's father frowned. My best friend resents him for being poor. Li Qingmu said helplessly, but my opinion is the same as yours. I think he is not poor, and he may be pretending. Why? Mother Li wondered. Because yesterday his daughter said that she wanted to buy a fishing rod. He directly bought a set of fishing tackle for his daughter. More than $10,000. Li Qingmu whispered. Over $10,000 of fishing tackle? That's probably carbon fiber. How old is Tu's daughter? Use such a good fishing tackle? Li's father said sharply. 4 years old. Li Qingmu bristled. 4? Li's father's tone was 8 degrees higher. Damn. I can't use such a good fishing tackle at 50 years old. And she's 4 years old. Don't yell. Mother Li and Li Qingmu reached out to cover his mouth at the same time. Yo, what's up with uncle? Song Huching walked over and sat beside Li Qingmu. Nothing. Li mother hurriedly said. Shaosong, where is your daughter now? Why don't we meet and find out? Oh, she's at my parents'. Song Huching sighed. My parents are also about to retire now. There is nothing to do, so usually during the summer and winter vacations, they have to leave my daughter with them. Shaosong, not uncle said you. 4-year-old girl, use carbon fiber fishing tackle, that is a waste. Li father painfully said, that thing is not a toy. If it is not a senior angler, it is not able to play its effectiveness. Shut up. Li Qingmu and Mother Li chided at the same time. Yo, looks like uncle likes fishing? Song Huching joked. I grew up by the Yangtze River. How could I not know how to fish? Father Li sighed. That is not coincidental. Well, I happen to have a friend to open a fishing tackle store. Are the purchase price? Wait a minute after we look at the house to go shopping? Song Huching laughed lightly. The price of entry? Really? Li's father's eyes instantly glowed. Not really. Song Huching gestured. He has that kind of small fish that can glow. Put it in the water. That thing can swim by itself. That's called bionic bait. Father Li said hastily. Yeah, bionic bait. Song Huching laughed. There is also a kind of fishing rod, saying that it is specially matched with that uses this kind of bionic bait. That fishing rod can be very expensive. That's a roadrunner pole. Li's father excitedly said. Shaosong, is that store not too far from here? If it's not too far, it's okay for us to go and look at the fishing rods first. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stomped on by Li's mother. Shaosong, you don't need to take care of him. He is also in a semi-retired state. All day long, he knows to fish, and he is not at home. You can't learn from him. I can't even fish. After Song Huching shook his head, he looked at Li's father and said, I will send a message to him, first to see if he is in the store. If he is, we will go over directly after looking at the house. Well, where are we going to look at houses? Li Qingmu was surprised. Oh, by the way, my friend recommended a property called the bookstore. As soon as Song Huching's words left her mouth, she grabbed her collar. Are you crazy? That property is more than 30,000 a square foot. For a cheaper look. Do you really want to buy or what? Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Anyway, it is just to see. Where to look is not to see it. The service of the big building is a little better. It is not allowed to also car pickup and car delivery. Well, you have a point there. After Li Qingmu nodded, he let go of his hand and even smoothed out his collar. Since Shaosong has a favorite property, how about we go over and take a look first? Li mother laughed. Your uncle and I also have some savings over the years. If you don't have enough for a down payment, we'll put together a little bit of money as well. That's not so bad. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Li Qingmu covered his mouth. We'll go ahead and look at it. And if we really don't have enough for a down payment, we'll figure it out then. Success. Listen to Missy. Father Li smiled and nodded, and was about to come over and strike up a conversation with Song Huching when Mother Li tugged at his collar. You mention your damn fishing pole again and I'll get you killed. Chapter 104, Marketing Techniques. Sisters, the Joy Lounge. Downstairs parking lot. Song Huching just went downstairs and saw Xiao Li waiting there. Mr. Song. Aha. After Song Huching handed him a cigarette, he exchanged car keys with him. Mr. Song, then I'll take the car first? The captain on the bookish side has also given you a good greeting, so you can just go over directly. Xiaoli bowed and said, thanks. Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder. That's what we're supposed to do. Xiaoli smiled at Li Qingmu and the others before turning to leave. Little Song, is that one your friend? Mother Li was curious. Yeah, my friend. After Song Huching nodded, he reached out and pressed the car key. Drip! The lights of a brand new Mercedes flashed, startling Li Qingmu and the others. Well, Song, this is your car? Right. Song Huching walked to the front and back of the car and pulled open the passenger door. Moo, uncle and aunt, all get in. Well, Father Li and Mother Li looked at each other and both looked at Li Qingmu. Li Qingmu was also a bit shocked. From what she knew about Song Huching, this guy wouldn't take someone else's stuff to fill up the door. In other words, this Mercedes is afraid it really belongs to this guy. After the three of them got into the car, Li Qingmu said with a sideways glance, when did you buy this car? How come I don't know? Oh, from a friend. Song Huching laughed lightly and stepped on the gas. Song can be a real joker. Li's mother laughed and scolded. What kind of friend sends a luxury car? Song Huching smiled without explanation. Li Qingmu hesitated and opened the storage box in the front of the car. Sure enough, the car's book and license were there. She couldn't help but bristle as she opened it and looked at it. Sure enough, the car belonged to this guy, and it was just a couple days ago. 20 minutes later, bookish, just as Song Huching's car pulled in, several people greeted him with umbrellas. Well, is the sales of this property so enthusiastic? Li Qingmu was surprised. Upscale neighborhood, right? Mother Li was also quite surprised when she looked at her surroundings. It is separated from the Linchang River by a road, next door to a large supermarket called Taiyue City, while a large pedestrian plaza has been constructed on the side of the Linchang River, and it's very easy to get to the west side of the river. As Taiyue City turns a corner and goes onto the Linchang second bridge, compared to the first bridge, the second bridge doesn't have as much traffic and is a bit closer to the IFC building. Hello Mr. Song, I'm Zhou Bin, the sales manager of Shuxiang Mendi, a middle-aged man said with a slight bow. Well, hello, how do you know me? Song Huching was surprised. Manager Wu called ahead with us and said that you are coming over to see the house. Zhou Bin smiled. Our sightseeing car is ready. Please move your steps. Thanks. Song Huching nodded with a smile and greeted Li Qingmu and the others as they got into the car. After Li Qingmu squeezed out Li Father, he sat on the side of Song Huching, then lowered his voice and said, what kind of friend are you? So magical. Here to see the house can still make an appointment? Well, that friend of mine is also in real estate. Song Huching laughed. The original referral customer Li Qingmu bristled. But speaking of your house to Ruan Xingyao, it's time for you to buy a set. Zhou Bin couldn't help but give Song Huching a sideways glance. The king of prosperity house, just give it away? Is that so bossy? Let's see. Song Huching smiled and shook his head. 10 or so minutes later, the tour bus stopped in front of a small cottage. Li Father and Li Mother were dumbfounded. They were trying to shout at Song Huching to look at the house, but they didn't say to look at the villa. Li Qingmu was also startled, and hurriedly said, Manager Zhou, we can just look at a high level. It's okay. Zhou Bin politely said, Mr. Song is our valued customer. Take a look at our villa first and give us some advice. If we really don't like it, we can look at other ones. Let's see it first then. Song Huching nodded with a smile and made a pleased gesture to Li's father and mother. Li's father and mother did not want to disgrace their daughter and future son-in-law, and walked toward the villa with their heads held high. Only once they entered the villa, both of them were a little panicked. It wasn't that they hadn't seen villas before, but it was the first time they had seen a villa with its own pool. Well, with a pool? Song Huching was also a bit surprised. Hey, this is the attached pool. If you don't like it, we can fill it in and pave it into a yard for you. Zhou Bin hurriedly said. That's not so bad. Song Huching shook his head. It's just that we have half a year of rain here. The swimming pool is afraid that we won't be able to use it a few times. Why do you even have an opinion? Li Qingmu helplessly pinched his waist. I won't hide it from Mr. Song. The villas we have here are generally not used as residences, Zhou Bin said cryptically. Oh, so it's a place to keep a mistress. Song Huching was instantly enlightened. The villa is two-story, leaning against the outside side has a large terrace, and the terrain here is very high, looking at only 2 floors. In fact, with the distant road as a reference, at least 7 or 8 floors so high. Standing on the terrace, you can see the whole of the Lincoln River in its entirety. How much is a square foot here? Li Qingmu carefully said. This villa is 600 square feet, $14,800,000. Zhou Bin's sentence made Li's father, who had been walking in front of him to eavesdrop, directly soften his legs and fall to the ground. No, you're even more expensive than a house in Linchangfu. right? Li Qingmu couldn't help but spit out. That's not so much, Jobin hurriedly said. As far as I know, the Lin Chang house is now a flat is the average price of 8 to 100,000. Building King is more than 300,000 a flat. We only combined more than 20,000 a flat. Not expensive. And to be honest, if I wasn't looking at villas, I'd be embarrassed to recommend the large flat we have here to Mr. Song. After Li Qingmu said, "Excuse me," he pulled Song Huching aside and said through clenched teeth, "Who the hell are you? Ruan Xingyao's ex-husband." "Ah, what else could it be?" Song Huching said helplessly. "Then what did he mean by that?" Li Qingmu glared. "Marketing speak, sis." Song Huching skimmed his mouth. "It is hard to, as long as the customer, that is not all blowing toward the rich?" "Well, that's true." Li Qingmu loosened his hand and sighed. "You are also too much. Let us look at this house first, and then look at the others. Who will still look into it? Ah, just buy it then." Song Huching laughed. "Now that real estate is kinda booming, consider it an investment." "Invest your ass. Do you know what the concept of more than $10 million is?" Li Qingmu glared. "I know, you know?" After Song Huching patted her head, he walked to Jobin's side. "I sincerely want to give a real price." Li's mother, who had just helped Li's father up, suddenly also had her legs weakened and fell to the ground. Li Qingmu even looked at Song Huching as if he had seen an alien. "This guy, he's not crazy, is he?" Chapter 105, Did Ruan Xingyao know Song Huching was so rich? Mr. Song, so, I give an auspicious number. How about 12,888,000? Jobin seriously said. "The swimming pool is free maintenance for life, twice a year. The property fee is exempted for 5 years, and 2 years of housekeeping service is given." "No, make another offer." Song Huching handed him a cigarette. "This," Jobin gritted his teeth, "my authority is 12,380,000. Then you hurry to call but also with me here to grind what teeth?" Song Huching laughed and scolded. "Hurry up, I'll give you 5 minutes. "Hey, wait a minute," Jobin answered and then flew out. "No, are you playing for real?" Li Qingmu glared. "Or what?" Song Huching shrugged. Li Qingmu was still about to say something when Father Li and Mother Li walked over. "Xiao Song, this house is over $10 million. How much do I have to pay for the down payment?" Down payment?" Song Huching was slightly stunned, and could not help but laugh dumbly. "Uncle and aunt, we have as much ability to do as much as we can, and Mumu and I are not too stable, so it is better to pay the full amount." "Ha!" All 3 members of Li Qingmu's family were wide-eyed. "What kind of logic is that?" "Mr. Song," Jobin ran back, slightly out of breath. "Our boss said he wants to make a friend with you, so, you give 1,080 on it. Furniture decoration if you do not like, our company free to you for a new one. You see can? Your boss is good at business." Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder, took out a bank card and handed it to him. Then as if he thought of something, said wait a moment, also ran aside to make a phone call. In less than a minute, he came running back, grinning, and said, "I don't have the originals of my papers, so I can do the paperwork with the photos, right?" Yes, any number will do," Jobin hurriedly said. "Good then, go do the formalities." Song Huching laughed. "Hey, please move over." Jobin was very excited to go up to assist Li's father, who was a little weak-legged, and walked onto the sightseeing car. Li Qingmu, on the other hand, went forward to assist the pale-faced Li mother. Sales department. After Song Huching swiped his card, he sent 2 ID photos to Jobin. Jobin opened a glance, first froze for a moment, then immediately returned to normal, lowered his head and began to do the formalities. 5 minutes later, "Mr. Song, the real estate license and so on, it will take a month to come down. By then I will notify you by phone. Do you think it is okay?" "It's okay." Song Huching reached out and shook his hand. "I've given our property manager your flyer and phone number. He'll contact you later. Any questions you have to find him can be fine. If he can't reply in time, you can find me as well." Jobin bowed. "Thanks." After Song Huching nodded with a smile, he led Li Qingmu and the others, who were still a bit confused, towards the main entrance. Bang, bang, bang. 24 sales stood at the gate. "Congratulations to Mr. Song and Ms. Li for becoming the owners of our bookstore." "Thanks." Song Huching smiled at the crowd before getting into the Mercedes that had been driven to the entrance of the sales department. Li Qingmu and the others were also a bit giddy as they got into the car. A good half hour. "Little Mr. Song, we just bought a $10 million house?" Li's father stammered, puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle, don't call me that, just call me Little Song instead." "Xiao Song, that house more than 10 million. Just give it? They don't give us a certificate or anything?" Li mother said anxiously. "Isn't this a ticket?" Song Huching pointed to the small ticket that was crumpled into a ball and placed in the water cup holder. Oops, Li Chengmu exclaimed. Quickly put the small ticket Zhengping, carefully counted, to determine the amount can be correct, which was carefully put into the storage box. Father Li and Mother Li looked at each other, both somewhat silent. I don't know how much time has passed. Song Huching stopped the car. Well, where is this? Li Chengmu seemed to have just come back to his senses. Uncle is not like fishing well. Just now I asked my friend. He is in the store. Let us come over to see. After Song Huching released his seatbelt, he opened the car door and walked down. Why Don? We not look at it? Li's father said with some hesitation. We are not a level of people. He looked at those things. I'm afraid to touch a little bit of life. Look at your lack of talent. Li's mother angrily rebuked. No matter how high his level is, he's not our future son-in-law, right? What he sends you, you then is. When the time comes, we give more dowry, is not it? Well, that too. After answering, Li's father opened the car door and followed. Li Chengmu, on the other hand, looked with complicated eyes at Song Huching, who was talking happily with his old man, and his mind was filled with questions. Did Wan Qingyao know Song Huching was so rich? Inside the tackle store. Brother, you're here. The fat boss greeted him with a smile on his face. Brother? Both Mother Li and Li Chengmu were filled with absurdity. This fat guy, he's got to be in his 40s, right? Auntie, sister-in-law, you can't look at me like this. I am after 9 to 5. The fat boss laughed. You like fishing too? Li's father was surprised. Here. The fat boss pointed to the water tank next to him and said, just now my hand's itchy. Went to the artificial lake in the back and dumped 2 shots. That's no run after 9 to 5. Li's father nodded with a smile. Brothers, this is my future father-in-law, old man, but also a senior fishing man. You help him supporting equipment. What hand rod, sea rod, lua all arranged for him on. Song Huching handed cigarettes to the fat boss said, but we say in advance. Things are expensive does not matter, but my father-in-law's old man if you take out. But where someone said he was blindfolded, do not blame me for smashing your signboard. Brother, nothing to say. The whole Lin Chang, who does not say that my fat man is a fair person? The fat boss patted his chest and said, but, brother, I have a brother, ready to quit the fishing circle. His equipment is all together. Don't look at the second hand, but they are all top quality goods. Want to take a look? What the hell? Letting my father-in-law use second-hand goods? Song Huching blared. Little Song, what do you know? Li's father reached out to stop him and said in a serious tone, everyone who quits fishing is a sad person. Instead of looking at all that gear, it's better to pass it on to someone who's meant to have it, isn't it? Uncle, you are this. After the fat store manager gave a thumbs up, he then looked at Song Huching. Success, then you have him send it in for a look. Song Huching laughed. Okay, I'll call right away. After the fat store manager nodded, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Less than 10 minutes, a Land Rover pulled up in front of the store, and a fat man with thick black skin came down, and after glancing at the crowd, he walked straight to Li's father. Old uncle, you can say out of the equipment I have, we also do not want more. Plus car, together 980,000 into it? How much? When Mother Li and Li Chengmu heard this price, they almost didn't faint. Chapter 106 Nanchao Pavilion. Brother, uncle, this is my brother. Also after 9-5, you guys call him Xiaodong. The fat store manager introduced. Brother, your car is more than 98, right? Song Huching handed over a cigarette. Land Rover Executive Edition. How can it be $1,670,000 on the ground? You don't know much about fishing, but you kinda know about cars. Xiaodong bristled. How do you know he doesn't know how to fish? Li Chengmu was surprised. Xiaodong glanced at her and didn't say anything. Sister-in-law, no fishing guy is as white as my brother. The fat store manager laughed bitterly. Wow. Li Chengmu responded without saying anything. Uncle, come see. Xiaodong pulled Li's father to the rear of the car and opened the trunk. Li's father couldn't help but curse, only to see that the car is full of all kinds of equipment, and although there are a lot of things, they are all yarded in a well-organized manner, and even tents are there. Dude, there's more to it than that, right? Song Huching joked. There are still some. If you sincerely want them, leave an address and I'll send you the logistics. Xiaodong said in a deep voice. Success. I'll take it. Song Huching stretched out his hand and said, the price I will not return yours. I will give an extra 20,000, which is considered to be the fat man's agency fee. How about letting him treat us to a meal? No problem. The fat store manager hurriedly said, brother, you can choose any hotel in Linchang. Go to my place. Xiaodong said in a deep voice. My family opened a restaurant. Agency fee I pay my own money. This meal is on me. Okay. Song Huching nodded with a smile and opened his cell phone to scan the QR code that the fat store manager was displaying. FMS arrived at $1 million exactly. Little. Mother Li just wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Li Qingmu. Brother, you are righteous. After giving a thumbs up, Fatty looked at Li's father and said, Uncle, do you have your ID card with you? I'll go help you get the car's transfer done. Bring it. I happened to bring my ID when I took the high-speed train this morning. Li's father trembled and pulled a few times from his pocket, but nothing came out. Here it is. Li's mother handed over her ID card in a good-natured manner. I'll go to the closing. You take them and wait for me at my store first. After Xiaodong said that, he took the ID card and got into the car. The fat store manager saw the situation and hurriedly said, Brother, Uncle, don't worry about him running away. The money is still in me. I am responsible for what happened. I'm not worried. Song Huching laughed and shook his head. Mainly because I see your little brother is full of depression. I took advantage of him and bought him a drink too, didn't I? Brother, you are truly righteous. After the fat store manager arched his hand with admiration, he pointed to his car and said, Let's go to his store first and wait for him. Follow my car. Success. After Song Huching answered with a smile, he turned around and walked towards his car. Li Qingmu and the others hurriedly followed him. Car. Xiao Song ah, you don't mind and talkative ah. Those things are worth $1 million? We cannot be fooled. Li mother carefully said, Auntie, that Land Rover is worth $1 million alone. Song Huching handed a cigarette to Li's father, reached out and rolled down the window. Fishing tackle I do not understand, but those things are worth big hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, open up the Land Rover. He used something can be poor to go where? That car is worth $1 million? Then haven't we earned that much for nothing? Li Qingmu said excitedly, but don't say that in front of people. Song Huching sighed. If you are not in a difficult situation, who would be happy to sell your beloved things? Uncle, don't you think so? That's that. Li's father seemed to wake up as if in a dream. Not to mention the rest of his things, just those C-rods he put in. One are at least 20,000 or 20,000. That a car of things, not worse than his car. Song Huching, what difficulties did you say he encountered? Li Qingmu said in a delicate voice. Well, after glancing at her, Song Huching shook his head and smiled bitterly. Did you hear what Fatty said? Well, what did he say? Mother Li wondered. 9 after 5. 9 after 5 now the youngest also early 20s. Then Xiaodong's counted college graduation. At least also 24-5. Right? Song Huching sighed. 24-5 faces a lot of problems. Getting married, having children, inheriting the family business and whatnot. And fishing is a very time-consuming recreational activity. Either his family doesn't approve of him continuing to be an angler, or his wife doesn't approve of him continuing to fish for one of those two reasons. You can tell just based on age? Li Qingmu was surprised. Of course it's more than that. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. His Land Rover is new this year, which means that he just changed. But that kid is not short of money, so he intends to even half sell and half give away fishing. Believe it or not, if uncle is not there, if I go to buy it, people do not sell it. Liar, how could he not sell? Li Qingmu gave him a blank look. I can't help it if I don't believe you. After Song Huching spread his hands, he followed the fat store manager's Wrangler as it turned into an underground parking lot. Yikes! Nanchao Court, Li Qingmu exclaimed. What? Song Huching gave her a surprised look. Nanchao Pavilion, one of the most famous restaurants in our Lin city. Li Qingmu said as if he was counting. This place specializes in Sichuan cuisine. I heard that it's open all over the country. It's a reservation system, and it's very upscale. Yes? Song Huching smiled before pulling up next to the Wrangler. Brother, Xiaodong has arrived. Let's go up. The fat store manager got out of the car and laughed. Well, didn't he do the paperwork? How is he faster than us? Li Qingmu was surprised. The young proprietor of Nanxiao Gu, do you still need to do the formalities yourself? Song Huching rubbed her head. Let's go and also try the craftsmanship of Nanxiao Gu. Promise I won't let you down. After the fat store manager gave a laugh, he led the way ahead. The group had just exited the elevator. The 2 rows of Cheongsam-clad beauties all gave a slight million blessings and said in unison, Welcome Mr. Song's great visit to Nanxiao Pavilion. Nice row. Song Huching smiled at the fat store manager. Fatty, here. Xiaodong stood a short distance away and waved. Song Huching went with the fat store manager and followed him into a private room. I don't have much of a choice here. It's all Sichuan cuisine. I've ordered a few of the dishes that the guests have ordered more. If you don't like it, we'll go somewhere else. Xiaodong bluntly said. It's okay. We're all from Mountain City. Sichuan cuisine is right up our alley. Li Qingmu hurriedly said. That's good. Sit down. After Xiaodong greeted him, he hesitated for a moment, but still sat on Song Huching's side with Fatty on his left and right. Dude, if you don't like talking to me, it's fine to sit next to my father-in-law. There's no need to force it. Song Huching joked. Puffing, Li Qingmu and the others all laughed. I now have stopped fishing. Xiao Dong pulled out a cigarette and dispersed it. According to my mom, it's better to know a few more rich people than a few fishing guys. Chapter 107, fearless of the second generation of rich people's playing with things. Fearful of the second generation of rich people's ambition. That's not something I really agree with. Song Huching laughed softly. Fishing is not a normal activity these days. Take you for example. The money spent on fishing must be at least several $1,000,000, right? Over $3 million. Xiao Dong sighed. That's not right. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Buddy, we are considered to be a casual acquaintance. To say a half-true, half-false joke. Your mind is not in the business. Why force it? That doesn't help. Xiao Dong said with a bitter face. I have just gotten married. My wife and wife have opinions, and my old mother and old mother have opinions. If this goes on, I can't guarantee that I will be swept away. Only child? Song Huching asked coldly. Right. Xiao Dong was surprised. Man, what does this have to do with an only child? I see you like this. There is not much ambition. Simply pick a fight with your mom. Song Huching laughed softly. Instead of letting you go to start a business to take care of business and whatnot, it would be better to let you go fishing. At least, fishing won't be a loss, isn't it? Puffing. The fat man was instantly happy. My old man said the same thing. He opened a store for me. Is at least let him know where I am every day. Earn money does not matter. Do not lose anyway, right? Song Huching joked. I have a saying. You guys listen to it for fun. What's the word? Xiao Dong and Fatty were immediately energized. I'm not afraid of the second generation of rich people playing with things, but I'm afraid of the second generation of rich people being ambitious. Song Huching sighed. If I'm not mistaken, you all got up from your mother's generation, right? Hey, how does that look? Xiao Dong was curious. It's simple, because rich third generation and rich second generation are two different concepts. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Rich second generation, basically you guys like this. Say not educated, but also barely mixed a university. Say you have been educated, but and others from childhood elite education up, and too far. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you've got a point there. Fatty and Xiao Dong were both filled with amazement. Do you want me to give you guys an idea? Song Huching said with a smile. What do you want, brother? Xiao Dong immediately said. I'll give you a membership card for our Nanxiao Pavilion. Come to my place to eat in the future. 30% off. Come on. What do I need that thing of yours for? Song Huching laughed and scolded. If your mother's old man really looks at you tightly, then have more children, you know? If one doesn't work, then two. And if two doesn't work, then one more. They feel you're wasted anyway, so why don't you put your minds to your grandchildren? And won't you be relieved? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Dong and Fatty were dumbfounded. Li Qingmu's face turned red as she listened and glared fiercely at Song Huching. No, Xiao Song, can this work? Li's father was surprised. The son can't it be that the grandson can make it again? That's no way to settle a score. Song Huching shook his head and said, the son can't because when their mother and father were starting their own business, they barely had time to care for them. The grandchildren are different, and now that their old man is accomplished, he has all the time in the world to toss his children around. Damn, that makes sense. That makes sense. Xiao Dong rubbed his hands together in excitement. I gave you the idea and you don't even open a bottle of your good wine. That's uncharacteristic. Song Huching laughed and scolded. I'll get it. Xiao Dong flew out. Brother, my name is Chi Nan, and Xiao Dong is called Dong Wei. What is your name? The fat man said with a smile on his face. Song Huching. Song Huching smiled. Song. After the fat man shouted, Xiao Dong also walked in carrying 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Song, my old man put it in the office. I don't know this stuff. Will drink. Well, after Song Huching took a look at it, he laughed and scolded. Don't make a mess. This thing is a 40-year-old Mao Tai. If this is open, your old man's belt will have to be drawn off. Put the wine back. I'll go get a couple random bottles and we'll just drink. He stood up after he finished speaking, and when he saw that Dong Hui was still ready to open the wine, he couldn't help but reach out and slap him, calling over the waiter to put the wine back. Why don't we listen to Song? We don't understand this thing. If it really opens, at that time, I can't guarantee that you really have to take a beating. Chi Nan whispered. Well, Dong Hui was also a bit vain when he heard this. Looks like he wasn't taught much by his old man growing up. 5 minutes later, Song Huching walked in carrying 4 bottles of Wuliangye. Uncle, make do with what you've got. I'll treat you again next time I get some good wine. Don't. This Wuliangye can be a good wine. Li's father hurriedly said. How much for a bottle? Li's mother whispered. 2,000 or so. Li's father said bitterly. Hiss. Both Mother Li and Li Qingmu had some toothache at once. Let's not persuade anyone to drink. 1 bottle each. As much as we can drink, haha. Song Huching handed them the wine. Chi Nan and Dong Hui didn't make any pretense, and after opening the wine, they didn't even take the small cups. and directly held the wine goblet and were ready to open it. Yo, practicing, Lee's father joked. It looks like the wine is still underbought. Song Huching also smiled and nodded. Half an hour later, vomit. The two of them, Shi Nan and Dong Hui, squatted in the corner, hugging the trash can and vomiting. Lee's father was also a bit wobbly, but barely able to sit still. Uncle, if it is not yet enjoyable, let us have 2 more bottles. Song Huching laughed. Don't, Lee mother hurriedly persuaded. Xiao Song, your uncle cannot drink anymore, it will be bad. That's a deal. Song Huching got up and walked over to Chi Nan and Dong Hui. Dude, is everything okay? No, vomit. Zenon just said a word and spit it out again. Dong Hui was even worse. His entire body was in a state of disorientation. TSK. Song Huching shook his head and laughed softly. Dude, next time you drink, I'm pulling out first. You, vomit. Zenon wanted to talk, but his current state really didn't allow it. Something for another time. After Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder, he greeted Li Qingmu and the others and headed out. It was only when he passed the front desk that he stopped by to take his order, and told the waiter to go and take care of those two inside. Didn't we say they were buying? Why are you still paying the bill? Li Qingmu whispered. If he is sober, then naturally he is the one who pays the bill. He is drunk like that, waiting for his family to come to collect the person. Found that we drink him like that. The single did not buy. That will not be angry? Song Huching joked. Little Song, righteousness. Lee's father gave a thumbs up. What kind of righteousness is that? After Song Huching let out a laugh, he led them to the parking lot, where the driver was already waiting. After he sent Lee's father and mother to the Hilton Hotel next to the China World Trade Center mansion, he helped send Lee's father upstairs and was just about to retreat, but he didn't expect Li Qingmu to follow him out. Chapter 108. I bought a villa and you start talking to me about the old days. Where are you going? Li Qingmu said with a red face. Going home. Where else? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Go home for what? Go to my place. Your girlfriend won't scold you if you drink so much? Li Qingmu gave him a playful blank stare. Go to your house even. Find a place to sit. Song Huching smiled before entering the elevator. This guy. Li Qingmu pursed his lips and followed. Half an hour later. Lincoln River. Is this where you said to sit? Li Qingmu looked at the Mercedes-Benz that had gone away, and looked at Song Huching rather speechlessly. Or what? Song Huching pointed at himself and laughed and scolded. Sisters, I am drinking. Alone, men and women together. In case something happens, it is not good. You. Li Qingmu was suddenly furious and stomped her feet. I'm not afraid of a woman. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of having too many affairs. Song Huching sat on the bench and sighed. Sisters, I have a bunch of things I haven't dealt with myself right now. Poof. Li Qingmu was so angry that he put his hands around his chest and frowned. The car you bought for my father, I can't afford to pay you back for the time being. I already knew that. You pay it back slowly. Song Huching joked. When your father, if you do not play the car and those things to dispose of, and then return to me also into. Are you that generous? This is $1 million. Li Qingmu whispered. 980,000. The remaining 20,000 is what I used to pretend, not counting what you borrowed. Song Huching said in a serious manner, puffing. After Li Qingmu could not help but give a delicate laugh. Then she said with a stern face, do you really think that your money is scraped by the wind? 20,000 yuan. Just to show off that a little bit? People's words are said to that point. I do not show a little. I do not feel past it is not? Song Huching sighed. People would have suffered a loss to make up a hole for others, which is also considered a piece of my mind. You're the one who makes sense. Li Qingmu snapped. Why are you so rich? Soft and soft, why do you want to divorce you? The question is the answer. Song Huching spread his hands and said, she can be with me for the sake of money. Then naturally for the sake of money she can divorce me not. Instead of this, it is better to get together. She just doesn't want to live an ordinary life. Li Qingmu said softly. Well, I don't want to live an ordinary life with her either. Having money is indeed a good thing. For example, you're all a lot nicer to talk to now, aren't you? Song Huching joked. Li Qingmu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. There is no shame in a gentleman's love of money. Song Huching lit a cigarette. But we are two different people, like two parallel lines that will never intersect. What if I'm partial to fellowship? Li Qingmu tilted his head. Then you are the monkey, and we'll buy you a bundle of bananas. Later, Song Huching laughed. Asterisk 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 you. You're the monkey. After Li Qingmu gave him a blank look, she took off her high heels and sat on a stool holding her knees. I used to wonder what would happen if I had money. Hey, don't do that. Song Huching hurriedly said. Sister, I bought a villa, and you started talking to me about the old days. Yikes. Song Huching, go to hell. After Li Qingmu pushed him with shame and anger, she carried her high heels and ran forward barefoot, but after running for a while, he realized that Song Huching wasn't following him at all anymore. She hurriedly turned back to look for him, only to find that he had long since disappeared from the bench, and the only thing still burning was an unfinished cigarette on the trash can. At that moment, her cell phone vibrated. Something came up. I'm leaving first, I have to work tomorrow. Say goodbye to my aunt and uncle for me. Song Huching, are you sick, drinking so much and running around? Where did you go? I came to look for you. Lee Chang-mu. After Lee Chang-mu sent out this message, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. She hurriedly popped a video over, but the other person didn't respond either, which made her feel doubly lost. Bookish. Yo, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to ask me out. Sume smiled and walked in front of Song Haeching, her cheong nose slightly moving. Oops, this big noon, still drinking wine? Aw, can't even work up the nerve to ask you out without a drink, can I? Song Huching reached out and hugged her. Make a monster, Sume said petulantly. You are a busy man. Every day I don't know how many things. By the way, you also have to run takeout on the side. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************shoulders and got into the neighborhood sightseeing car, while Sume's Mercedes commercial car followed far behind. Well, it's a pretty nice neighborhood, Sume snapped after she was halfway through her sentence. It can't be. Your girlfriend lives here, right? You want me to go and have a showdown with her? What's wrong with your brain? Am I crazy or not? Song Huching cried and laughed. I'm a person who actually still doesn't like eating soft food very much. Didn't you send a gift to me? I also sent a gift to you. Song Huching, what do you mean? Sume was rather annoyed. What's the matter? You're going to count so clearly with me? It's not the math that counts. One size fits all, isn't it? Song Huching squarely said. We men love women. That is the normal interaction of adults. But want me to spend your money? I really cannot do it. 2 lifetimes of soft food. He was still a bit overwhelmed. Parking. Sume let out an angry cry, and then she jumped down from the sightseeing car. Song Huching also hurriedly followed her out of the car. Seeing this, the driver of the sightseeing bus hastily pulled over and lowered his head without daring to say anything. Sume, don't yell at me. Sume twisted her body to avoid Song Huching's hand. Hey! Song Huching sighed and stood aside. For her part, Sume wrapped her arms around her chest and looked to turn her face to the side. I don't know how much time has passed. Jobin drove there and was a little freaked out after seeing the battle. Manager Zhou, what are you? Song Huching shouted. Oh, Mr. Song, this is the property and land certificates. Jobin immediately handed a briefcase over. All documents are all in accordance with. Halfway through his sentence, he couldn't help but point to the names on the briefcase, and only after seeing Song Huching nod, did he say aloud, all of them were handled in MS. Sume's name, do you see any other problems? Song Huching looked at the briefcase and bristled. Forget it, give me to go to the transfer to someone else. Anyway, she also. Song Huching, what did you say? Sume immediately turned her head, reached out and grabbed him by the collar, and angrily said, who do you want to pass it on to? Well, don't you not want it? Song Huching spread his hands and said, this is my stuff. It has my name written on it. If you dare to give it to someone else, I'll fight you. After Sume rebuked, she reached out and snatched the briefcase. Seeing this, Song Huching winked at Jobin. Jobin immediately understood, bowed and said, Miss Su, when Mr. Song came to see this house today, he has been more apprehensive, saying that he doesn't know if you will like it. I won't hide it from you. We have looked at all the villas in one morning. Awesome. Song Huching looked at Jobin with quite a bit of delight. This guy is a model of a wingman. Chapter 109, One Less Gold Brick. I am indifferent. Humph. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Sume did not have a good mood. This villa is more than $10 million. This guy, anyway, he can look at the second house with you as a ghost. She had always felt that Song Huching was 80% a bit rich, but she didn't expect it to be beyond her expectations. A villa of more than $10 million. This guy didn't even blink an eye, while the one she bought for Song Huching was only half the price of this villa. If this guy is so lazy and still has money, 80% of the time he buys things just by looking at them. Picking and choosing is absolutely impossible. Hey! Jobin gave a dry laugh and personally got into the sightseeing car to lead the two to the villa. What's the matter? Still angry? Song Huching reached out and stopped Sume's small waist. You are not allowed to count so clearly with me. Sume squarely said, I know you have the ability to not want to owe me, but if we are still divided into each other, it is too rusty. How could I? Song Huching snickered. Isn't this a gift for you? Gifts? Sume's eyes softened for a moment, but she still beamed. That's not what you just said. I'm just clarifying my position, no? Song Huching laughed and scolded. I can't be considered a big man, but I'm still a little man, right? A little man's dignity still has to be maintained. Asterisk 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 Q. Sume laughed at his comment. When she arrived at the villa, she couldn't help but light up. She prefers this one to the one at the waterfront residence, and the fact that the house number is a big 8 makes her feel lucky. MS. Sue, the services we deliver are all written clearly in the contract. You see, when you have time, just directly call the number above. Jobin lightly laughed. Okay, thank you, Manager Zhou. Sume nodded with a smile. Then I'll leave first. If you and Mr. Song want to leave later, you can also call me. I'll arrange a car for you. Jobin winked at Song Huching before retreating. Song Huching, tell me honestly, who did you just want to give this house to? Sume delicately said. That's what I'm saying. Song Huching laughed and scolded. This house is yours. You have to agree to the transfer, right? If I can give it to whomever I want, what's wrong with that? Humph, count on you having a conscience. Sume reached out and pulled him toward the house. After she opened the glass door to the living room, a river breeze brushed through, refreshing the senses. Song Huching sat down on the terrace and squinted at the Lincheng Bridge. At that moment, Sume walked over and straddled him. Song Huching, sister, stop it. Although the terrain here is high, there's no guarantee that someone is watching from outside. Not to mention that you're still wearing a sheath dress. Song Huching laughed and scolded. I don't care, Sume said in a somewhat hurried tone. Anyway, I am happy now, she said and kissed. I'll go. Song Huching had no choice but to carry her towards the house. An hour or so later, the two appeared in front of the villa. In a couple of days, my dad wants to ask you to have dinner. Do you have time? Sume pinched the corner of her coat rather nervously. Dinner? So soon? Song Huching was surprised. Don't get me wrong. It's just a meeting, Sume hurriedly said. It's mainly that sister of mine, who wants to meet you. She said she hasn't seen me in love yet, and is curious about what you're like. Puffing, Song Huching wrapped his arms around her. A mother fetus solo at your age is still rare indeed. Nasty. Do you dislike me for being old? Sume said with wide eyes. The female big three hold gold bricks well. You are just 2 years older than me. Less a gold brick. I am indifferent. Song Huching laughed. Humph, you're the only one who can talk. Sume gave him a coquettish blank stare, then pulled him into the car. Half an hour later, Song Huching got out of the car at the Lincheng Bridge and waited for the business car to disappear before he took a taxi to Lincheng House. Building 49. He had just entered the door when he saw Su Qing sitting on the sofa with her arms around her chest. Yo, second Miss Su is back from her business trip? How come so soon? Humph, you still have the nerve to say that? Su Qing blared. Send a message does not return. Call the phone off. What do you mean? Yun Ning on the side was filled with gloating. A look of you're dead. The phone is dead. Song Huching spread his hands and said, last night followed a few old classmates out to drink. Too late, and everyone slept outside. Yes? Su Qing walked barefoot in front of him and gently moved her nose. Yo, there is more than just the smell of wine on your body. There is also the smell of girl and no. 7. Which woman in the field can afford to use this perfume? Awesome. Song Huching reached out and wrapped his arms around her. You can smell this? Don't touch me. Su Qing huffed. Did you follow that woman out to fool around again? If I told you that I just met up at noon, would you believe me? Song Huching sighed. Really? Su Qing's eyebrows furrowed. Fooled you I am. Song Huching swore to the sky. Yesterday really dealt with something to go. It was a friend of Ruan Xingyao, and she asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend in order to deal with her family. What? Su Qing fiercely pinched him and angrily said, you're crazy. You're capable of doing this kind of thing? I think I'm crazy too. Song Huching sat down helplessly on the sofa. Today can be considered to have finished dealing with her parents. Last night, you were together all night? Su Qing said unforgivingly. That's not true. Song Huching said, half truth, half false. People are just trying to deal with her parents, not really wanting to have anything to do with me. Ruan Xingyao's friends you still don't know. Can they look at me? Well, that's true. Su Qing bristled. Her group of so-called girlfriends, there are not a few money names but a lot of them, and her eyes hate to grow on the top of her head. Isn't that what it is? Song Huching reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Come back for a few days this time. Do you want to stay over? Poof. When Su Qing heard this, she grunted. The company's business has stabilized, for the time being, so there is no need to go over to work so early, and it is not impossible to come over to live for a few days. Hey, that's right. Song Huching pinched her pretty face. This is what a boyfriend and girlfriend should look like. What's separation like? What separation? Yuck. Su Qing red-faced and slapped him. I will go to Jiang County tomorrow. Well, what's the point of going there? Song Huching was surprised. Go and see the little garden. Su Qing blankly glanced at him. I bought quite a few toys for her out of town, and I'll bring them over tomorrow. And also cultivate feelings with Xiao Yuan. No? Puffing. Song Huching was instantly happy. Humph, don't laugh at me, then, or I'll hit someone. Su Qing wrapped her arms around him in a rather annoyed manner, with the look of if you dare to laugh I will dare to bite. Yun Ning on the side was happy, at least Su Qing would not be here tomorrow, no? Chapter 110, All beings are oxen and horses, let alone you and me. The next day, Song Huching covered his waist and went into the bathroom, and when he came downstairs after washing up, he found that only Yun Ning was sitting there. Well, where is she? Off to the high-speed train station. Yun Ning gloated. Your ex-wife just sent a video with her, hearing that she is going to Zheng County is very happy, urging her to go over early. Okay. Song Huching spread his hands and lowered his head to start eating his breakfast. You really have a woman outside, ah? Yun Ning said curiously. There really is one. Song Huching said bitterly. She gave me a villa and bought me a car. A rich woman. Ha? Yun Ning exclaimed. 80% is pretty rich. Song Huching sighed. It's just that bar. Me, this heart is always not very stable. It always feels like something big is going to happen. What's the big deal? Really can't. Not just break up? Yun Ning laughed and scolded. It's hard to. You will still be sad because of the loss of love? That's hard to say. Song Huching joked. What if you leave one day and I still cry bitterly? Then you can rest assured. Yun Ning laughed out loud. I won't even go if you drive me away. You have to at least give me a salary until I am 80 years old. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh as well. Laughing, he felt something was wrong and hastily reached under the table and slapped it. Stop it. My back still hurts now. Hey, wait for it. Yun Ning let out a light laugh, still using her small feet to paddle around on his thighs, waiting for breakfast. Both went out to work. Brothers, where's Single More? Old 6. Asterisk. What are you doing with this 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunshine? Quickly come to Hoshi. Lao Wu. I say Xiao Song. Is it really possible that you're planning to marry a rich woman and retire from the world? Lao Zhou. Retreat. My ass. Something's come up at home in the last couple days. Old 6. Just you have a lot of things to do. Hurry up. Hushi University City, take advantage of these days of Single More, hurry to run. Otherwise the off-season is coming. Old Sheen. What the hell? There's an off-season in our business? Old 6. Summer vacation is coming. College students will be on vacation. When the west side of the river are not much single. Less a market. Is not the off-season? Lao Wu. Makes sense. Be right there. Old 6. Song Huching put away his cell phone and sped across the Linjiang Bridge, rushing towards the university town. I don't know if it was because of the upcoming vacation, but there were indeed a lot of orders today, and they hadn't stopped almost from the time he crossed the border into River West. It ran like this until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the order was slightly reduced, and he was half starved, so he found a small store and ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Congratulations on reaching the 1,000 unit reward and getting 3 draws. Are you playing me? Song Huching cursed viciously. 500 orders give 5 draws. 1,000 orders give 3 draws? How is this getting less and less? But he knew it was pointless to lose his temper with this thing. One could only sigh and enter the lottery screen. First draw. It started flashing on the big screen. Golden Legend. Golden Legend. Song Huching prayed with folded hands. Obtained the water avoidance technique. Asterisk. What's that? Song Huching couldn't help but be taken aback when he looked at the reward that was flashing with orange light. Water avoidance technique. Silently reciting the technique. One can encounter water without being invaded. It probably means that you can't drown if you fall in the water. Song Huching's eyes were suddenly complicated. You say that this thing is a divine skill. Right. Indeed it is also a divine skill. After all, if you can't drown even if you fall into the river, what is that not a divine skill? But you say it has much use, and it seems to be of little use. After all, if it is summer is okay, fall into the water can still flutter a few times, but if it is winter, drowning is not dead but also frozen to death. Second draw. Receive a Koenigsegg CCX. What does the old man need this for? Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but spit out. Is it hard for me to really drive a luxury car to deliver takeout? What kind of brainwashed person would do that? Don't give me a ING car, okay? He was really a little pissed off. What a rare opportunity for a raffle. 3 cars would be a waste of his 3 chances at the lottery, and if he really liked cars so much, wouldn't he know to get them himself? After getting angry for a while, he didn't continue to smoke it a third time. Instead, he looked down and began to eat. When he had finished his meal, he went to the bathroom and washed his hands, before sitting back and lighting a cigarette. Third draw. Gain skill, 1,000 techniques. Purple? Song Huching was slightly stunned. Chijutsu, TEL about 1,000 doors. Always changing new peaches for old ones. What the are you going to grad school for? He didn't have the heart to curse. This thing is said to be mysterious. In fact, it is a means of cheating, but he does not gamble. It is really not possible to come to a lot. Picking skills also become oh, well, 1,000 orders for nothing. After Song Huching sighed, he got up and continued on his journey. I just don't know if it's because of the rich nightlife of college students, but in the evening, the place actually has a horribly low volume of singles. Song, change the place. These college kids are out partying. There's no bill for the night. Lao Wu. Wherever big brother goes, little brother vows to follow. Old 6. Don't tug on the text. IFC building. A lot of cattle and horses working overtime today. Old Sheen. Asterisk. You're hurting me with that. Old 6. Damn. If you don't send a red envelope, I'm coming to crash your car. Old Chow. Ditto. Old Wood. I'm wrong, aren't I? All beings are oxen and horses, let alone you and me. Old Sheen. Hey. After Song Huching grabbed a 9-cent piece, he straddled the electric car and headed straight for the gathering place of cows and horses. Once he arrived at the place, he went straight to the merchant after grabbing 3 orders first. The first 2 pickups were quick, but not when it came to the cafe. The clerks acted as if they had broken their hands, dawdling in their work, leaving him to wait there. At this point, at the table on his side, a girl wearing black-framed glasses was looking somewhat nervously at the middle-aged man across the table. Mr. Chen, my set of programs should meet your company's standards, right? Xiao not that I do not give you face, but our company this single. At least 8 companies are following. Your company volume is not large enough, although the price is moderate, but I really cannot make up my mind. Middle-aged man sighed. It's okay, Mr. Chen, the girl hurriedly said. If you think it is not suitable, we will change it again. If there is any other needs, you can also talk to me. Moo, Mr. Chen seriously said. I don't mean that. You must not think in that way. Business is business. Don't mix with messy things. No. Xiao Mu was anxious and almost cried. I also don't mean that. I just came out to do business not long ago. I don't know anything, so if there is anything that is not done right, please talk to me. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but let out a laugh, attracting the attention of the two. Chapter 111. Do you know what the concept of 9 holy grails is? Little brother, don't laugh. I'm really not like that. Mr. Chen laughed bitterly. I know you're not like that. Song Huching joked. This girl don't look at wearing a pair of glasses, but her body looks good. But when you talk to her, you are looking out the window, showing that you don't have that meaning. Well, after Mu glanced at him, she blushed and lowered her head. Little brother is observant and somewhat interesting. Mr. Chen lightly smiled and handed over a business card. No other meaning. If the little brother is interested in changing jobs, you can come to our company to see. Chao Yang Construction? Song Huching joked. It looks like Mr. Chen's business is not small. It's just a little fight. Mr. Chen waved his hand. Mu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Girl, people have given me business cards. You're not giving one? Song Huching laughed. Ha! Xiao Mu froze for a moment, then hurriedly took a business card from her bag and handed it over. Mooching, nice name. Song Huching let out a light laugh and pointed to the program on the table. Girl, you're talking about business from the wrong angle. Oh, how? Mr. Chen was surprised. The fact that you're willing to come out and talk to her means that their company still has an advantage. Otherwise you're not horny, so why come and grind your teeth with her? Song Huching patted Mu Qing's shoulder, signaling her to sit in a bit. Little brother, is this intended to be a heroic rescue? To convince me? Mr. Chen smiled and said, I can't talk about heroics. I'm just idling anyway. Song Huching reached out and stroked Mu Qing's head, causing her to shrink back in fear. But by the time he opened his hand again, a shell had appeared in his palm to do the headdress. What do you mean? Mr. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. How meaningless to talk about business. Mr. Chen, how about we play a small game? Song Huching said slowly. Listen to your accent. You are Chaos Han people, right? Right. What game to play? Mr. Chen said with interest. Let's use shells as oracle. If I throw out 9 holy grails in a row, how about you sign this contract? Song Huching handed him a cigarette, tossing an oracle, also called asking for a cup. In fact, it is the same thing that is usually thrown in temples when you seek the gods. Generally speaking, if the 2 sides are positive, then it is a yang cup, and if the 2 sides are negative, then it is a yin cup, and one positive and one negative is the holy grail. One of them, the holy grail, is a sign that the gods agreed to this. Little brother, this has to be thought through. Do you know what the concept of 9 holy grails is? Mr. Chen was surprised. Isn't you not agreeing anyway? There can't be a worse situation than now, can there? Song Huching looked sideways at Xiao Mu and laughed. Classmate Mu Qing, don't you think so? Yes. Mu Qing nodded with a red face. That's fine. Mr. Chen leaned back and said with a straight face, Little brother, if you really cast the 9 holy grails, how about I sign the contract today? Yeah. Song Huching smiled faintly and held the 2 shells in his hand, chanting blessing of Mazu. Wow. 2 shells were dropped on the table, a positive and a negative. Yeah, the holy grail, Mooching said in surprise. Got it, don't yell. Song Huching laughed and scolded. There are still 8 more times, he said, picking up the shell again and dropping it again. The holy grail again. Mooching's pretty face was red with nervousness. Mr. Chen also got serious. For the 3rd time, Song Huching throws again, or the holy grail. Mooching cheered, attracting a lot of attention. Little brother, do you mind if I check the shells? Mr. Chen smiled. Feel free. Song Huching pushed the 2 shells in front of him. Mr. Chen was not polite and picked it up and dropped it in his hand. Both sides face up. Yang. He didn't say anything, picked it up again, and dropped it again. Both sides face down. Een. Mr. Chen, how is it? Song Huching lit a cigarette. You continue. Mr. Chen opened his cell phone, but instead of taking a picture of Song Huching's face, he just aimed it at the table. Wow. 4th toss. Yeah, it's still the holy grail. Mooching stood up violently, her hands unconsciously squeezing Song Huching's arm. Snap. Song Huching reached out and gently patted her hand. Girl, please behave yourself. Puffing. Mr. Chen and the people who came over to watch the fun couldn't help but laugh. Mooching made a big red face and hid her small white hands behind her back. 5th. Song Huching smiled faintly and dropped the shell again. Asterisk. 5 holy grails now? Really? It's so divine, isn't it? Now it wasn't just the customers in the store. Even those coffee shop clerks couldn't help but come over. 6th. 7th. Song Huching reports account and rolls. By the time the 8th holy grail appeared, everyone held their breath. It looks like it's not even possible to sign a contract with Moo. Mr. Chen laughed to himself and took the contract, ready to sign his name. Mr. Chen, don't be so hasty. If you say it 9 times, it's 9 times. Song Huching reached out and pressed him. 1 less time. It doesn't even make sense, does it? Well, Mr. Chen froze for a moment, then said seriously, the 9th. Wow. 2 shells landed on the table. Everyone looked dead at the table. Wow. 9 holy grails. Mooching bounced and jumped with excitement, reaching out to hug Song Huching fiercely. This time, however, Song Huching did not push him away and just looked at Mr. Chen with a smile. You can sign now. Little brother, can I have these 2 shells? After Mr. Chen signed, he handed the contract to Mooching. Can't. Song Huching's right hand to Mooching's head. 2 shells appeared in her hair again. This is the other little girl's lucky thing. Given to you, she will have to look for you in the future. Bad luck. Ha ha ha. Mr. Chen burst out laughing. Little brother is really interesting. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a shout from the counter. 69 is going overtime. Asterisk. Song Huching flew over, lifted the coffee and ran wildly toward the door, leaving Mooching and Mr. Chen looking at each other. This guy, who the hell is he? Song Huching at this time but did not think so much, riding an electric bike shuttle in the street. If for this to let him overtime was complained about, he had to go back to tear Mooching's contract, but luckily, at the last minute of the last supermarket, he delivered the coffee to the overtime cowhorse. As for himself, he crouched in the stairwell like a hobgoblin, panting incessantly. At this point, his phone rang. Hey, where are you? Li Qingmu's voice came through. I'm at work. Can I help you? Song Huching sat on the stairs breathing heavily. When Li Qingmu over there heard the commotion, he immediately hung up the phone and sent over a video. Chapter 112. If you didn't have a girlfriend, would you be with me? Well, you're really working, aren't you? Li Qingmu's pretty face appeared within the screen. Or do you think? Song Huching laughed and scolded. What's the matter? Uncle and auntie are gone? Gone. They left $500,000 for me. Li Qingmu lightly bit her thin lips and said, they also said that the rest of the money will be given to us when they save enough. As for the bride price. No, sister, we are not joking. Why do you still take it seriously? Song Huching shook her head and laughed. Keep the money yourself. Give it to me when you have it, or if not, give it to me some years later. They took it seriously. Li Qingmu's pretty face flushed scarlet and said, they also said that when the new year comes, they want us to go back together for the new year. And they also asked us to bring Xiao Yuan with us. Go. But don't make a scene. I have a girlfriend. Song Huching said helplessly. Don't you dare lie. Li Qingmu delicately said. If you had a girlfriend, would you still be delivering takeout every day now? What does me having a girlfriend have to do with me delivering takeout? Song Huching cried and laughed. This is my profession. Profession, understand. Career, my ass. I stayed with you for a day and a night, and I didn't see your girlfriend call over. Li Qingmu snapped. I know you can't see me. I'm not that kind of deadbeat. Don't worry about it. You're slipping out of it the more you talk. Song Huching helplessly said. We are not friends. What do not see on the? You just can't see me. Li Changmu apricot eyes rounded. You are so rich. I still say every day that I cannot see you, so you play with me, is not it? I can't even pick up what you're saying. Song Huching sighed. I'm willing to help you because I see you as a nice person. My parents say I'm vain. Where am I good? Li Qingmu laughed bitterly. You're afraid that I can't support Xiao Yuan, so you've been planning to introduce me to a job. This proves that you're a kind person, isn't it? Song Huching said with a straight face. As for what you said about being vain, I don't think it means anything. I'm not as good as you say I am anymore either. Li Qingmu blushed, put her head down, and whispered, If you didn't have a girlfriend, would you stay with me? Of course not. Do you think I'm crazy? Song Huching bristled. You love money so much. It's okay if I have ing money. If I don't have money, then I won't be kicked away by you? I'm not a cheap bastard. If I fell for this once, can I fall for it a second time? Yikes. Song Huching, go to hell. Li Changmu roared angrily, then hung up the phone fiercely. Cut. Song Huching rolled his eyes before continuing to run around. 9:30 in the evening. He had only just returned to the Linchang mansion, but just as he reached the front door, Wu Xingsheng greeted him. Mr. Song, your new car has been delivered and is now parked in your space. Okay, thanks. After Song Huching took out his cigarettes and handed one to him, he was curious again. Who sent the car? Did you see it? Well, isn't it the Koenigsegg staff? Wu Xingsheng was surprised. They said the car was shipped from Shanghai. Well, when I ask redundantly, Song Huching originally thought that the vehicle was changed out, but did not expect it to be shipped through the proper channels. Mr. Song, your car is really handsome. Wu Xingsheng patted and flattered. Looking at the entire Lin city, I'm afraid it's the only one, right? That's hard to say. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You've been harboring here all day long. Even if someone had, you wouldn't be able to see them, would you? That too. Wu Xingsheng gave a simple laugh. All right, let's go. After waving his hand, Song Huching rode the small electric donkey towards his home. When he got to the parking lot, he charged up the little donkey and was looking at the silver sports car parked off to the side alone. Even though he couldn't use it for a while, he had to praise the handsomeness. With its streamlined body, ultra-low floor plan, and those scissor doors, and orange alloy wheels, it's pretty much a man's dream car, but he just reached out and stroked it before heading toward the elevator. I thought you weren't coming back again today. Just as he opened the door, Yun Ning greeted him with a rather pleased tone. I'm not back here, don't I have to tell you about it? Song Huching rubbed her head. Poof. After Yun Ning tiptoed on his face and kissed him, she pretended to be disgusted and said, all sweaty, hurry up and go to take a bath. I will get clothes for you. I haven't eaten yet. Song Huching laughed. Yeah, then let's eat first. I'll heat up the food for you. Yun Ning exclaimed before running towards the kitchen. This girl. After Song Huching smiled, the phone suddenly rang. He hesitated, but picked up the video. Halfway through her words, Sumei's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Is it stuck? Song Huching shook his cell phone. She's your girlfriend? Sumei gritted her teeth. Who? Song Huching was stunned, and when he pulled the phone back, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Within the video, Yun Ning was arranging the dishes at this time, as if she had also sensed something and couldn't help but walk over. Within the video, the two women look at each other in all directions. It was just that Sumei's eyes were full of caution and provocation, while Yun Ning's eyes were somewhat curious. But when she saw Sumei, her entire body was dumbfounded. Yuning, Mr. Su, well, you guys know each other? Song Huching was surprised. I'm interning at Chino. Yun Ning said bitterly. I thought your girlfriend was some kind of god, so it's a youthful and beautiful college student. Sumei said with a stern face. Song Huching, you really like the younger ones. No, Song Huching was just about to open his mouth when his neck was wrapped around Yun Ning's. What? Can't you like the little one? Yun Ning lightly laughed. If I remember correctly, it seems that Mr. Su is still 2 years older than Song Huching, right? You. Sumei was so angry that her face turned red. What? Mr. Su still wants to take personal revenge? Yun Ning snickered. I am indifferent. Big deal. I quit. There are people to support me anyway. Yun Ning, you underestimate me too much. Sumei said in a deep voice. I am a person who has always made a clear distinction between public and private. Public is public. Private is private. I distinguish very clearly. However, are you worthy of Song Huching? Ha! Yun Ning snatched the cell phone, coldly laughed. Mr. Su, you cannot afford to think too much of yourself. You do not really think that. You bought a house and a car for Song Huching. He cannot afford to buy it himself, right? She said, and turned the video to the side a bit. Su-mei was originally still disdainful, but when she looked clearly at the elogio of the Lin Chang mansion outside the window, her pupils contracted violently. Song Huching, you liar. Asterisk. Song Huching cursed and couldn't help but be filled with bitter smiles. Chapter 113, thank you for defending my little pride. Song Huching, it's fun isn't it? Su-mei reddened her eyes and said, no wonder when I said I want to be with you, you pushed 3 and 4. Original you are playing with me. Think I don't deserve you isn't it? No, sis, I have told you that I live in Linqingfu. Song Huching commiserated. When did you say that? Su-mei said angrily. Last time when I was in Linshuayi residence, I said that I have a house in Linqingfu. You said that you told me not to be full of lies. Song Huching said with a bitter face. You. Su-mei instantly blushed, but still glared. Can't you explain one more sentence? You are a man. I am a little woman. What I say? Little woman? Song Huching and Yun Ning glanced at each other, both filled with shock. How did that come out of Su-mei's mouth? Song Huching, I'm coming over now. Su-mei gritted her teeth. No, it's not good. Song Huching said bitterly. Well, you don't say yes, do you? Su-mei stood up and sneered as she changed her clothes. Then I'll make a scene in the Linchang house. I'd like to see if the property there will call you. No, Su-mei, you are a famous person. We cannot be like this. Song Huching saw sweat on his forehead. There is something we can talk about tomorrow, okay? No, we must make it clear today. Su-mei glared. You let me not come over. Not let me come over. Then I will wait in front of the entrance of the Linchang house today. Anyway, tomorrow my parents are going to come back. They asked us to have dinner together. Tomorrow? So soon? Song Huching said with a stunned expression. Don't you talk to me so much. I'm coming over now. Su-mei rebuked, then hung up the phone. Done. Song Huching crumpled against the sofa, gently rubbing his brow. Boss, am I causing you trouble? Yun Ning said timidly. Trouble? Song Huching burst into a rage, reaching out to pull her over, straddling her legs, and raising his hand to slap her arse twice. Oops. Yun Ning immediately blushed, but she didn't reach out to block, just looked at him with big watery eyes now, quite a bit of a pathetic flavor. What are you looking at? You're just doing it on purpose. Don't think I don't know your little mind. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. What's on my little mind? Yun Ning sat on his lap and exhaled. I am not helping Sister Su-ching to cover up? Go. You really think I'm a cutie, can't I? Song Huching helplessly said. You can't wait for Su-ching and Su-mei to make a mess. By the time both of them are gone, you'll be happy. Hey. Yun Ning spat out her small fragrant tongue and delicately said. Oops, how could I do this? I am not your girlfriend. I am not helping you solve the trouble? Asterisk. Q. Song Huching laughed and cursed before patting her and signaling her to stand up, but Yun Ning wrapped her hands around his neck and said with misty eyes, Mr. Su will not arrive for a while. Asterisk. What a time to be. Well, Song Huching had only gotten halfway through his sentence when his mouth was blocked by her. An hour or so later, he sat down at the table to eat while Yun Ning had already started putting on her makeup. I mean, does even use makeup? Why do you think she hasn't arrived for so long? Yun Ning gave Song Huching a playful blank stare. Believe it or not, she's 80% still doing her hair somewhere right now. Well, really? Song Huching was surprised. Forget it if you don't believe me. Yun Ning hummed lightly and continued to put on her makeup. No, where did you get these bottles and jars? Song Huching was curious. A gift from the property. Yun Ning smiled and said, they don't have trial packs. Well, anyway, they are all thrown there no one wants. When I went to the property last time to get the card, they saw that I was interested, so they sent me a bunch of them. You're such a little wit. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Right? Yun Ning joyfully said, I will go to pay the property fee at the end of this year. When I pay the property fee at that time, they send me a bunch more. Then I don't have to buy cosmetics. Asterisk. That's a good idea. Song Huching was surprised. By the way, do they have anything else to give away? Fish some for me too. Success. I'll check it out next time. Yun Ning got up and hugged and kissed him before whispering. Song Huching, thank you. Well, thank me for what? Song Huching was surprised. Thank you for maintaining my small self-esteem. Yun Ning softly said, if I were someone else, seeing me like this, I still don't know how much I dislike it. Today, you are not allowed to fool around again even if you say that you are going to break the sky. Song Huching alerted. Damn, I ran for a day. Now my waist still hurts. Nasty. Yun Ning couldn't help but smile and pat him, hugging and kissing him again before going back to continue her makeup. Song Huching finished his meal and waited for another half hour. Never saw Su-mei come, so he went to take a shower and changed his clothes. Just like that, he hadn't even gotten a call from Su-mei yet. 10:30 at night. Song Heching thought that Su Mei was not coming and was about to go back to sleep when he suddenly received a call from Wu Xingxing. Mr. Song has a Miss Su who says she's your friend. Should I let her in? Let her in. Song Heching sighed and helplessly got up and walked towards the door. Yun Ning skimmed his lips and sat down on the sofa with his knees crossed, absently watching the TV. Downstairs. When Song Heching went downstairs, Shali was directing Su Mei to back up the car. Mr. Song, this Miss Su is also your girlfriend? Wu Xingsheng said quietly. It's still now. I don't know if it will still be tomorrow. Song Heching said bitterly. Should we take Miss Yun away first in the name of a fire drill? Wu Xingsheng said seriously. That's not so. Song Heching was taken aback. No, your Lin Changfu still has this kind of service? Yes, if necessary, I can arrange for someone to jump off the building and create a big commotion, to cover Miss Yun to go first. Wu Xingxing seriously said. Song Heching looked at him and was silent for a long time before speaking. When will the property fee be paid? If it's really not possible, I'll pay a little more. Otherwise I can't live with my conscience. Wu Xingxing was about to speak when he heard a sound of high heels. He immediately bowed slightly to Song Heching, then said in a deep voice, Mr. Song, should we record Miss Su's license plate? For the record. Song Heching sighed. Okay. After Wu Xingsheng answered, he bowed slightly to Su Mei again. Miss Su, I'm the property office specially sent to serve Mr. Song. You can write down my phone number, and if there's anything, you can contact me. After he finished speaking, he handed her a business card before walking towards the distance. Chapter 114. If you're afraid she'll be unhappy, then, Song Heching, you're good at this. Su Mei put her hands around her chest and looked at him with frosty eyes. That beetle is Yun Ning's? Yes, Song Heching said with a smile on his face. Yo, also special makeup hair also to have done. Not you so formal right? He said and reached out to put his arms around her. Oof, Su Mei pretty face a red, put the head slightly inclined to the side. No wonder you don't want my car. Their own usual travel are driving a Koenigsegg. This car is afraid of tens of millions of dollars, right? You like it? Song Heching laughed softly. Like what? Can you still send me to me? Su Mei gambled. Like you to drive away. This is a new car. It was just shipped in. I haven't driven it once. Song Heching laughed. You coaxed the ghost? Su Mei did not have a good temper. Here on 3 cars. A Mercedes-Benz that I sent you. A Beetle of Yun Ning. You usually travel do not all drive Here. Song Heching pointed to the small electric donkey that was charging. I usually travel to ride that. Make a monster. Su Mei blanked him had a glance. Humph. Anyway, you coax me every day. Not a word of truth in your mouth. Gotta. Song Heching took her hand and walked over to the Koenigsegg, and after pulling open the scissor door, he gestured for her to sit in it. Su Mei hesitated, but still lightly bit her thin lips and sat on the driver's side. Ignition. Song Heching nuzzled. Poof. After Su Mei started the Koenigsegg up, she looked at the big screen full of technology and couldn't help but TSK. In the end, it's still a 10 million level luxury car. What are you looking at? Look at this. Song Heching pointed to the dashboard and said, see the kilometers? 0? Su Mei's eyes widened. You really just bought this car, didn't you? Or do you think? Song Heching rubbed her head. You did not send me my car well. This car to send you is considered our exchange of tokens. Asterisk. What exchange of tokens? Su Mei pretty face a red, glutinous said. Your girlfriend is still waiting up there. In case it makes her unhappy. I see what you do. Okay then. Song Heching shrugged his shoulders and was about to leave when the corner of his coat was pulled. He glanced sideways and saw Su Mei looking at him with a puff of anger, like a little goldfish. Song Heching, what do you mean? What? You gonna spit bubbles? Song Heching reached out and poked her in the cheek. Nasty. Su Mei immediately broke, laughing and scolding. You said that this car is considered a token of our exchange. So what? Are you reluctant to part with it? Or are you afraid that you won't be able to pass Yun Ning's hurdle? Yo, agitation. Ha? Song Heching snickered. Didn't you just say no? Who said I don't want it? I'm just afraid that it's hard for you to do it. Su Mei red face said. Your real girlfriends are just driving beetles. You send me tens of millions of luxury cars. I'm just afraid that you are difficult to do. Sincerely? Song Heching laughed. Humph. Am I still afraid of her? Su Mei glared. She's just a few years younger than me. So what? What can she help you? It's just to support her. I'm not so petty. Ha ha ha. Song Heching couldn't help but laugh. And you laugh. Su Mei reluctantly pinched him and said petulantly. Anyway, I will take this car away tomorrow. If she has a problem, you let her come to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Xingsheng, who was not far away, ran over. Ms. Su, we offer closing services. May we help you? Could be. Su Mei bristled. But I want a good license plate. Can you guys get one? If it's the same number as the 5 digits of Lin Chang, this is a bit difficult, Wu Xingxing frankly said, but if you don't pick a city, you can try to get the same number. Well, you really got it, huh? Su Mei was surprised. It is nothing more than paying money. What can not be gotten? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Get her 5/8. The city is not limited to how much it cost. Count me. Hey. After Wu Xingxing answered, he hurriedly said, Mr. Song, please also send Miss Su's information to me. I'll go and help her with it tomorrow morning. Success. Song Huching opened his cell phone and sent Su Mei's documents to him. All the documents for this car are in the car. Take them yourself. Okay. Wu Xingxing nodded, went up from the passenger side, and took all the documents in his hands. I really won't get you into trouble? Su Mei Chuko said. If you're afraid she'll be unhappy, then, forget it then. Forget what I just said. Song Huching looked sideways at Wu Xingxing. Q. Su Mei apricot eyes rounded. I mean, if you are afraid that she is not happy, let her roll to Linchu AE residence. Do not live here. Puffing. After Wu Xingxing let out a laugh, he immediately covered his mouth and ran away. All right, get up there. Song Huching patted her head. Poof. Su Mei carefully put both car keys into her small Kuan bag before she walked into the elevator with her head held high. When Song Huching opened the door, Yun Ning was currently hugging a pillow and watching TV, and after seeing Su Mei come, she smiled and waved. Mr. Su, I can't believe I can see you even after work. What are you so proud of? Su Mei nonchalantly said. How long has Song Huching and his ex-wife been divorced? At most you won't be with him for more than 2 months. You think I don't know how? Mr. Su, don't be so hostile towards me. Yun Ning got up and poured a cup of water for her. I'm not greedy. I'm guarding the Lin Chang mansion and as for what he's like outside, I couldn't care less. You are self-aware. Su Mei lightly laughed. But, Yun Ning, I really can't imagine that you actually have a rich second-generation boyfriend. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Yun Ning also smiled. Does Mr. Su want me to tell you a secret? What secret? Su Mei said with a slight raised eyebrow. I'm just a nanny hired by Song Huching to specialize in taking care of Xia Yuan. I'm not her girlfriend. Yun Ning smiled wryly. In other words, your opponent is not me. What? Su Mei's eyes widened. Your hair is beautifully done today. But, wasted. Yun Ning let out a laugh before flying towards the second floor. You. Su Mei was shaking with anger. She really didn't expect that she was actually fooled by a little girl. Song Huching looked at Yun Ning's back and couldn't help but sigh. It's not even ing easy. Yun Ning, you wait for me. When I live in, I want you to look good. Su Mei's silver teeth clenched as she got up and pulled open the glass door to the pool. Well, want to jump into the river? Song Huching said carefully. Jump your big head. I was so angry with her that my chest hurts. I have to exercise, or I will definitely not sleep well at night. Su Mei pouted. Well, then I'll go upstairs and wait for you first? Song Huching was just about to make a run for it when she pounced on the recliner. When I say exercise, I don't mean swimming, said Su Mei, blushing. No, then let's go to our room. Before Song Huching could finish his words, a white color came before his eyes, and the aroma suddenly hit his nose. Chapter 115. Have you heard of the Tai Golden Light Mantra? The next day, early morning, when Song Huching got up, he realized that Su Mei had long since disappeared. He shook his head and begged the gods that Su Cheng wouldn't come back today. Otherwise that would be fun. After all, he had promised Su Cheng that he wouldn't bring people towards the Lin Chang palace. When he finished his shower and went downstairs, Wu Xingxing and Xiaoli were standing aside while Su Mei was choosing clothes from 2 hangers. Well, what are you doing early in the morning? Good morning, Mr. Song. Wu Xingxiang first asked a good sound before laughing. This is not a few big brands of the new summer models on the well. Just Miss Su want to see the clothes, so bring her up to see. You guys have a service that is beyond words. After Song Huching sighed in admiration, he patted Yun Ning, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, and laughed. You wear to and fro is that a few sets of clothes. The other manager who worked so hard to move the clothes up to us not to consume a little bit are sorry for him. You also go to choose a few sets of it. Hey. Yun Ning stood up rather happily and went up to pick out the clothes. Wu Xingxiang, however, nervously looked at Su Mei's face, only to see that she was calm and unconcerned, and could not help but look at Song Huching with admiration. No wonder they're rich. This is a first-rate way to deal with women. Right. After Song Huching handed 2 cigarettes to Wu Xingxing and Xiaoli, he laughed softly and said, Property fee, am I going to have to pre-deposit some? After they consume later, I am afraid that there is not enough money to deduct. It's okay. Wu Xingxing hurriedly said, Mr. Song's credit score with us is 50 million. Credit score? What the heck? Song Huching was surprised. The credit score is $1.1, meaning that you can spend $50 million and when the end of the year comes, we will just collect it together with the property fee. Wu Xingxing laughed. Your boss is really good at business. After Song Huqing shook his head, he took out his cell phone and said, but I'm not used to owing other people money. This way, I'll deposit 20 million in advance. That's okay too. Wu Xingxing hurriedly took out his cell phone and sent him the bank account number of the properties office. After Song Huqing transferred $20 million in the past, he leaned on the sofa and carelessly said, by the way, Yun Ning used your trial model cosmetics the other day, and thought it was pretty good, so I'll let her make a list and give it to you, and you'll send some over to her. Well, Yun Ning, who was in the middle of choosing clothes, first froze, then her eyes softened again. Okay, I'll do it the first time after I receive the list, Wu Xingxing hurriedly said. At this point, Sume also removed a few sets of clothes and dropped them on the couch. I'm keeping all these clothes. Okay. Xiao Li immediately went forward to record, and then respectfully said, Miss Su, if you have an important event traveling today, we also provide home makeup and hair business. Do you see the need? That's fine. I'll also experience the services of your Linchang house. Sume lightly laughed. Okay, I'll set it up right away. Li smiled before immediately going aside and starting to make a phone call. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the end it's the mansion of mansions. This service really has no words. Sume looked at Song Huqing and joked. Well, the silver also clatters and hoots like running water. Song Huqing laughed lightly. For a service like this, it's normal to charge a bit more expensive. Sume sat down on his side and laughed softly. I've also had your clothes sent over. Later, you'll also have your hair done. Well, I don't have to. Song Huqing shook his head. It's not that I don't respect your parents. It's just that I think it's better for everyone to be casual. No, I'm in charge today. Sume hummed softly. Okay then. Song Huqing smiled and nodded, and was just about to go to the dining table to get something to eat. Suddenly there was a buzz in my head. Trigger a temporary quiz task. Correct answers can be drawn twice. What? Song Huqing's entire body was wooden. There's a ing temporary assignment? Question 1. Who was the creator god in ancient times? 1. The great god Pangu. 2. The great god Nuwa. 3. Jesus. 4. Amaterasu. My god, you hammer. Song Huqing cursed without a good breath. What? Sume looked at him with a stunned expression. It's okay, it's okay. Song Huqing shook his head and chose Pangu god. Inside, however, there was a bit of a snicker that the problem was so simple that instead of a temporary assignment, it would have been better to call it a community warming. Congratulations to the host. The answer is correct. Question 2. Within 5 minutes, please recite the Tai Golden Light Mantra silently. Remarks, cheating is directly penalized. Barta. Song Huqing's chopsticks fell on the table. What the hell? The Golden Light Mantra? It was the first time he'd even heard the name, let alone meditated on it. What's wrong with you? Sume frowned. Have you heard of the Tai Golden Light Mantra? Song Huqing said sincerely. Ha? Sume looked at him with a stunned expression. The Tai Golden Light Mantra? What is it? I'd like to know what it is. 2. Song Huqing sighed and pulled out his cell phone. The moment he looked up the Tai Golden Light Mantra, the system directly ruled that he had cheated, and he was only given one chance to draw. But he didn't care anymore at this point. He just looked at the Tai Golden Light Mantra on his hand in a somewhat dazed manner. Even though this thing only had a short 130 words, but it was hard enough for him to read it out, let alone pantomime it. What's the matter with you? Not feeling well? Sume said with concern. No. Song Huqing sighed and put away his cell phone. As he ate his breakfast, he clicked on the lottery screen. Tick-tock. The light mass kept flickering. He couldn't really see much of what had flashed past, and could only determine, by virtue of the color, whether it was good or not. Gained divine skill, vehicular skill, motorized vehicles. Purple? Song Huqing looked at it without moving, and then lost interest. This is useless. It's not as good as motorcycle riding skills. 10 minutes later, the makeup artist came first. Sume also sat on the sofa and let the makeup artist do her makeup. Yun Ning, on the other hand, watched the makeup artist's techniques from the sidelines on her knees, 80% stealing the lessons. Song Huqing waited for a while and felt a little bored, so he couldn't help but stand up and walk towards the door. Well, where are you going? Sume immediately called out to him. Anyway, you have to mess around for a while. Why don't I just run a few orders around the neighborhood? Song Huqing laughed. No, are you crazy? Sume exasperatedly said. Are you addicted to running takeout or what? Still thinking of going out to run a few orders at this time? Puffing, the 3 makeup artists and Yun Ning all laughed. It's not that there is an addiction. This is not a line of work to love a line of work. Song Huqing snapped. Sit down for me and don't go anywhere. Sume scolded. Song Huqing had no choice but to plop down on the sofa. Seeing this, Yun Ning sat down on his side and gently rubbed his shoulders. The three makeup artists looked at each other and remained silent. Chapter 116, how about you pretend to be insane and jump off a building? So I won't go today? Half an hour later, the hairdresser and the dress arrived. Song Huching cut a hair, changed into a set of brand new lake blue suit. In the end, or from the master's hand. Suit tailoring just good not to mention. The color is also very beautiful. You run takeout every day. How come I don't see you dark? Su made sked. I was originally worried that this color didn't suit you. I don't know. Song Huching spread his hands and sat down on the sofa. Lake blue is actually whiter and still neutral. His facial contours are already softer, so he puts a lot of effort into what he wears, usually choosing more overtly manly ensembles. Now after wearing the neutral-leaning outfit, he felt like he could have come out of nowhere. Leave the tie on. Here, watch, wallet. Sume pulled two things out of her bag. Ooh, Vacheron Constantin. Ha, Song Huching snickered. Well, it's still an antique model? This watch seems to have cost a lot of money. Over $4 million. Sume laughed lightly. Mr. Song is so knowledgeable about luxury goods. Let's see what brand this wallet is. Berries. Song Huching reached out and played with it for a bit before laughing softly. This is still handmade by a teacher. On the side of the minimalist model, Berry is a niche Swiss brand, considered one of the top luxury goods, almost always hand-stitched and very artistic. But Song Huching scoffed at this. What handmade thing can compare to a machined one? After all, people make mistakes, but machines hardly ever make mistakes. But he can't do anything about it. Who made everyone recognize this? Awesome. Sume gave a thumbs up and then put her wallet in his jacket pocket before going back to her room to change. Do you really want to meet the parents with her? Yun Ning whispered. So what's the solution? Song Huching bristled. Su Qing told me to go. She's so stupid. Yun Ning skimmed her mouth. She still wants to make people's parents disagree. But you are so rich. What makes her parents disagree? Asterisk 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 makes sense. Song Huching slammed his head. How about you pretend to be mentally ill to jump off the building? I want to go today? Asterisk 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 you. Yun Ning pushed him without a good mood. If I really dare to say this, do you believe that she can throw me down from this 49th floor? Well, that too. Song Huching sighed. Then bitterly, then what else can be done now? Have I ever felt? Su Mei, Su Qing, as if the names of two sisters ah? Yun Ning curiously said. No way. Song Huching blankly glanced at her. The last time we were at Linshui residence, Su Mei answered her sister's phone call and went. That time Su Qing also happened to call. How can they be two sisters? They just happen to have the same surname. What if? Yun Ning bristled. Just in case? There is such an in case. Then I will just buy a lottery ticket. Song Huching sneered. Then I hope you hit the jackpot. Yun Ning said expectantly. Asterisk 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 off. Song Huching reached out and pressed her face, slapping her ass a few times. 5 minutes later, Sume stepped down on her high heels. She was wearing a coral red short sleeve today, while underneath she wore a pair of black wide-mouthed pants, with a pair of black sandals on her feet, with her hair slightly curled and tied in a ponytail at the back of her head, and with that exquisite makeup, it would be an understatement to say she was in her early 20s. Well, was it good? Good looking. Song Huching nodded. Not a single other adjective? Sume snapped. It's ing beautiful. Song Huching said seriously. Puffing, Sume immediately smiled, reached out and took his arm. Let's go. Go to the Lincheng Hotel. Well, you're not driving? Song Huching wondered. Too lazy to change my shoes. After Sume let out a light laugh, she glanced sideways at Yun Ning and raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Don't have anywhere to go? Want to go eat together? In the capacity of Song Huching's girlfriend? Yun Ning bristled. Forget it, let's go. Song Huching had quite a headache as he wrapped his arms around Sume and pushed her towards the door. Cut. Yun Ning rolled her eyes and turned on the TV. In the elevator. Dead girl, sooner or later I'll make her look good. Sume huffed. Hey, make her look good. Make her look good. Song Huching sighed helplessly. What do you think you're doing messing with her when you're fine? Boom. The Koenigsegg's engine sounded. Immediately afterward, a silver sharpshooter rushed out and headed towards the gate. And at the gate, Wu Xingsheng, who heard the commotion, had already raised the stopper bar. The Koenigsegg didn't slow down, instead, it throttled up and sprinted away. So damn handsome. Li looked at the Koenigsegg, which disappeared from view in a few seconds, and couldn't help but sigh. Captain, when do you think we'll be able to afford a car like this? You're asking me? Wu Xingxing rolled his eyes. If I knew, would I still be here with you watching the door? Also, Li sighed. The Koenigsegg roamed the road like a rattlesnake, and many people heard the commotion and rolled down their windows to take pictures. Well, isn't this your first time driving a car? How come you're so good at driving? Sume was surprised. Song Huching was about to speak, but Su-mei sighed. Just as well. For a man of your stature. What nice car haven't you driven? Song Huching closed his mouth. You've said your ing piece. What can I say? 20 minutes later. The Koenigsegg was parked in the parking lot of the Lincoln Hotel. After Song Huching got out of the car, he very gentlemanly went to the passenger side and opened the door, extending a hand. Su-mei was very reserved and took her hand in hers, slowly getting out of the car. Every move, slow and flashy. Almost got it. There's not a single ghost shadow in this parking lot. Who's it pretending to be? Song Huching said helplessly. Asterisk 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 Q. Su-mei was instantly broken, laughing and scolding. In the future, I have to drive this car to and from work. I have to practice, right? Driving in high heels is a fine of 50. Song Huching bristled. Can't you say anything nice when you're dying? Su-mei couldn't help but pinch him, but she couldn't stop laughing herself. The two entered the elevator and went straight up to the 5th floor, but just as they got out of the elevator, they saw Gu Xinfeng and Ruan Xingyao standing there chatting. Injustice, ha? Su-mei slightly raised her eyebrows. Her body moved to the left, half of her body pressed against Song Huching's body. The movement of her heels attracted a lot of attention as well. Gu Xinfeng and Ruan Xingyao were both shocked at this moment. Mr. Gu. After Su-mei reached out and shook Gu Hearingwind's hand, she lightly smiled and said, Huching, let me introduce you. This is Gu Hearingwind, the new vice president my father hired. Chapter 117, Num. Mr. Song Huching is still my junior. Gu Hearingphone let out a light laugh and was just about to reach out and pat Song Huching's shoulder when Su-mei pulled Song Huching back a step. Mr. Gu, Huching and I have to meet my parents later. Excuse me, meeting the parents? Gu Hearingphone looked at her with a stunned expression. Song Huching, we haven't finished the divorce formalities yet. Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. This doesn't affect Huching's meeting with my parents, right? Su-mei laughed lightly. Ruan, although you and Huching are still in a cooling off period right now, but aren't you also with Mr. Gu? Nonsense. I'm here to participate in the business exchange, Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. I'm representing our company, and not only am I here, my co-workers are also here. As soon as her words left her mouth, a fragrant breeze brushed past. What's the chatter so lively? The crowd looked sideways. Song Huching immediately blocked in front of Su-mei. Sure enough, Li Qingmu's eyes immediately glazed over once he saw Su-mei. It's you. Yo, who did I think it was? Su-mei held Song Huching's hand and laughed lightly. So it's Miss Lia. Are you done with those things? You. Li Qingmu was about to lash out, but Song Huching stopped him. Don't make a scene. Don't make a scene. This is an investment meeting. You are still representing your company, so if you argue later, you will make other people watch the fun. Li Qingmu's face slightly eased, coldly smiled. As far as I know, Song Huching's girlfriend is not you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Hearingphone immediately became excited and looked at Su-mei with anticipation. He couldn't wait for Song Huching to be killed on the spot. What the are you doing playing around like that? Oh yeah? Su-mei lightly laughed. As far as I know, Song Huching's girlfriend is even less likely to be you, isn't it? You. Li Qingmu was immediately infuriated to the point of some chest pain. She thought of herself as sort of an old, but this woman's mouth was like poison. Don't argue, don't argue. Song Huching hurriedly rounded up the situation. Since everyone has their own business, let's all disperse. Don't gather around. Excuse me, Li. After winking at Li Qingmu, Su-mei, like a victorious peacock, held her head high and pulled Song Huching towards the distance. She's not a good thing at first glance, Li Qingmu said angrily. The last time I sent a video to Song Huching, she was the one who picked it up. Ruan Xingyao looked at her with complicated eyes for a long time before speaking. What are you doing sending a video to Song Huching? With one sentence, Li Qingmu was dryly silenced. Gu Hearingfang's back teeth were about to be clenched at this point. Song Huching that by what right? Ruan Xingyao even if, back then, everyone just graduated from college, do not know anything, fell for his bait is still understandable. But what does Su-mei see in him? Could it be that she was also a shallow woman, just looking at Song Huching's face? What was even more infuriating was that this Li Qingmu seemed to be in an unclear relationship with Song Huching as well. Su-mei held Song Huching's hand and began greeting the crowd along the road. Everyone looked at Song Huching curiously, wondering which family's son or young master this was, and how come they hadn't seen much of him before. Well, your parents asked me to meet them at the investment fair? Song Huching was curious. No, it's that you're in the wrong elevator. Su-mei gave him a blank look and said, this floor is divided into two sides. One side is in the exhibition hall, and the other side is a place to eat. Okay, Song Huching sighed. So he followed her around and went to the other side. Su-mei lightly led him into a large private room. A middle-aged couple in the private room was leaning against the window chatting, and immediately looked sideways when they heard the commotion. Little Song, long time no see. Mr. Ming? Song Huching was stunned. You are Su Mei's father? Ha ha ha. Su Ming suddenly laughed out loud. This daughter of mine. Since childhood, she has been independent and accustomed to it. When she started doing business, she was afraid that other people would say that she was taking advantage of my Su Ming. This is not the case. I simply changed all the names, so that everyone can call me General Manager Ming, so as to differentiate herself from her. It seems like Mr. Ming really loves Su Mei. After Song Huching complimented him, he extended his hand to Su's mother again. Hello auntie, my name is Song Huching, Lin Huijun. Su's mother also stretched out her hand and shook his hand. Joked, their father and daughter, at home for dinner, are playing mute riddles. I asked them what they do not say. Today can be considered to see the real person. Little Song, you can be even taller and more handsome than old Su said. He's more than tall and handsome. Su Ming laughed softly. Last time in the investment promotion held in the city, he took a few 100 million orders for Qianhua in one shot, so that your daughter in front of many business seniors can be considered a big face? Yeah, there's more to this? Lin Huijun exclaimed. I said how come the performance of Qianhua is so good recently? So it's because of Xiao Song? If I say Xiao Song, you also don't learn the young people to play the character. Have to go to deliver what takeaway? Simply you come to my company to serve well. You first be a chairman assistant. Slowly familiarize yourself with the company's business. Su Ming cheerfully said, when some years, I also retired, the company will be directly to you to take care of. Song Huching was about to speak, but Lin Huijun stopped him. Xiao Song, we also know your concerns, but you don't have to worry. Although Su Mei still has a younger sister, she has little interest in taking care of the company. When the time comes, we'll just divide the shares among her. You really think he's a delivery boy, don't you? Su Mei pouted. Have you seen which delivery man can live in Lin Chung house? He gave me a 10 million plus villa a few days ago, and yesterday he gave me a 20 million plus luxury car, parked in the parking lot right now. People can't look at a small family like our Su's. Su Ming and Lin Huijun were also stunned. This script, why is it different from what they imagined? Speaking of cars, I feel that your sister has been a little off lately. Lin Huijun laughed and scolded. Oh, what's wrong? Su Mei wondered. I saw your sister, and it looks like she changed cars too. Lin Huijun mysteriously said. The Mercedes-Benz she used to have is still the one I bought for her, but the she recently drove is also a tens of millions of dollars luxury car. She's willing to buy such an expensive car? Su Mei was surprised. She definitely cannot afford to give up. I asked her. She said it was sent by someone else. Lin Huijun laughed and scolded. You and she have been close since childhood. This boyfriend, you have to give her a good gate. Su Mei was just about to say something when the door to the private room was pushed open. You're just in time. You're not clamoring to see your brother-in-law every day. Come and see, brother-in-law? It was accompanied by an exclamation of surprise. Song Huching looked sideways, and when he saw the person who rushed over, his entire body went numb. Su Ching? Song Huching? Su Ching screamed and stepped forward and grabbed his collar fiercely. Chapter 118, Why don't we have a farewell dinner? Xiao Chang, why are you so unruly? Su Ming chided. Why don't you hurry up and let go of your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? The corner of Su Ching's mouth twitched. Then she gritted her teeth and said, Brother-in-law, when will you and my sister get married? Su Ching, what are you babbling about? Su Mei red-faced held Song Huching's hand and said, we are all still young now, and Huching also has his own career to do. It doesn't matter if it's a few years late. Xiao Chang, you and Xiao Song know each other? Lin Huijun pulled Su Ching's hand. We've known each other for almost 10 years. Su Ching said, drumming her cheeks. You guys still have this kind of fate? Su Ming laughed and scolded. No wonder you grabbed people's collars as soon as you came. But next time, don't be like this. Xiao Song is your brother-in-law in the end. You can't be big or small. Okay. Su Ching frowned and said, just now I met Uncle Mu downstairs. His daughter also came. You guys hurry over to see it. What? Old Mu is here too? Su Ming first froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, it's better to forget about it after all. Today is to receive Xiao Song. Mr. Ming, it doesn't matter. Song Huching hurriedly said, we're all in Lin Chang. When is a meal not a meal? Listening to this tone of Su Ching, your friend should have traveled a long way. Why don't you go and catch up with your friend first? Saruji has a point. Su Mei lightly laughed. We are all in Lin Chang, since we all know each other. Next time we will directly go home to eat well. We still have a lot of business to rely on Uncle Mu. You guys go over to say hello to them first. It's also possible. Su Ming reached out and shook Song Huching's hand before patting him on the back. your Aunt Lynn's craftsmanship is good. When you are free some days, come to the house for a meal, and we will have a good drink between the two masters. Hey, Song Huching hurriedly nodded his head. Haikuan, let's go over there first then. Su Ming greeted Lin Huijun and walked towards the door. Once the two left, the atmosphere in the private room instantly condensed. What's your relationship? Su Mei said in a deep voice. Song Huching hesitated before smiling bitterly. She's my girlfriend. Snap. Su Mei raised her hand and slapped him. Song Huching, what do you take us sisters for? Still want to embrace left and right? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I have a girlfriend? Song Huching said with a bitter face. Snap. Subaru slapped him again. You asshole, you know that she is my sister. You deliberately play with our sisters to play, right? Am I going to find out she's your sister? Song Huching was on the verge of tears. You can't even do that on a TV show, can you? You don't know? With your Mr. Song's great powers, would you not know that my sister is Su Cheng? Su Mei laughed coldly. Song Huching, you play this hand of desire well. It's not even if you lied to me. You even lied to Su Cheng? Lust for a fight? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. How far have you gotten? Su Cheng said in a deep voice. Song Huching was just about to speak when he ate another big mouthful. How far can he and I go? How long have we only known each other? Su Mei pretended to be relaxed. On the contrary, how far have you gone with him? Me and him. After Su Cheng glanced at Song Huching, she tilted her head to the side. Although he and I have known each other for many years, nothing has happened. He only recently divorced. Since he's your boyfriend, claim him back. Su Mei sat down on the stool and crossed her legs. Song Huching, I am now officially informing you that we are finished. Well, Song Huching looked at her and didn't say anything. What do you call that? Su Cheng also sat on the stool and sneered. How bad Su Cheng is. I am not so bad as to steal your boyfriend. He and I were originally just playing around. Song Huching, let's not contact each other again. Song Huching looked at the two and couldn't help but sigh. Breaking up? Yes. Su Cheng and Su Mei both nodded their heads. Okay then. Song Huching looked at them and said with a straight face. Then I wish the two of you happiness in the future. Song Huching, you're less disgusting. Su Cheng said angrily. What's the matter? You think I really can't live without you, right? That's true. Su Mei also coldly laughed. Song Huching, Su Mei is also a person who can afford to let go of the money my company owes you. I will give you as soon as possible. As for the things you sent me, you take it back. I don't want it. What did he send you? Su Cheng was surprised. A car. A suite. After Su Mei finished, she frowned. What did he send you? A car. A Porsche. Su Cheng gritted her teeth and said, Song Huching, you play a good setup. Didn't you say that my sister is a rich woman? You are cheating her money? What? Su Mei angrily said. Song Huching, you and her is so said? I'm wronged. Song Huching said bitterly. I never said so. Su Cheng glared. Song Huching, you're shameless. I'd say it's almost done. Song Huching helplessly said. This scolding also scolded. We should not eat a breakup dinner. How? Breakup dinner? Su Mei and Su Cheng glanced at each other and both burst into a rage. I'll beat you to death. Scattergories, you're cheating and you're justified, aren't you? Song Huching, you're not human. Song Huching held his head and crouched on the ground as the two rushed over, punching and kicking him. A good half hour. There was a knock on the front door. Who? Su Mei snarled. Ms. Su, can we serve the food now? The waitress timidly asked outside the door. Could be. Song Huching shouted. Su Cheng immediately grabbed his hand and bit it hard. Are you a starving ghost? Still thinking of eating at this hour? Not. That also always have to eat some not? Song Huching helplessly said. This is not to come here. Are you out of your element? Su Mei also angrily rebuked. Su Cheng is about to break up with you, and you're still thinking about eating? She is not. You guys want to break up with me? This also can't stop. Song Huching timidly said. Since you want to break up, then before breaking up, we eat a meal together. I'm going to kill you. Su Cheng roared, took off her high heels and was ready to slam them towards Song Huching. Song Huching cursed and flew to the other side. Su Cheng, you want to smash him to death? Su Mei reached out to block Su Cheng. He's your boyfriend. What's the matter? Are you heartbroken? I already broke up with him. He's not my boyfriend, Su Cheng said with red eyes. Su Mei opened her mouth, but sighed helplessly. Su Cheng, he keeps telling me that he has a girlfriend. Then you still hooked up with him? Su Cheng wiped her tears. Su Mei looked at her and also reddened her eyes. Chapter 119, to the three of us falling out of love at the same time. Cheers. Actually, it's not that complicated. Song Huching sat on the other side of the table and carefully said, We are purely misunderstanding, not misunderstanding? You want to brush this off with a misunderstanding? Sume burst into a rage, and just as she picked up the dishes on the table, she was stopped by Su Qing. Listen to him at. Poof. Sume coldly grunted and put the dishes down. I'll be Su Qing's brother-in-law, or I'll be Sume's brother-in-law. In fact, you all can't accept it, right? Song Huqing sighed. Since you can't accept it, it's better for everyone to be friends. What do you mean? Subaru's eyes widened. Being friends? You and me or her? With both of you. Song Huqing helplessly said. Let's not be so dogmatic, isn't it? If I'm with any of you, then the other one definitely won't be able to get over this hurdle. It's not easy for anyone to be robbed of their boyfriend by their own sister. So let's not get into a relationship. Let's just be friends. Song Huqing, go to hell. With two roars of anger, heels and dishes came crashing down together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huqing hurriedly raised the tablecloth to block it in front of him. At this time, the waiters had already pushed their food carts in, and after seeing this scene, they were all a bit at a loss for words. MS. Su, still serving? Get on. Sume sat down disheveled on the stool and smiled bitterly. Open a few red wines. Yes. After the waiter answered, he immediately placed the dishes on the table and turned to run out. Why are you sitting so far away? Come here, Su Qing said in a deep voice. How about we still sit a little farther away? You just bit me. My hand still hurts now. Song Huqing laughed bitterly. Didn't you say to be friends? Since we are friends, why are we still beating you? Sume laughed to herself. Come over here. We won't make a move. I don't think it's not that I don't believe in the two of you, but how about the two of you take an oath? Song Huqing carefully said. Song Huqing, don't force me to whip you. Su Qing gritted her teeth. I will count to 3. If you don't come over, then we will jump from here together. Sume gritted her teeth. Don't. Me over here yet? Song Huqing sighed and walked towards them. Seeing this, Sume and Su Qing tacitly moved aside a seat. Song Huqing glanced at the seat, then at the two men with frosty faces, and finally gritted his teeth and sat down. At this point, all three were somewhat silent. After all, after encountering such a thing, even if Song Huqing gags again, there is always a hurdle in their hearts that they can't get over. I don't know how long it's been. The waiter brought up the sobered-up wine, and after carefully placing it on the table, sprinted out. After Su Qing got up and poured the wine into 3 tall glasses, she raised a glass of wine and said, brother-in-law, I'll toast you. Subaru, what are you yelling about? Sume was annoyed. Song Huqing and I have already broken up. He was originally your boyfriend. Is he still my boyfriend now? Su Qing wiped the corners of her eyes and said sadly, I can put up with any more nonsense he does outside, but why does he want to be with you? 1,000 mistakes are my fault, and I will never contact him again. Sume also reddened her eyes and turned her head aside after taking a drink from her wineglass. Song Huqing hesitated, reached out and took a piece of lobster and set it in his bowl. Snap! He got a slap on the hand. My sister is crying like that and you're still in the mood to eat? Do you have any conscience at all? Su Qing said angrily. Why don't you eat it? Song Huqing gave her the lobster with some reluctance. Puffing, Sume couldn't help but laugh. You? Su Qing glared at him in exasperation. Have I never eaten lobster or what? AI. In fact, you guys are overthinking things. Song Huqing sighed. What do you mean? Sume frowned. I was not supposed to appear in your world, whether it is you or Su Qing or you just pretend that you have never known me. How did you live in the past? And how will you live in the future? Song Huqing raised his glass and said, I'm very happy to have met you both, and to have spent a very happy time with both of you, and I hope that you will be able to do everything you want in the days ahead. Song Huqing, you come when you say you're coming and leave when you say you're leaving. What do you take my sister for? Su Qing chastised. As a friend. Song Huqing said with a straight face, whether it is you or Sume, I treat you all as my friends, so I don't want to make the two of you unhappy because of these small things. I can see that you sisters are very close, but you're both unlucky to meet a man like me. It's fate and robbery. Puffing, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh and snapped. Why are you talking as if you're going to become a monk? That's not so bad. Song Huqing laughed softly. I just think that people live a life, and that's all there is to it. For example, we now feel that this matter is difficult to accept, or particularly sad, but tomorrow, next year, we look back to see this matter. We will find that it is also just like that. That's easy for you to say. Sume looked downcast and said, Su Qing has been around for so many years. I've never seen her fall in love. You're the first boyfriend she's ever talked to. Say it as if you have talked about it. Su Qing did not have a good temper. You are 30 years old. You still think you are 17 or 18 years old? You can take your time, right? You think you're young? You are also 27 or 18 years. Younger than me by just 2 years. Sume also sneered. You don't fall in love now. Wait until you're 30. You go and be a stepmother to someone else. I'm with Song Huching, and I'm also a stepmother to someone. So what's the point? Su Ching bristled. Would you be willing to change someone else? Su Mei sneered. Hey, don't argue. Song Huching hurriedly filled up the wine for the two men and raised his glass. Actually, it really isn't a big deal for the three of us to lose our love at the same time. Cheers. You're dying. Su Mei reached out and slapped him, good-humored and amused. Song Huching, why are you always so optimistic? Su Ching sighed. Well, Song Huching tilted his head and looked at her, then sighed. Why Don? I jump from here now and die to show you, okay? Asterisk. Off. There's not a good word coming out of your mouth. Su Ching was also amused. Okay. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Between us, there is nothing deep hatred. Between your sisters, even less to talk about, is not it? So let's have a good drink. It's best to get drunk. By the time I wake up again tomorrow, I'll have disappeared from both of your lives. Su Ching and Su Mei looked at him with complicated eyes, then burst into tears. Chapter 120, Gu hearing foam like that is the Kai Z. You are not. The three of them drank one glass after another as if they were old friends. Su Mei and Su Ching also blabbed about each other's childhood scandals, causing Song Huching to laugh. I don't know how much time has passed. The door to the room was pushed open. Yeah, you guys kinda get along. Lin Huijun joked. Mr. Ming, Auntie. Song Huching stood up and laughed lightly. There are still things to do on my company's side. If not, please also ask the two of you to send Su Ching and Su Mei back. Hey, Xiao Song, what are you talking about? Su Ming laughed and scolded. One of them is your friend, one is your girlfriend, but they are all my daughters, aren't they? If they are drunk, am I still going to leave them alone? That's. Song Huching nodded with a smile and reached out to shake Lin Huijuan's hand again. Auntie, it's nice to meet you. I'm glad to meet you, too. Lin Huijun laughed. Rush tomorrow. You and Su Mei come back together. We have a meal together. You see, your parents' party is not convenient. Convenient we also recognize. Okay. Song Huching laughed. When I go back and talk to them about this, I'll have Su Mei ask you guys out. Then, Su Ming and Lin Huijun both nodded with smiles. They are how to look at Song Huching, how to smooth eyes. Good family, good looks, and more importantly, character is also good. Su Mei is strong, door to door, and also able to tolerate her can be rarely seen. I'll leave you then. Thanks for the hospitality. After bowing slightly to the two, Song Huching picked up his own jacket and headed for the door. I'll walk you. Su Ming took 2 steps forward. Stay back. Song Huching waved his hand and disappeared into the doorway. At this moment, Su Mei and Su Ching opened their eyes at the same time, and both of them looked at each other with red eyes. Hotel lobby. Song Huching had just stepped out of the elevator when he saw Gu Xinfeng and Wan Xingyao chatting, while Li Qingmu was sitting on the side playing with his phone. Yo, Song Huching, that's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Song Huching walked to the front of the three, handed a cigarette to Gu hearing Feng. How is the investment meeting? Did you get any business? Our Su clan is the leading local company in Linchang. There are quite a few who want to cooperate with us, Gu hearing Feng said rather haughtily. Awesome. Song Huching gave a thumbs up. Didn't you accompany Su Mei to meet the parents? How did it go? Ruan Xingyao asked without moving. Don't mention it. Song Huching sighed. You still don't know what's going on in my family. How can this chicken be worthy of a phoenix? Blown? Gu hearing Wind was quite surprised. Hey! Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu shouted out in displeasure at the same time. No, I mean, you and Mr. Su didn't make it? Gu hearing Feng forced down his joy and said, obviously. Song Huching laughed softly. Hey, I am a little strange. Why I haven't seen that Chin Chu kid lately? He's busy with a blind date. How can he have time to surround Softy every day? Gu hearing Feng sneered. Blind date? Song Huching looked at Ruan Xingyao in surprise. His family can't see you either? Asterisk. Q. Ruan Xingyao didn't he have the good sense to push him? Angrily said. He and I were originally innocent. You can't talk nonsense. Licking dogs really don't deserve to die. Song Huching sighed, puffing. Both Li Changmu and Gu hearing Feng couldn't help but laugh. Go. You don't make a mess. Ruan Xingyao laughed and scolded. It's you, and not to mention the Su group. Just the market value of Qiannua is not bad, right? If you are looking for a decent job, it's okay. If you are delivering takeaways every day, it's a hell if people can look at you. Hey, but don't career discrimination. Song Huching bristled. You do have a decent job. Isn't this someone who still can't see you? Get lost. Ruan Xingyao reprimanded. I said that Qin Shu and I have nothing. You keep talking nonsense. Then we'll go and register again next month. You have a problem. You think the Civil Affairs Bureau is your home is how? Song Huching helplessly said. Once the cooling off period arrives, let's just get the license, and then we'll part ways. How nice. You. Ruan Xingyao was furious and couldn't help but viciously pinch him in the waist. Hey, don't do that. Song Huching hastily shrunk back. Even though I was just abandoned, I'm not so bad as to eat back grass, aren't I? Song Huching, do you want to die? Ruan Xingyao's face was red with anger. Just kidding. Song Huching laughed softly. But you and Gu Listening Wind are quite a match. Aren't they also single now? You roll. Ruan Xingyao glared. I'm not like you. Once divorced, I'm impatient to fall in love. I'll just keep the small garden and live my life is also quite good. Hey, custody is a deal. Song Huching said with a straight face. Poof. Ruan Xingyao snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Alright, let's go. Song Huching laughed lightly. The three of you continue. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he headed towards the front door. Li Qingmu's eyes rolled, pretended to answer a phone call, and followed him out as well. Ruan Xingyao looked at the two men's backs and couldn't help but frown. Mumu seems to be quite interested in Song Huching. Gu Hearing Wind laughed lightly. She's the one who can't see Song Huching. Ruan Xingyao bristled. Mumu's vision can be high. Her value is not more than 10 million. She won't even look at it. Oh yeah? Gu Hearing Wind's mind moved. Is it hard to believe that you still need to show more generosity? Lincoln River. Song Huching sat on the bench and sighed slightly. What's the matter? Really fall out of love? A fragrant breeze brushed by, and Li Qingmu sat down on his side, pulling out a haul of cold beer from the bag in her hand and handing it to him. Well, such a coincidence? Song Huching was surprised. What kind of coincidence is that? Li Qingmu laughed and scolded. I am afraid that you cannot think. Secretly followed. You so rich. Their family blind? Can't see you? You think I'm rich? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Sister, that is all fake. Well, what does it mean? Li Qingmu said with wide eyes. Hey, villa or not, car or not, all are Sumei's. Song Huching spread his hands and said, I'm just a takeaway. Where did I get any money? Ha? Li Qingmu was stunned, then said sharply, the car, bought for my father is also her money? Well, then I'm not as lowly as this. Song Huching shook his head. Then why are you acting like a big head? Li Qingmu did not have a good temper. My father's car cost $1 million. How long did you save to save so much money? Hurry up. I'll transfer $700,000 to you first, and I'll give the rest slowly. With it she pulled out her cell phone and started transferring money. No, are you serious? Song Huching was surprised. What do you mean? Li Qingmu was surprised. I'm not a kaiju. Song Huching laughed and scolded. This fishing kaiju got the money, which has the reason to return back. You roll. Li Qingmu did not have the good sense to say. Gu Hearing Foam like that is the Kaiser. You are not. Then what am I? Song Huching laughed. You. Li Qingmu pursed her lips. You're my boyfriend, or the kind who's met my parents. So what? Well, Song Huching fixedly looked at her for a long time, and then only sighed. I originally thought that you only love money. I did not think that you people also want to. Sis, greedy. Yeah. Song Huching, I'll bite you to death. After his hand that Li Qingmu hugged, she placed it on her lips and gently touched it. Chapter 121, just a breakup. There's no need to curse someone to death, right? Stop it. Song Huching retracted his hand like an electric shock, and laughed bitterly. Sister, my love life is a mess right now, so don't come and join in the fun. Poof, Li Qingmu indignantly said. They are high and mighty young ladies. How can they be compared to ordinary people like us? You is the heart high, always think they are good, but in the end, is not just an ordinary person? When you meet a high family like Sumei, don't you still have to suffer? You're right about everything, but what's the solution? Song Huching sighed. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? Li Qingmu blanked him. You is with such 1,000 gold miss talk about love talk for a long time? You look at you. In front of my parents are a look of what style, but also really think of themselves as a big young master? That's where you really misunderstood me. Song Huching lit a cigarette. Millions. Look a lot, but in reality, in some places, it is just a night's consumption. He is really not in front of Li Qingmu's parents to show off what? $1 million, although a lot. But for him, actually really okay. And a stiff upper lip. Li Qingmu did not have a good mood. What are the plans now that you have broken up? Still continue to go run your takeout? Or what? Song Huching spread his hands and said, doing things halfway is not my character. Since embarked on this road, at least to go to the head is not it? What do you mean go to the head? Li Qingmu scolded. You can't run takeout until you retire, can you? She was really getting a little pissed off. This guy didn't know any better. That's not so bad. Song Huching was halfway through his sentence when suddenly the phone rang. Hey, where are the brothers? Jiang Tao's voice came through, blowing the breeze along the Linchang River. Why? What's good about it? Song Huching laughed. This is not to think of you well. Send a positioning to me. We two drink a drink today. Not allowed to bring family. Jiang Tao laughed lightly. Success. After Song Huching hung up the phone, he glanced sideways and saw Lee Ching-moo glaring at him with a puff of air. What people? Still not allowed to bring family members to send hay back. I can tell you, you do not go to do bad things, or I will report you. What's wrong with you? Song Huching patted her face and scolded with a laugh. If I really am that out of tune, wouldn't it be better to go straight home with you, and still have to go do something bad? Go. I'm not your anything. What are you doing back home with me? Lee Ching-moo blushed and tilted her head to the side. Hey, I'm hurt. You could have just said that I'm the boyfriend you met your parents with. Song Huching covered his chest and said, don't you make a fool of yourself. Lee Ching-moo laughed coldly. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You have such a high heart. To find a girlfriend who is not a big lady of the Su family or some Chin family. Where do you look at ordinary people like us? Hey, it's all in the past. Song Huching self-deprecating. Sisters, said you really do not believe. This person is really some evil. If you do not see parents, do not talk about marriage, that everything is good. But once you come to this step, basically all of them are a good end. Nonsense. You and I. Well, Lee Ching-moo couldn't help but stare in disbelief in the middle of his words. This guy seems to be making some sense. Ever since he met his parents, he's given himself to send out videos, and he's been received by his girlfriend. I've never seen his girlfriend call before when the two of them stayed together. The two were making small talk. Suddenly a big red Porsche sped up, and after stopping on the side of the road, a man got out of the car. He was about 1.70 meters or so tall, and his looks were not bad, except for the pale face, which indicated that this guy 80% had a lot of stories. Old Song, here. Song Huching beckoned to him. Damn, there are cameras here. 200 violations. Jiang Tao cursed afterward, but still parked his car on the side of the road and walked over. Your young master Jiang is still afraid of violating the law? Stop it. Song Huching took out a cigarette and handed one over. Who gets their money from the wind? I've had a hard time collecting rent too. Okay. After Jiang Tao cursed, he glanced at Lee Ching-moo and was shocked. What? The woman beside him last time wasn't me, was it? Lee Ching-moo lightly laughed. Hey, Jiang Tao immediately said. Sister, words can't be said. Like this I have never seen a woman beside old Song. You coaxed the ghost. Lee Ching-moo slanted his eyes and said, look at you, this is to be emptied of your body by alcohol and color. And Song Huching, it is not a good thing at all. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Sis, that's a bit insulting? Old Song is not a good thing, I recognize, but I am still good. Jiang Tao said with vigor. Q. Lee Ching-moo laughed and cursed, got up and said, get Lu. I do not bother you two brothers to catch up, but Song Huching can drink a lot at noon. If you are drunk again at night, call me, I will pick him up. Old Song, awesome. After Jiang Tao gave a thumbs up, he looked at Lee Ching-moo and said, what is sister's name? Lee Ching-moo. Ada FMS. Lee Ching-moo pulled out his cell phone. Jiang Tao. After Jiang Tao said that, he obediently took out his cell phone and exchanged flyers with her. Alright, let's go. After waving her hand, Lee Ching-moo stepped on her high heels and walked towards the road. No, sis, let us send you chant. Jiang Tao shouted. No, I'm not going to waste any time catching up. After Lee Ching-moo let out a light laugh, he beckoned a cab and took off. Sa, that's sa. After Jiang Tao praised, he squinted at Song Huching. Old Song, eating in the bowl and looking at the pot cannot be. Q. The bowl tipped over. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Now the pot has also run. Nothing. Ha? Jiang Tao looked at him with a face full of shock. Not. That's Sue's sister last time. No more? Roll. Song Huching reached out and slapped him on the head, saying in a bad mood, it's just a breakup. There's no need to curse someone to death, right? You roll. Jiang Tao glared. What I said is to break up. What is wrong? I still expect people to die? But that said, I think you and that Sue sister 80% also have no chance. Oh, what does that say? Song Huching was curious. We're all just regular people, know that, right? Jiang Tao sighed. The necklace hanging around that Sue sister's neck must be at least several dozens of. Seriously, what do you think he figure us? Can't it be that she is not a stepmother and wants to experience what it's like to be a mom? Hey, you don't say. I think it's really possible. Song Huching stroked his chin and said, Q. You really think people are cuties? Not? Jiang Tao pushed him. Don't bull. Get in the car. Well, where to? Song Huching wondered. Originally was going to let you accompany me to a beautiful woman and a lot of fun place. But now, still buddy to take you to take a break. Otherwise you so borrow wine to dispel the sorrow is not a way, is not it? Jiang Tao looked at him with pity. Chapter 122. I wasn't a thing back then. Let's not talk about how Jiang Tao's car skills are, but he can really curse. You're driving so fast. In a hurry to get married? You're such a ing asshole. Driving a wedding car? Your mother-in-law got married twice, didn't she? UING. Road is so big. You and I too here to squeeze. UING road politics, right? Song Hutching's head buzzed as he listened to these words. It was also fortunate that the kid didn't have a convertible top, or else he was worried about whether the two would make it to their destination alive. Most of an hour later, Jiang Tao drove the car to a noisy street. Although it was summer and people really didn't wear much, but the girls here wore even less. Even a gust of wind can be a real treat. Old Song, how's the game going? Nice. Song Hutching gave a thumbs up and tilted his head. Not happy. Only the neon sign above read 4 big words, Blue Hole Bar. All spending buddies pay for today. Play with confidence. After Jiang Tao threw the car keys to the parking minion, he took Song Hutching and swaggered toward the bar, and when he reached the door, he said aloud to the stamping minion, "Single, my buddy and I are single." "Hey," the junior answered and then stamped a blue-colored seal on both men's arms. "I think this is also superfluous." Jiang Tao bristled. "Who the comes here to play? Who would ever say they have a date?" There are 3 types of blue hole bar stamps. Blue and pink are single, green is married, and big red is divorced. That's hard to say. Isn't there a red one there? Song Hutching nudged it a short distance away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I came here without 1,000 also have 800 times. Green has seen a lot, but the big red is really a time to see. Jiang Tao was surprised. "Hey, that woman. I seem to have seen somewhere." Song Hutching stroked his chin and said, "I can go to your grandfather it. This Lin Chang women you have seen." Jiang Tao despised. "I said the old song. We cannot be so unproductive. So many good girls do not choose to find a divorced. Looking for excitement is not so looking for not unseen, isn't it?" Song Hutching skimmed his mouth. This cover big red chapter. Maybe really only one man. But cover pink and green chapter. Do not know how many men have had it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Tao froze for a moment, then sighed. This damn thing is really marriage making people mature. You are getting more and more deep now. Or do you think? Song Hutching let out a light laugh and followed him to find a 4-person card seat. It's only early evening and the stage is still being prepared, but many men and women have already begun to drink up. After all, the bar this place, everyone comes to the purpose is different. Some are trying to get themselves drunk. Some are trying to get others drunk. Old Song, do you know why I'm looking for you today? Jiang Tao said mysteriously. Because your rent collection endeavors have been going so well lately? Song Hutching wondered. Roll. Jiang Tao did not have a good temper. Lousy if not looking at your dream girl to come. I can specially go to pick you up? The girl of my dreams? Who is it? Song Hutching was surprised. And pretend. Jiang Tao laughed and scolded. Back then, you said that in this life, the only person who can make give up Ruan Xingyao is Zhao Xinyan Ir. I wasn't a thing back then. Song Hutching sighed. Ha! Jiang Tao was immediately happy. The little comrade has a deep understanding of himself. But, you are not a good thing now. And play seamlessly. This Sue's sister has not even gone far. You have a new love. Don't ing bull me. I'm just friends with that girl from earlier. Song Hutching leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette. If I believe you, then let me not receive a penny of rent this month. After Jiang Tao skimmed his lips, he instantly began to look for a hitch. Otherwise, how embarrassing for 2 grown men to sit in a 4-person booth. At this point, the 2 women walked over and looked at Jiang Tao and laughed softly. We don't have a position. Can we sit here? Well, Jiang Tao was startled violently, and after glancing at the bright red seal on the arm of the woman who didn't speak, he then looked at Song Hutching. Sit just sit, casually. Song Hutching laughed lightly. Thanks. After the woman who spoke said thanks, she smiled and said, My name is Chen Shui. This is my colleague Mu Qing. Jiang Tao. Song Hutching. Jiang Tao also made a self-introduction, smiling and looking at Mu Qing. Mu beautiful. Woman, this is not a coincidence. You divorced. My brother also divorced. I think you should have a common topic. This way, Chen beautiful woman. Let us not be a human light bulb. We two sit at a table at success. Chen Shui readily agreed, then left Mu Qing behind and sat next to Jiang Tang. Mr. Song, the last time. Thank you, Mu Qing said with a red face. You're welcome. A show of hands. Song Hutching joked. Why do you have time to come to the bar for a drink today? Don't you have to do business? The company gave me half a month's vacation after that business deal last time. Mu Qing somewhat uncomfortably pulled her short skirt down her thighs and whispered. I took quite a bit of commission, so my colleagues in the company wanted me to treat them to come over for a drink. Oh, where are your coworkers? How come everyone doesn't sit together? Song Hutching joked. They all went to wait for Zhao Xinyan. Mu Qing was a little embarrassed. I saw you when I came in, so I dragged my friend over to find you. Well, just to say thank you to me? Song Hutching laughed lightly. Aha. Mu Qing blushed and put her head down. Then have a drink with me. Song Huching picked up the beer on the table and knocked it lightly against the table, and the 2 bottle caps spun and landed on the table. Ooh, old Song, this hand is handsome. Jiang Tao laughed out loud. Right? After Song Huching handed a bottle of beer to Mu Qing, he took 2 more, then picked up the card holder sign on the table and gave it a flick. The bubbles from the 2 beers instantly surged to the tops of the bottles, but not a drop fell out. That's an awesome hand, Song. Chen Shui clapped her hands and said, come on, it's fate if we meet. Go A. Walk 1. Several people raised their bottles and clinked them lightly. Boom! Electronic fireworks erupted next to the stage, catching everyone's attention. At that point, the house lights went out. When it lit up again, a woman in a short white dress with a hot and uncharacteristically beautiful body appeared on stage holding a microphone. I now somewhat understand why she was my former dream girl. Song Huching sighed. You're pretending to be a big man. Jiang Tao laughed loudly and said, Zhao Xinyan is the dream girl of our generation. That is, the time and luck are not good. Otherwise she must be a top star now. Chapter 123, Can you call it truthfulness without blowing your mind? Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Xinyan. Welcome to the Blue Hole Bar. Just such a simple sentence caused the entire venue to immediately heat up, with countless people shouting her name at the top of their lungs. Beautiful, so beautiful. Jiang Tao exclaimed. Pretty doesn't have you either. Song Huching laughed and scolded. That's hard to say. Jiang Tao was unconvinced. Zhao Xinyan is now working in our Linchang, and we are of similar age. In case there is still a chance? Puffing. Chen Shui and Mu Qing both couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you don't say. Yu Jiang young master has a good appearance and a decent occupation. This is also the lack of an opportunity. If you really let Zhao Xinyan sleep with you for one night, maybe you can really make it happen. Song Huching said in a serious manner. Right? Jiang Tao tilted his head rather proudly, but after looking at Chen Shui and Mu Qing, who were laughing and tumbling over the sofa, he immediately blackened his face. Damn, old Song, you tell me, how can I sleep with Zhao Xinyan for one night? Hey, that's the only technical difficulty to be solved. Song Huching sighed. Asterisk 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 off. Jiang Tao couldn't help but laugh as well. Let's drink so dry how meaningless It just so happens that Zhao Xinyan is now singing lyrical songs. Why don't we play a game? Chen Shui lightly laughed. Hey, this is good. Jiang Tao immediately said. How about we group men and women and play an ancient game? Truth or dare? Chen Shui raised her eyebrows. Confidant. Jiang Tao extended his hand and gave her a high five. This good friend of mine seldom comes to the bar. Shaking the dice or something is not suitable for her. Why don't we play simpler? Chen Shui sat down next to Mu Qing and wrapped her arm around her shoulders. Isn't this a coincidence? This brother of mine is also the first time to come. Like this. How about we play rock paper scissors? Jiang Tao said in a serious manner. Could be. Chen Shui nodded with a smile. The two of them decided on the rules of the game in a few words, without the slightest intention of asking Song Huching or Mu Qing. Come on, rock paper scissors. Hey, handsome Song, rock eats scissors. You've lost. Chen Shui lightly laughed. Hurry up and ask. Jiang Tao urged. People can't choose a dare when they're handsome Song? Chen Shui ranted. Dare is later. Play truth first. Jiang Tao laughed and scolded. Hurry, up and hurry. Success. Chen Shui smiled and wrapped her arms around Mu Qing's shoulders. Handsome Song, why did you get divorced? Song Huching had just opened his mouth when Jiang Tao stopped him. He was away on a long business trip and then his wife had someone else on the outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching was just about to open his mouth when Jiang Tao stomped on him. He couldn't help but swallow back his words with a bitter smile. Handsome Song, you're pathetic. Let's go A. Chen Shui raised her bottle and clinked it with him. Again, rock paper scissors. Hey, Mu Beauty, I can win. Jiang Tao laughed out loud. My question is the same as that of Chen Beauty. Why did you get divorced? Chen Shui was just about to open her mouth, but Jiang Tao stopped her. Stop it. Let her speak for herself. You. Chen Shui stared up at once. Okay. That's the way to play it, right? Jiang Tao immediately folded his arms and apologized. My marriage was arranged by my family, and I didn't like it, so I got divorced. Mu Qing lowered her head and said, well, hey, follow the rules of the game. Chen Shui knocked on the table. Again, rock paper scissors. I won. Chen Shui immediately said. Handsome Song, what line of work are you in? His family has 3 coal mines in Jiang County, and his old man is a coal boss. Jiang Tao laughed. Ooh. Chen Shui and Mu Qing were both filled with surprise. Song Huching pulled Jiang Tao and gritted his teeth. Asterisk 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 don't you blow so big and powerful. Can you call it genuine without blowing awesome? Jiang Tao rolled his eyes. Asterisk 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 makes so much sense. Song Huching was surprisingly speechless. Again, rock paper scissors. Beauty Mu. What's your impression of my brother? Jiang Tao laughed. Mu Qing instantly blushed and lowered her head. I have a good impression of him. He once helped me. Ooh, there's such a thing as destiny? Chen Shui immediately said. Handsome Song, what is your impression of my family's Qing? Nice. Song Huqing laughed softly. She is actually not suitable for today's outfit. She is suitable for gentle and generous dress. If she wears a JK here, it is guaranteed to cause a sensation. Mu Qing was wearing a short black dress today, and a pair of black stockings on her feet. Seductive enough, but with a lot less flavor. Insightful. Chen Shui gave a thumbs up. Mu, beautiful woman. Not to hide, my brother's life is not very good. There is a daughter following him after the divorce. Do you have a child? Jiang Tao laughed. You two don't pretend anymore, do you? The corners of Song Huqing's mouth twitched a little. It's only been a few rounds of play and they all simply asked directly. I don't have kids. Mu Qing hurriedly waved her hand and said, and you're wrong, the child follows him, that means he's a responsible man. It's not a bad fate. Hey, have a vision. Jiang Tao also gave a thumbs up. It's not that I brag, my brother's boudoir is super cute. If it's not that he can't afford to give it up, I want to carry it home and raise it. Really? Chen Shui deliberately said. Where is such a cute child? Children can all be rowdy and very. Hey, you still don't believe me? Jiang Tao immediately took out his cell phone and opened Wan Xingyao's circle of friends, looking for a picture of Xiao Yuan and handing it to her. Yikes, this is beautiful. Chen Shui exclaimed. She looks so pretty. Her mom must be pretty too, right? Mu Qing said enviously. Mu, beautiful woman. Not I and you brag. This brother of mine's ex-wife. That was the school flower of our university back in the day. Chasing after her can be lined up from the school teaching building to the school gate. Jiang Tao proudly said. It's also the problem of my brother's job. Otherwise they wouldn't have gotten divorced yet. That's true. Your buddy is also a talented man, isn't he? Chen Shui joked. Hey, that's not true. Jiang Tao immediately said. Mu beauty, you and my buddy are divorced. Like this. You guys add a flyer? No other meaning, just as a friend. Good. Mu Qing didn't hesitate and quickly pulled out his cell phone. No, didn't you say that divorced ones are bad? Song Huqing said quietly to Jiang Tao. I think you're making a lot of sense. Jiang Tao skimmed his mouth. Divorced cannot guarantee that there is only one man. This is not divorced. Still do not know how many men it is. Hurry up. People QR code are pulled out. Gotta. Song Huqing had no choice but to scan Mu Qing's cell phone. 9 billion girls' dreams? Mu Qing looked at Song Huqing's nickname in surprise. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tao and Chen Shui both doubled over in laughter on the card seat. Seeing and laughing, Song Huqing arched his hand at them. At this point, a bright light hit the room, causing all four men to stare. What's the situation? Chapter 124, I've done good deeds in my life. It's only right to take a look, right? Congratulations to the lucky audience at table 66. The MC on stage yelled out and the whole room erupted in applause. No, what the hell? Song Huqing had only finished speaking when Jiang Tao lifted him up. Yo, still a handsome guy. The MC snickered. Hurry up and come up. Today Xinyan is in a good mood and is willing to sing one of her songs with you. Hurry up and go. This is a good opportunity. Jiang Tao hurriedly said. No, why don't you go? Maybe you guys can really sleep for a night. Song Huqing said helplessly. Ha ha ha. Chen Shui and Mu Qing both laughed out loud. You roll. Jiang Tao also cried and laughed. Let you sing a song with your idol just get. You still want to sleep with people. Too greedy, right? After he finished speaking, he pushed Song Huqing. Song Huqing had no choice but to walk onto the stage. What is your name, sir? Zhao Xinyan asked in a glutinous manner. Holy, what a leprechaun. Song Huqing was not separated from her by less than a body length, but even so, there was not a single blemish to be seen on her bare face. This is even if this girl height at least 1 meter 7 to go up, stepping on a pair of high heels, then Jiang Tao are still a head higher. What's more important is her figure. Seriously, Song Huqing was also considered to have eaten and seen people, but it was the first time he had seen someone who came out of a comic, and it was still that kind of a modest comic. After all, no one's body could be so good that it was exaggerated but not out of place, right? The pair of jade rabbits in front of her chest, just based on visual inspection, felt like someone's head was as big as that. Sir, seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhao Xinyan couldn't help but shout twice. Shoo, the whole bar was filled with boos. Asterisk. Speak up. Jiang Tao couldn't help but shout. Ha ha ha. The whole room burst into laughter. Sir, you don't have to be nervous. Zhao Xinyan comforted a sound after. To the stage laughed. Everyone also do not laugh. Ordinary people for the first time on the stage. Is a little nervous? This is a normal reaction. Slowly adapt to a little on the good. TSK, it's still my family Xinyan who's understanding. Are you kidding? Who doesn't know she's beautiful and kind? If you ask me, just let me go on stage. The audience under the stage was talking, full of praise for Zhao Xinyan. Sir, what's your name? Zhao Xinyan asked once more. Qin Chu, Song Hucheng said in a serious manner. I just now was not because of nervousness, it is just that I am your fan, so close to the idol. This is still the first time, so I want to see a little more clearly. Puffing, the audience on stage burst into laughter. So, what's the difference between me and the TV? Zhao Xinyan laughed delicately. Well, bigger. Pust. Countless people who were drinking sprayed at once. What did you say? Zhao Xinyan instantly blushed and subconsciously covered her chest. No, I mean, you're more atmospheric and gentle than you look on TV. What do you mean you're covering your chest? Song Hucheng was surprised and said, Ms. Zhao, Qin Chu, am a decent man, and will not peek at other people's breasts so lowly. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed so hard they slapped the table. You, Zhao Xinyan glared at him fiercely before putting her hand down. Oh yeah, I usually look bright and early. Song Hucheng leisurely said, I've done good deeds in my life. It's only right to take a look, right? Asterisk. Jiang Tao instantly fell on his face with laughter, pounding the table fiercely. You, after Zhao Xinyan glared at him, she covered her chest and ran towards the backstage. No, what do you mean? Song Hucheng looked at the MC with a stunned expression. Cough. The MC came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Don't be nervous, everyone. Xinyan is going to the backstage to change her clothes. She will be right back. Change of clothes? Song Hucheng was quite dissatisfied. She's looking down on us decent people as what? Brother, I beg you. Your table is on me today. Let's not talk about it, okay? Someone shouted. If you keep talking, we can just listen to your comedy. Ha ha ha. The whole room burst out laughing again. At this point, Zhao Xinyan is also back. She changed into a pair of washed jeans and a t-shirt on top, but even with such a simple attire, she still couldn't hide her exploding body. You said you were a fan. What song would you like to sing about me? Song Hucheng looked at her in a daze and froze for a moment. Heart of Rain? Zhao Xinyan said a song. Song Hucheng shook his head. Sky Blue? Song Hucheng shook his head again. You, don't think you don't know how to sing my songs, do you? Zhao Xinyan's head was filled with black lines. Well, I'm a face fan. Song Hucheng shamelessly said. What does face powder mean? Zhao Xinyan frowned. Just like your body, not your talent. Song Hucheng sighed. Asterisk. Where did this brother come from? The whole arena was almost carried away. For the first time in their lives, someone could make being horny sound so refreshing. What a ing face fan. If I hadn't read the book, I would have believed it. You're being a hooligan, aren't you? Zhao Xinyan glared at him fiercely. No, how could it be? It's flirting at best. Song Hucheng shrugged his shoulders, and after seeing the other party raise the microphone, he immediately said, Wait, just now it was all a joke with you. I'm really your fan. I wrote a song for you. Shoo. Everyone cheered loudly and backwards, yet no one kicked him off. After all, the dude did what so many people wanted to do on stage but didn't dare. Really? Zhao Xinyan looked at him rather skeptically. Don't believe me. I'm leaving. Song Hucheng made a move to leave, but she reached out and tugged. Don't go away. Sing it then. Well, Song Hucheng pointed to his arm, skimming his lips. Miss Zhao, we are a gentleman as friend. To see can be, but the hands and feet cannot be. You, as if electrocuted. Zhao Xinyan let go of her hand. Then she wrapped her hands around her chest and glared at him with a puff of anger. Dude, get a guitar. Song Hucheng reached out and tapped the MC on the shoulder. Ha! As if waking up from a dream, the MC rushed towards the band to carry a guitar and ran over. Seeing this, Zhao Xinyan also helped with a stand and stuck her own microphone on it. Song Hucheng put the guitar on his back and strummed it lightly a few times. For a moment, everyone was quiet. Jiang Tao, your buddy came for real? Chen Shui curiously said. I don't know. Jiang Tao skimmed his mouth. Anyway, I've seen him play the guitar once in 4 years of college with him, and it seems like he doesn't play very well. Well, Mu Qing sniffed and couldn't help but worry. Chapter 125. Are you talking about money? I don't even care to talk about you. A river of stars hangs in the sky to protect the bright moon, and you are like moonlight in my heart. To be crazy for you, to be crazy for you, to laugh for you, to break in. As soon as Song Hucheng opened his mouth, everyone was instantly amazed. Zhao Xinyan stood at his side, staring at him in a daze. When this guy doesn't sing, he's so oily that he has to be molested if he's not careful. But when he sings, his temperament steeply changes, although still lethargic. But that brow revealed a few points of seriousness, making his original cynicism a few points less, but more noble and elegant. Song Hucheng turned his head sideways and met Zhao Xinyan's eyes. At this point, the chorus kicks in. She is the fantasy that treads the stars and falls into my dreams. The power to ring the galaxy in search of you. The gods gave me in the hardest of times. Leave the only starlight. Ooh. Everyone tactically leaned back at almost the same time. This song is indeed amazing. She was the fantasy that stepped on a river of stars and fell into my dreams. They were somewhat convinced that Zhao Xinyan was afraid that she was really a fan of this kid. When the last note falls, Song Huching opened his hands and looked down at the stage. Snap! Zhao Xinyan was the first to applaud. Only then did the crowd wake up as if from a dream and gave Song Huching a round of applause. Asterisk 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 brothers are awesome. Jiang Tao stood up and yelled. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst out laughing at all of them. Mr. Sheen, your song is so beautiful. Zhao Xinyan quipped. May I ask what the name of this song is? The Fall of the Fall. Song Huching laughed softly. Mr. Sheen, you just said that this song is for Xin. The MC laughed softly. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Sheen was just joking. Zhao Xinyan Xiaomei tightened. A song like this, any person who goes and sings it will burst into flames. Well, send it to her. Song Huching hesitated and looked at her and said, how about you answer me a question, and I will send another song to you, okay? What's the problem? Zhao Xinyan subconsciously asked. How old are you? You? Song Huching wondered. Ooh, the whole bar erupted in an uproar. Dude, awesome, someone yelled out, followed by a thumbs up from everyone. You? Zhao Xinyan covered her chest and took 2 steps back with a scarlet face. However, she seemed to have thought of something, pursed her lips, came to Song Huching's ear, and covered the microphone to say a few words. Well, I don't believe it. Song Huching bristled. Don't believe that I can still let you touch it is what? Zhao Xinyan didn't have the good sense to say. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone was looking at her with a stunned expression. Zhao Xinyan also realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing and immediately covered her face with both hands. No, my question is, how old are you? Where are you talking about? Song Huching skimmed his mouth and pointed to the stage. I'm not like them. I'm not that kind of person. Here. The men in the room unanimously made an extremely indecent gesture at him. Come on, you guys are just as decent as I am, okay? Song Huching laughed and cursed before continuing to pluck the strings of the zither. The crowd, which was just about to start cursing, suddenly fell silent. Zhao Xinyan also lowered her hand and looked at him with unblinking eyes. The lilting guitars once again resonated across the stage. How best to describe you? What's special to compare you to? Feelings for you are strong, and yet don't know much about it just by instinct. Zhao Xinyan couldn't help but widen her eyes as she listened to him sing. Was this rascal, who had molested her 3 times, really a particularly good lyricist? Song Huching swept his gaze from the stage and couldn't help but give a slight lurch, only to see that under the stage, a woman was currently looking at him with her arms wrapped around her chest and a face of condensation. Of course, if the gaze could be turned into substance, he was afraid that there would be a few more holes in his body. His gaze instantly softened. You're as cozy as a nest in a quilt, and yet it's like the wind can't catch it, like the smell of perfume emanating from your wrists, like a love-struck red heel. Zhao Xinyan keenly sensed the change in him and followed his gaze, only to see that not far away, a beautiful woman, who was currently propping up her chin and looking at Song Huching. This made her frown. She remembered that Song Huching wasn't sitting in that seat just now. When the last note falls, Song Huching gave a curtain call salute to the stage, then handed the guitar to the MC and jumped off the stage quickly. Under the gaze of the crowd, he ran to a single-card seat, took a woman's hand and ran out, instantly disappearing from view. Xinyan, Xinyan. Only after the MC shouted twice did Zhao Xinyan come back to her senses. Outside the bar, Song Huching and Li Qingmu were holding an ice cream each as they walked down the road. Why are you following? You drank so much wine. What if you were abducted? Li Qingmu laughed coldly. I underestimated you. You even dare to molest Zhao Xinyan. Hey, just kidding. It's really not to the point of molestation. Song Huching laughed lightly. Poof. Li Qingmu pushed her head to the side. Why don't you just accept your fate? Well, resigned? Song Huching was slightly stunned. Song Huching, we're just ordinary people, Li Qingmu seriously said. Let's not have these unrealistic dreams, okay? Zhao Xinyan, no matter how much she's been suppressed, she's still a star. Even if she goes to the platform to bring goods now, her popularity is still very scary. What exactly are you trying to say? Song Huching was surprised. She makes more money in a month than we'll ever make in a lifetime. Do you understand when I say that? Li Qingmu reached out and wrapped her arms around him, gently leaning her head on his shoulder. We came from an ordinary family, so we have to resign ourselves to our fate. We should just get married to an ordinary person and have a child, and then live out this life. Hey, wait a minute. Song Huching egg pain, not to mention whether I have thoughts about Zhao Xinyan. Even if I do, Isn't this the same thing as you guys fishing for kaiju? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Changmu's almond eyes rounded. We are fishing for Kai Z is to figure their money, and we will not let them take advantage of you. That is to figure money? I don't even care to say you. Then if a rich old man wanted to marry you, you wouldn't? Song Huching rolled his eyes. I'm not marrying, Li Changmu said in a deep voice. What kind of person I am myself, I am very clear. The object I want to find is also at most an excellent ordinary person, not that kind of rich second generation or rich third generation. It's over. Song Huching held his forehead and said, You're miserable, you fell in love. Song Huching, Li Changmu roared, her hands wrapped around his neck. You don't use this dangling tone to talk to me about feelings. I'm not happy, I'm very unhappy. Song Huching looked at her in a daze, 1,000 words that eventually turned into a sigh. Chapter 126, You follow me and read. We swear to heaven today to be brothers and sisters with different surnames. Roadside, breeze. Song Huching leaned against the railing and didn't say anything. After Li Changmu adjusted her emotions, she lightly hummed, Don't go back at night. Then where am I going? Song Huching was surprised. Go to my house. Li Changmu twisted her head to the side. You drank so much wine at noon, didn't even eat dinner in the evening, and ran here to drink. What if you get drunk at home? But, Song Huching, I'm not discussing this with you. Li Changmu frowned. Go to my house. I'll cook for you. Song Huching wanted to say something else, but Li Changmu had already called a cab and shoved him in. ITC Apartments. Why don't you take a shower and I'll make dinner? After Li Changmu brought him a pair of men's slippers, she stomped upstairs again and brought him a blue bath towel and pajamas. Song Huching stood still and looked at her for a long time, but finally shook his head and walked towards the upstairs. Li Changmu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he listened to the footsteps. If Song Huching insisted on leaving, she really didn't know how to retain him. Half an hour later, Song Huching sat on the floor and looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, and couldn't help but praise. I can't tell that you're really good at your craft. My mom taught me to cook since I was a kid. I'm usually just lazy, not incapable. After Li Changmu gave him a playful blank stare, she served a bowl of soup and set it in front of him. Song Huching took a sip, and immediately brightened up. You're so good at this. You've caught up with the chefs at Nanchao Pavilion. Darn it, how can you say it's so good? After Li Changmu cursed with a laugh, she curiously said, Well, did you still go to the Southern Overseas Pavilion afterward? Nope. Song Huching spread his hands and said, The only time I went to Nanchao Pavilion was when I followed you. Hey, then how do you say that my soup is better than the chef at Nanchao Ji's cooking? Li Changmu was surprised. It is because I have not drunk, so I just said so. If you have drunk, this is not a lie. Song Huching justified. You, Li Changmu immediately cried and laughed and pushed him. You relying on this mouth do not know how many girls coaxed, when the soft fear is also so fooled. That's true. Song Huching sighed. Girls used to be a little bit dumber, but nowadays girls are all smarter and don't fall for it. You, Li Changmu was just about to say something when suddenly Song Huching's phone rang. Well, Song Huching was quite surprised when he looked at it before connecting the video. Mr. Song, are you okay? Mu Qing's figure appeared in the video. Seeing this, Li Changmu immediately wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at him coldly. Oh, I'm fine. Didn't I send a message to Zhang Tao, saying that I had to leave beforehand? Song Huching laughed lightly. Zhang Tao is talking to me, but I'm worried about you, Mu Qing said with some embarrassment. Oh, thanks. Song Huching laughed. We are all friends. Have time to come out to eat together. Yeah, so do you have time tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner, Mu Qing immediately said. Tomorrow. Song Huching words just to the edge of the mouth. Immediately feel a pain in the ribs. Hastily said. Tomorrow is afraid not. These 2 days work is busy. When I have time I send a message to you. Okay then, Mu Qing said with some loss. Then I'll ask you out again if you're busy. Okay, bye. After Song Huching hung up the video, he looked at Li Changmu with a bitter face. Not. What are you doing? What for? Li Changmu sneered. You just met this woman at the bar, right? Well, what's the problem? Song Huching was surprised. Of course there's a problem. Who goes to a bar for a good girl? Li Changmu squinted his eyes. If you are just playing that is no problem. But how old are you now? Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to help Xiao Yuan think about it, right? Help her think of what? Song Huching said in dismay. If you find a girlfriend, it will be Xiao Yuan's mom. Her mom goes to the bar every day to get drunk. How bad is this for her? Li Changmu skimmed his lips. Hey, what you said seems to be somewhat reasonable. Song Huching stroked his chin and said, Poof. Li Changmu looked at him rather smugly. So what if Kun her old man isn't a good person himself? Drag her old man out to be euthanized? Song Huching said with a wink. Yeah, Song Huching, you go to hell. Li Changmu flung him to the ground with open teeth and claws. Stop it. Dinner's ready. Song Huching hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist, a faint fragrance brushing against his contempt. It was a little sweet and warm, just that distinctive woman's body odor mixed with some perfume. Song Huching, I know you can't see me. Li Chengmu wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, but I can wait for you to recognize reality one day, and we will be together again. You may not know me very well. Song Huching helplessly said, I'm not necessarily looking for that kind of $1,000 lady. In fact, I think I'm doing quite well on my own. You are indeed remarkable for your age. Li Chengmu exhaled. At this age, without relying on the family, those who can take out $1 million are few and far between, but this is only the limit of what ordinary people can do. Why do you keep thinking I want to go to a rich woman? Song Huching said helplessly. Isn't this what you and I said is human nature? Li Chengmu softly said. It's people who want to live a good life. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Song Huching felt as if he had been hit by a boomerang he had thrown out. Song Huching. Li Chengmu's eyes were a bit mesmerized. I like you. Stop it, sis. Song Huching hurriedly put her down from her body, then rushed to the kitchen with a scooped bowl of rice set on the table, followed by inserting 3 cigarettes. What are you doing? Li Chengmu was surprised. Come over here and kneel. Song Huching fell to his knees. Well, Li Chengmu glanced at him, but still knelt at his side. Repeat after me. We swear by heaven today to be sworn brother and sister in a different name. Li Chengmu looked at the solemn Song Huching, first froze for a moment, then burst into a rage. Song Huching, I'm going to kill you. Don't take the chopper. Song Huching spread his legs and ran towards the upstairs. Don't you run. Li Chengmu angrily rebuked and chased after him with his sword raised. Song Huching hurriedly got into the room and locked the door. Open the door. Not open. Well, don't open the door for the rest of your life if you dare. Li Chengmu viciously kicked the door of the room before turning to leave. Song Huching disheveled and lay down on the bed, rather helpless. It's all in a day's work. Buzz off. The phone suddenly vibrated. He looked sideways and realized that it was a video sent by Su Qing. Hesitation. He ultimately did not dare to pick up or hang up. After all, his let each other know. It is not good. Really killed to seek revenge. I don't know how much time has passed. He fell asleep in a daze, and when he opened his eyes again, he realized that Li Chengmu was sitting beside him, looking at him with a sneer on his face. Chapter 127. Kneel. Sister. What do you want to do this late at night? Song Huching shrank away from the quilt as she hugged it. What can I do? Li Chengmu coldly laughed. You are not quite able to say well. You continue to say. Really not. We two again worship also into. No, you really don't understand the situation I'm in right now. Today. Song Huching, I don't want to hear any more of your crap stories. Li Chengmu seriously said. I like you. That is simply like you. Whether you are poor or rich, it doesn't matter. Even if we have to beg for food together in the future, I also recognize it. Hey. Song Huching leaned on the bed, lit a cigarette. In the past, Ruan Xingyao also said so. You. Li Chengmu was instantly furious and fiercely pinched him, angrily reprimanding. In the future, you're not allowed to mention other women in front of me. No one? What about Song Xiaoyuan? Song Huching was a little hesitant. Do you have to be mad at me to make you happy? Li Chengmu raised his hand. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Song Huching sighed helplessly. Song Huching, I know that you are now entangled with Su Mei, but it doesn't matter. I can wait. Li Chengmu leaned over his chest and said with a red face, when you've made things clear with him, we can move on from there. Or when Xiao Yuan is a little bit older, we can have a child. Why is this about children? Song Huching's eyes widened. Li Chengmu said with rounded eyes. What do you mean? What do you mean? I won't have a child? Or are you afraid that after I have my own child, it will be bad for Xiao Yuan? That's not this thing. Song Huching snapped. Don't worry. Since I, Li Chengmu, am with you, then I will treat Xiao Yuan as my own daughter. Li Chengmu lightly hummed. That's going too far. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Li Chengmu didn't answer again and just looked at him quietly. Why don't you wait for me to clear up my business first, and then we can talk about other things? Song Huching carefully said. As long as you dare to walk out of this room door today, then you wait for me. I will go to Jiang County tomorrow and talk to your parents about our marriage. Li Chengmu said in a deep voice. Why are you doing this? Song Huching said helplessly. The old lady likes it. After Li Chengmu reached out and turned off the table lamp, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Song Huching, I'm a little scared. Fear is even. No. You. Well. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, he was pressed down on the bed by her. He looked at Li Qingmu's marvelous figure through the moonlight outside the window and couldn't help but subconsciously swallow his saliva. Boy, that's scary enough with clothes on. That undressed. He realized he was still conservative. The next day, early morning, when Song Huqing woke up, Li Qingmu had already disappeared. He lifted the sheet inside at the blinding red color. At this point, the door to the room was pushed open. Li Qingmu walked in as she wiped her hair, and a hint of pink flashed across her pretty face when she saw Song Huqing sitting on the bed. Good morning. Song Huqing laughed softly. Good morning. Li Qingmu twisted her head to the side, somewhat afraid to look at him. I still have to go to work today. When I get off work I will come back to prepare dinner. I have things to do today. Song Huqing got up and wrapped his arms around her, sighing, why Don? We hold off for 2 days while I take care of my own business. Aha. Li Qingmu's voice was like a mosquito bird. I will give you enough time. If you miss me, you will come to me. Good. Song Huqing hugged and kissed her, but he propped his hand against his chest. No fooling around. I'm still in pain. Li Qingmu delicately said. Wait for me to slow down for 2 days before I'm allowed to do bad things. I'll go. I just kissed you and you thought of that? Song Huqing laughed and scolded. Humph. I don't know what's going on in your head? After Li Qingmu rolled her playful white eyes, she snapped. Hurry up and take a shower. I'll prepare breakfast after I blow dry my hair. 40 minutes later, Song Huqing supported his rather tired body and got off the bus to stand at the entrance of Lin Changfu. However, what made him feel surprised was that the always enthusiastic Wu Xingxing and Xiaoli saw him as if they had seen a ghost and hurriedly ducked into the security booth with their heads down. Knock knock. What are you two doing? Song Huqing knocked on the door of the security booth. Mr. Song, why don't you go home first? Wu Xingxing opened the window and said with a bitter face. Yesterday you didn't come back for a night. We also didn't sleep for a night. Why don't you do us a favor and let us go? When Song Huqing heard this, his sword brows slightly raised, and he immediately intended to turn around and walk away. Xiaoli immediately rushed out and blocked the waist to hold him. Brother, you can't go. This you have to go. That is going to be a big deal. What kind of person is coming? Song Huqing raised an eyebrow. This can't be said. Wu Xingxing hurriedly said. Brother, you hurry back. If you don't go back, it will really kill someone. That bad? Song Huqing's insides jumped wildly. Little Li, hurry up and bring the car over. We'll send Mr. Song back. Wu Xingxing hurriedly urged a sound, regardless of Song Huqing happy or not, quickly stuffed him into the sightseeing car, and drove toward the 49th building. Hey, you say, me that house. Obviously the 49th floor. According to reason shouldn't it be called the 49th floor? Why do you guys want to say it's the 49th floor? Song Huqing cocked his head and said, my Mr. Song, hey, what time is it? You're still thinking about these issues? Wu Xingxing cried and laughed. You first go home and take care of your family affairs. Other things, we'll talk later into it? What's going on in my house? Song Huqing was curious. Wu Xingxing immediately closed his mouth, not daring to say more. Seeing that he couldn't extract any useful information, Song Huqing couldn't help but sigh. 5 minutes later, he stood at the front door of Building 49 and hesitated for a long time before finally opening it. Just as soon as the door opened, he saw a figure rush forward and hit him hard on the leg with a stick. Get on your knees. Song Huqing looked at Wen Yun, who was holding a stick, and Song Shan, who was standing next to the sofa, and couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. It's not. How did you guys get here? We don't come and know about these assholes you've done. Wen Yun reached out and pinched his ear, angrily rebuking. Song Huqing, you can now have a few stinking money is not allowed, right? Every day and night do not return. You are trying to go to heaven Well, stay out all night? Song Huqing looked at her with a stunned expression. Who told you that I don't sleep at night? What do you say? After Wen Yun cursed without good breath, then he lowered his voice. What exactly do you mean now? Su Qing also even if. How your family still have a girl. Chapter 128, let's get a license. You said Yun Ning she is the nanny I hired. Song Huqing was surprised. Not. What are you guys talking so quietly for? Don't you yell. Song Shan was just about to say something when suddenly there was a loud noise coming from the stairs. The three of them looked sideways, and they were seeing Su Qing slowly walking down, and behind her were Su Mei and Yun Ning. Yo, Subaru's awake? Wen Yun immediately went forward and pulled Su Qing's hand, smiled and said, don't worry, I have just taught my family that brat a lesson. If he doesn't pick up the phone next time, you call me directly, I will teach him a lesson. Yeah. After Song Shan kicked Song Huqing's ass, his face was full of smiles and said, Su Qing you don't know this kid of my family. He has been timid since he was a child, and there's nothing wistful about it, and I just called his college classmates too. It's that Jiang Tao. They were drinking together all last night and didn't go anywhere else. Well, Song Huching's eyes widened. No, why did you even call Jiang Tao? Who gave you the call? What do you care? When Yun did not have a good temper. I know that it is difficult for your classmates to get together, but you cannot call and not pick up. Next time you dare to do this, I will break your legs. Got it. After Song Shan gave Song Huching a wink, he said in a serious manner, we should also go to pick up Xiao Yuan. Later, we still have to catch a bus back to Jiang County to go. Let Su Qing clean up his own. No, where did you put little garden? Song Huching was surprised. Her mom took it to her company. When Yun said with a stern face, how about throwing Xiao Yuan back and forget about it? Song Huching carefully said, we've been playing in Jiang County for so long. It's almost time, right? It's not even halfway through this summer vacation, so how is it almost over? Song Shan's tone was an octave higher. What's the matter? Now that you have a few stinking dollars, you're looking down on Jiang County, aren't you? Don't you forget that you're also from Jiang County. Hey, get it? Speak properly, don't make personal attacks. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. Poof. Song Shan snorted coldly and was about to open his mouth, but Subaru walked over, smiling, and lifted 2 bags from beside the couch. Uncle, aunt, I don't know what you like, so I just went and bought you something. Don't mind. Hey, Su Qing you cannot be so polite. When Yin pulled her hand and said, don't spend money on us in the future. Now the rabbit cub is not rich. We don't have any money. Just ask him for. I know, uncle and auntie, let me see you off. Su Qing laughed. No need. That what Wu Xingsheng does not say that the neighborhood has a car shuttle well. I directly call him. Let him help shout a car on it. After when Yun hugged her, he looked at Su Mei again and said, Miss Su, this rabbit cub in my house has given you trouble. I am really sorry. Nothing. Su Mei lightly laughed. I don't have much to do anyway. I just came over to give Su Qing a companion. Well, this bugger has a big house, so it's okay to come and stay more often and add some popularity to the house. When Yun smiled before giving Song Shan a wink, Song Shan immediately understood, carrying things to go out, but after 2 steps, and then turned back, opened the cigarette and wine cabinet, loaded a few cigarettes and a few bottles of wine, and only after this long go, Song Huching listened to the sound of the gate being locked, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. There's no need to alarm them about our business, is there? Song Huching, don't accuse people. Su Qing sat on the sofa and sneered. Yesterday, you yourself did not answer the phone, so the uncle and aunt called me here. I sent you a video and you did not answer it, and they just rushed from Jiang County early in the morning. Song Huching sat on the sofa on the right side and looked at Su Mei. What do you mean by this? What do you mean what? Su Mei said in a deep voice. Song Huching, you have a good tactic. Sheep are all taken up by you. You now say go away? You want to be beautiful. That's true. Su Qing also sneered. On the front foot and I say break up. The back foot is not home at night. Still do not know which wild woman to fool around in yesterday. Yun Ning sat in the corner and made a quick gesture to him to go upstairs. Song Huching immediately understood and hurriedly said, I'll go take a shower. Later, Su Mei sprinted forward and pressed him down onto the couch, wrinkling her agitated nose as she began to sniff. Don't make a scene. Don't make a scene. So many people are here. Song Huching hurriedly dodged. Asterisk off. Su Mei glared. Chanel no. 5. You were with Li Qingmu yesterday, weren't you? Asterisk. Song Huching looked at her with a stunned face. Not. Which eye of yours saw me with Li Qingmu yesterday? And your sophomoric? Su Mei didn't have the good sense to say. Yesterday when I passed by that woman, I also specifically smelled the perfume she used on her body. Ruan Xingyao used was not this flavor. Only Li Qingmu used Chanel no. 5. Song Huching, you're awesome. Su Qing wrapped her hands around her chest. Break up on the front foot, and then seamlessly dock on the back foot. No, what do you guys want? Song Huching said with a bitter face. Don't want to do anything, just upset in my heart. So what? Su Qing said in a deep voice. You ate it all up and now you want to leave after patting your ass? You don't even want to think about it. So what do you want? Song Huching helplessly said. As long as I have I'll give you into it? I want this house. Are you willing to part with it? Su Qing sneered. Okay, I'll call now and I'll transfer the house to you, okay? Song Huching said with a straight face. Snap. Su Qing took an arrow step forward and fiercely slapped him. Who cares about your broken house? Song Huching, don't think you have any greatness, and I don't have to be with you. Well played. Su Mei also helped. Song Huching, you don't think you are rich and have something great. We Sues are not worse than you. Then let's go get a license. Song Huching said seriously. Ha? Su Qing, Su Mei, as well as Yun Ning all stared wide-eyed. You guys discuss it. I'll immediately finish the formalities with Ruan Xingyao. and we'll go and get a license. Song Huching lit a cigarette. As for who to get a license with, you guys have the final say. Is this a done deal? You. Su Ching was instantly furious. Song Huching, what do you take me for? You said to get a license just like that? He didn't say he had to get a license with you either. Su Mei said quietly. What did you say? Su Ching angrily said. So what you mean is that he wants to go get a license with you? Didn't you say at home that you would never contact him again? What are you doing here again? Su Mei bristled. Ha! Su Ching was angry and laughed. Su Mei, this is obviously you first. What did you say to me at home? You said Song Huching was supposed to be my boyfriend, and you didn't care at all. Didn't you also say that the men chasing after you can be lined up from Linchang Normal to Linchang University? You can find any man who is better than him, so why are you still pestering him? Su Mei squinted. Chapter 129, Song Huching, how can you still sleep? Well, Su Mei. Then the two of us will make things clear in front of him. Su Ching sneered. From today onwards, whoever contacts him is a dog, okay? Okay. Su Mei gritted her teeth and said, then we're leaving now. Just go. Su Ching huffed and puffed and picked up her bag, but just as she walked to the door, she turned back, lifted her slender thighs, and kicked hard at Song Huching's small feet. Asterisk. Song Huching immediately squatted down and frantically rubbed his feet. Poof. Su Mei raised her right hand after a cold snort. Song Huching hurriedly blocked his face with his hands. Snap. A crunch followed. Su Mei also stepped on her high heels toward the door. Yun Ning sneaked to the door and heard the elevator ringing before she opened the door and looked at it, which made her run back. Did really get by me yesterday? You crow's mouth. How dare you? Song Huching did not have a good mood. Damn. Such a dog blood thing can be encountered by me. Really bad luck. What's so bloody about it? I guessed it long ago. Yun Ning bristled. Well, what does that say? Song Huching was surprised. Think about it. If you look at the way Su Ching dresses, you can tell she's rich, can't you? Yun Ning smiled and said, you look at Su Mei. That is also rich. Both surnamed Su, but also rich. Lin Chang is only a little how big? They are not just sisters? You roll. Song Huching did not have the good sense to say, you are inferring after the fact. Then I also know. But who can think of it beforehand? Hey. Yun Ning rather gloated. Now it's played out, isn't it? I'll see how you end it. No. When did they come? Song Huching was curious. It came last night. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. Around 9 o'clock. Su Mei came. First, about a little more than 10 o'clock. Su Mei also came. Do you know why the uncle and aunt will come? Why? Song Huching was curious. Because Su Mei and Su Ching had a fight. Yun Ning laughed softly. Su Ching said that she and you have met the parents. Su Mei said that seeing Jia Hang is not much use. Anyway, you do not come back at night. Su Ching does not dare to call your parents. Asterisk. Song Huching cursed. Suddenly bit her face. How about, we change the gate code? Do you know why they hit you just now? Yun Ning smirked. Why? Song Huching was surprised. It's because I changed the gate code. They couldn't open the door when they came yesterday. Yun Ning was full of innocence. Then Su Ching couldn't stand it. Ran to the property office to find Wu Xingsheng to ask for blame. Wu Xingsheng was forced to do nothing, so he let someone open the lock to open it. I'll go. Wu Xingsheng doesn't have any professional ethics. Song Huching did not have the good sense to say, and also said what will give me a good cover. This person Su Ching did not even do anything. He sold me. That can't be said. Yun Ning sighed. Who let the person Su Ching? And he said, that if you don't open the door for her, she will give your downstairs car a fire. I'll go. Song Huching was immediately taken aback. Su Ching could be tougher than he thought. By the way, what's the situation between you and Li Qingmu now? Yun Ning laughed. Isn't that still the case? Song Huching sighed. Hurry up and tell me. Yun Ning said with a face full of curiosity. Go. Song Huching did not have a good temper and said, hoping that you are watching from the sidelines and not suspecting that things are big. I can be annoyed now. How can you say that? Yun Ning laughed and scolded. I'm a woman. A woman doesn't know what a woman is thinking better than you do? Well, you have a point. Song Huching stroked his chin and told her what had happened. Well, did you think you were done with Su Ching and Su Mei? So that's why you did that yesterday? Yun Ning said with wide eyes. Hey, think about it with your ass. If you had an older or younger sister in this situation, would you still contact me? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. Yes, why wouldn't I? Yun Ning rationalized. If I were Su Ching, you would have been my boyfriend. Why wouldn't I contact you? If I am Su Mei, that is even more so. You Su Ching yourself want to play with me. It is hard not to blame me? Well, it's okay to think that way. Song Huching was surprised. Why not? Yun Ning straddled his body and wrapped her arms around his neck and said, I told you that the Su sisters are not the most difficult to deal with. If you were to be known by Li Qingmu about your current situation, she would have to kill you. Asterisk 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 you. Talk, just talk. You don't move your hands. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Hey. Yun Ning lightly laughed. I'm not fighting with them. Nor will I add to your worries. This is not good. Then do I still have to thank you? Song Huching cried and laughed. That's no thanks to. Yun Ning murmured in his ear. But you have to be quick. It is not allowed. Who kills a horse gun again? Then you can be even more unclear. You're such a leprechaun. Song Huching laughed and cursed before dropping her on the sofa. He. Yun Ning instantly covered her mouth and laughed. Sure enough, near noon, Song Huching was sprawled out on the sofa watching TV in boredom, while Yun Ning sat on his back and massaged him. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded from the front door. Yun Ning immediately moved off of him and sat cross-legged on his right side. Song Huching, you're actually sleeping? Su Qing angrily ran over and stretched out her foot and kicked him in the ass. Hurry up, I want to sit. No, isn't that still so wide? Song Huching commiserated. I'm going to sit here, can't I? Su Qing blared. Okay, you said it. Song Huching had no choice but to climb up. And you have nothing to say to me? Su Qing gritted her teeth. Say what? Song Huching helplessly said. When I was talking to you about this, didn't you say? What did I say? Su Qing didn't have the heart to say. Can't you mention her name for once? I thought you knew. After all, the last time to participate in that investment meeting. Well, wait, Ruan Xingyao does not know Su Mei? Song Huching was surprised. Why would she want to know Su Mei? Su Qing was also slightly stunned. No, you have been bosom friends for so many years. Ruan Xingyao even stayed at your house. It's hard to believe that she hasn't even met your sister? Song Huching's eyes widened. What do you call that? Why does she have to know Su Mei? Su Qing bristled. Look at Su Mei's face. She hates to have her eyes on the top of her head. Is she happy to know my friend? Zira. A mechanical voice sounded. The gate was pushed open. Su Qing instantly blushed. Snap. Su Mei clapped her little hands and walked in, her face full of frost. Say, you go on. Hey. After Song Huching sighed, he moved to the side and curled up into a ball. Chapter 130, You're such a doghead mastermind. Say what? This is supposed to be the truth, alright. Su Qing didn't have the good sense to say. You really think I don't know, don't you? Su Mei sat down on the sofa, hooked her legs together, and sneered. Song Huching is telling the truth. What? Song Huching and Su Qing looked at her curiously at the same time. It was your bad idea, right? Let him go and meet my parents. Because of Qin Zimo's previous experience, and he's a delivery boy. So you think mom and dad will have a stigma against him? Su Mei said disdainfully. You were anticipating his character as a person. That's why you indulged him so much. Well, what's my character? Song Huching was surprised. What character do you have that you don't know? Su Mei angrily rebuked. You but where you can explain one more sentence. People Qin Zimo can go? So what if her family is rich? Don't you have any money? What do you call that? Su Qing glared. Qin Zimo himself is not firm. Why do you want Song Huching to explain? If she wants to go, let her go. What's the matter? If she leaves, Song Huching won't be able to find a girlfriend? Ha! Su Mei scoffed. You yourself played a bad game, but you still have the nerve to shout. Su Qing here. Not everyone will dislike him for being a delivery man. At least, when I didn't know that he was rich, I didn't dislike him either. As for my parents' side, if they really object, you know my character. The big deal is that I'm old and dead. So what's the point? Isn't it a bit ungrateful to say that? Song Huching said carefully. Shut up. Su Mei glared. Now there is no business of yours. It is me who is talking to your girlfriend. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you see that I will not throw you down. Well, Song Huching immediately covered his mouth, not daring to say anything more. Su Mei, what exactly do you want? Su Qing said with a straight face. That's what I should be asking you. Su Mei smiled and said, I heard mom say that she's already arranging a blind date for you. Su Mei, you'd better stir up this matter for me. Su Qing leisurely said, otherwise I will be honest with mom and dad. I know Song Huching can be earlier than you, and I still have evidence. I've got all the chats he's had with me saved, so I'll show them to mom and dad when the time comes, and I'll see what you have to say about it. You. Su Mei was instantly furious. Poof. After Su Qing lightly hummed, she looked at her and seriously said, Su Mei, we are also sisters in the end. Don't make it too ugly. What do you want? Su Mei said in a deep voice. For a period of half a year, we are not allowed to contact Song Huching in this half a year. Su Qing squarely said, this half year, we also carefully think about whether we really like him. If after half a year, then we will talk again. Subaru, Are you still playing games with me? Su-mei scoffed. 2 hours ago. Right here. You say who contacted him who is a dog-s. This time we play for real. Su Qing did not think. There is also an additional rule that whoever violates the rules first, whoever counts as a loser. Is this okay? Could be. Su-mei held out her hand. Snap. Suzuru and her reached out and patted each other on the back. Well, do you guys want to ask my opinion? Song Huqing said weakly. How dare you have an opinion? Su Qing reached out and slapped him, and said in a bad mood. Song Huqing, I warn you, in these 6 months, if you dare to fool around, I 1T live, and you 1T want to live either. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not so much. Really not so. Song Huqing immediately saw sweat on his forehead. Subaru, what's all this nonsense? After Su-mei cursed without good breath, she sneered. What is good about letting him die? Directly castrate him. I will see what he does. I'll go. Song Huqing subconsciously clenched her legs. Hey, this is good. Su Qing sneered. If you dare to fool around, you see me not castrate you. Don't dare. Don't dare. Song Huqing shook his head violently. I don't think you'd dare. Su Qing looked sideways at Yun Ning. Sister Su. Yun Ning immediately cried out in a well-behaved manner. You'd better keep an eye on him. Su Qing sneered. I am not going to drive you away, but you have to think clearly. Not everyone has me so good to talk. By the time you lead the wolf into the house and be driven away, don't come to find me to cry. Hey. Yun Ning hurriedly nodded. Sister Su, don't worry. I 1T let anyone come in. Su-mei frowned. Besides you guys. Yun Ning added. Su-mei's face slowed down a little, got up and said, since there's nothing to do, let's go. Mom and Dad want us to go back for dinner today. Rush what? Su Qing also stood up and nodded Song Huqing's head before heading towards the door. A good half hour. It was only then that Song Huqing lit a cigarette. Hey, what do you think they mean by this? I didn't think about it. Yun Ning frowned, but I feel something is wrong. You're full of crap. Song Huqing didn't have the heart to say, if this is right, what am I asking you for? No, what I said was wrong was that Soji was wrong. Wait, what are you yelling at Subaru for? Song Huqing stared wide-eyed. Sister, you cannot give them nicknames. What's Su-air? According to you, then Su-mei is not Suda? How hard to hear. Dae-su? Yun Ning cocked his head. You roll. Song Huqing cried and laughed. You don't come to the set. If this is heard by them, at that time you 80% again have to put the responsibility on me. I am fast becoming sinus E. Hey. Yun Ning instantly laughed. Second Miss Su okay? Song Huqing bristled, not bothering to talk to her again. Don't you think it's not right? These things are almost all led by the second Miss Su, saying what half a year of no contact and so on. I always feel that there is something odd about this. Yun Ning said seriously. Are you saying that she won't keep her promise? Song Huqing was surprised. That's not true. Yun Ning bristled. I just think she is counting Su-mei. Well, what does that say? Song Huqing reached out and wrapped his arms around her. It's easy. Yun Ning rolled a playful white eye and said, Su-mei and you have met your parents. You said that in this half year. If her parents say they want to see you, but she can't meet with you, what do you say? Then wouldn't her parents not think you guys broke up? Even if she explains herself, her parents shouldn't listen, right? When it drags on for half a year and Su-air takes you back, wouldn't that be the right thing to do? Asterisk 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 can't be, can it? Song Huqing said in horror. Even if Su-air, I poo-poo. Su Qing took me back. Her parents should have a problem with it, right? Have an opinion, and absolutely do not agree. This is two different things, okay? Yun Ning laughed and scolded. Now is not ancient times, as long as the woman insisted on. You have seen a few argued with the children. Holy, you're a doggerel. Song Huqing pinched her face and kept changing shapes. Chapter 131, Song Huqing, you'll have to beg me. Asterisk 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 you're the doggerel. After Yun Ning cursed without a good breath, she sighed again, but Su-air still thought of this matter as simple. How? Song Huqing said sharply. Su-mei is not stupid. What I can see, how can she not see it? I think, she 80% also see it, just will be a trick. Yun Ning laughed bitterly. How is this even the art of war? Song Huqing said with egg pain. Think about it, you met Su-mei's parents, but it's you and Subaru that your parents identify with. Yun Ning pinched his fingers and said, this half year, if you don't show up with Su Qing in front of your parents, they will definitely say this too. No, when it drags on for half a year, won't Su-mei be able to go back with you to see her parents openly? Hiss. Song Huqing immediately had some toothache. These two they're no slouches. But, if you ask me, they are all too confident. Yun Ning gloated. This is only one night. You and Li Qing moo that what? And then give you to come half a year time. How can you still remember who Su Di and Su Er are? Screw you, am I that tone deaf? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, hey, I don't even care to talk about you. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. Even if it makes a mess to the chicken and dog at that time, it doesn't matter. Song Huching was just about to say something when the phone suddenly rang. Well, Yun Ning couldn't help but squeeze her eyebrows after she stretched her neck to take a look. Why did your ex-wife think to call you? Stop it. Song Huching cursed before connecting the video. Song Huching, what's wrong with you? What? Where did you go last night? Mom and Dad couldn't find you and asked me to call your friends one by one. Ruan Xingyao said in a bad mood. This is not in Jiang Tao. I Jiang you big head. Ruan Xingyao glared. Can you believe that asshole Jiang Tao's words? I asked him to give me a look at you. He either said you went to the restroom or that you got drunk and threw up all over yourself. How many years have I known him? I still don't know how much he can drink. You're drunk and he's still alive and kicking. What's he kidding? Yesterday. Song Huching just wanted to explain, but it seems to think of something, cannot help but straighten out. You care where I went yesterday. What does this have to do with you? You are in charge of you. You asshole, where are you? See if I don't beat you to death. Ruan Xingyao's face was red with anger. I don't tell you. What's the matter? Song Huching laughed coldly. We're cool where to stay. What are you coming to get together? Sick. Fine. Song Huching, there will be a time when you beg me. Ruan Xingyao cursed and then hung up the phone. Offline. Song Huching bristled and pointed at the phone. She also said that I have something to ask her. Do you think she is not funny? I rather think you're being funny. Yun Ning sighed. Aren't you asking her to get a divorce certificate? This cooling off period will soon be over again. What good is it to you if you offend her like this? Asterisk. Song Huching stood up violently and typed a video over quickly. That's when a big red exclamation point popped up. Pulled the plug? Yun Ning snickered. Go. Stop it. Song Huching hurriedly called again. The user you are calling is on the line. It's over. Song Huching immediately saw sweat on his forehead. Ha! If you don't get a license during this cooling off period, you're 80% hanging. Again. Yun Ning scoffed. Song Huching was just about to scold her twice when he suddenly got an idea and called a video to Li Qing Mu. But just as the video connected, Ruan Xingyao appeared in the video. Song Huching, what do you mean by harassing Mu? No, Sister Ruan, you don't and I general knowledge Song Huching licked his face and said, tomorrow, not today. Let's go and get the divorce license into it. No way. Ruan Xingyao squinted. I have been very busy with work lately. I don't have the time to talk about it next month. No, Ruan Xingyao, you can't be like this. Song Huching said with a bitter face. We had an agreement. Why are you going back on your word? What out and out? Are you talking like a human being? Ruan Xingyao sneered. Anyway, there is no time this month. If you want to mess with me again, we will go to court. I have evidence in my hand. And at that time, it is still not clear whose custody of Xiao Yuan is. Asterisk. Song Huching instantly got an egg on his face. Now that's passive. Poof. Ruan Xingyao snorted coldly. And, you don't harass Mu, or you wait for me. She hung up after that. What do you think you're being so arrogant for? Yun Ning sighed. Go. Stop it. It's annoying. Song Huching turned around and walked towards the upstairs after slapping her arse in an unfavorable manner. Hey, where are you going? Yun Ning shouted. Nothing much going on anyway. I'm off to work. As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he was tugged by her. No. Yun Ning did not have a good temper. What time is it? You still go to what class? Not allowed to go today. Just at home. No. What are you doing at home? Song Huching helplessly said. The two of us stay together. In addition to watching TV, brushing the phone. Is to do that kind of thing? Might as well go out and run 2 orders. No. What do you mean? Yun Ning scolded. Being with me is not as good as going to run a takeout, right? Well. You wait for me. See if I let you go out today. No, sis. You don't take off your clothes. Asterisk. It's broad daylight. Evening into the night. No matter how much Song Huching begged and struggled, Yun Ning still didn't let him go in the end. When he woke up the next day, he actually felt a little dizzy. Yun Ning was instead humming a little song as she made breakfast with a red face, looking like she was in quite a good mood. The two had breakfast. Song Huching mounted a small electric donkey and began the takeout journey. Brothers, Song Han San is back. Old 6. Asterisk scared me. We thought you'd ing married into the family. Old Chow. I can go to hell. Right. I'm a pure man, and I'm marrying into a rich family? Are you insulting me? Old 6. Almost got it. There is no shame in eating soft food. You are done with your business? Lao Wu. It's almost done. It's time to get a career this month. Hurry up and report your position. Old 6. Don't go to Hoshi. It's almost a ghost town over there. Guamao. Hurry up and send breakfast and coffee to Nyoma. Old Sheen. Copy that. Coming right up. Old 6. After Song Huching sent out a red envelope, he immediately sped towards the China World Trade Center. Chapter 132. I believe in Mazu. Do you? Song Huching had just arrived at the China World Trade Center when his cell phone began to vibrate. He opened it and immediately raised an eyebrow. These old boys really didn't lie to him. The state trade order is really much. He took a few orders quickly before dashing towards the merchant. By the time he had all the merchandise, he had just parked his car under the Commerce Building. Suddenly someone was heard shouting, "Someone's jumped the shark." Well, Song Huching froze slightly and tilted his head to look, only to see that on the rooftop of the China World Trade Center building, there was a person who was sitting on the fence at that moment, with his legs exposed. He just glanced at it and headed towards the building. It's not that he's so cold-blooded, it's just that he's just an ordinary guy. And what else can he do when he gets together except to cause trouble? Song Huching carried the takeout one floor at a time, and when he finished the last one, he was just about to enter the elevator, but he found that all the elevators were facing upwards. There was nothing he could do but turn toward the stairs. He knew very well in his heart, after all, jumping off the building is such a big thing. It is estimated that the elevator will not be able to go down for a while. Taking the stairs is a little tired, but it is better than waiting there, is not it? But what he didn't expect was that he had just reached the stairwell, when suddenly a group of people came clattering up and rushed towards the upper floors. Asterisk. Song Huching cursed and was about to retreat back, but a group of people came out of the hallway as well, wrapping themselves around him and rushing toward the stairs. This your ass. He was tearfully pushed by the crowd up 2 floors to the rooftop. At this time, the rooftop was already full of people. In addition to some people from official organizations, there were also some people who had set up their cell phones, and even the most exaggerated thing was that he saw someone eating human blood buns live on air. This was a real eye-opener for him. It really is a big world. Song Huching looked at the mess of a group of people, cannot help but find a place to squat and watch the fun. After all, to come to the well, cannot be a trip for nothing, is not it? Don't you come over here. The sudden roar caused Song Huching, who was lighting a cigarette, to tremble. He looked sideways, only to realize that the jumper was a woman in her 20s, with a fairly clean look, and that big belly that made his eyelids flutter. It's a pregnant woman, isn't it? Song Huching moved a few steps forward. Ms. Chen, please remain calm. After all, if you don't think of yourself, you have to think of your children, don't you? We know you're having some hard times, but you don't have to worry. Things will work out. Negotiators are holding up loudspeakers to keep persuading. This caused Song Huching to frown. Suddenly, there was a tug on the corner of his coat. Well, Mr. Song, what a coincidence, to meet you here as well. Mu Qing revealed a small smile. I'll go. At such a tense moment, you still have the mood to greet me? Song Huching laughed and scolded. No way. Mu Qing sighed. She was tricked. Oh, you know her? Song Huching was surprised. Actually, you recognize it. Mu Qing pointed not far away and said, she is the daughter of Mr. Chen. Half a year ago, Mr. Chen was transferred to Lincheng to serve. He also followed, and then he was, like that. After the belly was big, that person disappeared. She could not think for a moment. She went to the rooftop. I go, Mr. Chen's daughter? Song Huching was stunned. Her family situation is okay. How did she meet the yellow hair? Yellow hair? Mu Qing was filled with surprise. It is the kind of uneducated man who likes to hook up. Like me. Do you understand if I describe it like this? Song Huching laughed, puffing. Mu Qing covered her mouth and let out a laugh, then ranted, Mr. Song, where does anyone talk about themselves like this? Forget it if you don't believe me. Song Huching stroked his chin and said, what was the girl's name? Chi Chin. Mu Qing pursed her lips and said, she is also a poor person. In order to be together with her boyfriend, almost flipped with General Manager Chen, but now in the end, her boyfriend does not want him again. Well, it's like you understand her? Song Huching laughed. I used to. Don't ever borrow your stuff. After Song Huching took off his vest and threw it to her, he wiped his right hand towards her head again and then walked towards the edge of the rooftop. Well, as Mu Qing hugged his vest, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face, and after gritting her teeth, she followed suit. Don't come any closer. Song Huching had just taken 2 steps with his mask on when he was stopped. Sir, I'm her boyfriend. Song Huching playfully said, this is a relationship issue between me and her. What? You're the scumbag? The surrounding crowd was first shocked, and then immediately became angry. Beat him to death. I don't know who shouted, and a group of people rushed over. Stop it all. Officials were just about ready to step in and stop it. but with 3 punches and 2 kicks, Song Huching put the group on the ground, and in less than 10 seconds, a vacuum formed around him. You play with other people's feelings, and you dare to hit people? A young man lying on the ground angrily rebuked. I'm not playing with your feelings, why are you yelling? After rolling his eyes, Song Huching took 2 steps forward. Don't you come over, Chen Zhizhi shouted in a stern voice. Shout what? After Song Huching cursed, from roughly 4 or 5 meters to her side, he also tumbled over onto the rooftop and sat across the railing. Who are you? Chen Zhizhi chortled. ******, you're not her boyfriend, are you? The negotiator said angrily. Don't argue yet. After Song Huching roared, he looked at Chen Zhizhi and said, Chen Zhizhi, I am a fortune teller. I pinch my fingers and count. The child in your belly is the descendant of the star of Wenxiu. What are you talking about? Chen Zhizhi was filled with absurdity. I say the child in your womb is the descendant of the star of literature. He doesn't deserve to die. Song Huching flipped his right hand, and 2 shells appeared in his hand. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you now. If I throw out the 9 holy grails, then you go down, and if I can't throw them out, I will jump down and pay for the lives of the wenchings, okay? Kneeling on the side of the ground crying in pain, Chen General heard this. The whole person froze. How does this set of rules seem a little familiar? 9 holy grails? Chen Zhizhi froze for a moment, then said with complicated eyes, do you know what the 9 holy grails mean? I believe in Mazu. Do you? Song Huching said with a straight face. Chen Zhizhi hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I believe it. Believe it? Then watch. Song Huching was just about to throw, but subconsciously glanced downstairs and immediately covered his chest. Sorry, I'm a little afraid of heights. I'll go down and throw it. The entire rooftop was silent. Everyone looked at him with complicated eyes. You make such a big ing scene and you say you're afraid of heights? Chapter 133, Zhang Tao is your best friend. How can you watch him get beaten up? Did you deliberately trick me? Chen Zhizhi said angrily. I'll go down and throw it. You just sit on the rooftop. Song Huching hurriedly said. You won't die if you sit there anyway. It's no big deal. Poof. Chen Zhizhi snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Song Huching, on the other hand, jumped off the guardrail and sat down on his knees. Watch it. After he clasped his hands together and pretended to pay his respects, he then tossed the 2 shells towards the sky. Everyone took a step forward with wide eyes. The Holy Grail. I don't know who shouted, and everyone rejoiced. Only Mr. Chen looked at Song Huching with complicated eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Song Huching moved quickly and didn't play anything fancy. Second. Yikes. The third. ******. Fourth one. With each one he threw, a cheer came from the crowd. When he threw the 8th one, Chen Zhizhi had sat sideways, staring intently at the shell in Song Huching's hand. In fact, when the 5th grail appeared, she actually believed it. After all, 5 holy grails would be a very rare occurrence, let alone 8. After Song Huching threw the shell out for the last time, everyone held their breath while the bloggers who ate human blood buns disliked the camera. 3 seconds later, ******, that's 9 holy grails. Ha, that's pretty divine. No wonder they believe in Mazu. That's too powerful, isn't it? The crowd immediately exploded. Chen Zhizhi looked at the 2 shells on the ground somewhat out of her mind, not knowing what she was thinking. I said that Mr. Chen, you still don't hurry to go and pull down your daughter? Song Huching lowered his voice. Well, it was only then that Mr. Chen seemed to wake up as if from a dream, and darted over to pull Chen Zhizhi down from the guardrail. Song Huching, on the other hand, walked towards the outside of the crowd after picking up 2 shells from the ground. Quite a few people wanted to follow him over and shoot him, but they couldn't help but stop in their tracks after he gave them a hard stare. After all, this guy had the real guts to hit someone. Mr. Song, you're awesome. Mu Qing walked over, her eyes full of little stars. It's okay. Song Huching wiped her right hand and the 2 shells appeared on her head once again. Mr. Song, how did you do it? Mu Qing whispers, 2 times in a row. I was able to cast 9 holy grails. That can't be said. Where's my dinner guy? Song Huching laughed lightly. Alright, I have to go to work. After he finished, he was ready to head towards the stairs. But at this time, Chen Zhizhi rushed over, pulled his arm, and said with red eyes, Master, please count for me where my boyfriend can be? How much money I am willing to pay? No, Song Huching just wanted to refuse, but saw Mr. Chen make a pleading gesture at him, and couldn't help but say helplessly, What's your boyfriend's name? Zhang Tao. Chen Zhizhi said sharply. He is 28 years old and graduated from the Linchang Normal University. Zhang Tao? Song Huching and Mu Qing's eyes widened at the same time. Yes, Zhang Tao. I haven't spent much time with him, and I don't know much information. Chen Zhizhi wiped her tears and said, Did he tell you about his occupation? Song Huching whispered. He said that his family has several office buildings and his parents are in business. Chen Jiji said somewhat shyly. No, he should tell you that his occupation is to collect rent. Song Huching said with complicated eyes. Yes. He told me that his occupation is to collect rent. Chen Jiji's eyes widened. Master, can you even figure this out? Do you want to see him very much? Song Huching was a bit worried. Master, I am pregnant with his child, and now that the child is older in months, he can't be without a father, right? Chen Jiji said with a red face. Song Huching looked at her and finally sighed. Find a quiet place and I'll help you find him. Really? Chen Jiji surprised. Master, as long as you help me find him, how much money I want I am willing to pay. It's not a question of money asking. After Song Huching laughed bitterly, he took out his phone and called out. Half an hour later, Cafe Chino. Old Song, what time is it? What are you doing calling me here so early in the morning? After Jiang Tao staggered into the cafe, he sat on his butt on the side of Song Huching and said with some excitement, do you know how many beautiful women's flyers I added after you left that day? Cough. Song Huching dryly coughed twice before nudging his mouth to his side. Well, Jiang Tao looked sideways and was confronted with a rather thinly veiled little face. This is, snap. Chen Jiji raised her hand and slapped him, directly knocking him out of his seat and onto the floor. Asterisk. Why are you still hitting people? Jiang Tao covered his face in aggravation. Mr. Chen, don't be impulsive. Song Huching hurriedly stepped forward to stop General Manager Chen, who had already raised his chair, and said rather awkwardly, this Jiang Tao was 80% drunk yesterday. Extenuating circumstances. Oof. Mr. Chen snorted coldly and put down his stool. No, bro, you really don't know her? Song Huching looked at Jiang Tao with a bitter face. Well, let's see. Jiang Tao tilted his head and looked at Chen Jiji for a long time before he said in surprise, Chan Meng. Hey. Song Huching sighed and then took a step back. I'll beat you to death. Chen Jiji burst into a rage and took the cup on the table and smashed it fiercely at Jiang Tao. Mr. Chen, on the other hand, danced with a stool. A stool directly smashed Jiang Tao over the ground. On this is not yet relieved. Go up to him is a fierce kick. Many waiters stood at a distance, glanced at the wailing Jiang Tao on the ground, then looked at Song Huching, and ultimately did not dare to go forward. At this point, an exclamation of surprise rang out. Song Huching. Well, Song Huching looked sideways just in time to see Li Qingmu and Ruan Xingyao looking at him playfully. Ruan Xingyao came over to take a look and couldn't help but say angrily, Song Huching, are you crazy? How did you watch Jiang Tao get beaten up? As she spoke, she pushed away Mr. Chen and Chen Jiji. Who are you? Chen Jiji asked in a stern voice. Sorry, she's my ex-wife. You guys go ahead. Song Huching pulled Ruan Xingyao away rather awkwardly. Asterisk. Old Song, are you still a ing person? Jiang Tao said sadly. That's right. Song Huching, are you still a human being? Ruan Xingyao also angrily rebuked. Jiang Tao is your best friend. How can you watch him get beaten up? Well, Song Huching hesitated before whispering, he knocked up someone else. What? Ruan Xingyao and Jiang Tao's eyes widened at the same time. Well, Song Huching lowered his head rather ashamedly and said, he also mispronounced people's names. Asterisk. Ruan Xingyao was furious. Her backhand was a slap, jerking Jiang Tao, who had just stood up, back to the ground, and then she lifted her high heels and stomped on him. Chapter 134, give him another chance. Maybe he'll get it right. Asterisk. Don't be impulsive. Song Huching hugged Ruan Xingyao and pulled her aside. Let go of me. I'll beat this to death. Ruan Xingyao angrily rebuked. Later, Jiang Tao covered his stomach and climbed up with difficulty holding the table, gritting his teeth. Let me guess again. Guess? Everyone froze. Dude, how about? Don't talk. Jiang Tao reached out and blocked Song Huching, pondering for a moment. Chun Yao, right? It must be this name. It can't be wrong. I'll kill you. Chen Jiji instantly stormed out, and joined forces with Mr. Chen to press him for a burst of hammering. Li Qingmu walked over to Song Huching's side and said with a face full of absurdity, do you think he's crazy? I think that he just wants to prove himself. Song Huching touched his chin and said, after all, guessing wrong twice in a row belongs to a small probability event, doesn't it? That's true. Ruan Xingyao nodded approvingly. I think, give him another chance. Maybe he can really guess right. Isn't it a matter of guessing the name now? Li Qingmu held his forehead and said, if you guys don't think of a way, he'll have to be killed here today. Well, Song Huching and Ruan Xingyao glanced at each other and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. 5 minutes later, the bruised and swollen Jiang Tao sat beside Song Huching, his brows furrowed. Both Chen Jiji and Mr. Chen were indignant. Jiang Tao, if you don't give us an account, we will die together. Hold on, I'll wait your ass. After Song Huching took the tablecloth and covered Jiang Tao's mouth, he said with a smile on his face, Mr. Chen, Jiang Tao, this kid's character I know best. It's useless for you to talk to him. Then who do I talk to that is useful? Mr. Chen said with a stern face. Here, the main man is here. Song Huching nudged at the cafe door. Everyone looked sideways at the same time, only to see a middle-aged couple looking there. Yikes, you called Jiang Tao's parents here? Ruan Xingyao covered her face. Or else let him guess again? Song Huching bristled. Then he'll be killed, right? Ruan Xingyao was a bit hesitant. Don't doubt it, he'll really be killed. Mu Qing couldn't help but speak. Well, Li Chengmu and Ruan Xingyao frowned at her at the same time. Where did this girl come from? Uncle, auntie, here. Song Huching stood up and beckoned. Xiao Song, did you call us? In such a hurry to meet something urgent? Jiang father said with concern. Well, it's kind of an emergency. Song Huching said bitterly. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Construction. Mr. Chen said with a stern face. Hello, my humble self, Jiang Yuda. Jiang father smiled and extended his hand. Chen Jianjiang extended his hand and shook it despite being filled with displeasure. Here's what happened. Song Huching helplessly said. It's that Jiang Tao once had a relationship with this MS. Chen. And then what happened? He knocked someone up. What? Jiang Yuda and Jiang mother stood up violently. Uncle, other people, Mr. Chen, is also a person of status and position, and will definitely not take this kind of thing and touch it. Song Huching whispered. The main problem now is that Jiang Tao doesn't seem to remember this. Boo! I remember. Jiang Tao slammed the table, startling everyone. What do you remember? Jiang Yuda asked. Chen Xiulian, right? I remember you have a mole. They're on your chin. Jiang Tao said excitedly. Everyone lapsed into silence. Little Song what does this mean? Jiang Yuda said cautiously. Well, Song Huching hesitated before speaking. Just now, Jiang Tao mispronounced people's names twice, and this is the third time. I'll kill you. Chen Construction roared angrily and was about to go forward. Slow down. Jiang Yuda reached out to stop him and said angrily. In-laws, this is my failure to teach my son, and the family is unfortunate. I will deal with it. After he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Jiang Tao's hair and slammed it hard towards the sofa. Jiang mother, on the other hand, picked up a stool foot from the floor and viciously spanked Jiang Tao's ass. Ow, ow, old Song, help, Song Huching, hurry up and help. Jiang Tao hissed and struggled, yelling, but whether it was Jiang Yuda or Jiang mother, the strike was so clean that even his legs were tied with a silk scarf. Why is he this obsessed with guessing Chi's name? Mu Qing said carefully, perhaps. Song Huching looked at Jiang Tao with complicated eyes and said with some intolerance, perhaps, he is also confirming whether he has slept with Chen Jiji or not. 20 minutes later, Chi, good boy. Jiang mother took Chen Jiji's hand and said, don't worry, we recognize the child in the belly. We'll give you whatever you want. Auntie. Chen Jiji looked at her, tears falling like rain. Older brother, big sister, I am not such an unreasonable person. Chen Construction said with a sullen face, but this kid Jiang Tao is full of talk, saying that his family has a few office buildings. I checked, and there is no such thing at all. Cough cough. Jiang Yuda said with some embarrassment. Chen old brother, my family is not an office building, but my family has more than 30 sets of houses and more than 2 dozen storefronts. Don't worry, as long as Gigi marries in, all these things will be hers and the child's, and I won't give a single penny to that brat. Well, when Chen Construction heard this, he couldn't help but frown at Jiang Tao whose nose was bleeding. This kid's family is more solid than he thought. I'm not marrying. Chen Jiji wiped her tears and said, instead of marrying him, he goes out to fool around. Every day, it is better for me to give birth to the child by myself, and I will raise it by myself. Ghosting? Jiang mother's tone is 8 degrees higher. Backhand slapped Jiang Tao's head crooked. He used to be not so faulty. These years your uncle and I busy with other business. How he still go out to fool around. She cursed while not moving and glancing at Song Huching. Song Huching immediately understood, weakly raised his hand and said, Auntie, I'm sorry, it was me who took Jiang Tao out to play. Good buddy. Jiang Tao looked at Song Huching gratefully. Little Song, how can you do this? Jiang Yuda painfully said, I know you and Ah Tao are good brothers, but why don't you also teach him to learn something good? What's more, Yao Yao is also here. Can you afford her? Uncle, I'll take care of it myself. Ruan Xingyao reprimanded, reached out and grabbed Song Huching's collar, raised his hand to 2 big mouths. Song Huching, I gave you a daughter. You still go out to fool around. Are you still human? Asterisk. You're communicating a personal vendetta? Song Huching gritted his teeth. if you say that again, I'll give you 2 more slaps. Ruan Xingyao pushed him away after a cold snort, then righteously said, Uncle and Auntie, I promise to discipline Song Huching properly in the future, and definitely won't have such a thing happen again. Chapter 135. Once I had a friend. Hey, a good boy is a good boy if he can learn from his mistakes. Jiang Yuda hypocritically said. Xiao Song and Ah Tao are good friends, from college until now, and we all look forward to them learning more, right? Aha, aha. Ruan Xingyao nodded her head vigorously. In-laws, our family is a demolition family. There is not much culture. Like this, I have this sentence here. In the future, the family's affairs, all of them are handed over to Gigi to make decisions. Jiang Mother said with a straight face, if this brat of mine doesn't listen, we'll just kick him out and let him starve to death outside when the time comes. That's not so bad. Chen Construction's face slowed down a little. This is not married before. Love to play is right. But after marriage, as long as there is a sense of family responsibility. In that case, how about setting the wedding date at 11? Jiang Yuda seriously said. How do you need to prepare for the wedding? Gigi, you make a list. It's fine for your aunt and I to go and buy it. It's also fine for you and Ah Tao to go and buy it yourself. After he finished, he opened his purse and handed over a card. The code for the card is the bunny's birthday. Jiang Mother added. There are $3 million in it. If it's not enough, you'll talk to me again, and I'll transfer money into it. Enough is enough. I actually don't want to make the wedding too complicated. Chen Gigi said with a red face. Yes, this woman will only get married once in her life. Mustn't it be grand? Jiang Mother pulled her hand said. Auntie, why don't you guys and Mr. Chen chat slowly? I have some prior departure on my side. When Jiang Tao has something to help, just have him call me directly. Song Huching laughed. Cough cough cough. Jiang Yuda coughed twice after a serious. Xiao Song ah, you come out with me. Uncle may have to say you 2 sentences. You so young, can learn well ah. Hey. After Song Huching answered obediently, she followed him towards the door. I'll go and take a look too. Old Song, this person has a thin face. Don't cry later. Jiang Tao dropped a sentence and then hurriedly followed him out as well. Seeing this, Ruan Xingyao and the others also followed him. Stairwell. Little Song, this time uncle has to thank you properly. Jiang Yuda sighed with a cigarette in his mouth. I can't imagine that in my lifetime. I still have a day to hold a grandchild. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Damn, old Song, you still have the face to smile? Jiang Tao rushed in furiously and angrily said. Where did you find this woman? I don't even remember that there is such a thing. Okay, you remember? You have to remember everything. What's wrong with that? Jiang Yuda did not have a good temper. You change girls than change clothes are more diligent. If not today, Xiao Song here. Lazi's old face are going to be you lose finished. I said stop it. Song Huching said helplessly. Do you know what this chick did just now? Done what? Jiang Yuda and Jiang Tao looked over at the same time. She climbed up the rooftop of the China World Trade Center building. Ready to jump, know it. Song Huching sighed. If it is not saved, then you guys can have fun. Her old man must not fight with you ah? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yuda and Jiang Tao simultaneously saw sweat on their foreheads. A good half hour. Jiang Tao only stammered. Old Song, you can't blindfold me. Really? Mu Qing pushed the door and walked in, with Li Chengmu and Ruan Xingyao behind him. Gigi was really on the rooftop just now, and if it wasn't for Mr. Song's timely intervention, now I'm afraid to jump down. Song, thank you. Jiang Yuda held Song Huching's hand in a death grip. Jiang Tao, however, murmured, It's over. Well, what does he mean? Li Chengmu was curious. He means that this Chen Gigi is so powerful that he won't have a good life in the future. Ruan Xingyao skimmed her lips. There's another meaning. Song Huching laughed softly. His youth is over. Buried today. Puffing, Li Chengmu and Mu Qing laughed at the same time. Old Song, you say if I climb up to the rooftop now, then you can jump off, just to get it over with. Jiang Yuda slapped him hard on the head and angrily rebuked. You're a pig head. Ah, she has a child. Naturally she will focus on the child. You just don't stay out at night. You said you went to work to go to work. She cares? Ha! Li Chengmu and Mu Qing simultaneously squinted at him. Cough cough. Jiang Yuda immediately blushed with his old face and snapped. You are all friends of Jiang Tao. All of you are your own people Arin. Tu, Dad. But I still can't get it in my heart. Jiang Tao said bitterly. You said it's been so long, who knows if that child is mine? What if it's not? Just in case you're asked, just in case. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. You wouldn't wait for the baby to be born and then sneak off to do a paternity test? Song Huching, why are you giving people such bad ideas? Ruan Xingyao chided. Not a bad idea. It's a fact. Song Huching squarely said. Instead of putting this in the heart, slowly formed a knot. Might as well do a paternity test. Seek a peace of mind is not it? I think old Song is right. Jiang Tao seriously said. This matter can be a little more serious. Cannot be so confused. But then again, Lao Song, you look just over the top. Xiao Yuan, that girl is so beautiful. Do you not have doubts? Snap. Zhang Yudi and Ruan Xingyao simultaneously threw a slap onto his face. What the are you babbling about? Exactly. Song Huching righteously said. Although I and Ruan Xingyao that what? But I absolutely believe in her character. Ruan Xingyao's face slowed down a little when she heard this. Okay. Jiang Tao sighed. ISN. Tia, true that we have a forensic institute in Lincheng? Yes. There's one on the west side of the river and one on the east side of the city. And I have a phone number I can send you if you don't want to wait in line. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Jiang Tao's father and son and Li Qingmu and Mu Qing all subconsciously took a step back. Song Huching, how did you get the number of the Forensic Institute? Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. Well, Song Huching instantly reacted. His face unchanged. Once I had a friend. Go to hell. Ruan Xingyao slapped him hard and angrily said, you want a divorce, don't you? Wait for it. After she finished cursing, she huffed and puffed towards the door. Softly, after Li Qingmu shouted, he followed at a brisk pace. Well, Xiao Song, you and Yao Yao are getting a divorce? Zhang Yude was surprised. Uncle, let's stop, okay? Song Huching said bitterly. Can you wipe Jiang Tao's ass first before asking about me? Also, Zhang Yude sighed. When a few days pass, your aunt and I will ask you and Yao Yao out for a meal. It's really no big deal, isn't it? Hey. Song Huching let out a long sigh and turned toward the door. Mu Qing also followed behind him at the same pace. Chapter 136. Which family's young lady are you again? Well, what are you following me for? Song Huching looked sideways at Mu Qing. I think I want to treat you to dinner after you helped me last time. Mu Qing said with a red face. Dinner? Fine. Then pick a day and make it today. Song Huching shrugged. Do you have a familiar restaurant? Let's go over now if you have one. I haven't been in Lin City for long either. Mu Qing was a little embarrassed. I'm not too familiar with Lin Chang. You find a place. My treat. That's fine. Song Huching led her to his electric car and pulled out a helmet from the trunk and handed it to her. Mu Qing didn't make any pretense, and hastily snapped the helmet onto his head, then straddled behind him. It's not that this car hasn't even moved yet. You don't have to hold it so tight. Song Huching said helplessly. I'm sorry. It's my first time riding an electric car. I'm a little scared. Mu Qing whispered. First time in an electric car? Song Huching looked into the rearview mirror with an odd expression on his face. Aha. Mu Qing whispered. I once went to the track to ride a motorcycle when I was a kid, but my family thought it was too dangerous and wouldn't let me. Racing motorcycles? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a bit as he looked at her carefully. To be honest, Mu Qing belonged to the kind of woman who, at first glance, wasn't particularly stunning, but the more she looked, the more flavorful she became, especially the soft and tender aura on her body. It was really pitiful to see. How? What happened? It's okay. Song Huching shook his head before twisting the throttle. The electric car immediately moved and headed towards the banks of the Linchang River. 20 minutes later, Nanchao Court. Do you have an appointment? Sir? A waitress in a cheongsam came up. I just sent a message to Dong Hui, and he said that he left a seat for me. Song Huching laughed. Oh, so it's Mr. Song, the waiter immediately said. The young master gave instructions. If Mr. Song comes to eat in the future, we are free. Inside please. That won't be necessary. Song Huching shook his head before following her. The waiter led the two to a seat by the window and laughed softly. Mr. Song, in fact, if you eat hot pot, it's more appropriate to sit in the hall than in a private room. Of course, if you need a private room, we've left one for you. Just sit in the hall. Song Huching smiled and said, eating hot pot? You have to have a little fireworks to have flavor, not. You are very good at doing business. Thanks for the compliment. The waiter smiled. Mr. Song, my surname is Zhang, is the store manager of Nan Xiaogu. If you have any needs, just call me directly. After she finished, she handed over a business card. Okay, thank you Manager Zhang. Song Huching nodded with a smile. It's just the two of us eating. You watch over the serving. Okay. Manager Zhang responded before pouring tea for the two of them before turning to leave. Is this owned by your friend? Mu Qing curiously surveyed the surroundings and complimented. The environment here is good. It is estimated that the decoration alone will cost a lot of money. Which family's first lady are you again? Song Huching laughed bitterly. What missy? Mu Qing shook his head and said, my family is doing business in Shanghai. Although the business is doing okay, there are many rich people in Shanghai. Our family is nothing. Then why can't you think of coming to the city as a crappy salesman? Song Huching was curious. Crappy salesman? Mu Qing's eyes widened. I that bad? Or what? Song Huching laughed softly. What kind of person is Chen Construction? Do you know? Well, what people? Mu Qing was curious. Guess why he's such a big president? That he's willing to spend time with you even though he clearly doesn't want to sign a contract with you? Song Huching said slowly. There are no more than 2 reasons. First, he has his eye on you, but it's obvious that he's not. Second, he doesn't want to sign a contract with you, but he has to accompany you in your act. Ha! Mu Qing covered her mouth in surprise. That seems to be the case. She asked Chen Jian to meet her several times, and Chen Jian was willing to come out and talk to her every time. But as soon as it was time to sign the contract, he started to look the other way. At first, she thought that Chen Construction was having some kind of non-concerns about her, so she was all set to give up on this client. But after chatting a few times, the other party didn't seem to have this intention at all, which made her think for a long time and not figure it out. Now that Song Huching said that, it seemed like it all made sense. You'd better be good and go back. Song Huching laughed softly. Do you really think that the salesman is so good to be how? According to your current income, you are afraid that it is a little difficult to support yourself. Mr. Chen, that list. I took a lot of commission. Mu Qing said with a red face. Although my family doesn't give me any money, I'll save it myself, so it shouldn't be a problem. Not everyone is Mr. Chen. Understand? Song Huching squarely said. The day I signed the order, it was me who played a set. But you won't have such good luck next time. Mr. Song, don't underestimate me. Mu Qing seriously said. Although I don't have any ability, I will work hard. I believe that I should have no problem supporting myself. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Nowadays, in this society, it's a little hard for you to starve to death. But if you want to live a good life, I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? What kind of deep hatred do you have with your family? How dare they not even give you living expenses? My family forced me to marry. Mu Qing looked out the window and said with a red face. I was young and thought it was nothing to marry, so I listened to them. But after I married, I realized that life was not what I wanted at all. Well, what does that say? Song Huching curiously said. Your family has money, firewood, rice, oil and salt basically don't need you to care about. This kind of life is not good? There's more to life than there's also spiritual empathy. Mu Qing looked into his eyes and said, if 2 people love each other, even a roadside stall is happy. But if they don't love each other, living in the palace is not happy. Well, how about I give you a little advice? Song Huching carefully said. What's the suggestion? Muching is sitting upright. Watch less TV shows. Song Huching sighed. It is not that only the sensational is love. The mediocre is also love. You and my ex-wife's thoughts are very similar. She also does not like to live a mediocre life. No. Mu Qing hurriedly explained. I am not talking about flat and booming. I am talking about the person. That person, if you do not like it, no matter which kind of life, it will be very boring. You're a real scumbag when it comes to comments like that. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Then if you don't like it, why do you want to get married again? Now after you get married, you a young and unintelligent, can cover up everything? Mu Qing froze slightly, then stared at him in a daze. Chapter 137. I do think that my ex-wife is a bit better than you. At this point, Manager Zhang had already brought up the steaming hot pot, followed by a waiter pushing a small food cart. Mr. Song, this is the side dishes I matched for you. I don't know your eating habits. If the match is not right, you shout me in time. I will change it for you immediately. No, we'll just eat whatever we want. Song Huching laughed softly. Go ahead and go about your business. I'll call out to the waiter if something happens. Okay, Mr. and Ms. Song, enjoy yourselves. Manager Zhang refilled the 2 with tea before stepping aside. Mr. Song, do you think I did wrong? Mu Qing said seriously. That's not true. Song Huching joked. But, you can swap the genders and look at this matter again. Let's say you're a man who marries a woman, and when some years pass, you think you don't like her, and that you married her back then because of family pressure. Thinking about it that way, I think it will give me some new feelings, but he didn't really mean to marry me either. Mu Qing couldn't help but retort. His father failed to invest and owed a large amount of money. Marrying me is just to pay off his father's debt. Well, Song Huching looked at her with a dismayed face. No, you wait for. Words first, that master is mixed to this point. He is still not satisfied? What do you mean? Mu Qing said with wide eyes. He got the money and a beautiful daughter-in-law like you. What else doesn't he know? Song Huching spat. If this kind of thing fell on me, I could wake up laughing in my ing dreams, right? Mr. Song, don't joke. I don't think I'm pretty myself. Mu Qing lowered her head a little shyly. We can argue about other things, but if you're going to talk to me about whether a woman is pretty or not, I'd advise you to forget it. After Song Huching poured a plate of beef into the pot, he was quite curious and said, is it hard for him? Him to have any problems there? Where? Mu Qing looked at him in surprise. It's that aspect. Song Huching spread his hands and said, if he doesn't have problems in that area, I really can't think of any reason why he would divorce you. Yikes. Mu Qing instantly covered her face and whispered, I haven't even shared a room with him. How do I know if he has problems in that area? Asterisk. How many years have you been married? Song Huching's eyes widened. 5 years. Mu Qing was a little embarrassed. I married him right out of college. He hasn't touched you in 5 years? Song Huching was dumbfounded. No, then when you lived together, he endured? We don't live together. Mu Qing blinked her big eyes and said, I have my own house. Why do I want to live with him? Both of them are unfamiliar with each other. How uncomfortable it is to live together. Song Huching was actually speechless for a moment. That's a good reason for her. Don't talk about me, do you? Mu Qing was curious. Why did you divorce your ex-wife? Because she thinks I'm poor. Song Huching fished up the beef and put it in her bowl. How much is my monthly salary? She doesn't want to deal with firewood, rice, oil and salt every day, and wants to think about the kind of good life of living in a big villa and having a nanny at home. How could she? Mu Qing exasperated. Their own family conditions are not good. Do not think of relying on themselves, but instead think of relying on a man. Then since this is the case, why did you get married in the first place? Young and uninformed. Song Huching smiled and said, Mu Qing was immediately choked, and after giving him a playful blank stare, she lowered her head and started eating. But I do think that my ex-wife is a bit stronger than you. Song Huching laughed. We're better than me. Mu Qing snapped his head up. At least, she still gave me a daughter, didn't she? Song Huching pointed at her and said, as for you, you are very similar to a friend I know. Both are female bodhisattvas, and all mortals like me are not worthy to be with you. Nasty. What female bodhisattva? Mu Qing glared at him without a good mood. If you don't like it, then why do you want to give him a child? Well, Song Huching was slightly stunned. What's wrong with you? Mu Qing was surprised. Nothing. Song Huching shook his head. I just want you to this sentence. But, everyone is changing. Maybe like today, tomorrow will not like. So these things, do not force. Not at all. Mu Qing squarely said, if you like a person, then you have to be unswervingly like it. Which even if he later changed, but one still has to remember his own initial heart well. People like you, commonly known as love brain, know it, right? Song Huching laughed and scolded. If you really fall in love with someone, you only have to suffer. Falling in love with a person, originally is to pay. Mu Qing rationalized, if he can give you a return, that is naturally the best. But if he cannot give you a return, then you do not love? Damn, it's the first time I've heard someone say dog licking in such a moving way. Song Huching sighed. Go. I'm the one who isn't a dog licker. Mu Qing laughed and scolded, but I'm just talking on paper. I've never liked someone in my life, and when I do like someone, I still don't know what it will be like. That too. Eat. Song Huching dropped some more side dishes into the pot. At this point, he was tapped on the shoulder. Song Huching. Well, Song Huching took a sideways glance, and could not help but be happy. Qin Shao. This Lin city is really small, and I can meet you every other day. Ha! Qin Shu was his. This Qin Shao shouted cool. Cannot help but cheerfully said, Lincheng only a little more place. There are only a few places of consumption. Encounter is not very normal? That too. Song Huching nodded with a smile and looked sideways at the female companion beside him. Let me introduce you. This is my female friend, Zhao Yener. Qin Shu laughed. Don't you dare. The girl frowned. I'm his blind date, not a girlfriend. That's, Song Huching joked. The advanced state of a blind date is a fiancé, not a girlfriend. Yes, fiancé. Qin Shu quietly gave him a thumbs up. It's a blind date, not a fiancé. After Zhao Yener corrected herself, she looked at Mu Qing and said, since we're all friends, let's eat together. What's the point of having a hot pot for two people? Hey, Yun is right. Qin Shu immediately said, old Song, sit a little bit inside, this meal is on me. Mu Qing sniffed and winked at Song Huching. Is this a dog licker? Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 138. He doesn't see you as an opponent, or even as a person. Your name is Song Huching? Zhao Yener suddenly said. Well, Song Huching looked sideways at Qin Shu. No, what are you looking at me for? Qin Shu glared. I'm not allowed to look you in the eye? Song Huching winked and said, 80% you said a lot of bad things about me in front of your fiancé. I'm wondering if I should admit it, isn't it? Puffing. Mu Qing and Zhao Yener both laughed. Old Song, am I that kind of person? Qin Shu was quite a bit vain. Ms. Zhao, what did he say about me? Song Huching smirked. He did not say much about you, just said that you are poor and ghost-like. married a beautiful wife. Result: now your beautiful wife wants to divorce you. Ready to give you a green hat. Zhao Yan'er said lightly, bad-mouthing people behind their backs. What a thing. Mu Qing sneered. Hey, MS. I'm not saying anything bad about him. This is just stating a fact, okay? Qin Chu bristled. Do you know what he does for a living? How much money can he earn in a month by delivering takeout? You should also be clear in your heart, right? What's wrong with delivery? A delivery boy isn't better than you? Mu Qing disdained. You are not relying on the family has a few money in the outside flaunting well. If you do not have your parents to support, you are afraid of their own cannot live it? This freeloader still looks down on others who struggle on their own. I've seen it all. Well, Song Huching looked at her rather surprised, and said in a sincere tone, I take back the words I just said to you. What? Mu Qing was surprised. You're not a crappy businessman. If you negotiate half as sharply as you dislike people, you'll be able to be a salesman 80% of the time. Song Huching sighed, puffing. Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh. I see that you are not bad. You clearly know that Qin Chu will say bad things about you behind your back as if you don't care at all. Didn't he buy me dinner? Song Huching pointed at Manager Zhang, who pushed the food cart over and laughed. Manager Zhang, this meal will find Qin Xiao to pay the bill later. Hey, Manager Zhang answered with a smile. One meal to get you out of here, right? I don't think so, right? Zhou Yan'er smirked. What's the matter? I should drag your fiancé out and beat him up so that it hurts in your heart, right? Song Huching laughed and scolded. That's not so bad. You can press his head into the hot pot. Zhao Yan'er laughed softly. It's really not possible for you to scoop up a spoonful of soup and dump it on his face. Yun. Qin Chu's eyes widened at once. Whose side is this on? That I can't do. Song Huching skimmed his lips. In case this is done, it doesn't matter if he is ruined. Am I not also finished? He is alone. Death is not enough. I can still have a daughter to feed. Cut. Zhao Yan'er gave him a blank stare. You are nothing more than not wanting to see him in general. You despise him from the bottom of your heart. He is like a clown in your eyes. He despises me? What makes him look down on me? Qin Chu jumped as if his tail had been stepped on. It's easy. Zhao Yan'er smiled and said, from the beginning of my matchmaking with you, the name of Song Huching has appeared 32 times in these 2 days, but you have not mentioned the name of his beautiful wife once. This shows that you are jealous of others. And I talked to Song Huching a few times and thought that he didn't look like a cutie. Then it shows that he doesn't even see you as a rival. Or even, he doesn't see you as a person at all. Pust. Mu Qing, who was drinking water, sprayed out at once and hurriedly wiped it off with a tissue in her hands and feet. Song Huching, you're pig-headed. Song Huching tugged at Qin Chu in an angry manner. You believe whatever she says? How much money do I make in a month? How can I look down on you? If I really wanted to be so bullish, would I still be able to divorce Ruan Xingyao? Your fiancé is obviously trying to provoke you to see if you have a good temper or not. Cough cough cough. Qin Chu immediately coughed dryly twice and said in a serious manner, Yan'er, I don't have many merits as a person, but compared to Song Huching, I'm still good. Hey, Zhao Yan'er sighed and looked at Song Huching and said, if you dare to say that I am his fiancé, again I will directly throw the hot pot in his face. Do you believe it? Asterisk. What are you flinging in my face? Qin Chu said in horror. Because I think that if I fling the hot pot at Song Huching's face, he would press my head into the hot pot. Zhou Yan'er shrugged her shoulders. Puffing, Mu Qing burst out laughing. This girl is kinda funny. The person I despise the most in my life is the one who beats women. Qin Chu said with great righteousness. How about eating something first? Song Huching said helplessly. It's also possible. Qin Chu picked up his chopsticks and was ready to give Zhao Yan'er meat, but just as his hand reached over, he was hit by Zhao Yan'er on the back of her hand. Dude, public chopsticks, Song Huching said bitterly. Oh, sorry. Qin Chu hurriedly retracted his hand and picked up the communal chopsticks to give Zhao Yan'er some meat. This time, Zhao Yan'er didn't refuse. Instead, she even looked at Song Huching with interest. No, what are you looking at me for? I was wondering why your wife divorced you. Zhao Yan'er smiled and said, a man, like you should be able to earn a lot of money even if he is eating soft rice, right? Asterisk. Q. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, if I go and eat soft food, won't my wife divorce me even more? Making money, not too shabby. Zhao Yan'er glanced at Mu Qing and said, I think you're just on your way to eating soft food right now. What? Qin Chu curiously sized up Mu Qing. Doesn't he look like a rich woman? If it's all seen by you, it's really not a rich woman. Zhao Yan'er skimmed her lips. How does this look? Qin Chu was curious. Ask your classmate. He should be very experienced. Zhao Yan'er snickered. Him? What's his experience? Qin Chu said rather disdainfully. He's only seen a few rich people since he was a kid. Teach him a lesson. Zhou Yunan egged on. Asterisk off. After Song Huching laughed and cursed, he sized her up and said, "Actually, right, this is easy to see." "How?" Shin Shu was surprised. "Like you're, ahem, this friend of yours." Song Huching laughed softly. "Actually, you can tell a rich woman in general by looking at her bag and car, but for a particularly rich woman, you'll have to look at her makeup, shoes, and the perfume on her body. She has such good skin. It's definitely not something that can be cultivated overnight. The crystal high-heeled sandals on her feet, the diamonds inlaid on them are the real deal. This pair of shoes must be tens of thousands of dollars at least, or even more than $100,000. Ha!" Shin Shu looked at him with a stunned face and subconsciously said, "Not looking at the clothes, but the shoes first? It's not like she's attending some important occasion. The clothes she's wearing are nothing more than a regular Chanel suit." Song Huching skimmed his lips. Such clothes, ordinary white-collar workers try hard, can afford to buy, but people who spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy shoes, or a few not? What about the perfume? Shin Shu asked again. "Girlin 6. Song Huching spread his hands and said, "This model is more intense compared to Guolan No. 7, indicating that your friend, at heart, is the kind of person who dares to love and hate." Girlin 6? Shin Shu seemed to have remembered something and was just about to move over to smell it. Snap! Zhou Yun'er raised her hand and slapped him. "Try it again over here." Puffing, Song Huching and Mu Qing both laughed out loud. Chapter 139. He looked at me with no emotional fluctuations in his eyes other than teasing. "I'm not curious." Shin Shu covered his face and said, "Have you ever been to jail? You're so curious. Why don't you go to jail?" After Zhao Yenner cursed without a good breath, she then looked at Song Huching with a smile on her face. "Are you really a delivery boy? How come I feel a bit unlike it? Look at what you're saying. You've only seen a few takeout workers." Song Huching laughed and scolded. "I'm talking to you. Our industry can be said to be full of talent. You can't underestimate us." "That's true." Zhao Yenner nodded and pulled out her cell phone. "Let's leave a flyer. I think you're kind of funny." Shin Shu immediately looked sideways as if he wanted to kill someone. FMS even. Song Huching shook his head. "If you and Shin Shu don't make it later, he'll still think that I've spoken ill of him behind his back." "That too." Zhao Yenner nodded and then stopped mentioning it. "Count on your boy's knowledge." Shin Shu lowered his voice and said, "If you dare to add her FMS, I will press your head in the hot pot." "Hey!" Song Huching let out a light laugh and didn't reply. A few people just chatted in a nonchalant manner. All of a sudden, the music playing at Nanchao Pavilion changed all of a sudden. "Mr. Song, it's the fall," Mu Qing said excitedly. "I hear you." Song Huching nodded with a smile. "Zhao Xinyan is quite talented. This song is good." You like Zhao Xinyan?" Zhao Yenner was surprised. "Big stars, who doesn't like?" "Well," Song Huching said halfway through his words, but could not help but be a little stunned. "Zhao Xinyan, Zhao Yenner, are you hardly sisters?" He originally wouldn't have thought so, and Su Qing Sumei really taught him a lesson. She wasn't originally called Zhao Xin, she was called Zhao Xin Air. Zhao Yenner said slowly, "It's just that her family didn't allow her to go to the entertainment industry, but she must go and changed her name." "Aya, Yen Air, you have a big star sister?" Shin Shu said excitedly. "Who says she's my sister?" Zhao Yen Air bristled. "There are so many surnames Zhao under the sky, and there are many with the same name. Name close as my sister? Then Qinshi Huang is not your brother?" "Yunchan, you're so funny." Shin Shu laughed out loud. Qinshi Huang was a person from thousands of years ago. How could he be my brother? "Well," Song Huching wanted to say something. "What are you trying to say again?" Shin Shu raised his eyebrows. "From my limited knowledge, I think Qinshi Huang should be surnamed Ing." Song Huching whispered. "You?" Shin Shu immediately turned red and glared at him fiercely. "You're the one who's read a lot of ING books, aren't you? What are you showing off? Come on, I was wrong, okay?" Song Huching laughed softly. "Mu Qing, have you eaten? Enough, we withdraw. Don't block the earth here." "Hey, let's go then." Muching stood up as well. "Don't go away, that's just where it's at." Zhao Yenner laughed and scolded. "There's nothing for everyone to do anyway, so let's have a drink." "Who says I'm fine? I have to work this afternoon." Song Huching laughed and scolded. "You and your fiancé take your time playing." After he finished speaking, he scattered his legs and ran because Zhou Yun'er had both hands on the handle of the hot pot basin. "You slow down a step. I want you to drink this pot of soup. Next time we'll drink together." Song Huching waved his hand in the distance before getting into the elevator. Mu Qing also followed at a brisk pace. "Downstairs. Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride?" Song Huching snickered. "Ha, you really have to work this afternoon?" Mu Qing was surprised. "Otherwise, what do you think I'm cheating?" Song Huching laughed and scolded. "If I don't go to work for a day, maybe there are still people starving somewhere in Linchang. Q. Mu Qing was instantly amused by him. So all the people of Lin Chang are relying on you to feed them, right? It's not on me. It's on this profession of mine, Song Huching said in a serious manner. At the very least, without us, the younger generation might actually starve to death a few times. Go go go. Cut the crap, Mu Qing delicately said. But this meal said that it was my treat, but it turned out that someone else paid the bill, which doesn't count. Next time I have to invite back. No problem. Song Huching laughed lightly. Let's make a dinner date sometime. Do you want me to send you now? No, I'm not getting in the way of you earning money. Mu Qing extended her hand and said, Mr. Song, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're my first friend in Lin City. Said I am a little touched. How insincere to shake hands. Hug a little. Well, before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Mu Qing opened his arms and hugged him. That really put him off. What? Not satisfied with a hug? What else do you want to do? Mu Qing teased. No, I was just kidding. Song Huching smiled sarcastically. It's not good to hold a favor hostage. Puffing, Mu Qing couldn't help but laugh. We've both been married once. Don't care about the details. You seem to have changed a little different. Song Huching was surprised. I'm in front of strangers and in front of friends. That's definitely different. Mu Qing laughed, jouching. Song Huching, we are friends now. Friend. Song Huching patted her back. If you don't let go, I'm going to yell molestation. Then let's go to the police station together. Mu Qing playfully said, I've never been to the police station in my entire life, let alone someone suing me for molestation. Go, 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 don't be a jerk here. After Song Huching laughed and cursed, he waved his hand and said, let's go to work, bye. Mu Qing also waved his hand and watched his little electric donkey disappear from his sight. At this point, a fragrant breeze. How long has it been since the divorce and you found a new love? I'd love to, but people can't see me, can they? Mu Qing looked over sideways and met a pair of sparkling eyes. It's you. How did the family choose such a thing for you? What do you know? To get married is to choose such a person. Zhao Yener laughed softly. My sister is bent on becoming a big star. My family has just 2 daughters. If we don't find a softie, can we really find a strong husband? What if he gets up to no good and eats my Jedi family? That's true. After Mu Qing covered her mouth and let out a laugh, she sighed. Why do you think? He went to deliver? Who knows about that? Zhao Yener skimmed her mouth, but it always felt like he was not an ordinary person. The eyes he looked at me had no emotional fluctuations other than teasing. Teasing? Mu Qing was surprised. It's like the kind of feeling of seeing a big cabbage about to be arched by a pig. A little sorry, but more gloating. You know, right? Zhao Yener sighed. Ha ha ha. Mu Qing burst out laughing. Don't say. 80% of Song Huching really see it this way. Chapter 140, Retribution? Capitalists are afraid of this? In the following days, Song Huching wandered in this part of the China World Trade Center. This college students are on vacation. The impact on his business is really quite big. Asterisk. Song. Are you ing high? Old Sheen. Nerve. I'll call the police if you slander me again. Old 6. What's the situation? Old Wood. Look at the charts. Old Sheen. Asterisk. Song. You ing ran up to list 1? Lao Zhou. Base so unsteady at his age. Old 6. After Song Huching finished his reply, he opened the leaderboard. First place, 72 singles. Old 6. Damn. No, we have to treat ourselves to a barbecue. Old Sheen. Yeah. No running away from this one. Old Wood. Okay, 6 o'clock. How about seeing you at 9? Old 6. 6 won't do. 7:30. And don't go to 9. They're closed for the next 2 days, so find a booth under the Linchang Bridge. Lao Zhou. No problem. Whoever gets their first orders first. Old 6. After Song Huching sent the message, he took 3 more orders in his hand and ran towards the Linchang Bridge. 8 o'clock sharp. He had just finished delivering his last order to the late-night snack stand under the Lincoln Bridge. Are you ing crazy? Old Sheen laughed and scolded, saying 7:30. What time is this? There's nothing I can do. Can't I send you an order and you don't answer it? Song Huching let out a laugh and cursed, and sat down on Old Zhou's side. Lao Zhou immediately opened a bottle of beer and set it in front of him. Right. In a few days, Old Sheen's son will get married. Let's go together to have a good time. Lao Wu carefully said. Ooh, this is a great thing. No kidding, we'll definitely be there. Song Huching laughed out loud. He knows Lao Wu's concerns. They treat themselves as friends, but this kind of thing is good. Right, and good, but you people go. Always have to be on the gift, is not it? We all earn hard-earned money, and it's ultimately a bit embarrassing to give away red bombs. Xiao Song, we have to say clearly, the Old Sheen squarely said, although we are friends, but send gifts on 200. More than 1 point do not want. What good things in your family in the future? I also send 200. Chang, you're the big brother. You have the final say. Song Huching agreed quickly, then raised his glass and said, come on, brothers go away. Walk 1. Old Wood and the others all raised their glasses. Song Huching had only drunk 2 cups when suddenly the phone rang. After he smoothly answered it, a petulant laugh came from the phone. Gee, where is this drinking? Under the Lin Chang Bridge with some friends. Want to come? Song Huching joked. Lin Chang Bridge? This is not coincidental. I happen to be shopping with a few sisters in Taiyue City. Give a positioning. I will come over immediately. The other party rejoiced. Success. Song Huching let out a laugh before hanging up the phone. No, Song, who is it? Old Sheen couldn't help but open his mouth. This voice sounds a little rusty. Well, a friend. Song Huching raised his glass and laughed. Friends again? Lao Wueg Pain said. Xiao Song ah, you don't mind brother talkative ah. You cannot engage in this way ah. That's true. Old Sheen also said helplessly. You've got a friend on the left and a friend on the right. Sooner or later something will happen. That Mr. Su doesn't look like a good-tempered person. Lao Zhou wanted to say something. Hold it. Song Huching helplessly said. I have these things in my heart, but I am not the kind of person you think. Well, the 3 of them looked at each other and all silently raised a middle finger. Hey, you guys still don't believe me. I'm talking to you. Song Huching was just about to say something when suddenly a fragrant breeze brushed by his side, followed by his neck being wrapped around. Song Huching. Coming? Song Huching hurriedly introduced. This is Li Qing Mu, Lao Zhou, Lao Wu, and Lao Qin, all of whom are my colleagues and friends. Hello everyone, my name is Li Cheng Mu. After Li Qing Mu fell to greeting them, she sat down on Song Huching's side. Hello to you. Old Wood and the others' gazes were a bit dull. It's a ing ghost. Song Huching this kid around the girl. That is a race of beautiful. Today Li Qing Mu dressed in a grey professional set of dresses. Feet also stepped on a pair of black backless high heels. The body was an explosion, making a few people afraid to even look at her more than once. Why are you free to go shopping today? Song Huching poured a beer for her. Not to mention, isn't our project team in charge of Zhao Xinyan recently? Didn't she? She released 2 new songs? Now going all over the world to play songs on programs, temporarily stopping our side of the business. Li Qing Mu snapped. Zhao Xinyan? She's from your company? Lao Wu said excitedly. Isn't her recent release Fallen and Red High Heels? These 2 songs are really good. That's not true, is it? It's been blowing up lately. You can hear it everywhere. Old Sheen also laughed and scolded. I also heard from someone that it was written for her in a bar, saying they were her fans. Old Chow said mysteriously. What's so rare about a fan? She turned out to be a star alright. Lao Wu was unimpressed. It's not. That the problem is that fan says he's a fan of her face. That is, he likes her body and doesn't like her talent. Old Joe laughed and scolded. Asterisk 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 that brother is a man. Lao Wu praised. Zhao Xinyan like appearance. Who ing do not like it. I say brothers, why don't we change the topic? Song Huching said with a bitter face. Well, the 3 of them glanced at him sideways and immediately understood when they saw him frowning. 80% of the time, this kid was also a fan of Zhao Xinyan, and chatting about Zhao Xinyan made Li Qing Mu unhappy. Hey, here comes the flower boat. Old Chow suddenly shouted. Flower boat? The crowd looked sideways, only to see a brightly lit ship slowly approaching in the direction of the Linchang Bridge, and on the deck, someone was holding up a microphone and singing. Still, the Lincoln River was so big and a bit far from the shore that they didn't hear what was being sung up there. Let's just go to the flower boat for a midnight snack sometime. Old Cheen said enviously. What's the matter? You can't even have a midnight snack? Song Huching snickered. What do you know? Lao Wu sighed. Boat ticket 488. Consumption on board is calculated separately. I heard that there is a guaranteed consumption. That kind of place. Is our ordinary people to go? I'll go. So expensive? Song Huching was surprised. Isn't it expensive? Old Chow smiled bitterly and shook his head. This flower boat boss is also wanting money to think of money crazy. Set such a high price. Also not afraid of retribution. Old Cheen skimmed his lips. Retribution? Capitalists are afraid of that? You've got to be kidding. As soon as Song Huching's words fell, the flower boat seemed to be out of control and crashed towards the bridge pier. Chapter 141, Who Did You Kiss? There's a sweet taste in my mouth. Ah, there were screams from the shore, and that flower boat was directly split in two by the bridge pier, and the people on board fell into the river like dumplings. Asterisk 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 I have opened this mouth? Old Cheen muttered. Stop ing talking and get to the rescue. Oldwood let out an angry cry and flew towards the river. Song Huching didn't hesitate and directly followed. Song Huching, don't go. Li Qingmu tried to reach out and pull, but he directly lunged. A group of four darted to the shore. Old Chin was the fastest, took off his coat and pants and jumped into the river. Lao Wu and Lao Zhou are still more cautious. The two men in the bank to find two broken tires, which led to jump into the river. When they turned back to try to find Song Huching, they realized that Song Huching had long since disappeared. Song Huching was potentially in the water at the moment, swimming quickly towards the flower boat. He recited the water avoidance technique in his heart, although he could not be bothered by breathing. But in the water, he was affected by the water resistance, which was very exhausting to his physical strength. Underneath the water, a number of people were already unconscious and falling towards the bottom, and after reaching out and pulling two of them, he surged upwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He just showed his head and startled old Chow. How the did you swim so fast? Don't ing bull me. Song Huching dragged the two men up and then lay down on the tire. Hurry up and find a board. Put the men on it. I'll go down and see if there's anyone else. You. Old Zhou was just about to say something, but Song Huching had already disappeared into the water. Having no choice but to pull the two men who had fallen into unconsciousness, he began to look around for a board. 3 minutes later, Song Huching ventured out again and brought up two more. Xiao Song, here. Old Chin sat on a big board and kept waving. Come thee over here. I'm dragging someone and I can't swim. Song Huching shouted. Coming. Old Chin jumped straight into the water and pushed the board and swam over. Song Huching pushed the man onto the board before diving into the water again. He didn't know how many people he had pushed onto the boards, but the nearby boards were densely packed with almost all of them, and Old Chow, among others, kept looking for broken boards so that they could wait for him to haul them up. When he ventured out once more, he suddenly heard someone scream, Zhao Xinyan. Zhao Xinyan is missing. Who? Song Huching looked sideways at Old Chin. She seems to be shouting Zhao Xinyan, right? Old Chin was a little uncertain. No, it's Zhou Xinyan she's shouting at. Old Zhou pushed a board and swam over, sighing, just now I heard someone say that the one who sings on the bow is Zhao Xinyan. She is the guest of honor invited by the flower boat, but after so long, the person is afraid that it is also gone. I'll go down again. After Song Huching dropped a sentence, he once again dug into the water and started searching those who had sunk to the bottom of the water and did not move anymore. He did not bother. After all, from the time they fell into the water until now, it has been more than half an hour. Even if they pull people up, there is no point. He searched for a while and was about to give up when he saw a large red figure floating in the water, slowly falling towards the bottom. Well, Song Huching immediately sped up and swam over, reaching out to pull her in. Only when he got her to his side did he get a good look at the other party. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zhao Xinyan? It was a good thing she was wearing a big red dress. He couldn't really recruit him under this dimly lit water. At this moment, Zhao Xinyan's mouth gulped a little. Bubbles appeared. Song Huching immediately tried to swim upstream, but she violently hugged him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He cursed and hurriedly tried to pull her to play it not floating upwards. But Zhao Xinyan didn't know whether she was frightened or driven by instinct. She just hugged him one by one, and it got tighter and tighter. Song Huching had no choice but to pinch her nose and keep pouring air into her mouth. I don't know if it was due to getting oxygen, but Zhao Xinyan actually slowly opened her eyes. It was just that the river was dim and she couldn't even see the other person. Song Huching had no way to speak in the water, and just tugged on her hair, signaling her to let go. Zhao Xinyan understood and slowly loosened her hands. Song Huching wrapped his arms around her and slowly floated upwards, only just showing his head. He heard Old Chin bawling, Xiao Song, where are you? Well, when Zhao Xinyan heard the shout, she looked clearly at the person who had her arms around her through the light on the bridge, and couldn't help but exclaim, it's you, owe me a favor. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he pulled a plank and threw her on it while sinking into the water himself. Chin Chu. Zhao Xinyan instantly shouted in an urgent voice, but could not get a single response. At this point, a head appeared from behind Old Chin and reached out to yank on his foot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Chin was instantly scared and screamed. Looking back, he couldn't help but break out in curses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You scared me to death. Ha! Song Huching snickered. I see you crying so hard. Isn't this a tease? Tease? Hurry up and get up here. Old Chin cursed and reached out to pull him, but to his surprise, he dodged. Don't mention it. You're being a hero here. I'm leaving. Don't mention my name, haha. Song Huching laughed. What does SH mean? Old Chin was a bit stunned. We'll talk about it later. And anyway, don't mention my name. The three of you are the ones who saved the day. Remember. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching dived into the water and disappeared from his view. At this point, two planks drifted over. Not. Where's Song? Old Wood wondered. I think I just heard him speak. Run. Old Chin frowned. He said for us not to mention his name. Do what he says. Old Zhou said seriously. Why? Old Chin was curious. He's not smarter than us, is he? Lao Wu bristled and said, since he doesn't want people to know his name, then naturally there is a reason for him, is not it? We don't want to do bad things with good intentions and cause trouble for him. Also, old Qin sighed as he watched the speeding rescue team. Zhao Xinyan, on the other hand, sat dumbly on a board, touching her lips from time to time, not knowing what she was thinking. Lincoln River. Song Huching had just climbed onto the shore when he saw a silhouette rushing over. Snap! The other man raised his hand and gave him a big mouth first, after which he then hugged him and bawled. Well, Song Huching, slightly stunned, then also embraced the other party tightly. It's okay, this is all a small scene. Asterisk 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 Q. Li Qingmu said angrily. Do you know how many people drown every year for saving others? What does this have to do with you? Are there any of your relatives or some of your friends on the boat? That's not true, Song Huching leisurely said. But aren't there you on the shore? I know you're waiting for me, so I'll be fine. You're my lucky goddess. You. When Li Qingmu heard this, she immediately turned red. Without waiting for Song Huching to react, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips. But before Song Huching could speak, he was suddenly slapped again. Who did you kiss? There's a sweet taste in your mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching covered his face, greatly shocked. How the can you kiss that? Chapter 142. Let me go. I'll bite him to death. It's night. ITC Apartments. After Song Huching took a shower and brushed his teeth, he tiptoed into the master bedroom. At this time, Li Qingmu was lying on the bed and swiping her cell phone, and when she saw him coming, she let out a cold snort and sidestepped her body to the side. Song Huching was also happy to be free and lay down on the other side. After a day of running takeout and swimming in the water for so long, he was really a bit tired, and in no time, he fell into a deep sleep. But before he could fall asleep, he was violently shaken awake by Li Qingmu. Wake up, I say sis. Stop it, will you? Song Huching said in a bad mood. Didn't I tell you that it was to save people at that time? No, Li Qingmu said with a pale face. Ruan Xingyao is here. Hey, if it comes, it comes. What's the big deal? After Song Huching skimmed his mouth, he was about to lie down, but then he sat up violently. Not. Who did you say came? Ruan Xingyao, Li Qingmu said anxiously. You hurry to get dressed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching climbed up quickly and just put his clothes on when the doorbell rang downstairs. He froze slightly, and then smiled bitterly. Why Don? We simply talked to her explicitly. Are you out of your mind? Li Qingmu's face was red with anxiety. If she really knows about it, with her nature, she must stab the sky. Well, then why are you still with me? Song Huching was surprised. Is this the time to talk about this? Li Qingmu Jiao rebuked. You hurry to find a way to hide, or else it will be over if she really sees it. This house is this big. Where can I hide? Song Huching blankly glanced at her. Just say that I just got my clothes wet, so I came to you to deal with the clothes. Calm down. It doesn't matter. You. Li Qingmu was about to speak, but the phone was already ringing. Having no choice but to ask Song Huching to hurry down and open the door. 10 seconds later. Song Huching, why are you here? Ruan Xingyao's scream scared Li Qingmu to the core. What are you yelling about? Song Huching gave her a blank look and said, what's the matter? You're still afraid that I'll hook up with your best friend? Asterisk 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 Q. Who do you think you are? And a toad wants to eat swan meat? Ruan Xingyao sneered. That doesn't make it so. Song Huching did not have a good mood. I just delivered takeout to this neighborhood. Accidentally fell into a puddle, so I came here to take a bath. What? Can't you? Ruan Xingyao was instantly furious and her face turned red. Fiercely pinched him. Song Huching, don't think I don't know you. Don't know to go home when your clothes are wet What kind of bath did you take when you came to Mumu's place? You just did it on purpose, with bad intentions. Hey, Song Huching was immediately happy. Whispered, this is all seen by you. You shameless. Ruan Xingyao hung on for dear life. At this time, Li Qingmu also came downstairs. Softy, what brings you here? Is it okay if I don't come? Ruan Xingyao immediately pulled her behind herself and sneered. Song Huching, I'm warning you. I don't care how you lie to girls outside, but Mumu's is my good sister. If you dare to lay hands on her, I'll fight you. And what if she goes after me? Song Huching bristled. Then I'll fight you too. Ruan Xingyao glared. Geez, what are you guys babbling about? Li Qingmu stomped her foot with a red face. Mumu, don't fall for his tricks. Ruan Xingyao gritted his teeth and said, you think he is honest? I tell you, he is actually all pretending. He is a smooth talker, the most good at cheating girls. You say it as if I lied to you. Song Huching laughed and scolded. How come you didn't lie to me? Ruan Xingyao reprimanded. I have been married to you for 6 years. Have you ever told me a word of truth? No. What do you mean by that? Song Huching was surprised. You obviously can earn money on your own. But when you were with me, did you say that to me? Ruan Xingyao said angrily, and when you were with me, your personality wasn't even like this, and you're still saying you didn't lie to me? Well, I lied to you. After Song Huching lit a cigarette, he spread his hands and said, so what? The child was born anyway. You asshole, I'll bite you to death. Ruan Xingyao was completely enraged and was about to pounce with her teeth and claws open. Don't! Li Qingmu hurriedly wrapped her in an embrace. Soft, calm down, calm down. Let me go. I'm going to bite him to death. Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Cut. Song Huching leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and leisurely said, come, and bite me to death. You. Ruan Xingyao was so angry that her face turned green, and it was fortunate that Li Qingmu was like a rope, pulling her to her death, or else she would have to fight Song Hiqing today. Stop it. Stop it. Let's have a conversation not. Li Qingmu persuaded, and only then did he press Ruan Xingyao onto the sofa. I say Ruan Xingyao, do you have any sense of boundaries? Song Huching sat down on the carpet and complained. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing in someone's house? And you didn't ask if it's convenient for them. Song Huching, do you believe I'll really fight you? Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. I say Song Huching, don't be angry with her all the time. Li Chengmu also didn't have a good temper. Soft is my good sister. What's wrong with coming to me at night? Humph. He's scolding me for spoiling his good deed. Ruan Xingyao sneered. It's the middle of the night. What clothes don't go home, but instead run here. Obviously with bad intentions. That's why I said you have no sense of boundaries, aren't you? Song Huching sneered. Hey, then I'm here just in time. Ruan Xingyao wrapped her hands around her chest and laughed softly. I don't just look at Moo today. In the future, I will come to Moo every day. I will see what to do. When Li Qingmu heard this, his smile froze on his face. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, well, you take care of your best friend. I'm going home. After he finished speaking, he got up and headed for the door. I send what? Ruan Xingyao reached out and pulled Li Qingmu, cautioning, Moo, you don't can believe him. This guy used to be pretending. Deceiving girls is very tactful. He's got a beautiful college girl at home. You really think he's some kind of nice guy? What? A college girl? Li Chengmu covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes stabbing at Song Huching as if they were sharp swords. That's true. Ruan Xingyao bristled. That college girl is pretty, and last time she even came to my place to help Xiao Yuan organize things. Song Huching, you're such a beast. Li Chengmu gritted his teeth and cursed. Song Huching, do you hear me? Get the hell out of here. Ruan Xingyao said smugly. You still want to lay your hands on Moo. And wait. Chapter 143, Xin Xiao's righteousness. Ask the whole Lin Chang who doesn't know? Come on, count on you. Song Huching spread his hands and said, if you have the ability to keep your best friend for the rest of your life, otherwise I will sooner or later send you a wedding invitation with Li Qingmu. You. Ruan Xingyao was enraged by these words and picked up the cup on the table, ready to smash him. But how smart Song Huching was, he directly turned around and slipped out, and closed the door in his hand. Soft, you don't get to know him, Li Qingmu said helplessly. Moo, do you have your eyes on him? Ruan Xingyao said quietly. Ha? Li Chengmu's eyes widened at once, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Knowing you, if you didn't have your eye on him, why would you let him come to the house? Ruan Xingyao sighed. I've known you for several years, but I've never seen you invite a man to your home. Is he not your husband? Li Qingmu said with a bitter face. How to say that we are also friends? He has difficulties. How can I also have to help him not? You're just kind-hearted. Ruan Xingyao did not have the good sense to pull her hand. Song Huching is utilizing you for this. You must not fall into his trap. How could it be? What kind of person am I? Do you still don't know? Li Chengmu sighed. Song Huching looks good, and his character is also good. But these are useless. Does he have money? That's true. Ruan Xingyao was immediately happy again, although Song Huching did not have a word of truth. For me, he really does not have much money. Let us not fall into his trap. Li Qingmu is famous for acting on money. If you don't have money, she won't even say a word to you. Song Huching, in Li Qingmu's eyes, simply belonged to the kind of guy who wouldn't even look at him. Lincoln House. It was almost 1 o'clock when Song Huching arrived home. He opened the door only to find Yun Ning lying on the sofa watching TV at the moment. Yo, still up? You're not even home. What am I doing sleeping in so early by myself? Besides, tomorrow is the weekend and not working. Yun Ning joked. Why did you come back at this hour today? Got kicked out by the woman outside? Ha! Song Huching was instantly happy. Not to mention, your guess is really accurate. Asterisk you. Call you fat and you're gasping. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. You haven't even taken care of Su Di and Su Er, and you still dare to fool around outside. Don't you want to live? So where do you think I've been? Song Huching sat down on her side and looked at her with a smile. flower boat crashed into the bridge pier, such a big thing. The whole Lin city is spread all over the world. Do you really think you don't know? Yun Ning complacently said, I just read the report. Lao Zhou, Lao Qin, Lao Wu, because of the rescue of people, are on the front page of Lin Chang. Secretary Qi even received them personally and said he'd give them a commendation. Well, what does that mean? Song Huqing was surprised. Zhao Xinyan said that the one who saved him was another person, not the three of them, but she did not say the name. Guess, who is she talking about? Yun Ning smiled and said, it can't be me, can it? Song Huqing bristled. You Lin City take out F4. 3 are here. Zhao Xinyan and said that the one who saved her is not the three of them. It's hard not to be. Is it a fairy in the sky? Yun Ning said in a bad mood. And saving people and then leaving, pressing for these false names. Who else but you? Oops. Song Huqing reached out and pinched her little face. Complimented. Also really don't say that you really have the talent to go as a detective. Don't go to work. Go to be a private detective. Specialize in catching the little three to go for people. Asterisk. Q. Yun Ning sat across him and laughed softly. If I go to be a private detective, the first one will first find out all of your little 3, little 4, little 5 and then send their information to Su Di and Su Air. I will see what you do. I go. No wonder it is said that the needle behind the wasp's tail, the most poisonous woman's heart. You want me to die? Song Huqing said in horror. Death is not so bad, but they don't want you and you have no place to go, so stay at home. Yun Ning's pair of beautiful eyes narrowed into a letter. It's not like I dislike you anyway. Go. Cut the crap. Song Huqing yawned and said, okay, you slowly watch TV. I went to bed. Song Huqing, you don't even take a bath on such a hot day? Yun Ning said in disgust. I washed it. Song Huqing gave her a blank look. Washing in the river doesn't count. Hurry up and take a bath. I will get you clothes. Yun Ning urged. No, I really washed it. No, it must be washed. Asterisk. Are you asking me to take a shower? I don't even care to break you down. It's no use knowing. Hurry up. Yun Ning pouted and pushed him into the bathroom, but she herself followed. The next day, early morning, Song Huqing was sleeping with Yun Ning in his arms when suddenly the phone rang. Well, Yun Ning climbed up to take a look, slightly surprised. Song Huqing, that dead-licking dog called you. Who? Song Huqing opened his eyes in surprise. It's Qin Shua. Yun Ning picked up the phone and put it to Song Huqing's ear. Hey. Song Huqing only said 2 words, and his face became extremely brilliant. An hour or so later, the Joy Lounge. Song Huqing and Yun Ning had just entered the door when they saw Qin Shu waving at them from a short distance away. Old Song, here, I say, young Qin, calling me for morning tea so early in the morning? It looks like it's coming from a bad place. Song Huqing smiled and sat down on the stool, and Yun Ning sat down beside him. Screw you, we don't see eye to eye with each other, but in the end we're still classmates, aren't we? After Qin Shu laughed and cursed, he handed the menu to Yun Ning. Yun Ning, casually order whatever you like to eat. You follow the old song. It is also rare to eat a good meal. Hey, thank you, young Qin. After Yun Ning's pair of beautiful eyes curved, the corners of her mouth sketched out a cold smile. Old song, you say brother to you how? Qin Shu reached out and wrapped his arm around Song Huqing's shoulders and said, every time I meet you, isn't it a brother who takes the initiative to buy the bill? Hey, that's true. Song Huqing immediately said, young Qin is righteous. Just ask the entire Lin city. Who doesn't know that? That's more like it. Qin Shu smiled and said, Buddy is so good to you. You help Buddy a small favor. Is not too much, right? You say. Song Huqing immediately said, you Qin show a word. I have no hesitation to go up the knife mountain and down the fire sea. Good buddy. Qin Shu was greatly moved, and then held his hand and said, brother, you go to seduce my fiancé. Ha! Song Huqing's entire body froze in place. Yun Ning, however, reached out and pulled him to his side, picking up the tea on the table and splashing it onto Qin Shu's face. You pervert. Asterisk. Qin Shu was scalded and immediately rushed to the bathroom. Chapter 144, Are you here to choose a concubine? 5 minutes later, Qin Shu walked back with a face full of gloom and said angrily, Yun Ning, are you crazy? It's a damn good thing this isn't boiling water, or else I wouldn't be disfigured. Your disfigurement equals a facelift. Yun Ning sneered, still wiping Song Huqing's hands with the wet towel. Dude, it's not me talking about you. Song Huqing looked down at Qin Shu's old brother after, sighed, if we have defects, then go to cure. Lin Chang's hospital cannot see, then go to Shanghai. Yangchang, Xiangjiang, really cannot, go to the capital to see it. You are so inappropriate, although I don't mind doing you this favor, I guess, but if I want my son to call you his father, I really can't get over it in my heart. Can I? No, what do you mean? Chin-chu's eyes widened. This way, if the child is born, you and my child worship a child into it? Song Huching sighed. You-ing. Chin-chu's face turned green with anger. You're ing treating me like a loner, aren't you? Well, what else? Son Huching and Yun Ning were both stunned. You guys. Chin-chu looked at the naive appearance of the two, and instantly felt a bit of sweetness in his throat. If he didn't have to beg this asshole, he would want to die with this. Chin-chu, if you can't give birth, don't get married. You let Song Huching go and your wife. Eek, I really look down on you. Yun Ning disliked. Asterisk. That's not how it works. Chin-chu's tone was 8 degrees higher. Who the said I can't have a baby? I can ing have a baby. Well, the entire restaurant was silent. Sir, could you also please not make a lot of noise? The waiter came over and said, rather awkwardly, we have complete faith in your fertility. Puffing, Son Huching and Yun Ning immediately lowered their heads and laughed. Asterisk off. What business is it of yours? After Chin-chu drove away the waiter, he gritted his teeth and said, if you guys laugh, I will directly throw boiling water on your faces. We don't laugh. Son Huching and Yun Ning hastily collected their expressions. Poof. Chin-chu calmed down a bit before sighing. Song Huching, you know, right, Zhao Yener's sister is actually Zhao Xinyan. Ha, it's really her sister. Ha, Song Huching was surprised. This is still false? After Chin-chu rolled his eyes, he proudly said, yesterday, the flower boat had an accident. Zhao Xinyan was on the boat, and in the middle of the night, I also sent my parents to visit her. You sent your parents to visit Zhao Xinyan? Song Huching froze for a moment. Meaning, you were the driver and you didn't see Zhao Xinyan? What's wrong with you? Chin-chu didn't have the good sense to say. What is someone else Xin? She's a big star, right? Is a big star something you can see just because you want to? Wait, Xinyan? Yun Ning's eyes widened. If I remember correctly, the fiancé you were talking about just now, is Zhao Yener, right? That's what I'm having a hard time with. After Chin-chu sighed, he then looked up at the ceiling. Sometimes, I really feel that too much charm is not a good thing. What do you mean? Son Huching and Yun Ning looked at each other. Yesterday after I sent my parents back, Xinyan added my FMS. She said she had been looking for me for a long time. Chin-chu's old face reddened and said, as you all know, I am a shy person. Not so casually. You do not say so many psychological feelings into it? Hurry up and say, how is it after I added you to FMS? Yun Ning urged sharply, his eyes glittering with gossip. She said she also just realized that I am her sister's fiancé. Chin-chu said somewhat shyly, but she told me to rest assured that she would take care of her parents. What does that mean? Song Huching was surprised. It means that she wants to be with me, and she says she misses me. Chin-chu red face said, in fact, Yen Er is also good, but old Son you know, Yen Er that character, I do not like too much. Instead of Xin this soft a little character, more suitable for me. No, you are here to choose a concubine? Song Huching cried and laughed. Since this is the case, why don't you just talk to Zhao Yener explicitly? Her character, I believe she won care. Not. Wait a minute. Yun Ning blinked her big eyes and said, could it be that you guys don't think there's something fishy about this? Zhao Xinyan is a big star. What does she see in Chin-chu? Yun Ning, don't push me. Chin-chu gritted his teeth and said, you talk nonsense. Again I really fight with you. I stand up and shout that I and Lao Song are a pair, and we all go on the news together. Well, asterisk brother, don't be impulsive. Song Huching was shocked and trembled. Sideways head chided. Yun Ning, what do you call these words? Other people. Chin-chao is a talented person. It is your turn to object? Hurry up and shut up. Okay. Yun Ning bristled, and after chucking a piece of roasted suckling pig to him, he himself lowered his head and ate. Poof. Chin-chu's face slowed down a little, looked at Song Huching and said with a straight face, old Song, you have a reason for that, but you still can't be a human being in the end. What does that mean? Song Huching was surprised. If I become with Xin, then Yen Er is my sister-in-law, although sister-in-law is half of brother-in-law's ass, right? Pust. Yun Ning choked and turned red. I mean, how old are you? You can choke on something you eat? Song Huching gently patted her back to calm her down, and in the process brought her another cup of tea. Cough. Yun Ning for a long time before slowing down. Eyes complex looked at Chin-chu said, I said, listen to you this tone, you still want to eat in the bowl to look at the pot? Hey, what do you call that? Chin-chu glared. Xin is interesting to me, but Yener feels good to me too. Their Zhao family is just 2 daughters, married to who is not married? Then what are you looking for Song Huching for? Yun Ning was curious. Old Song, I know you are not generous. Like this. You help me hook Zhao Yener, I give you 50. No, 300,000. Is it good enough? Qin Shu squarely said, but I have to say the ugly words in advance. You are only allowed to fall in love with her, not allowed to have anything with her, or I won't give you a penny. Song Huqing and Yun Ning looked at each other and both fell into silence. Qin Shu didn't rush, but just placed his fingers on the table and tapped gently. A good half hour. Song Huqing only sighed. If I really hooked Zhao Yener to the hand, her family just 2 daughters, you think, I will still look at all on you this 300,000? Well, Qin Shu was first stunned, then sneered. Come, less you cannot even keep the soft and soft, even if you marry into the mansion, that is only to be swept out of the door. High society isn't as simple as you think. Brother, let's just recognize reality. $300,000 is quite a lot. Puffing, Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. Song Huqing just on her, have spent an unknown amount of money. 300,000 is not enough for him to send a woman a car. Chapter 145 Plan B. Dude, it's not that I won't help you. Song Huqing sighed. Zhao Yener looks very good. I also have some heart. But you think what makes her like me? You're not bad looking. Qin Shu said with some irritation. Besides being okay looking? Song Huqing laughed bitterly. I'm almost useless, aren't I? Think about it. I can't even manage Wan Xingyao. How can I manage Zhao Yener? Well, Qin Shu pondered slightly. I think you have a point. You're almost useless except for your human-like appearance. Ability can't work. Family can't get it. Hey, it's a good thing I still have Plan B, or else it's really a waste of my time. Plan B? Song Huqing and Yun Ning looked at each other. At this point, a silhouette walked over. Yo, Song Huqing and schoolmate Yun are here too? Gu Hearing Feng? Song Huqing looked at Qin Shu with considerable surprise. You don't want him to do that, right? What? Gu Hearing Feng was just about to sit down on Yun Ning's side. Yun Ning, however, pointed to the seat to the side of Qin Shu and said, you sit over there, Qin Shu has something to find you. Well, after Gu Hearing Feng glanced at her, he helplessly sat down on Qin Shu's side. Gu hear the wind. This person also do not like to hide. Qin Shu gritted his teeth. You help me to fix Zhao Yener, I will give you 200,000. What? Fix Zhao Yener? Gu Hearing Feng was slightly stunned. Isn't she your fiancée? You're asking me to fix her? Right. As for the reason, you don't need to care about it but you can handle her. In the future Zhao family's property, we split it in half. Qin Shu gritted his teeth. I know you have some skills, otherwise you wouldn't have gotten your own company up by eating soft food. If you say I eat soft rice again, I'll fight you. Believe it or not? Gu Hearing Feng said with a scowl on his face. Come on. You didn't eat soft food. Is this a success? Qin Shu didn't have the good sense to say. Excuse me, I have a small question. Song Huqing said carefully. Says. Qin Shu and Gu Hearing Feng both squinted at him. You have your own company. Why do you want to come to Sue's to join? Song Huqing was curious. Qin Shu couldn't help but laugh. How do you think his family's company originally ran into a crisis? It wasn't even his blind chicken command. Gu Hearing Feng's veins were exposed on his forehead as he heard the words. It was obvious that he was on the verge of breaking out. Gu Senior, don't be angry. Song Huqing hurriedly persuaded. This young man, who has not made a mistake, it is not. Qin Shu, did you call me over on purpose to humiliate me? Gu Hearing Feng gritted his teeth. I know you are great, now and Zhao Yener is on a blind date. Aren't you eating soft rice? What's so great about you? Come on, let's not fight, okay? Qin Shu skimmed his mouth and said, anyway, the condition is this condition. What if you are happy with it? I will ask Zhao Yener to come out, and you will meet and chat. If you don't like it, then it's not something I've mentioned. Gu Hearing Feng frowned at Song Huqing. What's he doing here? Oh, he's having morning tea with me. Qin Shu downplayed. You can rest assured. What level of him? Zhao Yener face he cannot see. You are still afraid that he went to inform on how? That's true. Gu Hearing Feng's face slightly slowed down. Song Huqing, since you have finished eating, you go first. Qin Shu and I still have things to talk about. What we go first? Yun Ning was dissatisfied. You don't know to reopen a table with Qin Shu yourself? Old Gu, not that I'm talking about you. You're being really petty. Qin Shu got up and said, I said that I invited people Lao Song for dinner. You kicked people out as soon as you came. This is not appropriate. Hey, in the end, it's still Qin Xiao who is sensible, isn't it? Song Huqing smiled and said, I say Song Huqing, you're so damn unproductive. Gu Hearing Feng despised. If you want to call out to other girls for morning tea, pay for it yourself too. Use it to rub it in? Why else would someone else, Ruan Xingyao, not be able to look at you? Yun Ning sneered. What do you mean by rubbing it in? Other people's Qin Xiao shouted for Song Huching to come for breakfast, so I can't follow, right? You. Gu hearing Feng's face turned green with anger. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, he'd have to strangle the. Okay. Qin Chu did not have a good temper. Go, let's South change the place to talk. Waiter to settle the bill. The waiter immediately trotted over and respectfully said, Sir, you have consumed a total of 5,409,000. To give 5,004 well. How much? 5,004? Qin Chu's tone went an octave higher. Damn, what did you eat? So expensive. Here's the list. The waiter handed over a menu. Roast suckling pig, sunflower white cut chicken, tiguanyan. The corners of Qin Chu's mouth twitched, and the words of cursing reached his mouth, but after seeing Yun Ning's large, unblinking eyes, he swallowed his words. Song Huching, you're still ruthless. Gu hearing wind sked. Look at you being petty. Yun Ning despised. Also big city to come? People Qin Yun will not care about so little money. That's true. Qin Chu gritted his teeth and said, Gu hearing wind, although you studied at the university in Linchang, but in the end, it is not normal for us to eat more than 5,000 for this breakfast. Normal? The corners of Gu hearing Feng's mouth twitched. Do you think Linchang is Shanghai, where 5,000 is normal? You're afraid you'll bleed from the corners of your heart. Okay, let's talk somewhere else. After Qin Chu paid the money, he looked at Yun Ning again and laughed. Yun's sister, next time we come out to drink morning tea again, the China house in Linchang can be better than the food here. Hey, thank you, young Qin. Yun Ning gave a sweet laugh. When Gu hearing Feng saw this, he suddenly realized, and looked at Song Huching with pity. This kid is really a wimp. Qin Chu has pried the corner in his face. He actually did not react at all. Okay, go. After waving his hand in a very dashing manner, Qin Chu led Gu hearing wind towards the door. Hey, when do you think we'll kill him again? Yun Ning chucked a piece of white-cut chicken to Song Huching. That's something to look for. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Although Qin Chu this kid's family has some family money, but his pocket money is afraid not much, more than $5,000 a breakfast, but also enough for him to drink a pot. Hey, I should have known that I would have thrown a few winks at him just now. Yun Ning said rather regretfully. Ha ha ha, you really take him for a kaiju? Song Huching laughed out loud. What kaiju? Isn't he an ingrate? Yunin blinked. You. Song Huching was about to say something when suddenly a fragrant breeze brushed behind him. Yeah, Song Huching, why are you here? Well, Yun Ning and Song Huching turned around at the same time, and were seeing two great beauties with a lot of charm looking at them playfully. Chapter 146, Let's have two children. The elder one will take your surname, and the younger one will take my surname. Well, why are you guys together? Song Huching was surprised. I don't have many friends in Linchang, and Muching doesn't have many friends in Linchang either, and we're from the same place. So it's not like we're just meeting up to have breakfast together. Zhao Yenner glanced at the table and couldn't help but tsk. Song Huching, can't see. You picking up girls is still quite down. Well, Song Huching, don't you want to introduce it? Mu Qing looked at Yun Ning with a smirk. My name is Yun Ning. I'm his daughter's nanny. Yun Ning immediately said, specialize in transporting and tutoring children for him. Yo, you're really giving it up then. Zhao Yenner sat on her but on Song Huching's side and laughed softly. This meal, I'm afraid it won't be several thousand, right? The dishes have not moved much. It's not like I'm paying for it anyway. Song Huching spread his hands and said, how about sitting down and eating together? This doesn't bother you guys, right? Mu Qing said with a red face. Nah, she started eating up. What's there to disturb or not? Song Huching pointed at Zhao Yenner and laughed. Yun. Mu Qing couldn't help but shout. You didn't hear him. Zhao Yenner lightly said. This is 80% of which wrongdoer to buy the bill. Anyway, do not eat for nothing. This roasted suckling pig are only a clip of chopsticks, or Song Huching and Yun Ning eat. You are not acting like a great lady. Song Huching lit a cigarette and joked. Isn't it true that Missy doesn't eat what others have eaten? Nerves. Zhao Yenner blankly glanced at him. Do you think that my family's money is blown by the wind? Rather, it is you. Which wrongdoer was slaughtered by you so early in the morning? Your fiancé. Song Huching smirked. Qin Chu that? Zhao Yenner was stunned. He will be so generous, treating you to such a meal? She is? Yun Ning looked at Song Huching with considerable surprise. What is it? Zhao Yenner's brows knitted. Nothing. It is that Qin Chu called Song Huching early in the morning and said that he found a beautiful girlfriend, which is not to find him to show off. Yun Ning immediately said. Puffing. Mu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Who's his girlfriend? Zhao Yenner said in disgust. I haven't promised him yet. No, you guys didn't bump into Qin Chu? Song Huching was surprised. He just left on his front foot, and you guys came on your back foot. No. Zhao Yenner shook her head and said. but I can't become with him 8 times in the future. Don't say that he is my fiancé. Oh, what does that say? Song Huching was curious. Don't ask. Anyway, Zhao Yener looked at him sideways, could not help but narrow her eyes and said, Song Huching, why don't you forget about it with me? The money is at your disposal. We will have a child with my surname. I will help you raise your daughter, and in the future she will marry and I will prepare a dowry for her. Pust. Both Mu Qing and Yun Ning immediately spewed out the tea in their mouths. Yun, what's gotten into you? What madness? Zhao Yener laughed softly. Anyway, it is to be married. Who is not to be married? At least, I see that Song Huching is quite agreeable. No, which of you is marrying someone? Isn't this looking for a flunky? Song Huching cried and laughed. Well, Zhao Yener tilted her head and looked at him and said, if you think it doesn't sound good, this way, we give birth to 2, the older one with your last name, and the younger one with my last name also becomes Yunchan. Stop fooling around. Mu Qing was so angry that she stomped her foot. People, Song Huching is not the kind of person Qin Chu. What, this kind of person, that kind of person? Zhao Yener did not think that person in this world are similar, with money are the same. You. Mu Qing wrapped her arms around her chest and glared at her fiercely. This woman. What a lunatic. Better not. Song Huching shook his head and said, I have a good life now. I don't want to get involved in your mansion feuds. Hey. Zhao Yener sighed and said, if you are really not happy about the child following my surname, this matter can also be discussed. No, you're mistaken. Song Huching shook his head. It doesn't matter to me if the child follows the surname. I just simply don't like you. Ha ha ha. Mu Qing burst out laughing. Yun Ning also held back a bit. You don't like me? Zhou Yener looked at him rather surprised. Sister, it's not that I'm talking about you. Are you too confident? Song Huching sighed. Although you look good. Right, but I'm not a youngster in my early 20s. Looks are not the most important thing for me anymore. What does that mean? Zhou Yunan was a bit dazed. He means, you're too skinny. Yun Ning skimmed his mouth. He likes the kind of some meat, the body to be better. Like your friend, he likes it the most. You. Zhao Yener was instantly doubly insulted, and just as she was about to pick up the teacup on the table, her hand was pressed down. Hey, don't mess around. This is what Yun Ning said. If you want to splash, splash her. Screw you. I'm just translating for you, alright. Yun Ning laughed and cursed. Okay, stop it. Mu Qing hurriedly persuaded. Song Huching, don't you care? She is just joking with you. I was also joking with her. Song Huching spread his hands and said, Poof. Zhao Yener loosened her hand and gritted her teeth. Song Huching, you less look down on people. Mu Qing's breasts aren't any better than mine. Hello. Mu Qing hurriedly went up to cover her mouth and chastised. If you talk nonsense, then you will go to the side to open a table. Poof. Zhou Yunan slapped her hand irritably, signaling that she was not going to say anything. Only then did Mu Qing let go of her and blushed a little. Where is Mr. Song, your daughter? It's at her grandparents' house for the summer vacation, so I'll pick her up after some days. Song Huching laughed. I love kids too. Mu Qing pursed her lips and said, in that case, don't I have to treat you to dinner? When she comes back, I'll treat you all to dinner together. By the way, call Ms. Yun as well. Until then, Song Huching was non-committal and looked sideways at Yun Ning. Have you had enough? Eat up. Yun Ning nodded. Success. Then you guys take your time eating. We'll go first. Song Huching had just gotten up when he was yanked back into his seat by Zhao Yener. What time is it? What are you doing home? Going home? Who says I'm going home? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Today is Saturday. I still have to start work, okay? Work? Delivery? Zhao Yener was slightly stunned. Or do you think? Song Huching laughed softly. Okay, eat slowly. Have time to play together. When are you going to rest? Zhou Yener couldn't help but ask. Not telling you. Song Huching dropped a sentence and ran off, pulling Yun Ning with him. You asshole. Zhao Yener just wanted to get up and go after her, but she was held down by Mu Qing. Chapter 147, Listen to me. I don't know her. Oops. What are you doing? Poof. Zhao Yener didn't have the good sense to say. This asshole. He's a crappy delivery boy. How dare he dislike me? Puffing. Mu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He knows you are joking. Otherwise, with your temperament and looks, how can he dislike you? Who said I was kidding? Zhao Yener tilted her head and said, if you're going to marry someone anyway, isn't it all the same who you marry? At least, Song Huching, that boy is much more interesting than Qin Shu can be. Are you stupid? Do you know what kind of person Song Huching is? Is it hard for your parents to agree? Mu Qing didn't have the good sense to say. Why don't you agree? Zhao Yener skimmed her mouth. They Qins only how big a little, and they join forces also cannot be pleasured. What benefits? In that case, that might as well find Song Huching it. At least his family background is clean, is not it? You. Mu Qing's face turned red with anger. Ha! Zhou Yun'er couldn't help but laugh and teased. If you like someone, why don't you talk to him? Asterisk 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 you. What does that say? Mu Qing said with a red face. How many times have I met him? I don't even know where he lives, not to mention I haven't seen his daughter yet. What if his daughter doesn't tea like you? Zhao Yun'er said with interest. Then take your time getting along. Mu Qing lowered her head and said, anyway, the days are still long. His daughter won't always dislike me, right? You, what do you know? Zhao Yun'er laughed and scolded. Did you see that woman beside him? Do you really think that's her daughter's nanny? Who are you kidding? What do you mean? Mu Qing was surprised. At least, that woman is not that simple for Song Huching. Zhao Yun'er leisurely said. She looks so pretty, outside casually hooking her finger. I don't know how many men are willing to give her money. Why should she go to be a nanny? Mu Qing froze for a moment. Your opponent is not me. Zhao Yun'er smiled and said, it is better for me to go first to explore the road for you, to see what the situation is. Go go go. What do I want you to explore? Mu Qing squinted. Do you really think I don't know what you're playing at? Anyway, Song Huching, you are not allowed to contact him, or we should not be friends. He can't even look at me. You really think I can become what? Zhao Yun'er said quietly. Well, that too. Mu Qing was immediately happy again. Hurry up and eat. After we finish eating, we will go to Lin City and take a good stroll. ITC. Song Huching was running between floors when suddenly the phone vibrated. Old Song, dinner once in the evening, Nanxiao Pavilion. Old Sheen. Wait, what does Old Song mean? Old Six. You kid is a man. Calling you Little Song is bullying you. From now on you'll be Old Song. Lao Wu. Screw you. Doesn't calling me Little Song make me look younger? Old Six. Stop it. 6:30 p.m. Nanxiao Pavilion. Don't see you there. Lao Zhou. Success. Old Six. Song Huching hung up the phone and then continued to run. Even on a Saturday, there were still quite a few cattle and horses at work, especially in companies that don't have a supply of coffee. Those cows and horses can depend on it to keep them alive. Evening. Song Huching ran the last order, found that it was already 5:30, hesitated, and finally stopped taking orders. Riding a small electric donkey rushed to Nankiaj, but after arriving at Nankiaj, he found that it was only 5:45, and there was no hurry to go up, so he lit a cigarette in the parking lot and began to count up. By all accounts, he's over 1,500 orders now, but why haven't the rewards come yet? Is it hard to run up to 2,000 orders? This Thai system, it doesn't even have a count. Unless it took the initiative to find itself, it couldn't even open the interface itself, as if it had never existed. Song Huching was thinking about this when suddenly the phone rang. He took a look at it and couldn't help but stare slightly. A strange friend request, blank avatar. He hesitated, but chose to pass. But the video was sent the moment the friend went through. Well, Song Huching hesitated and pointed the camera at the parking lot, which connected. Song Huching, Qin Zimo? Song Huching was quite surprised to see Qin Zimo in the video. She seemed to have lost a lot of weight from what she had been, and her spirits were a bit depressed. Song Huching, where are you? Qin Zimo pouted. Well, Song Huching hesitated, but turned the front camera on. But he didn't expect that as soon as the camera was pointed at him, Qin Zimo immediately reddened his eyes. Song Huching, you asshole, why did you delete me? Sister, do you really think you're reading a romance story? Song Huching laughed bitterly. We were originally two worlds of people. Why should we be bitterly entangled together? Nonsense. I told you to wait for me. Wait my ass. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You were supposed to have your own life, and I was supposed to have my own life. You think you are a cowherd? And waiting for you. You. Qin Zimo was instantly furious and gritted his teeth. Song Huching, you don't keep your word, do you? You wait for me. When I'm done with this side of things, I'll. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Huching hung up the phone straight away, after pulling the other side of the black, and then set their own FMS account to not active search, which is a long sigh of relief. Yo, that's quite a move. Well, Song Huching jerked back, but his lips met a soft mass. You. Zhou Yun'er covered her mouth and took a step back. Are you nuts? Why are you still taking advantage of me? Song Huching covered her mouth in a very aggravated manner. Why do this guy's lips taste like peach? You asshole, that was my first kiss. Zhou Yun'er burst into a rage and stepped forward, pinning his head with his wrist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you touch me again, I'll shout molestation. Song Huching said sharply. I'll fight you. Zhao Yun'er's anger intensified and she directly wrapped her hands around him and bit down on his shoulder. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching let out a cry of pain and moved his hands directly down to grab her arse. Oops. Zhao Yun'er's back was attacked and immediately screamed. You still dare. Me to bite you. She cursed as she opened her mouth, ready to bite him again. But Song Huching immediately pinched her mouth and said in a bad mood, "You belong to the dog ah, why do you like biting people so much? You have the nerve to say that?" Zhao Yenner's chin was pinched, but she still had her teeth and claws open. "Don't let go of me if you have the guts, or I'll bite you to death." Song Huching was just about to say something, but he glanced at his afterglow. Seeing the three people standing there dumbfounded, immediately pushed away Zhao Yenner, and said in a sharp voice, "You guys listen to my explanation. I don't know her." Song Huching, what do you mean? Zhou Yenner became furious. What's wrong? Is it embarrassing to know me? Old Zhou, Old Qin, as well as Old Wu looked at Song Huching, and then at Zhao Yenner, who had pounced on her again, and could not help but fall silent. Chapter 148, You three don't even want to die. You deserve this money. Nanchao Court. Old Zhou and the others sat on one side, while Zhao Yenner and Song Huching sat on the other side, but the two were in very different states. Song Huching sipped from his teacup while Zhao Yenner had her arms wrapped around her chest and glared fiercely at him. Old Song, this is, oh, her name is Zhao Yenner, a hiss of mine. Halfway through his sentence, Song Huching suddenly felt a pain in the back of his foot and immediately changed his words. She's my friend. Poof. Zhou Yunnan loosened her heels. Friends again? Old Wood and the others were quite a bit of eggheads. I've known this kid for so long, and he's been surrounded by one woman after another, and they all say they're friends. Alright, why are you three so generous today, and invited me to such a high-class place for dinner? Song Huching smiled and said, cough cough cough. Old Qin coughed twice before raising his eyebrows and saying, the three of us got $1 million each. $1 million? Really? Song Huching was surprised. Not. Who is so generous? Seeing the Courage Award of 200,000, the company awarded 200,000, and then, those people together to put together 600,000 to us three. Lao Wu didn't pick things apart. The three of them discussed it all night yesterday and wondered why Song Huching didn't want to show up in public, but since they had said so, they didn't dare to rashly poke their nose into the matter, in case their good intentions went astray. Could be. Song Huching rejoiced. Then this meal you should treat yourselves. The three of us will discuss it. $3 million, and the four of us will split it. Old Zhou whispered. Don't do that. Song Huching laughed and scolded. What should be yours? You take this money that does not belong to me. I do not want a single cent. Old Song, Brother Qin, you have to listen to me on this, don't you? Song Huching said with a straight face. The three of you don't even want your lives. This money is what you deserve. The three men fell silent, although Zhou Yunner was also curious. She didn't open her mouth. After all, if people said it so vaguely, then it was obvious that they didn't want her to know, and it would be asking for trouble if they went to ask. Okay, Lao Song, we three bear your favor. Lao Wu raised his teacup and said, in the future, if something happens, you greet. Frowning is not a good man. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's what you greet me with? Song Huching laughed and cursed before calling out waiter. Manager Zhang immediately trotted over and respectfully said, Mr. Song, come 4 bottles of 1 catty ergwotu. Song Huching laughed. 5 bottles. Cho Yana corrected. Well, Song Huching and Old Zhou and the others all looked at her in surprise. What's the matter? Can't give up? Zhou Yanan raised an eyebrow. No, how can it be? Old Qin hurriedly said. Beauty. 5 bottles of ergwotu. Okay. After Manager Zhang smiled and nodded, he immediately shouted for a waiter to go out and buy wine. Girl, it's not that we can't spare it, it's because we're afraid you'll drink too much. Old Wu said with a bitter face. Drinking too much is drinking too much. This is not Song Huching. Cho Yunnan didn't think so. Well, Old Zhou and the others looked odd again. This isn't like a regular friend. If you drink too much, I'll leave you on the street, and when you're taken by the homeless, you can't blame me. Song Huching bristled. Try it then. Zhao Yenner laughed softly. Anyway, no matter what happens to me, I will be the first to blame it on you. Cut. Song Huching blankly glanced at her, not bothering to talk to her. Not for a moment. The two-pot came. Manager Zhang also sent 5 wine goblets and wanted to personally pour them wine, but was stopped by Old Qin and the others. Manager Zhang, we're all roughnecks. Just do it yourself. Okay, so call me if you need anything. Manager Zhang smiled before backing out. How do you drink it? A dry sip or what? Song Huching smiled and said, asterisk 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 don't you scare people. Lao Zhou sweat hairs are standing up. This cup of 2 tails 5. A mouthful of dry. This is still someone in? That's true. Lao Wu also hurriedly said, drink slowly. Everyone progresses the same into. Alright. Song Huching shrugged indifferently. I say, you guys this money don't go to spend the day messing around. Go to your, we are so unreliable people. Old Qin gave him a glance and said, we three have thought. about a person to buy a set of houses, and they too also received their wives and children to Linchang, which is considered to be a settled life. Hey, this is good. This is good. Song Huching laughed. Old Song, don't mind your brothers nagging either. Lao Wu sighed. It's just a divorce. It's not a big deal. To find another one, as long as it's good for our daughter. Yeah. Old Joe also hastened to echo. You are now young, a table of talent, but ultimately there is still a day of age, is not it? Besides, our daughter is still small. She also has to grow up. Well, what does it matter? Song Huching was surprised. It's stupid. Old Chin rolled his eyes and said, how can you teach your daughter? It's still a woman's job to teach her, isn't it? When she becomes a big girl, she can't still talk to you about everything, right? That's not appropriate either. Isn't this still me? Zhou Yenner said coldly. Go. What business is it of yours? After Song Huching said without a good breath, he laughed and scolded. Isn't my daughter's mom still in Linchang? When she really reaches the big girl's time, her mom will teach her. Hey, this cannot be so, think. Old Chin squarely said, we are a daughter, not a son. Wrong, even if it is a son. You cannot just leave it to your ex-wife to ignore. Well, what does that say? Song Huching was surprised. What he means is that our daughter cannot leave her sight. In case your ex-wife looks for it again, our daughter can never go to her house to sleep. Once something happens, it is too late to regret. Old Joe seriously said. Well, Song Huching frowned and became serious as well. They have a point. After all, there are a lot of perverts out there. If something happens, it's a big deal. I think they're right. Zhao Yenner leisurely said. The girl is still in her own good to raise. Your ex-wife, since she divorced you, looks like it is not a peaceful person. It is better to be careful. As soon as she spoke, a figure suddenly appeared in front of their table. Yo, if it isn't Song Huching. Well, you're. Song Huching looked at the flamboyant woman in front of him and hesitated slightly. Geez, pretend you don't recognize it? The woman sneered. It's only been a few days since he divorced Yao, and he's found a new love? Who is this? Zhou Yenner frowned. She. Song Huching hesitated for a moment before saying indistinctly. Lai Li, Chapter 149. Auntie, you're stuck in powder. You can mix well now. You even come to Nanxiao Pavilion for dinner. Lai Li sneered. Who is she? Zhao Yenner frowned at Song Huching. My ex-wife's friend. Song Huching said helplessly. Ex-wife's friend? Zhao Yenner's eyebrows slightly raised, smilingly looked at Li Li and said, Auntie, you also come here to eat aunt? The corners of Song Huching's and Old Chin's mouths twitched a bit. This Lily looks like she's in her early 30s, so she's not going to call people auntie, is she? What did you call me? Lily's eyes widened. Auntie. Zhao Yenner reached out and held Song Huching's arm, weakly said, you look young, like you are only in your early 40s. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Old Chin and the others put their heads down and pinched their thighs violently. Bastard, which one of your eyes saw that my old lady has 40? Lily burst into a rage. No, I mean, you look like you are only 40. Zhao Yenner hurriedly said. You mean I'm more than 40, right? Riari's teeth clenched. Zhou Yenner glanced at her and lowered her head. Auntie, you're stuck in powder. Lily didn't die of anger. However, she couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhou Yan'an again at this moment and hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Awesome Song Huching applauded. What's awesome? Zhao Yenner surprised. I said are the truth okay, so hot days, but also wearing leather pants boots stockings. My mom are not so dressed up okay. Puffing, Song Huching burst out laughing. Come on, brothers, go one, walk one. Old Chin and the others also raised their glasses. At this point, Song Huching's phone rang. Well, Ruan Xingya, your ex-wife Zhao Yenner said curiously. How do you know? After giving her a rather surprised look, Song Huching connected the video. Song Huching, what's wrong with you? Why are you arguing with Lily again? Song Huching was just about to speak when the phone was snatched away by Zhao Yenner. What's the matter with you? What's a fight got to do with you? Who are you? Ruan Xingyao looked at Zhao Yenner and couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. This girl, how she looks so good. I'm Song Huching's girlfriend, and I was the one who argued with that aunt just now. So what? Zhao Yenner bristled. Why are you so rude? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Lily is a friend of Song Huching and I. Hey, it's your friend, not mine. Song Huching corrected. Hear that? Zhao Yenner said rather proudly. Aunt, can't be like this as a human being. That old auntie said something like mixing can or something as soon as she came, and it makes people's stomachs turn when they listen to it. She is not more than $1,000 all over the body. Pretend what rich people, and more upscale place, but also just a meal. Who still cannot afford to eat is how? What did you call me? Ruan Xingyao screamed. Auntie, what else could it be? Zhao Yenner skimmed. That aunt looked how also have to be 40 or 50 years old. You maintenance can, but you and that aunt is a friend, should be the same age, right? You. Ruan Xingyao almost didn't spit blood in anger. Song Huching, just wait for me. After she finished, she hung up the video. Hey, Zhou Yun'er immediately smiled triumphantly. How was it? I did okay, didn't I? Could be an ass. Song Huching did not have a good mood. I still have a cooling off period with her. Originally, I offended her last time, and she has been dragging her feet and refused to go with me to get a divorce certificate. This is good, and I have to wait again. Ha! Zhou Yun'er was surprised. You and her aren't divorced yet? What's wrong with a cooling off period and not getting it? Song Huching sighed. Go directly to the prosecution. Calm what? Zhou Yun'er did not think. My family has a few very powerful lawyers. I will help you fight the lawsuit. Asterisk. Q. Song Huching squinted. What did you yourself just say to her? You don't remember how? What? Zhou Yun'er was surprised. You said you're my girlfriend. What if she recorded a screen or something, and wants to take custody from me? Song Huching bristled. The marriage is divorced. Where is my daughter? Yeah, why didn't you say so? Zhou Yun'er was anxious. You hurry to apologize with her and get the divorce certificate first. Apologize? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched as he opened his cell phone and sent a message out. A bright red exclamation point popped up. Zhou Yun'er glanced at him and fell into silence. This is bad. All right, Lao Song. The boat to the bridge is naturally straight. Drink. Old Qin began to round off the conversation. Yeah, let's go one. Lao Zhou and Lao Wu also raised their glasses. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Zhou Yun'er beamed. Big deal. Next time I'll invite her for dinner and apologize to her face to face. You still apologize to people? Song Huching was surprised. I did something wrong. Why don't I know how to apologize? Zhou Yun'er bristled. If she wants money, I'll compensate her for as much money as she wants just. Come on, don't add to the confusion. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Come, have a drink. Poof. Zhou Yun'an grunted lightly, but touched him anyway. It was just the wine that made her keep spitting out her tongue once it was in her mouth. It's too spicy. Sister, do you want to call for a drink for you? Old Qin laughed. No, I can drink it. Zhou Yun'er said in a serious manner. Come on, eat. Song Huching chucked a piece of beef into her bowl. Thanks. Zhou Yun'er's pair of beautiful eyes immediately turned into the shape of a crescent moon. An hour or so later, 4 empty bottles were placed on the table, and Old Qin and the others were all a little flushed, but they were still moving freely and were still conscious, but not Zhou Yun'er, who was currently leaning on Song Huching's shoulder, her eyes slightly closed, while she had only had one drink. Old Song, we're pulling out and you're taking little Zhao back? Lao Wu squeezed his eyebrows and said, alright, you guys be careful on the road. I'll handle her. Song Huching laughed. Chang, tomorrow Sunday, you 80% will not open. Monday see. Old Qin patted his shoulder. Brothers took advantage of this time. Screw you. What nonsense are you talking about? This is what you deserve. Song Huching laughed and cursed. Be careful on the road. Send a message in the group when you arrive home. Success. The three of them finished their check and headed for the door. Song Huching, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and just dialed Mu Qing's number. But at that moment, Lily ran over with a middle-aged man in a rage and reached out to hit him on the hand. Puff! The cell phone fell into the fondue pot. Chapter 150. Ask his wife if she wants to file a divorce lawsuit. We'll try to get Mr. Zhang out of the house. Kid, you're pretty wild. The middle-aged man sneered. Do you know who I am? After Song Huching glanced at the still rolling hot pot, he reached out and leaned Zhou Yun'an against the wall and stood up. What? Who are you scaring? Lai Li sneered. This is Nan Xiao Pavilion. How dare you make a move? Snap. After Song Huching slapped her over on the floor, he directly pulled the middle-aged man's hair and pressed it onto the table. I say, are you being a kid? No. The middle-aged man was only in the middle of his harsh words when his face was pressed against the hot pot, and the steaming heat almost made him wet his pants. Song Huching, don't mess around. Lily sat on the ground, covering her face and screaming, somebody, kill someone. As soon as she spoke, Manager Zhang ran over with a group of security guards. Just after seeing the scene, they were all startled as well. Mr. Song, calm down a little. Poof. Song Huching reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's hair, yanking it slightly upwards. Are you sick? Do I know you? Brothers, I was wrong. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Mr. Song, what the hell is going on? Manager Zhang whispered. Go adjust the surveillance and ask me what for. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. Hey. Manager Zhang answered and rushed to the front desk to call up the surveillance. Half a minute later, she ran back and bowed. Mr. Song, we compensate. For all your losses please also let go of him first, okay? Asterisk. Song Huching backhanded the middle-aged man and threw him to the ground after giving him a resounding slap. Manager Zhang, call the police. The middle-aged man screamed. I want to see. There is still no king's law in this Lin city. I will call my lawyer over now. When he finished, he started to call. Let me borrow your phone. Song Huching looked at Manager Zhang. Hey. Manager Zhang hurriedly handed him his cell phone. Song Huching sat down next to Zhao Yener and dialed a phone number as well. 10 minutes later, the police didn't come. Just a man in a suit who arrived first. Mr. Zhang, are you alright? Counselor Chen, sue him for me. I want him to go to jail. The middle-aged man snapped. Mr. Zhang, let me handle it. Just as Chen Dazhou wanted to go forward, he was stopped by Song Huching. I don't want to talk to you right now. Something to talk to my lawyer. Your lawyer? Li sneered. Song Huching, what are you pretending? Look at your poor look. You still have a lawyer. This lady, please watch your language. If you offend my client again, there will be a lawsuit. A soft laugh rang out, drawing sideways glances from the crowd, only to see a group of people walking over. The one at the head was dressed in civilian clothes and had a smile on his face. Holu. When Chen Dazhuang saw him, his face changed drastically. Yo, who did I think it was? So it's little Chen. After lawyer he gave a light laugh. He walked over to Song Huching. Mr. Song, if you still have things to do, you go here and leave it to me to handle it. Success. Song Huching reached out and helped Zhao Yener up, walking towards the door. Little Chen, we haven't fought for a long time. This time we have to play well. Lawyer, he smirked and looked at Dazhou Chen. He law. We want to not reconcile it? Chen Dazhou immediately saw sweat on his forehead. Chen Dazhou. Mr. Zhang hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered. This ELV is from a very big place? It's not great. It's that we don't have any chance of winning. Chen Dazhou looked rather scornfully at the group of people behind lawyer he. The group of people around him. Any one of them? We can't eat them. Really? Lai Li frowned. Song Huching is just a small employee. He can still hire such a powerful lawyer? Let me put it to you this way. The group of people around He Lu. The strike fee is $500,000 to start. As for He Lu, you have money but also cannot be invited. I say this, do you understand? Chen Dazhou gritted his teeth and said, if you don't reconcile, it's fine, but you have to be prepared. 80% of him will go after your company. What does that mean? Mr. Zhang was horrified. You think he can send you in just for a fight? Chen Dazhou sighed. If you really want to send you to jail, it must be from your company. Zhang, your company, whether it can withstand the investigation, you know it in your heart. Just now that person since the He Law invited, 80% is rushing to send you in. You look at the He Law team, civil, criminal, financial, almost all flush. This is not rushing to send you in is how. Mr. Zhang was so frightened that his legs were a bit weak, and just as he came up to He Lu, he heard a woman on the other side speak. Boss, his profile checks out. Aha. He Law took the tablet computer handed over by his men, and could not help but be happy. Zhang Zijian. Zhang, yo, his wife is not the one beside him. Take a few more pictures. Ask his wife if she wants to fight the divorce lawsuit, and we strive to make Zhang a clean house. Mr. Zhang's legs went limp and he fell to his knees. By the way, call this MS Li's company, and ask them what's wrong with their company. How can such a misbehaved person still be recruited into the company? He Lu lightly said. Yes. A few of his men responded and immediately went to the side and started making phone calls. He Lu, this is just a small matter. There is no need to be like this. Chen Dazhou hurriedly dissuaded. Provoking trouble is indeed no big deal. He Lu laughed lightly. I have also read. What happened? And my client did not provoke you. And you first hit people's cell phones into the hot pot. Which is not right. We pay. Mr. Zhang immediately saw sweat on his forehead, and Lily was too scared to say anything. Compensation? He Lu reached out and helped him up. Mr. Zhang, you are worth only a few million. Cash flow is not more than 2 million. What do you take to compensate? What does it mean? Mr. Zhang said bitterly. So many of us came out. Just the attorney's fees have to pay big hundreds of thousands. Plus the compensation to my client. You have to prepare at least 3 million. He Lu said in a serious tone. Mr. Zhang, like this. I'll give you one night to raise the money. Then I'll go and communicate with my client. If he's willing, then you'll pay the money. If not, let's see you in court. $3 million? Mr. Zhang was once again paralyzed. Well, that's the starting price. He Law sighed. I am also the first time to meet with my client, but I heard that his character is quite good. 3 million is only a starting price. I will try to help you to communicate. Help me communicate? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Mr. Zhang's dirty words were already on his lips, but in the end, he swallowed them back. Chapter 151, Did you undress me? Song Huching regretted it just as he left the house, because not only did he not find a penny in Zhao Yener's bag, he couldn't even open his cell phone. The woman didn't know what her quirks were. She didn't even have fingerprint recognition or face recognition set up. He looked up at the signboard of Nanchao Pavilion and hesitated, but in the end, he didn't pull the face to go back and ask for help. Originally, he could still ride the small electric donkey back without drinking, but now that he has been drinking, he can't ride the car, which is a problem for him. Thinking about it for a long time, Song Huching reached out and called a cab, then shoved Zhou Yun'er in. Where to? The cab master bristled. Damn it, all the good cabbages have been swept away by pigs. Even just glancing at it, he almost didn't get blinded by Zhao Yener's fair and slender thighs. Lincoln House. After Song Huching said without moving, he covered Zhou Yun'er's thighs with his own vest. Lincoln House? The cab driver tightened his grip a few times when he heard the name of the place. After all, who doesn't know if you look at Lin Chang, the people who live there are either rich or noble. Half an hour later, boss, here it is. The cab driver didn't dare turn around this time. Wait, drive over a bit. Song Huching pointed at the main entrance of the Lin Chang mansion and said, Boss, Lin Chang Fu won't let outside cars in. I know. I told you to lean over and didn't he let you go in? Song Huching said helplessly. The cab driver looked at him before finally pulling over. Sorry, cabs are not allowed. Well, Mr. Song. A rather unfamiliar security guard immediately came over when he saw Song Huching. Mr. Song, I'm Ding Li, and Tin Wu, Li Yuan are on the same team. Din Li, a stage name? Song Huching was surprised. Hey, Ding Li was a little embarrassed. My original name was Ding Zhangwo, and then I changed it after I arrived in Linchang. Puffing, the cab driver couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching didn't laugh, but just helplessly said, pay my fare first. Okay. Ding Li immediately pulled out his cell phone and scanned the code to pay, then reached out to help him leave the car door. Only when he saw the confused Zhao Yener, he didn't go forward to help assist her, but just looked at Song Huching and said, Mr. Song, should I send a car to send you back? Go back? After Song Huching glanced at Zhao Yener, he hesitated for a moment before finally shaking his head. Go to a nearby hotel and get me a room. We have a hotel right here in Lincoln House. Just wait a moment and I'll bring the car around. After Ding Li said that, he immediately ran to the security booth and said a few words to his colleague, and then he started a Mercedes from the parking space next to him. Your car? Song Huching was surprised. No, the company car. Sometimes the owner wants us to pick up and drop off, so it is parked here. Ding Li hurriedly explained. Okay. Song Huching didn't ask any more questions, and after stuffing Zhao Yener into the car, he let out a long breath of relief. Mr. Song, you forgot your phone or? Tingli glanced in the rearview mirror. Dropped. Song Huching helplessly said, Today, I ran into two psychopaths. Well, wasn't he the lawyer I just shouted for Wu Xingshang to help me find one? How come you don't know? Ha? Ding Li, slightly stunned, hurriedly opened the FMS group, suddenly sweat on his forehead. Sorry, Mr. Song, I just came back to work today. I forgot to unlock the group message. It's okay. Song Huching shook his head and joked. I won't go complain about you. Don't worry. Hey, thanks Mr. Song. Ding Li took a long breath. Less than 5 minutes. He parked the car in front of a rather elegant hotel. Song Huching took a look and found that this hotel named Lin Shui Restaurant actually opened in the neighborhood. Ding Li nimbly ran to the front desk to help Song Huching do the check-in formalities, and only then did he take the room card and ran to his side. Mr. Song, need us to send a new phone over for you? A new cell phone won't help. I've lost my card. Song Huching sighed. We can help you get your card mended too. Ding Li hurriedly said. We have cooperation with several big carriers, while the card can be mended 24 hours a day. TSK, your Lin Chang Fu's service. There's really nothing to say. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Chang, you help me get my card mended and send a cell phone over. Okay, I'll get right on it. Ding Li bowed slightly before sprinting out. Song Huching assisted Zhao Yener into the elevator. He waited until he was in the room, and then he let out a long breath. Only just after lighting the cigarette, Zhou Yun'an sat up violently. Song Huching was startled by this scene, and then said without any good humor, Sister, you're pretending, aren't you? But Zhao Yener didn't say a word and just stared straight at him. Well, Song Huching hastily stubbed out his cigarette and held out his hand in front of her. Zhou Yun'an, however, didn't have any reaction. Song Huching could not help but frown. It's hard not to get alcohol poisoning. He was mulling this over when suddenly Zhou Yun'an violently tackled him to the ground. Vomit. Song Huching looked at his body and couldn't help but slap himself. You're so cheap. Why are you drinking? After Zhao Yener threw up, she looked much better. Only her clothes were ruined too, and her body smelled of unpleasant alcohol. Song Huching climbed up, glanced at her and then at her small kunai, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why didn't anyone call her? An hour or so later, Song Huching, who had changed into a pair of pajamas, sat down on the sofa, and with complicated eyes, he looked at Zhao Yener, who was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, and suddenly sighed a long sigh. What have I done to deserve this? Song Huching slammed his head and lay down on the bed. He made up his mind to leave as soon as his clothes were dry, to get away from this troublemaker. Thinking about these things, the alcohol came up and he drifted off to sleep as well. I don't know how much time has passed. When Song Huching opened his eyes, he realized that it was still dark outside the window, and was just about to climb up and get dressed to leave. When he turned around, he was met with a pair of big eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He was so startled that he tumbled over and fell out of the window. You took off my clothes? Zhao Yener said in a cold voice. No, I shouted to the waiter to come in and take off the. Song Huching hurriedly said. I just called the front desk and they said there's no such thing. Zhao Yener gritted her teeth. I don't believe it. You play another. Song Huching said calmly. If you hadn't undressed me, my clothes would be piled up in the tub with the trash? Zhao Yener said disdainfully. Linshui restaurant's service is very good. If it was a waitress who took off my clothes, they would definitely send my clothes to dry cleaning. Holy, how did I forget about that? Song Huching snapped his head. It's a ing mistake to drink. Chapter 152, You're practically trampling my dignity on the ground. You looked at my body. You have to be responsible for me. Zhao Yener said with a red face. No, I didn't see anything. Song Huching immediately said. When I rinsed you out, my eyes were closed the entire time. Song Huching, are you coaxing a ghost? Zhao Yener's silver teeth clenched. You can take me off my underwear with your eyes closed? Practice makes perfect, sis. Song Huching justified. I am not talented. Whether it is a single row of buttons, double row of buttons, front buttons and back buttons, and even suspenders. One hand to solve the problem. I don't believe you. Prove it to me. Zhao Yener sneered. Ha, you doubt my abilities? Song Huching glanced at her and just stretched his hand out, but immediately retracted it. Wary, immortal jump, right? I'm not falling for it. Zhou Yunan looked at him and uncovered her robe. Seeing clearly this time? I'm blind. Bye. Song Huching quickly ripped off his clothes and was ready to run, but Zhao Yener moved faster, sprinted up and locked the door, then opened the cell phone lock and wrapped her arms around him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you doing? Song Huching quickly went to grab the phone, but the other party put the phone on the lock, and then handed it to him. Here, you can have it if you want it. You. Song Huching looked at the cell phone in his hand and said helplessly. Sister, you still don't have fingerprints and face recognition set up just to do these things? I still have a cell phone at home. The photos will just be downloaded directly from the cloud when the time comes. Zhao Yener spread her hands and said, how about, we put our clothes on first? Song Huching said bitterly. You've seen it all before anyway, with or without. Zhou Yener was indifferent. Song Huching was instantly silenced by the dry. It was a long time before he sighed. You're not supposed to like me, are you? Of course. Are you crazy? Zhao Yener was surprised. Do you really think you're so handsome out of the sky that I'd fall in love with you after seeing you once? That's not it. Song Huching hurriedly said. We meet in Ping Shui. Today's matter you do not say. I do not say. Anyway, no one knows not? Just pretend that nothing has happened into it? No way. Zhao Yener didn't have the good sense to say. You did that to me, and just did nothing happened and that's it? What kind of person do you take me for? But, you're not looking at me here? Song Huching was on the verge of tears. This is not a psychopath, is she? I'm not looking at you, so take your time. Zhao Yener bristled. Anyway, after getting married, there are still decades of time. Isn't that how my parents slowly wore themselves out? You still practicing marriage before love? Ah, sister, what era are you from? Song Huching said with egg pain. Isn't that what happens in families like mine? Zhao Yener bristled. Hardly. You still think I can go after my own love is how? Well, Song Huching pointed at himself and said, I am a delivery girl and you are $1,000 lady. Is it not considered pursuing love? You are now a delivery man, when tomorrow is not. Zhao Yener leisurely said, I will give you the chairman of 3 companies, and then give you $30 million, enough for you to marry me home. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this the same as marrying yourself off? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, hey, I'd love to. Zhao Yener laughed softly. Those 3 companies is my own investment. My parents do not know this matter. By the time I then give you to do a cattle a little while education and work background, this is not young talent? Song Huching looked at her with complicated eyes. If you can get it that way, there's not 10,000 but 8,000 people fit in the proconsular city. Not to mention, this S-brain is spinning really fast. When you're out and about, you give yourself an identity. You're the only man who, when seen, doesn't have a single ounce of desire in his eyes, whether it's for money or anything else. Jo Yunan said seriously. Hey, Song Huching let out a long sigh. It's come to this, I really can't hide it from you. What do you mean? Jo Yunan frowned. I can't. Song Huching tilted his head to the side. No? What can't? Zhao Yener was surprised. It's just that I'm not good at that. Song Huching said sadly. You saw my ex-wife. Pretty, right? Why did she divorce me? Do you think she really loves money? No, she just wants a real man to give him care. But I can't do that. Ha? Zhao Yener took a step back in shock, and then frowned. You roll. You obviously have a daughter. Hey, it's all tears when you talk about it. Song Huching laughed bitterly. My parents, in order to want me to pass on the family line, the decades of pension are taken out, to do several test tubes, which got such a daughter. You. Cho Yunan was also dumbfounded. No wonder Song Huching was not interested in her. In Mooching that was not interested at all. Ms. Zhao, if you can accept such a marriage, we are not impossible. Song Huching sincerely said, let's get married, then go and make a child, and inherit your family's family business in the future. What do you think? Zhao Yener was stunned for a long time without saying anything, and just sat dumbfounded on the bed. Seeing this, Song Huching quickly picked up his clothes from the sofa and ran to the bathroom to change afterward. Just opened the door of the room with the intention of slipping away. Suddenly, the back of his collar was tugged. Damn, dingly that how to hang the cell phone on the door. After Song Huching cursed, he sidled over and said, Miss Zhao, is there anything else? There, I don't believe it. Zhao Yener's tone was unusually calm. Well, what does disbelief mean? Song Huching calmly closed the door to his room after reaching for his cell phone. You prove it. After Zhao Yener reached out and unlocked the door of the room, she said with her hands around her chest, you give me medical proof, or, I'll call your ex-wife and I'll ask myself. Gollum. After Song Huching secretly swallowed his mouth, he angrily said, Miss Zhao, you simply put my dignity on the ground and trampled on it. Goodbye. After he finished, he reached out and opened the door to the room. You go? It's okay. I will find your ex-wife. Those photos, I will also show her. Zhao Yener leisurely said. Snap. Song Huching reached out and closed the door to the room. Ms. Zhao, this is between us and has nothing to do with anyone else, right? Right. Zhao Yener nodded and said, if things are really like what you said, then I will kneel down and kowtow to you and admit my mistake. But if you lied to me, then what do you say? This way, you delete the photo. I will get you a medical certificate to see tomorrow. What do you think? Song Huching said seriously. No, I have one of the most direct methods of proof. Jo Yuner said with a red face. What? You don't take your clothes off. Song Huching instantly went numb. Chapter 153, Song Huching. You liar. More than 2 hours later. Liar. Jo Yuner cursed with a red face. Ms. Zhao is truly a miracle doctor with wonderful hands. Song Huching complimented. Asterisk 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 Q. After Zhao Yener slapped him without a good mood, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to contact Mu Qing again or I'll cut you off. Muching? Song Huching was slightly stunned. She and I are just ordinary friends, right? You and her are just ordinary friends, but she's not ordinary to you. Zhao Yener sneered. I'm talking to you. She has her eye on you. Isn't she friends with you? Song Huching was surprised. You don't even let your friends. What's that? Are you still human? You off. After Zhao Yener cursed without a good breath, she suddenly laughed again. Mu Qing, that person. I knew her when she was a child. Her vision can be very high. What does it matter? Song Huching was surprised. The man she looks at definitely won't be bad. Zhao Yener laughed softly. I'm not like her. Divorced can slowly find. I don't have so much time, nor so much energy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You think this is an investment? Song Huching's face was full of absurdity. The man she sees, you just use him, right? Sister, do you think this is reasonable? Reasonable? Why not? Jo Yuner said with a straight face. Isn't that what marriage is all about anyway? What's so unreasonable about it? Well, aren't you forgetting to consider a question? Song Huching said with odd eyes. What's the problem? Jo Yunan frowned. What if I am already engaged or have a girlfriend? What should I do about this? Song Huching sighed. Ha, so what if you have a girlfriend? I give you so much money. It's hard to believe that you will still leave me and stay with your girlfriend? Zhao Yener said in disbelief. You're not a child anymore. How should you choose? Do you need me to teach you? Song Huching was silent for a long time before he spoke. I feel like you're acting like the kind of bully who forces good people into prostitution. Well, is it? Jo Yunan was slightly stunned. Isn't that how it's done in dramas? Let's watch less TV, okay? Song Huching sighed. Anyway, things are already like this. Big deal. You keep her outside. I turn a blind eye not on the line. Zhao Yener laughed softly. Aren't all you men like this? Is it hard for your old man to be the same? Song Huching said helplessly. Right. Zhao Yener bristled. I have quite a few younger siblings out there. But, what's the use of that? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Family learning Song Huching was surprised. Asterisk 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 you. Cut the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Yener laughed and scolded. A bastard is a bastard, and will never be able to get on the stage. The shares of my family have already been divided, and my sister and I will share them equally, and they are no more than taking 1 million or so. But what if? I'm not short of money either? Song Huching said softly. This is what I believe. However, you are no longer short of money, and where can you be rich? Zhao Yener shook her head. Xinshu's family doesn't lack money either, and it's still the same as a pug? Hey, it's not the same. Song Huching shook his head. Even if he is rich, he will always be like this when he sees a woman. That is nature. Don't insult him. Ha! Zhao Yener couldn't help but laugh. Then how rich are you, Mr. Song? Is there a house in Linchongfu? Is there a luxury car with tens of millions of dollars? Song Huching looked at her with complicated eyes. If you are really so rich, then today's matter is forgotten. After all, a man who is too capable can't be happy with a child following my last name. Zhao Yener joked. How about going to my house to sit down? Song Huching said softly. Could be. Zhou Yunan agreed in a single breath. 20 minutes later, Lincoln House. Mr. Song, you're back. Tingley pulled the door open, and in the process also blocked the roof of the car. Thanks for today. Song Huching handed him a cigarette. Hey, it's all part of my job. After Dingley received the cigarette with both hands, he hurriedly said, Mr. Song, do you want to go home? The sightseeing bus has already driven over. Good. Song Huching reached out and pulled down Zhao Yener, who was still in a daze. The two didn't say a word on the road, and Dingley didn't dare to speak. With that, the three were silent all the way. It wasn't until after going up to the 49th floor that Zhou Yunan heard the sound of that door lock opening and couldn't help but have her eyelids jump. Who the hell are you? An ordinary man. Song Huching sighed. You. Zhao Yener was just about to say something when she felt a wave of dizziness after seeing Yin Ning, who had come down from upstairs in her pajamas. Song Huching hurriedly assisted her and helplessly said, Yuning, get a cup of honey water for her to drink. She is drunk. Hey. Yun Ning responded before rushing to pour water. Snap. Zhao Yener raised her hand and slapped Song Huching. Song Huching, you liar. Yun Ning, who was pouring water, shook her hand, then gloated and looked at Song Huching. Sister, what did I lie to you about? Song Huching laughed bitterly. You. Zhou Yunan immediately choked. She seems, never asked Song Huching's identity, and the information given by Mu Qingside only said that Song Huching was a delivery man. Sit down. After Song Huching rubbed his face, he helped her to sit down on the sofa. She's your girlfriend? Zhou Yener gritted her teeth. Hey, I'm not. Yun Ning immediately said. I am just the housekeeping staff here. Your emotional entanglements have nothing to do with me. Poof. Zhao Yener's face slightly slowed down. Then she gritted her teeth again. Song Huching, what exactly do you do? Take out man. Song Huching said, spreading his hands. You. Zhao Yener raised her hand again, but Yun Ning held it down. I'll testify that he's really a delivery man. Ha! A delivery man can afford the proconsul house? Zhao Yener laughed back in anger. There are not many people in Shanghai who can afford the Lin Cheng house, and you can send takeout for a lifetime, but you don't see that you can buy a toilet here. Wait, there is also a Lin Cheng mansion in Shanghai? Song Huching curiously said. Do you know the boss behind the Lin Cheng mansion? Why do I feel like they're so godly? I'm not here to discuss how to do business with you. Zhao Yener gritted her teeth. Song Huching, you better give me an explanation, or I will definitely not let you go. No, why don't you keep your word? Didn't we agree? Song Huching aggravated. I thought Qin Shu was a stupid person. I didn't think you were also a fool, actually believing the words of a woman. Zhou Yener wrapped her arms around her chest and said, You really think I don't care about anything, don't you? You're a future husband, not a stranger who comes and goes as he pleases. I just said those things at the hotel just to stabilize you. I'm not as generous as you think I am. Do you hear me? Puffing. Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. This is going to make the house even more lively. Chapter 154. You're not saying this to stabilize me, are you? Actually, I have a marriage contract, Song Huching carefully said. With whom? Zhou Yunan's tone was calm. That can't be said. Song Huching sighed. But I swear, That my girlfriend and I have already met our parents. What's there in meeting your parents? Zhao Yenner did not think. You take me to see her. How much does she? Well, halfway through her sentence, her eyes suddenly got complicated. Song Huching lives in Linchengfu, the other side of the family conditions. Certainly not bad. Money is not necessarily get it right. Hey, Song Huching looked out the window and sighed. Miss Zhao, what do you see in me? Didn't I tell you? Let's be sincere, okay? Zhou Yunan looked at him and fell into silence. It was a long moment before she tilted her head to the side. I don't know. I just get the feeling that you're kind of fun. And you don't have the usual mercenary look and the groveling at the sight of rich people. Well, Yun Ning looked at her in surprise. Meh. Zhao Yenner let out a self-deprecating laugh. It is also that those who can afford to buy a house in Linchangfu are all rich on one side. So how can they grovel at the sight of rich people? According to your worth, it's not difficult to buy a house in Linchangfu, right? Song Huching said helplessly. Yes, I also live in Linchangfu, but it's the Linchangfu in Shanghai. Zhao Yenner said seriously. Song Huching, you are my first man. The next one is better. The next one is better behaved. Snap. Song Huching takes a big shot to the mouth. Puffing. Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. I'll let you talk out of your ass. You're losing out, aren't you? Don't you talk to me in such a flirtatious tone. Zhao Yenner's brows knitted. There must be quite a few women around a man like you. But I'm not that kind of casual person either. So, Song Huching covered his face with both hands. So let's get along for a while. Zhao Yenner laughed coldly. Maybe when some days, I don't like you anymore. It is not possible to say. Well, you're not stabilizing me with those words, are you? Song Huching said cautiously. You. Zhao Yenner was ashamed and angry. She just raised her hand, but she saw that he covered his face, so she couldn't help but stand up and viciously kicked him in the calf. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching covered his feet at once. That's a strong. Poof. Zhao Yenner hummed softly and looked sideways at Yun Ning. Where's his room? I'm going to rest. Upstairs. Where are your clothes? Yun Ning looked at her robe with some difficulty. She does have a lot of new clothes, but she can't wear them for her. Can she? Dropped it off at the hotel. I called the hotel to send it to dry cleaning for me. After skimming her lips, Zhao Yenner reached out and lifted Song Huching's collar. Not. What for? Song Huching was surprised. Go to bed. What time it is? Zhou Yunan glared at him with a red face. I'm not sleepy right now. Song Huching whispered. Then go to bed too. Zhou Yenner didn't care if he agreed or not, tugging on his clothes and heading upstairs. Yun Ning looked at the two men's backs and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. I wonder what would have happened if I had sent a message to Su de Suer. She tilted her head and thought for a while, and finally decided to become a human being. Otherwise Song Huching was afraid that she would really lose her life. Bedroom. After drilling into the bathroom and taking a shower, Zhao Yenner took off her hotel robe and smoothly took a white shirt from Song Huching's closet and put it on. Then she wandered around the bedroom barefoot. What color did you choose for these curtains? They're so ugly. This bed is too small. I'll get a bigger one tomorrow. Gee, the color of the sheet. It doesn't match the floor color at all. Song Huching looked at her and smiled bitterly. Sister, aren't you tired? I'm not tired. I slept, didn't I? After Zhao Yenner finished, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. You're not allowed to do bad things. I'm still in pain. No, are you crazy? Song Huching blankly glanced at her. If there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep first. You take your time wandering around. Humph, where's your home computer? Zhou Yenner bristled. What do I need that for? Song Huching helplessly said. I don't even have the time to play with my cell phone. I still play with the computer? Who said play office Zhao Yenner did not have a good mood towards the door, but just before reaching the door, she made a sideways face at him. Sleep, all day long you know how to sleep. You will turn into a pig sooner or later. Cut. Song Huching covered himself with a pillow after blankly glancing at her. The next day, the sunlight poured in. Well, Song Huching opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Yenner who was hugging herself as if she was an octopus, and couldn't help but sigh. Reaching out to push her away, he realized he didn't push at once. Well, he looked over sideways and was met with Zhou Yenner's eyes that looked like they were hiding stars. I have to say, Zhou Yenner is good looking. He had originally thought that Zhao Yenner was the kind of bony person with a withered figure, but once his clothes were off, he realized how wrong he was. Zhao Yenner's legs were very slender, and her waist was like it was going to break when she twisted it, but where it should be big, it was not small at all. And even Song Huching felt that the girl was not modeling to increase the proportions of certain places. That pretty face was only the size of a palm, but it was so exquisite that even when he came over to look at it closely under the sunlight, Song Huching didn't find even a single blemish. What are you looking at? Oh, didn't see anything. Song Huching said carelessly. Seeing you reminds me of a story. What story? Jo Yunner exhaled. It's a Fuso couple, and after they've been together for 60 years, the man is dying, and his wife asks him what his last wish is that she can fulfill it for him. Song Hutching said in a serious manner. He said that either he wanted to see his wife without makeup or he wanted to climb the Himalayas. Finally, his wife chose to climb the Himalayas. Puffing, Jo Yunner burst out laughing. Bummer, I'm not wearing any makeup. Really? Song Hutching reached out and pinched her face. Really? I don't look like this with makeup, Jo Yunner said seriously. Gee, that's something. Song Hutching sighed. You do not make up or so good looking. This if you put on makeup, then which woman dares to stand with you? You hate it. Jo Yunner's ears were suddenly red. Hey, Song Hutching let out a light laugh and was about to get up when she wrapped her arms around him. Sleep a little longer. No, it's after 12. No, need to sleep some more. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're sleeping here. I don't even care to break you down. Yeah, Song Hutching, I'll bite you to death. After Jo Yunner chortled, she pressed him down on the bed and smoothly wrapped herself in the air-conditioned quilt. Chapter 155, Their principle is to save money for owners. By the time Song Hutching came downstairs, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Yun Ning was sitting on the sofa watching TV at this time, and after seeing him, he could not help but snicker. Lunchtime is over. Solve it yourself, ha. Call out for someone to bring something to eat. I'm starving. Song Hutching leaned back on the sofa with quite a headache. You know you're hungry now? Yun Ning gave him a blank look before picking up the phone and calling out. But the phone had only been put down when the doorbell rang. Asterisk 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 so fast? Song Hutching was surprised. Well, it shouldn't, should it? Yun Ning froze for a moment as well, getting up and going over to open the door. Mr. Song, we are here to deliver furniture to you, smiled a middle-aged man in a suit outside the door. Furniture delivery? Yun Ning looked sideways at Song Hutching. No, I didn't buy any furniture. Song Hutching was also a bit dazed. I bought it. Zhao Yenner came down from upstairs and waved her hand. All come in. Be careful. Don't scratch my home floor. Yes. After the middle-aged man answered, he said a few words to the door, and then he put on his own shoe covers and walked in. Mr. Song, please get up a little bit. We want to move this set of sofas. Oh, sorry. After Song Hutching stood up, he then reacted. Wait. I have a good sofa. What am I doing changing it? Where's the good? Zhao Yenner bristled. The living room is so big and the sofa is so small. It doesn't look good at all. I like a wider sofa that I can lie down. Well, you're not planning on staying here to come, are you? Song Hutching hesitated. You wish, Zhao Yenner said with a red face. I am not that kind of casual person. If you want to live together, at least you have to meet your parents. That's good. Song Hutching let out a long breath. What do you mean? Zhou Yunan stared up at once. No, he means, after all, there is still a little child at home. If you live in so much, I am afraid that the little child will not be able to accept it in his heart for a moment. Yun Ning hurriedly said. Hey, that's what I meant. Song Hutching hurriedly said. Poof. Zhao Yenner blankly glanced at him. You're a father. You didn't think of the little one at all. Just in time. I also designed the room for her. Well, do you know where her room is? Song Hutching was surprised. Downstairs. Zhao Yenner justified. She is only so big a little bit. How inconvenient to go up and down the stairs. And she is still a girl. And you live in a layer like what? Then, should I move down and live with her? Yun Ning hesitated. Whatever. I'm not your boss. After Zhou Yenner skimmed her mouth, she took a ponytail from Hao's wrist and bundled her hair, and started directing the workers. Song Hutching and Yun Ning were then driven to the terrace to eat. Do you think she's playing for real? What play really? Yun Ning skimmed his mouth. She is the kind of missy temperament. Pampered. Anyway, and do not want you to spend money. Let her go. Well, at no cost to me? What do you mean? Song Hutching was surprised. She's also a resident of the Linchang house, and people withhold their own money. Yun Ning spread his hands and said, just now, Wu Xingxing sent me a message. Why did he send you a message? Song Hutching was surprised. Shouldn't he be talking to me about this? Then how do I know? Yun Ning's pretty face reddened, and she snapped, go talk to him yourself, and in the future, let him look for you directly when he has something to do. Then forget it. Song Hutching shook his head. It's kinda nice to leave these things to you. You said, do we need to hire another person? What do you mean? Yun Ning's eyebrows knitted. Do you think the house is unclean? Or do you think my cooking is not good? No, this is not the summer vacation is almost over. Well, small garden, that girl is also going to come back. This daytime to send her to kindergarten is still into, but at night she more than 3 o'clock on the school. You do not have to go to work? Song Hutching said helplessly. When I applied for the job, I agreed that I would pick up my daughter from school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon every day, and I only joined the job after they agreed. Yun Ning spread his hands and said, "Holy, you're telling me they all still want you?" Song Huching's eyes widened. Oof. Yun Ning blushed and tilted her head to the side. "My job is the president's assistant. Generally speaking, if there are no important customers, it's just to organize the documents and stuff for General Manager Su. What special talent do you have?" Song Huching was curious. "I am fluent in 6 languages, all of which have taken a business certificate." Yun Ning whispered. "Gee, you're good." Song Huching slammed her thigh. "No wonder you made such an offer Su Mei could accept it." Asterisk 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 Q. Yun Ning reached out to the hand on the thigh to take away. Pouted. "You cannot move your hands and feet. Zhao Yenner's temper cannot be good. Wait and hit you again." Cut. Song Huching rolled his eyes and was about to say something when suddenly Zhao Yenner walked up. "Song Huching, a lawyer is looking for you. What kind of trouble are you in?" "Lawyer?" Song Huching mused for a moment and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Inside the living room, lawyer he sat on the sofa with an assistant and immediately stood up when he saw Song Huching and the others coming down. "Mr. Song, Miss Yoon, Miss Zhao, He Lu, I'm sorry to trouble you about yesterday." Song Huching reached out and shook his hand. No trouble, it's my part." Lawyer he handed over a folder. "Zhang Zijian's company is not a small problem. If Mr. Song wants to send him into jail, I think 5 to 8 years should not be a problem." "What kind of person offended you so hard that you'd send someone to jail?" After laughing and cursing, Zhao Yenner unwrapped the dossier. When she saw the picture, Zhang Zijian had beaten Song Huching's cell phone into the hot pot. She couldn't help but burst into a rage. What kind of person is this guy, daring to be so arrogant? "Stop it." Song Huching laughed and scolded. "Just a simple conflict, not a big deal. Let him apologize and compensate even." "Mr. Song, the other party's settlement offer is to compensate you 1,600,000 in cash, plus apologize with you personally." Lawyer he smiled bitterly. "We originally set 2 to 3 million. But Zhang Zijian really can't get that much money." "Well," Song Huching glanced at him with a stunned face, then shook his head and laughed bitterly. "All of your lawyers in Lin Changfu are so arrogant, asking for so much money right after opening their mouths. Their principle is to save the homeowner money. No." Zhao Yenner skimmed. "You look at this file on the fee. Their lawyer team alone lawyer fee will be 800,000. If you do not let the other side out, you are not 800,000 got a sentence of apology? You really think you're money of the gale to scrape? $800,000 in legal fees?" The corner of Song Huching's mouth twitched. The service of this Lin Changfu is good. This price is really not cheap. Chapter 156, The First Deep Love of Lin Chang. "Okay, this surname Zhang's assets are only $3 to $5 million. You ask him for $1,600,000 in cash. Almost the car has to be sold." Zhao Yenner stuffed the dossier into a file bag. "Lawyer you make the call on this. The extra money goes to the property fee." "Okay." Lawyer Ho answered and then waited a little longer. After seeing that Song Huching didn't have any reaction, he then opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Song, I see that you have a daughter under your knee. Is her transfer formalities and household registration done? If not, I'll do it together for you." "Well, they're all in Lin Chang. Do they still need to move their household accounts over?" Song Huching joked. "Of course we're moving." Zhao Yenner picked up. The schools in Lin Chang are self-contained. From kindergarten to elementary school to then university as well as studying abroad, they are all sets. If she doesn't have her account moved over, it's not good to build a file, and every stage of her development will be closely observed and documented by the school's teachers. Ms. Zhao seems to know our Lin Changfu very well. Lawyer he laughed lightly. "I'm the one who studied at Lincoln House. So what's the point?" Cho Yunan didn't think so. "Fine, do as she says." Song Huching sighed. "Okay, I'll get right on it." After bowing slightly to him, lawyer he walked towards the door. Zhou Yunner was about to go and see the workers at work, but she was held down by Song Huching. "Don't go away. Have a chat." "Talk about what? What kind of person runs this Lincheng house? It looks like it's in the hands of the world." Song Huching lit a cigarette. "That's where you're mistaken." Zhao Yenner shook her head and said, "It is not the hand and eye of the Lin Chang house. It is the hand and eye of the owner of the Lin Chang house. The Lin Chang house started to establish it a long time ago. You can understand that it is a club." "Club?" Song Huching was surprised. "Yes, just like our Zhao Group has contracted all the luxury goods as well as legal services and land development in Shanghai's Linchangfu." Zhao Yenner leisurely said, "That's why I'm both a resident of Linchangfu and a businessman of Linchangfu. I'll go." "So it's like this." Song Huching drifted off. "Although I don't know what kind of business you're in, people like you are basically the residents, or consumers, of the Lincoln House." Zhao Yenner laughed softly. "You only need to pay, and there are people to do everything for you. But if you want to be a supplier, the qualification audit of Lin Changfu is very strict. Take the Su Group. They've always wanted to join Lin Changfu and become a supplier to the perfume industry here. But the committee felt that the perfume they developed themselves was still almost interesting. And it's been a few years now, and they've never been able to pass the audit. No matter what happens to the Lin Chang mansion, there aren't a lot of residents. Are there? Yun Ning wondered. That's a narrow vision if you look at it that way. Zhao Yener shook her head and said, take our Zhao Group for example. We have more than 3,000 luxury stores alone. If Su Group's perfume passes the audit, we will also lay their products in our stores accordingly. And there are at least dozens of homeowners like me in Lincoln House. So how much do you think Su's branding, and even sales, would be boosted if they joined in? Then a house like the one here shouldn't be sold to ordinary people. Song Huching joked. You're so stupid. Zhao Yener covered her mouth and laughed. Those who can afford the Lin Chang residents are not ordinary people, no? Tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of residents. Is that something that ordinary people can afford? Even if you can afford it, what about the cost of the property and the guaranteed spending? Is this something the average person can afford? Just like you, although no one knows what you do, since your money is clean, you're almost a top-tier tycoon in this part of Lin Chang. That too. Song Huching shook his head. Taking tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of clean money out to buy a house like that can't really be the average person. Why don't you tell me exactly what you do for a living? Zhao Yener wrapped her arms around his neck and said in a petulant voice, I swear, I'll never tell anyone. Delivery. Song Huching spread his hands and said, I also swear that if I'm not a delivery man, then I'm a turtle. Asterisk 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 you. Don't say never mind. After giving him a blank look, Zhao Yener got up and headed upstairs. Can't really tell. Yun Ning sked. What can't be seen? Song Huching was surprised. I also thought that this sister is a love brain, but I did not expect that people are a female president. Just now and you talked to that feeling. I thought I was attending a company meeting. Yun Ning laughed. Do you really think that the rich second generation is a dry meal? Song Huching laughed and scolded. The rich second generation that you can see, basically have little brain, but those rich second generation that you can't see, that can be the elite of the elite. Yes? Yun Ning tilted her head and said, then Qin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind are considered rich second generation that I can see, right? Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Screw you, don't keep mocking people Qin Shu. If you want me to say it, people Qin Shu that is the first deep love in Lin Chang, okay? Ha ha ha. Yun Ning instantly laughed. Right. The first deep love in Lin Chang is deep love to anyone, right? You. Song Huching was about to say something, but the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Ruan Xingyao? Yun Ning was surprised. Stop it. Song Huching pressed her small face and pushed her aside before connecting the video. Song Huching, where are you? At home. Where else? Come out and have dinner together. Ruan Xingyao lowered her voice and said, Lily has been crying in my place for an afternoon. Ask her anything and she refuses to say. Did you hit her? Nerves. Song Huching laughed and scolded. With her character? But if I dare to move one of her fingers, she did not call the police early? Well, that too. Ruan Xingyao helplessly said. 4 o'clock. Nanxiao Pavilion. Don't be late. There's no need. Song Huching smiled bitterly. It's just that she and my friend had a little misunderstanding. Friends? Ruan Xingyao pondered slightly, then gritted her teeth and said, that woman from yesterday, right? What about that girl from yesterday? I don't have a name for her? When Zhao Yener opened her mouth coldly, she almost didn't scare Song Huching into peeing. You. Ruan Xingyao frowned and was about to say something when suddenly the corner of her coat was tugged. She had to hold her tongue and said, I'll treat you guys to dinner this afternoon. 4 o'clock at Nanxiaga. Zhao Yener just wanted to refuse, but she didn't know what to think of, and skimmed her lips. Chang then I won't see you at 4. She hung up after that. No, what did you promise her to do? Song Huching said helplessly. You haven't gotten a divorce decree from her yet, right? This must not go along with her a little. Zhao Yener laughed softly. And, she should not know that you are so rich, right? So, Song Huching spread his hands. So, He-Law was invited by me, and the people are the ones I have to deal with. So naturally I'm the one who has to deal with it. Zhou Yener sneered and ran upstairs to make a phone call. I'm going too. Yun Ning beamed and wrapped her arms around Song Huching. Asterisk 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 you're a war correspondent, aren't you? How come you're everywhere? Song Huching pinched her face without any good humor. Asterisk 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 you. I'm helping. Yun Ning straightened up and said, if Zhao Yener makes a move to hit you again, she can still help you stop her? Well, that makes sense. Song Huching was suddenly dazed. If anything unexpected really happened, Yun Ning could really help. Chapter 157. Are you guys acting in a drama? After Zhao Yener and Yun Ning changed their clothes, those workers were still carrying things, which made it more difficult for Song Huching. After all, It was already after 3 o'clock. It's fine, let them get it here. These merchants are all hand-picked. By the Lincheng government no one dares to have unclean hands. Okay. Song Huching sighed and led Zhao Yener and Yun Ning towards the door. Just after arriving downstairs, Zhou Yunan couldn't help but spit out her words. You are at least a person who lives in Linchangfu. Why do you still drive a million or so Mercedes? What else should I drive? Song Huching was surprised. It depends on your preference. As soon as Zhao Yener's words fell, Wu Xingxing walked over. Mr. Song, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Song Huching handed him a cigarette. Here are 2 papers for you to sign. Wu Xingxing spoke in a cryptic manner. Let's see. After Song Huching took it, he realized that it was a vehicle transfer agreement. He immediately turned his back and signed his name before handing it over quickly. What else is hidden? Zhao Yener sneered. You think I didn't look at how? You fell quite deep. Their own driving a million or so cars. Out of the way to send people tens of millions of cars. Hey. Song Huching gave a dry laugh and didn't dare to answer. Wu Xingsheng, on the other hand, respectfully handed a business card to Zhao Yener. Ms. Zhao, this is my business card. If there's anything you can directly notify me. Got it. After Zhou Yanai accepted his business card, she pulled open the car door and got in. Song Huching reached out and patted Wu Xingxing's shoulder before getting into the car as well. Yun Ning, on the other hand, obediently went to the back seat. Only the corners of her mouth hooked up slightly. Quite a bit of gloating. All the way there, Zhou Yana looked out the window. Song Huching didn't dare to speak either, but just drove the car seriously. A good half hour. You're not going to explain this to me? Zhou Yana wrapped her arms around her chest and looked over sideways. What explanation do you want to hear? Song Huching said bitterly. Tell me about your fiancé. Zhao Yener was halfway through her sentence, but then changed her words. Yun Ning, it's better for you to speak. I don't believe this guy's words. Generally speaking, Song Huching wouldn't lie. Yun Ning whispered. It's not so much that he cheats, it's just that he will selectively say things. Zhao Yener sneered. This. Yun Ning looked at Song Huching with some difficulty. Just say it if you're told to. What's so unseemly about it? Song Huching bristled. Say both? Yun Ning said bitterly. 2. Zhou Yanan's tone was an octave higher. Cough cough cough. Song Huching old face red, hurriedly said. In fact, there is a misunderstanding, or else on my such a body and family appearance. Others are not stupid is not it? From now on, you're not allowed to talk. After Zhao Yener glared at him, she looked sideways at Yun Ning. Actually, it's kinda complicated. Yun Ning began to tell the story of Song Huching and Su Chang and Su Mei, but she did have a heart and just used the words first lady and second lady instead. Zhao Yener's face was filled with absurdity when she heard it. Are you guys in a TV show? Puffing. Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching also thought it was quite ridiculous, and I reminded him, at the time that he didn't quite believe it. Who would dare to believe that? Zhao Yener sighed. If you put it that way, they won't contact Song Huching in this half year? Well, for now. Yun Ning whispered. Hey. Zhao Yener suddenly laughed. Half a year can change a lot of things, especially they are still sisters. Get it wrong. This half a year, they all run is not allowed to say. The way I look at it, they seem to be serious. Yun Ning reminded. So what if it's serious? Zhao Yener laughed softly. In the end, it's still a pro-sister. They can't get down this cruelty, and in the end, it's still a lose-lose situation, and it's cheaper for others. Well, that makes sense. Yun Ning laughed. Right? Zhao Yener squinted her eyes. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You do your own thing well. I won't drive you away. Hey, thanks ms. Zhao. Yun Ning looked at her with gratitude. You're so damn much like a second ghost with this look. Song Huching bristled. Get lost. You're the one who's a second ghost. You're the one who's still a pseudo-army. Yun Ning didn't have the good sense to say. Puffing. Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh. The other Yun Ning is being wise to the times. What do you know? Cut. Song Huching blankly glanced at her and didn't say anything. The three of them arrived at Nanchao Pavilion after talking and laughing. Just as he entered, he saw Zhang Zijian and Lili standing at the door, while Ruan Xingyao stood aside rather helplessly. Yo, where's the welcome? Song Huching joked. Asterisk 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 Q. After Ruan Xingyao blankly glanced at him, she pulled Lily and said, Lily, Song Huching is here. Let us go to the private room to talk. Hey. After Lily answered, she glanced at Zhang Zijian. Miss Ruan is right. Let's go to the private room to talk. Mr. Song, 2 ladies, this way please. Zhang Zijian personally led the way in front. Mr. Zhang is polite. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he followed him. Inside the booth, Ruan Xingyao, however, looked at Yun Ning for a few moments before placing her gaze on Zhao Yener. Song Huching, don't introduce. Don't need him. Zhao Yener laughed lightly. My name is Zhao Yener. I'm Yun Ning's college classmate. Well, Song Huching looked at her with a stunned expression. Good lord, that's a lot of falsehoods coming out of your mouth. Hello Cho, I'm. Zhang Zijian's words were only spoken when he was glared at by Zhao Yener. What classmate Zhao? Classmate Zhao is what you shouted. Looks like He Lu didn't make it clear to you, did he? Ha? Zhang Zijian's entire body was confused. Lu Lai and Wan Xingyao were also dumbfounded. What was this? He La is my hired lawyer. What do you have to say to me? Zhao Yener laughed softly. This. Zhang Zijian looked at Song Huching. She's right. I'm just a delivery guy. How can I afford any lawyer? Song Huching laughed softly. What words you communicate directly with Zhao Yener is, I'm just a companion. You. Zhang Zijian didn't die of anger. So you're Ian Fox. Ha? What's the matter? Mr. Zhang is not convinced? Zhao Yener sneered. He La and I said. The information he has got it all. Unconvinced. Let South see it in court. No, how could I? Zhang Zijian full of smiles. Ms. Zhao, I am not a thing. Much offense. But also ask you to be magnanimous and let me off the horse into it? With that, he stood up and bowed deeply. Ms. Zhao, I know it's wrong too. Really, cried Pearly. Also please forgive me. I will never dare again. Chapter 158. I asked her to tutor my daughter. Not me. Poof. Zhao Yener, hands around the chest, leaned on the seat, coldly laughed. Junior will have the consciousness of Junior. Do not engage in things every day. This old thing mixed to this age, but also only so much body value, can withstand you a few squandering? Well, are you teaching her how to be a mistress? Song Huching was surprised. Puffing, Ruan Xingyao couldn't help but laugh. You off. Zhao Yener didn't have the good sense to say, if you talk any more nonsense, I'll press your head into the hot pot. Hey, after Song Huching let out a laugh, he handed a cigarette to Zhang Zijian. Zhang Zijian hated the hell out of him inwardly, but he had a smile on his face. It seems that Miss Zhao and Mr. Song are quite close. Common friends. Zhao Yener skimmed her mouth and said, He La and I said, that if you pay the money that you should pay, this matter will be settled. Ms. Zhao, we can't get $1,600,000. Lily wiped her tears and said, please also be generous. Then forget it. Zhao Yener shrugged her shoulders and said, the cost of just asking He Lu and the others to come out is in the millions. Since you can't get it out, I have to come out with this breath, don't I? But think about it, this old guy next to you won't be stepping on a sewing machine for years. Don't meddle. Zhang Zijian hurriedly said, Ms. Zhao, I will compensate. I will compensate you in 1 point. That's more like it. Zhao Yener yawned. Hurry up and eat. We still have things to do afterward. Hey. Zhang Zijian laughed bitterly, and did not dare to make another demon. Just looked at Song Huching and said, Mr. Song, do we want to have a drink? Don't. He's going to drive later. Zhao Yener said in a deep voice. Forget it then. Let's all have drinks. Zhang Zijian hurriedly said, aha. Zhao Yener lowered her head to eat, and the entire private room fell silent. At this point, Ruan Xingyao said softly, Song Huching, I stayed at Shore Zaitinglan. Let Xiao Yuan stay at my place. No. Song Huching said with a straight face, Miss Ruan, we have a deal. If you back out, we can go through the legal process. Xiao Yuan's kindergarten is there. Is it hard for you to come over every day to pick her up and drop her off? Ruan Xingyao didn't have the good sense to say, I've taken care of her new school. Song Huching shook his head and said, you don't have to worry. About her, I will take care of her. Miss Ruan, I was specially hired by Mr. Song to take care of Xiao Yuan. Yun Ning said with a straight face, her 3 meals a day, as well as homework tutoring, are all run by. You can rest assured. Song Huching, you still hire a nanny for your delivery? Lai Li was curious. Yeah, is it rare? Song Huching laughed. Mr. Song, how much do you pay Miss Yun a month? Zhang Zijian was curious. 5,000. Song Huching lit a cigarette. 5,000? Zhang Zijian was shocked. With Yun Ning's looks, he didn't even think 50,000 a month was much. I said General Manager Zhang, I am letting her tutor my daughter, not letting her come to tutor me. People are seriously getting paid okay. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Hey. Zhang Zijian smiled rather awkwardly, but inwardly, he was unimpressed. You look like a ING man, but at the end of the day it's still a man. We're all men. Who doesn't know who yet? Just as he was wondering how to ask Yun Ning for a phone number, suddenly the door to the private room was pushed open. Song, yo, isn't this young Dong? Song Huching stood up. Hey, what Dong Xiao? Just call me Xiao Dong. Dong Hui laughed. This is not listening to Sister Zhang said you came well. I just happened to come to the store, so I came to say hello to you. This time you cannot go to the checkout. Don't intervene. This is someone's treat. Can't brush off someone's peace of mind. Song Huching reached out and patted him on the shoulder. If there's something you go ahead and get busy. Let's drink together when we have time. Success. Dong Hui smiled at Zhang Zijian and the others before turning around and going out again. Mr. Song, why does this person look a little familiar? Zhang Zijian touched his chin and said, Nanchao Pavilion is owned by his family. Why doesn't this look familiar? Song Huqing laughed lightly. I'll go. I'll say it. Zhang Zijian shook his head and said, I have eaten with the boss's wife of Nanchao Pavilion twice. I said, how does this person look so much like the boss's wife? Zhao Yener and Yun Ning directly lowered their heads to eat, not bothering to listen to him blowing awesome. And you know the owner of Nanchao Court? Ruan Xingyao looked at Song Huqing in surprise. More than that, I also know our Lin City's chief government official, but he doesn't seem to recognize me. Song Huqing sighed. Asterisk 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 Q. Ruan Xingyao was amused. Alright, since everyone has eaten well, let's disperse. Song Huqing looked at Zhang Zijian and smiled. Mr. Zhang, broke the bank. It's okay, I should. Zhang Zijian hurriedly said. Miss Zhao is really sorry this time. Alright, just give the money. After Zhou Yun'er said that, she got up and headed out. Yun Ning also followed behind her at the same pace. It was just that before the group reached the hall, they saw a silhouette rushing over. Softly, Qin Chu, you're eating here too? Ruan Xingyao was surprised. Hey, Before Qin Chu could finish his words, another silhouette came over. Gu Hearing Feng? Song Huqing couldn't help but laugh dumbly. This Lin Chang is really small. Yener, let me introduce you. This is my senior, Gu Hearing Feng. After Qin Chu finished his introduction, he smiled bitterly. I called you many times. Your phone didn't get through. I sent you a message, and I didn't see you back. Did you encounter something? Busy. After Zhao Yener spat out a word, she looked at Gu Hearing Feng with interest. Have you been married before? Hey, Gu Hearing Feng hurriedly said. I once had an unfortunate marriage. Why the divorce? Zhou Yunan laughed. Yener, we also just finished eating. How about we find a place to sit? Qin Chu laughed. Otherwise it's not like we're stuck here chatting, is it? Zhao Yener looked towards Yun Ning. Yun Ning, however, looked towards Song Huqing. Hey, you guys chat about yourselves. I still have something. I have to go home. Song Huqing laughed lightly. See you all later. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was racked to the side by Qin Chu and Gu Hearing Feng. Left and right. Old Song, what do you mean? No, I'm going home. Song Huqing winked and said. One of you is interested in Ruan Xingyao, and one of you is interested in Zhao Yener. Isn't this just right? Go. Don't bull me. Qin Chu did not have a good temper. You cannot go. You this go. Later Yener certainly cannot pull face and we go to drink together. Yeah. Gu Hearing Feng also hurriedly said. Song Huqing, you don't want to run away alone. You now and soft divorce certificate has not yet been received. If you go, she does not also have to go? Well, not. Wait. Song Huqing said with an odd expression on his face. Who exactly are you guys chasing after? Why do I feel that there's something wrong with you guys? Hey, who's chasing who? Qin Chu skimmed his mouth. He is just helping me to attract Yen Air's attention. Hardly. You really think that Yen Air will look at him? Chapter 159. Even if he's getting money from soft food, we still have to bite him. Asterisk. You look down on Senior Gu so much? Song Huqing was surprised. Song Huqing, don't arch the fire. Gu heard the wind skimmed his mouth. Chase the girl, each by means. No one said can be 100% can get on the hand, right? Just like the student girl beside you. You may not be able to get started? That's true. Song Huqing spread his hands and said, you guys are in pairs, so I won't be here to be a light bulb for you. Less bull. 5,000. Qin Chu gritted his teeth. Hey, might as well go back to bed. Song Huqing yawned. Damn it, I'll give 5,000 too. Gu Hearing Wind said in a hateful voice. How about 10,000 each? Song Huqing said with a bitter face. You all know that I am a delivery man who still has to work during the day tomorrow, and if this sleeps late, it will not be good if I don't have the spirit tomorrow. Look at your poor ass. Gu Hearing Wind did not have a good mood. Hurry up and take out the QR code. Young Qin, what do you say? Song Huqing looked sideways at Qin Chu. 10,000 is 10,000. What's this? But I'm just a night's worth of booze. Qin Chu was very quick to pull out his cell phone. After Song Huqing collected the money, he walked over to Yun Ning's side. Just when he saw Lily holding Ruan Xingyao's hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, where's Mr. Zhang? He had to go back first. Really downplayed. In fact, he and I are not familiar, just ordinary friends. As she spoke, she went to look at Qin Chu and Gu Hearing Feng. Then since we're all friends, let's find a place to sit. Qin Chu laughed lightly. How about the Blue Hole Bar? Recently that's been a hot mess. I won't go to the bar. It's too rowdy. Ruan Xingyao shook her head. Hey, I know there's a clear bar under the second bridge. How about we go there for a drink? Gu Hearing Wind immediately said. Clear bar. Ruan Xingyao looked at Song Huching with some hesitation. Old Song, you're not going to run away halfway, are you? Qin Shu gritted his teeth. That can't be, Song Huching said in a serious manner. Anyway, I don't have anything to do when I go back. To sit together. Softy, come along, Qin Shu advised. Gu Hearing Feng and I both drove a car, so we're not afraid of not being able to sit down. That into it. Ruan Xingyao agreed, then playfully said, Song Huching, don't you also drive a car? I'll go in your car, just so I can talk to you about the matter regarding the small garden. Qin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind revealed expressions that looked as if they wanted to eat someone. I can't fit in my car either. Song Huching spread his hands and said, recently Yun Ning has to move things. The car is stuffed. Forget it then. Ruan Xingyao glared at him in exasperation, then walked towards the elevator entrance. Softy, wait for me, really immediately followed. Parking lot. Yo, Mercedes? Gu Hearing Feng slightly raised his eyebrows and said, this car is cost-effective. 1 million or so cars. It is considered good. Barely enough, Qin Shu bristled, but I still prefer Lamborghini and Ferrari. I'm lucky to have a car to get around. How can I be allowed to pick and choose? Song Huching joked. That's true. Qin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind both raised their heads rather haughtily. Softy, this Song Huching is driving $1 million luxury car? Lily whispered. I don't know. Ruan Xingyao laughed bitterly. Since the divorce, he and I have met more than once to feel strange. It used to be a look away. Really lowered her voice and said, this guy is 80% rich. We can't let him off so easily. Ruan Xingyao looked at her in surprise. What do you mean? Hang him first. Really whispered. Wait to feel out how much money he has before saying. If he has a few million worth, then there is no hurry to divorce, is not it? We can't plant a tree in front of us and multiply the coolness in the future. Can we? We have to spend the money before we leave anyhow. Ha? Ruan Xingyao looked at her with a stunned expression. What? Don't be anxious. Yet aren't you still not licensed with him now? When the time comes I will give you an idea to stabilize him first. Lily sneered. Even if he is eating soft rice to money, we still have to bite him. Ruan Xingyao stared at her in a daze and couldn't help but fall into silence. Car. What favor did those two guys give you just now? You actually agreed to eat with them? Zhao Yener laughed softly. Actually, I originally did not intend to refuse. Song Huching snickered. You didn't see that Lily drove Zhang Zijin away, right? 80% of them are planning to lay hands on Qin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind. Since there is a lively scene to watch, why rush back? Just to watch the fun? Yun Ning bristled. Not right. With your character, it would be a ghost if you didn't knock Qin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind. Hey, one gave me 10,000. Song Huching rolled down the window and laughed softly. You talk about this and money to take. There is also a hilarious thing to see. Where to find to go. Puffing, Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh. These two, in your mind, that's a proper big injustice, isn't it? Hey, that's not what Song Huching said. Yun Ning snickered. He said that Qin Shu is the no. One deep love in Lin City. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yener immediately laughed and fell back. The first deep love in Linchang is a good name. Half an hour later, a number of people were sitting there on a small dock under the second bridge, sitting and drinking and talking, while a small stage was constructed on a piece that extended out from the dock. At that moment a girl was sitting there holding a guitar and softly singing an unknown song. Her voice was clear and kinda recognizable. She was tall and fair-skinned, only wearing a pair of large black-framed glasses that almost covered most of her face. Feel free to order whatever you want to drink. It's on me today. Qin Shu cheerfully pulled back the stool before sitting on Ruan Xingyao side. Song Huching, however, sat down against the railing and plopped down there to watch the woman sing. Sit next to Go A. Yun Ning whispered. Well, Song Huching turned around, but saw that Gu Hearing Feng was sitting on Zhao Yener's side as if he were a cowhide, and on Zhao Yener's right-hand side, there was an empty seat. Obviously, that was reserved for him. Having no choice but to get up and sit over, he gave up his seat against the railing to Yun Ning. After the group sat down, drinks and snacks were served. Yener, can I call you that? Gu Hearing Feng lightly laughed. Puffing, Song Huching spewed out a mouthful of wine. No, I don't know you. Zhao Yener squinted her eyes. Wouldn't it be nice to get to know each other a few more times? Gu Xianfeng wasn't annoyed, just smilingly pointed at Song Huching and Qin Shu. I was their senior brother. Back when they entered the student council, I was the president of the student council. Well, then aren't you very old? Zhao Yener frowned. You. Gu Hearing Feng's smile froze on his face. Is this looking at things from such a clear perspective? Chapter 160, Old Song. Why don't you sit next to me? Yener, don't be like this. Everyone is a friend. Qin Shu rounded off the conversation. Softy, aren't you going to introduce your friend? Hello everyone, my name is Lily. You guys just call me Lily like softy, Lily said as she fell in line. Hey, some people say that friends of beautiful women are all beautiful women. Now it seems to be true. Gu Hearing Wind smiled and said, Gu Xiao is too kind. Really smiled rather shyly as well. The atmosphere eased. Song Huching held his beer, but his gaze went to the woman who was singing. What's the matter? Fancy someone else? Yun Ning teased. No, I just felt curious. Song Huching shook his head. Oh, curious about what? Zhao Yener raised her eyebrows slightly and said, she has come to the bar to sing, but wear a pair of glasses to cover the appearance of what? Song Huching laughed lightly. Generally speaking, singers, looking pretty always has an advantage, doesn't it? Maybe people don't want others to see her. Qin Chu was unimpressed. That's why I'm curious. Song Huching spread his hands and said, let's see. You're just idle. Gu Hearing Feng bristled. Why do you care so much about others? What's the matter? Do you still want to pick her up? I said, you guys talk about yourselves. What do you care what I do? Song Huching laughed and scolded. It's not like there are dice or something. How nice for you guys to play with dice. You. Gu Hearing Feng was about to say something when two men in suits suddenly walked over. Brothers, there's nothing to do anyway. Let's have some fun together. Screw you. We're a few friends chatting. What's your business? Qin Chu sneered. Yo, brother Hua, didn't you say that you have face in Lin City? Now it seems that people don't give you face. Another man joked. Hey, where's the face? Hua laughed lightly. Brothers, let me introduce myself. I am called Hua Gao, and he is called Chen Hulu. Like this, let us play together. And this meal today is on me. You. Gu Hearing Feng was about to open his mouth, but he was stopped by Qin Chu. I said who is it? So it is Hua. Got to sit together. Okay, I'll just go say hi and come. After Hua Gao smiled at the crowd, he led Chen Hu to the bar. No, what kind of person? Gu Hearing Feng was curious. Engaged in real estate. Lin Shui Egio heard of it? It is his old man to get. Read recently. In the field took a lot of land. My family and they have some cooperation. Qin Chu lightly said. Yeah, Lin Shui residence is a high-grade villa area, right? Lily exclaimed. Right. Qin Chu sighed. People have reported their names. Can't not give any face at all not. In the middle of his words, he couldn't help but look at Song Huching. No, what are you looking at me for? Song Huching was surprised. Old Song, not that I look down on you. After all, such a bureau. You cannot insert words. Why don't you go to the side to sit into it? Qin Chu squarely said. Puffing, Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh. Really was quite a bit gloating. But on the contrary, it was Ruan Xingyao, her eyebrows furrowed, looking not very happy. Success. Song Huching agreed readily, took his beer and sat down at the table next to him. Yun Ning didn't say anything and followed. Qin Chu, don't go too far. Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. Soft, it's not that I am excessive. It's just that old Song a delivery person. We don't mind, but what if people mind? Qin Chu laughed bitterly. That's true. Zhao Yener nodded approvingly. You can all be young talents. Song Huching and you can't talk together. Hey, it's still Yener who has insight. Gu Hearing Feng complimented. You. Ruan Xingyao was just about to stand up, but she was pulled back by Li Li. Softy, Song Huching won't run away, so isn't it better to know a few more rich people than anything else? I don't know any of them. How about you keep me company? This. Ruan Xingyao hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat back down. When Zhao Yener saw this, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Not for a moment. Hua Gao then came with Chen Hu, followed by two waiters with a lot of good wine. Yo, what's that dude doing sitting there? Hi, just now is also to meet together to spell the table. Qin Chu cheerfully said. Hua Xiao, Chen Xiao, sit down. Hey, one of Hua Kao and Chen Hu sat on Lily's side, while the other sat on Zhao Yener's side. Other side. Song Huching, how much do you think she can earn in one night? Yun Ning wondered. I don't know. Generally speaking, the resident singer is about 200 or so a night. Of course, there are big venues that cost a little more. Song Huching shook his head. Might as well go to work then. Yun Ning skimmed her lips. Finding a stable job would be several thousand a month, wouldn't it? A lot of the resident singers are part-time. Song Huching spread his hands and said, of course, there are some professional singers, singing although it looks as if they don't earn much, but in reality, if someone orders a song or something, it's not very difficult to earn more than 10,000 a month. Well, is it? Yun Ning looked toward the stage. The woman stood up and took a sip of water before exhaling a cloudy breath. Perhaps sensing that someone was looking at her, she looked sideways as well. Song Huching raised the bottle in his hand and shook it. The other party hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over. Hello sir. Hello, nice singing. Song Huching laughed. Thanks. The woman pointed to the stage and said, we can also order a song here. Send a rose and you can order a song. A rose? Yun Ning curiously looked around and couldn't help but spit out her tongue. Yeah, a rose costs $100? Aha. The woman nodded and whispered, that's the price the owner set. What is your name? Song Huching said softly. My name is Ding Sweet. Everyone calls me Sweet, the woman said with some embarrassment. Do you know Zhao Xinyan songs? Song Huching laughed. Will. Tiny Sweet nodded. Does every capital city? Song Huching blinked. The big. Most of them. Tintin Sweet blushed and said, I used to be a fan of hers. Okay, your baskets are $900 a piece, right? Song Huching joked. I will buy you 100 flower baskets. From today, you sing Zhao Xinyan's songs for half a month. No problem, right? 100 flower baskets? Ding Tianyi covered her mouth in surprise and looked at him with an incredulous expression. This guy, he wouldn't be playing with her on purpose, would he? After Song Huching smiled at her, he waved at the waiter not far away and then whispered a couple sentences. After the waitress first gave Ding Tianyi a surprised look, she then darted towards the bar. It wasn't even 20 seconds before a man's excited yell rang out over the speakers. Mr. Song sent a Sweetie 100 flower baskets, so let Sweetie sing a song for our honorable Miss Yun. Red high heels. Everyone applauded. Snap. Sparse applause broke out on the dock. After all, 100 flower baskets can be $90,000, counted as a luxury. Chapter 161, Good Fight. You have the balls to kill me. Yo, out with the kaiju. Hoggle joked. You can't say that about people picking up girls. It's only right to put down some money. Chen Hulu laughed lightly. The two of them spoke in a breezy manner, but Qin Shu and the others were dumbfounded. This Mr. Song is talking about Song Huching, right? Mr. Song, who else can Miss Yun be if not him? Gu Hearing Phone gloated. This kid is usually stingy. This picking up girls is really willing to do it. Zhao Yener instead looked sideways at Ding Tianyi for several moments. This woman looks like she has a nice body, but it's not like she's going to say she's going to make that guy move, is it? You know her? Yun Ning also looked at Song Huching curiously at this moment. Recognize. Song Huching sighed softly. Her daughter is a classmate of Xiao Yuan. Picking up Xiao Yuan from school. Has seen her twice. Kun San's mom? Yun Ning was surprised. Could it be that you are interested in her? No. What are you thinking? Song Huching knocked her head and scolded with a laugh. I heard Qin Zimo say, before that her husband died and she raised her daughter by herself. Today has not earned those two wrongdoers a sum of money, as a good deed. So it is. Yun Ning came to a realization and couldn't help but prop his chin up, quietly listening to Ding Tian singing. Tiny Sweet's vocals are pretty good, but the pitch is almost interesting. The song Red High Heels was sung, but it won a full house. Just as she started to sing the second song, Zhou Yun'er sat down across from Song Huching. Well, what brings you here? Hey, can't play with those straw men. Zhou Yun'er bristled. Either he's talking about what car he bought, or he's blowing the family's yacht or something there. It's a headache to listen to. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh and was just about to say something when he didn't realize that Chun Hu followed him. Yan-chan, why are you sitting over here? What's it to you? Zhao Yener bristled. Don't shout so affectionately. I'm not familiar with you. This one will be born, but won't it be cooked in two? Chen Hulu obediently sat on the side of Zhao Yener, looked at Song Huching and slightly raised his eyebrows and said, Brothers, you can have a chick by your side. Puffing, Song Huching burst out laughing. Didn't your girl sit over here by herself? What's it got to do with me? Yo, you've got a mouth on you. Chen Hulu laughed softly. Where do you work? What does it have to do with you? It's not like I know you. Song Huching smirked. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yun'an couldn't help but laugh as well. Why does that sound so familiar? Little brother has quite a character. Chen Hulu lit a cigarette and laughed softly. What about me? I'm generally a good talker, but if you're going to be naughty, then I'm not so good at talking. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. A burly man in black stood up from the side table and walked over to Song Huching's side. Well, is he rich? Song Huching looked at Zhao Yener. A few dimes in your pocket, I guess, Zhou Yun'an said, spreading her hands. Then what's the point of hiring a bodyguard? Those who don't know really think it's some worldly young man. Song Huching bristled. Yo, pretend I don't exist, right? A hint of sternness flashed in Hulk Chen's eyes. Ah, who? Invite this Mr. Song out. Yes. The black-clothed strong man's hand just rested on Song Huching's shoulder, and said in a cold voice, Kid, are you leaving on your own, or am I sending you out? Hey! Song Huching sighed and stood up. Zhao Yener gritted her teeth and was about to stand up when she saw Song Huching pick up the wine bottle on the table and viciously throw it towards Chen Hu. Boo! A crunch. Hulk-chan fell to the ground in response. Uing. Tiger was only halfway through his sentence when he was punched in the stomach. He immediately bent over and covered his stomach. Boo! Song Huching takes an elbow strike directly to the back of the head. Pust. Ah, who immediately a mouthful of blood sprayed out. the whole person lying on the ground, as if a dead dog. After Song Huching kicked him away, he walked over to Hulk Chen and reached out to pull his hair. What did you just say to me? Fine, fine, good fight. You have the ing balls to get me killed. Chen Ho snapped. Snap. Song Huching raised his hand and delivered 3 resounding slaps. It knocked Hulk Chen off his feet. How ing dare you? Say, you continue to say. Song Huching sneered. Brothers. Hua Gao hurried over. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Old Song, are you out of your ing mind? Xin Shu also ran over and said with a pale face. Do you know that he is? He's your FA. There he is. Zhao Yener despised. Look at you, this cowardly look. Still chasing girls. That Hua Gao is close to using his hand to embrace Ruan Xingyao. You do not dare to put a fart. She is blind to see you. You. Xin Shu was scolded to the point of turning red. But you can't hit people. Gu Hearing Feng pretended to be unhappy. Everyone is a highly educated person. Violence. Riot your ass. Zhao Yener nonchalantly said. You are no better. Holding high and stepping down. Like a eunuch. I finally understand a little. Why Mu Qing could not see you at that time. If I were him and married a thing like you, I'd be ashamed of myself. Yo, he's Mu Qing's husband? Song Huching was surprised. Ex-husband. Cho Yana corrected. Ex-husband. Song Huching snapped and smiled, then looked at the dumbfounded Ruan Xingyao. You lessen your gang of girlfriends to come and go. Look at Lily that way. Hate to sell you. Song Huching, what are you babbling about? Lily said rather annoyed. You what you? Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Look at yourself on your thigh. There is a handprint it. I feel unworthy for people Zhang always. Looking for a what the hell. Well, Ruan Xingyao looked down. Sure enough, there was a handprint on Lily's stocking. I just didn't know who had touched it. After Song Huching lit a cigarette, he looked at Ding Tianyi, who had frozen. You go ahead and sing your song. This has nothing to do with you. Oh, Tintin Sweet reacted instantly, picking a softer song and singing it again. Brothers, we all make a living in Lin Cheng's territory. Be a man and leave a thread. We'll see each other in the future. Hua Gao said with a straight face. If I don't give you face, what can you do to me? Song Huching stomped on Chen Hu's chest. Hulk Chen felt that if he pushed any harder, his own sternum would shatter. You. Hua Gao's face turned ugly. You what you? The family only a few son Learn to play with women. Zhao Yener rather disdainful. What? Not convinced to call your old man over. You. Hua Gao was so angry. What the are you my elder, and you call my old man over? Chapter 162, Huang, swear that I will never share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Old Song. Xin Shu came over and gritted his teeth. They don't dare to do anything to Zhao Yener, but it's more than enough to deal with you. Puffing, Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xin Shu, what's in your head? What do you mean? Xin Shu frowned. Guess why Song Huching dared to make a direct move? Zhao Yener smiled and said, do you remember what Mu Qing said? Song Huching was playing along with you. You really take yourself seriously. You. Xin Shu's face turned green with anger. You still know Mu Qing? Gu Hearing Feng was surprised. More than just knowing each other. People Mu Qing is pursuing Song Huching. Surprised or not? Zhao Yener laughed lightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Hearing Wen said angrily. Song Huching has the right to do so. He's not better than you. Ha? You don't even dare to put a fart in front of Chen Hu. He dares to make a direct move. Do you dare? Zhao Yener bristled. Gu Hearing Feng was instantly silenced by the dry. He indeed did not dare to offend Chen Hu and Hua Gao. After all, in the Lin Cheng territory, Hua Gao and Chen Hu were considered to be powerful. Brother, is it alright if we apologize with you? Hua Gao gritted his teeth. Don't say anything about apologizing if you don't have the heart for it. Song Huching retracted his foot, laughed lightly. Buddy, do not rely on a few money on the rampage. This barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes it. I will kill you two today. That is also 1 for 2 is not it? Hua Gao didn't say anything, but just helped Chen Huan up. Seeing this, Song Huching kicked Tiger, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Again, die and lie down outside and get out of the way. Hey, Tiger climbed up quickly and ran out in a huff. You can't earn this much money in a month, so you really can't risk your life, can you? Song Huching sat back in his seat again and looked sideways at Ding Tianyi, who was singing. Surprisingly, Hulk Shan and Hua Gao didn't leave either. The two just went and washed their faces before sitting across from Song Huching again. Brother, I don't know where you mix, but you have good hands. This time I admit it. So, what do you want? Song Huching was surprised. Shake the dice. 10,000 a game. Dare to come. Chen Hulu gritted his teeth. 10,000 a game is too little. 100,000 a game. Song Huching laughed lightly. Hiss. Ruan Xingyao sucked in a breath of cool air and was about to go forward to dissuade her, but she was stopped by Zhao Yener. It's none of your business. He lost. I'm paying. You. Ruan Xingyao looked at Zhao Yener, who had a serious face, pursed her lips and retreated to the side. Brother, it's not that we don't believe you. We don't know each other well. This 100,000 a game. There has to be a statement, right? Hua Gao said in a deep voice. Just press me down here. Zhao Yener sat down on Song Huching's side and laughed softly. I count 1 million chips. Not a problem, right? If he doesn't give money, then I give. I can't afford to give. Then whatever you guys do well. Yener, why are you also following old Song and fooling around? Qin Shu said in pain. Well, Song Huching was slightly stunned before he sighed. In the end, it still has to be the first deep love in Lin Chang. Puffing, Yun Ning burst out laughing. But think about Song Huching also said the right. Qin Shu were scolded by Zhao Yener into this. Actually still acting here. Not right. Look, not like acting. Good. Chen Hulu gritted his teeth and said, 100,000 a game. Without credit. Chang, come on. Song Huching laughed lightly. Without any pretense. Hulk Chen took 3 dice from the table, placed them in the dice cup, and shook them. Half of the people in the clear bar were attracted over, but they just didn't dare to get close. They could only stand not far away and watch. Ruan Xingyao clenched her fists at this moment. Hulk Chen opened the dice cup and got lucky, shaking a 5. Dude, it's your turn. Success. Song Huching took the dice cup and shook it smoothly before pushing it in front of Zhao Yener. I'll drive? Zhou Yunan was surprised. I'll share half of it with you if I win. Song Huching joked. Yeah. Zhao Yener agreed with alacrity and opened the dice cup with her hand. Ooh, 4, 5, 6. Someone shouted. 100,000 now. Zhao Yener smiled and said. Again. With a clench of his teeth, Hulk Chen once again shook the dice bell, got lucky this time and shook a 6. Hoggle let out a long sigh of relief. Song Huching, still with that deadpan look, shook his hand smoothly and pushed it in front of Zhao Yener. Zhou Yunan didn't make any pretense and opened it with her hand. Asterisk 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 another 4, 5, 6. Qin Shu exclaimed. 200,000 now. Song Huching reminded. Again. Chen Hu took off his jacket. He really didn't believe it. Is this kid really that evil? An hour or so later, Chen Hulu's eyes were lifeless as he slumped in his chair, and Hua Gao beside him looked at Song Huching as if he had seen a ghost. Just now, there were 30 consecutive hands, and in these 30 hands, that kid was always 4, 5, 6 inch. No, not all of them. When Chen Hu shook a hand of 4, 5, 6 inch, the other party directly shook a leopard. Young Chen, what do you say? Song Huching laughed lightly. I lost. Chen Hulu lowered his head and said, 3 million. I will transfer it to you. He hadn't reneged on his debt. And of course, he knew that Song Huching had played a bit of a trick, but he and Hua Gao had tried their hardest to keep an eye on the kid and never found anything. Ruan Xingyao whole person is also a little confused. This is 3 million? You transfer it to Zhou Yunan. Song Huching stood up after stretching. Brothers. Hua Gao hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, are you a professional at playing this? Well, you said play craps? Song Huching froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, not, I am just a delivery person. I'll testify that he really is a delivery man. Zhao Yener playfully said, still, you know how to play. Chen Hulu laughed bitterly, with your means, you don't know how much money you can earn when you move your fingers. Hey, I don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs, Song Huching said seriously, puffing. Everyone around them laughed. No, where's Huang? Qin Shu was surprised. Huang, swear that I will not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Sun He Haiyang raised his right hand. Asterisk 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 Q. Zhao Yener snapped. Also Huang Mao. You for that little thing, even the surname do not want it right? Ha ha ha. Hulk Shen couldn't help but smile as well, pulling out his cell phone and transferring $3 million to Zhao Yener. Song Huching glanced at Ding Tianyi, who was singing, and after sidling up to Zhao Yener and saying a few words, he led Yun Ning towards the door. Zhao Yener then paced to Ding Tian's side and skimmed. Give an account number. What? Ting Sweet was slightly stunned. Give a bank account number. Zhou Yunan said it again. Ding Tianyi hesitated for a moment, but still took out her cell phone and reported her bank card account number. But when she saw the amount that arrived, her entire body froze. That guy told me to tell you that you sing terrible songs in the future. Stop singing and get a real job. After Zhou Yunan finished speaking, she left without looking back. Ding Tianyi looked back at the mocking eyes of the people around her and couldn't help but clench her teeth. That guy talks really bad, but $1 million is really a lot. Chapter 163, I've got all 10 fingers, which means I'm not awesome. Young Qin, this friend of yours is not simple. Hua Gao sighed. Where is it not simple? Qin Shu was surprised. I know he's cheating, but the dice are my handy. He just shook it slightly, and he wasn't even the one who opened the dice cup, but he can still win steadily. Chen Hulin bitterly laughed. My bodyguard once won a sparring championship and couldn't even walk around under him, which means that he's also top-notch in terms of stature. A guy like that, just go and take a field and play, and get $10 million a night. That's just like playing. Ha! Ruan Xingyao covered her mouth in surprise. She could now understand why Song Huching was so rich. It's not right, is it? Qin Chu frowned. I have known him for many years, but he has always been a poor man. Poor? Hua Gao was full of absurdity. He is only playing with you. He went along and rewarded a resident singer $1 million. Buddy, do you have the courage? This. Qin Chu finally realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but burst into a rage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's been fooling me for almost 10 years. Puffing. Ruan Xingyao couldn't help but laugh. Ridiculously. He cringed himself. That guy fooled Qin Chu for 10 years. Wouldn't he have fooled himself for 10 years as well? No wonder Su Cheng said that Song Huching didn't lack money. At this point, a man walked in and bowed. May I ask which one is MS? Ruan Xingyao Ruan. I am. What's wrong? Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. It's like this. MS. Zhao asked me to come and take you back. Are you leaving now or later? The man bowed. Ruan Xingyao glanced at Lily and hesitated before whispering. I'm leaving now. Softly. Really shouted. Lily, in 2 days my daughter-in-law is coming back. I have to go back and pack up. Ruan Xingyao sighed. If you want to play, then play a little longer. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lily to reply and followed the driver towards the door. Lily, it's still early. Let's drink 2 more cups. Hua Gao lightly laughed. This, Lily pretended to hesitate for a moment, but shyly nodded her head. Gu Hearing-Fong and Qin Chu looked at each other and felt rather bad luck. There you go. Chicken and egg. I should have known I would have gotten tough and told these 2 guys to off at the time. Lincoln House. Song Huching took a shower and went down to the first floor. You are quite caring. Out of the blue you give people $1 million. Zhao Yenner skimmed her lips. How can you spend money that isn't spent anyway? Song Huching sat on her side and laughed softly. It's earned ill-gotten gains anyway. That's true. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. This guy's sympathy is between 50,000 and 100,000. You want him to take $1 million out to relieve others. Don't even think about it. Ha! Zhao Yenner couldn't help but laugh. It's really hard to see. You can still shake the dice. Hey, right. When Mu Qing said that you threw 9 holy grails twice in a row, is it hard not to also rely on cheating? Otherwise you think it's really a bodhisattva blessing? Song Huching sighed. This is my best skill. You cannot go around yelling. It's weird to believe you. Zhao Yenner pouted. You have such means. No wonder you don't lack money. Hey, that's not what it says. Song Huching said with a straight face. This thing can be played for fun, but if you really take it to make money it cannot be. And you can see my hands and know that I am not very powerful, he said and put both hands out. Zhao Yenner pulled his white and slender fingers and turned them over and over, but she couldn't see any difference. No, what do you mean? Yun Ning wondered. Really powerful people. Basically 10 fingers cannot be all in the. Look at me. 10 fingers cannot be not less than 1, which means that I am not powerful, Song Huching said in a serious manner. Ha ha ha. Yun Ning instantly doubled over on the couch laughing. Asterisk 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 you. Playing with us. Zhao Yenner ranted. But this is good. We are not short of money. It is not necessary to go to the tip of the knife to beg for life. By the way, I am going back to Shanghai tomorrow. Well, you're not in Linchang? Song Huching was surprised. How could it be? Zhao Yenner gave him a blank look and said, I came over for a blind date. After this is over, I naturally want to go back to Shanghai to take care of business. Then wouldn't you be living apart? Yun Ning blinked. Living apart? Nice try. Zhao Yenner coldly hummed. This is only temporary. Wait for my sister to get married after we meet our parents. When the equity distribution dust settles, I don't have to stay in Shanghai every day. That's a shame. Song Huching pretended to sympathize. Don't you dare. Zhao Yenner did not have a good mood. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I am not afraid to tell you. Yun Ning is my person. If you dare to have any misbehavior, you see me not castrate you. Yo, what favors did you give the second demon that she actually became your person? Song Huching joked. Song Huching, you say that I am a second ghost again. I will fight you. Yun Ning said angrily. Asterisk 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 you. Zhao Yenner reached out and wrapped her arms around Yun Ning and sneered. If you bully Yun Ning again, be careful, I will beat you. Hey. Song Huching bristled and got up to head upstairs. I'm going to rest too. After Zhao Yenner pinched Yun Ning's little face, she got up and followed. Now Song Huching is happy again. Yun Ning looked at her back and muttered. She was gloating in the afternoon. In case Su Cheng and Su Mei randomly came to fight against Zhao Yenner, then there would be fun to be had. Now it seems that there is no chance at all. After all, people Zhao Yenner will leave tomorrow. There is no chance to face the line. The next day, early morning, After Song Huching got up and washed up, he went downstairs to find Yun Ning sitting alone at the dining table. The man left, said he was going back to the office for a morning meeting and booked an early flight. Phew. Song Huching took a long breath and sat down across from her. I say, you this ass of emotional debt, what are you going to do? Yun Ning curiously said. I don't know. Song Huching leaned back in his chair with a bitter smile on his face and said, the current situation, that's taking one step at a time. That's true. Yun Ning palpitated. This group of women are not to be messed with in case they really go crazy and rip your head off. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. Summer vacation is almost over, right? I've got to go pick up little garden. Song Huching couldn't help but outline a smile at the corner of his mouth when he thought of his daughter. But Yun Ning splashed him with a pot of cold water. Su Qing called me in the morning. She said that in 3 days she and Su Mei will go together to pick up Xiao Yuan, and asked me to tell you that it is best for you not to show up. No, later. Song Huching was full of absurdity. Sisters, that is my daughter. Right. What does it mean for them to go and pick up? I don't know. Why Don? You call Su Cheng and ask? Yun Ning blinked. You. Song Huching immediately choked. It wasn't that he didn't dare to call Su Qing, it was just that if Su Mei was there, it would be over. I've been a bit backward lately, so I'd better not play with this kind of gambling luck. Chapter 164, 2000 Single Rewards. Song Huching set sail again, riding a small electric donkey speeding on the road, and the group is still joyful. It looks like Old Sheen and they did not get a bonus and slacken off on their work, but instead, they worked harder. After all, life has seen hope, hasn't it? Now he was so incredibly familiar with Gujin and Guomao that he didn't even need to look at the other party's address. Just by looking at the tail number he basically knew who had ordered the takeout. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Huching found a small restaurant to settle dinner, and just as he sat down, his cell phone vibrated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Song, have you taken your medication? So fierce? Ran to number 1 on the daily list again for s sake. Old Sheen, make a fuss. Work hard. You can do it too. Old 6. I'll be damned. I can't believe I let him get loaded. Old Wood. Work hard. Fight hard. I want to be top 1 too. Lao Zhou. Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. But then, there was a ding in my head. The 2000 orders achievement has been reached, earning 5 chances in the lottery. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching clenched his fists tightly. That's right. With 2,000 orders, you have to give 5 chances for the lucky draw, don't you? He held back his joy and flew through his meal, and went to the restaurant's toilet to wash his hands and face, which held his breath to start the lottery. That is, the conditions do not allow and the lottery has a time limit. Otherwise he high and low have to go back to the bath burning incense. First draw. Song Huching's mind moved, and the large screen immediately flashed. A good half hour. The flashing stopped. Asterisk 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 Golden Legends? He snapped his body taut. Acquire fire avoidance technique. Song Huching's eyes were suddenly complicated. The trick to avoid water. The trick to avoid fire. As the name suggests, fireproof. But it's useless to give it to him. He's a grown man, who has nothing to do with playing with fire. Hey, he sighed and pressed the draw button again. Second draw. Acquired 70% of the shares of Black Knight Takeout. I'll go. Song Huching looked disgusted. What does he need this for? He hasn't even spent the $50 million he drew last time. And the system is very supportive of his view. After all, this thing is the blue reward. Third draw. Obtain the introductory manual for cultivation of immortality. The air body is the same source. Ha! Song Huching jumped up violently, and then sighed with a predicate sigh. This thing, it's a bit of a cockamamie. His biggest dream is to draw ranked in the immortal class. If he can draw this thing, the preliminary process, basically dispensable. But the problem is that now there's a primer. To learn or not to learn? That ing stumped him. If you say you want to learn, what if you have a stroke of luck one day and draw the ranking in the immortal class one step ahead? But if you don't learn, what if you can't draw ranking in the immortal class on the day you die? He sat quietly for 10 minutes and finally decided to study it. The so-called air body with the same source, in fact, is to attract gas into the body. In essence, anti-Jequin or something not much difference, are used to strengthen the body. Fourth draw. Obtain a heart protector pill. A heart protector? Song Huching was startled violently. Then carefully read the introduction. Heart protecting pill, protecting the heart chakra. All diseases will be eliminated. Cannot bring back the dead or prolong life. It's powerful, but the limitations are great. And, aren't all the diseases and prolonged life in conflict? He cocked his head for half a day, but never came up with a clue. Fifth draw. Golden Legend. Golden Legend. Song Huching shouted furiously in his heart. Gain the skill. Spirit Finger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a golden legend. Ha! His entire body was revitalized, but after reading the skill description, he was bitter again. It's the equivalent of the equalizer, using chi as a sword, killing people invisibly. It's awesome to watch, but the problematic part is the previous sentence. Using chi as a sword. He doesn't even have chi. What's he going to use as a sword? Poke people to death with his fingers? Song Hutching sighed and leaned back in his chair dejectedly. Gotta. All that hard work for so long. For nothing again. It's better to keep fighting. He shook his head and set off on his journey once more. 9 o'clock at night. Lincoln House. Song Hutching had just opened the door when he saw Yun Ning looking at him with an odd expression on her face. What for? Why did you go to deliver? Yun Ning said seriously. What do you care why I go delivering? Can't I like it? Song Hutching didn't have the good sense to say. And cheating. Yun Ning coldly grunted. You are the big boss of the Black Knights. You deliver takeout to do market research. Aren't you? It's broad daylight. Why are you still dreaming? Song Hutching skimmed his lips. If I were the boss of the Black Knights, would I ing as? Well, he was only halfway through his sentence when he saw Yun Ning slap a document on the table. It's not a proper document. This thing should be called a quarterly statement. Black Knight has a market capitalization of $30 billion, almost the highest of the 3 takeout platforms. But, the market capitalization thing doesn't mean it's really worth that much money. The Black Knights did turn a profit though, making almost $2 billion last quarter. Later. Song Hutching looked at the document and fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, back then, the market capitalization of his world's largest takeout platform was more than $900 billion, right? What the hell is this $30+ billion? Even if it's a 3-way split, how can it be hundreds of billions of dollars? Do you want to go back to manage the company? Yun Ning pursed her lips. What's wrong with me? What company am I going to manage? Song Hutching couldn't help but freeze after blankly glancing at her. What are you doing looking at me like that? Yun Ning instantly reddened and looked her head out the window. You're covered in sweat. Take a shower before you're allowed to make a bad move. Nervous. After Song Hutching cursed, he smiled and said, Does Miss Yun want to be the president of the Black Knight? Ha? You're saying that I'm going to be the president of the Black Knights? Yun Ning was taken aback. Yes, the president of the Black Knights, Song Hutching said with a straight face. I'll give you 3 days to leave from Qianhua, and then go to Black Knight to join. Well, by the way, where is Black Knight's headquarters? In Lin Chang? I just graduated from college. No, I haven't even graduated from college yet. You let me to serve tens of billions of listed companies, and also to be the president? Yun Ning was filled with absurdity. She even wondered if this guy had dropped his brain. Su Qing, Su Mei and Zhao Yenner, who's not more suitable than her? You are the person I trust the most, aren't you? Song Hutching hypocritically said, if I wasn't afraid that the equity transaction would cause turmoil, I would have no problem sending you the Black Knight. I'm the one you trust the most? Yun Ning was struck by lightning, and her eyes instantly softened. Yes. Before Song Hutching could finish his sentence, he was pounced on by Yun Ning and flopped onto the sofa, frightening him so much that he shouted in a rush. No, sis, I haven't even showered yet. It's not like I mind you. Yun Ning turned off the living room's headlamp after giving him a coquettish blank look. Chapter 165. In fact, my greatest dream is to include foot baths in medical insurance. 1:30 in the morning. Pay all 5-star Knights all social security. That's fine. After all, the 5-star Knights are the cornerstone of our company. Give all the 5-star Knights a base salary at the local rate every month, and give them a guarantee as well. Hey, this is not bad. I agree. That foot bath is included in the reimbursement. You roll. Inside the bedroom. Yun Ning glared fiercely at Song Hutching. Are you out of your mind? And foot baths incorporated into the reimbursement? Just forget it if you don't agree. Song Hutching said rather regretfully. Actually, my biggest dream is to include foot baths in health insurance. Get lost. If you dare to mess around, I'll fight you. Yun Ning said angrily. Don't intervene. I now have a waist pain. Wait for me to slow down for 2 days. Song Hutching said in horror. Q. Yun Ning's pretty face reddened, but then she wrapped her arms around him and said in a glutinous manner. Song Hutching, I'll manage the company for you. So will Su Qing and the others have an opinion? You'll tell them? Song Hutching squinted. Of course not. I'm not stupid. Yun Ning showed his teeth. Then it's a done deal. Song Hutching shrugged. Anyway, they don't know. You go to be your president. Well, when the time is ripe, I will give you a share of the shares, so that you can enter the board of directors. I don't want it. Yun Ning sighed. I go to manage the company for you. They 80% will not say anything. After all, I am the professional manager. Well, if I really take your shares, they have to drive me away. You've hardened your wings and you're still afraid of them? Song Hutching said disdainfully. I'm not afraid, but what if you get slaughtered by them? Yun Ning said bitterly. I'm young to guard so much money, although I can raise Xiao Yuan, I guess, but, damn, I'm still dead. Why are you thinking about my afterlife? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. It's not just in case. Yun Ning skimmed his lips. Asterisk 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 off and go to sleep. Song Huching rubbed her pretty face fiercely and turned off the lamp. Darkness. Yun Ning blinked her eyes and looked at Song Huching, whose eyes were closed tightly, through the moonlight outside the window, and smoothly wrapped him in her arms, murmuring in a voice that only she heard. That's nice. The next day, early morning, Sun Yikyung got up at 5 o'clock. It wasn't that he had much self-discipline, it was just that what was called the air and body together required breathing and exhaling in the early morning. Terrace. He sat there on his knees, his thoughts emptied and he began to breathe as the book said. For a moment, a breeze swirled around them. The whole thing levitated upwards for about a second or two before he sat back down. However, he still didn't open his eyes and just continued to exhale. I don't know how much time has passed. The sunlight poured down on his face, making it seem as if he was glowing all over. At this point, Song Huching opened his eyes, the golden light in his eyes flickered away, and then he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Well, he looked at the dirt and grime that had surfaced on his body and was slightly stunned. It wasn't that this kind of thing was so strange, it was just that he had been tossed around by Yun Ning all night yesterday, but with just 2 hours of breathing and exhaling, he actually didn't feel tired anymore, and instead, his body was full of spirit. There's something about this air-body homology. After Song Huching muttered to himself, he got up and went downstairs to take a shower. It was only after he came out of the shower that he realized there was actually an old acquaintance standing in the living room. Yo, Master Seiki? Mr. Song. After Master Guan politely shouted, Heat sked. When I first saw Mr. Song, I knew that you were not an ordinary person. I don't like men. Thanks, Song Huching said in disgust. Asterisk 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 you. I don't like men either. Isn't that a compliment? Master Guan couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing in my house this early in the morning? I called out. Yun Ning walked out from the room downstairs, red-faced. It is not to go to open the board of directors. I thought of doing a few professional clothes. Master Guan is Su Mei recommended to me. You told her you were leaving your job? Song Huching was surprised. I said that some of your company's business needs me to take care of it. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. Well, did she ask what kind of company you are? Song Huching said nervously. Asked, but I didn't say. I said you wouldn't let me say it, and if I said it, you were going to fire me. Yun Ning whispered. Asterisk 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 do you want to hear what you're saying? Song Huching became furious. She mustn't be angry when she hears this? Yeah, she was pissed and said to wait it out and that sooner or later she was going to unload on you. Yunan's voice was like a mosquito. Yours truly. Song Huching sat down disheveledly on the sofa and said painfully, Is there no tailor in this Lin Chung Fu? What did you have to call Master Guan for? Cough cough. Master Guan dryly coughed twice and said, I am the tailor of Lin Chengfu. You. Song Huching immediately choked. I'm sorry, I was so blinded I didn't think much of it. Yun Ning tugged at the corner of his coat. If I get cut up on the street someday, it's going to be on you. Song Huching glared at her before sitting on the sofa. Hey. Yun Ning spat out her little tongue and looked sideways at Master Guan. Master Guan, we can start now. Okay. Master Guan immediately came forward to measure her. Half an hour later. Miss Yun, I will do a few sets of drawings. At the latest night you can see. When you choose, I do a few sets of samples to send over to you. You try on. If there is any place that is not satisfied, we then modify. Okay, thank you Master Guan. Yun Ning reached out and shook his hand. Old Guan, do you want to have breakfast before you go? Song Huching laughed softly. Don't bother, I wouldn't dare eat with you. Master Guan skimmed his mouth. In case you die in the street one day, saying that I said something I shouldn't say, that would be a big deal. Your grandmother. Song Huching cursed without a good breath. Hey, Master Guan slightly raised his eyebrows and said, This Lin City but all the women with a bit of status and position. I almost all know. Me if I listen to what I shouldn't listen to, in case I gossip with someone and say it, that would be the end of it. After he finished speaking, he carried his bag and headed towards the door. Master Guan, I'll see you off. Yun Ning personally sent him to the stairway before turning back. She looked at the still sad face of Song Huching after. Cannot help but cross-sitting on him? Cood. Sorry well, big deal. I accompany you. Asterisk 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 you still want to make up for it? Song Huching blared. Yeah, Song Huching, what are you talking about? Yun Ning reprimanded him and pressed him down on the sofa. This time, Song Huching didn't struggle, but instead was very cooperative. An hour or so later. Humph. Yun Ning. Screwed up. There really is a plowed field Song Huching snorted coldly, took his vest and headed out. This guy, Yun Ning, who was paralyzed on the sofa, instantly gritted her teeth in hatred. And only after a long time did she sit up and walk towards the upstairs. She'd have to find out and see if the guy had taken any drugs behind her back. Chapter 166, Mr. Yun is a mighty man. Song Heching just went out the door and sped towards China World Trade Center. But he just took the order, ran to the door of the merchant and waited. Then saw Lao Zhou riding a small electric donkey drove over. Yo, old Song, don't do that. I'm in a hurry with this order too. Song Heching gave him a blank look. Go go go. I'm going to be in ing timeout. Just let me in on first. Old Chow licked his face. No way. Song Heching didn't have the good sense to say, my clients are ing starving to death. Waiting for someone to die you are responsible for puffing. The surrounding office workers who were eating breakfast burst out laughing. This delivery guy is kinda funny. Come on, can't I let you take it first? Old Joe cursed without a good breath. What do you mean let? I came first, you arrived after. I took it first as a matter of course okay. Song Heching cursed with a laugh and handed him a cigarette. But then an alarm sounded outside the door. The two immediately went to the door to see what was going on, only to see two fire trucks whizzing by. Well, something happened? Old Joe worried. Isn't it normal to have a fire in the middle of the summer? Song Heching was not amused. That's true. As soon as Old Joe's words fell, he realized that his and Song Heching's cell phones rang at the same time. Old Joe, has a big problem. The mountain fire in the north of the city. Old Sheen. What? Mountain fire? Song Heching and Old Joe were scared at the same time. I guess it burned up last night. Should we go over and help? Old Wood. Gather in the north of the city. Old 6. After Song Heching sent a message, he immediately cancelled all 3 orders. Lao Zhou, however, had already straddled his own small electric donkey at this time, and said loudly, Old Song, go. Hey. After Song Heching answered, he made a call to Yun Ning. Yeah, what's wrong? The mountain fire in the north of the city. You immediately go to the company's headquarters as the president of Black Knight, and fully mobilize manpower and supplies to put out the fire. But all the takeout workers who participate in putting out the fire will be subsidized by 1,000 per person. Song Heching said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll be right there. Yun Ning's breathing was also a bit rapid. Don't be afraid to spend money and put out fires first. After dropping a sentence, Song Heching hung up the phone and sped towards the north of the city. He had just arrived at the place when he saw that many people had already gathered there, and dozens of fire trucks and ambulances were already standing by. Old Song, here. Old Sheen waved his hand not far away. What's the situation now? Song Heching said sharply. There's a vacation lodge on the mountain with several hundred people inside, and it's now surrounded by fire. Lao Wu spoke sharply. And I also heard that there are a lot of people camping in the mountains. I heard that the fire is when they had a barbecue yesterday, accidentally ignited the surrounding weeds. Asterisk. Song Heching cursed. This group of people are really damned Should we go on? Old Sheen frowned. Don't mess up yet. Song Heching calmly said. Relying on a few of us won't work. We still have to listen to the command. As soon as he spoke, several trucks drove by, followed by hundreds of small electric donkeys, all of whom were wearing the vests of the Black Knights and looked very imposing. At this point, from the truck jumped down a woman in professional clothes and shouted, I am the president of the Black Knights, Yun Ning. May I ask where the on-site fire command is? Here, a middle-aged man in a shirt shouted. Yun Ning sprinted over to him and started talking to him. Old Song, she, Old Sheen stammered and looked at Song Heching. She what she? The president, and not the ing chairman of the board, isn't even a part-time job. Song Heching bristled. Dude, wake up, that's our ing boss. Old Wood grabbed him and kept shaking him. I'd say you're hiding deep when someone like you comes to deliver. Old Shaky lit a cigarette. People yes are trying to make ends meet. You're ing coming after our boss. Lao Wu said bitterly. Cough. Stop ing shaking. I'm going to throw up. Song Heching didn't have the good sense to say. You. Old Joe was about to say something, but Yun Ning raised the loudspeaker. All Black Knights outfitters listen up. All stop work today and send messages to each other. Any outfitters who show up to put out the fire will be subsidized 1,000 each. Ooh, there was a gasp from the crowd. Everyone protects theirs. We are tasked with logistics, delivering supplies to firefighters and firefighters on the mountain. And if the vehicle is damaged, the company reports it to everyone for repair. Yun Ning exclaimed. Anyone injured in fighting the fire, the company bears the medical expenses. Lost wages. Also, yesterday I communicated with the boss, and he promised to buy social security for all 5-star knights. Boss is mighty. Mr. Yun is mighty. Old Chow was the first to shout out, followed by a cloud of followers. The applause and shouts were so loud that they startled the reporters who had just arrived. All shut up. Yun Ning snapped. From now on, everyone listens to Captain Zhang's command. Mineral water and fire extinguishers are on the truck. All of them move for me. After she finished speaking, she gave the loudspeaker to the middle-aged man at her side, and then she herself put on her helmet and straddled the small electric donkey. The reporter immediately greeted him and said in an urgent voice, Mr. Yun, we are the reporters of Lin Cheng TV. There's no time. Putting out fires comes first. With a petulant rebuke, Yun Ning used to ride under the truck and began to load things into the bamboo basket behind her. The reporter didn't stop them, but just let the cameraman keep filming and taking pictures. Come on, brothers, it's time for us to help. Song Huching reached out and patted old Joe's shoulder before straddling the small electric donkey. For a while, countless black knights in black vests carried bamboo baskets and rode small electric donkeys toward the mountains. At the same time, there were countless black knights rushing towards the north of the city. Song Huching carried the supplies on his back and traveled up the mountain road. Even before he got close to the source of the fire, large plumes of smoke were already blowing, and he had to reduce his speed to prevent himself from rushing down the hill. This whole road would be closed if a big truck drove right up in case of an accident. If the people above can't get down and the people below can't get up, then something is really wrong. The side of the Panhandle Road. From time to time, a black knight removed his helmet and gasped for air. 20 minutes later, halfway up the mountain, Song Huching looked at the pounding heat wave, and for the first time felt what was called the insignificance of human beings in the face of a natural disaster. A sea of flames everywhere. Dozens of fire engines were parked there, firemen digging fire breaks, extinguishing fires. Almost all of them were desperately trying to rescue. Old Song, should we go help? Old Joe gritted his teeth. Asterisk. Spell it out. Song Huching gritted his teeth and said, let's go over and help dig the fire separating belt. Hey, Old Sheen and the others responded. And after leaving the small electric donkey on the side of the road, they rushed over, picked up the shovel that was already rolling on the ground, and began to dig hard. Chapter 167, Zhao Xinyan is a ing disaster. Song Huching was digging hard at the fire separator belt when suddenly the phone rang. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but after seeing that it was Zhao Yenner, he hesitated for a moment and finally connected it. Something's up. Busy. Song Huching, something happened to my sister. She is in the Crouching Dragon Villa in the north of the city. There was a mountain fire over there, and she just sent me a suicide note. Zhao Yenner choked. What the hell? A suicide note? Song Huching froze slightly. The firefighters are now putting out the fire. You let her find a safe place to hide. They're already burning up there. Cho Yun bawled. Don't cry. I'll figure it out. Song Huching hung up the phone after he finished speaking and secretly cursed. Zhao Xinyan is really a ing disaster star, either flooded or burned by fire. But cursing is cursing. You can't watch Zhao Yenner's sister being burned to death by fire, can you? He found a fireman and asked for the location of the Crouching Dragon Villa, and found that the villa was inside the ring of fire, which caused him to be in a dilemma. If we're going to go in, it's going to be through the mountain fire zone. It's basically impossible to get through unless you can fly. No, it's unlikely that it can fly. The smoke is so thick that the helicopters are afraid to come close. Song Huching hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to put up a fight. No, Old Song, where are you going? I have a friend who's trapped. I'll see if there's another way out. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching put on his mask and hat and disappeared into the thick smoke. Asterisk. You're crazy. Old Song, come back. Stop ing around. Something will happen. Lao Wu and the others rushed over in unison, but were held back again by the smoke and fire. At this point, Song Huching traveled through the sea of fire, reciting the fire avoidance technique in his heart. However, this time he seemed to feel completely different from the water avoidance technique. He was in the water even though he was chanting the water avoidance technique. The resistance of the water was still making it very difficult for him, and the physical exertion was also huge. But this time, when he recited the fire avoidance technique, a huge transparent air shield formed over roughly 3 square meters of his body. It was as if his entire body was in a balloon, and those flames burned on the air shield, splashing a ripple. Song Huching couldn't even feel a trace of heat other than feeling a little tired. Could it be? It's because of learning the air body same origin? He mulled it over for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything but to keep going. Half an hour later, Song Huching's expression began to look serious as he saw that bodies had begun to lie on the ground. The body had been charred and carbonized. 80% of it had been burned for a long time. He sighed and continued to walk towards the Crouching Dragon Villa. Half an hour later, the charred corpses on the road gradually increased, and his heart sank. After another small half hour of walking, he was able to see a building that was burning, which made him laugh bitterly. What kind of genius designed and actually built an all-wood building in a dense forest? Song Huching sprinted in, at this time in a pond next to a lot of people already lying around. even if he did not have a little medical common sense, can see that this group of people are not burned to death by the fire. After all, the flames are not likely to open a big hole in the head of a person. Perhaps it was in the dry season. The water in the pond was not very deep, just to the waist. At this time many people were hiding in the water. There are also some people are floating head down in the water. It looks like he got smoked out and drowned in the pond. After the people still alive in the pond saw Song Huching, it was like seeing a ghost. Mountain gods? Someone shouted. Well, Song Huching paused slightly, his gaze moving and finally resting on the two figures huddled in the corner. This is a coincidence. Why is Mu Qing here too? Mountain god help. Many people shouted. No, where can you guys tell that I'm the mountain god? Song Huching said. Your mountain god still wears a mask and hat. So what are you? Someone asked. What do you care what I am? Stay in the water. After Song Huching chirped, he said in a deep voice, Zhao Xinyan, Mu Qing, come here. Ha! Zhao Xinyan and Mu Qing were first stunned, then fell into hesitation. Brother, save me first. I'm worth hundreds of millions. As long as I can get out, I'll give you 5 million in cash. A middle-aged man said in an urgent voice. Look at your poor look. Brother, you save me first. I will give you $10 million. Another young man with a muddy face sneered. All right, stay there. Song Huching impatiently said. Zhao Xinyan, Mu Qing, hurry over. Hey. The two gritted their teeth and walked towards Song Huching, but he was only halfway there when he was stopped. Let me go first. A man with a rather grim face held a long knife in his hand and spoke in a grim tone. You. Zhao Xinyan and Mu Qing took a step back in shock. Dude, that's not something they can say. Song Huching leisurely said. My willingness to save them doesn't mean I'm willing to save you. Then we'll die together. The man roared. Hey. Song Huching picked up a stone from the ground and viciously threw it. Boo! The stone hit the man's head with precision. Such a dangerous man. Come a few men and tie him up. I'll come and rescue you later. Song Huching picked up a bundle of twine from the side of the pond and threw it down. This time the crowd didn't hesitate. They went up and held the man down, then tied his hands. Who are you? Zhao Xinyan asked timidly. What do you care who I am? After Song Huching reached out and pulled her and Mu Qing up from the water, the two of them immediately had their feet go limp and sat on the ground. Perhaps from the shock, or perhaps from soaking in the water for so long. The two barely had any strength left. Hey, he sighed helplessly, and with one hand, he slung the two over his shoulder. At this point, boom, the fence was burned down and the flames began to roil towards the pond. Large plumes of smoke made many people cough violently. Song Huching frowned and walked briskly towards the door. Brother, you must come back to save us, the young man shouted. I'll try. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching disappeared into the thick smoke. As much as possible? When the crowd heard this reply, they were bitter. Song Huching carried the two of them and walked briskly in the middle of the smoky forest, as if walking leisurely, and Zhao Xinyan and Mu Qing, who were carried on their shoulders, looked at each other as if they were in a dream. This scene had completely overturned their perceptions, or maybe it has turned their views upside down. Can it be that there are really immortals in this world? But Song Huching didn't think about it so much. He was already feeling a bit tired at this point. Carrying two people down the mountain was never going to happen. So he thought of a solution that wasn't a solution. Chapter 168. My name is Zheng Pingchuan. By the waterfall. Song Huching put the two on the ground and said in a deep voice. Jump. Down. Ha! Zhao Xinyan and Mu youngsters were dumbfounded. They had been to this waterfall before. There was a pool of water below, and while it hadn't burned up yet down there, this was at least 20 meters high. Hurry up. Song Huching urged. Jump down, or as soon as I leave, the smoke here can choke you to death on the spot. Don't dare. Mu Qing wiped her tears and said, I have to jump even if I don't dare. Although I don't care if that group of people are alive or not. I really don't have the means to bring you all down the mountain. My physical strength is limited. Song Huching shook his head. It wasn't really that his stamina was limited. It was just that he could feel that the transparent cover around himself had begun to fade, and although it was still insulated from the flames and smoke, if the cover broke, everyone would have to die. Okay, I'll jump. Zhao Xinyan gritted her teeth and said, You, come over to help me. I can't stand up. Okay. Song Huching didn't doubt it and walked over, but just as he walked up to her, Mu Qing quickly wrapped his arms around him, while Zhao Xinyan pulled off his mask with one hand. It's really you. What the time is it? And you're still playing a setup? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. I already knew it was you. Mu Qing snapped. The smell of your body. Once you've smelled it, it's hard to forget. Well, there's that. Song Huching was stunned. Qin Chu, you saved me again. Zhao Xinyan said with a red face. Qin Chu? Mu Qing first froze for a moment, then immediately said, So your name is Qin Chu? I didn't even know your name before. Alright, Stop the ing bull and hurry up and jump, or else that group of people will really die, Song Huching urged. Good. Zhao Xinyan took a deep breath and took 2 steps forward, then but turned over, stood on her tiptoes, and hugged Song Huching and kissed him fiercely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching finally understood. Why are so many big shots getting killed by pussies? What a ing time to be thinking about this kind of thing. Lives are at stake, sis. He wrapped one hand around Zhao Xinyan's luxuriant waist and spun around for 2 steps before dropping her over the waterfall with a smooth push. Qin Chu, you bastard. Zhao Xinyan's voice came up. Do you jump yourself, or do I push you down? Song Huching turned back to Mu Qing. You push me. Mu Qing took 2 steps forward with a red face. Nervous. Song Huching grabbed her face with one hand, then pushed back with one hand against her small stomach. Bastard. You wait. Mu Qing also cursed, and then disappeared to the edge of the waterfall. Cut. After rolling his eyes, Song Huching put on his mask, cocked his head to think, and finally picked up the already burnt branches from the ground and began to smear ash on his body. Mu Qing's words reminded him that it would be bad if someone really remembered the smell of his body. Back at the Crouching Dragon Villa, the group stretched their heads as if they were wailing birds at the sight of him. Come 4, line up and follow. Don't ing do anything or I'll leave now, Song Huching said in a deep voice. The crowd that had originally started to show their teeth immediately collected their expressions, and the 4 people near the shore quickly climbed up and stood in front of Song Huching. As soon as they got closer, the whole thing was dumbfounded. The originally thin air immediately filled up. They don't feel the heat of the flames. They can't even smell the smoke. Brothers, quickly go and return. This place can't last long. The pavilion is burning up. Someone shouted. Got it. After Song Huching answered, he sidled up and said, all follow me closely. Falling out will kill you. Yes. All 4 responded. Song Huching led them away at a brisk pace. When he got to the point of the waterfall, he signaled the 4 men to stand in a line. No, man. What does that mean? Someone asked. Look at the rescue helicopter. Song Huching pointed to the sky. Ha! The 4 men hurriedly looked to the sky. Song Huching directly whipped his leg and kicked all 4 of them down. Ah! Screams were heard. Song Huching listened for a while, but never heard the sound of falling water. Perhaps more than 20 meters is still a little high. The possibility of Penny jumping down and falling to death is negligible, but the possibility of breaking a few ribs is still quite large. After all, it's still pretty dangerous if you're not in the right position. With that, he made a trip of 4 and brought out everyone in the Crouching Dragon Lodge. Perhaps the smoke was too much, and a few had fallen into unconsciousness, but he couldn't care less. Let people carry and throw them under the waterfall. How to die is not dead anyway. In case he throws them down, people are still saved? By the time everyone was brought out, the entire Wolong Villa had already turned into a sea of fire, and the original place where Zhao Xinyan and the others were hiding had also been enveloped in smoke. After watching quietly for a while, Song Huching was planning to retreat. Suddenly his mind moved, and he actually realized that a figure had also appeared in the forest. Who? Little friend, this fire avoidance technique of yours makes it good. The voice was quite a bit older, but the figure was very upright, and it didn't look like a good match. What fire avoidance skill? What are you talking about? Song Huching was surprised. All cultivators? Still playing dumb with me? The figure shifted, and the man reappeared, already in front of Song Huching. Song Huching saw clearly this time. The other party is a mediocre-looking middle-aged Taoist priest. Such a hot day, but also wearing a pale green-colored robe. The momentum is considered to have. But isn't he really hot? My name is Zhang Pingchuan. The middle-aged Taoist priest turned his back. Qin Chu. Song Huching blinked. Come on, go sit at my place. Zhang Pingchuan reached out to pull him, but hooked twice but hooked empty. Back to where there is still the shadow of Song Huching. Song Huching ran for more than 10 minutes in one breath before stopping. Ghost how ing shocked he was just now. That old thing. He doesn't look like a good guy. But just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, suddenly another silhouette surfaced in front of him. Where are you running, little friend? Song Huching was violently startled, then bitterly laughed. Man, don't play tricks on me, okay? Nothing more than an invitation to sit at my place. Zhang Pingchuan paced over and took his hand. Dude, I really don't like men. Song Huching struggled. If you have a need in this area, will I help you find someone? Zhang Pingchuan sniffed and immediately blackened his face. What does this take him for? No, Song Huching just wanted to say something, but there was a sudden blur before his eyes, and when he looked clearly again, he had already appeared in a dilapidated Taoist temple. Shabby really wasn't the word to describe it. After all, the place even had a broken bench, and the only thing that looked decent was a rather imposing statue of a god enshrined in the Taoist temple. The idol is a tiger head in body, but the body is wearing a green shirt, and it actually looks so. Sven? Chapter 169, Mythological Stories? Little brother, have some tea. Zhang Pingchuan sat down on the stool and slightly pointed with his right hand. A tea set made of white jade appeared right in front of Song Huching, while the cups of honey-colored tea were steaming, smelling of a fragrance that penetrated the heart. You're welcome. I'm not thirsty. Afraid I'll poison you? Zhang Pingchuan laughed out loud, picked up his teacup and drank it in one go, then turned the bottom of the cup towards him. Song Huching bristled and flipped his right hand. A bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand, and he opened the lid and took a large sip, a sort of tea. Ha! You're cautious. Zhang Pingchuan laughed lightly. Little brother, which disciple are you? Actually dare to dip people karma. Are you not afraid that karma should be on yourself? Well, what does it mean? Song Huching was surprised. The Wulong Mountain fire. That was a heavenly drop. These people were burned to death. That was their karma. Zhang Pingchuan shook his head. If you use immortal magic to save people, that is participating in the karma of others, which is not a good thing. I'll go. Song Huching was startled and hurriedly said, what will happen if this is tainted with the karma of others? What do you think will happen if the damned don't die? Zhang Pingchuan smirked. Is it hard? I'm going to die? Song Huching swallowed, quite a bit in shock. That's not going to happen. Zhang Pingchuan laughed softly. It's just that it won't do much good. For your cultivation, especially when you cross the threshold of necropolis, the heavenly tribulation will just be a little more powerful. None of this. Did your master teach you? Song Huching frowned at him and was silent for a long time before he spoke. If this is also considered karma, then is it possible that they were not meant to be killed, and I happen to appear here and happen to know the fire avoidance technique, so I saved them? Zhang Pingchuan was slightly stunned, and these words had caught him off guard. As the mountain god of Wulong Mountain, you saw death and saved it. I'm afraid this is what stained a lot of karma, right? Song Huching laughed lightly. How do you? You know I'm the god of Wulong Mountain? Zhang Pingchuan's eyes stared. Yes. Song Huching pointed to the idol and said, just now when I ran to the Wulong Mountain Villa, their first reaction addressed me as mountain god. That means that there is a mountain god temple in Wulong Mountain. Or, you have manifested yourself in front of the people. That's why they were so excited. Zhang Pingchuan's complexion changed, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Song Huching. His right hand grabbed his collar, and he said in a cold voice, what exactly are you? Brother, don't be impulsive. Song Huching hastily raised his hands. I didn't want to have anything to do with you. Wasn't it you who brought me here? I am a very ordinary cultivator. Poof. Zhang Pingchuan let out a cold snort after letting go of his hand. Once again, he appeared in his seat. Only that although he was still wearing his Taoist robe at this time, he had already turned into a tiger-headed person, and one of his hands had also turned into furry claws. Song Huching almost didn't piss himself. His words just now were just a deliberate attempt to bluff this guy, but he didn't expect this guy to be a real tiger. I am the mountain god of Wulong Mountain, Zhang Pingchuan. Zhang Pingchuan stood up and arched his hands in greeting. Song Huching. Song Huching also held back his fear and followed his example of arching his hand in salute. Mr. Song came to my Wulong Mountain just to save people? Zhang Pingchuan said with a straight face. Actually, I'm here to put out the fire. Song Huching carefully said. Saving people is just the right time. If it offends Mr. Zhang, please forgive me. Offense? What offense? Zhang Pingchuan was surprised. I have heard it said that the big bug is not a tiger, nor Mountain King. Mountain King. Song Huching snapped. The Mountain Lord is in the habit of looking for ghosts of devils. That's why he said those people deserve to die, right? Ha ha ha. Zhang Pingchuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Song, don't intentionally swindle me. I am a mountain god, not a tiger spirit. I don't need a ghost devourer. Well, is it? Song Huching was slightly stunned. Is it hard to believe that the Book of Idioms also cheats? Don't they always say there for the tiger? Hey, Zhang Pingchuan sighed. Now that the human race is flourishing, the Xianmen in the lower world has the Heavenly Master's house, and the Imperial Court has the Nestorian Church. These minuscule little gods, can't afford to make much of a stir. The court? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. Usually those who call it that are not good people, or at least a restless element. It's hard to believe that. There are a lot of people who know you exist? Ha! Zhang Pingchuan laughed bitterly, then sighed. There are countless famous mountains and rivers in China. Not every mountain has a mountain god. Well, what does that say? Song Huching was instantly interested. The good places have been taken in the name of the great gods, and we, the wild gods, dare not argue with them? Zhang Pingchuan laughed to himself. And back then when the Nestorian Church united with the Heavenly Master's office to purge the wild sacrifices, I don't know how many mountain and wild river gods were beheaded, and those like us, who had never eaten a human being, were regulated by the Nestorian Church, even though we kept our lives. You're not a mythological story, are you? Song Huching glared. Mythology? Zheng Pingchuan smiled miserably and waved his Taoist robe. Two headless tigers appeared right on the ground. Even one that was still white and very large, more than 3 times bigger than the tigers you see at the zoo. Well, is this your relative? Song Huching said cautiously. My grandfather and my father. Zhang Pingchuan spoke in a calm tone. Song Huching took a step back in horror. Did this guy have some kind of serious illness? It's like when you go to someone's house as a guest and they show you the dead bodies of his old man and grandfather. And they're the kind that die in a rather grisly manner. Even if it wasn't a species, the fact that the guy could talk still managed to make him physically uncomfortable in the end. Brother Zhang, at the risk of asking, your father and your ancestor this is. It was the one who was put to death by the Heavenly Master and the Nestorian sect. After Zhang Pingchuan collected the corpses of his old man and grandfather, he sighed. It's only because I didn't like eating people since I was young that I was able to save my life, or else I would have long ago gone with them as companions as well. Brother Zhang, you seem to have read books? Song Huching said curiously. I'm not hiding it from Brother Song. I was once a jincher in the Tianbao years. Zheng Pingchuan let out a light laugh and stood with his arms folded. The Tianbao years? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. He said how it's weird to talk to this guy. Together he's really an old demon. And an old demon who has read books. No wonder this guy said he doesn't eat people. In the end, he's still a cultured person, isn't he? Zheng Pingchuan saw that Song Huching did not speak, but could not help but arch his hand and said, the truth is not hidden. Brother Song, I went to the mountains to look for it. It was because the hunger in my belly was unbearable, so I wanted to go to look for some meat only. Well, aren't you a god? And you have to eat? Song Huching was stunned. Brother Song, I am a god, not an immortal. The one who is below is a god. The one who goes to heaven is an immortal. Not to be confused, Zheng Pingchuan said with a straight face. What's more, now that the human race is flourishing, the heavenly court no longer cares about the affairs of the human realm. And it's only natural that we will be hungry if we don't eat the immortal's salary. Turns out it's still a mountain god with no establishment. Song Huching bristled, but he didn't dare to declare this. After all, the guy said he was hungry. What if he went berserk and bit himself to death? He wasn't really sure that human morality could restrain this guy.